His consciousness was torn, kneaded, and stretched into an infinitely long thread, only to be compressed into a singularity in the next instant. The concepts of time and space lost all meaning. Messiah felt like a tiny boat caught in a cosmic storm, surrounded by a torrent of bizarre, dazzling colors, with incomprehensible shrieks and whispers filling his ears. Fragments of memory tumbled and collided within the storm. He saw the face of his creator Parks Mimir, forever frozen in the appearance of a young boy, wearing a faint expression of relief. He saw the holy light pillar of the ark shooting up from Yuan Star, pure energy, capable of purifying all things and destroying all things alike. Protect everyone. These were the last words he shouted to Parks before being swallowed by the suddenly appearing miniature wormhole, and they were also the innate mission carried by the name Messiah. Then everything fell into darkness and silence. After an unknown length of time, like an instant or like 10,000 years, a thick, nauseating stench pierced the silence and roughly flooded his nostrils. It was the sour rot of industrial waste, the sweet stench of decaying organic matter mixed with the rusty smell of oxidized metal, complex, aggressive, and invasive. Then came the sense of touch. His body felt broken apart, every muscle crying out in protest. Beneath him was cold, damp, uneven ground. Sticky liquid slid down his cheek with a faint corrosive sting. Drip, drip. Cold rain fell on his eyelids, finally forcing him to open his eyes with effort. His vision was blurred. The gray sky was covered by leaden clouds, and the falling rain carried a visible murkiness. He was lying in a massive garbage heap surrounded by endless mountains of waste. Twisted rebar, shattered prosthetic limbs, electronic components flashing with their final sparks, and countless unrecognizable industrial refuse. Where's this? Messiah struggled to sit up, his originally pristine white research coat, now filthy and ruined. He lowered his head to look at his hands, pale, slender, and completely unharmed. As a fifth-generation subhuman, his body was far tougher than an ordinary person's, enough to survive the temporal storm. But survival did not mean safety. He stood up and looked around. This was a huge, open-air garbage dump. In the distance, massive mechanical claws methodically grabbed tons of garbage and fed it into enormous incinerators, belching black smoke that merged with the clouds overhead. This is not Yuan Star. Though the purple mist crisis on Yuan Star had been severe, the environment there had never deteriorated to such a degree. When he left, the purple mist seemed to have begun receding because the ark was reactivated again. The air here was filled not with nanodust, but with a purer, more primitive industrial pollution. Not lethal to him, but nauseating. He felt that even Galos's bodily fluids smelled better than this air. Just as he was at a loss, a strong gust of wind briefly blew open a gap in the clouds above. A bleak streak of sunlight pierced through, illuminating a colossal building that soared into the clouds in the distance. It was a cylindrical skyscraper of suffocating enormity. Its shell of metal and glass reflected a cold luster under the gloomy sky, like a sword piercing the heavens, radiating absolute, unyielding authority. Around it, countless smaller buildings clustered like stars around the moon. Countless vehicles called aerodynes streaked between the towers, trailing neon light trails behind them. Messiah's pupils suddenly contracted. His body belonged to a subhuman, but his soul carried a long-sealed memory from another world, another Earth. In that memory, he had seen this building countless times in the virtual world. The Arasaka Tower. The name struck his mind like a clap of thunder. This is Night City, he murmured to himself in a dry, hoarse voice that even he found unfamiliar. This was not the language of Yuan Star, but a language he had never actively learned, yet it came out instinctively. English. He closed his eyes and concentrated, activating the mind web derived from his mutant genes. This was not an active probe, but a passive reception. If a normal person's perception was a small pond, then Messiah's mind web was like a floodgate thrown wide open. Whoom. An immeasurable torrent of information instantly washed through his nerves. Network 54 News continues to report. Militech's stock price rose slightly today. Analysts believe this is related to the new U.S. President Myers's tough policies. Damn it. CHOH2 prices went up again. I'm going to be working for nothing this month. The NCPD are all useless. My sister's been missing in Kabuki for 3 days, and all they do is make me fill out forms. Warning. Your biometric monitor shows acid rain concentration is above standard. Please enter a building as soon as possible. Mena, let's grab a drink at the Wild Dog Bar tonight. My treat. Countless streams of voice data, electric signals, network fragments, and even the numb, desperate, greedy bioelectrical emotions of the surrounding scavengers surged into his brain all at once. He endured the discomfort and filtered out the useful parts. His language module was rapidly calibrated and refined under the massive influx of data. His understanding of this world rapidly transformed from a vague game memory into something three-dimensional and real. The year was 2075, based on the intelligence he had heard. Parks. Messiah whispered his creator's name, his heart a tangle of mixed emotions. Parks had hoped he would become the key to resolving racial conflicts, but now that key had been dropped into a completely unfamiliar keyhole. The rain fell harder. Messiah pulled up his ragged collar and shrank into the shadow of an abandoned container. He needed time, needed to calm down, needed a plan. First understand the rules of this world, then find a way back. If there is still a way. In the distance, the red aviation warning light atop Arasaka Tower flickered on like a single cold eye gazing down upon the teeming masses amidst the torrential acid rain. How to describe the heavy rain? For the literary type, a rainy night, an elevated highway, a Maybach. For the humorous type, stop fighting, you won't kill anyone like this. Messiah, like a statue, curled up silently in the corner of a container, allowing the trickling streams of the heart net to wash over his consciousness. He was rapidly constructing a language model and social common sense of this world. Odin Cyberware Fixers Trauma Team, NCPD. These words that once only existed in game settings had now become survival rules he had to understand. His subhuman constitution allowed him to sustain for a considerable time without eating or sleeping, but mental fatigue accumulated like a tide. He was like a radio with overly strong signal reception, forced to listen to thousands of channels filled with noise and lament. After an unknown period, a sudden violent tremor accompanied by a dull roar from afar jolted him out of his semi-meditative state. Boom! That was no mere sound, but a violent energy shockwave that stirred up monstrous waves on the perceptual level of the heart net. Messiah jerked his head up, looking toward the direction of the explosion. Even across several kilometers, he could still see that it was a skyscraper marked with a huge Biotechnica logo. A dazzling burst of fire exploded from its middle floors, and countless shards of glass and metal fell like rain. Immediately after, a sharp, extreme fear of imminent death pierced his heart net like an arrow. It was an independent, clear life signal filled with unwillingness and determination, falling from a great height at an astonishing speed. Data. Upload successful. Mom. I avenged you. Sorry. Man N. I messed up. Someone. Save me. Broken, fragmented thought pieces mixed with fear of death and apology to someone clearly entered Messiah's mind. He saw the girl falling. Her short pink hair danced wildly in the air. She wore a torn hacker bodysuit, and blood gushed from her abdominal wound, tracing a beautiful yet tragic trajectory in the air. The flame of her life was rapidly dimming second by second. Almost instinctively, the second commandment of the subhuman's 10 commandments surfaced in Messiah's mind. The wise knowers respect and honor them. Ooh, and the third, a heart of cherishing life, is one. No, not quite. More aptly, it was Pa Kusi's extra teaching to him, the Messiah beyond the 10 commandments. More like a supplement and extension of the commandments, a code of conduct uniquely his own. Protect the innocent. This thought was like a brand deeply etched into his core logic. The girl before him, no matter what she had done at this moment, she was an innocent life fading away. Her emotions held no taint of guilt, only relief after revenge and a desperate will to survive. He could stand by and watch. In this city, countless people died like this every day. One more or less made no difference. Becoming a cold bystander was the fastest way to blend into this living hell. But he was Messiah. His creator Pa Kusi gave him this name not to adapt to the darkness, but to become the faint glimmer of light within it. Initiate Protocol A07. Messiah's voice sounded. The next second, the nanite core Odin inside him was instantly activated. Whoom! An invisible energy wave radiated from him, spreading outward. The filthy clothes on his body were instantly decomposed into the most basic particles, and then countless silver-white nanocytes surged out from under his skin like liquid metal, quickly covering his entire body. Although damaged during the wormhole transit, it could still manage armor generation. A deep blue bodysuit took shape, first covered with intricate golden patterns like circuit boards. Then streamlined silver-white plate armor covered it. Chest plate, arm guards, leg armor. Each piece filled with an elegant and majestic geometric beauty. The shoulder armor extended upward, forming a pair of shapes like a raven spreading its wings. Finally, the helmet closed, concealing his face. The visor was smooth as a mirror, except at the position of the right eye, where a golden crosshair lit up, emitting a soft and sacred glow like a one-eyed sage perceiving all things in the world. The entire process took no more than 2 seconds. When he stood straight again, the vagrant of the garbage dump had vanished, replaced by a silver-white knight clad in magnificent armor, as if stepping out of a myth. Vital signs critical. Excessive blood loss, multiple organ damage. Falling speed 56 milliseconds. Estimated impact time 4.7 seconds. Survival probability 0.01. Calculate optimal rescue path. Messiah's command was issued directly via neural connection. Path generated. Execute. Boom. The ground beneath Messiah's feet instantly cracked, and he transformed into a streak of silver-white light, shooting skyward so fast that it dragged a ring of white sonic boom clouds in the air. The powerful thrust allowed him to break the sound barrier in an instant, heading straight for the black smoking Biotechnica building. High in the sky, Sasha's consciousness was already fading. Wind howled in her ears, the dazzling neon of Night City spun and stretched in her eyes, turning into patches of brilliant yet deadly light spots. She felt her body growing colder, her life force draining away with her blood. She had succeeded. She had exposed Biotechnica's crimes to the public, avenging her mother and countless victims. But she was about to die. Is this the end? Just as she was about to be completely swallowed by darkness, a blinding silver light tore through her vision. What was that? An illusion? She saw a figure clad entirely in silver white, like a god descending to earth, rising against gravity in a manner completely defying physical laws. His speed was faster than a hovercar, faster than a bullet, surrounded by a faint golden aura like a falling meteor in reverse. An invisible pale blue energy field spread from Messiah's armor, like a gentle yet resilient giant net, instantly enveloping the falling Sasha. The force field quickly canceled most of the falling momentum, slowing her speed. Sasha felt as if she had fallen into a warm, elastic cotton ball, her descent steadily caught by an incredibly soft force. She forced her eyes open and finally saw the figure clearly. He hovered before her, his silver-white armor shimmering with iridescent brilliance under the neon lights of Night City, so magnificent that it seemed like an artifact not of this world. The golden-eyed visor, gleaming with a radiant light, quietly gazed at her. In its gaze there was no pity, no sympathy, only a pure program-like precision of concern. Messiah extended his armored hand, gently drawing her into his embrace, while a stream of pure nano-energy flowed from his palm, temporarily stabilizing her failing vital signs. Then he held her and descended slowly, steadily, like a feather toward a deserted alley below. Before Sasha's consciousness completely faded into unconsciousness, only one last thought remained. Is an angel? Meanwhile, on a rooftop not far away, man's team, who had just finished a firefight and were about to withdraw, stood dumbfounded, watching this unbelievable scene. Just a passerby. A young, clear male voice came from beneath the helmet, processed with a metallic timbre, yet not without gentleness. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a distant building, man's team members were staring in shock at this surreal scene. What the hell? What is that thing? The latest military tech flight armor. No, those military tech tin cans aren't this. This flashy. Rebecca's energetic eyes widened as she rattled off, her hands instinctively tightening around her submachine gun. Quiet, Rebecca, Dorio said in a low voice, her eyes also filled with shock and suspicion. She had never seen armor of this style belonging to neither any corporation nor any gang. It was mainly the elegance, so out of place in Night City. Such speed. From appearance to catching Sasha, less than 5 seconds. And it seems he flew directly from the sky. Pila scratched his cybernetic eye, his unusually long bionic arm swinging unconsciously. He's not from a corporation. Man finally spoke, his voice low and certain. If any company had individual equipment of this level, the outcome of the corporate wars would have been rewritten. Then who is he? Some legendary lone wolf who never surfaced? Or an alien? Rebecca pressed, her tone brimming with uncontrollable excitement. The point isn't who he is. Man shook his head, his gaze fixed on the still smoking Biotechnica building. The point is, we need to find our hacker quickly. He had seen the unparalleled smooth lines of that armor, the effortless grace of its hover, and the almost invisible energy shield that perfectly dissipated the impact when it caught Sasha. This was not technology available in Night City. Whether it was Arasaka's secret weapons or Militech's prototypes, they all carried a cold, industrial killing aura. And this Silver Knight before him displayed a perfect fusion of beauty and power, almost like a work of art. As a former new United States lieutenant, he knew well the true nature of these corporations. A hero saving a beauty. How, what a cliché. Man chuckled lowly, a wry smile appearing on his rugged face. But I like it. He spoke into his communicator. Falco, bring the car to the rendezvous point. Everyone else were pulling out. Our hacker seems to have been saved by quite the remarkable character. Have someone check the surveillance and see where they went. Troubles kept piling up. Their mission payment was probably going to shrink. Mimir held the faintly breathing girl and landed steadily in a secluded alley. The heart net skin showed she had been shot 3 times, lost too much blood, and her vital signs were rapidly declining. If not treated immediately, she would die within 10 minutes. Trauma Team Platinum member. Unfortunately, I'm not. Mimir quipped to himself. He gently set Sasha down, leaning her against the wall. Then he extended his right hand, covered in silver-white armor, palm facing upward. Countless nanoparticles began to gather, rapidly forming a structurally complex medical injector filled with a pale blue liquid. These were emergency medical nanobots stored in the nanocore, capable of rapidly repairing tissue and replenishing blood, the most efficient first aid method on Yuanxing, or rather Asa. However, ever since the technology of the yarn was carved up, these things had become almost civilian equipment. He unhesitatingly injected the syringe into Sasha's carotid artery. The pale blue liquid was injected, spreading rapidly through her body. Sasha's originally pale face regained a hint of rosiness at a visible rate, and her rapid breathing gradually steadied. Having done all this, Mimir stood up ready to leave. He had followed the creed of protecting the innocent. The rest should be left to her companions. Just as he turned, a small, cold hand grabbed the leg armor of his suit. Mimir looked down and met Sasha's eyes, which had regained a glimmer of vitality. Thank you. Her voice was still weak, but filled with sincerity. My name is Sasha. And you? Mimir was silent for a moment. Goodbye. With that, he gently freed himself from Sasha's grip. The raven wing-like shoulder armor on his back gave a slight flutter, and his entire form turned into a silent silver shadow, instantly vanishing into the dark depths of the alley. Sasha stared blankly in the direction he had disappeared, her hand still seeming to retain the cold touch. The wind of Night City blew through the alley, stirring up a few scraps of paper. He lowered his head, gazing at the armor that shimmered with silver light and exuded a mysterious aura, a complex emotion beyond words surging in his heart. With a soft sigh, he shook his head, seeming to feel some regret and self-reproach for what had just happened. This time I really messed up, he muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping over the still lingering smoke and debris, his brow furrowing slightly. It had originally been a simple mission, but due to some reasons the situation had spiraled out of control, causing such a huge commotion. Now he could only pray that it wouldn't attract the attention of those bizarre corporations, or the consequences would be unimaginable. At this thought, he couldn't help but shiver. Even worse, the core had also malfunctioned. Just as he was complaining inwardly, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The armor's AI alerting him to the current predicament. Warning: the core is currently damaged. It is recommended to enter hibernation mode immediately to prevent further deterioration. Hearing this, he couldn't help but curse. There was no choice. He had to deactivate the armor. Legends of Night City are often born between a drink and a boast. In the legendary mercenary bar, Afterlife, in Watson District, bartender Claire Russell was expertly polishing a glass. The bar was as boisterous as ever, with holographic advertisements and smoke intertwining. The laughter of mercenaries, the whispers of fixers, and the beat of electronic music formed the symphony of this underground world. But tonight the main theme of the symphony was a brand new name. Hey, did you hear? Biotechnica's building got a skylight punched through it. A lone wolf with a flushed face shouted. I'm not bragging, I was right there. The noise was like a Militech air-to-ground missile. His companion snorted. Come on, Jess. With that crappy cyber eye of yours, you're lucky if you can see the chick across the street. He continued. I heard it was the Maelstrom gang. Those lunatics got some new toy again. Bullshit. Those Maelstrom trash only know brute force. A guy in a Tiger Claws jacket interjected disdainfully. My boss said it was clearly a professional infiltration operation, and someone even jumped from the top floor. At that, a few tables around fell silent for a moment, all eyes turning to him. Jumped? Wouldn't they be turned into minced meat? That's not the point. The Tiger Claws guy lowered his voice, a hint of mystery and excitement on his face. The point is, someone caught her. A silver-white shadow descended from the sky, and with a whoosh it snatched the person away. That speed, even my Korenzikov couldn't track it. Silver-white shadow. What the hell? Arasaka's new cyber ninja model. No idea, but it's definitely not corporate gear. A well-informed fixer's lackey shook his head. My boss said that armor was as gorgeous as a piece of art. There's no way those corporate engineers could design it. He added, some call him the Silver Knight. Silver Knight. Claire repeated the name softly behind the bar, a flicker of interest in her azure eyes. Her wiping motion slowed as she listened intently. In the afterlife, information was the most expensive drink, and the entry of a new powerful and mysterious player was itself priceless intelligence. That night the name Silver Knight spread like a virus through the underworld of Night City. Some said he was a secret weapon of Militech, others said he was Arasaka's avenger, and still others fantasized that he was some reclusive billionaire's superhero cosplay. But regardless of the truth, everyone understood one thing: into the murky waters of Night City another stone had been cast, one capable of stirring up monstrous waves. Meanwhile, in a rundown motel room in Santo Domingo, Sasha Yakovleva, one of the central figures of this storm, slowly opened her eyes. The smell of disinfectant and rust replaced the cloying sweetness of death. She found herself lying on a reasonably clean bed. Her wounds had been properly treated. Though still aching dully, the draining weakness that had sapped her vitality had vanished. Awake. How do you feel, our hero lady? A voice tinged with jest and concern came. Sasha turned and saw Rebecca's iconic lowly face. She was sitting on a chair nearby, idly wiping her 2 submachine guns. In the room, all the core members of Main's crew were present. Main leaned by the window, his massive frame nearly blocking all the neon light that seeped in. Idorio sat beside him, watching her calmly. Pilar was crouched on the floor, fiddling with an electronic component he'd scavenged from somewhere, his extra-long cybernetic arms like 2 silver spider legs. I'm alive. Sasha's voice was a bit hoarse. Of course, alive and kicking. Rebecca grinned, showing a row of white teeth. You not only exposed those Biotechnica bastard secrets, but also got yourself a princess carry. Damn it, I'm so jealous. Tell me, what did that knight look like? Is he handsome? Is he decked out in top-tier chrome cyberware? I didn't see his face clearly. Sasha shook her head, recalling that warm and solid embrace, a blush involuntarily creeping onto her cheeks. His armor. It was too beautiful, like something out of a myth. Myth? I only believe in firepower. Pilar muttered without looking up. But that thing's flight system is really badass. The energy fluctuation is unbelievably stable. I'm guessing it uses some kind of cold fusion microengine I've never seen before. Whatever it is, he saved Sasha, so he's our friend. Dorio concluded, decisively looking at Maine. What do you think, Maine? Everyone's gaze focused on the leader. Maine was silent for a moment, then turned around, the red light of his cybernetic eyes especially striking in the dim room. A person with such immense power who chooses to save a complete stranger of a mercenary at a critical moment. That doesn't follow the rules of Night City. He said slowly. Either he's an idealist with a screw loose, or he has another agenda. But he left without asking for anything. Sasha couldn't help defending. That's the strangest part. Maine's lips curled into a smirk. In Night City, the free things are the most expensive. No payment in return. In all these years, Maine had never seen such a person. Night City runs on conscience. He walked to the table and opened his personal terminal. Night City is so big, finding someone who wants to hide is harder than reaching the sky. But on the flip side, since he made such a big stir, he's definitely watching the aftermath. We can try leaving him a message. Maine drafted a text and sent it to a broker he knew, asking him to help. Having done that, Maine shut down the terminal and looked around at his crew. For now, all we can do is wait. Watson District, Little China. Mimir was sitting in a corner of a ramen stall, slurping down a bowl of steaming tonkatsu ramen. The broth was synthetic, the meat was cultured, and the noodles were from an industrial assembly line. The taste wasn't great, but the sufficient calories and fat brought a trace of long-lost warmth to his cold body. He passively browsed public network information using his MindNet, like a greedy student learning everything about this world. Discussions about the Silver Knight had reached a fever pitch with all kinds of wild speculations. Some had even started betting on the black market, wagering on the time and place of his next appearance. Mimir could only helplessly curl his lips. He wanted to keep a low profile, but the 10 commandments of the subhuman bound him, preventing him from ignoring the innocent in front of him. This seemed like an unsolvable contradiction. Just then, a special stream of information was caught by his MindNet. The message from the family was posted on a public bulletin board commonly used by mercenaries, but with a simple encryption applied. For an ordinary hacker, it might take some effort, but for Mimir, who possessed the heart net, this thin veil was easily pierced. To the Silver Knight, who plucked the shooting star above the biotech tower. Mimir paused in his eating of noodles. He knew this was meant for him. The main crew, huh? He set down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. To accept the appointment or not. Accepting would mean entangling more deeply with the people of this world, which went against the original intent of the fifth precept. Deep relationships are not advisable. Elder Parks had once warned him that the long lifespan of the demi-humans and the brief lives of humans would inevitably turn deep bonds into endless sorrow and separation. But not accepting would also be abnormal. An individual of such power appearing and then vanishing without a trace would only provoke more unnecessary suspicion and investigation, especially from the ever-present corporations. In Mir's mind, two scenarios raced through their simulations. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes, having made his decision. He had to go, but not as Mir. Northside Industrial Zone, abandoned power plant, cooling tower, no. 3 top. Tomorrow night, 10 o'clock. After sending the message, Mir stood up, placed a few crumpled banknotes on the table, and vanished into the bustling crowd of Little Chinatown. The noodle stall owner came to collect the money, looked at the almost untouched bowl of noodles, shook his head, and muttered, "Another troubled young man." Northside Industrial Zone, the steel graveyard of Night City. The daytime clamor had long faded, leaving only rusted pipes moaning like ghosts in the night wind. This area was once part of the industrial heart of Watson District, now reduced to abandoned factories and cooling towers like the skeletal remains of prehistoric beasts. The neon lights of the distant city center filtered through the thick industrial haze, casting only mottled will-o'-the-wisp like patches of light. At exactly 10 o'clock, a modified 6-wheeled armored transport truck silently slid into the shadow of the abandoned power plant. The door opened, and Maine was the first to jump out, his massive frame casting a huge shadow in the dim light. "Stay sharp," Maine said, his voice low and firm. He looked around, his cybernetic eyes red lights scanning every suspicious corner. "We're here to thank him, not to fight. But this is Night City. No one knows if the cup holds fine wine or poison." "Got it," Rebecca replied, carrying her assault rifle and chewing bubble gum, looking eager. "I want to see how cocky this knight really is." For Maine, the assault rifle might be just a pistol, but for Rebecca, it was probably a bit large. After all, given her height, comparable to Parks, it could indeed be considered carrying. Say less, Rebecca Dorio said, patting her back, her pectoral muscles jiggling. Kiwi housed the perimeter. Clean as a freshly made chip. No signs of an ambush, no extra communication signals. Either the guy is a straightforward fool, or he's confident enough to not need any tricks. May nodded and looked up at the designated cooling tower. No. 3. Let's go up. Falco, stay in the car and cover us. The four of them formed a tactical formation, expertly using the ruins for cover as they quickly approached the cooling tower. The maintenance ladder attached to the tower was severely rusted, but for these battle-hardened cyberpunks climbing, it was no problem. When they finally stepped onto the wide circular platform at the top of the cooling tower, everyone instinctively held their breath. A figure was already standing there silently. He stood at the very edge of the cooling tower, his back to them, overlooking the boundless sea of light woven from neon and sin below. The silver-white armor reflected a cold, clear radiance in the night, its sleek lines brimming with power and beauty utterly out of place with the rough, savage, industrial design of this world. He was like a statue from a medieval legend descended into the wrong era. He made no sound, not even the faint hum of energy propulsion. If not for direct sight, Pilar's scanning equipment couldn't even distinguish him from the cold background. When did he get there? Rebecca couldn't help but whisper in surprise. From the start of their climb to reaching the top, at least 5 minutes had passed, yet this man seemed to have been there from the very beginning, never moving. Ming didn't answer. He took a few steps forward, stopped at a safe distance, and spoke in a low voice, "You're the one." The figure slowly turned around. The full helmet concealed his face with only a golden light at the right eye socket, like a quiet star watching them. That gaze carried no emotion, no curiosity, no wariness, just a pure, equal scrutiny. "Your companion, is she well?" Messia's modulated voice emerged. "Thanks to you she survived," Maine said with genuine gratitude. Maine. These are my crew, Dorio, Rebecca, and Pilar. We came to thank you in person. In Night City, saving a life is worth repaying with our own. I saved her not for reward." Messia's voice was utterly flat. "I simply followed my own code." Code? Maine's brow arched slightly. He caught that keyword. In Night City, everyone had their own way of living, but few used the word code to describe their conduct. It sounded more like some ancient creed. "Regardless, we owe you one," Maine said bluntly. "I saw your skills. You're strong. Unbelievably strong. Going solo in Night City is too dangerous. Interested in joining us? Our crew needs a heavy hitter like you. I promise you'll be treated like family and get the best pay." The air seemed to freeze. Rebecca and Pilar's eyes gleamed with anticipation. A fighter of such power would instantly elevate their crew's capabilities. Yet Messia slowly shook his head. "Thank you for the invitation, Maine, but I must decline." "Why?" Rebecca blurted out. "Isn't it good to be with us? There's booze, money, and big things to do. My code does not allow me to form deep bonds with anyone." Odin's voice remained calm, but carried an unyielding resolve. "My path is a lonely one. Becoming your family would chain my steps and bring unnecessary calamity upon you." He was speaking a variation of the 5th precept of the demi-human 10 Commandments. He couldn't reveal he was a demi-human, so he used terms they could understand to draw a clear line. Maine fell silent. He stared at Odin's expressionless helmet, trying to find even a trace of hypocrisy or arrogance in that calm tone, but he failed. The other spoke the truth, an immutable principle rooted in his very existence. How strange. In Night City, everyone craved to huddle together to find companions they could trust with their backs. Yet this man, impossibly powerful, actively chose solitude. "All right, I respect your choice." Surprisingly, Maine laughed, a laugh mixed with admiration and curiosity. "So we can't even be friends?" "No," Odin replied. "I decline joining, not cooperation." He extended a finger covered in silver-white armor plates. "If your missions align with my code, for instance if the target is a heinous criminal or the aim is to protect more innocents, you can contact me through the channel from last night. I will evaluate and act when I deem it appropriate." He paused, then added, "And I will charge a reasonable fee. I need to survive in this city." That statement finally put Maine at ease. After all, a saint who talks only about principles, not interests, cannot survive in Night City, and is the most untrustworthy. "I understand." Maine nodded, his smile deepening. "A principled partner sounds far more reliable than a reluctant teammate." "Deal. Then I've said my piece." Odin took a step back, his body now hanging over the edge of the cooling tower. "Hey, wait." Rebecca finally couldn't help shouting. "That armor of yours is too cool. Can I get a look at your weapon?" "Just one look." Odin ignored her, only giving Maine one last glance. "Maine, Night City is a vortex that devours everything. I hope you and your family will have a good ending." With those words, the energy thrusters at his feet silently ignited, and as if weightless, he fell backward, instantly transforming into a streak of silver-white light that merged into the deep night sky and vanished. Only the 4 stunned people remained on the platform. "Cool. Freaking cool." Pilar murmured, his technician's soul ablaze. "Silent startup, 0 energy leakage, anti-gravity deflection. What dimension's tech is this? I hope you'll have a good ending. Rebecca mimicked Odin's tone, then pouted in annoyance. This guy talks like a damn priest. But he's kinda cool. Dorio looked at Maine, her eyes questioning. Maine let out a long breath, as if releasing some burden. The expression on his face was one of unprecedented gravity, but more than that, the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. This guy is a true variable. He whispered, his fists unconsciously clenching. He's different from us, from everyone in Night City. He has his own world, his own rules. He turned to look at his trusted crew, grinning. But he's right. We can cooperate. Remember him. Remember this Silver Knight. Someday we'll need his power. That night the main crew didn't recruit a new member, but they gained a mysterious and powerful ally and a new legend enough to overturn their understanding of Night City. And the creator of that legend at that moment landed on the roof of an apartment building in Watson District, deactivated his armor, and transformed back into the youth in a cheap jacket. Mere. Phew. I think I've drawn a clear line, he muttered, rubbing his temples. Conversing with a veteran like Maine was more mentally exhausting than a fight. He fished a few coins from his pocket, the hard-earned pay from helping people move goods today. Now I need to figure out a proper way to make money. I can't just rely on turning into Odin to scare people every time. Mir stared at his empty pockets, feeling a strong desire for eddies for the first time. He decided to start taking contracts as an ordinary mercenary under the name Mir from tomorrow. Dawn of the sky over Night City, murkied by acid rain and light pollution, could be called dawn at all. Miller awoke from a moldy mattress. This was a capsule hotel in the Kabuki district, charging by the hour. The space was so cramped that his 1.8-meter frame could barely stretch his legs fully. The air was thick with the stench of disinfectant sweat and cheap synthetic alcohol drifting from the next pod. This was all he had left after returning to reality following last night's exploits as Odin. What a staggering contrast. Miller sat up, rubbing his stiff neck, unable to suppress his inner monologue. One moment he was a subhuman, the next he was back to being Miller, the broke kid who could barely scrape together rent. He glanced at the battered data terminal on his wrist, salvaged from the black market, which could only display the time and receive public broadcasts. His balance read €37. It was all he had saved over the past week from odd jobs, primarily hauling heavy loads. Thanks to his subhuman physique, far surpassing ordinary humans, he could do the work of 3 men alone. After food and the rent for this dump, there was nearly nothing left. Of course, there were also the funds borrowed from the Tiger Claw. But meals and this capsule hotel accommodation had already spent every last euro he had scrounged off those broke scum. Wealthy gang members. He would have to actually run into one first. There was no way he could storm the Tiger Claw headquarters. No justification. If he didn't find some quick cash work soon, he feared he would starve to death. Parks's underlying directives did not permit him to lay hands on innocents. Otherwise, he would have been staging his own "I don't eat beef" moment somewhere in Night City. He needed real work befitting a mercenary. Last night's meeting with Maine had only reinforced his conviction about the necessity of maintaining separate identities. Odin was the ultimate resort for handling grave troubles and holding the line, while Miller needed to put down roots in this city, living and earning like any genuine Night City resident. But the question remained, where could a nobody with no reputation and an empty resume find work? The afterlife directly. Emmerich, the bouncer at the door, had looked at him as though he were walking refuse, someone who wouldn't even reach the inner doors. Miller opened his data terminal and began sifting through the public net. Leveraging the MindNet's assistance, he filtered through mountains of spam and useless information, directly querying keywords related to fixers and contracts. Soon one name caught his attention. Regina Jones. Watson as V-Synth territory was inherently full of work. But thanks to the V-Synth's crew of cyberpsychotics, practically no one dared take jobs here. Added to that, Regina Jones's contracts as a fixer were typically low-paying, high-trouble affairs, and that drove even fewer mercenaries to this area. After all, not everyone was the legendary V. Her contract board mostly featured help for desperate civilians or dealing with cyberpsychotics the NCPD had long stopped caring about. Her pay was modest, but her reputation was impeccable. She never defaulted. 4 top-tier mercenaries chasing overnight riches, Regina's contracts held no appeal whatsoever. But for Miller at this moment, this was simply the perfect starting point. Without hesitation, Miller used the public contact information available online to send Regina Jones an extremely concise message. Rookie Merc Miller. Need work, cash only. Less than 30 seconds after the message was sent, a reply arrived. Interesting. You're the first person in Night City brave enough to give a stranger their real name. People like that are usually either insane or idiots. I'm quite interested in you. Since you're being straightforward, so will I. Come to the apartment building next to Liz's bar in Kabuki. Give your name at the door. Miller raised an eyebrow. The response came faster than he had expected. He stood up, brushed the dust off his jacket, and stepped out of the capsule hotel that had suffocated him all night. Half an hour later, he stood beneath the flickering pink neon sign of Liz's bar. The apartment building beside the bar looked utterly unremarkable, but Miller's mind net could sense, from ground floor to roof, a A proliferation of hidden security systems, automated turrets, electrified flooring, high-intensity laser barriers. More than I expected, Miller assessed mentally. He gave his name to the intercom at the entrance. The heavy metal door emitted a dull, unlocking sound and slid open automatically. Riding the elevator straight to the top floor, he found the apartment door already open for him. A woman with sharp short-hair glasses and a stern expression sat behind a desk scrutinizing him. This was Regina Jones. "You must be Miller." Regina's gaze was sharp as a blade, sizing him up. "You look too clean. You don't look like someone who could survive in Night City." She meant that Miller showed absolutely no signs of cybernetic modification. No gleaming prosthetic limbs, no glowing cyberware optics, not even basic subdermal armor. In Night City, a stock human was essentially a walking target. "I prefer to solve problems my own way," Miller replied calmly. "Is that so?" Regina remained noncommittal. She tapped a few commands on her terminal, and a mission briefing materialized as a hologram between them. "Then prove it your way." She pointed at the briefing. "Contract, subdue the target." The target is called Butcher Burke, a low-level Tiger Claw lieutenant. He's been extorting merchants at the Kabuki market recently, and 3 shop owners have already been beaten into the ICU. Someone inside the NCPD has been tipped off. They won't intervene. The briefing displayed a photograph of a brutish-faced man covered in tattoos, his arms replaced with massive metallic claw prosthetics. Requirement: non-lethal takedown. He's showing early signs of cyberpsychosis, so I need him alive. That way he can be made to return every euro he's extorted. Compensation: €2,500 paid in cash upon completion. 2,500 euros for a Tiger Claw lieutenant. A price so low it was almost laughable. But Miller did not care in the slightest. Address. He spoke only 2 words. Regina studied him deeply, as though searching for something beneath his unusually placid expression. Finally, she sent the address to Miller's terminal. "Good luck, stock boy. I hope next time I see you it isn't as a corpse." Miller said nothing further and turned to leave the apartment. Stock boy. Heh. He hadn't been stock since the moment he was conceived. Any superficial cyberware was utterly meaningless to him. The Kabukicho market, a chaotic place teeming with illicit drugs, pirated braininses, and cheap street food. In the back alley of a synthetic meat skewer stall, the butcher, Buck, pressed an elderly vendor against the wall, a sinister grin on his face. His massive metal claws gleamed with a cold light mere centimeters from the old man's throat. "Old man, I'll ask you one last time, are you paying this month's protection fee or not?" Buck's voice was harsh and domineering. As a non-Japanese member of the Tiger Claws, his standing in the gang was already poor, so he desperately needed some credentials to boost his prestige within the organization. "One day I'll take the wooden man's seat. Business has been really bad this month. Can you give me a few more days?" The old man trembled with fear, on the verge of tears. "More days?" Buck laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. "In Night City, only the dead get an eternal extension." As he spoke, his metal claws lunged forward. At that critical moment, a dark figure appeared behind Buck without warning. The movement was unnaturally fast, like a still frame forcibly inserted into an animation. The dim light in the alley seemed to warp the instant he appeared. It was Mimir. Without any superfluous motion, his right hand reached out. As it extended, a silvery stream of light flowed from his palm, rapidly solidifying into a short blade about half a meter long. Huh. Buck seemed to sense something and spun around. He only saw a palm and the eerie black blade cutting through the air in a trajectory his mind could not comprehend. There was no earth-shattering roar, no shower of sparks. Only a crisp crack sound. Buck's prized metal claws, capable of tearing through steel plates, were severed cleanly at the wrist, clattering to the ground with a loud clang. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. The delayed searing pain erupted like a volcano. Buck let out a pig-like shriek, clutching his wrist that spurted hydraulic fluid and blood, staring in disbelief at the young man who had appeared before him. This was a cybernetic implant connected to his nervous system. Mimir looked at Buck, finally understanding why there were so many cyber psychos in Night City. Connecting implants to nerves. Even if you weren't sick, it could probably drive you crazy. Who are you? What did you do to me?" Mimir didn't answer. The moment he severed the weapon, he had already closed in, twisting his body at an impossible angle and striking Buck's nape with his elbow. With a dull thud, Buck's screams ceased abruptly, his massive body collapsing like a sack of mud, completely unconscious. The entire process from appearance to end took less than 3 seconds. The terrified old vendor stared at what had happened, his mouth agape wide enough to hold an egg. Mimir glanced at the unconscious Buck, then at the severed metal claw, frowning slightly. He only intended to subdue him, not to destroy his implant. It seemed he had underestimated the sharpness of the nano-weapon. He retracted the nanoblade, which dissolved into flowing light, returned to his palm, and vanished. He ignored the still dazed old man, hoisted Buck like a dead pig over his shoulder, and turned to leave the alley, as if he had done nothing more than a trivial chore. At the alley entrance, a hidden camera flickered fully, transmitting the clean, ghost-like combat footage to Regina Jones' terminal. On the top floor of the apartment building, Regina stared at the combat, recording lasting less than 3 seconds. For the first time, her expression shifted from seriousness to utter shock. No implants. No guns. Just a blade that appeared out of thin air. She murmured, replaying the moment Mimir struck. What kind of monster is this guy? She felt that this newcomer was anything but ordinary. When Mimir carried the unconscious butcher Buck back to Regina's apartment, as easily as hauling a bag of synthetic potatoes, the famously composed fixer stood at the door, her face a complex mixture of disbelief and intense curiosity. 13 minutes, including the round trip. Regina glanced at her timer, reporting the time in a dry voice. Mimir tossed Buck to the floor, the latter landing with a dull thud like discarded scrap metal. Mission complete. Non-lethal neutralization. Mimir dusted off his hands, his tone as flat as if he had just bought a soda from the corner store. Cash. Regina's gaze shifted from the tiger claw thug lying like a pile of mud on the floor to Mimir's impassive face and finally to his improbably clean hands. She was silent for a few seconds, then turned and pulled a thick envelope from her desk drawer, tossing it over. 2,500 eddies. Count it. Mimir caught the envelope, opened it, and saw a stack of bills printed with a uniform currency symbol neatly arranged inside. This was the first money he had earned with his own skills since arriving in this world. Where's your blade? Regina suddenly asked, her gaze sharp as an eagle's. My surveillance only caught the moment it appeared, but I didn't see where you put it away. Is it some kind of retractable implant? Or an optical refraction trick? Trade secret. Mimir answered flawlessly, tucking the envelope into his jacket's inner pocket. If you're satisfied with my work, I'm ready for the next job anytime. Regina stared at him for a long time before finally smiling. It was the smile of a collector who had found a rare treasure. Satisfied? Mimir, you've opened my eyes. She leaned back against her desk, arms crossed. There's plenty of work. But I have to warn you, you crippled Buck, especially his implant. The tiger claws might come after you. After all, it was no secret that the tiger claws were Arasaka's black gloves. A low-level thug with such a fancy and lethal implant. Any fool knew what that meant. Just testing new cyberware for the corporation, no doubt. A free test subject, why not waste it? The person could disappear, but not the implant. That's my problem. Mimir turned to leave. Wait. Regina stopped him. A word of advice. In Night City, a person's reputation is their currency. Your style, cash only, no implants, clean and efficient, is unique. It'll spread fast. Have you thought of a catchy nickname? The Original Killer. Or Quickblade Mimir. I'm just a lone wolf who works for money. With that, he stepped into the elevator, the metal doors sliding shut, cutting off Regina's probing gaze. Regina looked at the combat footage on her terminal, which she had replayed repeatedly, and murmured to herself, a lone wolf. Night City is never short of lone wolves, but a monster like you is the first. With the fortune of €2,500 in his pocket, Mimir's first act was to bid farewell to the capsule hotel that had made him utterly uncomfortable. In the past, he would have beaten up the owner for such a shabby environment. He rented a small apartment on the 7th floor of a skyscraper in Little Chinatown. Though the space was modest, it at least had a private bathroom and a real bed. From the window, he could see a vast expanse of flickering neon lights and the faint outline of the Westbrook district skyline in the distance. After a hot shower and a change of clean clothes, Mimir sat on the edge of the bed, tossing the stack of payment onto the mattress. It felt strange. On Yuan Star, as the highly anticipated 5th-generation subhuman, he never had to worry about survival resources. But here, those €2,500 gave him an unprecedented sense of stability, a feeling of standing on his own ground. Over the next few weeks, Mimir became Regina Jones' most frequently used and most headache-inducing mercenary. He saved a runaway girl from a pimp who used illegal brain dances to force women into prostitution and ended up crippling the pimp. He infiltrated a scavenger hideout, extracting kidnapped civilians without alerting anyone, and then the hideout was no more. He even helped a veteran who had been bullied by the Maelstrom gang to reason with them. And in the end, Maelstrom in that entire area was taken care of by Mimir. The tasks were completed, but never mind how. To solve a problem, one must solve it at its root. Besides, Regina paid so little that he had to earn some extra income, didn't he? Mimir's style soon spread through the underground world of Watson District. Mostly because his original, unmodified body was too conspicuous. He never wasted words, finished the job and left, and had one peculiar rule. He only accepted cash, never any electronic payment. Thus a strange nickname began to circulate among mercenaries and thugs, Cashman. A name that sounded somewhat ridiculous, yet no one dared to mock it to his face. Because everyone who tried to laugh at him ultimately learned through their own medical bills the true weight behind that title. That afternoon, Mimir had just completed one of Regina's commissions, chasing a cyberpsycho from Watson into the city center. As the city center was corporate territory, NCPD patrols were heavier than elsewhere, so Regina had asked him to subdue the cyberpsycho before it started causing trouble. The job was done, but since he hadn't had a proper look around the city center besides the daily good deed, he decided to stroll. When he passed by Arasaka Academy, a commotion caught his attention. At the school gate, a few students in expensive uniforms, clearly from wealthy families, were surrounding a frail-looking boy with blonde hair. "Hey, Martinez." The leading student with an arrogant expression was instantly identified by Mire's mind net as Tanaka Katsuo. "I heard you updated your crappy brain-dance learning software on the black market again. You think you can get into the top 10 with that garbage? Don't dream." "I didn't." The boy called Martinez. David Martinez flushed red and shouted back, "I rely on my own hard work." "Then why can't you get a single corporate internship application?" David immediately looked dejected, a gray pallor spreading across his face as he mumbled. At that moment, the others burst into laughter, filling the air with a gleeful atmosphere. "Hard work. Ha ha ha." Katsuo and his cronies erupted in shrill laughter. "A poor brat living in the Santo Domingo dumpster, and you dare talk about hard work? Your mother digs through trash at the morgue to barely afford your tuition. You should thank me. It's my father who allows someone like you to stand here and breathe the same air as us. How can you slander my mother's innocence like that?" "Innocence? I saw with my own eyes the day before yesterday. Your mother stole a dead man's cyberware," Katsuo said, pushing David arrogantly. David stumbled, nearly falling. Mire's footsteps halted. He saw the flame in David's eyes, a flame that struggled in despair but refused to be extinguished. It reminded him of the mutants on Yuan Star who were discriminated against and ostracized, yet still strove to prove themselves. Without a word, Mire stepped quietly in front of David, shielding him. His movement was casual, as if he were just a passerby. "Hey, who are you? Get lost, mind your own business." Katsuo, annoyed by the sudden intrusion, barked. Mire didn't look at him, but turned his head slightly and said softly to David behind him, "Lift your head." His voice was calm, yet carried a strange power that made the trembling David unconsciously quiet down and instinctively straighten his chest. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Katsuo, furious at being ignored, reached out to push Mire's shoulder. But before his hand could touch Mire's clothes, a hand caught his wrist like lightning. That hand looked ordinary with no metallic sheen, but it locked onto him like a red-hot iron clamp. Katsuo felt his wrist bone about to be crushed. The intense pain drained the color from his face. Let go. Do you know who I am?" "My father is a department head at Arasaka," Katsuo cried in terror. Mire finally looked him in the eye. Those eyes held no emotion, no lion's gaze. "I don't know who your father is," Mire said flatly. "I only know that those who bully the weak are true cowards." With that, he gave a slight flick of his wrist. Katsuo screamed, spinning like a top and crashing to the ground in a disgraceful heap. His cronies turned pale with fear, wanting to help him up, but afraid to approach Mire. Mire loosened his wrist, didn't spare them. Another glance, turned to David, who was still frozen in place, and said, "Come on, this is no place for you." David stared blankly at this stranger who had appeared out of nowhere and resolved his predicament in a way he couldn't comprehend. The man was only a few years older than him, but carried a reassuring steadiness. Thank you," David stammered. "It's nothing," Mire said, leading him across the street away from the oppressive atmosphere of Arasaka Academy. They won't let this go." "Katsuo," David worried. "Don't worry, they won't dare," Mire said calmly. In that instant, he had used nanoparticles to leave a minuscule invisible mark on Katsuo's uniform. Whenever he wanted, he could find that person. He believed that the fear of being so easily dominated would keep the little young master in line for a while. They walked in silence for a while. Why did you help me?" David finally couldn't help asking. "Why? Perhaps I'm also looking for the reason." Mimir stopped and turned to him, replying, "And you? Why didn't you fight back? I could feel it. You wanted to beat him senseless just now." David's eyes dimmed, and he lowered his head. "I can't. My mother. She hopes I can make something of myself here, rise above everyone else, living for other people's expectations." Mimir murmured softly, as if asking David, yet also asking himself. "Sometimes that grows heavy." He patted David's shoulder. "Remember, true strength isn't about how much humiliation you can endure. It's having the ability to choose not to. Go on, head home early. Don't let your mother worry." With that, Mimir turned and merged into the bustling crowds of Yi Zhiqing, disappearing into the night within moments. David stood rooted to the spot, watching the direction Mimir had vanished, endlessly chewing over those words, "You have the ability to choose not to." Like a seed, it quietly took root in his lost and oppressed heart. Little did he know that this chance encounter with a mysterious stranger would profoundly alter the trajectory of his life in the near future. After walking some distance, Mimir glanced back toward Huangban Academy and let out a quiet sigh. What a pure, foolish boy. But it is precisely because of that purity that he is worth protecting. He continued forward, already planning. The commissions he had recently taken were scattered across all corners of Wozen District. Traveling on foot or by subway was simply too time-consuming. "Seems like it's time to get myself a proper vehicle." He brushed his fingers over the rather comfortable sum of cash he had accumulated over the past few weeks, and a new goal formed in his mind. Frankly, he felt more and more like Regina's workhorse these days. Couldn't they use someone else? They were squeezing every drop of wool from a single sheep. Every time they fooled him with talk of his famous reputation. Did they really think Vijantian? In Yi Jiqing, efficiency was life, and time was the most expensive currency. Relying on his own 2 feet and the subway system, which perpetually reeked of disinfectant and urine, Mimir had earned nearly 30,000 euros in a single week. The figure was nothing short of miraculous for a rookie mercenary, yet Mimir himself felt the strain growing heavier with each passing day. His commissions spanned an enormous geographic range, from the deep alleys of Djibouti town to abandoned warehouses in the Baitsu Industrial Park to the docks in Xiaotangrenji. So much time was wasted on commuting that it felt like trading gold for stones, an exercise in sheer foolishness. He needed a car, something fast, agile enough to weave freely through the steel and concrete jungle. Mimir avoided the gleaming showrooms in Wyzibuluk. Their salespeople would swarm him like flies attempting to drain every last cent through financial schemes and insurance packages. Likewise, he dismissed the used car dealers lurking in dark alleys where the air always carried the scent of rust and lies. God only knew whether those cars even came with guarantees. Chances were the moment he drove off, some legal owner would tow it away. He needed someone reliable, professional, and fluent in the rules of the underworld. After a deep dive through both the net and Xinhuang into mercenary forums and underground intelligence networks, one nickname caught his eye: the Transmigrator's great son, Old Captain Muaimai Laisi. The reputation of this fixer was quite fascinating. On one hand, he was Shangduming's top-tier automobile modder and dealer renowned for his hospitality and honest merchandise. On the other hand, he operated as a local fixer with commissions focused on vehicle theft and various transportation issues. By 2075, Old Captain's fixer business was only just taking off, but his reputation as a source for fine cars had already been established. If anything, he was less a fixer and more a used car broker. Guided by the map on his terminal, Mimir found Old Captain's repair shop near the border checkpoint. It was far from a polished storefront. It was a vast expanse of workshop space. No signage adorned the entrance, only a roughly spray-painted anchor logo on one wall marked the place. Inside the workshop, several vehicles stripped to their skeletal frames lay on lifts, while high-tech maintenance arms and diagnostic instruments blinked with active indicator lights. The air carried a reassuring aura of professionalism. The moment Mimir stepped into the shop, a booming voice called out, "Hey there, friend. Lost or here for a proper tune-up? I'll tell you, nowhere in Yi Jiqing does Old Captain know how to treat these steel beauties better than I do." A slightly rotund middle-aged man with stubble crawled out from beneath a Godala sports car. Oil-stained overalls covered his frame, yet a sharp, hearty smile lit his face. His eyes darted up and down, sizing Mimir from head to toe in one sweep. When his gaze landed on Mimir's unmodified hands and clear, unadorned eyes, the warmth in his expression deepened with curiosity. "I'm here to buy a car," Mimir stated flatly. "Buy a car? Huh. Then you've come to the right place." Old Captain patted the grease from his hands and rubbed them together eagerly as he stepped forward. "We've got everything here. Budget-friendly Sudoan models right up to muscle cars that let you leave the NCPD choking on your dust. Tell me, brother, what kind are you looking for?" "Fast, agile. Something that can navigate the city's chaotic roads," Mimir answered. "Speed, agility." Old Captain stroked his waxed mustache, his eyes lighting up as though he had struck gold. "Ah, that's no ordinary package, my friend. Follow me. I just received an absolute gem, a piece of art prepared for a future legend." He led Mimir mysteriously through the noisy workshop to a secluded corner. There a motorcycle stood concealed beneath a heavy dust cover, only 2 brand-new tires visible. With an expression bordering on reverence, Old Captain took a deep breath and violently yanked the cover away. "Behold, Yaiba Kusanagi CT-3X. Top-tier specification, the fastest, most modern motorcycle on the market today. Just acquired it a few days ago. Previous owner was a lone wolf, and sadly he didn't last more than a few days after getting it. Absolutely reliable and worry-free." Mimir's lips twitched involuntarily at those words. "So you really are just a used car salesman after all? Even soul-bound vehicles on your lot? Still in Yi Jiqing, why stop at secondhand? Even 20 times used cars could be purchased here. A car with only one prior owner was hardly remarkable. A motorcycle ablaze with fiery red, its body lines exuding extreme aggression and a futuristic aura, every edge seemingly designed to tear through the air. The carbon fiber frame reflected deep textures under the light, with a massive engine and complex tubing exposed, exuding a raw, violent mechanical beauty. "How about it?" The Old Captain patted the seat proudly. "This beauty is almost brand new, not even a single kilometer on it." "The price?" Mill's gaze remained fixed on the bike as he asked calmly. "Ahem." The Old Captain cleared his throat. "You know, for a top-tier piece like this, only handled once, the price might be a bit steep. The market price is around 130,000. Mill fell silent. All the cash he had in his pockets wouldn't even come close to that figure. Seeing Mill's silence, the Old Captain's smile grew even brighter. He leaned and, lowering his voice, his tone shifting as if sharing a secret. "Brother, I've been hearing some rumors lately. A newbie in Watson District never uses a gun, only a blade. No cyberware, yet he chews up the tough guys from the Tiger Claws and Maelstrom like snacks. And he's got a quirk. Only takes cash. The old captain pointed knowingly at the inner pocket of Mill's jacket with his oil-stained finger. That person is you, isn't it? Cash man. Mill's eyes finally shifted from the motorcycle to meet the old captain's penetrating gaze. He neither confirmed nor denied. Haha, I knew it. The old captain slapped his thigh. I've been around Santo Domingo half my life, seen all kinds of people. But the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you weren't just any ordinary fish. You've got a fire in you different from those mercenaries who live day by day. He abruptly changed the subject, waving his hand generously. Take this Kusanagi. I'll let it go for 55,000. That price was practically cut in half. A flicker of surprise crossed Mill's eyes. Why, consider it an investment in a future legend. The old captain's grin widened, revealing a full set of white teeth. I can tell you're going to have a drink named after you at the afterlife someday. I have just one small request. Keep an eye on the gigs I post. My territory might not be huge yet, but it's starting to take shape. I believe if we team up, we can pull off some big scores. Mill looked at the warm, shrewd, and bold man before him, paused for a moment, then slowly nodded. Deal. He pulled several thick envelopes from his inner pocket and counted out the cash right in front of the old captain. When the thick stack of bills was handed over, even the seasoned fixer couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. In 2075, anyone who insisted on using cash for such a large transaction was either an old fossil or extremely cautious. After all, in a city full of net runners, hacking a ghost was child's play. A few thousand eddies could get you an account and identity, a bit more, and you could even replace someone in a corporation. But Mill didn't fit either category. But whatever. Pleasure doing business, Mill. The old captain stashed the money excitedly. Mill said nothing more, swinging a leg over the fiery red Kusanagi. The feel of the leather seat, the cool handlebars, the perfect riding posture. Everything seemed tailored for him. He placed his hand on the ignition button, and the nanoparticles at his fingertips permeated slightly instantly, completing biometric authentication and access control over the vehicle's systems. Vroom! A low, potent roar erupted in the workshop. The sound wasn't like other motorcycles. It was akin to the heartbeat of a sleeping beast awakening, full of oppressive force. Mill gave the old captain a slight, not a gesture of farewell. The next second, the crimson Kusanagi shot out like an arrow from a bow, bursting out of the workshop. A faint tire mark was left on the ground as it roared into the chaotic traffic of Santo Domingo. The old captain stood at the doorway, watching the red lightning rapidly vanish into the distance, his smile growing richer. That temper right up my alley. Just wonder how long he'll last. Hope I didn't bet wrong. He rode from the industrial wasteland of Santo Domingo northward through the old and new neighborhoods of Haywood, past the suffocating corporate towers of the city center, and finally decelerated into the neon sea of Watson District. This unprecedented sense of freedom and speed rekindled the faint spark of youthful passion buried deep within Mill's heart. This thing is way better than the subway, he whistled to himself. With this red hair, his efficiency on mission skyrocketed. In the following days, his range of activity was no longer confined to Watson. Like a true urban ghost, in the morning, he was in Santo Domingo helping the old captain repossess a delinquent quadra, and by afternoon, he was in Westbrook rescuing kidnapped girls from a Tiger Claw braindance den for Regina. His reputation, along with his red trail, began to spread across districts. The moniker Cash Man was no longer just whispered among Watson's punks. Among Valentino members in Haywood, among mid-level corporate suits in Westbrook, and even at the tables of the afterlife, the name was mentioned with increasing frequency. People talked about that mysterious, pure stock, his ghost-like speed, the short blade that appeared from nowhere, and his peculiar rule of only accepting cash. Mill wouldn't have minded taking other payments, but his brain interface was useless, and he couldn't carry a terminal everywhere. What if it got smashed in a fight? He became a minor urban legend. That night, just after Mill had stashed his earnings from the old captain into the safe in his apartment, the cheap terminal on his wrist buzzed. He thought it was another gig from Regina or the old captain, so he glanced at it casually. But the sender's ID was a handle he'd never seen before. Father. The message was also unusual, carrying an ancient and solemn tone. A lost lamb needs guidance, and a capable shepherd deserves his reward. I hear you walk alone in the night, wielding a blade of justice. If you are willing to heed an old man's request, come to the Church of the Beautiful Vista in Haywood. I'll be waiting in the confessional. Mill's brow arched slightly. The Beautiful Vista in Haywood. That was the core territory of the Valentinos. And the code name, Father, along with the religious phrasing, immediately made him think of the legendary fixer with unparalleled influence in Haywood, Sebastian Ibarra. A true kingpin, a figure who could make even the toughest Valentino tip his hat. His gigs would never be as simple as dealing with punks or cyber psychos. Finally, the real main quest, Mill muttered to himself. He didn't reply, just switched off the terminal, put on his jacket, pulled up his hood, and left the apartment. The crimson Kusanagi let out a low growl downstairs, carrying him into the flow of Night City's traffic. The church stood quietly amidst the hustle and bustle of Haywood. It was not a soaring modern edifice like those in the city center, but an ancient solemn stone structure. On its exterior walls, the Valentino gang's iconic Madonna graffiti coexisted with ancient cross-reliefs appearing both sacred and eerie. Mir parked the Kusanoi at the street corner and walked into the church on foot. The interior was dim and quiet, with only a few rows of eternal candles flickering before the altar, casting the shadow of a massive crucifix onto the mottled walls. The air carried a faint scent of industrial synthetic incense and rust. Clearly in Night City, even churches had acquired a touch of cybernetic flavor. Mir's mind net swept through, finding the church empty with no signs of ambush. Only one powerful bioelectric signal, as still and deep as a tranquil pool, resided in the confessional on one side of the church. He approached the confessional, pulled open the heavy wooden door, and sat inside. Through the carved wooden lattice, he could see the vague silhouette of a figure opposite him. "Good evening, child." An elderly yet gentle voice came from the opposite side, tinged with a peculiar rasp, as if weathered by years of prayer and street gunfire. "Thank you for coming." "I'm here for business, father." Mir's voice was calm and steady. "Business, yes. But sometimes a job can also be a form of redemption." The priest's voice carried a hint of compassion. "There is a child I care for, one I watched grow up, who has fallen into trouble. Quagmire he cannot escape on his own." "Internal affairs of the Valentino gang?" Mir asked point blank. A moment of silence from the other side, followed by a soft sigh. "You are sharper than I imagined. Call it gang matters." The priest's voice grew heavy. "His name is Jack Wells. A child with ambition and drive, but sometimes far too naive. He was betrayed." Mir supplied for him. "Yes, as in all stories, he was betrayed." A note of exhaustion in the priest's voice. "He is now trapped by a faction of the 6th Street at a stronghold in the West Hill district. They will not kill him, but will slowly torture and break him, making an example to all Valentino gang members. As an intermediary, I cannot directly intervene in the internal codes of two gangs that would disrupt the balance of Haywood. So you need an outsider, someone with no ties to the Valentino gang, but with sufficient capability to extract him." "Exactly so." A hint of appreciation in the priest's voice. "I have been watching you for a long time, Mir. You are like a blade hidden in its sheath. When unsheathed, it precisely severs all troubles without leaving a trace. You are the most suitable choice." A terminal displaying a terrain map was placed before Mir. It showed the layout of a 3-story warehouse with red dots marking guard positions and firepower configurations. "This is the stronghold's intelligence. Defenses are tight. There are at least 30 fully armed 6th Street members inside. They believe Jack cannot escape. My request is simple: bring him out alive with minimal cost. But I do not wish to see Haywood drenched in blood. The time is not yet ripe for a full-scale gang war. As an intermediary, he must set aside the zeal he once had as a gang priest. After all, you are an intermediary, not a nanny for the gang. If an intermediary always favors their own side, which mercenary would dare seek them out for work?" Mir's mind net analyzed the entire structural map and deployment hundreds of times within mere seconds, generating, simulating, and optimizing countless infiltration and assault routes in his mind. "Compensation?" he asked. €50,000, 20,000 from Jack's mother, the remainder as my personal fee. Half as deposit, half upon completion." "Agreed." Mir nodded. "Send the deposit and the target's detailed biometrics to my terminal. By tomorrow night you will see him." His tone was so calm that it sounded less like accepting a high-risk mission to rescue someone from over 30 armed thugs, and more like promising to deliver takeout tomorrow. "I believe in you, child." The priest's voice carried a relieved gratitude. "May God, or whatever you believe in, bless you." With that, the bioelectric signal opposite him began to move. The priest had left the confessional. Mir did not depart immediately. He sat quietly in the darkness, closing his eyes. In his mind, the warehouse's structural map became three-dimensional and transparent. Every guard's patrol route, every camera's blind spot, every exploitable structural weakness appeared clearly in data form. Then it was time to act. Otherwise, Jack would be left in the Delamain prematurely. Choose Delamain, leave worries at the door, leave Jack in the car. In the West Hill district, outside an abandoned meat processing warehouse occupied by the 6th Street, a crimson streak of light silently slipped into the shadows. Mir shut off the Kasanoi's engine and parked the vehicle at the exit of a pre-planned escape route concealed by two massive abandoned cooling towers, a dual blind spot for vision and electronic signals. He did not act immediately, but sat quietly in the vehicle, closing his eyes. Mind net spread like an invisible spiderweb centered on him, instantly enveloping the entire warehouse. 37 pulsating bioelectric signals were clearly presented in his conscious perception. 32 were distributed around the perimeter and the first floor, their emotions mostly listless, mixed with frustration from gambling losses and anticipation for the next shift change. For signals concentrated in a room at the far end of the 2nd floor, their emotions were more vigilant and cruel. The last signal seemed nearly dead, so that must be the target. The warehouse's security system was equally clear in his mind. 12 cameras, 8 fixed, 4 with dynamic patrol, plus 2 unauthorized modified auto turrets at the entrance. Tight, but crude, Mimir evaluated in his mind. If there were a hacker among them, it would require some effort. After all, most of his earnings aside from rent and vehicle costs went to black market materials to repair his core, otherwise why wouldn't he just resort to robbing? The first target was the watchtower in the northeast corner of the warehouse. A gunman from the 6th Street gang leaned against the railing, smoking lazily, his cybernetic eye occasionally scanning the empty street. Mill's figure materialized behind him like a ghost. The gunman seemed to sense something, the hairs on the back of his neck rising suddenly. But before he could turn his head, a hand clamped over his mouth from behind, while the index and middle fingers of the other hand tapped a precise strike against a nerve node at the base of his neck. The gunman couldn't even make a sound before his body went limp, instantly unconscious. Mill caught him, gently lowered him to the ground, and thoughtfully stubbed out his fallen cigarette. After neutralizing the 2 perimeter patrols, Mill arrived at the warehouse's main entrance. 2 automated turrets faced the doorway, their infrared sensors constantly sweeping the surrounding area. Mill chose not to deter. He extended his right hand, condensing the power of his mind net to its utmost, focusing it at his fingertips. A barely audible crackle of electricity sounded. The central processor controlling the turrets was instantly overwhelmed by a brute force data surge and plunged into a 30-second system reboot. At the precise moment the turrets went dark, Mill's figure flashed between them like a wisp of smoke, sliding into the warehouse interior. Inside the warehouse, over a dozen members of the 6th Street gang sat in a circle, playing cards and drinking the air thick with the smell of alcohol and inferior cigars. They had not the slightest notion that someone had entered. Mill's target was not them. He moved along the wall's shadows toward the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. His footsteps were as light as a cat's, each landing precisely, avoiding broken glass and metal shards on the ground. "Hey, did you hear? That guy Wilson Cannon seems pretty fierce lately," a drunk gang member bellowed. "None of my business. Let him finish dealing with Rick first." Another man chuckled maliciously. Mill's pace never faltered, but these exchanges confirmed the reason Jack was trapped. On the 2nd floor corridor, 2 guards leaned against the wall, chatting in low voices. Mill gave them no time to react. His figure flickered between the 2 men like a phantom. His hands moved in an instant, striking both their necks. Those were not killing blows, rather a millimeter-precise application of force that temporarily cut off blood supply to their brains. Both burly men couldn't so much as groan before sliding softly to the ground. Finally, he reached the door to the room where Jack was being held. His mind net detected 4 people behind the door. 2 sat at a table playing with knives, while the other 2 stood beside Jack, apparently admiring their handiwork. Mill took a deep breath. He knew the coming fight had to end in the shortest possible time. He chose neither to pick the lock nor to breach the door conventionally. He raised his foot, applying a special force technique, and kicked the doorframe with full power. Boom! The heavy iron door didn't just fly open. It warped and collapsed inward, the entire frame buckling under the impact. The thunderous noise and sudden upheaval stunned all 4 men in the room. That single moment of hesitation sealed their fate. Mill's figure flashed through the dust and debris so fast only an afterimage remained. The gang member closest to the door instinctively raised his mantis blade, but what greeted him was a streak of black faster than the naked eye could follow. Schlick! A sharp metallic ring echoed. His mantis blade was severed cleanly at the wrist and clattered to the ground. Before he could even scream, Mill's elbow crashed into his jaw, sending him rolling his eyes and fainting dead away. "Open fire! Kill him!" Another man at the table snapped out of his daze, roaring as he drew the heavy pistol from his hip. But before his finger could touch the trigger, Mill had already appeared before him. That nano dagger, materializing out of nowhere, pierced precisely into the joint gap of his arm prosthetic and twisted lightly. Click! A cascade of sparks erupted. That expensive military-grade cybernetic arm was instantly crippled, going limp at his side. Immediately following, a clean knee drove into his abdomen, folding him like a boiled prawn as he crumpled to the ground in agony. The remaining 2 finally snapped out of their shock. Roaring, they lunged at Mill from both sides simultaneously. One of them had replaced his arm with a massive gorilla prosthetic, which came whistling through the air toward Mill's head. Mill didn't dodge. The instant the fist was about to connect, his body arched backward at an angle that defied conventional physics, while the nano dagger in his hand traced a perfect arc upward. That was not a parry, it was a cut. Every hydraulic tube and neural bundle transmitting power through the gorilla arm was severed in one precise stroke. The massive fist, less than a centimeter from Mill's face, suddenly lost all its force. Mill seized the opening, kicking him squarely in the knee, then spun and drove the pommel of his dagger into the last attacker's temple. Thud! Thud! 2 dull impacts, and the final 2 guards dropped to the ground in unison. The entire room fell into deathly silence. From breaching the door to finishing, less than 5 seconds had elapsed. Mill shook his nano dagger, flicking off droplets of hydraulic fluid before it liquefied and flowed back into his palm, vanishing completely. He turned and looked at the person in the corner of the room who had watched everything unfold. Jack Wells was bound to an iron chair, bruised and battered, his face a mess of purple and yellow swelling blood drying at the corner of his mouth. But his eyes, those eyes burned with an astonishing brightness, filled with shock, fervor, and utter disbelief. He stared at this young man before him, dressed in an ordinary jacket with almost no visible cybernetic enhancements save for the metal scars on his face, yet who had disposed of 4 heavily modified 6th Street Gang elites in a matter of seconds with a style that bordered on artistry. His mouth opened and closed several times, but no words came out. "Did father send you?" Jack's voice was hoarse and weak. Mill nodded, stepped forward, and effortlessly severed Jack's metal shackles with the nano-dagger. "We need to move." Jack staggered to his feet, triggering his wounds and making him grimace in pain. But he barely noticed, instead throwing an arm around Mill's shoulders and patting him firmly, a brilliantly wide smile breaking across his face. "Mano, beautiful work. Damn beautiful. I've never seen anything so clean like that." At that moment, shrill alarms blared from outside the warehouse, followed by the sound of scrambling footsteps. "Looks like they've realized it," Mill said, his tone still calm. "Huh. Let them come. Let them watch how we slip right past their noses." Jack exclaimed excitedly, as though the injuries weren't his own. Mill glanced at him, truly encountering someone this carefree for the first time. Without another word, he hoisted Jack's arm and made for the way they had come. "Hold on tight." When they reached the street corner outside the warehouse, that crimson Tsukuyomi waited quietly. The moment Jack saw the motorcycle, his eyes bulged wider than copper bells, forgetting all the pain on his body. "Dios. Yaiba Kusanagi CT-3X. Fully loaded." As Mill helped him onto the rear seat, he continued to gasp in awe. "Mano, this baby of yours. Really something. When I get the chance, I'm gonna get one too. Can you keep it down?" Mill looked at this giant who could barely stand and didn't know what to say. Ignoring his rambling, Mill swung his leg over the motorcycle and fired up the engine. Virum. With a low roar like a beast awakening, the crimson Tsukuyomi shot forward like lightning, darting into the traffic of Night City amid the 6th Street Gang's curses and the chaotic sound of gunfire, vanishing into the endless sea of neon lights. Seated on the rear rack, Jack felt the wind howling past his ears and the increasingly heavy toll of his injuries, his consciousness beginning to blur. But before total unconsciousness claimed him, he looked at the lean, yet utterly dependable back of the man driving ahead and grinned. He knew that from this day forward, Jack Wells, had gained a brother whose back he could entrust without hesitation. On the back seat, Jack Wells' breathing grew increasingly faint. The burly man who moments ago had been loudly praising the motorcycle was now deflating like a punctured tire, his vitality slipping away rapidly with the blood loss and agonizing pain. His head rested limply against Mill's back, lips still moving in fragmented, half-formed murmurs. "Mano, this bike of yours really kicks ass. Faster than Misty's divinations." Mill's brows knit together. He could clearly perceive the biological electric field within Jack's body, growing weaker, signs of internal organ rupture and bleeding. Those bastards had struck with brutal force. If this continued, within 20 minutes Jack would truly meet the Virgin Mary, he kept invoking. The public hospital wasn't an option. Their system would immediately report the gunshot wounds and gang violence. NCPD and the Valentinos would descend like sharks smelling blood. Neither could he just find a black market ripper doc. Those butchers would likely strip Jack of every valuable cybernetic implant during surgery. He needed a doctor who was both reliable and capable of handling this kind of dirty work. Mill steered the grass, soared into a quiet freight corridor, and parked beneath the shadow of massive shipping containers. Supporting Jack's nearly unconscious frame against the wall, Mill quickly accessed his terminal and dialed the encrypted line the priest had provided. "It's me. Son, did you succeed?" The priest's voice came through, immediately tinged with barely contained excitement. "Got him out, but he's badly hurt, fighting for his life." Mill's tone was terse and urgent. "I need a trusted ripperdoc right now." A 2-second pause echoed from the other end as the priest assessed the gravity of the situation. "Take him to Watson, Little Chinatown. Find a ripperdoc named Victor Vector. He's someone Jack trusts, and while it's a distance your bike can make it." As one of the fastest bikes available, reaching Little Chinatown in 5 minutes was no problem if Mill played it smart. The real issue was his lack of a trustworthy ripperdoc on his side. Having come up through the ranks himself, most of his men had ties to the Valentinos that couldn't be easily explained. With a mole still among them, Mill couldn't risk handing Jack over to anyone from his own crew. "Understood. The rest of your payment is ready whenever you need it, son," the priest added. "You've done more than save Jack. You've honored the mother who prays for him night and day. May the path ahead be kind to you." The line went dead. Mill didn't have time to check his account. He lifted Jack back onto the rear seat and secured him with a cargo strap from the truck, keeping the wounded man from sliding off. "Hold on, Jack," Mill murmured before firing up the grass sword. Crimson light streaked through the night as they sped toward Watson. Throughout the ride, the burning fragile weight behind him stirred something complex within Mil. He'd always preferred walking alone, keeping his distance from the world. But the code of the android's 10 commandments and his own conscience kept dragging him back into the current. Saving Sasha had tied him to the man squad. Now rescuing Jack linked him to Haywood's factions and this mysterious priest. Like a stone cast into still water, he'd intended to sink to the bottom, yet found himself creating ripples after ripples. Social bonds avoid deep attachment. He recited the 5th commandment under his breath, but a wry smile tugged at his lips. Perhaps Elder Parks hadn't sent him into this world to merely watch from the shore. By the time the grass sword pulled up outside a shop bearing Misty's divination sign in Little Chinatown, Jack had slipped into complete unconsciousness. Mil dismounted and hoisted the large man onto his shoulder. Jack's weight meant nothing to him, but the thick coppery scent of blood weighed heavier on his senses. Pushing open the glass door with its wind chimes, he was hit by an unusual blend of sandalwood herbs and aged paper, a stark contrast to Night City's polluted air outside. The shop glowed dimly, shelves cluttered with crystal balls, tarot cards, animal skulls, and mystic artifacts Mil couldn't identify. Behind the counter sat a girl in a flowing bohemian dress lost in a thick ancient tome. This was Misty. When Mil's mind net brushed against hers, he experienced a tranquility unlike anything he'd known. Her bioelectric field flowed like a clear, calm lake, pure and gentle, a stark contrast to the chaotic static radiating from almost everyone else in this city. Misty looked up and took in the bloody figure Mil carried on his shoulder. Rather than screaming or panicking like most would, she simply blinked those clear, wide eyes and gestured toward a curtain deeper in the shop. "Oh my God, Jack," she gasped, startled, but instinct took over. "Follow me." Mil nodded and carried Jack through the curtain into the basement below. "Victor," he called out. The man turned. Victor Vector. His brows furrowed at the sight of Jack's blood-soaked form, but his gaze remained steady. "Put him on the table," Victor said, his voice gravelly and commanding, full of unquestionable professionalism. "This kid's going to get himself killed one of these days." Mil laid Jack down as instructed. Victor stepped forward, donning medical gloves and running a diagnostic scanner over Jack's body. A stream of data appeared on the screen before him. 3 fractured ribs, one's pierced the lung. Internal bleeding, severe concussion, extensive soft tissue damage. What the hell happened? Did a military truck run him over? Victor asked without looking up, already working to stabilize the wounds. What did he do? Ambushed by his own people, Mil replied. Told him to watch his back, but he never listens. Victor muttered while continuing his work. All right, I've got this. Go wait outside. It'll take some time. Mil nodded and retreated to Misty's shop. He found a corner chair and sat down waiting. As the adrenaline faded, exhaustion crept in. The tension of battle and the surge of adrenaline were receding, replaced by a deep weariness. Would you like some herbal tea? Misty appeared beside him unexpectedly, offering a steaming cup. It'll help calm your nerves. Your energy field is very tense, like a bowstring pulled too tight. Mimir accepted the teacup, the warmth seeping from his fingertips. He uttered thanks and took a careful sip. A faint scent of herbs and trees spread through his mouth, steadily easing the within him. In this night city dominated by industrial synthesis and chemical foods, CD here was remarkably the real thing. She asked if he was Jack, his friend seated opposite him with curiosity in her eyes. They had just met. Indeed, they had just met. After all, Mimir was only now learning what it meant to be naturally familiar with strangers. She nagged relentlessly along the way, and he remembered that Jakku in the game was the same. Bullets from the indigo blue building nearly pierced him through, yet he could still keep talking. Today he had met such a person. Just met him, and you're willing to storm into Liu Jiebang's stronghold for him. CD smiled as if nothing could be hidden from her eyes. Your arrival is like a shooting star tearing across the Night City's original star trails. I am curious too, where will your fate lead here? Mimir remained silent, only sipping his tea. This girl's perception was keen, though not as sharp as his mind net. It had already surpassed ordinary limits. Could you let me see your hand? CD suddenly asked. Mimir hesitated briefly, then extended his right hand. CD did not touch him. She fixed her gaze on his palm, her clear eyes turning into a deep starry sky. She whispered softly, I see a key that traverses the stars. It is bound by chains, yet around it there is a bright moonlight, strange that they repel and yet attract. Mimir's heart trembled. The key that traverses the stars. Isn't that Pa Kusi's designation for him? And what does that moonlight signify? He recalled that night Sa Sha fell from the sky. In Russian, her name seemed to carry the meaning Moon Guardian. Just as his thoughts spiraled, the clinic door curtain parted, and Victor walked out, removing the protective goggles from his face, a trace of fatigue on his features. Kid, come in. Mimir stood up and followed Wei Kaduo into the clinic. Jieka lay on a neat hospital bed, his wounds treated, connected to various life support devices. His breathing was steady, yet he remained unconscious. The life is saved, Victor said, wiping blood from his hands with a towel. I replaced his artificial lung and repaired his internal organs. The rest would depend on his own recovery. The kid's build is as sturdy as a bull, he won't die. Thank you. Mimir spoke with genuine warmth. Don't thank me from now on, make sure this brat pays more attention. Every time he comes here he's either hurt or lying down. Victor waved a hand, leaning on the console, at last able to study the young man before him. Now it's your turn. I am curious too, father. Where did the father find someone like you? A monster? Victor's remark carried no malice. That gaze held a mix, 1 part shock, 1 part curiosity, and 4 parts awe. It was like a geologist who had spent a lifetime studying rocks suddenly unearthing a meteor from space in his own backyard. Then you'll see for yourself. Mimir thought to test whether cyberpunk technology could detect the Yuan star's nanotech. Then he lay down on the operating table where Jia Ku had lain earlier. In disinfection. In this era, people from the bottom rung simply didn't care. A pale blue scanning beam swept from head to toe, repeatedly examining his body. Victor returned to his console, donning specialized data glasses as a torrent of biological data cascaded across the virtual screen before his eyes. At first, Victor's expression remained calm. Bone density is 1.8 times that of a normal person, a muscle fiber strength. By the gods, it's on par with military-grade synthetic muscle. His heart rate steady at 42 beats per minute, like a hibernating bear. He muttered as he studied the data. But soon his expression shifted from calm to astonishment, then disbelief. Cell viability. 100. No aging, no apoptosis or cancer. This is impossible. Even newborns show some loss during cell division. He quickly pulled up a simulation program attempting to implant the most basic data interface into Mimir's neural system. On the screen, the virtual probe representing the implant just touched Mimir's nerve terminals and mutations surged. Those seemingly gentle cells abruptly hardened into ferocious soldiers, an invisible biofield formed, and the virtual probe, amid a cascade of red alarms labeled rejection, bioelectrical overload, and structural collapse, was utterly disintegrated and devoured. Victor ripped off his glasses, a thin sheen of sweat breaking out on his brow. For decades in the trade, he had opened countless bodies, from the lowest thugs to corporate dogs. He'd seen all manner of strange modifications and unfathomable maladies, but what lay before him utterly overturned his understanding. Mimir's body was not a machine to be fitted with parts, but a perfectly self-contained, fiercely exclusive ecological system. Anything foreign and non-living would be deemed a virus by his body and purged in the most thorough fashion. The scanner chamber opened. Mimir sat up and regarded a stunned Victor with a calm gaze. How is it? How is it? Victor offered a wry smile, walked to the liquor cabinet, poured himself a large glass of whiskey, and downed most of it. The sharp liquid seemed to bring him a touch of reality. Kid, I don't know what you truly are. You're not human. At least not the human I know. He pointed at the sea of red alarms on the screen and explained, your body cannot tolerate any prosthetics. I mean any. Let alone Sanwizaton or Mantis Blade. Even the simplest payment chip or data interface, once implanted in you, your immune system would purge it as cancer. You are the first, and the only, one I have encountered who is biologically speaking 100 original stock. Mimir realized. That is one of the fundamental differences between subhumans and humans. The subhumans' bodies have undergone the most perfect gene editing since the embryo, themselves a pinnacle of biological artistry, and will naturally repel crude mechanical creations. So it seems my cash-only rule is here to stay, Mill said with a self-deprecating smile. Without a payment chip, he couldn't conduct any legitimate electronic transactions in this hyperdigitized city. That's a real problem. Victor rubbed his head, lost in thought. He also understood why Mill didn't use a terminal. After all, for someone in his line of work, carrying a device that resembled a tablet was no different from carrying a wallet in the old days, and there weren't many consciences left in Night City. One wrong step, and it would be stolen. He looked at Mill, his expression growing complicated. This young man had saved Jack, which was like saving half his son. Moreover, such a peculiar biological specimen stirred his competitive spirit as a top-tier cyberware doctor. There might be a way. A glint flashed in Victor's eyes. He walked over to his workbench and pulled up several blueprints. Implantable ones won't work, but we can try an external device. I might be able to craft something special for you. He enlarged one blueprint. A watch with a distinctly retro style. A payment watch, Victor explained. I noticed your biosignals are different from others, so it won't connect to your nervous system. The core is an independent microprocessor and encrypted communication module. I need to capture your unique bioelectric field as a key. When you make a payment, the watch reads your real-time biosignal for verification, then uses highly encrypted short-range quantum communication to complete the handshake protocol with the payment terminal. That way it only recognizes you as a living person. Even if someone steals it, it's just a piece of scrap metal. This will cost you a lot of time and materials. How am I supposed to pay you, Victor? Hey. Victor laughed as if he'd heard a joke. He walked over and gave Mill a heavy slap on the shoulder, a force that would make any ordinary person wince for a long time. Kid, you saved Jack? That's enough. Consider this an old man's token of gratitude. But I'm just a cyberware doctor. You'll have to wait for someone else to make it. Mil wanted to say something more, but Victor waved a hand, his smile fading into seriousness. If you really want to thank me, he pointed to Jack still unconscious on the adjacent bed, then at Mil, then get hurt less often. This isn't a good place. As a doctor, I genuinely hope no one has to come here, because it means pain and injury. Getting hurt less is the best thanks you can give me. In Night City, cyberware doctors are businessmen, butchers, artists. But Victor was the only one who sincerely wished you'd never come back. I'll remember that, Mil said with a solemn nod. Just then a pained groan came from the hospital bed. Que estás en los cielos? My head hurts. Am I in heaven? Why do I smell that everlasting disinfectant of yours, old Vic? Jack Wells was awake. He struggled to open his eyes, his vision blurry at first, then clearing. The first person he saw was Mil standing by the bed. The pain on Jack's face instantly transformed into a huge radiant smile. He sat up abruptly, completely ignoring the various tubes and wires attached to him, and Victor's bellowing of, "Get the hell back down, you bastard." He stretched out his uninjured arm and gave Mil a solid, crushing hug. "Mano, I knew you'd pull through." Jack's voice was still hoarse, but brimming with the joy of survival and heartfelt gratitude. "I knew it. You're my guardian angel. No better than an angel." He released Mil, and then, as if remembering something, extended his hand solemnly. "Haven't formally introduced myself. Jack Wells, Pride of Haywood. From today, you're my blood brother." Mil looked at his sincere eyes, hesitated for a moment, then reached out and shook his hand firmly. "Messiah Mimir, or just Mil?" "Mil? Great name." Jack grinned widely, then turned to Victor. "Hey, old Vic. Thanks. You've cleaned up my mess again. Put it on my tab. I'll pay you back with interest after Mil, and I pull off a few big jobs. You'd better think about how to explain this to your mother," Victor said gruffly, but his eyes betrayed his concern. "All right." Jack smacked his forehead. "Mil, come on. I've got to introduce you to the two most important women in my life. One is my mom, and the other is my future." Without waiting for Mil to refuse, he pulled out the tubes himself, struggled out of bed, and started shouting about going to Misty's shop while getting dressed. Victor watched the bouncing bundle of energy and shook his head helplessly, saying to Mil, "See, that's why I don't want to see him." Mil looked at the chaotic, vibrant scene before him. Jack's exaggerated movements and Victor's resigned expression, and couldn't help the faint smile tugging at his lips. Future? Mil hadn't even recovered from Jack's bear-like enthusiasm when he was stunned by that bold declaration. Jack, his face a patchwork of bruises, but still beaming, slung an arm around Misty's shoulder, who was watching everything with a gentle smile, as if showing off his most precious treasure. "That's right, Misty. My future." Jack's voice was loud and full of pride, completely ignoring Misty's instantly flushed cheeks and Victor's, "I can't watch this" expression. Misty gently pushed him away, shooting him a reproachful glare that was as soft as moonlight on a lake. She turned to Mil, gave a slight bow, and said in a gentle voice, "Hello, Mil. Jack is always so full of life. Thank you for saving him. He deserved it." Victor added snidely, then tossed a clean set of clothes to Jack. "Put these on and get the hell out of my sight. And I'll send the bill for the artificial lung and repair gel straight to your mother." "No problem, old Vic. Love you." Jack didn't care at all. He changed clothes in a flash, then grabbed Mil's arm with surprising strength. "Come on, Mano. The other most important woman in my life is waiting for us. I've got to let her see with her own eyes what the hero who saved her precious son looks like." Mil was practically half dragged out of the clinic. He glanced back and saw Victor shaking his head helplessly while Misty gave him a smile that carried both apology and blessing. The Chowdion glided smoothly along the streets of Haywood. This time Meyer kept the speed very slow. "That's the place ahead, the Wild Wolf Bar." Jack sat in the back seat, pointing excitedly at a two-story building on the corner, glowing with warm yellow light. "That's my mom's turf and the best place in all of Haywood. The tequila there could make even the dead want to come back for another drink." Meyer parked the car in front of the bar. Unlike the other entertainment venues in Haywood that flashed with stimulating neon, the Wild Wolf Bar had almost no decoration. The light streaming from the windows was warm and soft. Accompanied by Latin music and the laughter of people, it was like a sanctuary that could shut out the city's noise. As soon as the two pushed the door open, the originally noisy atmosphere inside the bar instantly quieted for a moment. Everyone's eyes focused on Jack. When they saw that although he was bruised, he was full of spirit, the bar erupted into a burst of warm cheers and whistles. "Jack, you rascal, you're still alive. I told you a Wells kid doesn't die that easily." Several old acquaintances from the Valentino gang stepped up and pounded Jack's shoulder vigorously, greeting him loudly in Spanish. Jack laughed and hugged each of them. The heartfelt familiarity and closeness was something Meyer had never seen before. Just then a middle-aged woman with traces of time on her face, but still radiant, stepped out from behind the bar. With just a look, she quieted all the noisy men around her. She quickly walked up to Jack, first looking him over for injuries. A flicker of pain flashed in her eyes, but was soon replaced by a kind of relieved comfort. Without saying much, she simply stretched out her arms and gave her son a deep, forceful embrace. "It's good that you're back, my child. Mrs. Wells' voice was hoarse, but full of strength. I'm fine, Mom. Jack in his mother's embrace lowered his voice like a child who had done something wrong. I brought someone back. He released his mother, turned around, and pulled over Mimir, who had been quietly standing at the door observing everything. Mom, this is the Mimir I told you about. This brother pulled me back from hell. Jack's words were simple and solemn. In an instant the eyes of the whole bar focused on Mimir. That gaze held curiosity, scrutiny, but mostly a gratitude mixed with respect. Mrs. Wells' eyes fell on Mimir's face. It was the gaze of a mother examining her son's benefactor, deep and piercing. She saw the clean aura on this young man that was out of place with the surroundings, and saw his two calm pale blue eyes. Without a word, she stepped forward, opened her arms, and gave Mimir an equally warm and forceful embrace. Thank you, child, she whispered in his ear. Thank you for bringing my Jack back. From today, this is your home. As long as the Wild Wolf Bar stands, you will always have a hot meal and a strong drink. Mimir's body stiffened for a moment. This embrace, this pure gratitude that asked for nothing in return, like a powerful warm current, instantly shattered the layers of defenses he had built with the subhuman 10 Commandments and rationality. He could even clearly perceive the intense emotional field emanating from Mrs. Wells, a mixture of lingering fear, relief, and sincere gratitude. I just did what I had to do, Mimir said. Know what you did is something only a hero could do. Mrs. Wells released him, led him and Jack to the best seats at the bar, then turned around, took a bottle of treasured tequila from the cabinet, and poured for them herself. Jack raised his glass, solemnly toasting to Mimir. To my brother Mimir. Salute. Mimir raised his glass, clinked it gently with Jack's, and downed the spicy liquid in one go. Just then the bar door was pushed open. Father Sebastiani Barra walked in. His appearance made the bar's atmosphere even more solemn. Members of the Valentino gang rose one after another, nodding to him in greeting. As the former gang priest, his status in the Valentino gang was not to be underestimated. The priest ignored everyone else, walked straight to the bar, swept his gaze over Mimir and Jack, and finally landed on Mrs. Wells' face. Guadalupe, it seems your prayers have been answered. Dios te bendiga, God bless you, and also thanks to this good child's help. Mrs. Wells looked at Mimir, then pulled Jack over. Father, you should know, Mrs. Wells said somewhat solemnly. Jack is a good kid, the priest nodded. Mom, what are you two up to? Jack, the big guy, clearly hadn't realized what was going on. Jack, you're not suited to stay in the gang anymore, the priest's voice rang out at this moment. That's right, Jack, look at you. If you weren't so lucky, you might have really met God this time. Mrs. Wells said. Jack was good at everything except he trusted others too easily. This might be a good quality, but in Night City, it wouldn't do, especially in the gangs. Like this time. Jack trusted others too much, otherwise why would he have been captured by the 6th Street gang? Seeing the eyes of the two, Jack understood that with the priest involved, his mother wasn't just talking. Jack looked at his mother, then at the priest. He took a deep breath as if making a firm decision. He stood up, facing all the familiar faces in the bar, and said in an unprecedentedly serious tone, word by word, brothers and father and my mom. Today I, Jack Wells, announced something in front of everyone. Everyone fell silent watching him. From today I officially quit the Valentino gang. These words exploded like a bomb in the small bar. Everyone was stunned. I want to be a lone wolf, a legend who can reach the top of the afterlife. I want to make big money in my own way, protect my family, and realize my dreams. Jack's voice was resolute and full of determination. In the past, Valentino was my home. But now my family is here. He pointed to his mother with one hand, and with the other, he placed it heavily on Mimir's shoulder. I'm going to make a name for myself with this new brother of mine. Mrs. Wells looked at her son, her eyes moist, but a relieved smile on her face. This was the result she had been hoping for years. The priest also slowly nodded, his eyes showing approval. Mimir. Meow, meow, meow. Big brother, did you ask for my opinion when you said that? Human relationships are not meant for deep intimacy. The stern face of Elder Pakisi seemed to appear before his eyes again. But looking at Jekka's eyes burning with dreams, and at Mrs. Wyerse's gaze full of affection, Mimir found that he could not utter any words of refusal. Perhaps this is the weight of home. It is heavy yet also warm, irresistible. Mimir raised the glass before him and downed it in one go. The fiery liquor slid down his throat, bringing a scorching heat. He thought that perhaps deviating from the predetermined path once in a while was not unacceptable. While Mimir was being dragged by Jekka into the warm family vortex of Haywood atop the cold tower at the other end of Night City, another invisible net was quietly spreading towards him. Huangban Tower Counterintelligence Department. Without even taking a sip of water, V directly sat down in that cramped and oppressive office, gazing at the nightscape outside the window, illuminated like daylight by the corporation's lights. She had just returned from a tricky mission in Europe, summoned back by her old superior, still carrying a hint of long-haul flight fatigue. Then she pulled up an intelligence briefing marked as high priority. Preliminary analysis report on unknown armored unit, Silver Knight. The core of the report was a holographic footage synthesized from multiple angles. In the footage, Sasha Yakovleva fell from a great height in the biotech building, and then a stream of silver-white light descended from the sky, at an incredible speed, gently catching her with a soft energy field at less than 10 meters above the ground. V played the footage repeatedly, her brows slightly furrowed. Her hacking skills were top-notch in the entire counterintelligence department, but she had never seen such a bizarre energy field. It was not like a kinetic shield that simply and violently repelled, nor like a thermal shield that absorbed energy, but a kind of forced dissipation that she could not comprehend. It was like turning a high-speed bullet into a falling feather in an instant. Source analysis. V asked the office AI assistant. Unable to analyze, sir, the AI replied in an emotionless electronic voice. No aircraft was detected approaching before the unit appeared. Its energy signature does not match any known Junyong Keiji Kongtao, or even our own prototypes. Energy fluctuations are stable with no obvious thermal radiation or electromagnetic leakage technology level. Unknown. What's the reaction from biotech? They have blocked all information and internally defined the incident as an accident caused by a gas pipeline explosion. But according to the probes we infiltrated into their internal network, they have set up a top-secret investigation team codenamed Lunar Goddess. Lunar Goddess. In Russian it means moon. Looks like they've locked onto the rescued person. V's lips curled into a cold sneer. A bunch of fools. She knew very well that the real value lay in that knight, not the rescued girl. Just then a communication request from her superior deputy director of counterintelligence, Ye Zanjinsi, popped up. V answered the call and Zanjinsi's face full of ambition and utilitarianism appeared in the holographic projection. V, welcome back. Zanjinsi offered a hypocritical greeting before cutting to the chase. You've read that report. The Silver Knight. The old men upstairs are very interested in this thing, especially the new type of energy shield technology it displayed. If we can get our hands on it, we'll have a head start in the next round of competition with Junyong Keiji. So what's my mission? V asked, already guessing the answer. Find him. Zanjinsi's voice turned cold. Alive is best, dead is also acceptable. Coercion or bribery or directly dismantle it into parts. I want to know all the secrets of that armor. This might be our chance to move up. This is your chance to prove your worth, V. Don't disappoint me. The communication cut off. V stood by the window silent for a long time. She hated Zanjinsi's face that treated everything as a tool, but she also understood that this was the survival rule at Huangban. Complete the mission, climb up, or be eliminated. Her gaze returned to the footage. That Silver Knight, after saving the person, did not linger, did not ask for anything, and disappeared cleanly. This didn't fit the logic of Night City. A powerful being who seeks neither money nor fame. V murmured softly, a complex glint flashing in her eyes. What kind of person are you? An idealistic madman, or an even more terrifying schemer? She turned back to her desk, her hands fluttering like butterflies over the keyboard. Countless data streams converged, analyzed, and reorganized before her. She would search for any clues related to the night, among all the anomalous events in Night City since that night. This was destined to be a difficult hunt, because the prey seemed to come from another dimension. Meanwhile, in the alley behind the Yalong bar, Mimir and Jekka were drinking to their heart's content. Under Mrs. Wyerse's insistence, Mimir had been freeloading here for several days. Jekka's injuries under his own self-care had mostly healed, and he had turned back into that energetic optimist. But they couldn't just eat and drink heavily in the bar, as it would not only be a bad influence, but also Mrs. Wyerse herself would scold her own foolish son if she saw them. It's said that parents seeing their children are fine at first, but the longer they look, the more annoyed they become. Such was the case with Mrs. Wyerse. Sure enough, on the second day, she kicked them out. No choice, they could only drink at the door of Jekka's garage. Mano, let me tell you, when we make a fortune, the first thing we do is book the Lishing, and then shout out that we are the new legends of Night City. Jekka, his face flushed red from drinking, waved his arms and spewed saliva as he laid out his grand blueprint. Mimir just listened with a smile, occasionally taking a sip of beer from his cup. This kind of lively clamor filled with the mundane world gave him an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Just then an uninvited guest walked in. It was a man in a well-tailored suit with a polite yet distant smile on his face. He looked like a corporate white-collar worker just off from the municipal center, completely out of place among the rough mercenaries and gang members in the bar. A perfect corporate dog. But the most striking thing about him was his eyes. They were a pair of cybernetic eyes emitting a faint blue glow. Hello, Mr. Mimir. The man stopped in front of Mimir and Jekka, speaking with a smile. His voice was gentle and magnetic, but every word was like a cold probe, precisely piercing into Mimir's deepest secrets. Or should I call you the Silver Knight? Who the hell are you? Jack sensed the ominous atmosphere, abruptly rising to his feet, blocking Mimir, his right hand already pressing on the pistol named Golden Bitch at his waist, staring warily at the man before him. Me, Mr. Blue Eye's smile remained unchanged. He glanced at Jack, his gaze as if looking at an amusing ornament. I am merely an observer with expectations for the future, and this Mr. Mimir is the key I believe can realize that expectation. His gaze returned to Mimir, those blue eyes flickering with a nearly covetous light, as if admiring a rare treasure. Your appearance is a beautiful accident, a variable sufficient to break the chessboard and reshape the rules. Your power, your principles, even your confusion, are all very valuable. I don't know what you're talking about. Mimir's voice turned icy. He forcibly suppressed the shock within, regaining absolute calm. No, you do. Mr. Blue Eyes shook his head, leaning forward slightly, speaking in a voice only they could hear. No technology existing in this world today. Mimir's heart sank completely. This guy had seen through him from the inside out, from the past to the present, with crystal clarity. We share a common interest, Mr. Mimir. Mr. Blue Eyes straightened up, resuming his courteous demeanor. We both wish to see this city, this world, become a little more interesting. You will need my help in the near future. After saying this, he elegantly gave a slight bow to Mimir and the wary Jack. Looking forward to our next meeting. Then he turned, walked out unhurriedly under Jack's suspicious gaze, and disappeared into the night of Haywood. What the fuck? What the hell was that? How did he know you're? Jack stopped mid-sentence, abruptly realizing he didn't know Mimir's past. Mimir said nothing, staring at the cracked glass in his hand, his expression terrifyingly grim. Mr. Blue Eyes. Ye group. The most mysterious puppeteer of this world. Mimir, are you alright? Jack looked at him with concern. I feel that corporate dog doesn't mean well. Mimir took a deep breath, placing the cracked wine glass aside. I'm fine, Jack, he said slowly. It's just that I suddenly realized the city is even more bottomless than I imagined. He picked up Jack's wine glass and drained it in one gulp. In Night City, memory is a commodity that can be edited, sold, or even deleted. But for Sasha Yakovleva, there was a memory that she encrypted and backed up with all her hacking skills, valuing it more than her own life. That was the streak of silver white she saw in despair when falling from the Biotechnica building. She lay in the safe house arranged by Main's crew, her physical injuries nearly healed under the effect of advanced medical gel. However, as a hacker, she spent most of her time immersed in cyberspace. She hacked into the municipal traffic surveillance network, filtering through billions of vehicle and pedestrian data, trying to find any abnormal energy signals that appeared near the city center that night. She infiltrated the NCPD's case database, scouring all reports classified as unexplained sightings. She even anonymously posted a bounty on the dark web for clues about the Silver Knight. The dirt she uploaded about Biotechnica caused a small ripple on News 54, but was soon suppressed by the company's powerful PR, turning into a vague business dispute. The flames of revenge still burned, but at this moment the desire to find the figure who pulled her back from hell became an even stronger obsession for her to live. Ding! An encrypted communication request popped up. It was Main. Still looking for your Prince Charming. Main's rugged face appeared on the screen, his tone teasing, but his eyes full of concern. He's not a prince, he's a knight. Sasha corrected, not stopping her work. All right, knight. Main chuckled. Any leads? No. Sasha shook her head in frustration. He appeared like a ghost, and then vanished, leaving no trace. All surveillance footage showed unexplained data lost during those few seconds. I suspect he has some kind of information shielding ability. The classic hero saving the damsel. Cliché, but I have to admit it works even if it's old. Main looked at Sasha's infatuated expression, and instead of scolding, he encouraged her. If you like him, go for it. A young girl like you shouldn't spend all day fighting with us rough men. You deserve better. He regarded his teammates as family, so naturally, he wanted his family to be happy. Sasha's face flushed slightly, but she retorted, you should take care of yourself first, boss. I'm recovering and can't go on missions. Without a hacker, we've lost several lucrative jobs. Main's smile froze momentarily, then he sighed helplessly. You're right, kid. Your mind is full of your knight. The team really needs a new netrunner. He paused as if thinking of something, and said to Sasha, speaking of which, I've contacted an old acquaintance. Very capable person. Maybe she can help you find your knight. Really? Sasha's eyes lit up instantly. Just a possibility. Main shrugged. Anyway, you rest well. Leave the rest to us. The communication cut off. Sasha looked at the perfect silver-white armor model, hope rekindled in her eyes. Main's crew's base was located in an abandoned auto repair shop in Santo Domingo. The atmosphere was tense. Another one. This is already the third one this week. Rebecca kicked a pile of tires nearby, shouting angrily. A simple infiltration and theft mission, and because the hacker couldn't suppress the security system in time, we were almost surrounded by Kong Tao's rapid response team. This job is impossible. Calm down, Rebecca, Dorio said in a deep voice, wiping her massive gorilla arms. Main is already working on it. Working on it. What can he do? Drag Sasha out of her love dream. Pilar said, sarcastically, fiddling with an electronic component with his overly long cybernetic arm. Just then the repair shop door swung open, and Main walked in, followed by a figure. She was a tall woman dressed in a sharp dark bodysuit with a crisp yellow short haircut. What drew the most attention was the mask that completely covered her mouth, nose, and chin. Her arrival instantly silenced the quarrel in the repair shop. Everyone's gaze focused on her. Let me introduce you all. Maine broke the silence. This is Kiwi. From today on, she's our team's new netrunner. Kiwi's eyes showed no fluctuation. She didn't even glance at Rebecca, but walked straight to the console Pilar was tinkering with. You want to crack Kong Tao's Cyclone security protocol? Kiwi's voice filtered through the mask was cold and detached with a hint of synthetic electronic texture. Yeah, this damn thing. The encryption algorithm changes every 30 seconds like a woman's mood can't catch it. Pilar complained. Kiwi said nothing. She extended a data cable from her wrist and plugged it into the console. Her eyes half closed and her fingers tapped lightly in the air. In less than 10 seconds, a beep, the red icon on the screen representing lock, instantly turned green, signifying permission unlocked. Pilar's mouth dropped open. He had spent 3 hours failing to breach the first layer of firewall. Done. Kiwi retracted the data cable, her tone as flat as saying, I drank a glass of water. Next time you take a job like this, remember to raise the fee by 20%. Kong Tao's ice isn't worth the price. The entire repair shop fell into dead silence. Rebecca's words, can you do it, were still stuck in her throat, her face alternating between red and white. Cool. She finally squeezed out a word. Maine smiled with satisfaction. He walked over to Kiwi and patted her shoulder. Welcome to the team, Kiwi. Kiwi sidestepped his hand without a change in expression. I only do contracts, Maine. Don't talk to me about family or feelings. Her cold gaze swept over everyone present. I handle the net, you handle the guns. Finish the mission, take the money, and leave. Simple, right? This ruthless declaration made Dorio and Pilar exchange a glance while Rebecca let out an annoyed TCH. Maine's smile didn't falter. He knew Kiwi's past and understood her style. No problem, he agreed readily. As long as you can handle the net, everything else is fine. At the Wild Dog bar by the counter, the shadow left by Mr. Blue Eyes still lingered over Meyer's mind. Hey Mano, stop thinking about it. Jack slapped Meyer hard on the back, trying to snap him out of his thoughts. Whatever Blue Eyes or Green Eyes, next time I see him, I'll blast 2 holes in his fake smiling face with my golden mistress. Meyer shook his head. He knew it wasn't that simple. He wasn't afraid, but the more mysterious something was, the more dangerous it often proved. We need to move, Jack. Meyer looked up. Huh, that's what I've been waiting for. Jack excitedly slapped the counter. Tell me, brother, big or small? Rob a corporate convoy or take down the Tiger Claws casino? Neither. Meyer shook his head. We start from the basics. We need coordination. We need to make the name Meyer and Jack a brand that every fixer in Night City trusts. Jack looked at the calm and resolve in Meyer's eyes, put away his joking demeanor, and nodded solemnly. I understand, Mano. Whatever you say, I'll do. My gun will always be your backup. Just as they reached consensus, both Meyer's and Jack's terminals vibrated simultaneously. They exchanged a glance and opened their terminals. The sender was again Regina Jones. Target Watson District All Foods Processing Plant. Mission deal with some Maelstrom troublemakers. They recently recovered a prototype device from a Militech transport truck and are now trading with a buyer in the factory. The client wants you to reason with them and retrieve the device. Reward 40000 eddies. Note the target area is extremely dangerous. Maelstrom members are all crazies whose brains have been fried by cyberware. Recommend prioritizing firepower. Jack finished reading and whistled. Maelstrom. I like it. Perfect for breaking in our new combo. Meyer's gaze lingered on the words prototype device. He had a feeling that device might not be simple. He closed the terminal, looked at Jack, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Let's go, Jack. Where? To let Maelstrom's crazies hear our reason. Watson District All Foods Processing Plant. This place had long lost any connection to the word food. The enormous factory building was rusted and covered in garish, violent, and blasphemous fluorescent graffiti. The air was filled with a pungent smell, a mix of ozone, burnt plastic, overheated oil, and a faint hint of blood. One breath made the temples throb. Joder, this damn place. Just the smell tells you nobody inside is normal. Jack jumped off the motorcycle, cracking his joints, of bloodthirsty excitement on his face. So, Mano, do we go in through the front door or the back? He couldn't wait to let his golden mistress taste these cyberpsychos. Neither. Meyer turned off the engine, but didn't dismount. He closed his eyes, becoming like a statue, only the strands of hair under his hood gently swaying in the breeze. HeartNet surged out like a tidal wave, silently penetrating the steel fortress. 41 bioelectrical signals. 30 were on the perimeter and the first floor lobby, their emotional fields manic and chaotic like boiling oil, full of aggression and paranoia. 6 were concentrated in a room on the second floor, their emotions more stable, but colder, like precision-operated killing machines. And 5 more. In the basement, signals weak. Gieko, listen. Mimir opened his eyes, which gleamed exceptionally bright in the darkness. Our goal is to retrieve the equipment, not to start a war with the entire Maelstrom. Regina's commission is to reason with them, so we'll be polite before resorting to force. Reason with those lunatics whose brains are nothing but circuit boards. Gieko's eyes widened in disbelief. Mano, are you sure? This is harder than getting Militatek and Arasaka to shake hands. Their reason is power and profit. Mimir's voice was calm and clear. We go and show enough value and threat to make their brains, not their guns, start working first. Jieku stared at Mimir's face, brimming with confidence. Though the plan seemed utterly insane, he chose to trust unconditionally. He grinned and patted the dual pistols at his waist. All right, I like it. Let's go have a nice chat with them. But once the talk fails, my babies won't have that much patience. The two chose no stealthy path. Instead, they walked openly from the factory's main entrance toward the massive gate, which flickered with unstable electrical sparks. As soon as they approached, a piercing alarm blared. Above the gate, 2 automatic turrets swiveled, locking onto them. At the same time, over a dozen Maelstrom members armed with a variety of heavy weapons surged from the shadows. Their exposed cyberware glinted menacingly in the dim light, and their faces disfigured by metal and wires were etched with madness. Halt! One more step, and we'll turn you into meat paste, bellowed the leader, half his head replaced by a massive optical sensor array that glowed red. Jieku instinctively reached for his gun, but Mimir raised a hand to stop him. Mimir stepped forward, standing at the focal point of every muzzle, his face expressionless. He calmly lifted his head and spoke clearly. We're here to do business. Take us to your boss. His voice was not loud, but it reached every ear with a strange clarity, cutting through the surrounding cacophony of electrical noise. The Maelstrom members froze for a moment, then burst into grating laughter. Business. Ha ha ha. An original and a Latino kid think they can talk business with us. Kill them, rip out their cyberware, and sell it. Just as the tension was about to snap, a slightly hoarse voice tinged with electronic distortion came from behind the crowd. Wait. The crowd parted to reveal a tall, thin figure. His attire was relatively clean for a Maelstrom member, but his face was unforgettable for cybernetic eyes and a frame as lean as a monkey. You... Dum-Dum's snow-static-filled eyes scanned Mimir and Jieku back and forth, finally lingering on Mimir's body, which bore no trace of cybernetic modification. You want to see our boss? Yes, Mimir nodded. Ha, Dum-Dum let out a nervous laugh, his body twitching involuntarily. You know, the last corpo dog who walked in and demanded to talk business with Brick is now having his skull used as an ashtray. What makes you think you're qualified? This. Without a word, Mimir extended his right hand palm up. In an instant, to the horror of all onlookers, a matte short blade coalesced in his hand. The sight of something created from nothing choked the laughter of every Maelstrom member in their throats. They had seen all kinds of implanted weapons, mantis blades springing from arms, micro-missiles launched from palms, but a weapon that simply materialized, like magic, was unheard of. Dum-Dum's snow static flickered faster. Interesting. Trick, he commented, but the contempt in his voice was gone, replaced by a morbid curiosity. But it's not enough. Then how about this? Jieku, standing beside Mimir, sneered and abruptly threw open his jacket. The 2 fully gold-plated, intricately engraved golden bitches at his waist gleamed dazzlingly under the light. They were no ordinary weapons, they were custom-made works of art by a legendary gunsmith, symbols of status and power. Anyone who had walked the streets of Night City would recognize that pair of deadly tools. We have the latest toys and the most reliable guns, Mimir said, retracting the nanoblade calmly. We have the strength and the sincerity. Is that qualification enough? Dum-Dum's flickering electronic eyes fixed on Mimir, then shifted to the golden guns at Jieku's waist. He was silent for a full 10 seconds. The surrounding Maelstrom members held their breath, waiting for his decision. Interesting, Dum-Dum finally spoke, bearing a mouthful of metal teeth. He waved a hand at those behind him, and the muzzles slowly lowered. Follow me. Dum-Dum turned and strode deeper into the factory. Royce might be in a bad mood right now. Hope your business cheers him up. Otherwise, you two will become our latest artworks. Mimir and Jieku exchanged a glance and followed. It was indeed a food processing plant, but the kind of food processed. Along the way, some Maelstrom members had connected their bodies to the walls, wiring convulsing with the electrical current, their faces lost in ecstasy. Others were gathered around a massive industrial press, mindlessly crushing stolen cyberware and metal scraps together. Mimir's heartnet felt intensely uncomfortable here. Their bioelectric fields were completely entangled with the surrounding machinery, and currents twisted and fragmented, filled with violent and chaotic noise. Jieku's scalp crawled too. He leaned close to Mimir and whispered, Mimir, these guys are even crazier than I thought. They're not modifying themselves, they're deleting themselves. Just then they followed Dum-Dum to a massive metal door. The door was stained with dark red smears like dried blood. Dum-Dum was about to knock when a shrill scream erupted from within, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object hitting the floor. The scream cut off abruptly. Dum-Dum stopped, his flickering electronic eyes turning to Mimir and Jieku, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. Looks like Brick just finished his appetizer. He pushed open the heavy metal door. Boss, someone's here to talk business. A thick, nauseating stench of blood rushed out from within the room. Behind the metal door lay a slaughterhouse. A man in a Militech suit lay in a pool of blood, a massive hole in his chest clearly blasted through at close range by some large-caliber weapon. On his face was still frozen an expression of terror and disbelief. In the center of the room, a man whose body had been almost entirely replaced by cybernetics was slowly and deliberately wiping the barrel of the shotgun integrated into his arm with a dirty cloth. Wisps of smoke still rose from the muzzle. Who, like the former leader of the Xuanwei gang at the All Foods processing plant before being replaced by Luo EC. His entire face from forehead to chin had been replaced by a massive red composite optical sensor on which 3 lenses of varying sizes were arranged like a ferocious one-eyed spider. Hearing Dumu's voice, Bulai's huge red cybernetic eye slowly turned toward the door. The 3 lenses simultaneously focused, locking onto Mimir and Jieko. Business. Bulai's voice sounded like it came from a rusted speaker filled with a metallic grinding quality and undisguised brutality. I just finished a deal. Now I'm very unhappy. Jieko's hand had already gripped the handle of the golden bitch, his muscles tense. Having roamed the streets for years, he could clearly smell the thick, inseparable aura of cyberpsychosis emanating from the man before him. Mimir, however, remained calm. His mind net could clearly perceive Bulai's chaotic thoughts, greed, paranoia, rage, and a hint of fear hidden deep beneath the madness. What was he afraid of? Your unhappiness is because the price he offered didn't match the goods you have. Mimir's gaze passed over Luo EC and landed on an activated metal case in the corner of the room. Drones. This is considered a prototype. Bulai's huge red monocular flickered, seemingly slightly surprised that Mimir had hit the nail on the head. You do have some insight, original. He snorted, tossing the blood-stained cloth aside. So what? The goods are mine, so I set the price. Who sent you? New buyers. We're not buyers. Mimir shook his head. We're here to take back what rightfully belongs to our client. Huh. Bulai laughed wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century, the laughter causing the tubes on his body to tremble. Take back? Here on my turf talking such nonsense. Kid, do you even know how to spell death? Mimir ignored his threat, stating the facts in a flat tone. You should also know that Militech lost such a treasure. They must be searching like mad dogs right now. They will find this place soon. When that happens, you won't be facing a suit-wearing middleman, but an entire squadron of heavy armored soldiers. Mimir's words struck precisely the sliver of fear deep in Bulai's heart. His mind net sensed a violent fluctuation in Luo EC's bioelectrical signals for a split second. Are you threatening me? Bulai's laughter abruptly stopped, his voice turning icy cold as if the room's temperature had dropped by several degrees. The shotgun on his arm unconsciously lifted its muzzle slightly. No, I'm offering you a choice. Mimir met his gaze without flinching. Give us the item and we'll take care of the Militech problem for you. In this deal, you'll not only get the money you deserve, but also avoid a catastrophe. Or, Mimir paused, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smirk. We'll take it ourselves. And while we're at it, turn everything valuable here into our prize. Mano, I love the way you talk. Jieko murmured in admiration behind him, his hand gripping the gun handle, trembling slightly with excitement. Just the two of you? Bulai's huge red monoculars stared intently at Mimir as if trying to see through him. An original who doesn't even dare to install a payment chip. Before his words faded, a sudden change occurred. Bulai felt his huge red optical sensor suddenly flicker violently, countless distorted snowflakes and garbled code instantly filling his vision, causing a sharp pain in his brain. He cried out in pain, instinctively staggering back a step. This sudden malfunction lasted less than half a second before returning to normal. Was it a hacker attack? No. This original had no trace of a network access port on him. Just as he was in shock and confusion, Mimir's voice rang out again like a whisper from hell. Now do you think we're qualified? Mimir had just used a sliver of his mind net power to simulate a high-intensity electromagnetic pulse, precisely interfering with the main control chip of Bulai's cybernetic eye. This was effortless for him, but to Bulai it was an attack method he could neither understand nor defend against. Standing nearby, Dumu's electronic eye, which had been flickering with snow, suddenly stopped rolling. Although he didn't know what had happened, he saw Bulai's momentary loss of composure. He knew that this original before him was no simple character. While that suited him just fine, he had been fed up with Bulai for a long time. If Bulai died, wouldn't he be able to take his place? No, there was still Luo EC, but that guy had been sent out by Bulai to do some dirty work. 10,000 euro. Bulai squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, trying to regain control of the situation, but the confidence in his voice was already clearly lacking. Give me 10,000 euro, and you can take this thing. We don't have money, Jieko said without hesitation, having already seen that Mimir had completely subdued this madman. But we can give you a chance to live. You're asking for death. Jieko's words completely snapped Bulai's frayed nerves. Driven by the fear of the unknown and the fury of being offended, he roared and instantly aimed the shotgun on his arm at Jieko. But fast as he was, Mimir was faster. The moment Bu raised his arm, Mimir's figure had already vanished from where he stood. Shing! A flash of pitch-black blades streaked through the air so fast, it didn't even stir a whisper of wind. Bu felt a chill on his arm, and then his prized shotgun, along with half of his forearm, completely separated from his body, crashing to the ground with a clatter. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, not even a spark of electricity. All energy circuits and neural bundles were sealed by the nanoblade's microforce field the instant they were severed. The excruciating pain and shock made Bu let out a beastly roar. His remaining left hand frantically reached for another pistol at his waist. But Mimir's silhouette had already closed in like a ghost, his elbow striking with surgical precision against the only part of his target that still retained flesh and blood, the temple. Bam! A dull thud echoed as Blake's massive crimson eye went dark in an instant, his colossal frame collapsing like a sack of wet clay, utterly unconscious. From Blake's assault to his fall, the entire ordeal took less than a second. The room fell into a deathly silence. Jack hadn't even drawn his golden bitch yet. Doom stood at the doorway, his flickering electronic eyes displaying a state of near catatonic bewilderment for the first time. He had witnessed Mimir's movements, but his processor could not comprehend them. That was no speed attainable by a human, nor any feat achievable by known cyberware. It was the pure, overwhelming form of logic. Mimir flicked the nanoblade in his hand, letting it dissolve back into a stream of shimmering particles that flowed into his palm. He walked over to the metal case, glanced at the oddly shaped drone inside, then closed the lid. He picked up the case, turned around, and looked at Doom, who was now completely petrified at the entrance. Now the business is concluded. Mimir's tone remained calm. We take our belongings and leave. Any objections? Doom's body twitched nervously, his flickering electronic eyes beginning to scroll again. He glanced at Blake, who lay unconscious on the floor, then back at Mimir's eyes. A sudden grin split his face. A smile more genuine than any he had shown before. And no objections, he rasped, then stepped aside to let the two pass. Pleasure doing business with you. Reasonably. Blake was dead. The priority now was to drag him away and find a new boss. They were lunatics, but not insane enough to wage war against a corporation. Mimir nodded, and together with Jack he carried the case out of the room under Doom's complex gaze. After they had left, Doom walked over to Blake and kicked him hard. Squelch. Mano, what was that? Jack followed behind Mimir, his voice low but brimming with uncontrollable excitement and awe. I just saw a black flash, and then Blake's damn cannon arm was on the floor. That was faster than monofilament wire. Cleaner. Just exploiting weaknesses in the cyberware structure, Mimir replied dismissively. Of course he wouldn't explain that in that instant the HeartNet had already decoded every joint and every circuit in Royce's prosthetic arm, and the nanoblade's cut had applied a perfectly calibrated force at the weakest point. Weakness. Mierda. That's not a weakness, that's magic. Jack pumped his fist. I bet the whole Maelstrom gang is wondering who the hell we are. Mimir and Jack. Huh. After tonight, that name will scare kids in Watson District. The two wasted no time. They quickly mounted the Kusanagi hidden in the shadows. Viru. The Crimson Beast roared again, carrying the two victors and their prize into the filthy, chaotic night of Watson, leaving behind a cluster of cyberpunks staring at each other in profound cognitive shock. Regina Jones chose an abandoned parking lot beneath her apartment building as the drop-off point. The lighting was dim, the surveillance cameras long broken, and only the distant sultry music from Lizzie's bar confirmed that this place was still within the living world. When the hum of the Kusanagi's engine drew closer and finally stopped silently in the designated spot, a figure in a trench coat and wide-brimmed hat emerged from behind a pillar. Efficient, Regina said, her voice as cool and professional as her fixer messages devoid of emotion. Did everything go smoothly? We reasoned with them, and they understood, Jack said, hopping off the bike and patting the metal case in Mimir's hand with pride. Regina's eyes swept over the two. When she saw that not a speck of dust clung to them and Jack looked like he had just come back from a party, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed her gaze, a gaze that had seen countless bloody scenes. She knew the Maelstrom's nature. She had anticipated the most likely outcome of this mission, a brutal firefight, and had even mentally prepared to call the crematorium. But what she was seeing now far exceeded her expectations. Let me see the goods. Mimir set the case on the ground and opened it. Regina crouched down, pulled out a portable diagnostic scanner, and carefully examined the drone. A few seconds later she nodded with satisfaction. Good. The merchandise is fine. She stood up and looked at Mimir and Jack. The job is done. 40,000 eddies are already in your account. On Mimir's wrist, the retro-styled payment watch that Victor had given him vibrated slightly, and a green number appeared on the dial, 400. He then gave Jack 20,000. Whoa, that easy. Jack couldn't contain his excitement as he saw his balance skyrocket. It's a corporate commission, Regina said with a smile. Don't you rarely take corporate jobs? Mimir asked, also curious. I hate corporations, but sometimes I have to eat. Regina replied, a hint of resignation in her voice. Regina's origin as a fixer stemmed from a sense of justice, but even justice couldn't pay the bills. Besides, the one who wanted this thing wasn't Militech. The first job of the duo Mimir and Jack concluded with almost absurd drama. Their spoils besides the 40,000 eddies from Regina included a case of military-grade cyberware upgrades and several brand-new Tau smart weapons. Jack insisted these were fair compensation for their mental distress. The two held a small celebration at the Coyote Bar, where Mama Wells herself cooked a lavish spread of Mexican cuisine. Jack drank himself into a stupor, slinging his arm around Mimir's shoulders and boasting over and over about how they had reasoned, with the entire Maelstrom gang drawing cheers from the patrons. Mimir just smiled, savoring the hard-won warmth and noise. The next morning, while a hungover Jack was still snoring, Mimir sat by the window on the bar's second floor flipping through the first cyber psycho file Regina had sent him. Mano, viewing such heavy material so early in the morning. Jack yawned, walking over with 2 cups of coffee and handing one to Mimir. That woman Regina is nothing but an idealist. The best solution for dealing with these lunatics is a single bullet. Non-lethal takedown. That's harder than robbing the tiger claws blind. They weren't always insane, you know. Mimir pointed at the family photograph, his voice calm. They are scars on this city, Jack. We can't simply dig out the scars and pretend they never existed. Jack met Mimir's overly earnest gaze, shrugged, and let it go. He downed half his coffee in one gulp, his spirits lifting. All right, I'll go along with you, Mano. Whatever you say, we'll do it. He grinned and slapped his chest. Today, Watson District will see what humanitarian firepower suppression looks like. After a quick bite, they headed downstairs and mounted the Kusanagi. The crimson motorcycle shot forth like a bolt of lightning, cutting through Haywood's morning mist and heading north toward Watson District. North District Industrial Zone, the abandoned Atlantic Wheels manufacturing plant. It resembled a cemetery of steel. Rusted conveyor belts, collapsed gantry cranes, and derelict shipping containers formed a vast maze. The air was thick with the scent of machine oil and metallic rust. Mimir and Jack stood outside the compound, taking in the surroundings. Regina said the lieutenant treats this place as his forward operating base. Jack slung a massive Crusher shotgun over his shoulder and worked the pump action with practiced ease. Looks like we're in for some urban combat. Mimir closed his eyes and extended his mind net. He could immediately see it. Deep within the main workshop at the heart of the compound, a powerful and chaotic bioelectric signal pulsed. The signal radiated agony, rage, and paranoia. A soul trapped in an endless nightmare, screaming its defiance into the void. At that moment, a halting, distorted roar crackled through the compound from deep within, laced with heavy static. Identify. Hostile target. Purge protocol. Initiating. From Militech. The voice echoed across the desolate facility, carrying an inhuman metallic timbre that sent chills down their spines. Jack's lips curled into a bloodthirsty grin. Looks like Lieutenant has spotted us. The party's about to start. Mimir said nothing, simply drawing a gift from the Valente's gang brother from his coat. An EMP grenade. Honestly, he'd only gotten it after getting drunk and passed out. Were these guys just bad drinkers with high tolerance, challenging cyborgs to drinking contests? Cyborgs' metabolisms were naturally faster than normals. They could drink under the table any day. He then flashed a tactical gesture toward Jack. You go left, I'll take right. Remember, we're here to subdue, not kill. Copy that. Jack's figure darted away in several bounds, disappearing behind a row of massive rusted storage tanks. Since he'd chosen the mercenary path, Jack needed to pick out a few quality cyberware upgrades. Fortunately, after Mrs. Wells repaid Victor, the old boxer had decided to put Jack's purchases on credit. After all, he understood how brutal this line of work could be. It was essentially a gift for Jack. A Kurchatov system plus subdermal armor. Old V would have liked Jack to pick one more, but Jack had his pride. Owing too much longer, and he'd be afraid he couldn't even pay it back. Especially since Mimir had covered his tab. Old V said not to charge him, but you can't refuse that kind of gesture. Mimir, however, had chosen a different path. He moved without a sound, like a wisp of blue smoke merging with the shadows, silently scaling the fire escape on the exterior wall to reach the second-floor maintenance corridor. From this vantage point, the view was expansive. The tangled steel framework and abandoned production lines below laid bare, like the exposed skeleton of some great beast. His mind net had already rendered the entire compound as a three-dimensional map. The cyber psycho known as the Lieutenant, a blazing beacon of agony and rage, stood out clearly in his mind's eye. He paced heavily across a clearing in the center of the main workshop, muttering broken military commands under his breath, as if patrolling some imagined battlefield. Mimir could even see the crude traps he'd rigged. Tripwire landmines connected by high-tensile fishing line concealed at container corners along the approach routes. This lieutenant, though his mind had shattered, still retained the combat instincts of a veteran. Mano, I'm in position. Jack's voice came through the comms, laced with suppressed excitement. Ready to kick off the party anytime. Stick to the plan. Draw his attention, don't engage directly. Don't worry. When it comes to taunting, Jack Wells is a damn professional. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deafening gunshot erupted through the desolate facility, accompanied by Jack's signature booming voice. "Hey, Tinkin, your mom's calling you home for dinner." Jack lunged from behind a massive concrete pillar, the crusher in his hands, spitting angry tongues of fire into the sky. The thunderous report and provoking words crashed into the quiet like boulders into still water. "Hostile unit detected. Coordinates locked. Open fire." The lieutenant's inhuman roar erupted instantly. His massive frame whirled around with impossible speed, and the heavy machine gun, nearly as thick as his lower leg, unleashed a chainsaw-like shriek. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Bullets rained down in an instant, shattering the concrete pillar where Jack hid, sending rock fragments and sparks flying in every direction. That wasn't merely gunfire. It was the drumbeat of death, each round carrying the feral force to tear through anything in its path. Cabron. This guy's firepower puts an NCPD squad to shame. Jack was pinned down, unable to lift, his head pressed flat against the pillar as he listened to the whistle of stone chips and shrapnel screaming past his ears, his scalp tingling. Didn't Militech confiscate his weapons when they fired him? But he'd succeeded. He had drawn all of the lieutenant's attention. Above, Mir's eyes remained utterly calm. He observed like the most skilled surgeon studying a patient's affliction. His mind net operated at high speed, analyzing with crystal clarity the energy flow and structural weak points of every cybernetic implant on the lieutenant's body. That Militech heavy exoskeleton armor was nearly impregnable, but for heat dissipation and flexibility, the armor was comparatively thin at the joint connections and the neural interface port at the back of the neck. And the ammunition feed system of that heavy machine gun had an external energy connector. That was its greatest vulnerability. The time had come. Mir leaped down from the maintenance corridor, his body silent and weightless in midair like an owl on the hunt. During his descent, he retrieved the EMP grenade Victor had given him from his coat and flicked the safety catch with his thumb. Just before he was about to land, he accurately tossed the grenade toward the lieutenant's feet. At the same moment, his brief command crackled through the communicator: "Jack, 3 seconds." Jack understood immediately. He let out a roar and lunged from behind the pillar, unloading wildly with his shredder toward the lieutenant. The fan-shaped burst of slugs scattered across the target. Most were deflected by the heavy armor, but it successfully fixed the lieutenant's attention squarely on him. The lieutenant's heavy machine gun roared again, attempting to tear the annoying fly to shreds. Just then, the EMP grenade that had rolled to his feet erupted silently. Buzz! An invisible blue pulse expanded in an instant. The lieutenant's massive frame shuddered violently. The combat red glow flashing in his eyes instantly dissolved into chaotic static, and the heavy machine gun in his hands fell silent with a clicking jam. All of his electronic prosthetics fell into paralysis under the intense electromagnetic pulse, rendering him helpless for several seconds. System overload. Detecting intrusion. Rebooting. His metallic voice became fragmented, filled with confusion. Now, Mir's figure shot through the aftermath of the EMP like a black flash, closing the distance to the lieutenant's colossal body in an instant. A nano dagger materialized in his hand, its blade gleaming with cold light. Schlick. The tip pierced precisely into the energy port of the heavy machine gun's feed system, twisting gently. A burst of electrical sparks erupted, and this terrifying killing machine instantly became scrap metal. The lieutenant instinctively tried to swing a punch with his other arm, but Mir was faster than his neural reflexes. The second stroke traced an upward arc, slicing cleanly through the hydraulic line at the lieutenant's right elbow. High-pressure hydraulic fluid sprayed outward, and the massive mechanical arm went limp. Mir dropped low in the next instant, reversing his grip on the dagger and driving it upward with full force into the joint seam behind the lieutenant's knee. Crack! A grisly sound of shearing metal rang out. The lieutenant's right knee joint was completely destroyed, unable to support his enormous weight any longer. 4. Military. Corp. Before his final roar could finish, his massive frame lost balance and crashed heavily to one side. Mir flowed like a shadow, and the moment the lieutenant fell, he had already circled behind him. He no longer needed the knife. Pressing 2 fingers together like a blade, he concentrated intense bioelectricity at his tips and drove them straight into the single exposed neural interface at the base of the lieutenant's neck. ZZT. A surge of powerful current flooded in, precisely overloading the lieutenant's neural processor and triggering the deepest sleep protocol. The lieutenant's colossal steel body hit the ground with a thunderous crash. The static in his eyes vanished completely as he sank into deep unconsciousness. The entire steel graveyard finally fell peaceful. Jack peeked out from behind the pillar, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. From the EMP detonation to the lieutenant's collapse, the entire sequence flowed with flawless precision, fast enough to seem like a hallucination. He slowly walked over, gazing at the mountain of steel lying on the ground, then at Mir standing beside it with not a single ragged breath, and couldn't help but let out a loud whistle. "Mano, I take it back," Jack said with genuine admiration. "You call that reason? You just performed surgery on God. Clean enough to be in a textbook. Mir ignored his chatter, crouched down to check the lieutenant's vital signs, then opened his terminal and connected to Regina's channel. Target subdued. Alive. There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if the result was hard to believe. Well done, Mir. Very good. Regina's voice carried a hint of appreciation for the first time. I'll dispatch a recovery team immediately. The payment has been processed. Mir's watch vibrated again, displaying 5000. No wonder it's high risk, high reward. He ended the call, stood up, and looked at the slumbering creature on the ground. Stripped of madness and violence, he was just a pitiful man whose life had been shattered by war and technology. As the Kusabi drove away from the silent steel graveyard and re-entered the ceaseless traffic of the Watson district, Jack was still immersed in the textbook perfect battle, excitedly gesticulating. Mano, did you see that? The ground shook when that big guy went down. I'll bet if those NCPD incompetents had handled it, they'd have lost at least one Minotaur mech and killed half a dozen of their boys. He shouted at Mir's back, his spit nearly flying into Mir's hood. And us? Not a scratch. Easier than grabbing a soda at the corner store. Now that's what I call professional. Mir didn't look back, simply giving a brief acknowledgement. His mind palace still sensed the lingering pain and confusion in the factory district behind them, as well as the cautious bioelectric signatures of the recovery team Regina had sent. He had saved a man's life, but he couldn't repair the shattered ruins of his existence. That sense of powerlessness dimmed the joy of victory. Hey, don't be so gloomy, bro. Jack sensed Mir's low mood and gave his shoulder a firm pat. We just won a major victory. We should celebrate. And then you just went schwip and stabbed right behind his knee. Man, I heard that crack from miles away. Jack's Spanish lilt drifted on the wind, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Seriously, Mir, who taught you that? Arasaka Special Ninja School? Or Militech Black Ops? Mir didn't respond, merely tilting his head slightly, so the visor of his helmet reflected the neon signs glowing in the distance. Ads for full dive experiences, cyberware discounts, and Trauma Team Platinum. Your last line of defense plastered the city like cheap bandages on a festering wound, bright, eye-catching, and utterly useless. His mind palace passively absorbed the surroundings, a drug deal about to close in an alley 30 meters away, the buyer's heart rate too high, a couple arguing inside an apartment, overhead their bioelectric signals in violent flux, further out NCPD patrol air cars loitered like lazy vultures, turning a blind eye to the crimes right beneath them. This was Night City. Every minute someone died. Every minute someone tried to climb higher. Every minute someone got crushed beneath the wheels. Let's grab a bite somewhere. Mill finally spoke, his voice muffled through the helmet's built-in comms. I'm starving. Should have said so sooner. Jack slapped his thigh. I know this great spot in the Rialto district. The owner's synthetic meat tacos are absolutely killer. Nothing my mom makes can compare, but in Night City this is damn near perfection. Kusanagi turned onto a relatively quiet street and pulled up outside a small eatery with a neon sign reading Marta's Kitchen. The shop was modest in size, with menus posted on the fogged windows. Through the glass, a few simple tables and chairs could be made out, nearly all occupied. Mill killed the engine and stepped out, removing his helmet to reveal a face that made Jack whistle every time he saw it. Jack stared at Kusanagi's sleek black body, smacking his lips with envy. Soon, brother. I'll have enough saved up. Once this job pays out, I'm getting me one of these beauties. Let's just see if you survive that long first. Mill pushed open the door, and the bell above it chimed crisply. The restaurant smelled of synthetic spices, cheap cleaning chemicals, and the pungent odor of too many bodies packed together. A few patrons glanced up, a strikingly handsome young man and a burly guy who looked like street merc work, and then went back to their meals. In Night City, curiosity was a luxury and often a fatal one. Behind the bar stood a middle-aged woman, stout and wearing an oil-stained apron. She had to be Marta, the owner. She glanced at Mill, hesitated for a moment. Probably rare for her to serve someone so otherworldly looking. But when she spotted Jack, her face broke into a familiar grin. Jack, long time no see. Same as always. 2 of them. And one for my friend here. Jack found a corner booth by the wall and waved Mill over. Trust me, Marta's tacos are a hidden gem in Haywood. The meat's synthetic, sure, but her sauce is homemade. Word is the recipe goes back to her great-grandmother, though I bet she was using real meat back then. Mill sat across from him, back against the wall. From this angle, he could watch the entrance and the whole room. Old habits. His eyes scanned the other patrons, a middle-aged couple in cheap suits arguing about corporate layoffs, an old man alone at the counter dripping lubricant into his optical implant, and 3 students buzzing about who got the newest vision mods at school today. Just regular people. Those barely hanging on in the grinding gears of the times. Marta brought over 2 large plates. Corn tortillas stuffed with questionable synthetic meat, slathered in dark red sauce, accompanied by a small pile of something that vaguely resembled vegetables. Jack grabbed one and shoved it in his mouth, hissing from the heat, but still mashing out an enthusiastic Damn good. That's the stuff. Mill picked one up and took a bite. The texture was interesting. The synthetic meat mimicked the fiber of real meat fairly well, but it lacked that subtle fat aroma of the genuine article. The sauce, though, was bold, sweet and tangy with a kick of heat that masked the blandness of the processed ingredients. Not bad, he offered. Just not bad. Jack's eyes widened. Mano, your standards are insane. In Night City, hot food that hasn't been poisoned and won't give you diarrhea is basically a gift from God. He took another big bite and sighed contentedly. When I'm rolling in bucks, I'm eating real beef every day, drinking real liquor, sleeping with. He was cut off by the door chime. A mother and son walked in. The woman looked around, 40, worn down, the dark circles under her eyes impossible to hide, even with cheap concealer. She wore faded secondhand clothes and carried a battered cooler bag radiating exhaustion from being ground down by life. Trailing behind was a boy about 17 or 18, tall and thin, dressed in a clean school uniform, with a bulging backpack, his face still showing that lingering boyish awkwardness. Gloria and David Martinez. Didn't expect to run into them here. Gloria scanned the cramped restaurant, her eyes landing on the empty seats beside Mill and Jack's table, the last two available. She hesitated for a moment, then guided her son over. Excuse me. Is this seat taken? Gloria's voice was soft, tentative. No, go ahead. Jack mumbled around a mouthful of food, nudging Mill with his elbow. You know them? Mill studied David. The boy recognized him immediately. His eyes widened slightly, lips parted as if to speak, but a glance at his mother made him swallow his greeting. We've met before. Mill kept his reply brief, returning to his taco. Gloria, sharp-eyed as ever, caught the subtle exchange between her son and this unusually handsome young man. Setting down her cooler bag, she settled into the seat and murmured to David, "You know this gentleman?" David glanced at Mill, then back at his mother before finally nodding earnestly. Yeah. A few guys were giving me trouble near school the other day, and this man helped me out. Gloria's brows furrowed instantly. Turning to Mill, her expression held no gratitude, only wariness and an almost instinctive recoil. Thank you for helping my son. The words were sharp, almost rude. Jack raised his brows, ready to retort, but Mill silenced him with a look. Never expected repayment. Mill spoke calmly, still not looking up. Just happened to be passing by. His composure was so absolute that Gloria's carefully prepared response died in her throat. She pressed her lips together, then turned away, pulling out two simple lunch containers from her bag, filled with what looked like cheaper synthetic paste and sandwiches. Eat up. You still need to review after this. The practice exam next week is important. David silently took the containers, picking at his sandwich in small bites while his gaze kept drifting toward Mill, especially when Jack launched into an animated story about some idiot from the vanguards, the boy's eyes betraying a curiosity he couldn't quite hide. The restaurant's usual hum of conversation returned. Marta wiped glasses behind the bar, trading a few words with regulars. A young couple finished their meal and left, and two workers in factory jumpsuits pushed through the door. Jack finished his third taco and patted his stomach contentedly. Awesome. Marta, 2 more beers. Ice cold. At that moment, the screech of tires echoed from the street, followed by aggressive shouting and the dull clank of metal colliding. The restaurant fell instantly silent. Everyone froze in their movements, pricking up their ears. Jacques' smile faded and his hand inched down imperceptibly, nearing the grinder, shotgun tucked at his lower back. Mimir set down his half-eaten food, his ice blue eyes narrowing slightly. The commotion outside grew louder. Footsteps were chaotic, at least a dozen people. The profane shouts were mixed with two distinctly different accents. One with the characteristic drawl of the American South, the other a roar of Japanese interspersed with broken English. You bastards of the 6th Street Gang. This neighborhood's protection fee is collected by us, the Tiger Claw Gang. Bullshit. This shop is on the edge of our territory, so it should pay us. You Japs go back to Japantown. Wanna fight? Think I'm afraid of you? Mayurta's face instantly turned pale. She looked frantically at the door, then at the customers in the restaurant, her lips trembling, not knowing what to do. The other customers also stirred, some trying to crawl under tables, others attempting to slip out the back door. Goluo Leah grabbed Dewey's arm fiercely, pulling him closer to her, her body trembling slightly with fear. Dewey's face turned pale, and the sandwich in his hand fell onto the table. Bang! The restaurant's glass door was kicked open, the bell on the door jangling harshly. 2 figures stumbled in. A burly man in faded camouflage with a 6th Street Gang stars and stripes tattoo on his neck, and a tall, thin man in a flashy kimono coat with a Tiger Claw Gang tattoo on his face. The two had clearly lost their balance while shoving each other outside, crashing in. Immediately, more figures blocked the entrance. On the left were 5 or 6 6th Street Gang members holding steel pipes and machetes, and one carrying an old submachine gun. On the right were 4 or 5 Yakuza from the Tiger Claw Gang, wielding gleaming Japanese swords and pistols. The small restaurant was instantly filled with an extremely tense atmosphere. The customers shrank into their seats, not daring to breathe. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, blood, and the impending eruption of violence. I hate it most when people disturb my meal. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly audible in the dead silence of the restaurant. Everyone froze, including the 2 gangs at the door, tense and ready. They all turned in unison toward the source of the voice. Beside the corner table, the platinum-haired young man was looking down at his plate. On the plate, the half-eaten synthetic meat taco had rolled off due to the vibration from the door, being kicked and falling onto the greasy floor covered in dust and grime. Mimir slowly raised his head. His ice-blue eyes held no intense emotion, only a kind of extreme impatience. Jieku's Adam's apple rolled almost imperceptibly. On Mimir's face, he saw no anger, no violence, not even any intense emotion. It was still a flawless, almost perfect, handsome face, calm and without a ripple. But for some reason, Jieku suddenly felt a chill down his back. It was a feeling akin to the ultimate stillness before a storm. No worse than that. It was like the reflection of your shadow in the slowly opening eye of a sleeping dragon when you accidentally step on its most treasured hoard. Wasting food is the worst virtue. Jieku. He was now very certain that those idiots fighting outside were going to be in big trouble today. No, they were going to be in deep, bloody trouble. Mimir, wait, there are at least 2 gangs outside, over a dozen guns. Jieku tried to dissuade, though he himself found the advice weak. He had witnessed Mimir's clean efficiency when dealing with the Whirlpool Gang and Cyber Psychos, but those were missions-planned operations. But this was purely a sudden chaotic street gang fight. Mimir had already stood up. He did not look at Jieku, nor did he pay attention to the terrified Galuo Liya and Dewey in the corner, and did not even glance at the specific battle outside the window. His mind web had already passively sketched the chaotic scene outside. About 7 or 8 Sixth Street gang members dressed in stars and stripes themed clothing, their emotions raging and excited, using 2 modified pickup trucks as cover, were unleashing a torrent of fire at a shop across the street decorated with pink cherry blossom patterns. Inside the shop, 4 or 5 figures in ornate kimonos or samurai armor could be vaguely seen dodging and returning fire, presumably members of the Tiger Claw gang. Stray bullets flew everywhere, hitting at least 3 or 4 street-side shops and 5 or 6 parked vehicles. The street was already empty of pedestrians, only broken neon signs burning trash and billowing smoke. His food had been ruined by this group of reckless fools who indulged in violence without any regard for others. Mimir took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Inside his body, the Odin nanite core sent back clear feedback. Core repair progress 87. 3. Energy cycle stable. Full capability activation may cause a repair delay of approximately 1. 2. It is recommended to avoid high-intensity sustained combat. Partial activation authorized. Mimir issued a command in his mind. Cover hands and forearms, generate standard melee unit. Energy output limited to 5. There was no dazzling light, no drastic deformation. Only from under the skin of his wrists a deep blue substance like flowing liquid metal quietly spread rapidly, covering his hands, wrists, and extending upward to the middle of his forearms. The substance solidified, forming a deep blue glove and partial arm guards that fit the shape of his hands, with intricate circuit-like patterns and a faint, barely perceptible golden glow flowing through the patterns. At the same time, the air about 10 centimeters above his palms twisted slightly, and 2 nano-short blades, each about 40 centimeters long with a trace of icy blue light flowing along the edges, silently materialized, as if condensing from mercury, hovering in midair. The entire process took place in less than 2 seconds silently. Under the dim lighting of the noodle shop and the flickering firelight outside the window, it was not very conspicuous. To Galuo Liya and Dawei, this overly handsome young man simply had a pair of strangely shaped gloves resembling high-end cybernetic armor on his hands, and then somehow 2 knives appeared in his hands. Only Jieku, with his mercenary acuity and familiarity with Mimir, vaguely sensed the change in the density of the air at that moment and the peculiar texture of those gloves, which was far from ordinary street-level cyberware. But he had no time to think further. Mimir moved. He did not go through the door, but turned sideways, facing the cracked street-facing window. His right leg lashed out like a whip, the instep precisely striking the central point of the window, the weakest point in terms of stress. The cold rain of Waisen district showed no signs of easing after the battle ended. If anything, it only grew more relentless. Mimir drove the Chow Tai through flooded streets, while Jack in the back seat, though never ceasing his complaints, had a stiffness to his posture that Mimir could sense. It was quite a trial for a towering wall of muscle 2 meters tall to remain cramped on a motorcycle's rear seat for an extended period. "Man, oh seriously, my legs are losing all feeling," Jack bellowed over the pounding rain, rubbing his thighs. "The Chow Tai is indeed the king of speed, but it's not suited for our kind of substantial jobs. What if we need to transport a live package one day, or carry several cases of heavy firepower? Are we supposed to strap them to the exhaust pipe? Don't you want to buy a car? I'm just short on funds at the moment." Jack was a man who valued his pride. He couldn't bring himself to ask for a loan. Though they split each mission's commission evenly, good old Jack, after settling Old Way's medical bills, treating Misty to entertainment, and lending money to his former brothers from the Valentino gang, had little savings left. Most crucially, this motorcycle-obsessed giant wanted to purchase a brand new vehicle. In an era where Night City's common folk drove second-hand cars and new ride was the standard for corporate dogs and city council members. Yet Mimir still nodded. Indeed, as mission complexity escalated, a motorcycle could no longer satisfy tactical requirements. Especially for the cyber-psycho retrieval missions ahead, and the kidnapping requests from Wakako, which often demanded a secure trunk and greater frontal assault capability. Don't end up needing a living target only to drag back a corpse. A trunk would serve better than the back seat, especially given Jack's massive frame. If he were driving up front, there'd be no concern about his back at all. You're right, Jack. We need a four-wheeled vehicle. Haha, I've been waiting to hear you say that. Jack slapped his thigh excitedly, sending water spraying. Let's go find old Captain. San Domingo River District. The air here was thicker and more polluted than in Wason District, saturated with acid mist released by chemical factories. Old Captain's reputation as a used car dealer in Night City truly surpassed his fame as an intermediary, no exaggeration. Not to mention, even the cops came to him for vehicles. Right upon arrival, they saw several NCPD officers in uniform exchanging jovial greetings with Old Captain. When Old Captain finally noticed Mimir and the others, his face instantly blossomed into a grin as wide as a blooming chrysanthemum. Mimir and Jack. So disgusting. Oh, look who's here. Old Captain exclaimed, throwing his arms wide and trotting over with theatrical flair. Rescued Jack Wells, took down Blake, and casually helped Regina deal with the lieutenant, Night City's newest legendary duo. Your intelligence remains as sharp as ever, Old Captain. Jack hopped off the bike and exchanged a fist bump with him. In Night City, if I don't know about major news like this, my title of captain would have long since sunk into the sewers. Old Captain chuckled, but his gaze slipped past Jack and locked firmly onto Mimir. Mimir's mind net perceived that Reyes' emotional field was quite fascinating, a blend of pure merchant calculation and something resembling a gambler's fervor. Well, if it isn't Mimir. So what do you think of my car? Not bad. Mimir evaluated. But this doesn't seem like it belongs to you, does it? We need a vehicle. This time we need space, power, and most importantly, durability. Mimir stated bluntly. Spacious. Durable. Old Captain stroked his chin, eyeing Mimir and Jack as though appraising a work of art. I understand. You're not looking for mere transportation. You're searching for a mobile fortress. True enough, with your motorcycle it works for personal use, but for actual contracts it's quite inadequate. Of course this was a lie. Now in Night City, every intermediary from small to large knew that Mimir's missions had virtually no failure rate. Even kidnappings, he could bring you back alive. As for whatever might be missing from the person brought back, that was none of your concern. Besides, the client hadn't specified they wanted them complete and intact. He led the two toward the depths of the garage and lifted a massive waterproof tarp. A pitch-black beast exuding cold metallic luster appeared before them. Chevrolet Emperor. Old Captain patted the heavy engine hood, producing a dull resonance, military-grade ballistic armor shell equipped with reinforced suspension system. This vehicle originally belonged to a Militech executive, later ending up on the streets after an accident. I've replaced it with a brand new power core. Even towing a tank behind it, this beast can tear through the Badlands sandstorms at 180 miles per hour. Mimir glanced at Old Captain. That accident, wasn't that your doing? Who didn't know that Old Captain, originally from the corporations himself, now despised corporate dogs the most? Because the corporation's waste was dumped untreated into San Domingo, causing mass illness, and then those biotech bastards sold purification devices at astronomical prices that many civilians couldn't afford. Jack circled the vehicle, his eyes wide with awe. He pulled open the door and gazed at the spacious rear seating area, capable of fitting 3 men his size side by side, and let out a satisfied sigh. Mierda, this is what a real man should drive. Menno, look at these seats, the craftsmanship. Mimir stepped forward and rested his right hand lightly on the car's body. His mind net instantly penetrated. He saw the intricate machinery within the engine compartment, sensed the fuel flowing through the lines, and felt the 3-layer composite armor plating. This vehicle was indeed in peak condition, just as Old Captain claimed. How much? Mimir asked. Old Captain held up 3 fingers, but before he could speak, Mimir noticed a flicker of hesitation in his emotional field. That expensive? Jack was astonished. Old Captain's 3 fingers didn't represent mere thousands. It required an additional 0. This is the market price, and furthermore, I've invested so much into it. Someone else had already reserved this vehicle. Otherwise, why would I have added all those modifications? If you weren't buying, I wouldn't have wanted to sell. Old Captain pursed his lips. But then he leaned close to Mimir and whispered, 150,000. Installments are acceptable. Consider the remainder my sponsorship to you. I have only one requirement from now on: when you take jobs in San Domingo, prioritize checking my contracts. And if one day you truly reach the pinnacle at Afterlife, don't forget to tell Rogue that your first war machine came from my hands. For real. Though speaking in a lowered voice, Jack was far from deaf. Old Captain, are you running a charity? No, I'm buying a boat ticket. The Old Captain winked cunningly. I've misjudged many cars in my life, but never a person. Mill, are you taking this deal? Mill looked at the old captain's eyes full of ambition and understood that this was the survival rule of Night City. Deal. Mill raised his wrist, and the payment watch gently swiped over the sensor. Straightforward. The old captain laughed heartily, casually tossing a heavy electronic key to Mill. She's yours. Oh, by the way, I threw in a little gift in the trunk. Consider it a make-up for the earlier welcome gift. Jack couldn't wait to open the trunk and found 2 cases of high-energy CHOH-2 fuel neatly stacked inside, along with a brand-new vehicle emergency system. Old Captain, you're a real one. Jack excitedly slid into the driver's seat and started the engine without hesitation. Vroom. The low, powerful roar echoed under the overpass, shattering the neon reflections in the puddles. At the same time, on the top floor of an abandoned apartment a few hundred meters from the car shop, a figure was setting up an ultra-long-range thermal imager, the lens locked firmly on Mill. Target has purchased a vehicle. Chevrolet Emperor Black. I still don't understand. According to the biological scan just now, there's no cyberware reaction on him at all. How did a pure stock manage to take down Royce in under a second? The voice on the communicator was as dark as a viper's tongue. That's the answer we're looking for, V. Keep an eye on him. Don't tip him off. Biotechnica is already getting restless. We need to get ahead of them and figure out the secret of that armor. Understood. V put away the instrument, vanished in a flash, and disappeared into the shadows. She had falsified the intelligence. After all, Jack was one of the few friends she had. In Night City, true friends are a luxury. But Jack was someone she liked well enough. He was cool. At the entrance of the car shop, Mill seemed to sense something and tilted his head slightly toward the direction of the abandoned apartment. His mind net caught an extremely faint but highly targeted observation signal. What's up, Mano? Jack leaned out of the window. Nothing. Mill withdrew his gaze and sat into the passenger seat. Let's go and test the power of this beast. Chevrolet Emperor's suspension system was truly astonishing. The pothole-ridden streets of Santo Domingo felt as smooth as silk beneath it. Jack steered with one hand while bobbing his head to the Latin rock on the radio, completely in a state of extreme euphoria. Haha. Mano, I feel like I could ram through the gates of Arasaka Tower. Jack slapped the steering wheel excitedly. This feels amazing. Wide view, surging power. This is the style a legend deserves. Mill sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed in repose. Though his mind net was not fully deployed, it still monitored the surrounding 100 meters like a radar. Suddenly, his terminal vibrated violently. Sender Padre. Mill, is Jack with you? Something's wrong. Mill opened his eyes, his gaze instantly sharpening. He quickly opened the message and a bloody photo popped up. It was an alley in the Haywood district. Several members of the Valentino gang lay in a pool of blood. Mill recognized one of them. The young man who had toasted Jack at the Coyote Bar that day. A Valentino stronghold in the Valley district was attacked. Not for territory, it was a massacre. Witnesses said a group of professionals in black tactical gear with no insignia. They took Jack's best brother, Gustavo Orta. Jack has already left the gang. I shouldn't involve him. But Gustavo. He was targeted because he helped cover up Jack's departure. Mill, I can't show up, or it will trigger a full-scale gang war. Of course Padre was lying. The operation was so swift and clean. In Night City, he couldn't think of anyone else who could do this except the corporate hounds. But why would corporate people target them? That was what Padre couldn't understand. Even Militech, backing the 6th Street gang, would never involve themselves in a gang war unless another corporation intervened. Mill turned to look at Jack, who was still laughing, and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Jack, pull over. What's up, Mano? We're not there yet. Jack noticed Mill's grim expression, his smile fading, and pulled over to brake. What's wrong? Mill didn't say a word, just handed him the terminal. Jack took the terminal, glanced at it, and his ruddy face instantly turned deathly pale. Then a storm of murderous aura erupted from him, as if the temperature inside the car dropped to freezing point. Gustavo. Jack's voice was terrifyingly low, like gravel ground deep in his throat. Those beasts. Those bastards. He slammed his fist onto the dashboard, and the special plastic let out a painful cracking sound. Padre says they're professionals. Jack, calm down. Mill put a hand on his shoulder. This looks like a trap specifically for you. I know. Of course I fucking know. Jack turned his eyes red. But Gustavo did it for me. That day at the bar, he shielded me from the old man's questioning. He said, Jack's chasing his dream. Whoever wants to stop him has to get through me first. Now he's been captured because of me, and you want me to calm down. He slammed the gear, floored the accelerator. The Chevrolet Emperor let out a furious roar, leaving 2 black smoking tire marks on the road, and wildly turned around to rush toward Haywood. I didn't say we won't save him, Jack. Mill's voice was still calm, but carried an undeniable force. I'm saying we're going to kill them all, every last one. Jack froze, turned to look at Mill. He saw a glint in Mill's pale blue eyes that he had never seen before, a coldness like polar glaciers. Fine. Kill them all. Jack gritted out these words. In the Haywood Valley district, an abandoned meatpacking plant. This had once been a secret Valentino stronghold, but now the air was filled not only with the stench of rotten meat, but also the sharp smell of blood and gunpowder. The Chevrolet Emperor stopped silently in the shadows a few hundred meters from the factory. My net, full activation. Mill closed his eyes. In an instant his perception exploded outward. 12 bioelectrical signals inside the factory. These signals were very special, stable cold uniform, and even their breathing frequencies were astonishingly consistent. This was definitely not ordinary gangsters, nor even common mercenaries. Rather it was the style of corporate dogs. Biotechnica, or Arasaka, or Militech. In the deepest cold storage of the factory, there was an extremely weak signal. It was Gustavo whose bioelectric field was rapidly decaying. His life was like a candle flickering in the wind. Wait, did I just say something I shouldn't have? 12 people, 4 sniper positions on the second floor, 6 crossfire points on the first floor, and the remaining 2 interrogating in the cold storage. Meyer opened his eyes, his tone icy. Jack and the others brought thermal imaging and motion capture. You storm the front gate to draw their fire. I'll go in through the ventilation ducts. Storm the front. Jack grabbed the crusher from the back seat, then checked the Golden Fury, at his waist, a ferocious grin spreading across his face. I'll make them see just how tough Haywood's breed really is. Catch. Meyer tossed Jack 2 nanospheres. If you run into heavy fire, crush one. It'll grant you 3 seconds of absolute defense. This was something he had crafted based on his own nanofield, single-use life-saving. Jack took the nanospheres without asking what they were, simply nodding firmly. See you in hell in 3 minutes. Jack pushed open the car door and strode toward the factory's main entrance. Meyer meanwhile flickered and vanished into the darkness. Target spotted. Jack Wells. Alone. On the second floor of the factory, a sniper, lurking in the shadows, curled his finger around the trigger. His cybernetic eye locked onto the burly man approaching through thermal imaging. What about the night? A cold voice came through the communicator. Not detected. Might be lurking nearby. Execute the plan. Crippled Jack Wells. First lure him out. Permission to engage. Bang. The muffled crack of a sniper rifle shattered the silence of Haywood. Yet the anticipated scene of blooming flowers never materialized. The instant the bullet was about to strike Jack's head, he crushed the nanosphere in his left hand. A layer of silver-white nanofluid exploded across his body, forming a translucent geometric force field. The armor-piercing round, powerful enough to penetrate an armored vehicle, slammed into the field and shattered like it had hit an insurmountable wall, leaving only a faint ripple in the air. The sniper froze. My turn, you bastards. Jack roared, and the crusher in his hand roared like thunder. The battle instantly escalated into a white-hot frenzy. Meanwhile, Meyer, like a ghost, had navigated the complex ventilation ducts and landed above the cold storage. He looked down to see 2 men wearing fully enclosed tactical helmets with the blurred biotech logo on their chests approaching Gustavo, who was hung on a hook, leering as they held electric batons. Still not talking. Where exactly is that guy who saved the hacker? One of them said, his voice as cold as if it came from hell. Gustavo spat out a mouthful of blood, grinning bitterly. I told you. He's on your mom's bed. You're asking for death. The man raised the electric baton, aiming at Gustavo's wound. At that moment, the metal panel on the ceiling of the cold storage split open silently. Meyer dropped like a meteorite. A-07, Odin partial activation. Silver-white nano-armor instantly covered his arms. The embryonic form of the Gungnir spear pulsed in his palm with devastating electromagnetic light. Looking for me. Meyer's voice echoed in the cramped cold storage, carrying a divine sense of judgment. Under the horrified gaze of the 2 agents, a streak of silver light instantly pierced the entire space. The air inside the cold storage seemed to freeze for an instant, then was torn apart by blinding silver-blue electric light. The moment Meyer landed, the frost beneath his feet cracked sharply from the discharge of high-voltage charge. The 2 biotech agents reacted swiftly. As heavily cybernetically enhanced corporate hounds, their neural reaction speed far exceeded ordinary humans. But in Meyer's eyes, with the partial Odin activation, their movements were as slow as struggling in thick syrup. Target confirmed. Open fire. The agent on the left roared, his arm-mounted pop-out submachine gun spitting fire. The point-blank barrage would shred any carbon-based life form. Meyer didn't even dodge. He raised his left hand, fingers spread in the air before his palm, twisted slightly, forming a translucent hexagonal electromagnetic field. Clang, clang, clang. The armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating light armor struck the field, sending up brilliant sparks before falling helplessly to the ground. My turn. Meyer's voice was cold as ice. He clenched his right hand in the air, and the silver-white nanometal, guided by electromagnetic force, instantly extended and solidified into a 2-meter-long nanoenergy spear. The tip of the spear shimmered with a terrifying blue arc, highly concentrated plasma energy. Swoosh. Meyer vanished. In the agent's cybernetic eye sensors, only a blur was captured. The next second, the Gungnir spear had pierced through the chest of the agent on the right. The thick military-grade subdermal armor was as fragile as paper before the plasma spear. Zap! The violent electromagnetic energy erupted instantly, frying all electronic components and neural bridges inside the agent. He didn't even have time to scream. His entire body collapsed like a puppet with cut strings in a stench of burning. Monster! You monster! The remaining agent's psychological defenses completely shattered. He scrambled backward, trying to gain distance and activate the self-destruct protocol. Mimir expressionlessly raised his right hand, and the Gungnir spear turned into a silver lightning bolt launched from his hand. The spear pierced the agent's throat with deadly precision. The immense kinetic force carried his body backward, pinning him firmly to the thick metal wall of the cold storage. High-voltage current instantly overloaded his brain, forcibly intercepting all self-destruct commands outside the neural center. The cold storage returned to dead silence. Mimir strode quickly to Gustavo, the spear in his hand, reverting to liquid nanostream and retracting into his body. He used his fingers like a blade to cut the chains binding Gustavo, catching him steadily before he fell. Gustavo, hold on. Mimir pressed his palm against Gustavo's bloodied chest. Core directive emergency stabilization. Release nanite repair factors. Tiny glimmers of light seeped from between Mimir's fingers, penetrating Gustavo's wounds. Those invisible nanobots began working frantically, sealing severed blood vessels, stimulating cell regeneration, forcibly pulling Gustavo back from the brink of death. Cough. Cough. Gustavo opened his eyes with difficulty, looking at the handsome face with platinum blonde hair before him, his consciousness still hazy. Are you an angel? No, I'm Jack's brother. Mimir hoisted him onto his back. Hold tight. We're fighting our way out. In the factory hall, Jack was engaged in an unprecedented fierce battle. 6 elite agents from Biotechnica worked in seamless coordination, utilizing the factory's intricate network of cover to establish an all-encompassing crossfire. Although Jack was protected by a nano-defense sphere, it could only maintain absolute defense for 3 seconds. Bang, 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 bang. Jack took cover behind an abandoned conveyor belt, and with his golden vixen, precisely shattered the bionic eye of an agent attempting a flanking maneuver. Come on, you corporate dogs. Old Jack from Haywood is waiting for you. Jack roared, but his situation was dire. The enemy had deployed a miniature auto turret, and its dense barrage forced him to keep his head down. Jack, get down. Jack, get down. Mill's voice suddenly exploded through the communication channel. Moments later, the heavy door of the cold storage on the second floor burst open under immense internal pressure. A silver-white figure carrying Gustavo on his back leapt down from over 10 meters above. Global baptism. Mill spread his arms wide in midair, and countless microscopic nanofilaments shot out from his back armor, connecting to the cables and metal supports on the factory ceiling. In an instant, the entire factory hall transformed into a massive high-voltage electric field. ZZT. The agent's high-quality cybernetic implants became the perfect conductors. They convulsed in agony, their bionic eyes, smoking limbs, spasming uncontrollably. The miniature turret short-circuited and caught fire in the electromagnetic storm, producing a muffled explosion. Mill landed steadily, and with a casual wave of his hand, an electromagnetic pulse sent the last 2 resisting agents flying. Mano, you're like a god of war descended to Earth. Though he had no idea why Mill looked like this now, it didn't diminish Jack's admiration. Night City was full of bizarre things, even vending machines that told jokes. One more weirdo wasn't that strange. But when he saw Gustavo on Mill's back, his eyes instantly reddened. Gustavo, you bastard, you're alive. Cut the crap. Get him in the car. Mill commanded calmly. Reinforcements are closing in. The neural net picked up signals from at least 3 armed air cars. Without hesitation, Jack took Gustavo from Mill's back, and the 2 of them bolted out of the factory like a gust of wind, diving into the black Chevrolet Emperor. Buckle up. Jack slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the engine roared like a caged beast breaking free. Target is escaping. All units intercept that black Chevrolet. In the sky, 3 armed air cars bearing the Biotechnica insignia dove downward, their mounted thermal sensors locking onto the black sedan, racing along the highway. Rat-a-tat-tat. High-caliber machine gun rounds detonated around the Chevrolet, kicking up bursts of earth. The highway was instantly pockmarked with craters. Mierda. They've got missiles equipped. Jack frantically wrenched the steering wheel, narrowly dodging a whistling micromissile. Wasn't there a rule in Night City about not using WMDs? Well, they were a corporation after all. To them, that rule meant about as much as toilet paper. Jack, keep it straight. Mill sat in the passenger seat, arms extended, eyes half closed. I'm taking over this vehicle. What? Before Jack could react, Mill's synchronized link had already activated. His consciousness instantly penetrated the vehicle's electronic control unit, directly seizing control of all the Chevrolet's sensors and power systems. To Mill, the car was no longer an inanimate object. It was an extension of his own body. Nano-reinforcement engage. Beneath the black paint, a faint silver sheen began to ripple across the surface. The Chevrolet's armor plating, reinforced by nanorobots, instantly multiplied its strength several times over. Boom! The speed, already at its limit, surged even higher. The Chevrolet carved an impossible arc through the crowded streets like a black meteor. Ahead, two military-grade armored off-road vehicles attempted to block the intersection side by side. Rammed through them. Mill's voice remained completely steady. "Are you crazy? Those are armored SUVs." Jack screamed, but his foot inexplicably refused to lift from the accelerator. Thud! An earth-shattering crash echoed through the streets. To the horrified onlookers, the black Chevrolet sliced through the two heavy SUVs like a blade through butter, sending parts flying everywhere. The Chevrolet itself sustained only minor scuffs on its front paint, its speed not slowing in the slightest. "Holy shit! What the hell did old Captain sell us?" Jack muttered to himself. Mill executed a graceful drift, steering the vehicle into a narrow underground passage using complex electromagnetic interference to jam the air car's tracking. 5 minutes later, they had completely shaken off their pursuers. Inside Old Vic's clinic, the lighting remained its usual dim yellow. Victor looked at Gustavo being carried and then at Mill and Jack, who reeked of gunpowder. He pushed up his glasses and sighed deeply. "I knew it. As long as you two are together, my operating table never gets a break." Old Vic, save him. "It's because of me that..." Jack's voice was choked with emotion. Enough with the wailing. Victor began expertly operating the medical devices. His wounds were treated professionally, that microscopic cellular stabilization technique. "No, you did that, didn't you?" Mill silently nodded. He had only performed emergency treatment. While the nanosoldier's core could self-repair, its repair capability would be significantly compromised without proper maintenance. 5 years after the Asgard War, with no maintenance performed, the nano-armor's energy reserves were nearly depleted, forced to conserve wherever possible. "No one else in all of Night City has this kind of technology. You saved his life. Leave the rest to me." Victor waved his hand. "Wait outside. Don't disturb my surgery." In the alley outside the clinic, the rain had stopped. Father Sebastian Ibarra stood quietly in the shadows, his cross emitting a faint glow. The priest of Haywood had left his territory for the first time. It couldn't be helped. Although the fixers claimed not to fear the core, if a corporation truly targeted them, they wouldn't fare any better. That was just how priests were. If Biotechnica had played for real today, neither the Valentinos nor all of Haywood could have withstood it. He survived. Mill walked over to the priest. "I know." The priest looked up, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Mill, tonight you not only saved a Valentino brother, you also saved Haywood's soul. But you've also thoroughly angered Biotechnica. They struck first." Mill answered calmly. Jack walked out of the clinic, his emotions much calmer. He approached Mimir, and without a word simply extended his fist. Mimir smiled slightly, and reached out to bump fists with him. "Mano, from today onward my life is yours," Jack said solemnly. "Your life is your own, Jack." Mimir gazed at the distant horizon where the first light of dawn was breaking. "We're just going to make something of ourselves in this fucked up world." On a nearby rooftop, V packed up her sniper rifle. It seemed her help wasn't needed. Jack had saved her life, so naturally she couldn't intervene. It was a matter of honor. Though betrayal was the norm in Night City, she wouldn't stoop to that. Being urgently recalled from Europe was already a pain in the ass, and now having to cooperate with Biotechnica was even worse. Though she was curious about the armor Mimir had, there would be other opportunities. Better to win hearts than to fight. With Jack as a connection, why worry about opportunities? But her boss didn't think the same way. Sure enough, the communicator crackled with Jenkins's furious roar. "Useless. Biotechnica is a bunch of useless fools. An entire elite squad wiped out by 2 people. V, I want you to execute Plan B immediately." V turned off the communicator, looking at the platinum blonde figure below, a wry smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "Plan B. No, Jenkins. This play is getting more interesting." She pulled a coin from her pocket and flicked it lightly. "Messiah Mimir. We'll meet formally soon." Meanwhile, in a rundown apartment in Santo Domingo, David Martinez was practicing the cold gaze Mimir had shown that day over and over in front of the mirror. He patted the sweat-soaked tuition notice from Arasaka Academy in his pocket, his eyes growing resolute. "Since reasoning doesn't work, I'll become strong. Strong enough that no one dares to reason with me." The gears of the era meshed completely at this moment. Victor Vector straightened up, pulled off his blood-stained surgical gloves, and let out a relieved sigh. Under the harsh light of the surgical lamp, Gustavo's breathing steadied. Though his body was wrapped in nanograde bio-bandages, the vital energy of a survivor had finally returned. "He'll live." Old Vic walked to the sink, his back to Mimir and Jack. "But his cyberware is severely damaged, especially the neural connections fried to a crisp by that high-voltage current. If Mimir hadn't used some kind of stabilizer in time, he'd be a brain-dead shell by now." Jack plopped down onto the worn leather sofa in the clinic, covering his face with his hands, shoulders trembling slightly. "Thank you, Old Vic. Really, thank you." Victor turned his gaze passing over Jack to rest on Mimir, who was leaning against the doorframe in silence. In his eyes, which had seen countless modified bodies, there shone an unprecedented curiosity. Jack, go get some nutrient solution for Gustavo, and pick up some calming incense for Misty. Old Vic sent Jack away. Jack hesitated, glanced at Mimir, then at Old Vic, nodded, and left. Only the two remained in the clinic. Mimir, come sit. Victor pointed to the dental chair designed for cyberware installation. Mimir walked over and sat down. Instead of picking up a scalpel, Victor pulled over a precision bioscanner. Don't be nervous, I just want to confirm something, Victor said half-jokingly, but his hands were steady. As the scanning beam swept across Mimir's chest, Victor's display showed an image that dealt a devastating blow to his career. No synthetic lungs, no nano-coated stomach, no neural processor, not even the most basic personal link interface. Instead, there were perfect muscle fibers, a powerfully beating natural heart, and a dense cluster of tiny energy points like a star cluster that the scanner couldn't even analyze. This body of yours. Victor took off his glasses and rubbed his tired eyes. If the lunatics at Arasaka or Biotechnica saw this, they'd think the 50-year history of cyberware evolution was a joke. You said I couldn't be compatible with any cyberware, Old Vic, Mimir replied calmly. My cells reject all foreign metal. But there are advantages too, aren't there? Of course. Old Vic was referring to Mimir's armor. Nanotechnology. After the legendary hacker Bartmoss's rabid virus swept through, almost all of it had died in the old net, and even the corporate miners dared not dig there. However, Mimir's armor seemed to be an even more advanced form of nanotechnology. Its generation method unknown, its power source unknown. All of it was fucking unknown. But Old Vic didn't care. Everyone has their secrets, oh why dig deeper? He just knew Mimir was trustworthy. After all, his moral compass was almost positive in all of Night City. However, you stirred up Biotechnica's elite tonight. They won't let it go. There aren't many consciences left in Night City, but I hope you can stay a while longer. Victor put his glasses back on, his expression turning serious. And that kid Jack. He's bold, but he's sincere with you. Guide him, don't let him rush too fast on this path, and end up becoming a trophy himself. As Mimir stepped out of the clinic, the morning light was piercing through the industrial smog of Watson. The air had the same smell, unchanging for millennia. Jack was standing by the Black Chevalier Emperor, holding 2 cans of warm synthetic coffee. What did Old Vic tell you? Was he praising me for fighting like a god tonight? Jack grinned, handing a coffee to Mimir. He said you need to lose weight, or the suspension on this car will give out sooner or later. Mimir cracked a rare joke. Chingada, Old Vic must be jealous of these powerful muscles. Didn't Old Vic say those are just show muscles? Fuck, how can you slander my honor like that? I told you it's a rumor. I knocked him out with 1 punch back then. What honor? I saw the video Old Vic recorded. Jack turned red, veins bulging on his forehead, and argued, boxing can't be counted as stealing. Boxing? Can a fighter's matter be considered losing? Then came a stream of incomprehensible words like Old Vic is no good, and real training is the way, which made Misty burst into laughter, filling the entire Watson district with a cheerful atmosphere. The two exchanged a smile, and the black beast roared to life. Time goes back to after David Martinez and Meyer met. Although Gloria did not allow David to interact with Meyer, and his group Night City is neither big nor small. Actually, it's not that big either. To be honest, David had already started to entertain some thoughts when he interacted with Meyer, but with his mother around, he didn't make any moves. For David, who had spent his entire life driven by others' ideals, making a decision was quite difficult. So they met again. Arasaka Academy. This is the place where all middle-class and above families in Night City desperately try to send their children. Graduating here means having 1 foot in the door of Arasaka Corporation, earning the qualification to become a person above others. Everyone hates the corporate dogs, yet everyone wants to become one. That's just Night City's nature. Afraid you'll suffer, yet also afraid you'll drive a Range Rover. It was after school, and groups of students in expensive custom-made uniforms walked out of the gate, their faces bearing an innate sense of superiority as they discussed the latest braindance experiences and luxury goods. Just outside a small alley near the academy gate, a discordant scene unfolded. Hey Martinez, I heard your mom went to clean up the rotten flesh left by those cyber psychos again. Ha ha ha, what a great job. Several well-dressed boys cornered a youth in a noticeably ill-fitting yellow jacket against the wall. The leader was none other than the popular figure at Arasaka Academy, the son of Principal Tanaka Tianzhong Shengnan. That's none of your business, Shengnan. The youth in the yellow jacket, David Martinez, clenched his teeth and turned his head away. His eyes were full of anger, but more than that, a helplessness oppressed by reality. How is it none of my business? Shengnan exaggeratedly pinched his nose. I'm just curious, did you bring that stench of poverty from the garbage dumps? Oh, and I heard you cracked the Academy's latest teaching software again. Amazing genius. Too bad, even a genius has to afford tuition, doesn't he? His words drew a burst of laughter from the surrounding crowd. David's fists were clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. He knew that if he dared to fight back, he would be expelled from the academy the next day, and all his mother's hopes and efforts would be in vain. He could only endure. Just then a low, powerful engine sound approached from afar. A crimson motorcycle like a blazing blade silently stopped at the alley entrance. A young man in a black jacket and hood got off the bike. He stood there quietly, and an invisible pressure spread out, causing the students' laughter to abruptly stop. "Hey, what are you looking at?" "Stock, this is none of your business, get lost." Shungnan was also a bit afraid of Mimir, having been taught a lesson last time, as seeing him now naturally made him uncomfortable. But he was convinced that this commoner from Night City wouldn't dare to do anything to him. His father was a minister at Arasaka. Mimir did not speak. He slowly raised his head, and under the shadow of his hood a pair of pale blue eyes quietly fixed on Shungnan. There was no anger, no threat in those eyes, only an unfathomable coldness and calmness. It was like a god looking down upon a noisy ant. Shungnan felt a chill in his heart under that gaze, as if all his pretenses and superiority were stripped away completely. He wanted to say something harsher to save face, but found his throat seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, unable to utter a single word. Mimir's gaze shifted from him to his expensive spotless uniform, then to David's slightly faded yellow jacket. "His jacket is cleaner than you." Mimir's voice was soft, yet like a sharp scalpel it precisely sliced through Shingnan's thin layer of self-esteem. Shingnan's face instantly turned livid. "You? What did you say?" He roared in humiliation and anger. "I said." Mimir took a step forward, and the invisible pressure suddenly intensified, causing Shungnan and his followers to involuntarily step back. "Get lost." One word, simple and direct, yet carrying an unquestionable command. Shingnan's body trembled slightly with anger and fear. He wanted to fight, but his mediocre martial arts skills learned at the academy were a joke compared to the murderous aura of mountains of corpses and seas of blood emanating from this man before him. You just wait." He finally threw out a tough line in cowardice and fled with his equally frightened followers. The alley instantly fell silent. David leaned against the wall, staring blankly at the mysterious man who had appeared suddenly and resolved his predicament in a way he couldn't understand. Mimir turned around and looked at David. His heart net could perceive the stubborn pride and unyielding flame within this youth. Thank you," David said in a low voice. He didn't like accepting charity, but this time he had indeed been helped. "They attack you with words because they are inferior to you in other aspects." Mimir's tone returned to calm. "Don't let their incompetence become your shackles." With that he did not linger and turned back to the motorcycle. "Mano, you're something. One sentence and you scared those little brats away." Jack laughed and punched Mimir's arm. "I thought you'd at least hang them from a lamppost." "No need." Mimir swung onto the bike. "Our guest is still waiting for us." The Kuzunagi's engine roared again and instantly disappeared into the traffic. David Martinez stood at the alley entrance, staring blankly at the fading red streak, feeling as if something had struck him hard in the chest. Honestly, David didn't know what to say at that moment, but Mimir's words gave him a starting point. The corporation was his mother's dream, but what about his own dream? No one knew. In Night City, simply staying alive was the greatest dream. Countless gang wars, scavengers everywhere, corporate loan exploitation put countless Night City residents in a state of execution line. But what could be done? Life goes on. However, David was different. Perhaps it was passion, perhaps unwillingness to be bullied, or perhaps that seed had begun to sprout. And so, he made his move. He beat up Shungnan and his gang completely. In the infirmary of Arasaka Academy, David Martinez sat on a bench, an ice pack pressed against his swollen cheek. "Martinez, this is already the third time this month." The nurse sighed, her fingers flying across the terminal. "If you keep having these accidents with the walls, the school may recommend counseling. And that comes with an extra fee." David hung his head silent. All he could see was that platinum-haired young man. That gaze, as if looking down upon dust when facing someone like Katsu Tanaka, a true scion of the elite. "David." The infirmary door swung open and Gloria Martinez hurried in. She still wore her conspicuous yellow EMT uniform, her hair slightly disheveled, exhaustion and anxiety etched into her face. "Mom, what are you doing here?" David rose awkwardly. "The teacher called me." Gloria touched his face with a pained expression, her voice trembling. "Is it those kids again?" "David, please just endure it for a little longer. As long as you graduate and make it into Arasaka's upper management, all of this will be worth it." David looked into his mother's bloodshot eyes and felt a sharp sting in his heart. He wanted to tell her that those so-called elites never treated him as a human being. He wanted to say that even if he joined Arasaka, he would only be moving from a small cage to a larger one. But he simply nodded. "I understand, Mom." When he left school, Gloria had to rush off due to an emergency call. She departed in a hurry. David walked alone toward the Santo Domingo monorail platform. "Hey kid." A low voice came from the shadows. David whirled around and saw the black Chevrolet Emperor parked quietly by the curb. The window rolled down to reveal Jack's wild face and the figure in the passenger seat. "It's you." David was stunned. "Hop in, I'll give you a ride," Mill said indifferently. After a moment's hesitation, David opened the rear door. A faint scent of leather mixed with some crisp, clean energy filled the car, inexplicably loosening his tense nerves. "Looks like those bastards are picking on you again." Jack eyed David through the rearview mirror, grumbling. "If it were me, I'd have knocked their teeth out and fed them to the dogs long ago." "Jack, don't corrupt the kid," Mill interrupted, then turned to David. "Tell me, what's the most important thing for surviving in this city?" David hesitated before answering instinctively. "Money. We're getting into a megacorporation. It's about being undefinable." Mill gazed out at the receding neon lights. "Corporations define your value, schools define your future, and even what you wear is chosen for you. If you accept all that, you'll forever be nothing but a cog in their machine." David tightened his grip on his backpack strap, the suppressed fire within him flaring up once more. "Then what should I do?" "Go find your own truth." Mill handed David a business card bearing no text, only a silver raven emblem. "If you ever feel that heavy backpack is too much, come find us. Of course, nothing comes for free." Honestly, he had only popped in while running an errand. If David truly remained as cowardly as in the stories, he wouldn't yet qualify for investment. In the future Night City, there could be the legend of David Martinez or a corporate dog named David Martinez, but never a coward. The car pulled up to the H4 mega building in Santo Domingo. After David stepped out, he watched the black sedan disappear into the acid rain, his hand clenched tightly around the cold business card. "Undefinable," he murmured, his eyes slowly clearing from confusion. "Mano, are we really taking this job?" Jack stared at the new contract from Regina on his terminal, his face twisted in disgust. "Clean up a bunch of scavengers harvesting organs in the sewers of the Northside Industrial Zone. This job is filthy, smelly, and pays only 5,000 euros. "Scavengers are parasites of this city," Mill said, sitting on the tailgate of the Chevy Emperor and carefully checking his nanite core's energy feedback. "And Regina said there are a few missing civilians down there. Might still be alive. Every life matters. We save them all." All right, you're the boss," Jack grumbled, but moved with practiced speed. He grabbed 2 massive golden shrews from the car and tucked several thermite grenades into his pants. "Those scum deserve to die. Last time I saw a Valentino's thug ripped apart down to just a head hanging from a power line. I swore I'd kill them on sight." "Jack, you're a mercenary now." The Padre had reminded him several times that leaving a gang meant he couldn't act like one. Getting too tangled with gang affairs would put the Padre in a difficult position. Because of the Gustava incident, the Padre had even begged Rogue for help, though the price remains unknown. Since then, Arasaka Biotechnologies hadn't been seen in Haywood. Normally, a single gang leader wouldn't worry the Padre, but that affair had dragged him in as well. Saving one is saving 2 is also saving. The matter seemed settled, but there might be further consequences. Got it, Mill. Sometimes you sound just like my mom." Jack waved dismissively. Indeed, if forced to completely separate from his gang ties, he wouldn't be Jack. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the destination. It was a basement concealed beneath an abandoned cold storage facility. The air reeked of nauseating chemical preservatives and rotting flesh. "HeartNet activate." Mill closed his eyes and the world around him instantly transformed into streams of blue data. 8 hosts. 6 in the operating area, 2 guarding the entrance. 3 faint life signals remain inside, fading fast. "Leave the fighting to me, Mano," Jack whispered, his body coiled like a black panther ready to strike. "I'll go in the front, you save the hostages." "No, we'll try something different this time." Mill opened his eyes, silver light flickering in his pupils. "I want them to learn that some businesses invite heavenly retribution." Mill stepped forward and his form subtly warped in the air. That was the optical refraction function of his nanite armor. Though it couldn't achieve full invisibility in the dim basement, he resembled a transparent ghost. Bang! Jack kicked the door open with a violent thrust, firing both pistols simultaneously. "Surprise, you bastards." The roar of the twin guns instantly shattered the dead silence of the basement. The 2 scavengers guarding the entrance didn't even have time to scream before their heads burst like watermelons. Ambush. Counterattack. Counterattack. Inside the operating area, the scavengers, panic-stricken, dropped their scalpels and grabbed the submachine guns lying nearby. Just as they were about to focus fire on Jack, one scavenger suddenly felt a chill at his neck. He instinctively touched it, only to find that his trachea had been severed by an almost invisible strand of energy. Mimir's figure flickered in and out of visibility. Instead of using a blade, he extended his nanosights into countless transparent threads, a thought-weave net. These threads intertwined into a web of death within the cramped space. Any movement would trigger a fatal cut. "What is this?" "Ghost." A scavenger watched in horror as his arm, without any warning, was severed cleanly. Mimir strolled through the chaotic battlefield as if walking in his own garden. With every step, a scavenger either had their brain fried by an electromagnetic pulse or was dismembered by nanofilaments. His movements were graceful, precise, and utterly ruthless. In less than a minute, all 8 scavengers lay dead as cold corpses. Jack whistled, holstering his guns. "Mano, your heavenly net. Trick is practically a scavenger killer. From now on we might as well call ourselves ghost catchers." Mimir ignored his teasing and strode quickly to the operating table. 3 young people, naked and covered with surgical scars, lay there with vacant eyes. If they had arrived 5 minutes later, these people's livers and hearts would have already been in some corporation's refrigerated container. Core directive life support. Mimir extended his hand, and a soft green glow enveloped the victims. "Jack, call Regina to send a team. And take the black ledger from here. The buyers behind the scavengers. Those are the real tumors." As Mimir walked out of the basement, he collided with Regina, who had just arrived. The former journalist looked at the scattered limbs and severed body parts, then at Mimir's jacket, which bore not a single drop of blood. Her gaze was extraordinarily complex. "Mimir, you're becoming the most terrifying legend in this district." Regina took the ledger. "But this will also make you a target for everyone. If fear can make them stop, then I don't mind being that legend." Mimir mounted his bike, and the black Chevrolet Emperor roared away through the curtain of rain. Around the corner, Blue Eyes stood under a black umbrella, silently watching the vehicle depart. "The variable is accelerating," he murmured, a faint blue light flickering in his eyes. "Richard, the future you foresaw seems about to arrive." Regina Jones stood amid the neatly sliced scavenger parts, lighting a cigarette. The smoke dispersed in the damp air of the basement. Her sharp journalist's eyes scanned the electronic ledger Mimir had handed over, her brows furrowed. "A rare outing, and you're already frowning like that." Mimir smiled. "This thing is hotter than a bomb, Mimir." Regina exhaled a cloud of smoke, her voice low. "The flow of these organs and cyberware. It's not just black market clinics. Several biotech subsidiaries are secretly recycling them. You've stirred up a hornet's nest tonight. If you don't stir the hornet's nest, the venomous bees will only multiply." Mimir leaned against the heavy door of the Chevrolet Emperor, his expression as indifferent as if he were discussing tomorrow's weather. "As long as the money hits the account, the trouble is your specialty as a fixer, right?" "Hey Mano, don't be so cold. Regina is just worried about us." Jack leaned out of the car, still holding half a half-eaten wrap. "But seriously, Regina, if those corporate dogs want to cause trouble, let them come. I've been itching to test the strength of the Emperor's bumper." Regina let out a helpless laugh and tapped a few commands on her terminal. 5,000 bonus plus 10,000 hush money already transferred. "I'll have Mox's people handle these victims. They're experienced in taking care of such broken souls." She paused, looking at Mimir. "Also, a name is spreading through the streets of Watson, the Silver Knight. Someone saw a figure in magnificent armor at the cold storage facility. Was that you, Mimir?" "I'm just a lone wolf who works for money." Mimir opened the car door and slid into the passenger seat. A title like Knight doesn't survive long in this city. At night, he sometimes tested how far his core repairs had progressed, but for now he figured he was just making work for himself. The black Chevrolet Emperor let out a low roar, surged out of the basement ramp, and left Regina and that bloody shadow behind. Santo Domingo, under Block H4. David Martinez crouched on the steps, clutching the Silver Raven business card tightly in his hand. His school bag lay tossed aside, a torn textbook corner peeking out from the unzipped opening. Moments earlier, he had discovered that his mother Gloria had secretly canceled all his medical insurance to scrape together next month's tutoring fees. In Night City, no insurance meant that if you got sick or injured, you either waited to die or were taken apart by scavengers like a scrap car. "I've had enough of this logic." David growled, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Squeal. The screech of brakes sounded before him. The black Chevrolet Emperor came to a steady halt right in front of him. Mimir had originally been on his way to see Old Man Captain to close a deal, but he happened to witness this scene. The window rolled down, revealing Mimir's deceptively young face. "You haven't thrown away the card yet, which means you haven't completely given up hope." Mimir's voice rang out clearly above the noisy street. I want to become strong." David stood up, meeting Mimir's eyes. "But I don't want to be like those corporate dogs. I want to protect my mom to make it so she doesn't have to scavenge rotten meat for a few $100. Jack whistled from the driver's seat. "Hey kid, ambitious indeed. But getting strong comes with a tuition, not in $, but in lives." Mimir pushed open the door and stepped out. He walked up to David. The height advantage made the boy instinctively step back. Mimir murmured softly, then pulled out a small neural stability implant from his pocket. "This is something I borrowed from the Maelstrom gang. It can temporarily enhance your neural tolerance, keeping you calm under pressure. Take it. Tomorrow at school, give that Tanaka Katsuo a surprise." "Why are you helping me?" David stared at the faintly glowing blue implant in his palm, his voice trembling. "Because you haven't been completely corrupted by this city yet." Mimir patted him on the shoulder. "Tomorrow after school, if you're still on your feet, come find me at the Wild Dog Bar in Haywood. Then I'll teach you the real logic." The black car drove away. David stood still, feeling the cold texture of the implant in his hand. The flame of resistance within him had finally ignited into a blazing inferno. The very air seemed to congeal, heavy enough to suffocate. A pungent, acrid stench of sulfur, like an invisible force, clung tight to one's nostrils and throat, inducing nausea and discomfort. Gazing into the distance, a long-abandoned chemical plant stood in solitary desolation. Surrounding the factory were crumbling walls, dilapidated structures, and rusted, decayed equipment. A vista of utter bleakness and ruin. Target Lieutenant Matt Liam. Regina says he's been wandering here for 48 hours, killed 3 punks, trying to steal scrap metal. Jack crouched behind a broken wall, infrared binoculars in hand. Mano, he's hiding behind that reactor vessel holding a military-grade tech rifle, the Achilles. That thing can headshot us through 3 walls. Meanwhile, Mills stood steady on a higher vantage point, indifferent as the wild wind tousled his hair. Now, with his formidable psychic network fully activated and deeply analyzing the previously blurred and chaotic scene, instantly crystallized, the entire chemical plant transformed into a translucent, 3-dimensional line structure. Through this unique perspective, Mill effortlessly pinpointed the hidden lieutenant. At this moment, the burdened officer was trembling, cowering in the dark shadow cast by the reactor, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The eerie red glow emanating from him indicated his various cybernetic limbs were overheating from prolonged overload. Worse than neural electrical signals in his brain were tangled like a chaotic mess. They were filled with endless fear and despair, even accompanied by shrill, piercing screams echoing in the air. He's crying. Mill said softly. What? He's firing, he's killing, and you tell me he's crying. Jack was dumbfounded. That's the wail of a soul overloading. Mill leaped from a scaffold over 10 meters high. Odin mode partial activation. Silver-white nanofluid instantly covered his legs and back. The moment he landed, Mill vanished. Who? Another Central American guerrilla, the lieutenant roared, firing his tech rifle wildly into the void. Blue electromagnetic pellets pierced countless steel supports, but Mill moved like a phantom, slipping through spatial gaps. Each landing point precisely avoided the trajectory. Psychic network, logic lock. Mill appeared 5 meters behind the lieutenant, his right hand grasping empty air. An invisible electromagnetic pulse instantly enveloped the lieutenant, locking all his cybernetic implants. Click, click. The lieutenant found with horror that his prized tech rifle had jammed, not only that his cybernetic right leg with a hydraulic booster had failed, forcing him to his knees heavily. Who are you? Did the corporation send you to reclaim parts? The lieutenant turned his head, his red cybernetic eye flickering wildly. I'm here to take you home, Lieutenant. Mill walked up to him, the nano-armor shimmering with a sacred radiance under the moonlight. He reached out and gently pressed his hand to the lieutenant's metallic forehead. Core directive neural stabilization. Forced deep sleep. A soft green light seeped into the lieutenant's brain-computer interface. Those violent, distorted electrical signals rapidly calmed under the nanobot's soothing. The red light in the lieutenant's eyes gradually dimmed. He looked at Mill, his lips trembling. Is the war over? It's over, soldier. The lieutenant closed his eyes and fell heavily into Mill's arms. Regina extraction. Mill spoke into the communicator, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. Received, Mill. That night the Haywood Wild Wolf bar, shrouded in darkness, was thick with alcohol fumes and raucous noise. David Martinez stood at the entrance, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed open the slightly worn, unusually heavy wooden door. With a creak, he entered this place brimming with mystery and countless stories. David looked haggard, with several obvious bruises on his cheeks, as if he had just been in a fierce fight. He wore a tattered, grimy, blood-stained school uniform, making him appear utterly wretched. Jack, leisurely sipping an iced beer at the bar, noticed David's entrance, curled his lips into a mocking smile, and waved him over. Yo, isn't this the little goody two-shoes from the academy? Ha ha ha. How's it going, little man? Heard you really showed off today. Did you give that Tanaka guy a real nice slap? Facing Jack's teasing and the curious gazes of those around, I sent him to the infirmary. David sat down next to Mill, his voice hoarse. But I got expelled. My mom. She hasn't come home yet. I don't know how to tell her. If you weren't expelled, you'd never get a chance to see the real Night City. Mill handed him a glass of juice. Jack, tell him our rules. Rules are simple, kid. Jack slung an arm around David's shoulder. First, never betray your brothers. Second, never trust the corporations. Third, and most important, follow Mill, and you'll learn to kill with your mind, not with chrome. Just then a breaking news report flashed on the bar's TV screen. This afternoon, Tanaka Katsuo, son of the Arasaka Academy dean, was attacked by an unidentified assailant. According to eyewitnesses, the attacker allegedly used an unregistered military-grade neural disruption device. Arasaka security has launched an investigation. David's face turned pale instantly. Don't worry. Mill took a sip of his drink, his gaze deep. That implant has a self-destruct program. They won't trace it back to you. But Arasaka will find a scapegoat. And you need to become strong enough before that. Strong enough that they won't dare touch you. What should I do? David clenched his fists. Tomorrow start following Jack to the Badlands. There's the Aldecaldos nomads there. They'll teach you how to survive without the corporation's protection. Mill looked toward the shadows of the bar. As for Arasaka's investigation, I'll go handle it. The morning sunlight could not pierce through the thick industrial smog of Santo Domingo when the old captain's communication blared to life on Mill's terminal. Hey, my big client. Got an urgent job that only you can handle. The old captain's holographic image flickered before Mill, looking anxious as he constantly wiped sweat from his brow. Get to the point, old man. Mill sat on the hood of the Chevrolet Emperor, watching David practice basic combat stances under Jack's guidance. A transport truck leaving a biotech lab was ambushed by the Sawtooth gang at the edge of the wasteland. There's nothing valuable on board except a crate of anti-rejection medication for the nomad at Caro clan. Old Salt is going crazy. If these medicines don't make it back, his boys who just got cybernetic implants will be meeting God. The old captain lowered his voice. The biotech company doesn't want to go through official channels because there's some illicit contraband mixed in that truck. They're offering €20,000 plus a 50% reduction in my wasteland passage fees. Help me out, Mill, and help those nomads too. The wasteland? Isn't that outside your territory? Every fixer has a designated territory. Only a handful like Rog accept jobs across all of Night City. The wasteland falls under Dakota Smith's jurisdiction. The old captain and Faraday's power base is Santo Domingo, though the old captain is more obsessed with his hot rod collecting than fixer business, which is why he trails behind the ever-active Faraday in fixer affairs. True, although Faraday's assignments claim citywide coverage, most of his actual work comes from Santo Domingo. More importantly, his so-called citywide reach still falls short of Rog's. Of course, if someone in Santo Domingo wants a reliable deal at a fair price, they'd still come to the old captain first. Faraday. He'd probably quote you an astronomical price. Most importantly, the mercs might end up with very little after his cut. Exactly. But Dakota won't take corporate jobs, so I'm your only option. You know Faraday. Had he taken this, he'd probably screw over the nomads just to curry favor with the corp. Rough words, but true. Mill turned to Jack and David. We've got work. Jack, take David with you. He needs to see what the real wasteland looks like. You got it. Kids, suit up in your sandproof gear. The wasteland sand will scrub the soot right out of your lungs. Jack enthusiastically patted David on the back of the head. The black Chevrolet Emperor sped out of Santo Domingo's boundaries. The buildings lining the highway vanished, rapidly replaced by endless yellow sands and polluted wasteland. This is the wasteland. David pressed his face against the window, awestruck by the massive solar panel arrays in the distance. This is a lawless place, but also a land of freedom. Mill sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed as he expanded his mind net. His perception pierced through layers of heat waves, picking up chaotic bioelectric signals 15 kilometers ahead. 3 modified vehicles and 1 heavy truck. The Sawtooth gang is celebrating. Jack, floor it. Don't give them time to react. You got it. Jack stomped on the accelerator, the vehicle roaring like a wild beast and kicking up a long trail of dust across the wasteland. Minutes later, the Chevrolet Emperor executed a drift over the roadblock and skidded to a halt in front of the convoy. The ear-piercing screech of tires sent sparks flying through the gaps in their sandproof suits. David barely recovered his composure, nearly screaming at the scene before him. Several thugs in ragged clothing were dismantling medicine crates nearby, syringes scattered everywhere on the ground. Over 20 people were cheerfully eating ham and sausages dancing around the truck. 2 others tended grills with sizzling steaks, fat dripping into the fire and rising in white smoke, the air thick with the pungent aroma of spices. But don't expect any of this to be genuine. The stuff here is all corporate grade. Even if the meat contained actual flesh, that'd be pushing it. As for what kind of meat it was, don't ask. Probably sourced from some consolidated food processing plant. 2 dazed cargo handlers stumbled out of the truck cab, but soldiers in menacing helmets charged forward and executed them without hesitation. A bearded man wielding a sharpened battle axe walked to the rear of the truck, kicking each medicine crate to the ground for others to inspect. David's lips trembled as he looked at Jack, covered in blood, and swallowed hard. Is this really the wasteland? They're just robbing people like this. Isn't that illegal? Kid, good deeds bringing rewards. That's a rule for civilized society, and even then only for a privileged few. The wasteland has no use for reason. Violence is the only law here. Mill watched the scene unfold and sighed. This world has long abandoned any concept of fairness. Those savages will soon do everything in their power to eliminate all evidence. And don't you think too simplistically, kid? Did you really believe Night City has rule of law? Night City's laws, they exist for the corporations. What about common people? Dead is dead. Consider it a contribution to Night City's GDP. But they waited. After all, their primary objective was recovering the medication. The Sawtooth gang was secondary. Only after the gang finished their loot and departed did Mill and his crew follow. Boss, we've got a vehicle closing in from behind. It's that black Chevrolet Emperor. Panic erupted over the Sawtooth gang's radio channel. What's there to fear? We've got 3 vehicles and a heavy machine gun. Turn it into a sieve. 3 modified cars executed a rapid turnaround, forming a pincer movement toward the Chevrolet Emperor. The rooftop-mounted heavy machine gun opened fire bullets, kicking up columns of dirt across the wasteland. David catch. Mill tossed a contrast smart pistol over his shoulder without looking. Disengage the safety lock onto your target and leave the rest to the AI. Smart weapons typically require corresponding cybernetic implants, but his was modified. It featured a built-in AI assistant, just saying. Of course, this AI wasn't as flashy as the commercial models. Its role was purely supportive. I've never fired a gun before. David fumbled to catch the pistol, his face draining of color. In this world, you don't need to learn how to shoot. You only need to learn who deserves to die. Mill's voice was calm and resolute. Jack, keep it steady. Mill pushed open the car door and leaned half his body out. His eyes instantly turned silver blue and the surrounding air began to tremble violently. Boom. A deafening explosion tore through the morning silence as though heaven and earth themselves trembled. The black off-road vehicle was struck with devastating force. The hood blew apart in an instant, flames and smoke intertwining, scalding coolant gushing forth like a geyser spraying recklessly across the scorched highway. Lost control at high speed, the vehicle tumbled wildly like a mortally wounded beast, finally crashing heavily against the hard rocks by the roadside with a terrifying sound of twisting metal. Damn it! What the hell was that? The remaining Chaos crew members exchanged terrified glances, their screams echoing across the desolate wasteland as their frantic eyes darted about searching for the invisible enemy. David, now? Fire! Jack's voice cut like a blade straight into every member's heart, carrying an unquestionable authority and urgency. David's hands trembled slightly, feeling the cold metal of the gun in his grip, born of sheer nerves. He forced himself to concentrate, adjusting his aim as a Chaos crew member before him struggled to crawl free from the wreckage. David clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The smart bullets carved eerie yet precise arcs through the air, striking straight for the target's optical implant and throat. Blood sparkling like rubies in the sunlight instantly splattered across the car windows, forming a gruesome tableau. David's stomach churned violently, the urge to vomit hovered at the back of his throat. He bit down hard on his teeth, forcing himself to stay composed. He would not show weakness now. Nice work, kid. Jack's laughter grew even more brazen amidst the explosions and screams as he smashed into the remaining modified vehicle, as if announcing victory to his enemies. Crunch. The colossal impact shockwave thundered through the air, sending the Chaos crew's vehicle flying off the highway like a tossed toy. It somersaulted through the sky, debris scattering everywhere. A chilling sight that stole everyone's breath. And at that moment, Mills's figure surged forward like a silver streak, leaping from the moving sedan with irresistible momentum, landing lightly atop the heavy truck's roof. His gaze pierced through the thick armor, locking directly onto the driver. Stop the truck or die. Mills's words echoed in the driver's mind like a frigid whisper from the abyss, heavy with suffocating menace. The driver's face drained of color instantly, his heart hammering wildly. In sheer terror, he slammed on the brakes. The massive inertia sent the truck sliding across the wasteland, carving a 100-meter skid mark through clouds of dust, as though the world itself had frozen. Once the truck came to a halt, Mills gracefully dropped from the roof. A black Chevrolet El Camino then drifted to a perfect stop beside him, kicking up a cloud of dust like a great beast lunging forward. The shipment is all here. Mills opened the cargo bay, revealing rows of airtight sealed crates, the anti-rejection medications catching a faint glow in the sunset's afterlight. He carefully inspected everything and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. This mission had proceeded without major issues. Just then, the thunderous roar of motorcycle engines echoed from afar, shattering the desolate silence. A dozen heavy motorcycles came speeding through the swirling dust like cheetahs in pursuit, led by a woman clad in a red vest with a long sniper rifle strapped to her back. Her silhouette against the setting sun appeared exceptionally striking, radiating an intense wild allure. Whoosh! She skidded to a halt before Mills, and amid the rising dust removed her helmet to reveal a face full of angular, untamed beauty, her eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. I'm Pan Am Palmer of the Aldecaldos. She strode confidently away from her motorcycle, her gaze sweeping over the Chaos crew corpses strewn across the ground before finally locking onto Mills. Did you recover our medicine? Mills paused briefly, then replied casually, the old man's commission. Home is expected of Night City's sharpest, truly speaking with such distinct character. Pan Am studied Mills, her eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. She could sense something extraordinary about this platinum-haired young man, a palpable aura of depth and formidable power, as though some hidden predator lay coiled beneath his calm exterior. That old man may be greedy, but he picked well this time. She stepped up to Mills and extended her hand. Souls waiting for this medicine at camp. Whoever saves an Aldecaldo's life becomes a friend. Care to join us for a drink? Our synth tequila burns, but it's no joke. Mano, that's an Aldecaldo invitation. You can't turn that down. Jack grinned mischievously from the sidelines. Though he wasn't particularly fond of the nomads, he had to admit Panam was right his type. If he weren't already with Misty, he might actually have fallen for her. Haywood men were known for one thing above all: loyalty. Meeting Panam's gaze, Mills felt something stir within him and gave a slight nod. Then I'll accept your courtesy. David stood nearby watching Mills converse effortlessly with these legendary nomads, his astonishment beyond words. Why did he call them legendary? David had been shuttling between Santo Domingo and city center since birth, his home, near Dogtown, yet the two worlds never intersected. So even when he'd heard of the Badlands and the nomads, it was only through corporate data terminals, in the caricature descriptions painted by the core. Fierce, ruthless, predatory beings who devoured people without spitting out bones. Even at the border between Night City and the Badlands, corporate dogs had deliberately erected signs warning, "Nomads approach, be advised." For the first time, Mills realized that beyond the oppressive, rigid hierarchy of Arasaka Academy, there existed another way to live in this world. A way built upon blood, loyalty, and freedom. A wind of liberty bathed in sunlight, nourishing every soul desperate to survive. Meanwhile, on a nearby ridge, a certain agent clad in black tucked away his remote listening device, observing the scene unfold. Jenkins, the target, has made contact with the nomads. Panam Palmer is a variable, should we? No. Jenkins's voice carried a hint of sinister satisfaction. Let them go. The nomad camp is the perfect funeral site. Notify the Wraiths and the Chaos crew. Tell them to eliminate that platinum-haired one. Biotechnica will provide them with a full set of military-grade equipment. Blame it on Biotechnica. They've been experimenting on nomads anyway. Arasaka can simply sit back and reap the benefits. That's right. Let the other party take the fall while we collect the spoils. Supernatural flair. The Adakaduo camp stood in the heart of a desiccated salt lake, where dozens of massive RVs and container trucks encircled a blazing bonfire. Panam strode over to Meyer and Jackie, holding 2 bottles of synthetic tequila labeled Adakaduo Special Reserve. In the Badlands, water is more precious than blood, but alcohol is more important than life. She shoved a bottle into Meyer's hand, then took a large gulp from her own, letting out a satisfied exhale as the fiery liquid burned down her throat. Saul, that stubborn old man, is still in a meeting with the elders. Forget him. Tonight we just drink. Dawe sat to the side somewhat awkwardly, taking a skewer of grilled meat handed to him by Miki. Hey kid, first time in the Badlands. Miki's weathered face broke into a kindly smile. Don't be nervous. There are no damn corporate rules here. As long as you don't stab your brothers in the back, you're the king of this place. Meyer took a sip of the alcohol. The spicy flavor exploded on his tongue before turning into a warm current. His heart net could sense the pure vitality pulsating within this camp. This was completely different from the rotten, twisted electrical signals of Yijicheng. Panam, why did you leave Yijicheng? Meyer asked softly, gazing at the leaping flames. Panam was silent for a moment, a flicker of complexity in her eyes. It's a prison, Meyer. Everyone thinks they're free, but they're all wearing invisible collars. I want to find a place where I can breathe freely, even if it's just sand here. She turned and stared into Meyer's eyes. What about you? Someone like you shouldn't be in that cesspool. Meyer didn't answer Panam's question immediately. Perhaps he chose his words carefully, his gaze sweeping over the faces around the bonfire, reddened by the flames, weathered yet relatively honest. It's precisely because it's a cesspool that someone needs to try to clean it up, or at least prevent it from drowning more people who shouldn't be drowned. He recalled Sasha. He had saved Jackie, the image of his own struggling early days in the garbage heap, and the ordinary people trampled silently by corporations and gangs. This was not entirely pretentious. Pakisi had created him with the expectation of harmony and guardianship, and even though the world had changed, some core aspects remained unchanged. Sometimes he even forgot that he had another life before being created by Pakisi. Panam stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly grinned and gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder. Huh. I knew you were different from those mercenaries who only care about money. Suar always says city people are rotten to the core, but it seems there are exceptions. She took another swig. But cleaning up a cesspool, that's quite an ambition. Be careful you don't sink in first. Meanwhile, Jekka was already chatting animatedly with the nearby Shiezi. After 2 bottles of liquor, they were already arm in arm, loudly exchanging tips on vehicle modifications using a mix of Spanish and broken English. Jekka gestured wildly about his chow tea, while Shiezi pointed at a heavily armed pickup truck in the corner of the camp, covered in bullet holes and weld marks yet gleaming with meticulous care. Both their eyes sparkled with the joy of finding kindred spirits. Hey Mano, listen to this. Jekka turned excitedly to Meyer and shouted, Brother Shiezi says they took down a bunch of scumbags from the Luandao Hui near the border last month using the self-installed coil gun on his baby. Boom boom boom. So cool. He imitated the sound of firing, drawing laughter and cheers from a few Adakaduo youths nearby. Dawe ate the grilled meat, quietly listening to the rough conversations and legendary tales he had never encountered before. His eyes held both novelty and a faint, barely noticeable longing. Miki sat down beside him and handed him a glass of water. Don't chug like them, kid. This stuff has a strong aftertaste, Miki said in a steady voice. From your look you came from a city academy. Dawei nodded somewhat awkwardly. Arasaka Academy. Used to be. Oh. Miki raised an eyebrow without asking for details, just saying, a sharp mind is a good thing. But here he pointed to his own heart, then to the bustling camp around them. And here sometimes that's more important than just a sharp mind. Did Panin bring you here? Sort of. Mr. Misaya and Mr. Jekka helped me, and I'm tagging along with them, Dawei said quietly, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward Mimir. Miki followed his gaze and let out a knowing hum. It's important to follow the right person. That Misaya? He paused, seeming to choose his words. Suara mentioned during the meeting that Panin might have brought back a different kind of catfish this time. It seems he's referring to him. Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of somewhat serious footsteps. The crowd naturally parted, and a man in a worn leather jacket walked over. The leader of the Ada Kaduo family in the Yijicheng area Thurbuloid. Behind him followed two sharp-eyed family members. The lively atmosphere subdued slightly. Panin also put down her bottle, stood up, and her expression turned more serious. Suor nodded, his gaze sweeping over Mimir, Jekka, and Dawei, finally settling on Mimir. His eyes carried the characteristic caution and pressure of a leader who had long survived in the Badlands between companies. Panin told me about the help you gave in the freight corridor. Thanks. His gratitude was direct and brief without any formalities. Fair trade. Panin already paid, Mimir replied calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. It's not just about payment. Suor stepped closer to the bonfire, casting flickering shadows on his face. That cargo was important to the family. More importantly, I heard you stirred up trouble with the Xuanhua Bang and did some things in the city that made some people uncomfortable. The some people he mentioned clearly had a specific reference. Jekka leaned in, slightly tipsy but still clear-headed. Hey boss, we're law-abiding, good mercenaries. At most we reason with unreasonable bastards. Suan's mouth twitched, barely a smile. Really? Reasoning, to the point that Huangban and Shengwu Keiji have started quietly inquiring about a mercenary who uses cold weapons, has no cyberware, and is exceptionally skilled in combat. He stared at Mimir with piercing eyes. And that ridiculously fast motorcycle of yours. Lao Chuanzhong has been boasting a lot lately about how one of his buyers is a legendary talent in the making. Mimir's mind stirred, realizing that Suor's intelligence network was more extensive than he had imagined. This was both a probe and a display of influence. We have our own principles. We don't actively seek trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. As for those corporations, he said calmly, what they're probably concerned about is not me as a person but the technology or threat I might represent. Suor fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing things. Principles. In Yijicheng, upholding them comes at a high cost. But in the Badlands, the price of losing principles is greater still, isn't? Mimir retorted, otherwise Akato would not have managed to until now. The remark hit the mark. A clan member behind Sir nodded slightly. The lines on Suor's face softened a little. Quite interesting. He accepted the cup of wine Miki handed him, but did not drink. He held it in his hand. Panin trusts you all. I can't see any ill intent toward the clan in you. Nevertheless, keep the camp rules, guard it well. Do not ask what should not be asked, do not go where you should not. You may drink wine and eat meat, but do not stir up trouble. His warning was clear and direct. As the clan head, he must set aside some feelings. This is also to carry the family farther. Of course, thanks for the hospitality. Miki raised the bottle. Suor said no more and turned to Panin. Tomorrow morning come to my car, tell me the details of this run and the news about the water source to the north. After speaking, he led his people toward the central largest command vehicle in the camp. After Suor left, the atmosphere regained its liveliness. Scorpion shouted, all right, enough already. The boss said we can drink. Then keep going. Jack brothers, come try this. We brewed desert fire. It has more kick than that synthetic tequila. He drew out a weathered metal jug. Jack didn't refuse, huh? Here we go. Let's see whether Yi Jicheng's vodka is strong enough or Ikato's fire is fiercer. Watching Jack quickly blend with Scorpion and others starting a new round of drinking games, and Noisemeyer smiled and said to Panin, your clan leader is very cautious. Miki sat again, sighing. He must be cautious. So many people in the clan rely on him for their meals and lives. The company, the Luan Dao Hui, other wandering clans, and the occasional crackdowns by the NCPD. Every step must not go wrong. He looked toward Suar's command vehicle, his eyes complicated. Sometimes I think he is too conservative, too accommodating of those ridiculous contracts with the companies. But he bears the greatest pressure. Understood. Mimir nodded. He thought of Pakisi, the creator, who seemed young, yet carried centuries of humanity's fate and ideals, a weight perhaps shared. Not going to discuss this further. Panin shook her head, restoring that brisk, stylish air. Suar has allowed you to stay out tonight, enjoy real freedom in the air. You won't hear that in Yijicheng. She drew a deep breath, and though the air bore dust machine oil campfire smoke and the mingled scent of roasted meat, it indeed lacked Yi Zhicheng's ubiquitous metallic rust, cheap synthetic spices, and the murky despair that weighed on the city. David relaxed as well, at some point trying to chat with a younger-looking Ikado, who moved quickly to help fetch more firewood. The boy boasted of repairing drones while David spoke of the precise, yet cold instruments at Arasaka Academy. The two found common ground. Miki sat beside Meyer, handing him a rolled cigarette. Meyer declined. Miki himself did not light one, simply turning it over in his hand. Panin rarely takes city dwellers back to the camp, especially mercenaries. He spoke as if chatting. She has a knack for reading people. She said that you all in the passage facing those company hounds' ambushes not only did not panic, but turned the tables on them, especially you. He looked at Meyer. Your moves are faster than a human. Meyer felt a tingle in his chest, knowing this was another form of probing. He smiled, just quicker reflexes, trained a lot. Not as good as the real blade and fire experience you've earned fighting in the Badlands. Miki chuckled, not pressing further, and shifted the subject. I heard you have a good relationship with the old captain. Over there the cars and parts can sometimes be a big help. Some of the clan's old hands love tinkering with those four-wheeled iron beasts. The old captain is generous and well-informed. Meyer answered cautiously, realizing this could be an opportunity to build a more stable liaison. If the clan has any vehicle or transport needs, perhaps we could help make the connection, or solve it together. Michi glanced at him, nodding. Perhaps we can talk about it when there's a chance. But before that, he pointed to the edge of the camp where silent shadows and improvised alert devices could be seen. Prove that you're not merely a passing by who can reason. The Badlands and Yi Zhicheng are not the same. Trust here is earned by facing bullets and sandstorms together. Understood, Meyer replied gravely. He knew that Ikado's friendship could not be bought with a single assist or a meal. Panin was a bit tipsy, but her eyes remained bright. She and Meyer sat beside the campfire's embers, watching the stars. The night sky here was far clearer than Yi Zhicheng, which was swallowed by neon. You know, Panin suddenly spoke softly, with less of the day's swagger and a rare softness. Sometimes when I look at this starry sky, I feel that everything happening in Yi Zhicheng is so ridiculous, so small. But the next day the sun rises, and you must go back to face those damned affairs. Because there are people you care about there, or things left unfinished. Maybe. Part of the clan's business still has to deal with the city, and some people can't do without that damned place. She turned to Meyer. Then what about you? What do you care about? What do you want to accomplish? Don't tell me it's just clearing the muck, that big talk. Meyer looked at the stars. The origin star sky here is no different, but the world he inhabits has already been overturned. What does he care about? Pakisi's hopes. His own mission as the key. Or in this dark world, those who gave him warmth and trust. The specific people. I want to protect the family I have found, he finally said, choosing part of the truth. And I want to see if I can find or carve out a small, not-so-rotten corner in this decayed city. At least let the people I care about live with a little more peace. This still sounds idealistic, but it feels more real than hollow slogans. Definitely. Thanks, Panin. You're welcome. Panin waved and walked toward her vehicle. Meyer sat alone for a while longer in the cooling night wind. Within his neural net perception, the camp's life signals were steady and strong, like a sleeping giant brimming with wild vitality. This was unlike Yi Zhicheng, where signals intertwined with anxiety, greed, numbness, and madness. Here he felt a long-awaited quiet belonging to the wide world, even though beneath this calm lurked the hardships and dangers of survival. He recalled Miki's words. Trust here is earned by facing bullets and sandstorms together. Perhaps allying with Ikado would become another solid pillar beyond Yi Zhicheng. The next morning Meyer woke to the camp's bustle. Dawn was just breaking, and the air carried the desert's crisp chill. Many from Ikado were already busy checking vehicles, maintaining weapons, and preparing breakfast. Jack rubbed his temples as he crawled out of the motorhome, muttering that the desert fire really packs a kick, but his spirits were still high. David rose early, as well, curious to take in everything around. Panin did come to fetch them, giving them a brief tour of the camp. In the repair zone, technicians were servicing the convoy. The weapons cache was neatly arranged. The storage area was stacked with food canteens and fuel drums. Water is the most precious, Panin said, pointing to a clearly aging large water purification device. This thing was scavenged from an old military tech base. It keeps breaking, and Miki has to tinker with it every few days. If it breaks completely, we will have to pay a heavy price to buy water from the city or risk venturing to farther water sources. Mal carefully examined the water purification device. Its core filtration system and energy conversion components seemed to offer some avenues for optimization, or even repair, within the perceptual range of his HeartNet and the databanks of Odin AI. The nanotechnology of Yuan Star shared certain fundamental principles. He committed this to memory silently. The breakfast was simple, synthetic protein flatbread and hot soup, but filling. Thor was absent from the table. Mitch hosted them on behalf of the family, and the atmosphere was even more pragmatic than the night before. Before they parted, Pan pulled Mile aside and slipped him an encrypted communication frequency. This is a family encrypted channel. It's unstable, but safer than regular lines. Use it if anything comes up. And, she lowered her voice. Be careful. You're making quite a name for yourselves in the city, and there are more and more eyes watching you. Over at Arasaka, I've heard whispers. Things aren't peaceful on their side. Someone might try to use unstable elements like you as leverage. Mile's heart tightened. He nodded. Understood. Thank you for the warning. Take care, Mile. And Jack, kid David too. Pan embraced Mile, then clapped Jack on the shoulder and gave David a nod. Jack had already bonded with Scorpion and the others, promising to bring Kusanagi next time so Scorpion could properly appreciate him. David had also exchanged contact information with the young man. Engines roared. Part of the Ardmore convoy set out for the day's patrols and assignments. Mile and the others climbed into their Chevy Emperor and left Salt Lake Camp, rejoining the highway that led to Night City, a road that seemed to separate two entirely different worlds. Gazing back at the fading silhouette of the camp, Jack said gratefully, these guys are really something. Far better than those smooth-talking bastards in the city who smile to your face and stab you in the back. David gazed out at the wasteland scenery rushing past the window and said softly, they feel like family. Mile gripped the steering wheel. The goal of protecting family and carving out a place to belong seemed to grow a little clearer in his heart. Night City still sprawled ahead like a beast, but for the first time, he felt the weight on his shoulders was no longer borne alone. The campfire at Ardmore's encampment had lit a small, warm flame within him. And just as they returned to Night City, in a safe house on the other side of the city, Chiwei was introducing a young hacker with white short hair and a slightly aloof expression to Man and Doliu. This is Lucy. Top-tier tech skills, just went independent, clean background. Chiwei was succinct. Lucy gave a slight nod, her gaze sweeping across the room, lingering for a moment on Sasha, who was distractedly fiddling with her terminal, the screen faintly displaying a data tracking interface. Man studied Lucy for a moment, then grinned. If Chiwei recommends them, I trust them. Besides, Sasha seems to have some personal matters to attend to lately, doesn't she? He cast a pointed look towards Sasha. Sasha's face flushed, her fingers striking the keyboard a little harder. Man. All right, Man waved his hands dismissively. Lucy, welcome aboard. We don't have many rules here. Just one, don't betray family. As for Sasha, his gaze fell on the blushing hacker, his tone uncharacteristically gentle. If you want to find your silver knight, I won't stop you. I might even help. But remember, don't let it interfere with the job, and never forget this place will always be your backup. Sasha bit her lip and nodded slightly. A warm current of gratitude, shyness, and resolute pursuit swelled within her, echoing faintly with the campfire burning in someone else's heart by the Salt Lake far away. By the time they returned to Night City, it was deep into the night. Mile first dropped David off at H4 apartment. Skip school tomorrow, Mile told him. Go see Old Way at the clinic and tell him I sent you. He'll check how that implant is affecting your nervous system. Okay, big brother Mile. David had shifted his form of address, his eyes brimming with fervent admiration. After seeing David off, Mile and Jack headed to Victor's clinic. Old Way sat in his wobbly swivel chair, tweaking a broken optic implant repeatedly in his hands. Seeing Mile, he pushed up his glasses, his brow furrowing into a deep crease. You activated that core again. Old Way's voice was low. Emergency situation. Mile sat down in the chair and let the scanner sweep over him. Biotech agents are searching the entire city for you. Victor sighed and pointed at the densely packed data on the screen. They've even put a black market bounty on you. 10,000 euro for your location. Mile, you're worth more than Saburo Arasaka's head right now. Let them come. Mile closed his eyes. I was looking for an excuse to talk to them anyway, about that batch of medicine for Sashu's mother. You're a lunatic. Old Way shook his head, helplessly retrieving a vial of blue liquid from the drawer. This is a custom nerve-stabilizing solution I brewed. It'll ease the headaches from your heart net overload. Use it sparingly. The raw materials are nearly out. Just then the clinic door opened, and Misty walked in holding several lit sticks of incense. Mile, your energy field is all disturbed, Misty said softly, her eyes carrying an ethereal sadness. I cast a divination for you earlier. The Hanged Man. Sacrifice, or entrapment. Be wary of those around you, especially those with blue eyes. Mile's heart stirred. Mr. Blue Eyes. He's not human, Mile. Misty shook her head. He's a mirror. You only see what he wants you to see. Mile stepped out of the clinic and looked down at the cold, shadowy streets of Haywood. Blue Eyes Biotech Arasaka. He clenched his fist. The nano-core at his chest pulsed with a faint resonance. If you all want to play games, then let's flip this board completely. Mile's apartment was on the middle floor of the H10 building. Outside the window, neon light saturated the night, as it always did, casting the room in garish shifting colors. Compared to the open starry sky and tranquil campfire of the Ardmore encampment, the air here seemed thick with anxious electromagnetic signals. Leaning against the windowsill, he held the nerve-stabilizing liquid Victor had given him, its faint blue glow shimmering at his fingertips. Misty's warnings about the hanged man and blue eyes still rang in his ears. Down below the neon sign of the Second Amendment, weapon shop flickered uncertainly. Wilson was probably in there still polishing his beloved firearms, muttering about finding Mile a piece worthy of a legend. The passive perception of the mind net expanded outward like ripples on water. He could hear the numb sleep talk of other residents in the building, the electronic static of cheap cyber dreams, the faint hissing of pipes, and the frenzied pulses of street racing gangs speeding by in the distance. This was Night City, a vast breathing organism save that its veins carried synthetic motor oil and despair rather than blood. He carefully stowed the stabilizer solution away. Lao Wei's warning lingered in his mind, but some paths once taken allowed no return. Several days later, a routine commission brought Mill and Jack face-to-face with the man squad. The commission came from the Padre, straightforward in nature. A cyberware clinic in the Haywood district, secretly backed by Valiente's elders, had been plagued by repeated harassment and vandalism from the Sixth Streets gang. The clinic was one of the rare establishments willing to provide basic medical care to those who could not afford it. A gray area operation. The Padre had no intention of letting it close, while the Valientes, mindful of their reputation and certain internal deals, dared not escalate into open conflict. The mission was simply to persuade the Sixth Streets crew to take their chaos elsewhere. With the Padre behind them, this clinic was in a sense not entirely illegitimate. It was merely unregistered with Night City authorities. After all, registering meant paying taxes. The Megacorps enjoyed city privileges while smaller firms grudgingly paid something to the Night City Council. But independent operators. The job site lay in a back alley at the border of the Riviera and Valley districts. The clinic sat deep within its sign, half hanging off the wall. By the time Mill and Jack arrived, the conflict had already escalated. This was no minor confrontation as expected. It was an all-out firefight. Bullets ricocheted through the narrow alley, striking rusted fire escapes and dumpsters, sending sparks and shards flying. The clinic's reinforced glass door was already webbed with cracks. The attackers were Sixth Streets, roughly 7 or 8 strong, clad in mismatched camouflage and worn military gear. Their weapons were far from top tier, yet their discipline was evident. They advanced in coordinated cover fire, displaying tactical awareness far above that of typical street thugs. The defenders were merely 2 clinic security guards and a handful of Valientes youths pinned down and unable to lift their heads. "Something's off," Mill whispered, crouching beside Jack in the shadows at the alley entrance. "This isn't a routine harassment raid. They're trying to take the place by force." Before he finished, a far more ferocious burst of gunfire and explosions erupted from another direction, accompanied by arrogant shouts and the distinctive thunder of shotguns. "It's the Vortex crew." Jack spat. "How did they get involved?" A ragtag group emerged from the flank, their cybernetic modifications glaring and their movements unhinged. Without a word, they unleashed a wild barrage toward both the Sixth Streets gang and the clinic. No distinction between friend and foe, driven purely by chaos and the thrill of destruction. Why would the Vortex crew show up here? One's from the north side, the other from the south. Even idiots like them wouldn't travel this far, right? That's a pack of lunatics. Did you ever see a madman reason? Mill shot back at Jack. Makes sense, Jack admitted, helpless. If he'd known the Vortex scum would be involved, he'd never have waded into this mess. There was no reasoning with them, period. So what was there to do? Fight, obviously. The scene instantly devolved into a 3-way brawl, even more chaotic than before. Sixth Streets was forced to split their forces against the unexpected Vortex attack, slightly easing pressure on the Valientes and clinic defenders, but the stray bullets grew denser. "Damn it, there's no persuading anyone here. We need to clear the area first." Jack drew his twin pistols, the vicious woman eager for a fight. "Wait." Mill held him back. The mind net had picked up several familiar bioelectric signals emanating from the second floor of a derelict apartment building diagonally opposite the clinic. He looked up and caught a faint glint from a window. Almost simultaneously, the window burst open and a petite but fierce figure leaned out, wielding a shotgun far too large for her frame. "Die, you tin cans and backwater soldiers." Rebecca's shrill curse cut through the gunfire. She pulled the trigger, and the shotgun blast fanned out downward, knocking 2 Vortex members off their feet. Immediately after, precise shots rang out from another window, bullets whispering past the ears of Sixth Street's members and forcing them to scramble for cover. It was Duolio, calmly swapping magazines. Her sharp gaze swept the battlefield. "The man squad," Jack exclaimed. "What are they doing here?" He knew of their reputation. They were Faraday's top enforcers. In the mercenary world, it was usually mercenaries dragging down fixers, but with the man squad, it was the fixers dragging them down. Rumor had it that if not for Faraday, man would have risen far higher. "Looks like the Padre's commission wasn't sent to us alone," Mill murmured, narrowing his eyes. He spotted Man's broad figure emerging from the apartment doorway, that signature military-issue shotgun in hand, his face twisted with impatient fury as he blasted the nearest Vortex member. Pila followed close behind, her long silver prosthetic arm twitching as she fiddled with some electronic device, muttering curses under her breath. Chiwei and Lucy should have remained at the rear providing hacker support. As for Sasha, Mill's mind stirred. The mine net searched carefully, and indeed from a disguised vent further back, he detected Sasha's signal, tinged with tension and focus. The man squad's objective seemed to be protecting the clinic as well, or at least their mission was connected to this place. With their forceful intervention, the three-way brawl became instantly more complex. Never mind. Let's handle 6 streets first. They're the most organized. Mill made a quick judgment. Leave the Vortex crew to man. Jack flank left and draw their fire. I'll take out their machine gunner. All right, Mano. Jack grinned, then bolted forward like a cheetah, firing as he ran. His precise shots immediately drew some of 6th Street's attention. Mill moved like a ghost, using the alley's shadows and scattered debris for cover. He had not activated his nano-armor, nor deployed any obvious electromagnetic abilities. He relied solely on his enhanced physiology and combat instincts paired with the mine net's predictive capabilities weaving through the storm of bullets. He had locked onto the 6th Street's leader, the man operating the light machine gun whose suppression fire was the most dangerous on the field. The leader took cover behind an overturned delivery robot, cursing as he sprayed bullets in all directions. Mill crept up from the rear flank. The moment the man shifted to reload the ammo chain, Mill exploded from cover and delivered a precise chop to the nerve cluster at the side of his neck. The leader collapsed without so much as a groan. Mill snatched the fallen machine gun, swung it around, and raked the ground at the remaining 6th Street's members' feet, sending concrete shrapnel flying. Get lost. Rolling credits. Deprived of their machine gun firepower and leadership, the remaining members of the Lu Jiabang exchanged bewildered glances. Seeing that the man-in squad was thrashing the Xuanhua Bang into a frantic retreat, they realized they stood no chance today. With a silent exchange of looks, they began to withdraw, in alternating cover, falling back. On the other side, Man-in, leveraging his overwhelming firepower and extensive experience combined with Duo Liu's precise marksmanship and Li Beika's frenzied suppression, swiftly scattered the already chaotic Xuanhua Bang. Dumu, sensing the danger, had already shrunk into a corner the moment Li Beika fired her first shot. Now, as his comrades bore the brunt of the assault, he slipped away unnoticed. The gunfire gradually subsided, leaving only the crackling of burning debris and the groans of the wounded. The alley was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and blood. Man-in wiped the grease splattered on his face, glanced toward Mimir and Jia, his gaze lingering on Mimir for a moment. He grinned. Hey, we meet again, you two reasonable experts. Good work out there. This wasn't their first encounter. They had crossed paths with Man-in briefly while handling a job for Shinfu. Of course, it was only a fleeting glance. Duo Liu holstered her gun and nodded at Mimir, a gesture of greeting. Li Beika jumped down from the window, hoisting her still-smoking shotgun. She approached Jia, tilting her head up. Hey, big guy, not bad with that gun. Way better than that waste, Pai La. This provoked a grumble of protest from Pai La behind her. Are you here for the clinic too? Mimir walked over to Man-in, asking directly. Sort of. Man-in didn't deny it, glancing at the retreating figures of the Lu Jiabang. Took a job to make sure this place doesn't get torn down. Didn't expect the Lu Jiabang to go all out and even drag those lunatics from the Xuanhua Bang into it. What about you? Sent by Shun Fu. Mimir nodded. How that sly old fox hedging his bets. Man-in waved dismissively. But the result's fine. Saved us a lot of trouble. Thanks. Usually when a fixer puts out a job, it's rare to assign 2 teams unless it's the fixer's own contract. After all, the commission for one team is already lean enough, adding another. This note of gratitude carried less wariness than when they were in the A-Daka Duo camp and more recognition of a fellow professional's capability. Mutual benefit. Mimir replied calmly. He noticed the van carrying Sasha had quietly slipped away, as she clearly didn't intend to meet him in this setting. You too. Man-in sized up Mimir, his gaze sharp. Your reputation's been spreading fast in the city. No cyberware, yet you can fight harder than many fully modified thugs. Interesting. He didn't ask how. That was the street's code. Don't pry too deep into someone else's cards. Luck plus some special training methods. Mimir glossed over it. Man-in didn't push, only saying, be careful. Reputation's a double-edged sword. The ones watching you won't be fewer than those watching us, old-timers. His words carried a hidden meaning, clearly having caught wind of something. After a brief exchange, both sides cleaned up the scene and parted ways in tacit agreement. This unexpected collaboration deepened their mutual impression, but true trust still required a distance that could only be crossed by sharing more trials together. On the way back, Jiaka checked his firearm and said, that Man-in crew, pretty damn impressive. Especially that little firecracker, while the firepower. They're experienced true veterans. Mimir mused, but Man-in's condition. The heart net senses his bioelectric field is very unstable, with an agitated fuzziness at the edges. Cyberpsychosis. Jiaku dropped his playful expression. Close to the breaking point. Mimir recalled Man's situation from the story. Hope he can hold on a bit longer. The payment for this job came through Shin Fu more generous than expected due to the extra trouble they had resolved. But the more significant gain was that Mimir and Jiaku's reputation for being efficient, reliable, and devastatingly effective spread further within certain circles following this clash with the Lu Jiabang and Xuanhua Bang and their ambiguous cooperation with Man and Squad. Not only did the commissions from fixers increase, but some less friendly attention also grew heavier. A few days later, late at night, Mimir was alone in his apartment organizing information. Sasha sent an encrypted data packet. The man and crew in Mimir's team had exchanged contacts, so Sasha naturally had Mimir's number. After all, who wouldn't like a naturally handsome guy? Mimir not only handsome, but also ageless, just so you know. His creator Pa Kasi was almost 550 years old, and still a boy. Mimir's current age was less than a fraction of Pa Kasi's. At the end of the data packet, Sasha attached a brief message. Be careful. They're fishing. The bounty has increased again. Also, I found that the blue-eyed man might be deeply connected with the Yi Corporation. His behavior patterns don't resemble a human's. Stay alert, Mimir. Almost simultaneously, an encrypted communication from old Captain Lei Yi came through. His holographic projection showed a face that had lost its usual playfulness, replaced by a grave seriousness. Mimir, there's some bad news. Not a job, just a heads up. The old captain lit a cigar. The black market bounty board updated. The intel on your shiny outfit is now worth this much. He gestured a number far exceeding the $1,000 mentioned by Wei Kaduo. And the ID behind the bounty is heavily masked, but the money trail ultimately points to a joint shadow account of Arasaka's counterintelligence division and Biotechnica's security department. They've teamed up, at least in figuring out what you are. Thanks, Captain. Mimir's expression remained unchanged. Don't thank me, you troublesome son of a gun. The old captain blew out a smoke ring. If you capsize, all my investment goes down the drain. Need any gear, wheels, or travel advice, just say the word. There are some old friends in Santo Domingo who've been fed up with those companies dumping waste for a long time. He was referring to the pollution factory incident, which had earned Mimir's team goodwill from some locals. The communication ended, and the room fell back into dimness. Outside the window, the light of the Arasaka Tower loomed like an unblinking giant eye. The shadows of Biotechnica and Arasaka were closing in. The blue-eyed man lingered like a ghost in the background. The Adaka duo camp was a potential fallback and ally. Man and Squad was a force for limited cooperation. Shin Fu, old Captain Wei Kaduo, and Me CD formed a relatively reliable support network. The chessboard was set, the pieces were moving into position. And this key from another star must gather enough power to tip the board before the next storm descended. He injected the neural stabilizer fluid given by Wei Kaduo into his neck. A slight sting and the dull ache from overusing the heart net gradually subsided. He walked to the window, gazing at the endlessly clamorous, yet profoundly lonely city below. The hanged man. Sacrifice or entrapment? He murmured Me CD's tarot reading, but his eyes grew sharper and clearer. Then let's see who ends up being sacrificed and entrapped. The night was still long, but the darkness before dawn is often the most tumultuous. The safe house of Man and Squad was a world apart from the solitary atmosphere of Mir apartment, filled with a rough, lived-in energy. So that guy called Messiah and his loudmouth brother really do have some skills. Man took a swig of beer and said to his teammates gathered around the worn-out sofa. After the clinic conflict, they quickly debriefed. His movements were freakishly fast, Duo Leo said objectively, cleaning her Malorian pistol. Especially Messiah. The way he took down that Lu Jiegang machine gunner was clean and decisive, entirely the caliber of a top-tier solo. But his body. It's too clean. She meant there were no cybernetic modifications. Maybe he's a corporate experiment with gene optimization to an insane degree, eh? Pylaw fiddled with his stolen electronic parts and rambled, or maybe a martial arts master trained in some secret temple. Ow. He was hit on the back of the head by Li Bei Ka with an empty beer can. Shut up, you idiot, brother. Li Bei Ka sat cross-legged on the table, swinging her legs. Who cares how he trained? As long as he can fight. I find them a lot more agreeable than those jerks who strut around with a bunch of cheap cyberware. That Jiaku is my kind of guy. Chi Wei leaned against the terminal in the corner, the blue light from the screen casting a cold glow on her face. Their digital footprints are also suspiciously clean. Not the kind that's deliberately concealed, but like a newborn, yet possessing exceptional combat instincts and street smarts. Contradictory. She glanced at Lu Shi, who was sitting quietly nearby. What do you think? Lu Shi withdrew her gaze from the window. She had seemed a bit distracted. Their goals are clear, and they act with principles. Not like mercenaries who only work for money. She paused. That Messiah feels distant. She couldn't quite describe the feeling. Like observing a person through thick glass, you could see their movements, but couldn't feel their warmth. Sasha pretended to check her access port, but her ears were perked up. Hearing her teammates talk about her heart involuntarily quickened. Especially when she heard Li Beika say agreeable and Lu Shi say distant, her emotions were complicated. Alright, stop guessing. Man in put down the bottle and rubbed his temples which were starting to ache again. Friend or foe, time will tell. Right now we have our own troubles to deal with. He looked at Chi Wei. You said last time that Fa La Di, that bastard, has been getting close with Shengwu Keiji lately, and he's been asking about our relationship with that armored unit. Chi Wei nodded. He's casting a wide net trying to be a double or even triple agent. Huang Ban Shengwu Keiji, and maybe even Junyong Keiji. He wants to sell something to all of them. Our contact with Misaya's team might have become part of his intelligence. They were annoyed, but there was no way around it. The entire Man-in squad had been branded as Fa La Di's exclusive assets, and they couldn't shake it off. Man-in would have liked to go independent, but mercenaries in Night City had their own rules. You could take jobs from other fixers, but if a fixer you had a good partnership with sent you a job, first you had to prioritize it. After all, they gave you the first bite of food. You can't set down the bowl and curse them right. A fence-sitter will eventually break in the wind. Man-in snorted. But it also means we've been watched lately. Everyone stay sharp. Sasha, he said, looking at the hacker girl who was trying to make herself inconspicuous. I don't care about you chasing your knight, but also keep an eye on Fa La Di and Shengwu Keiji's activities, especially their shady medical experiments. Got it, Man-in. Sasha replied immediately, but her heart tightened, worried that her investigation might conflict with Mir's goals or bring danger to him. Lu Shi, Man-in said to the new member, learn from Chi Wei and adapt to our rhythm. There's only one rule, no betrayal. Everything else, let your skills speak. Lu Shi nodded lightly, her gaze drifting out the window again. Meanwhile, Sasha sat at her terminal, the screen divided into several windows. One window monitored data flow from several peripheral servers of Shengwu Keiji Company, another scanned financial transactions related to Fa La Di. And the smallest one was an encrypted private search window with keywords constantly changing: nano-armor, silver white knight, unknown armed unit, recent abnormal energy readings in Night City. Most searches yielded nothing or led to some absurd conspiracy theory websites. She ran her fingers through her hair in frustration, but her gaze unconsciously drifted to the corner of the screen. There was only a blurry image in it which she had recovered from the residual data of a nearby traffic camera after the Shengwu Keiji building fall incident. In the picture there was only a trail of silver light that almost blended into the night. She opened the image, zoomed in, and zoomed in again. The pixels were rough and nothing could be seen clearly. But her heart would always quicken uncontrollably. Sasha, Chi Wei's cold voice came from beside her, startling her so much that she almost instinctively closed the image window. Your heart rate and breathing frequency have significantly increased in the last 30 seconds, and your body temperature has also risen slightly. Chi Wei didn't look at her, still staring at the scrolling code on her own screen. But your terminal operations have stalled. Either you found some shocking clue, or you're daydreaming. Sasha's face flushed, and she stammered, no. It's just that the search has no progress. Focus. Chi Wei's fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. Fa La Di's activity frequency has been increasing lately, and the people he's been contacting are getting more varied. Huang Ban Shengwu Keiji, and even some scraps from network surveillance. He's building up a big piece of intelligence or preparing to pull off a major operation. Man-in's intuition is right. We're probably already part of that intelligence. Then what do we do? Sasha tried to make her voice sound professional. Do your own job and stay vigilant. Chi Wei finally glanced at her. Also, don't let personal emotions affect your judgment. That Messiah, whatever he is now a highly uncertain factor. Get too close, and you might get sucked into the vortex. Sasha nodded silently. She knew Chi Wei was right. But in some corner of her heart, the image of that silver light trail and Mir's calm, yet resolute profile during the clinic conflict kept alternating in her mind. By the way, Chi Wei mentioned casually, I've noticed you've been trying to reverse track some unconventional communication protocols lately. Your technique has improved, but the path is too obvious. If the other party is a skilled hacker, you can easily be bitten back. Next time you want to practice, use the sandbox environment I set up first. Sasha was stunned for a moment, then realized that Chi Wei might have long noticed her secretly investigating the Silver White Knight, but hadn't called her out, instead using this way to remind her to be safe. A complex warmth surged in her heart, and she whispered, Thank you, Chi Wei. Chi Wei didn't respond, as if completely absorbed in the screen. Meyer and Jack returned the medical kit to St. Mary's clinic intact, gracefully declining the trembling, crumpled extra payment offered by the old nun. As they exited the clinic, Jack's communicator buzzed. It was the old captain. Meyer, Papa. Jack, you rascals. Get over here, I've got good news. The old captain's hologram flickered to life on Jack's wristband, beaming from ear to ear with his cluttered, grease-stained garage as the backdrop. They exchanged a glance, then turned their vehicle toward the Santo Domingo Valley district. The old captain's empire was livelier than before. A few unfamiliar apprentices worked beside the half-modified car frames. The old captain himself, clad in oil-stained coveralls, was tuning the engine of a Quadra Type 66. Hearing the engine roar, he straightened up, wiped his hands with a rag, and strode over. Look who's here. Night City's most reasonable mercenary duo. He clapped Meyer hard on the shoulder, then bumped fists with Jack. Nice work, boys. The mad dogs of the 6th Street gang didn't even bite. That news is worth more than any ad. He led them to the relatively cleaner back room he called the office. It was just a partitioned area with an old sofa, a fridge, and a desk piled with datapads. Come sit down. The old captain grabbed 3 bottles of iced beer from the fridge, popped the caps off with his teeth, and handed them over. 2 things. First, the client was very satisfied with the cargo you retrieved last time. Paid promptly. This is your share. He slid over an anonymous credit chip. Meyer picked it up, plugged it into his payment watch, checked the amount, and whistled. Old captain, your cut is generous. Hey, I said I'm investing in future legends, the old captain said smugly, taking a swig of beer. Second, there's a new gig. I think it's perfect for you two. Not a shoot 'em up, but more troublesome than one. Meyer took the beer, but didn't drink. What kind of gig? Escort someone to a gathering. The old captain lowered his voice. Japantown Tiger Claw gang territory. A fixer wants to expand his connections and needs 2 heavyweight escorts to project strength and keep the small-time troublemakers in line. Essentially, it's a high-end bodyguard gig for one night. Show muscle, but ideally avoid any actual fighting. A fixer? Don't look at me like that. He said so himself. I figure his real identity isn't that, but since he paid for my silence, why should I ask too many questions? Not like he's causing trouble on my turf. Jack frowned. Tiger Claw territory. Aren't they the biggest trouble themselves? That's why there's a nuance, the old captain said, rubbing his hands together. The Tiger Claws are Yakuza. They follow rules, at least on the surface. They allow this kind of display as long as it doesn't cross the line. The client wants to establish a connection with a middle-ranking Tiger Claw member and needs to show his own strength and style. Your recent reputation for reasonableness, especially how you handled the Tiger Claws with restraint, has piqued his interest. He gestured a number. It was a substantial sum, far beyond a typical escort job. Who's the client? Meyer asked. The old captain grinned. They requested anonymity for now, but I vouch for their credit. So you in? This is a golden opportunity to break into a higher circle and let more people see your reason. And by the way, he winked. You might even get to meet Lady Wakako. I hear she's curious about you too as well. The old captain was a mere nobody in the circle of high-level fixers, so addressing Lady Wakako with respect was only natural. After all, the old lady had the backing of the entire Tiger Claw gang, except for the Clouds. Meyer was silent for a few seconds. He instinctively felt averse to this kind of social and display-oriented task. It went against his principle of keeping a low profile. But the old captain's meaning was clear. This wasn't just about earning money. It was about accumulating another kind of capital, recognition within Night City's intricate web of interpersonal relationships. Moreover, getting close to a Tiger Claw middleman might yield more insights into Arasaka and the city's undercurrents. Time, place, dress code. Meyer finally spoke. The old captain slapped his thigh. Knew you'd take it. Tomorrow night. I'll send you the details. Dress code. Don't look like you're heading to the dump, but don't be too corpo either. Natural with presence. As they left the garage, Jack threw an arm around Meyer's shoulder. Bro, did you hear that? We're gonna crash high society. Should we get some suits? Meyer stared at the cold silhouette of Arasaka Tower piercing the night sky. Jack, this isn't high society. It's a different battlefield, just with smiles and subtext as weapons. Jack blinked, then burst out laughing. Who cares? As long as you're there to talk reason, and I'm there to flex, we brothers can handle anything. The next night, Japantown. The district was a neon-drenched, sleepless labyrinth of holographic geisha ads and antique lanterns. The air was thick with the mingled scents of synthetic spices, sake, and e-cigarette vapor. Tiger Claw members clad in impeccably tailored suits or modified kimonos had fluorescent tattoos swirling in the shadows. They stood like silent sentinels, maintaining the order of the street while drawing sustenance from it. The gathering was held at a high-end izakaya called Tsukimi. Its facade was understated, but the interior was a hidden world. Tatami private rooms, dynamic ukiyo-e screens, and service androids clad in traditional kimonos whose movements carried a mechanical precision. Meyer and Jack had dressed in relatively presentable attire as requested. The client was a man in his 40s who called himself Kane. His demeanor was polished, his smile impeccable, but the shrewdness in his eyes did not escape Meyer's perception. He ran a gray-zone import-export business and was trying to connect with a Tiger Claw Wakagashira in charge of logistics to expand his channels. He called himself a fixer, but felt more like a merchant. Inside the private room, several people were already seated. At the head of the table was the Tiger Claw Wakagashira Watanabe, a stern-faced middle-aged man with a delicate circuit tattoo on his temple. Flanking him were his lieutenant and 2 other guests who also appeared to be businesspeople. The air carried a subtle tension mingled with the aroma of sake and unspoken bargains. Kane greeted everyone warmly, introducing Meyer and Jack as his partners and emphasized their recent reputation on the streets. Watanabe lifted his eyelids, his gaze scanning the two like a scanner, lingering a moment longer on Meyer. Heard of you. Watanabe spoke in Japanese, his voice calm. With the 6th Street Gang and the Maelstrom you used different approaches. Young man, you have ideas. Mill gave a slight nod. I merely chose the most effective method of communication. Excuse me, Mr. Watanabe. Although he harbored no fondness for these people with their comfortable lifestyles since the employer had said nothing, they would leave him alone, for now. Of course, if the other party made the first move, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. A flicker of surprise crossed Watanabe's eyes, followed by a nod. He said nothing more, but the atmosphere seemed to ease slightly. The gathering proceeded according to Yakuza custom, exchanging toasts, exchanging pleasantries, and tactfully discussing market's risks and possibilities for cooperation. Mill and Jack spoke little, remaining silent observers. Jack struggled to resist reaching for the exquisite small dishes. Meanwhile, Mill, through his mental net, silently perceived the emotional fluctuations and subtle physical reactions of everyone in the room. Watanabe remained non-committal regarding certain conditions proposed by Kane, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. A bead of sweat appeared at Kane's temple. He knew this meeting might not yield the desired results. At that moment, the sliding door of the private room was gently pushed open. A woman in a modest kimono exuding a calm demeanor stood at the entrance, followed by a silent attendant. It was not Okada Wakako herself, but judging by Watanabe's immediate slight bow, the visitor held no insignificant status. Please forgive my intrusion, Mr. Watanabe. Madame Wakako heard there would be interesting guests tonight and asked me to deliver a bottle of sake as a small token of goodwill. The woman's voice was soft as she gestured for her attendant to place what appeared to be an expensive bottle of sake on the table. Watanabe thanked her sincerely. The woman's gaze swept across the room, pausing for a fraction of a second when it passed over Mill before she politely took her leave. The arrival of that bottle of sake was like a stone cast into still water. Watanabe's attitude toward Kane became noticeably warmer, and the previously stalled topics were brought up again, showing signs of progress. He was not from the Yunding faction, so in a sense Watanabe could be considered part of Wakako's circle. Kane was overjoyed, repeatedly proposing toasts to Watanabe. He knew this was their good fortune owing to Mill and Jack. Watanabe understood the olive branch extended by Madame Wakako. As the gathering drew to a close, Watanabe looked at Mill once more, this time in English. Young man, your method of communication is equally applicable in Kabukicho. Just remember the rules here are written in the Yakuza code. Respect it, and you will receive due respect. This was both a warning and an acknowledgement. Upon leaving the Tsukimi, Kane excitedly patted Mill on the back. Well done. You two are simply my lucky charms. Next time there's a big deal, I'll definitely call on you both. Jack let out a burp. That's the spirit, boss. When there's money to be made, we all share. Mill remained silent, glancing back at the sign of the Tsukimi. Tonight they had been presented as business cards to the Tiger Claw Syndicate, indirectly acknowledging Wakako's interest. He noticed what seemed to be a brief lens reflection flickering in the shadows of the alley opposite the izakaya. It was well concealed, but it escaped neither his perception. Someone was taking photographs or recording video. Was it Watanabe's people? Wakako's? Or perhaps another interested third party? The night wind swept past, carrying the distant clamor of the streets and the faint wail of police sirens. Mill pulled his collar tighter and said to Jack, "Let's go. Time to head back." The top floor of a luxury apartment in the municipal center. Not a trace of a broker could be seen here. The interior decoration was modern minimalist, sharp, unyielding lines, monochromatic tones. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the glittering yet cold nightscape of the corporate plaza. The air purifier emitted an almost imperceptible hum, filtering away all the filth and noise of Night City. Faraday sat in his leather executive chair, 3 prosthetic eyes glowing with different colored lights, as he perused multiple holographic screens hovering in the air. Streams of data cascaded like waterfalls, reflecting upon his expressionless face. On one screen were the recent mission records, financial flows, and communication summaries of the Man Squad. As someone aspiring to climb the corporate ladder, everything around Faraday revolved around a proper corp dog. The corp dog's residence, the corp dog's attitude, the corp dog's arrogance and status. Another screen displayed fragmentary reports regarding unidentified silver armor units, originating from a security director within Biotechnica whom Faraday had bribed. The information was incomplete but mentioned anomalous energy signatures, unknown materials, and extreme mobility. The third screen held an intelligence summary concerning Misaya, Mimi, and Jack Wells, including their interactions with the Man Squad, their activities within the territories of the Whirlpool Gang and the Tiger Claw Syndicate, and even blurry photographs of them appearing at the Tsukimi Izakaya that evening. The fourth screen connected to an encrypted communication channel, its user avatar a void of darkness with the codename consisting of a single letter, A. The fifth display showed a highly classified briefing titled Temporary Transfer and Security Assessment of Arasaka Prototype Chip, Shinyu, 7. The source was unknown, but Faraday knew it to be highly credible. It was something he had obtained at great cost from a conservative faction within Arasaka dissatisfied with Lai Xian's reforms. There were many fragments chaotic and disorganized, but Faraday's mind was piecing them together, analyzing, establishing connections. As a broker, he possessed the necessary intellect. From the current evidence, the overlap between this person named Messiah and that Silver Knight had reached as high as 87.7%. The Man Squad maintained close ties with this Messiah team. The Messiah team exhibited unusual combat effectiveness, and their behavioral patterns showed potential connection to this Silver Armor unit. Arasaka was about to transfer a high-value prototype chip with extremely high security, but it was not impregnable, especially if there were cooperators within. A bold plan killing multiple birds with one stone was gradually taking shape in Faraday's mind. Utilize this chip transfer mission to set a trap. A trap that the Man Squad could not refuse, or rather would not refuse. Dangerous enough, thrilling enough, with returns sufficient to make them take the risk. Given Man's personality and his thirst for legendary status, he would likely bite despite any suspicions. Once the Man Squad bit the hook and found itself surrounded, Messiah, who was closely associated with them and suspected of being linked to the Silver Armor, would likely not stand idly by. As long as he intervened, whether personally or by summoning that armor, Faraday's meticulously laid net would capture concrete evidence, perhaps even the individual himself. At that point, he could sell both the meritorious service of using the Man Squad as expendable bait and any critical intelligence regarding the Silver Armor to Arasaka Biotechnica and even Militech simultaneously. All three parties would find his information intriguing, bringing him one step closer to becoming a corp employee. Faraday had always scorned being merely an ordinary corp dog. Otherwise, what would be the point of being a broker? If he were to do something, he would start at least at the director level. Risks. Naturally, there are risks. The Man team is not a pushover, and Messiah remains an unknown variable. Arasaka's retaliation is also exceedingly formidable. But the rewards were proportional to the risks. Faraday licked his slightly dry lips, his three cybernetic eyes gleaming with a blend of greed and calculated calm. He needed to refine this plan. He needed to precisely manipulate Man's psychology, construct a stage that appeared opportunistic, yet was actually a dead, immobilized, sufficiently covert, but formidable forces, and craft a flawless pretext, so the commission seemed entirely legitimate before reaching Man through some reliable channel. He thought of one person, a fixer who also operated in the gray zones, but had far better credibility than him, someone who had previously worked with Man. Passing it through him would minimize Man's suspicion. Faraday switched off the other screens, keeping only the communication channel with codename A. He typed a message: the bait is ready. The stage needs setting. Interested in playing a part. The payment is a lead on what you want most. Moments later, the reply came back, with just a single word: speak. Faraday smiled, a cold, calculating grin. A few days later in the afternoon, Meyer arrived alone at Victor's cyberware clinic in Little Chinatown. The clinic carried the familiar scent of antiseptic and ozone. Victor, a cigar clenched between his teeth, was adjusting a new cybernetic ocular implant at his workbench. Hearing the doorbell, he didn't even look up. Sit yourself down. Give me 2 minutes. If you're injured, lie down on the treatment chair. I'm not hurt, Victor, Meyer said, settling into the worn sofa nearby, observing the newly installed equipment in the clinic. Not injured. Victor finally turned around, scanning him from head to toe, relief washing over his face before his brow furrowed again. Then what are you doing here? Don't tell me you've come just to keep an old man company with a smoke and a chat. Just dropping by to check in. Meyer paused. Also, I wanted to ask if you've heard any particular rumors lately. About bounties or unusual attention. Victor set down his tools, removed his glasses, and rubbed the bridge of his nose with his thick fingers. Rumors. Night City's never short of them. He walked to the refrigerator, pulled out 2 cans of beer, and tossed one to Meyer before cracking one open for himself and taking a long pull. But you and Jack have been a bit too noticeable lately. The Padre mentioned you over drinks, and Old Man Captain spoke highly of you. Even someone like Okada Kazuko has taken notice. Meyer, that's both a blessing and a curse. The good news is you'll get access to higher-paying, more challenging contracts that could bring you closer to your goal. The bad news is not everyone watching you has your best interests at heart. Corpos? Meyer asked. The Corps are the biggest predators. Victor nodded. Ever since the Biotechnica incident, they haven't stopped hunting. Arasaka may have been thrown into disarray after the war in 2070, but their intelligence network never slept. Militech is also stirring. Your particular combat style is too conspicuous. I've heard that in certain underground networks there are already analysis reports and bounty notices targeting individuals who don't use cyberware, but possess exceptional combat capabilities. The bounties are substantial, and they're climbing. Meyer griped the cold beer can in silence. As expected, it had finally arrived. And then there's Faraday. Victor lowered his voice. That man's been very active lately, associating with dangerous characters. Man complained to me about him, saying he moves like a shark that's caught the scent of blood. You've been in contact with his team, so watch yourself. People like Faraday will sell anything to climb the ladder. As an old heavyweight champion and former legend, gathering such information was nothing difficult for old Vic. Thank you, Victor. Meyer said sincerely. In this profit-driven city, Victor's concern was like a spring in the desert. Don't mention it. Victor waved his hand dismissively, that familiar gruff expression of concern crossing his face again. I've told you staying out of trouble and not getting hurt is the best thanks I could ask for. This is a clinic, not a hotel, and I'd rather not find you on my operating table someday. Meyer understood this was Victor's way of showing care. He took a sip of beer and changed the subject. Is Misty upstairs? She's here, probably fiddling with her tarot cards or that astrolabe of hers. Victor pointed toward the stairs behind him. Go on up, that girl's been wanting to talk to you lately. Meyer rose and climbed the narrow stairs to Misty's psychic parlor. The shop still carried that faint herbal incense scent lined with various crystals, runes, and books on the occult. Misty sat at a small table by the window where a star-patterned velvet cloth covered the surface, and at its center rested an exquisite miniature astronomical instrument with lenses and holographic projection capabilities. Misty, Meyer greeted softly. Misty looked up, saw him, and offered a gentle smile. Meyer, right on time. I was just studying tonight's star chart. The Southern Cross is particularly clear tonight. Though it's a simulated projection, the energy is remarkably pure. She motioned for Meyer to sit down, her fingers adjusting the astronomical device, and a lifelike holographic night sky unfolded across the table dotted with stars. Your energy field lately is very active, but also somewhat chaotic. Misty looked at him, her gaze so clear it seemed to penetrate through all appearances. It's like a kite pulled by many threads, soaring high, yet the strings are held by different people. That was quite apt. Meyer nodded. Many things are happening, but there are also intersecting energies. The tarot shows the lovers. Misty said suddenly, her tone matter of fact, yet it made Meyer pause slightly. It's warm, tinged with a pink aura of admiration and concern. Someone is paying close attention to you, perhaps even more than they should prioritize their own safety. Meyer didn't know how to respond. And then there's the key. Misty's finger traced across a simulated nebula in the star chart. The key that crosses the stars I saw last time, its outline has become clearer. It is seeking a keyhole, and that keyhole seems to number more than one. Night City itself resembles an extraordinarily complex lock. She looked at Meyer, her eyes profound. Meyer, your path is destined to be uneven. Starlight guides the way, but it also reveals shadows. Trust your heart, but also see clearly the road beneath your feet. Especially beware echoes from the past and hunters wearing friendly masks. Misty's words were always laden with metaphors, yet they often struck at the very core. Meyer nodded solemnly. I'll remember that, Misty. Thank you. After the rain, twisting street hung with a damp neon scent. In the gutters, rainbow films of oil mixed with cheap perfume drifted, and the holographic billboards on the wet pavement cast flickering lights and shadows. The cleaners were advertising on Twisting Street as well. Aren't you afraid Okada Wakako will grind them into minced meat? Who doesn't know the cleaners are despised in Night City, hated by both men and dogs alike? Better if this lot vanished soon. Mimir straddled the motorcycle, the dark jacket catching faint circuit-like traces under the neon. The middleman doesn't need a plush office. Is this the place? Is Okada Wakako doing business in a place like this? They'd switched to motorcycles today mainly because there hadn't been many rescues or kidnapping jobs lately. For escort assignments like this, the client provides their own transport. Their emperor keeps bumping into things, and repairs are a headache. Mimir straddled the motorcycle, the dark jacket beneath the neon shimmered with faint circuit patterns. The middleman doesn't need a plush office. Discretion is key, though Wakako might not need it either. Backed by the Tiger Claw gang, who would dare touch her? Pushing open the pachinko parlor's glass door, they were met by the deafening clatter of marbles and synthesized music. 5 or 6 pachinko machines stood before a crowd of gamblers, sloppy workers in off-work overalls, hackers with blue glowing cyber fingers, and numbite addicts. The air smelled of sweat, smoke, and the plastic of overheated machines. A young Tiger Claw gang member leaned against the exchange counter, neon tattoos on his arm glowing in the dim light. He glanced at Mimir, and Jack said nothing, only tipped his chin toward the shop's depths. Beyond the door lay another world. An elderly woman looking to be in her 60s sat behind a desk in a dark kimono, her hair neatly combed, and a perfectly measured smile on her face. Welcome. Okada Wakako's voice was steady and clear, carrying the restraint of an elder Japanese woman. Mr. Misaya Mimir, Mr. Jack Wells. Please sit. Jack raised an eyebrow and sat down. Do you know who we are? If you're doing business in Westbrook and you don't even recognize the Rising Star duo, then I, as the intermediary, should retire. Okada took 2 teacups from a drawer, poured tea with a flowing motion, and said, besides that the father and the old captain have mentioned you. She pushed the teacups toward them. The tea's fragrance was crisp and clean, utterly at odds with the murky world outside. Mimir took the cup, but did not drink. Ms. Okada, the father says you have a suitable commission. Directly discussing business. That's fine. I've never liked beating around the bush. I do have a commission. But before that, I'd like to confirm a few things. Are you active in Westbrook and familiar with its rules? Tiger Claw Gang's turf. Jack replied, we're not here to cause trouble. A wise answer. Okada nodded, but not enough. In Westbrook, especially on Japan Street, the rules aren't just about not making trouble. Here, order, respect, and proper etiquette matter. Tiger Claw Gang are the old friends of my organization. I don't want to see unnecessary conflicts. Her tone was gentle, but her meaning was clear. On my turf, follow my rules. Our principle for taking commissions is simple: do not harm the innocent, do not cross the bottom line. If the commission's contents adhere to these, we can respect the local rules. Okada studied him for a few seconds, then smiled softly. Father was right, you're a principled young man. That's rare in Night City, and dangerous as well. She opened the terminal on the desk and pulled up an encrypted file commissioned to protect a batch of cargo from the Japan Street docks to a Charter Mountain warehouse. Transport time from 11 tonight to 2 in the morning. The route is mapped, but someone needs to guard the convoy. Jack leaned in to study the route on the terminal. What cargo? Is it worth hiring a dedicated escort? Some imported electronic components. Okada said lightly, but Mill noticed a flicker in her eyes. The client requests confidentiality. Your task is to ensure the cargo arrives safely and to repel any interceptors. Interceptors, eh? Mill asked. Do you expect trouble, eh? In Night City, cargo of value always draws flies. Okada shut the terminal. The payout is 20,000 euros with a 30% upfront. If the cargo arrives intact, offer a further 10% bonus. Do you accept? Mill and Jack exchanged glances. The escort task wasn't complex, and the pay was reasonable. More importantly, this was the beginning of a relationship with Okada Wakako. In Westbrook, a reliable intermediary is advantageous for future operations. Accept, Mill said. Very well. Okada pulled out 2 chips from the drawer. These are the route details, contact person information, and the upfront payment. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock at the Japan Street Docks warehouse No. 3. Find the driver Kenji. He will drive a modified Chevrolet cargo truck. Jack took the chip, weighing it in his hand. Will Tiger Claw Gang people cooperate? I've already given them a heads up. Okada stood up. This is to see you off. If Tiger Claw Gang patrols appear along the way, show them this. She handed over 2 small metallic badges bearing an abstract Sakura motif. They'll let you pass. But remember, the badges only grant passage, they don't guarantee help. If real trouble arises, you'll have to handle it yourselves. As they left the pachinko parlor, rain began to fall again. Neon lights blurred into hazy orbs in the rain. Jack started the Kusanagi. Its engine rumbled as it surged through the downpour. What do you think? That old woman's speech was winding. The cargo isn't simple. Night City has no simple cargoes. Mill climbed into the back seat. But a commission is a commission. As long as we don't betray our principles, we'll take the job for the pay. Deal? I'm following your lead. Jack twisted the throttle, the motorcycle leaping into the rain-soaked night. Where to now? Back to H10. First to the Wolf Bar. Tell Mrs. Wells you're safe, so she won't worry about you coming home late. Hey, I'm grown enough. Why does my mother still boss me around? Last week you came back at 3 a.m. She waited at the door with a rolling pin for half an hour. Damn, you're right. At the same time, in the basement of a derelict office building in Santo Domingo, Faraday's 3 cybernetic eyes flickered with different hues of light under the dim glow of the terminal screens. His left eye glowed green with data streams, his right eye blue with surveillance footage, and the one in the center of his forehead displayed a constantly scrolling communication log. A dozen screens surrounded him, each broadcasting a different stream of information: mercenary black market transactions, internal NCPD bulletins, corporate patrol schedules, underground info broker chat rooms. He was a greedy man, never denying that. In Night City, greed was not a flaw, but a driving force. Unfortunately, he was just a little too greedy. He craved more money, more power, more chips to climb out of this mire. A high-ranking corporate position beckoned him. He could almost smell it. But he needed a sufficiently weighty offering. Just then a new alert popped up on one of the screens in the lower right corner. It was a clip captured from the Jig Street District Surveillance Network, automatically flagged as abnormal combat behavior by one of his data mining programs. Faraday enlarged the footage. A rainy night, and alley 3 scavengers were attacking a young man in a yellow jacket. Wait, wasn't that an Arasaka Academy student? He seemed to have had some contact with one of his mercenaries recently. What was his name? David Martinez. Interesting. More notable was the figure at the alley entrance. Platinum blonde hair, dark jacket, no obvious cyberware modifications. He moved the moment the student was about to be hit by a bullet at an unnaturally fast speed. Faraday slowed the playback, analyzing frame by frame. Not a Sandevistan. There was no time-slowing distortion effect. The man's movements were more like muscle explosive power, reaching an astonishing level with an uncanny fluidity in the trajectory. In one frame, as the bullet was about to pierce the student's neck, a barely noticeable silver reflection appeared at the man's arm position. Then what the hell did he see? Catching bullets with bare hands. Was that human? The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Then the platinum blonde figure pulled the student into the depths of the alley. Faraday's 3 cybernetic eyes contracted simultaneously. No visible weapon used. No audio or visual effects of cyberware activation. But that level of instantaneous explosive power and that eerie deflection effect was definitely not something an ordinary human could achieve. It seems certain now. Faraday licked his dry lips, a glint of excitement shining in his 3 cybernetic eyes. He pulled up another window, a ghost account he had planted in the mercenary fixer network. A few inconspicuous transaction records caught his attention. Wakako Okada, the veteran fixer of Westbrook, was someone he couldn't afford to provoke at the moment. But recently the old woman had posted a transport contract, and the takers were Messiah Mimir. Faraday spoke the name, his voice echoing in the empty basement. And Jack Wells. His fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, pulling up all public information on these two. It was pitifully scarce. Messiah Mimir seemed to have appeared in Night City like a ghost a few months ago. No past, no cyberware records, only a pile of quickly completed contracts and a gradually growing reputation. Jack Wells was a local former Valentino gang member with a clear background. But they shared one thing: both had contact with Maine's crew. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Faraday's mouth. Maine's crew, one of his most useful yet most disobedient mercenary teams. That veteran squad leader named Maine was powerful, but had started showing signs of cyberpsychosis, daydreaming about becoming a legend. As for the other members, Kiwi the Netrunner only cared about money. Lucy the newcomer had a suspicious background. Pilar and Rebecca were a crazy tech expert and a violent lowly. The old man was already dead. Sunrise. Both were rat spawn. Dorio was steady, but completely followed Maine. More importantly, Maine's crew had seen that silver-white armor. During the Biotechnica incident, they were nearby. Once is coincidence, twice is accident, 3 times is inevitability. A plan began to take shape in Faraday's mind. Use Maine's crew as bait to lure out the mysterious Messiah Mimir, or rather the technology behind him. If that really was some kind of unknown armor or biomodification technology, the corporate bounty would be unimaginably high. And he, Faraday, would be the one to deliver this grand gift to the corporations. As for Maine's crew, just tools. When they break, get new ones. Night City has no shortage of mercenaries eager to climb, but he needed to design a perfect trap. Maine wasn't a fool. On the contrary, that veteran was extremely experienced. He would never bite on ordinary bait. It had to be a contract tempting enough, crazy enough, and legendary enough. To become a legend, one must do legendary deeds. Faraday knew exactly what that veteran wanted. Faraday pulled up sporadic intelligence from his moles inside Arasaka and Militech. The two sides had been rubbing against each other lately, both pulling strings in the shadows. One encrypted message caught his attention. Arasaka's secret RD lab in the Civic Center had recently completed a batch of prototype chip trials, and Militech was very interested. Prototype chips. Arasaka's classified technology. If he could acquire one, whether selling it to Militech or other competitors, the value would be immeasurable. As for how he knew, it was no secret that corporations had spies among each other, and there were plenty willing to work for free. Because those people like Faraday weren't after money, they wanted status. To climb higher, spending money was nothing. But the corporations wouldn't provide support to these spies. So to complete the mission, they had to go online and find a fixer. This was practically a suicide mission. Arasaka's security level, especially for prototype RD facilities, was comparable to a military fortress. No normal merc team would take it. Offend a corporation in Night City. Even Rogue wouldn't dare. Unless they didn't want to survive in Night City. Unless the team leader was a madman eager to forge a legend with an earth-shattering operation. All 3 of Faraday's cybernetic eyes lit up. He opened his communication software and entered a code for an encrypted channel, just as before he sent a message to that person. 5 minutes later, the reply came. Only one word: details. Faraday smiled. That smile held no warmth, only calculation. At 10 o'clock the following evening, the Neon Street pier was shrouded in thick sea fog. Searchlight beams cut through the mist into pale columns, while cranes loomed at the pier's edge like slumbering steel behemoths. At the entrance to Warehouse No. 3, a modified Chevrolet cargo van was parked, its body reinforced with armor plating and its windows replaced with bulletproof glass. The driver was a Japanese man in his 50s with an honest, unassuming face, clad in work overalls. He offered a respectful bow when he spotted Mill and Jack. "I am Kenji. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Jack gave the armored plating on the cargo van an appreciative pat. "Fine rig. What's inside?" Kenji's expression grew reluctant. "The client's instructions are strict regarding confidentiality. I simply operate the transport." Mill's gaze swept across the warehouse. A handful of laborers were maneuvering the last few sealed crates into the rear compartment. The crates were modest in size, but those handling them moved with conspicuous care, suggesting considerable weight. The containers were constructed of military-grade alloy, bearing no markings whatsoever on their surfaces. "Is the route clear?" Mill asked Kenji. "Clear. We exit the pier, head north along the waterfront boulevard, turn into the Charter Hill Commercial District, and finally reach Warehouse No. 7. Kenji summoned the van's navigation display. Ms. Okada mentioned that other factions may attempt an interdiction. We should proceed with haste. Other factions? Jack raised an eyebrow. Cleaners, or perhaps dissenters within the Tiger Claw Triad. I cannot say, Kenji shook his head. But the docks have grown unrestful of late. Several shipments have been intercepted. The cargo bay doors sealed with a heavy metallic clang. Mill performed a final inspection of the van's tires and engine. Nothing had been tampered with. He nodded to Jack, and the two climbed into the driver's seat and passenger seat respectively. Mill mounted his Kusanagi motorcycle to follow in the flank, offering greater maneuverability. Let's move out. Mill spoke through the comm unit. The van's engine roared as it exited the pier and merged into the nocturnal traffic flow. The first 20 minutes passed without incident. The nightscape of the waterfront boulevard streamed past the windows. Across the water, the Civic Center's brilliant skyscraper cluster resembled a pile of luminous building blocks. Occasionally, a corporate patrol boat glided over the sea, its searchlight sweeping across the dark surface. Jack, chewing gum in the passenger seat, tapped his finger absent-mindedly against the sawed-off shotgun resting on his knees. Too quiet. Something's off. Before he could finish, the traffic lights at the crossroad ahead all turned red simultaneously. Instantly, 4 modified sedans burst from alleys on both sides, their tires screeching on the damp asphalt as they formed a pincer movement, boxing the van in the middle of the road. Car doors flew open, and more than a dozen masked figures armed with firearms leaped out. Their equipment was haphazard, yet clearly not that of amateur brigands. Here they come. Jack grabbed the sawed-off. What the hell? A swarm of flies. Kenji's face drained of color and terror. He wrenched the steering wheel hard, attempting to reverse, but the rear was also blocked by 2 vehicles. Mill's voice came through the comm, disturbingly calm. Jack, protect the cargo. I'll handle the flanks. The Kusanagi's engine snarled to life, carving a silvery blue arc through the cramped formation of cars. Mill sprang from the motorcycle. Nanosights surged beneath his skin, instantly forming a dense silver armor plate along the outer surface of his arms. Yet he immediately suppressed the urge to fully activate the armor. He could not reveal Odin here. Only minimal localized enhancement was permissible. Although the Corps had completed most of its repairs, all using Night City's substandard materials, inferior compared to Yuanqing's. But every little helps. The cost was immense, nearly consuming all the money he had earned these past months. Plus, the techniques he had pilfered from the Cup Noodle auntie were not in vain. Though given her age now, he might soon have to call her Cup Noodle grandmother. However, judging by appearance. Since administering that injection to himself, his face seemed perpetually frozen in the guise of a woman in her 30s. It had never changed. Moreover, this was the newest generation of nanocore developed by Pax. How could it possibly lack contingency measures? A masked raider brandished a submachine gun and opened fire upon him. Bullet trails streaked through the air in shades of orange-red. Mills sidestepped his reinforced armor, deflecting 3 rounds as sparks erupted in a shower. He charged forward, his speed so great that it left afterimages in the raider's eyes. A precise knife-hand strike landed on the side of the target's neck, the force calibrated to render him unconscious without lethal intent. On the opposite flank, Jack had already leaned out of the window, the sawed-off's thunderous report deafening. The first shot missed, wide steel BBs ricocheting across the pavement and showering sparks. The second round struck squarely in a raider's chest. The man screamed as he was hurled backward, colliding with his companion's vehicle. Is that all you've got? Jack laughed maniacally as he reloaded. The raiders clearly had not anticipated such fierce resistance from the escort. Yet they held numerical superiority and appeared to have planned this ambush beforehand. One of them dragged a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher from the car. RPG. Jack roared. Mill's pupils contracted. It was too late to evade. The rocket trail blurred toward the van's cab. In that instant, deliberation yielded to instinct. Mill splayed his right-hand fingers wide, aiming toward the incoming rocket. Nanosights converged intensely at his palm, generating a temporary micro-force field emitter. Not a full electromagnetic field, merely an extremely focused directional shockwave. Invisible ripples diffused through the air. The rocket's trajectory suffered an imperceptible deflection, grazing the van's roof before detonating 20 meters astern in a towering pillar of fire. The raiders stood stunned. They had witnessed nothing save the inexplicable miss of their rocket. Mill afforded them no time to recover. He landed, rolled, and snatched a smart pistol discarded by a fallen raider. 3 precise bursts followed, each round striking squarely the weapon in the raider's grasp, never the flesh. Guns flew from hands, components scattering. Fall back. The raider leader, realizing he had struck an immovable object, barked the order hoarsely. The remaining raiders scrambled back into their vehicles in disarray. Engines snarled as they sped away from the scene, abandoning several comrades' corpses and 2 wrecked cars. Jack leaped from the van, breathing heavily. Damn it, that was close. What was that trick with the rocket? Did it turn on its own? Luck. Mill replied, tersely relaxing his hand to let the nanocytes retreat silently beneath his skin. He approached the unconscious raider and yanked off the mask. A stranger's face bore no triad tattoos, yet a military-grade comm implant resided behind the ear. Professional mercenary, Mill assessed. But not the elite tier. Standard equipment, poor coordination. Kenji crawled out of the cab, trembling, his trousers damp with perspiration. Thank you. I thought I was done for. Inspect the cargo, Mill instructed. The cargo bay doors opened to reveal the sealed crates. Undamaged, Mill noticed an exceedingly discreet tracker indicator light on the side of one crate blinking rhythmically. Something they had not installed. The cargo itself was being tracked. Interesting. Mill crushed the tracker under his thumb. Someone wants to hijack the shipment, yet also intends to use this tracker to trace the cargo's final destination. Jack frowned. Then are we still delivering? We deliver, Mill stated. But the method must change. Kenji proceed to Charter Hill as originally planned, but take the alternate route. Jack, you accompany him. I will act solo to draw away any eyes that may still be watching. Just you. Fewer people, less visibility. Mill mounted the Kusanagi. Maintain communication silence. Wait for my signal at the warehouse. He didn't give Jack a chance to object before the motorcycle had already vanished into the night. Jack cursed under his breath, but still patted Kenji's shoulder. Let's go, buddy. The job's not done yet. 2 hours later, warehouse No. 7 on Xianzhong Mountain. The cargo arrived safely. The receiver was a corporate representative in a suit accompanied by 4 fully armed bodyguards. No company insignia, but it didn't appear to be Arasaka either. After inspecting the goods, he handed Kenji a data chip containing the final payment and confirmation receipt. The entire process was clean and efficient with no unnecessary words. The corporate representative and his bodyguards departed with the cargo disappearing into the shadows of the warehouse district. Jack leaned against the truck. So we risked our necks just to deliver some electronic components to a corporate executive. I'll bet those boxes don't contain capacitors or resistors. Mill didn't respond. He stood at the warehouse entrance gazing at the distant municipal center lights. The sensation of being watched from the battle had resurfaced. Not from the raiders, but from something more remote, more concealed. Someone had witnessed him deflecting that rocket. It was only a momentary anomaly, but enough to draw attention. The communicator buzzed. It was Kazuko Okada. The commission was executed flawlessly. The old woman's voice remained steady. The final payment has been transferred to your account. Additionally, as an apology for the extra trouble, I'm providing an extra €5,000 bonus. Who sent those raiders? Mill asked directly. A brief silence. Then Kazuko spoke. Some business competitors. Their exact identities are irrelevant. What matters is that you've proven your capabilities. There will be future collaboration opportunities. Old fox, you leave nothing to chance. Mill switched off the communicator. He recalled Misty's warning. Beware of hunters wearing friendly masks. In this city, every exposure only invited more watching eyes. And some of those eyes came from the abyss. Night City's network never truly slept. Like this city's neon, it always flickered somewhere at some frequency. Rumors of the Silver Night initially began as nothing more than drunken murmurs in Watson District bars, the incoherent ramblings of a few homeless souls who had witnessed the rescue at the Biotechnica Tower. But rumor in Night City possessed a propagation power more terrifying than any virus, especially when it was cool enough, mysterious enough, and gave desperate people something to discuss amidst their hopeless lives. By the second week, it had climbed onto the local network's trending topics list. It appeared in Japantown again last night. Someone captured a silver flash skimming across rooftops, and the next day, every man from 2 Hawk Gang strongholds was found knocked out and bound in a garbage pile. Bullshit. I saw that video. It's clearly post-produced. Probably Militech's new toy. More likely Arasaka. That armor style has a certain Japanese flair. The debate fermented in the data pools, each version more bizarre than the last. Some swore it was a super soldier sent by New America preparing for a unification war. Others speculated it was black technology unearthed from old world ruins by some nomad clan. Even a few fringe cults began claiming it was the Mikano deity's envoy sent to judge Night City, holding open-air worship services in Taiping District. What truly pushed the rumor beyond the realm of urban legend was the leak of 2 surveillance videos. The first came from an external camera outside a convenience store in Haywood. The footage was blurry and shaky, but it clearly showed a silver figure moving 10 meters laterally in 0.3 of a second, evading a full volley of smart bullet lock-ons. The second was clearer, seemingly from a dash cam on a certain company's transport vehicle, capturing the silver-armored figure leaping down from a 30-story building the ground, showing not even a crack upon landing. Both videos were forwarded hundreds of thousands of times within 24 hours. Netwatch took note, but merely flagged them as unconfirmed anomalous data. Without further investigation, they cared more about what stirred beyond the Blackwall. Major corporate security departments also took notice with internal memos increasingly featuring the phrase, unknown tactical unit. Meanwhile, brokers harbored their own agendas. Some sought recruitment, others exploitation, and still others calculated whom they could sell this intelligence to for maximum profit. Inside the afterlife, Rogue set down her datapad, the amber liquid in her glass swaying against the walls. She sat in her exclusive booth with 2 silent bodyguards standing in the shadows behind her. The screen displayed a frozen side profile of the silver armor, its shoulder lines sharp, the golden patterns still clear, even in low light. "What's your take?" She didn't look up, as though speaking to empty air. Claire wiped glasses from behind the bar, her voice calm. "Legends are always 3 parts truth, 7 parts fabrication. But if it's real, this kind of movement doesn't resemble Sandevistan." "Indeed not." Rogue's finger traced across the screen, zooming in on the armor's details. No time dilation distortion effect, no signs of overheat dissipation. "It's more like," she paused, finding the word, "being carried by something. Magnetic levitation. But a device of that volume, I know." Rogue interrupted her, raising her glass for a sip. "That's precisely what makes it interesting." She shut off the datapad. The bar buzzed with noise. Mercenaries boasted about recent scores, fixers haggled in corners, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of alcohol, sweat, and machine lubricant. This was her kingdom, ruled for years. Every inch of air she knew intimately. And fresh events were always scarce, especially truly fresh ones. "Keep an eye out," she told Claire, her voice barely above a whisper. "If this person truly exists, they'll come to the afterlife sooner or later. All legends do. Should we save him a drink?" Rogue smiled, her expression carrying something complex. "Let's see if he can survive long enough to reach the bar first." Night City's greatest talent lay in turning legends into tombstones. She gazed at the wall of liquor bottles behind the bar, each name upon it having once resonated through this city. Johnny Silverhand, Morgan Blackhand, Spider Murphy. Now another new name was gestating in the darkness. She didn't know how long this Silver Knight would survive, but at least this stagnant pool had finally begun to ripple. At the same time, in the basement of an abandoned factory somewhere in Santo Domingo, Faraday worked before 3 screens simultaneously. The left screen displayed the restored surveillance footage. The frame where the rocket trajectory had behaved anomalously was marked with 17 analysis points. The center screen scrolled through darknet discussions regarding the Silver Knight, with keyword frequency statistics climbing upward. The right screen held an encrypted dossier titled Man Squad Threat Assessment and Utilization Protocol. As a future elite, Faraday naturally employed corporate methodology. Faraday's 3 prosthetic eyes scanned 3 different directions simultaneously, his mechanical neural network processing parallel streams of information. The Silver Knight. Huh. He muttered to himself, his voice echoing through the empty basement. They put on a decent show. Faraday had never believed in hero legends. In Night City, every gleam was backed by commerce, and every ounce of power was a bargaining chip. Whatever the Silver Knight was, or where he came from, as long as he had value, he could be commodified. He had a plan, but the question remained: how to capture him? Direct confrontation was clearly unwise. Based on existing combat records, this target's threat level was at least half that of a heavy hammer class with unknown capabilities. Faraday despised the unknown. He preferred everything under his control. That's why bait was necessary, and it had already been selected. This batch of chips consisted of prototype units bound for Night City, reportedly the early test version of the Guard Your Soul project. Storage locations, guard rotation schedules, security system models. He paid $30,000 for these details from a mid-level Arasaka manager, then spent another $50,000 on hackers to cross-verify everything. Though the investment was substantial, capturing Messiah would make it all worthwhile. This was now a perfect commission. He set the reward at €800,000 with 30% up front. In Night City's mercenary market, this was a sum that would drive anyone to take desperate risks, and it was priced precisely to lure them in. A clever man would hesitate, grow suspicious, investigate. But man, Faraday knew man. The old soldier carried a fire within him, a burning need to prove himself, to leave his mark on the world. That flame had burned for too many years, nearly consuming him entirely. For a man like that, offer him any opening. Even if he smells blood in the water, he'll take the bait. Poor fool, Faraday remarked without emotion, then began drafting the commission email. He crafted it meticulously, emphasizing the chip's research value, downplaying Arasaka's defensive capabilities, and inflating the mission's historical significance. He attached the deposit transfer receipt. Hit send, then reclined in his chair as all 3 prosthetic eyes closed at once. Now came the waiting. The fish would bite. The Silver Knight would be forced to reveal himself, and corporate agents would come knocking with contracts and checks in hand. He could almost hear someone calling him Director Faraday. When the commission email reached Man's team encrypted mailbox, Chiwei was calibrating a new intrusion protocol. The notification chimed. She glanced at the sender, an anonymous relay address, but the signature code felt familiar. Faraday. Frowning, she opened it anyway. 3 minutes later, she disconnected the data cable and rose from her workstation. "Everyone get over here," her voice cutting through the internal comms. Rebecca emerged from the shooting range cursing, while Pella ambled over with an energy bar clenched between his teeth. Doliu and Man stepped out from the inner room with Sasha arriving last, a half-eaten pizza still in hand. Faraday sent a commission. Chiwei projected the details onto the wall. Retrieve an Arasaka prototype chip from their secondary RD facility on the outskirts of Charter Mountain. 800,000 with 240,000 up front, she read. Rebecca whistled. 800,000. When did this old bastard get so generous? Because he wants us dead, Chiwei said coldly. You know the security level at Arasaka's secondary center. Even without a heavy hammer garrison, there are at least 3 mobile squads, automated turrets, drone networks, neurotoxin traps. The intelligence only mentions half the actual defensive forces. She pulled up a comparison chart of the data she'd just verified covered in red markings. Pella scratched his head. So it's a trap, eh? Clear as day, Chiwei said, looking at Man. What do you think? Man didn't answer right away. He walked up to the projection, studying the building's structural diagram. He'd seen that building before. 22 stories in North Charter Mountain, its exterior clad in Arasaka's signature dark red glass panels. Last year a merc team tried to snatch something from inside. 5 went and half a person came out. Literally half a person, their lower body shredded by automated turrets. High risk, high reward. He remembered his younger self fresh out of the military with only 200 euros to his name, hands shaking as he accepted his first commission. What had he wanted back then? Survival. Money. Maybe one day his name would be remembered like those legends. Years had passed. He'd survived, earned some money, but his name. In Night City the name Man was like a puddle on the ground, evaporated by morning sun. He'd earned access to afterlife, but that was all it had been, just entry. No personal liquor, no legendary deeds. If not for Everidge constantly ribbing Rebecca, nobody would remember their team at all. Did the mission brief mention the chip model? He asked. Chiwei brought up the next page. ATSB-07X, marked as an early prototype from the Guard Your Soul project. Black market estimate. If we can extract it intact, at least 2 million. A silence fell over the room. 2 million. Rebecca's eyes lit up. Does that make us legends if we pull this off? Her and Pella's old man had been called Sunrise back in the day, and if they pulled this heist, wouldn't they get a title too? Then who'd dare call her Little Turnip anymore? Assuming you survive, Chiwei said mercilessly. Why is Faraday giving us such a cushy job? Does he have no other mercenaries? Because he knows this is a suicide run, needs bait. I bet he's sitting in some safe house right now waiting to watch us get blown to pieces by Arasaka. So what? Rebecca jutted her chin out. High risk, high reward. That's Night City. If you're scared of dying, you shouldn't have picked this profession in the first place. It's not that I'm afraid of dying. I hate being played for a fool. Chiwei's voice remained calm, but her eyes behind the mask fixed on Man. Man, think this through. Take this job, and we might all end up dead inside. Man turned to face his team. Doliu stood with arms crossed, her expression grave. Pella rarely lost his grin, but now he was seriously studying the building's structure diagram. Rebecca was eager, practically vibrating with anticipation, while Sasha bit her lip, her gaze drifting uncertainly. Let's vote, Man said. Same rule as always. If one votes no, we don't take it. I vote no, Chiwei said immediately. Rebecca glared at her. You? I agree to let Chiwei withdraw. Man interrupted Rebecca. She has the right to choose not to participate. Chiwei was stunned. She had thought Man would try to persuade her, would appeal to the team, to their bond, to the profit-sharing ratio. But he didn't. He simply nodded as if he had long anticipated this outcome. Are you serious? Chiwei asked. When you joined the team, I told you that you could leave anytime. Man looked at her, a weary understanding in his eyes that had seen too many battles. I know about your past, Chiwei. You don't owe anyone anything. There's no need for you to go crazy with us. The mask hid Chiwei's expression, but she remained silent for a full 10 seconds. Then she said, fine. If you decide to take it, I'll leave before the mission becomes dangerous. But as a final piece of advice, don't take it. Faraday is plotting against you, and it might not just be your lives he's after. She finished speaking, turned around, and went back to her workshop, closing the door behind her. Rebecca flipped the door. The bird. Cold-blooded bitch. Rebecca, Doliu warned in a low voice. She's right. Pila suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. The usually unserious tech expert was unusually serious. Faraday is indeed digging a trap. But, he scratched his head, but 800,000 plus 2 million in goods. We wouldn't earn that much even in 10 years. Boss, I'm with you. Duolio, you sighed. Man, you want to take it, don't you? Man didn't deny it. He walked to the window, gazing at the perpetually gray sky outside. In the distance, the silhouette of the Huangban Tower pierced through the clouds like a knife thrust into the city's heart. I'm 47 years old. He said, his voice low but clear to everyone. I've got 63% cyberware installed, and the neural interface hurts every day. The doctor says I have 1 year, maybe 2, before I go completely insane. By then I'll either get riddled with bullets by the anti-terrorist mobile team or rot in a prison cell. He turned around, his gaze sweeping across everyone's face. I don't want that. I want to pull off something big while I still have control over myself. I want Night City to remember that a mercenary named Man leading his team snatched a piece of meat from the mouth of Huangban. He paused, his voice dropping. I want our names to be engraved on the drink menu of the afterlife, even if it's just the cheapest drink. The room fell silent. Sasha felt her eyes burning. She remembered the first time she met Man when he rescued her from 2 scavengers and brought her back to the hideout without asking any questions. He said, "There are no teammates here, but there can be family." Over the years he had indeed taken care of everyone like an older brother, even though he himself was already riddled with scars. "I agreed," Elise said first. She walked over to Man and took his hand. "If we're going crazy, we'll do it together." "I agree too." Rebecca jumped up. "Hell yeah. After this job, I'm going to the afterlife and ordering 10 of the most expensive drinks." Pilar raised his hand. "Count me in. But bro, we need to add money for insurance. If I die, I need to leave my sister some dowry." Everyone laughed, even though the laughter was tinged with bitterness. Finally, only Sasha remained. She lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. "Sasha," Man called her. "I need some time to think." Sasha looked up, her eyes red. "I'll give you my answer tomorrow, okay?" Man nodded. "Of course." The meeting broke up. Rebecca dragged Pilar to check the weapon inventory, while Delayu began studying the building blueprints. Sasha went back to her room alone, closed the door, and slid down to sit on the floor with her back against the door. She took out her encrypted communicator and pulled up that unmarked number. It was Miss Saya's number. In this era of brain-computer interface, calls, this means of communication, meant secrecy. Her finger hovered over the dial button, trembling. Should she tell him? Man had said it was the team's choice. If she told Masaya, he would definitely stop them or forcibly intervene. That would be betraying Man and the team's autonomous decision. But she would lose them. She had a clear premonition that this mission would go wrong, that many people would die. She didn't want to lose Man, nor Dolio Pilar, Rebecca, or even that cold Chiwei. The communicator's screen went dark. Sasha buried her head in her knees. Footsteps sounded outside the door, paused for a moment, then retreated. It was Man. He knew what she was struggling with, but he didn't come in to persuade her. Because it was her choice. Just like whether to take the job was his choice. Just like jumping into a trap, even knowing it was one. That was everyone's own choice. Night City never forces anyone, it only presents options and watches you choose. And the end of most options is an abyss. At the same time, on the rooftop of an apartment in Shengdeming, Masaya sat cross-legged on the edge, his feet dangling over the 30-story void. The night wind was cold, ruffling his platinum blonde hair. He didn't turn on the lights. His nano-armor remained in basic coverage, with deep blue patterns shimmering beneath his skin, rising and falling like a breath. The heart network radiated outward from him, transforming the bioelectric fields within a 500-meter radius into countless points of light that flickered in his consciousness. The staggering steps of a drunkard, the low quarrels of a couple, the crying of an infant, the coughing of an old man. And more, lonely breaths, the silence of a person staring blankly at a wall. This was Night City. Noisy yet lonely, crowded yet alienated. He thought of the starry sky of Yuanqing. Pakisi would take him to the observatory, pointing at those distant specks of light, and saying, "Every star could be a world, Messiah. And we are here, as insignificant as dust, yet as unique as stars." Later he came here, this city where the starry sky was obscured by neon and pollution. But he still occasionally looked up, even if he could only see the false glow of holographic billboards. "Can't sleep?" Messiah asked. Dawei sat down beside him, his legs dangling in the air. He wore his iconic yellow jacket with cheap work clothes underneath. "My mom is working overtime tonight," the boy said, his voice muffled. "I wasn't planning to go home either. The hourly wage is 50% higher than usual, so she took 3 shifts. His mom knew he had dropped out, but the stubborn Jelluolia had begged the principal to reinstate Dawei's enrollment. For that, Dawei had a rare quarrel with his mother. Messiah could sense the complexity in the youth's emotions: heartache, guilt, anger, and a trace of reluctance. He had also met Dawei's mother, Gululia, once. There was a nearly obsessive light in her eyes, a light that seemed determined to push her son out of the mire. But the difference between people is greater than that between a person and a pig. "She's striving for you," Messiah said. "I know." Dawei tugged at the hem of his shirt. "That's why. It hurts even more. If only I weren't so good at studying." For the first time, he felt vexed by his own academic performance. Since following Brother Mimir, he had come to realize that the differences between people actually began to diverge from the amniotic fluid. No matter how hard he tried, even if he got in a Huangban, he would at most be a low-level supervisor until he died. And Tian Zhong Shengnan, relying on his father's influence, his starting point might already be Dawei's finish line. "That's not your fault." "Then whose fault is it?" Dawei turned his head, the neon lights from downstairs reflected in his eyes. "Huangban, the corporations, or this damn world." Messiah remained silent. He recalled something Pa Kasi had once said: "In the face of systemic oppression, it is cruel to ask about individual responsibility." But telling a 17-year-old boy, "This is just how the world is," was equally cruel. But he was only in his 20s himself. So he changed the subject. How's school lately? Just the same. Dewey shrugged. The rich kids keep playing their games, and I remain invisible. But, met a girl. Mimir understood that they had finally crossed paths. She's quite special. Dewey continued, his voice unconsciously softening. Unlike the others. So hypocritical. Last week I asked her what she wanted to do in the future. Guess what she said? What? She said, I want to go to the moon. Dewey laughed with that particular foolishness of youth. Isn't that crazy? In Night City, even just surviving is a struggle, and she's thinking about the moon. But he paused. I think it's pretty cool. At least she dares to dream. The moon. The cost of living there is astronomical. Freedom. That is the common yearning of all trapped souls, no matter which world. Indeed it's cool, he said softly. From downstairs came the sound of a door opening, followed by the footsteps of two people. His heart net identified them, Lu Shi and Shi Wei. They seemed to have just finished an outer reconnaissance mission, murmuring to each other. The data has been cleaned up, but they'll discover the breach sooner or later. Lu Shi's voice. 1 week at a time, Shi Wei said. Has man and decided? Not yet. Sasha's in a bad state. The footsteps stopped. They stood at the stairwell, only a few meters from the rooftop door. Messiah signaled Dewey to keep quiet. Lu Shi's voice sounded again, even softer this time, as if talking to herself. Sometimes I really want to just leave it all behind, buy a ticket to the moon. Even though it's ridiculously expensive, at least. There are no corporations, no damn social classes, only silence. Shi Wei didn't respond. Seconds later she said, Night City has no exit, Lu Shi. Either adapt or die. Of course she didn't finish. You must first afford a ticket to the moon. A single ticket isn't that expensive. The European Space Agency has been promoting lunar tourism, a few $100,000 per ticket. That's not the point. Once you're on the moon, the real cost is food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Those things have a completely different price level from Earth. Even the air you breathe comes at a price. I know. Lu Shi's voice was laced with weariness. That's why it's just a thought. They left. The footsteps faded down the stairs. Dewey looked at Messiah and whispered, is what they said true? A ticket to the moon. Yes, Messiah nodded. The European Space Agency occasionally opens civilian flights. A one-way ticket costs about a few $100,000. Dewey gasped. Even if we sold my mom and me, we couldn't scrape together even a fraction of that. So it's just a thought. Messiah repeated Lu Shi's words, but with a different tone. He shook his head, casting aside these unrealistic thoughts. The urgent priority was to survive, to find a way back. If there was still a way, I have to go. Dewey stood up. I have an early class tomorrow. Even though those classes are utterly useless. Take care. After the youth left, Messiah was alone again on the rooftop. He continued sitting, but his heart net involuntarily tracked Lu Shi's biological electric field. She returned to her room, a cubicle of less than 10 square meters. She sat on the edge of the bed, staring into space for a while, then lay down, staring at the ceiling. Her emotions were calm as a pool of stagnant water. But beneath the surface, undercurrents surged. Just as Messiah was about to withdraw his perception, another electric field approached Lu Shi's room. It was Shi Wei. She knocked on the door, entered, and they exchanged a few whispered words. Then Shi Wei left and walked straight toward the rooftop. Messiah did not move. The door opened, and Shi Wei came out. She still wore the mask that covered the lower half of her face, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. When she saw Messiah, she paused for half a second, then walked over and stood beside him. Eavesdropping is not a good habit, she said. I'm just sitting here. Who knew this was the base of Manin's team? Dewey had only said he was in a bad mood and needed to vent his feelings. Who would have guessed he'd choose this place? Shi Wei snorted. She took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and took a deep drag. The smoke quickly dissipated in the night breeze. Sasha likes you, she said suddenly without looking at Messiah. You know that, right? Messiah remained silent. She's a good girl, even though sometimes her naivety makes you want to laugh. Shi Wei flicked the ash. In Night City, naivety is suicide. Feelings are even more of a luxury. Too expensive for most people to afford, and even if they buy, they can't sustain it. What are you trying to say? I'm saying if you don't plan to take responsibility, stay away from her. Shi Wei finally turned her head. She can't handle being messed around. People like us shouldn't have any expectations in the first place. The more you expect, the harder you fall. Messiah looked at her. His heart net could vaguely sense the woman's thick defensive shell beneath, which were all old wounds. He understood that kind of resolute refusal to believe in anything good anymore. Thank you for the advice, he said. It's not advice, it's a warning. Shi Wei stubbed out the cigarette, but Man-In is about to collapse, and you can see that too. Once he falls, this team will disband. Then we'll each go our separate ways, no one dragging anyone else down. That's better for everyone. She turned to leave, then stopped. By the way, be careful lately. F.A. Lady is plotting something. The target could be you or us. That old bastard with his 3 eyes fixed on money. I can smell the stench of copper from 3 streets away. The door closed. On the rooftop, only the sound of wind remained. Missy tilted his head back, gazing at the sky, stained dark red by light pollution. He did not know what to do. But he knew one thing. For if Faraday truly was orchestrating a conspiracy against the man squad, he would not stand idly by. Not because of promises, not because of affection, but simply because. This was the right thing to do. And doing what was right was the first lesson Pax had taught him. 3 days later, at dusk, man knocked on the door of Missy's apartment. Myra's home was never a secret. It only took a little digging to find it. Mira was somewhat surprised when he opened the door. Man rarely sought him out directly. They usually connected through intermediaries or ran into each other by chance. Moreover, man had come alone today, without Duolio, wearing that worn leather jacket, unshaven, his eyes bloodshot. Come in. Mira stepped aside. The apartment was small, 1 bedroom and 1 living room with furniture scavenged from secondhand markets. The sole luxury was the high-performance computer Mira had modified, plus a design schematic on the wall for upgrading a Tsunao motorcycle. Man glanced around briefly, then sank onto the sofa, his entire body sinking into the cushions. Want a drink? Mira retrieved 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator. Thanks. Man took 1 pop the tab and took a long swig. He drank urgently as though parched for a long time. Mira sat across from him in silence, waiting for him to speak. Outside the window came the hum of hovercars and the distant wail of sirens. After all, nights in the Watson district were never quiet. I took a job from Faraday. Man finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Steal Arasaka's prototype chip. 800,000. Mira replied calmly. You should know this is a trap. I know. Man laughed, that smile bitter and astringent. But you know what, Mira? I've taken over 100 jobs in my lifetime, most of them completed. Clients were satisfied, money was earned. But no one remembers. In Night City, you're just mercenary A, mercenary B. You die, they send the next batch. Not even a gravestone. He took another drink. I want to leave something behind, even if it's just once. To let this city know there's an old vet named Man who led his people on a big score. Like Morgan Heisho, like Xiaoni Yinsho. Even if I die in the end, at least my name lies for a few days. For fame. Is it worth betting your whole team? Myra's tone was calm, not accusatory, merely inquiring. Man shook his head. Not fame, it's proof. Proof that we existed, struggled, resisted. Proof that in this damn corporate world there are still those who refuse to bow completely. He set down his beer can, bracing his hands on his knees, head bowed. This man, always so resolute, now slumped, revealing exhausted lines. My body's giving out, Mira. The neural junctions burn every day. Sometimes I see things that aren't there, hear voices that don't exist. Doctors say I'll be completely mad within 2 years. Then. He didn't finish, but Mira understood. The fate of cyberpsychosis was already known. One either got killed or conscripted by the riot squad or rot away in a mental institution. Men like Man would rather choose the former and pick a dramatic end. So this job, Mira said, it's the endpoint you've chosen for yourself. It's the future I'm choosing for the team. Man looked up, his eyes holding something almost fanatical. 800,000 up front, plus the money from selling the chip. That's enough for each of them to start over. Duoliu could open a gym. Pila and Libaika could run a garage or a gun mod shop. Sasha, she should leave Night City, find a quiet place, be an ordinary hacker. And what about yourself? Me. Man laughed. I should have died on the battlefield during the corporate wars. Every day I've lived since has been a bonus. The room fell silent. Below, a drunk man was singing badly off key. Man took a data chip from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. This is my will. It has emergency contacts for the team's safe house locations and bank account passwords. If I don't come back. Or if I come back, but I'm gone. Help me look after them. Mira watched the chip, not reaching for it right away. Especially Sasha and Rebecca. Man continued, his voice softening. That girl Sasha, she looks tough, but inside she's as soft as cotton candy. Rebecca. She puts on a tough act more than anyone else because she's afraid of being looked down upon, of being treated like a child. They both need someone watching over them. Don't let them do anything foolish. You're their commander. You should tell them yourself. I have. They don't listen. Man smiled. I told them this mission is dangerous, think it over. Rebecca said, if you're scared of dying, don't do this job. I told Sasha she could actually withdraw. She said I want to stay with the team. These fools. Perhaps only when facing an outsider would Man pour out his heart like this. His voice caught, and he raised his hand to wipe his face. Mira finally reached out and picked up the data chip. The chip was light but heavy in his palm. I promise you, he said, each word clear. If anything happens to you, I will ensure their safety. Man exhaled deeply as if putting down a heavy burden. He leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and relaxed his entire body. Thank you, he said, his voice barely audible. The two sat in silence for a while longer, finishing their beers. Outside, night deepened. Neon light crept into the room, casting shifting patterns on the floor. Before leaving, Man paused at the door and looked back at Mira. One more thing, he said. Chiwei reminded me that Faraday might also be targeting you. That armor. It's too conspicuous. Be careful, Mira. In this city, being different is dangerous. Man had actually guessed Myra's identity, but so what? He only knew that a guy with advanced tech saving his hacker was enough. Night City had almost no humanity, but at least there was still emotion. I know. Man nodded and pushed the door open. His footsteps faded down the corridor until they disappeared. Mira closed the door and leaned against it. He walked to the window and looked down at the street. Man emerged from the building, lit a cigarette, glanced up at the sky, then put his hands in his pockets and walked into the night. That silhouette was like an old wolf marching toward its predetermined fate. Mira gripped the chip tightly. Within the perception range of the MindNet, man's bioelectric field was steady. No hesitation, no fear, only a near-tragic resolve. Is this what it means to be human? Knowing there's a cliff ahead, still choosing to jump, because the posture of the fall carries more dignity than mere survival. He remembered Pax's words, "Miss he, the value of life lies not in its length, but in its depth." Some flames would rather blaze fiercely for a minute than smolder for a lifetime. Perhaps man was such a flame, and his promise was to protect those embers after the flame went out. Mimir turned on the computer and inserted the data chip. The encrypted file unlocked, revealing detailed information about the man-in squad, each person's birthday preferences, fears, and dreams. These details, these soft interiors, carefully survived beneath the hard shell of Night City. Mimir stared at the screen for a long time. Then he pulled up another interface and began searching for Falati's recent movements. Bank account changes, communication records, known hideouts, frequently contacted intermediaries, and corporate representatives. Although he wasn't a hacker, it didn't mean he didn't have hackers' methods. The genes of an electro-sensitive mutant made him feel like a fish in water in Night City. It just sometimes burned his brain, that's all. After all, being able to interfere, rewrite, or control complex electronic systems with just concentrated thought, without physical contact, was already incredibly remarkable. He wanted to figure out how deep this trap really was. And when Man-In and the others jumped in where he should be positioned to catch them, the night grew deeper. The invitation came sooner than expected. On the morning of the fourth day after the Man-In squad confirmed they would take the job, Mimir's communicator buzzed. It wasn't an encrypted channel, just an ordinary text message from a number he hadn't saved, but recognized at a glance. "This afternoon at 3 at the Cat and Keyboard Cafe on Ribbon Street. Do you have time? Want to thank you for last time. For the help." The wording was cautious, but the hesitant ellipsis at the end revealed more. Mimir stared at the screen for a few seconds, his fingers hovering over the virtual keyboard. He did have plans today, an escort job in Santo Domingo from Old Captain gathering at 4 p.m., and Jekka had already arranged to meet in the River Valley district. But he replied, "Okay." At 2:50 p.m., he arrived early. The cafe was in a side alley of Ñoño Street, with a narrow storefront and a sign showing a holographic projection of a sleeping electronic cat. Obviously, being able to open such a shop here, it probably wasn't authentic coffee. Of course, synthetic coffee beans. Those were still coffee beans. A rotten orange is still an orange, isn't it? The moment he pushed open the door, the wind chime made a real ceramic clinking sound, which was rare in Night City. There were few people in the shop. An owner wearing reading glasses was wiping cups behind the counter with soothing synthetic jazz playing in the background. Sasha was sitting in the booth at the far end, facing away from the door. She had changed her clothes. Instead of her usual hacker bodysuit for easy movement, she wore a light gray knitted cardigan over a simple white t-shirt. Her hair was also carefully combed, tied into a loose ponytail at the back of her head. 2 cups of coffee were already on the table, still steaming. When Mimir walked over, she was staring blankly out the window, her fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of her cup. Only when he sat down opposite her did she suddenly snap back to reality, her eyes widening for a moment. You're here." Sasha straightened up, took her hands off the cup, not knowing where to put them, finally crossing them on her lap. "I ordered a latte. Didn't know if you'd like it. They said the beans here are synthetically roasted, though I think it might just be a gimmick." Her speech was a bit fast. Mimir nodded. "Thank you." Silence began to spread. Sasha stared down at her coffee while Mimir looked out the window. Across the alley was the back of a cyberware clinic with ventilation pipes discharging pale yellow exhaust that looked like a sickly fog under the afternoon light. Sasha finally mustered the courage to look up. "Actually, I called you out not just to thank you." Mimir turned his gaze back to her, waiting for her to continue. She took a deep breath. "I know it was you. The person who saved me, it was you." Sasha felt her heart pounding wildly in her chest, as if it would shatter her ribs and escape. She stared intensely at Mimir's face, trying to see something in those overly calm eyes. Surprise, denial, or at least a flicker of emotion. But Mimir just looked at her. After a few seconds, he nodded gently. Just like that. No explanation, no. How did you know? No, don't tell anyone. Just an Sasha suddenly felt like laughing and crying at the same time. Truly his style. "I won't tell anyone," she said quickly, lowering her voice. "Man-In doesn't know either. At least I didn't tell him. But I think he might have guessed. He always says the way I look at you is not right." This time Mimir's eyes flickered, as if a trace of faint confusion passed through them. Sasha's cheeks began to burn. "I just wanted to say thank you in person." She became incoherent. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became, until it was almost a murmur. Mimir listened quietly. The heartnet could sense her emotional fluctuations at this moment, intense nervousness mixed with a soft gratitude, and deeper in expectation she herself might not fully understand. Like a pool of spring water disturbed by a pebble ripples overlapping layer upon layer. I just did what I had to do, he said. In Night City nothing is something you have to do. Sasha gave a bitter smile. Most people when they see someone jumping off a building their first reaction is to dodge to avoid getting splattered with blood. Their second reaction is to take a photo and post it on social media. Saving people? That's a business for Trauma Team, and you have to swipe your credit card first. Not only that, you also have to be a member. As she spoke, she reached for the sugar jar to add some more sugar to her coffee. But her fingers were trembling so badly that when she picked up the sugar tongs they slipped, and the tongs clattered onto the table, knocking over her coffee cup. The dark brown liquid spilled out instantly, flooding over the table edge and dripping onto her jeans. Sasha jumped up hurriedly, the chair legs scraping against the floor with a harsh sound. She fumbled for tissues to wipe, but the more she wiped the messier it got. The coffee stain quickly spread on the light-colored pants like an ugly birthmark. Sorry, I'm so clumsy. Her voice carried a hint of tears, whether because of the stained pants, or because she had made a fool of herself when she wanted to appear at her best. Mimir stood up. Without saying anything, he picked up the stack of tissues from the table, pulled out a few, and walked around the table to her side. His movements were slow and focused. When the tissue got dirty, he replaced it. The only old shop owner in the store glanced over, then lowered his head and continued wiping cups. In Night City, there were people who even masturbated in public, so this was nothing unusual. Sasha stood frozen in place. She could feel the slight pressure of Mimir's fingers through the tissue, could smell the clean scent on him like air after rain, could see his lowered eyelashes and straight nose bridge. From this angle, he didn't seem so unreachable even a little. Gentle. The pants. She said hoarsely, I'll wash them when I get back. Mimir responded. Mimir rose to his feet, crumpling the dirty tissue into a ball, and headed to the trash bin in the corner. Returning to her seat, Sasha had already taken her place again, her hands tightly gripping cup, her face, flushed eyes fixed on the table, not daring to meet his gaze. Thank you, she whispered. You're welcome. Another silence fell, but this time the quiet was less suffocating, as if a taut string had slackened a little. I took that assignment, Sasha said softly. Faraday's, the Kwangzon ship. Mimir looked at her. I know it's dangerous, man knows, everyone knows, she continued as if speaking to herself, but I want to go. Not for money, not for fame. It's just, they are the only family I have in Night City. If they decide to dive into the fire, I can't stand on the shore and watch. She raised her head, and this time she dared to look Mimir in the eye. In those eyes that were always calm and steady now reflected her own image, nervous but firm. So this might be the last time we meet. Sasha forced a smile, but the smile was uglier than crying. If I don't come back. Thank you for saving me twice. One was at biotech, and one today, not enough to make me cringe to the point of digging a hole. Mimir said nothing. In his mind, Sasha's emotions were like a candle swaying in the wind, flame flickering, but never going out. You will come back, he said with certainty. Sasha hesitated, then her smile brightened a little. Here's hoping so. The coffee had cooled through. Outside, holographic billboards flickered, neon lights spilled through the glass, painting the desk with flowing colors. Mimir checked the time. He had to meet Jack. He stood up. Sasha also rose a little hurriedly. Before he turned, she called after him, her voice returning to that cautious, tentative tone. Next time. Can we meet again? Mimir paused. He looked at Sasha. She bit her lip, eyes bright with light, like a prisoner awaiting judgment. He nodded. Sasha's eyes instantly lit up, the light almost overflowing. She fought to keep her smile from slipping, but failed, and a genuine radiant smile blossomed on her face. Then, be careful on the road. When Mimir stepped out of the cafe, the wind chime rang once more. Outside the alley, Jekka leaned against their emperor, idly tossing a coin. Seeing Mimir come out, he whistled. How was it? A pleasant date. Not a date. Mimir walked toward the Kusanagi parked by the roadside. Come on. Jekka followed, grinning. I saw it from outside. Did you crouch down to wipe someone's pants? Mano, I've never seen you treat anyone this attentively before. That hacker girl into you. She keeps looking at you as if you're a little dog. You're mistaken, he said. My eyes are good. Jekka climbed into the driver's seat. But seriously, Sasha is a good girl. If you're not into her, tell her clearly soon so you won't waste her. The car shot off, leaving Jekka's nagging behind. But those words kept circling Mimir's mind. Interesting. He wasn't sure. On Yuan Star, the Aran's emotional patterns differ from humans. They are more rational, more attuned to spiritual resonance, and bound by the 10 precepts of the Aran. Personal bonds are delicate, especially here in a foreign world. Even his return home remains uncertain. But Sasha's smile, the light in her eyes the moment she spilled the coffee in a panic. These images stubbornly linger in his mind like an unerasable residue of a program. He shook his head, turning his attention to the next mission. The rendezvous point the old captain spoke of was at the edge of the Valley District, a half-abandoned freight yard. When Mimir and Jekka arrived, 4 heavy trucks were already parked there, their sides rough, with spray-painted words, Santo Domingo Community Mutual Aid. A dozen or so workers in coveralls were making final checks, most pale and gaunt, but with bright eyes. The old captain stood beside the hood of a truck holding a datapad. Seeing Mimir and Jekka, he grinned, showing teeth yellowed by nicotine. Punctual. I love punctual people. Come here, he stepped forward, giving Mimir a hearty pat on the shoulder. Dad, today this job isn't complicated, but it's a bit sensitive. See those crates? Mimir cracked a smile. Old captain calling you, that is getting to sound natural, isn't it? Santo Domingo's 7-block water treatment network has been down for 3 months. The company says maintenance costs are too high. Residents should buy bottled water. The old captain's smile cooled. A bottle of clean water can buy 3 meals. Those districts' average daily wage is only 50 euros. So the community pooled funds bought these filter cartridges, planning to install them secretly back. Jekka whistled. Tough luck, huh? If the company finds out, they'll skin you alive. That's why we need bodyguards. The old captain looked at Mimir. I've mapped the route. We'll go through the abandoned industrial duct area to avoid company surveillance and the 6th Street gang's regular patrols. But that area isn't safe. The sweepers, and we might run into patrol drones. Your task is to guard the convoy to the pump station on 7th Street, watch them install the filters, then guard the empty trucks back. He paused, lowering his voice. The pay isn't high. 8,000 euros split between you two. But I'll add 2,000 more personally as a kind of hardship allowance. Mimir nodded. Done. Nice. The old captain laughed again, but this time there was something else in his smile. He pulled out a cigarette case, lit one, drew a long breath, and exhaled slowly, smoke curling from his nostrils. Get in. I'll ride with you in one of the trucks, and we'll talk on the way. The convoy rolled out. The old captain sat in the front passenger seat, Jekka driving at the head of the line. They pulled away from the yard and turned onto a narrow lane lined with construction debris, flanked by rusted factory facades, graffiti covering the original company logos. After 10 minutes, they entered the real abandoned zone. It had once been Santo Domingo's industrial heart, dozens of chemical plants and smelters operating day and night. When the industry moved on, the company pulled out, leaving this land thoroughly polluted with heavy metals and organic toxins. The ground glowed with strange colors, and the air was thick with a sickly sweet stench, like rotten fruit mingled with chemical reagents. Even through the car's filter, Mimir could smell it. When I was a kid, this place wasn't like this. The old captain suddenly spoke, his voice muffled in the closed cabin. He rolled down the window and flicked the cigarette ash out. Back then, the Valley District still had trees, though they were withered. At least they were green. There were still edible things in the river, though eating them might cause diarrhea. They wouldn't kill you. Jack glanced at him through the rearview mirror. You're a native of Santo Domingo. It was the first he'd heard of it. Who would have thought the most notorious used car dealer in all of Night City was not only a former corpo dog, but also a local boy? Born here, raised here, probably die here too. The old captain laughed, a dry sound. My father worked 30 years at the petrochem refinery pumping industrial oil. My mother worked at a textile mill, a small company. People of their generation believed the corporate promises. Work hard, they said, and your kids could go to school in the municipal center, become white-collar workers, live in apartments. He took another drag. And then, my father died of lung cancer at 45. The company paid 5,000 euros, calling it an industry risk. My mother held on until I turned 18, then she went too. Kidney failure. They couldn't afford artificial organs for either of them. Cause of death, 20 years of drinking contaminated water. I took that compensation money, bought my first car, started flipping parts, made enough to get myself into a corpo position, and then, well, here I am. The convoy rolled through a pool of black standing water, mud speckling the windshield as the wipers swept it away. I hate core. The old captain said it calmly, as if stating a plain fact. Not the kind that screams. It's something lodged deep in your bones. They arrive, strip everything hollow, leave behind poisoned soil and dead bodies, then pat themselves clean and walk away. Santo Domingo's life expectancy is lower than the Badlands wanderers now. Highest childhood deformity rate in the whole city. And on the corporate balance sheets, environmental remediation costs for this district, 0. He turned to look out at the ruins flashing past. I tried fighting back. Clashed with the core for power. Organized strikes when I was young, blocked factory gates, mailed complaint letters to City Hall. And what happened? Nothing. The corpo legal teams can twist black into white. Cops are their watchdogs. Media shut their mouths with cash. Later I figured it out. In this system you can't beat them. All you can do is find a way to survive and lend a hand to those who still want to live. Jack drove in silence. Mill listened through the comms, the Cassanoi's engine humming low like some quiet answer. So when I saw you, Mill. The old captain suddenly gazed ahead at Mill's riding figure. I just felt. You're different. You're not a corpo. Not a gang thug. There's no starving wolf greed in your eyes. I heard about how you saved Sasha later on. Why? She wasn't family or friend to you. A few seconds of silence crackled through the comms. Then Mill's voice came through. She shouldn't have died. The old captain paused, then burst into roaring laughter, tears streaming down his face. Right? Goddamn right, it's that simple. She shouldn't have died. But in this dump, how many shouldn't have died still ended up dead? Cores say they deserve it. Gangs say they deserve it. Even the damn sky says they deserve it. His laughter gradually faded into a long, weary sigh. Mill, if you truly become a legend. I mean, if there ever comes a day when your name gets carved on that wall in afterlife. The old captain's voice was soft, nearly swallowed by the engine roar. Help the people here. Not necessarily Santo Domingo. Every place like it. Give those who shouldn't die a chance to live. The convoy rolled out of the ruins. Ahead, low shanties began to appear. This was one of Santo Domingo's residential districts. Houses were cobbled together from discarded shipping containers and construction rubble, roofs covered with tarps held down by bricks. Narrow, muddy streets flanked by drainage ditches flowing with oily sewage. A few children played with a deflated ball by the roadside. Seeing the convoy, they stopped, their dirty little faces eyes wide. The convoy stopped before the pump station in District 7. It was a low concrete building with half its roof caved in, the rusted lock at the door already pried open by locals. Workers began unloading, movements quick and silent, casting wary glances around them from time to time. The mine net expanded, sweeping 300 meters. No organized threat signatures. Only scattered resident bioelectric fields, mostly weak and unstable. A little girl in a faded dress approached timidly, about 5 or 6 years old, her hair yellow and brittle, a rash marring her arms. She looked up at Mill and whispered, "Uncle, are you here to fix the water?" Mill looked down at her. The girl's eyes were large, but the whites had a yellow tinge, liver damage. He crouched so they were at eye level. He said, "When it's fixed, Mom won't have to walk so far for water." The girl smiled, revealing a missing front tooth. Her back is bad. Every time she returns with water, she has to lie down for a long while. Mill reached out and gently stroked the girl's hair. It was coarse as straw. The mine net detected multiple heavy metals beyond safe levels in her body, her neural development already affected. Could she survive to adulthood? Probably not. He stood and walked toward the pump station. The workers were removing the old filter cartridge. It had turned into a black-green sludge, reeking. The new filter was carried and installed and piped. Nobody spoke throughout the process. Only the clinking of tools and stifled breathing. Half an hour later, a worker emerged, a tired smile on his face. "It's running. Water pressure's normal." A low cheer rose from the crowd, then quickly died down as though afraid of attracting unwanted attention. From deep within the pump station came the sound of water flushing through the pipes. At first it was cloudy with rust, but after a few minutes it grew clear. Workers brought out prepared buckets, filling them and distributing to the gathered residents. Each person received only a small bucket, yet their hands trembled as they collected water. The little girl was given a small plastic bottle too. She cradled it carefully as though it were treasure. Walking up to Mill, she held the bottle up. "Uncle, drink." Mill looked at her and shook his head. "You drink." The girl hesitated, then tilted her head back and took a small sip. Clear water trickled from the corner of her mouth. She quickly wiped it away with the back of her hand and smiled sheepishly. "It's sweet." In truth, the water barely met the minimum safety standard, nowhere near sweet. But to someone accustomed to drinking a mixture of heavy metals and organic toxins, perhaps it genuinely tasted sweet. Mill crouched and pressed his right palm to the ground. Nanocells seeped from his palm, silver-white particles burrowing into the soil, like living things penetrating deep into the groundwater veins. The mine net locked onto the pollution source 3 kilometers upstream. A storage tank at an abandoned chemical plant was leaking slowly. Benzene compounds and heavy metal ions spread along the groundwater, contaminating the entire district's water system. Conventional purification required large equipment, months of time, and corporate approval. But he had another way. The nanocells began restructuring the water's molecular lattice, weaving microscopic filtration meshes. Electromagnetic fields guided heavy metal ions into directed deposition. Organic matter was catalytically broken down by hyperactive nanoenzymes. The process would consume energy, depleting his nanocell reserves by roughly 2%. The core had achieved basic repair, but that hardly meant the work was done. Yet he did it anyway. The ground beneath his palm glimmered faintly, silver light spreading underground like roots. The pool of black water grew clear before their eyes. The oily sheen vanished, the sediment sank. In the surrounding soil, a few stubborn weeds that had survived against the odds began to unfurl their once withered yellow leaves, tinged now with a trace of green. Yuanqing technology, remarkable, isn't it? After all, the A-07 was never designed as a combat-type nano-armor in the first place. Its primary function leaned toward tactical command and technical support, and even its integrated AI wasn't built for direct combat. Combat capability was merely a fraction of what it offered. Against Rue's Baldur, it would have been utterly outmatched. But in Night City, that was an overwhelming advantage, a dimensional strike. Another factor was that Mimir himself hadn't fully unlocked his core's potential yet. God only knew how much Pax had poured into Odin after cracking open the Ark. If it weren't for that damn AI named Gas back in the day ravaging Yuanqing's resources everywhere, Ace's technology could have easily transformed Yuanqing into the pristine landscape it was meant to be. The workers noticed and gathered around dumbfounded. The old captain walked over too, gazing at the clean water, then at Mimir, saying nothing, just clapping him hard on the shoulder. The children didn't understand all that. They only saw the dirty water turn clear and surged forward with cheers, crouching by the edge to splash with their hands. Clean water splashed onto their faces, and they giggled, playing and throwing water at each other. A little girl cupped some water in her hands and held it out to Mimir. "Uncle, look. It's clean now." He took the water from her. The quality still wasn't great, but at least it wasn't lethal anymore. He looked at his own reflection in the water. That face that didn't belong to this world, now smudged with a bit of dirt, his eyes holding something he couldn't quite name himself. Was it anger? Anger that these children had to cheer just for a mouthful of clean water? Was it sorrow? Sorrow for a world devoured whole by the core? Or perhaps resolve? He gently splashed the water back onto the ground and rose to his feet. "Time to go," he told the old captain. By the time the convoy turned back, darkness had already fallen. The sunset dyed Santiago's sky a sickly rust red, the silhouettes of ruins like the bones of great beasts. The children waved from behind the convoy until they turned the corner and disappeared from view. Inside the vehicle, the old captain lit a fresh cigarette, but didn't smoke it, just held it between his fingers, watching the ember glow and fade. "Thank you. What you did today won't save Santiago." The old captain continued, his voice calm. "That purification won't hold for a month before it gets contaminated again. The kids will still get sick, still die young. And the core will keep making their profit." He paused, letting ash fall onto his pants without bothering to brush it off. "But those kids tonight, they'll dream a good dream. Clean water, healthy Mother's Days without worry. That's enough, me. Goddamn enough." By the time the convoy returned to the parking lot, it was completely dark. The old captain paid him 2,000 extra on top of the agreed amount. Mimir accepted the money. "By the way, be careful lately." The old captain lowered his voice. "I've heard Faraday's been asking about you everywhere. That bastard has too many eyes and his hands are too dirty." Mimir nodded and started the engine. "Mano, what you did today, how did you do it?" "I barely saw it happen." "Nanotechnology. Damn impressive." Jack paused. "But you're really okay, eh? A bit of a drain, but rest should do it." "All right, then go rest up." Might be a few days before Man and the others set out. On the way back to Watson, Mimir didn't know what to say. 3 days after returning from Santiago, trouble came knocking. Not street thugs, not gang revenge, but something far more formal and far more dangerous. At 10 in the morning, Mimir had just stepped out of his apartment building, heading to Victor's clinic for his routine checkup. Old Victor insisted on seeing him every 2 weeks, claiming it was to monitor whether the freak's body was about to suddenly collapse. But a black Gadila 66 slipped silently to the curb. Matte paint windows tinted with the highest privacy film wheels made of military-grade bulletproof alloy. It sat there like a black tombstone that had fallen from City Hall. The door opened, and 2 people stepped out. A man and a woman, both in well-tailored charcoal suits, no ties, but with subtle patterns at the cuffs and collars, the mark of Arasaka internal security. The man was around 40, his face drawn with geometric precision, every angle mechanically perfect. The woman was younger, Asian features, hair pulled back in a severe bun, eyes a gene-optimized shade of amber. They stopped 3 paces from Mimir, a distance that was neither disrespectful nor threatening, yet carried quiet intimidation. "Monsieur Mimir." The man spoke, his voice as even as a synthesizer's. "I'm a special assistant with Arasaka Counterintelligence, and this is my colleague. We'd like to speak with you." Mimir studied them, his neural net already spreading. Both had combat-grade cybernetics. The man's left arm was military-spec mechanical plating, the woman's retinas enhanced with motion tracking systems. The holsters at their waists held Arasaka's own smart pistols, not the cheap street variety. "I have nothing to say to Arasaka." Mimir turned to leave. "Please wait." The woman stepped forward half a pace, moving as quietly as a cat. "This isn't a threat, it's an invitation. Deputy Director Artusi Zanjinsi admires your capabilities and hopes to establish a partnership." Mimir paused but didn't turn around. "Partnership," he repeated, the word mockery dripping from his tone. "I've seen Arasaka's partnerships. Locking people into digital ghosts inside chips. That's partnership. Snatching children from the slums for cyberware experiments. That's partnership. Letting people in Santiago drink poison water and die. That's partnership too." The man's expression flickered for a moment before composing itself. "Those were overreached by certain divisions. Mr. Zanjinsi seeks something more equitable, more mutually beneficial. I don't negotiate mutual benefit with corporations." Mimir turned, his gaze sweeping over both of them. "In your world, everything has a price, everyone can be bought. I'm not for sale." The woman pressed her lips together. She pulled up a holographic display showing Mimir's recent activity logs, fuzzy combat data from the Watson District contact frequency, with Manin's crew anomalous energy readings during that purification event in Santiago. "Mr. Mimir, Night City has its rules," she said, her voice still polite, but now carrying an edge of coldness. Lone wolves don't last long here. You either join a system, or get crushed by one. Go ahead and try, Mimir said quietly as if stating an obvious fact. The man's hand rested on his holster. For half a second the air grew taut enough to snap. The synthetic hot dog vendor across the street caught the tension and silently pushed his cart deeper into the alley. The woman raised a hand to halt her companion. She deactivated the holographic projection and retrieved a pure black card from the inner pocket of her suit jacket, its edges embossed with the dark gold lotus emblem of the Huangban Corporation. This is Mr. Jenkins' private communication channel. She extended the card toward him. Valid for 24 hours. If you change your mind or encounter any trouble that needs resolving, you can reach out anytime. Mimir didn't take it. The card hung in midair like a black feather. Night City doesn't welcome those who don't play by the rules, the man said finally, his voice low. Your little tricks won't protect you forever. The two returned to their car. The quadra glided away, silently vanishing at the end of the street. Mimir stood still, watching the direction where the taillights had disappeared. The residual traces of their bioelectric fields still lingered in his mind net. The woman's heart rate had spiked at the very last moment, not from fear, but from excitement. What was she expecting? That he would refuse giving her a reason to take next steps. He crushed the black card lying on the ground beneath his heel, turned, and walked toward Victor's clinic. Inside the clinic, Old Wei was replacing a cyber eye for a Maelstrom member. The guy's entire left arm was modified skin replaced with metal, exposing the hydraulic tubes and circuits underneath. He was cursing about how he'd gotten his eye damaged in a fight at Death Dance yesterday. Bear with it. Old Wei's voice came from behind his mask, holding a pair of slender tweezers. Move again, and I'll dig out your entire socket and replace it with a new one. Fuck, go easy, man. When Mimir walked in, the Maelstrom member glanced at him and suddenly fell silent. People who had spent long enough in Night City possessed an instinctive sense for danger. Besides, Dum Dum had said not to mess with this guy. Maelstrom were crazy, but not stupid. They knew well enough who to provoke and who to avoid. Old Wei also looked up, glancing at Mimir through his goggles, his hands never pausing. Wait for me 5 minutes. Mimir sat down on a plastic chair in the waiting area. The walls were plastered with cyberware advertisement posters. A has-been Braindance star smiled at the camera, revealing perfectly gene-modified teeth. An old radio in the corner was playing the news. The anchor recited in a monotone voice. The newly completed Eco Building at the Civic Center will open next week, and the first batch of residents have been selected through a lottery. 5 minutes later, the Maelstrom member left, covering his eye socket. Old Wei pulled off his gloves and tossed them into the medical waste bin. Those two outside, were they from Arasaka? He asked while washing his hands. Mimir nodded. What did they want? Recruitment. Old Wei laughed, his laugh full of sarcasm. Arasaka recruits people in only 2 situations. Either you're useful to them, or you know too much. Probably both. Old Wei dried his hands, took 2 bottles of beer from the fridge, and tossed one to Mimir. He didn't drink himself, just leaned against the workbench looking at Mimir. So you refuse to? Of course. Good. Old Wei nodded. Stupid but good. Once you join a corporation, you're no longer a person, you're an asset. An asset can be evaluated, split, restructured, and discarded. I've seen too many people in the boxing circuit sell themselves to corporations for a bit of money, only to end up as experiments or psychos. He paused, took a sip of beer, but refusal comes with a price. Arasaka doesn't like being refused, especially by a street mercenary with no background. They'll feel loss of face. Let them come, Mimir said. Old Wei stared at him for a few seconds, then shook his head. With this kind of personality, you won't last 3 years in Night City. Either change or die fast. But I hope you're the third kind. Knock down everyone who wants to change you. He walked over to Mimir and did a quick scan with an instrument. Your condition. Did you use your ability again? Purified some water. You went to Santo Domingo. Old Wei knew immediately what was going on inside. You can't save that place, Mimir. The corporation's poison has seeped 100 meters underground. Even if you purify the entire river, the next rain will bring down new pollutants. At least those kids can drink clean water for a few days. Old Wei didn't say anything more. Mimir smiled. Old Wei suddenly said, by the way, yesterday a fixer came to me asking about you. Not from Arasaka, more like a broker. Offered 100,000 credits for your whereabouts and combat habit analysis. Did you sell it? How could I? I'm old but not senile. I threw him out. Old Wei pulled out the needle from his own arm. But the news has spread, Mimir. You're now merchandise on the shelf, priced, waiting for a buyer to pick up. Be careful. Next time it might not be a suit-wearing corporate dog. As long as a contract was posted, someone would take it. In Night City, mercenaries with a conscience were rare. When Mimir left the clinic, the sky was overcast again. His communicator buzzed, an unknown number. His number was encrypted through several layers. Unless it was a known contact or someone with the real number, it couldn't get through. He answered. Mr. Mimir. I need help. A man's voice, urgent, panting. They said you're the only one who might help me. I'm at the Blue Lizard Hotel in Taiping, Zhou room 307. Please, they're about to find me. The call cut off. Mimir looked at the communicator. Could be a trap. The call came in right after talking to Old Wei. It was suspicious. But the fear in that voice was too real to be faked. Forget it, let's go check it out. Anyway, someone who could beat him hadn't been born yet in Night City. He mounted his Kusanagi, turned around. Destination Taiping-zhou. The Blue Lizard Hotel was on the edge of Taiping. Zhou, a 6-story unfinished building with exposed concrete and rebar on the exterior, most windows boarded up. In name it was a hotel, but in reality, it was a temporary shelter for those who couldn't even afford a container. Charged by the day, 15 euros a day, no utilities, no safety guarantee. Because there was no water, electricity, or safety at all. Meyer parked his motorcycle 2 blocks away and approached on foot. He expanded his mind net. Bioelectric fields within a 200-meter radius scattered like stars in the night sky, most of them weak and unstable signs of chronic malnutrition and disease. There were also a few stronger ones with aggressive fluctuations patrolling inside the building. Probably the hotel's self-employed security, actually thugs to prevent guests from escaping or defaulting on payment. He circled to the back of the building where there was an abandoned fire escape, rusted almost to the point of collapse. Nano-armor covered his hands. He grabbed the railing and climbed silently. A musty odor mingled with the stench of urine hung in the corridor, the carpet long rotted into fibrous mush that yielded softly underfoot. Room 307 sat at the far end of the hallway, its door a flimsy composite panel fitted with the most basic electronic lock, the kind that could be popped open with a credit card. Mir did not pick the lock. He raised his hand and pressed it against the door, letting nanocells seep into the cylinder, decode the mechanism, and the lock clicked open. The room was pitch dark. The curtains were drawn, and only a few slivers of light leaking through gaps in the wooden boards illuminated dust motes dancing in the air. A figure curled in the corner looked up sharply at the sound of the door opening, an old revolver raised in his hand, the muzzle shaking violently. Don't come any closer. It was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, his hair disheveled, the white lab coat on his body so stained it was impossible to tell its original color. You made the call for help, Mir said, stopping at the doorway without turning on the light. The man hesitated, squinting at Mir in the dim light, and then suddenly collapsed, the gun falling from his hand as his entire body went limp. You actually came. I thought no one would come. Mir walked over and picked up the gun. It was an antique, a Remington M1875 modified into a kinetic revolver, reasonably well maintained, but to him it was no different from a toy. Who are you? Why are you looking for me? My name is Ethan Croft, former level 2 researcher at Biotechnica. The man panted as he spoke, his words tumbling out like beans from a spilled pouch. 3 months ago, the neural reshaping project I was involved in entered the human trial phase. They rounded up homeless men from Tailing Island, injected them with the experimental serum, and observed the reactions. The mortality rate was 63%. All survivors suffered severe psychological damage. He removed his glasses and wiped his face with his dirty sleeve, his hands trembling. I couldn't take it anymore. I stole the experimental data, wanted to expose it. But they found out, killed my assistant, and now they're hunting me. I saw online that people say that you only help those who shouldn't die. Mir looked at him. His mind net could sense the man's emotions. Fear, deep and suffocating fear, but beneath that fear burned a flame of fire, determined to carry the truth out even at the cost of his life. So even among Night City's corporate dogs there still existed people with conscience. Where is the data? Ethan reached into his chest and pulled out a data chip. As he handed it over, his fingers brushed against Mir's, cold as a corpse. Inside are the experimental records, the victim list, scanned documents with the signatures of Biotechnica's top brass. His voice choked. Please take it out there. Give it to News 54, to anyone who can expose this. I may not live to see that day. Give it to the news media. This level 2 researcher still had some naive illusions about things. Did he not know that the media were also dogs on corporate leashes? Moreover, Militech and Biotechnica had cooperative ties. How could they possibly help him? Suddenly noise erupted from downstairs. Engines roared, brakes screeched, then the sound of car doors opening. Ethan's face went deathly pale in an instant. They're here, he murmured, then suddenly grabbed Mir's arm. You go. Leave through the window. Don't bother with me. Just get the data out. Mir did not move. He walked to the window and lifted the curtain, slightly looking down. 3 black SUVs were parked at the motel entrance. 8 men got out, all in plain clothes, but their movements were synchronized and disciplined, clearly trained professionals. The leader was a bald man with a military-grade scanning cyber eye on his right side, now looking up toward the motel windows. They're not Biotechnica people, Mir said. What? The gear is too professional. This is an internal corporate special operations team. Arasaka or Militech taking on Biotechnica's dirty work. Mir lowered the curtain. Come with me. Where? There are people everywhere downstairs. Not downstairs. Mir walked to the wall on the other side of the room. This building used temporary partitions. The walls were lightweight panels. He raised his hand and pressed against the wall, smashing straight through. Mir repeated the process, piercing through 3 consecutive rooms until he reached the fire escape on the opposite side of the building. The ladder here was relatively intact. Go down, turn left 2 blocks, and there's a repair shop called the Rusted Bolt. Tell the owner old captain sent you. He'll arrange a safe place for you. Ethan stared at him blankly. You're not coming with me. I'll hold them off. Mimir shoved the data chip back into Ethan's hand. Move. Ethan gritted his teeth, turned, and crawled down the fire escape. His movements were clumsy and he nearly missed a step, but he tumbled down anyway. Mimir watched him disappear around the street corner, then turned back to room 307. The door was being kicked open. The bald man burst in with 4 others, guns trained on the center of the room. Seeing only Mimir, they paused. Where's the guy? The bald man demanded, his scanning cyber eye emitting a faint red glow as it swept the room. Gone, Mimir said. You let him go. The bald man raised his gun slightly. Do you know what kind of person that is? Company property. A traitor who stole classified data. I know what kind of person he is, Mimir said calmly. Someone who still has a conscience. The bald man sneered. Conscience. In Night City, conscience is a disease. And it needs treatment. He gestured, and the 4 men behind him fanned out, forming a semicircle around him. Take him alive. We'll question him slowly. The first man lunged, moving as fast as a cheetah, the blade on his arm extending with a sharp click aimed straight for Mimir's throat. But 10 centimeters from Mimir's skin it stopped dead. Not because he chose to stop, but because his entire cyberarm went rigid, joints locking, motors whining in overload. Mimir hadn't even moved. He simply looked at him. EMP. The bald man's expression changed. Impossible. You don't have a launcher. The second man fired. The smart bullet left the barrel, tracing its predetermined trajectory, aimed directly at Mimir's right knee. But mid-flight, the bullet's path suddenly veered, as though an invisible hand had nudged it, grazing Mimir's pant leg and embedding itself in the wall. The third and fourth men charged simultaneously, one swinging an electrified baton, the other flanking from the side. Mimir simply raised his right hand, fingers splayed. Every metallic object in the room trembled at once. Screws embedded in the walls flew loose, the metal window frames twisted, and the cybernetic components on the 4 attackers emitted a piercing screech. Then the scattered screws and shattered metal fragments rose into the air as if drawn by magnetism, rotating to orient their sharp points toward the 4 attackers. The fragments shot forward. Not lethal wounds, but precisely aimed at each man's non-lethal cybernetic nodes. Motor coordination modules, neural interface ports, weapon control chips. The 4 men collapsed, screaming, their bodies convulsing as their cyberware malfunctioned. Not bad. With those cyber limbs fried, the loans alone would crush them. A slow knife to the flesh, nothing more. Mimir hadn't killed them, yet he had made things worse than death for them. Because the greatest feature of corporations was paying to work. The cyberware on your body was also company property. You could use it, but you could not break it. Even natural wear and tear was factored in. Bald stood still, his gun still raised, but his finger on the trigger, afraid to move. The readings from his scanning cyber eye flickered wildly, displaying incomprehensible energy fluctuations and threat assessments. You? What the hell are you? He hissed. Tell whoever sent you here, Mimir said, looking at him. If you touch that researcher again, next time it won't just be your cyberware that gets shattered. He turned and walked toward the window. Bald finally reacted and pulled the trigger. But the bullet deviated from its target the moment it left the barrel, hitting the ceiling. As the echo of the gunfire faded, the room was empty, leaving only 5 people slumped on the floor and a bullet hole in the wall. Outside the window, a silver silhouette swept across the low buildings of Taiping, Zhou, disappearing into the neon light-polluted sky. Deep in Taiping, Zhou, near the coastline, lay a forgotten development zone. 30 years ago, a real estate company had planned to build the largest seaside resort in Night City here, with billboards promising sun, sand, eternal vacation. But the investment chain soon broke. The project was abandoned, leaving behind a dozen concrete buildings with only their frames erected, exposed rebar, like the ribs of a giant beast rusting in the sea breeze. Now this was the territory of the Voodoo Boys. Mimir stood on the top floor of an abandoned building about 2 kilometers from that area. The night was deep, and the sea breeze carried a salty, fishy smell mixed with the bitter tang of chemicals, rustling his coat loudly. From here, faint lights could be seen in several buildings of the development zone. Not electric lights, but indicator lights from electronic devices, dense and numerous like insect eyes in some kind of nest. He closed his eyes, fully opening his mind net, and simultaneously activated nanite scanning. His perception spread like a tide, sweeping over empty streets, concrete piles half sunk into the sea, and mountains of construction debris. The first sensation was noise. Not the noise of sound, but the noise of data. Countless streams of information interweaved in the air, encrypted signals slithered like venomous snakes, firewalls stacked layer upon layer. Some built by the Voodoo Boys, others more ancient, more dangerous, like thorns growing from the abyss. The second sensation was gaze. Not from humans. It was a gaze from a higher dimension, colder and more indifferent, coming from the depths of the data ocean. When he touched the edges of those encrypted signals with his mind net, something looked back at him. Hua! An AI had taken root in Taiping Zhou. The Black Wall. Or more precisely, the thing beyond the Black Wall. Before his mind net disconnected, it captured the coordinates, the center of the development zone about 5 levels underground in the main building that was supposed to be a 7-star hotel. The signal signature indicated large-scale hacker activity there, and not just humans. The Voodoo Boy's waters ran too deep, involving rogue AIs and secrets of the old net. Rushing in might trigger a chain reaction, but he marked it, remembered it, and would deal with it someday. After all, a traitor to humanity deserves death more than a corporate dog. Mainly Mimir remembered that the only entrance to the Poseidon server was the church one. Now he knew where to drill another hole down, which was much more convenient. 3 days passed. Xianzhongshan Huangban Secret RD Center B2. Just as Junyong Kuji had many secret bases in the Badlands, Huangban had research facilities all over Night City. However, compared to Junyong Kuji's secrecy, Huangban Sanlang was somewhat ostentatious, as if he couldn't help but announce everywhere that this was Huangban's territory. At every place, he would plant the banner of Huangban. Gunshots, explosions, and the tearing of metal mingled into a cacophony, like some industrial grinder chewing bones. The corridor was filled with smoke, and the red light of emergency lamps dyed everything in blood. Man in leaned behind cover, his left arm's projectile launcher system cooling down the barrel hot enough to fry an egg. He gasped for breath, darkness flickering before his eyes. A warning popped up on his cyber eye interface. Neural system overload 62, immediate cessation of combat recommended. He dismissed the warning and spat a mouthful of bloody saliva. Duo Liuyu report. East corridor cleared, but more are coming. Duo Liuyu's voice came through the communicator, mixed with gunfire and her roar. They're not regular security, they're Huangban's internal special forces. Their gear is too damn good. What about Pai La and Li Baika? They're at the server room door, pinned down by firepower, can't raise their heads. This time it was Sa Sha, her voice sharp and trembling. I am trying to hack the door lock, but their IC is way stronger than the intel said. I need time. We don't have time. Li Baika's scream cut in. These bastards just keep coming. Bro, I'm almost out of ammo. Man in peeked out and looked at the other end of the corridor. At least 20 fully armed special agents were advancing their tactical formation, perfect, with alternating fire cover. Behind them followed a group of combat robots. This was no chance encounter, it was a preset ambush. That bastard FA-LA-D had sold them all fake intel. The security forces patrol routes, even the building structural plans were off. They had been led into a slaughterhouse. Man in. Chi Wei's voice suddenly cut into the channel, eerily calm. I just reverse traced from the external network. FA-LA-D anonymously sent your complete operation plan to Huangban 5 minutes after you entered. This isn't a trap, it's a sacrifice. When she sensed something was wrong, she had directly fled. She hadn't planned to come along this time anyway, and Man In had respected her decision. Man In felt his blood run cold. A sacrifice. Using the lives of their entire team to exchange for what? Huangban's trust. The favor of some big shot. Or, he thought of Mir. What FA-LA-D really wanted was that armored unit, and Man In's team was bait to lure him out. Damn, Man In muttered under his breath, then shouted into the communicator, everyone abort the mission. Retreat back the way we came. I'll cover. Before he could finish, the special forces at the end of the corridor suddenly split to both sides, clearing a path. A massive figure emerged from the shadows. Standing at 3 meters tall with 96 cybernetic modification across his body, his crimson cyber eye, scanning the battlefield, metal bones and hydraulic muscles exposed like a giant flayed and reassembled with machinery. Every step he took made the floor tremble. Yadang Zhongshui. FA-LA-D hadn't lied about one thing. This was indeed the test center for the Guard Your Soul Project version 1.0. One of them. It was also the most important test center for Huangban, second only to the version 2.0 test center at the Tokyo headquarters, located on floor B22. That old immortal Huangban Sanlang was crazy about immortality. How could he not station heavy guards? And the head of Huangban's security department, also the most powerful weapon in Night City's Huangban, was the old bastard's greatest reliance. Man felt his breath catch. He had anticipated Arasaka might send heavy reinforcements, even considered the possibility of encountering Max Tac, but the hammer. This was Arasaka's ultimate weapon, a monster specifically designed to shatter legends. There was only one explanation for its presence here. Arasaka had known they would come from the very beginning, and they had no intention of allowing anyone to leave alive. There was no way around it. Before the relic was officially completed, Old Man Arasaka would not let anyone learn of it. Those who knew were already marked for death. The hammer stopped its cybernetic eye locking onto Man's cover. Or rather, Man simply wasn't worth the effort. He himself was barely considered normal, with what little brain matter remained, but someone like Man. Far too weak. Fire. The cover was instantly shredded. Man rolled to avoid the blast, but his left shoulder was still grazed. The subdermal armor tore like paper, flesh and blood exposed. This was a completely mismatched fight. Man's cybernetics were a patchwork of street-grade junk, while the hammer. Equipped entirely with Arasaka's latest products, its weapons were the finest arsenal each major corporation could provide. Man was hurled against the wall, his vision, darkening, ears ringing with a deafening hum. Man! Dolio's scream pierced through. Don't come over. Back off. Man roared. Retreat. Now. That's an order. He struggled to his feet, raising the Crusher shotgun and firing repeatedly at the hammer. The slugs sparked against the hammer's armor, but not even a dent remained. The hammer didn't even dodge, simply continued forward as its cannon recharged. Encased in Arasaka's most elite cybernetics, it could withstand a direct nuclear strike and survive. Sasha's trembling voice came through the comms. I can't open the door. The system is locked. We're trapped. Meanwhile, Pillow was cursing. Rebecca. Left. Fuck, I'm hit. You bastard brother. Rebecca's desperate cry. Man discarded his empty shotgun and drew his sidearm. He knew it was useless. It was all over. But at the very least, he needed to slow the hammer down by the others a few more seconds. But first, some parting words were in order. The scene shifted back to before Man took action. He had just completed a job in Westbrook and was washing up in the hostage's apartment. Had to admit that corporate dog really knew how to hoard wealth. If not for the exorbitant rent, he might have claimed a room for himself. Mill had just finished showering and casually reached for the milk on the table. No choice. Everything in the apartment cost money. A single shower cost €1. Better to save where he could. As for how, that was none of anyone's business. All he could do was thank fate for this new place. And speaking of which, as a biotech project director, it was hardly surprising the milk was genuinely real. He dried his hair and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, casting a glance at the bound corporate dog nearby. Pity. All the things he had hoarded for so long were now falling into their hands today. As for Jack, he was finishing off the real meat the hostage had been saving. Between the two of them, they truly knew how to squeeze every last drop from any situation. In the distance, Arasaka Tower rose like a black dagger plunged into the city's heart. He closed his eyes, not using sight, but his mind's web. He remembered, today was Man's mission day. Perfect timing to test the limits of what his neural connection could accomplish. Misai's brow furrowed. Mount Constitution, the Arasaka-adjacent facility area that should have fallen into silence after work hours, was now pulsing with an unusually dense cluster of signals. Not the scattered frequencies of ordinary duty personnel, but the synchronized neural impulses unique to trained combat units. At least 30 hostiles, no, over 50. And something larger, low-frequency energy signatures from heavy mechs. 3, possibly 4. Deeper still, another signal detected. Cold. Mechanical. Nearly devoid of any human residue. A signature characteristic of extreme cybernetic augmentation, like forcing a human brain into a steel shell until the soul was compressed into nothing but the echo of pure killing instinct. Atom Smasher. Mill's eyes snapped open as he attempted to place a call. Man. Mill's voice was taut. Mill. Man's breathing was heavy, yet his tone carried that familiar rough chuckle. Funny timing. Was just debating whether to leave you a last message. You're at Mount Constitution. Bingo. An explosion erupted over the comms, followed by Man's curse. The mission went slightly sideways. Faraday, that bastard set us up with a trap. Need backup. A 2-second silence stretched across the line. Only gunfire and Dolio's shout of reloading broke through. We're pinned, brother. Man's voice dropped, all humor stripped away, leaving only the flat calm of a veteran accepting his fate. Doors locked. Sasha's working the breach, but it'll take time. We're surrounded. If you come, you'll probably just be collecting our bodies. Don't let those corporate scum rip me apart for parts. And Dolio and the rest. Man. Thanks, Mill. Never expected someone like you in Night City. You're a good man. The transmission cut out. Mill stared silently at the dead calm. Dios mio. Something wrong. Jack paused, fixing Mill with a stare. Man's squad ambushed. Mount Constitution. Misai turned toward the equipment cabinet in the corner. The hammer is there. Fuck. Jack threw down his towel. Faraday did this. I knew it. The Padre warned me this afternoon. That three-eyed bastard has been meeting with Arasaka security multiple times lately, acting friendlier than a grandson to his grandfather. Wait, Mano, did you just say hammer? Atom Smasher. The Legend Crusher. That's him. Misai pulled open the cabinet door. Nano-core, Odin. Engage. Silver-white fluid cascaded over his skin, like living metal, spreading and hardening. First his chest, then his limbs, finally capping his head. Nanocells sculpted armor from the air, sleek silver-white plating with sharp predatory lines, deep blue flexible joints, raven-wing pauldrons trimmed with golden filigree. The faceplate formed its V-shaped visor, glowing with pale blue light. The result looked less like a war machine and more like an artifact from an advanced civilization, regal, elegant, and lethal. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Since he had repaired it himself, without Parks or Noodle Annie to help, and without Arasaka's technology, he had to handcraft the core modifications, which slowed the generation process considerably. But it was enough. Jack's jaw dropped. It was the first time he had ever seen Mill in this state. Dios mio. That's absolutely badass. But he quickly shook himself free of astonishment, grabbing his jacket and holster. I'm going first. Time returns to the present. The moment man in charges toward Zhongshui. He has charged many times in his life. In his youth, he charged against guerrilla positions in the Central American rainforest. After retiring as a mercenary, he charged into the gunfire of Xianhua Bang. On the day he fell in love with Duo Liu, he charged toward her startled eyes and the slap that might come. That time he won. This time he knew he could not win. But some battles are not meant to be won. Man-Un's eardrums were filled with the roar of his own breathing and the surging of his blood. Now Man-Un's world seemed immersed in viscous glue, all sounds dragging long, trailing echoes. Duo Liu's distorted scream, Pai La's muffled groan after being hit, Li Baika's sobbing fury, and Sasha's utterly broken whimper and desperate keyboard clatter in the comm channel, and the deathly steady hum emitted by the steel monster before him as it charged. Yidong Zhongshui's cybernetic eye gleamed crimson, locked onto him, with no anger, no excitement, only a mechanical precision of assessment, as if appraising a piece of scrap about to be crushed by a hydraulic press. Or rather, the sole purpose of Zhongshui's existence now was to fight. Man-In knew that all his struggles were probably no different from the death throes of an insect in the other's eyes. Should he be called Yidong Zhongshui indeed? But it was worth it. Their squad had fought Zhongshui today, or as long as Duo Liu and the others could escape, they would surely brag about it at Lixing. This was the last thing he as the patriarch could do for them. Then let's fight. That was the only word left in his mind. His muscles screamed from the overload of cyberware. The wound on his left shoulder burned with pain, yet his consciousness was exceptionally clear. He saw the smoke of battlefields from his youth, saw Duo Liu's eyes when they first met, saw the foolish bickering and playfulness of Pai La, and Li Baika saw Sasha's forced silence when she just joined. These fragments shone brilliantly on his path toward death. The light in Zhongshui's cannon muzzle condensed to the extreme. Now, Man-In used his last strength to attempt a tactical roll, even if it could only shift him a few centimeters, even if it could only delay the fatal barrage by a fraction of a second. Yet the expected heat and impact that would vaporize him did not come. Time seemed to be seized by an invisible hand. No, not merely seemed. The crimson muzzle light, charged to its peak, abruptly froze. Not extinguished, but like an insect sealed in amber, even the dance of light particles was forcibly frozen. Zhongshui's massive steel body paused slightly. For a killing machine that was almost fully cybernetic with reaction times measured in milliseconds, this was an extremely abnormal sluggishness. Then a low hum that nearly tore the soul itself came crashing down from above, penetrating layers of concrete and steel with brute force. This was the 22nd underground floor. It just came straight down. That was not sound. At least not entirely. It was more like a declaration of existence, a force field far beyond conventional energy levels brutally squeezing into reality. The air suddenly grew heavy, dense dust suspended in midair, all electronic screens flickered wildly, snowbursts exploding. Zhongshui's crimson cybernetic eye for the first time showed violent data stream flickering. The instinctive reaction of a highly intelligent combat system encountering an unanalyzable anomaly. Boom. The facility's thick ceiling was not blasted open, but rather melted from above by an indescribable silver-white radiance. No flying debris, no deafening explosion. The solid concrete and alloy structures where the flow passed silently melted and vaporized like thin ice under sunlight, revealing the layers of floor slabs above, also pierced through, and the night sky dyed purple by neon higher up. A figure descended along the vertical passage, melted out, its edges smooth as a mirror. Silver white as the base, with gilded patterns flowing and breathing like living things on the armor surface. The armor's lines were slender and filled with divine majesty, the shoulder pauldrons shaped like folded metal wings, or like the drooping wingtips of a raven. The face was covered by a simple cold visor. The only visible eye was a horizontal narrow band of light azure, like an eternal ice field. It floated in midair with visible faint golden force field ripples that slightly distorted light. Its mere presence exuded an absolute sense of existence, suppressing the physical laws of the entire space. So cool. Pai La, the tech expert, glanced at Zhongshui, then at this mecha. The other one was cooler. But why did it feel so familiar? As if seen somewhere before. Yidong Zhongshui's cannon muzzle had at some point moved away from targeting Man-In, slowly rising to lock onto this uninvited guest. His synthetic electronic voice sounded still rough and grating. What the hell is that thing? Even the latest Huangban cybernetic eyes and data terminals couldn't scan anything meaningful. The silver-white armor slightly lowered its head, the ice-blue light band sweeping over Man-In, leaning against the wall, and the shocked, stunned faces of Duo Liu and the others barely visible behind cover nearby. A voice modulated by the armor with a slight metallic quality, yet exceptionally clear, rang out, echoing directly in everyone's ears and clearly into Zhongshui's receiver, just passing by. The moment the words fell, whoosh, whooshed, whooshed. 3 high-explosive grenades shot from Zhong Chue's left arm auxiliary launcher, forming a triangle to seal off evasive space, while his massive body did not stop. The muzzle of the 8-star gun, smart shotgun in his right hand, already spewed flames. A classic and efficient killing combination faster than the neural reflex limits of an ordinary human. Yet the silver-white figure did not even make an obvious evasive move. It merely raised its left hand lightly. A translucent force field shield instantly assembled from countless hexagonal golden light spots appeared in front of the armor like an unfolded folding fan. Ripples undulated on the surface of the force shield. It was not a hard block, but exhibited a peculiar slippery quality. The moment the 3 grenades struck the force shield, their explosion direction was bizarrely deflected. The explosion's fire and shockwave, as if hitting a perfectly smooth arc surface, shot at an exaggerated angle into the sidewalls, and sealing blasting large chunks of debris and dust, yet causing no effect whatsoever on the figure behind the shield, nor on Man in and the others behind him. Then the dense rain of shotgun pellets struck. The force shield remained stable, but this time it displayed another property. Each pellet carrying immense kinetic energy. The moment it contacted the force shield, fine golden arcs appeared on its surface. The kinetic energy rapidly attenuated and dispersed eventually, like a water droplet losing all strength, causing a barely perceptible ripple on the shield surface before sliding down powerlessly and dissipating. Not defense, but rather nullification. Electromagnetic deflection field. Energy absorption characteristics. The electronic voice of Zhong Chue carried the static of high-speed analysis. Damnable turtle shell. The moment his words fell, the silver-white figure moved. An instant ago it was there, the next it appeared as if tearing through space itself to Zhong Chue's left flank. The speed was so extreme that a clear afterimage trail lingered on the retina, and only belatedly did a short sonic boom erupt in the air. Zhong Chue's reaction was equally terrifying. The auxiliary mechanical arm on his left shot out like lightning, 5 sharp alloy claw blades screeching through the air as they tore toward the silver-white figure's waist. This strike could tear through the side armor of a main battle tank like paper. The silver-white armor did not dodge or evade. It merely raised its right arm casually, nanocells surging along the forearm, instantly extending, then shaping into a nano-longsword gleaming with icy cold light. The blade was not solid metal, but composed of highly condensed energy beams constraining active nano-units, with light slightly warping at the edges. Clang! A piercing, tooth-grinding explosion of metal cutting and energy annihilation erupted. The nano-longsword clashed fiercely against the alloy claw blades. There was no stalemate, no struggle. At the instant of contact, Zhong Chue's claw blades, capable of tearing steel, were sliced cleanly in two by the nano-longsword like a hot knife through butter. There was no technique involved, only pure sharpness. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror, revealing the intricate hydraulic lines and sparking circuit cross-sections within. Damn it! For the first time, Zhong Chue's electronic voice betrayed clear emotional fluctuation. The silver-white figure used the momentum to spin its left leg, swinging like a battle axe, the golden patterns on the leg armor flaring brightly. With a muffled whoosh, it swept viciously into the knee joint of Zhong Chue's right mechanical leg. Boom! Not the thunderous clang of metal, but a dull, bizarre sound like a heavy hammer striking solid rubber. Zhong Chue's massive frame was actually knocked slightly off balance by the kick. Though he stabilized immediately, the delicate hydraulic balancing system in the knee joint was clearly disrupted, emitting a strained creak. Power output anomaly. Exceeding standard cybernetic limb limits. Data streams frantically refreshed in Zhong Chue's cybernetic eye. He changed tactics instantly. Instead of retracting the left mechanical arm with severed claw blades, he thrusted forward armor plates on the forearm, flipping open to reveal a dark gun muzzle. Point-blank shot. And armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating military-grade subcutaneous armor. But the silver-white armor seemed to anticipate every move. Almost as the muzzle appeared, its left hand, opened fingers spread, aiming at Zhong Chue's chest. 5 faint, nearly invisible threads of pale golden energy shot from its fingertips. Ignoring the thick composite armor on Zhong Chue's body, they directly penetrated the armor gaps around the energy core in his chest. Zzz. Zhong Chue shuddered violently. The red light in his electronic eye flickered wildly, his movements becoming noticeably sluggish and stiff. The energy threads were not a physical attack, but a form of aggressive intrusion and energy theft targeting electronic systems. He felt the output of his chest core become unstable, instantly, part of the energy being siphoned away by those threads, while the control signals for his limb cybernetics suffered from incomprehensible noise interference. Damn it! Hacking! Zhong Chue was both shocked and enraged, trying to activate higher-level ice firewalls and isolation mechanisms within. This damn thing could hack too. Just as his internal systems struggled against the thought weave, the horizontal ice blue light band on the silver-white armor's visor suddenly intensified. The golden patterns flowing over the armor seemed infused with molten lava. A torrent of light particles rose from the surface, converging and shaping rapidly before the right arm. A javelin of ancient design, its entire length wreathed in leaping golden lightning, coalesced from nothing into solid form, firmly gripped in the armor's right hand. Its mere presence ionized the surrounding air, producing a fine crackling sound. Tiny metal shavings on the ground were drawn up by the invisible force field floating in midair. Zhong Xue's combat system issued an unprecedented, piercing highest-level alert. His crimson solitary eye fixed on the energy javelin. The data fed back by internal sensors sent a cold shiver through his nearly fully mechanized brain. Identification. Ultra-high density concentrated energy. Threat level catastrophic. Evade. Evade immediately. The cybernetic eye flashed a warning. He furiously activated his Weisten, attempting a hyperspeed dodge. Time perception compressed, everything around him slowed in his senses. He could see the opponent raising the javelin, the ghostly blue light at its tip growing brighter. But no matter how fast his mind raced, no matter how much his Weisten slowed time, the javelin seemed to lock not onto his current spatial position, but onto some deeper, existential marker. The silver-white armor, its visor's ice blue light band fixing on Zhong Xue, spoke again in a calm, flat voice, Gangenier. The throwing motion was effortless and graceful. The thunder javelin left the hand. There was no earth-shattering roar, instead it manifested a bizarre silence. The moment it left the armor's palm, it faded from real space, transforming into a twisting, leaping golden lightning bolt that defied physical distance and all obstacles in between. This lightning trail was clearly visible in Zhong Xue's perception, prolonged by the Weisten. It was not a straight line, but constantly performed tiny physics-defying microjumps in the air. Each jump precisely bypassed every fire path Zhong Xue tried to predict and intercept, as well as the automatically activated deflection field around him. What it locked onto was the violently pulsating core inside Zhong Xue's chest that supplied his body with terrifying energy. Fuck, you piece of shit. After all, he came from a gangster background, and his education level was at the basic Night City standard. Of course, the main reason was that Yidang Zhong Xue had undergone too many modifications, cyborgized to the point of being barely distinguishable from a cyberpsycho. He didn't care about others' deaths, nor his own. Zhong Xue concentrated all energy into the armor on his chest, while crossing his arms in front of him as a last-ditch defense. Because from start to finish it was basically Mimir who had been dominating the fight. Chance to counterattack. To attack. Mimir simply wanted to see how far this so-called legendary crusher could go. Now it seemed, it was nothing special. The gap in civilization could not be bridged by mere martial force. The golden lightning trail, an instant before touching his armor, made its last micro-jump, vanishing eerily, then re-emerging at the exact center of his crossed arms defense. The defense theoretically deemed unbreakable by the corporation, it pierced through. Then penetrated. Thud. A sound so faint it was almost inaudible, yet it resembled the noise of a hot blade piercing congealed grease. In that moment, time itself seemed to truly stand still. Heavy hammers, every movement froze. He lowered his head, staring at his own chest. There no massive wound, no explosion. Only a tiny scorched hole crackling with golden arcs of lightning precisely centered where his energy core lay. Around the whole, fine spiderweb-like golden fissures spread with astonishing speed across the surrounding armor, radiating outward. Wherever the cracks passed, the thick composite armor silently disintegrated and peeled away like rock weathered for a millennium, revealing the intricate, yet deathly still internal structure beneath. Zzzt. Crack. His artificial eye flickered erratically a few times before finally going completely dark. From within the colossal frame came a series of muffled explosions and the hiss of leaking energy. Bereft of all power, like a metal giant whose bones had been ripped out, it crashed forward onto its knees, then slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Chunks of steel and concrete flew from beneath its kneeling legs. The once invincible ultimate weapon of Arasaka, the crusher of countless legends in Night City, now lay motionless like a pile of genuine scrap metal. Only at the edge of that tiny hole in its chest did a faint golden arc occasionally leap, emitting a soft crackle, as if drawing a lingering final note to this absurdly brief duel. Of course, given that Heavy Hammer was reduced to nothing but a brain, whether he was truly dead was another matter entirely. Arasaka's so-called nuclear-proof Daguay armor was still junk. But for now the priority was rescuing people. The dust slowly drifted away. The silver-white armor hovered silently in midair, the golden force field ripples around it gradually calming. He looked down at the utterly incapacitated Adam Zhongxue below his ice-blue light, strips devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Then he turned facing the direction of Manin and descended slowly. The process of deactivating the nano-armor was equally silent and swift. Starting from the head, the magnificent silver-white armor flowed back, contracted, and merged into Masaya's body. First the shoulder guards, then the chest plate, arm guards, leg guards. Finally, all the nanosites returned, completely revealing Messiah's original appearance beneath. His platinum blonde hair was slightly disheveled, and his handsome, yet weary face, set against the backdrop of ruins and smoke, created a startling contrast. He stepped onto the ground littered with rubble and metal debris, walking quickly toward Manin, who sat slumped against the wall, barely able to move. Manin's eyes were wide, his pupils somewhat dilated from shock and blood loss. He stared fixedly at Messiah's face, his mouth opening and closing, but only able to produce hoarse gasps. Everything that had happened in less than a minute had utterly shattered his understanding of power. Adam Zhongxue, that monster whose mere name could terrify countless mercenaries, just took down in one shot. No, not a one-shot kill. It was more like a dimensional reduction in terms of punishment. Effortless, casual, even carrying a kind of matter-of-course indifference. Until Mimir crouched before him, a faint white light glimmering between his fingers as he gently pressed it against Manin's bloodied left shoulder. A stream of cool, gentle, yet immensely vital energy surged into the wound. The severe pain quickly subsided, bleeding visibly stopped, and he could even feel the damaged tissue being rapidly repaired and reorganized on a microscopic level. You? Manin finally found his voice hoarse and raspy. What the hell are you? Although he wanted to be civilized, everything before him was truly redefining his perception. Mainly no suitable words came to mind. Moreover, he was still suffering from cyberpsychosis. Don't talk. Conserve your strength. Mimir interrupted, his voice returning to its usual gentleness, but his eyes held an unwavering focus. Your cyberpsychosis is temporarily suppressed, but the physical damage is severe. At that moment the others seemed to snap out of an all-too-real illusion. Manin. Duolioyu was the first to rush over, tears finally breaking free. She wanted to hug him, but was afraid of touching his wounds. Her large frame, so unlike a woman's, displayed a tension she had never shown before. Pila limped over a bullet wound in his thigh, now crudely bandaged. Of course that bullet had nearly hit him somewhere else. Pila definitely didn't want to end up using a big steel cannon down there. His face was a mix of blood and soot. He looked at Mimir, then at the distant pile of scrap metal, opened his mouth and finally uttered only one word: fuck. As for Sasha, she had somehow crawled out of the ventilation shaft and stood not far away, leaning against a half-broken concrete pillar. Her face was streaked with black and white mixed with tears, sweat, and soot. Her golden hair plastered messily against her forehead and cheeks. Her eyes, unblinking, were fixed on Mimir. That silver-white figure she had searched for countless days and nights, sketched in her dreams 1,000 times, glimpsed in the fleeting moment of her desperate fall. The two images in this instant within her violently pounding heart and buzzing mind crashed together. No doubt, no confusion. It was an intuition from the depths of her soul, a resonance imprinted in the deepest layers of her memory. It was him. It had always been him. Tears once again streamed uncontrollably, washing away the grime on her face, leaving two clear trails. As for Chi-Wei, she had already fled earlier. She had never intended to participate anyway, only completing the final step remotely before slipping away. In the ruins, the floating dust had not yet settled, and from the distant wreckage of heavy hammer an occasional spark jumped, accompanied by a soft crackle. The scent of blood, gunpowder, smoke, and burning metal mingled together. The heavy breathing of the survivors, suppressed sobs, and painful groans formed the brutal background sound of this space. But in that brief moment, in Sasha's azure eyes brimming with tears and disbelief, and in Mimir's calm, yet unfathomable gray eyes, it seemed all the noise faded away. Sasha's lips parted slightly, and a breathy sound escaped her throat, but she couldn't form any meaningful words. 1,000 words, all the searching, all the questions, all the emotions buried so deep she dared not examine them. All now lodged in her chest, leaving only the violent beating of her heart and the incredibly real face before her. Mimir looked at her. He could sense the storm of emotions crashing within her at that moment. Fear of survival, shock at the revelation, relief at the end of a long search, and many other complex, indescribable things. But now, gazing at this girl who had called out to him in despair, and now stared at him with such a gaze the rational boundaries seemed to blur. He gave her a very, very slight nod. Just a simple gesture. To Sasha it was as if that nod had breached her final defenses. Her body, which had been tense all along, suddenly relaxed, and her legs gave way, sliding down the concrete pillar to sit on the ground. Pila glanced at Sasha, then at Messiah, and then at the heap of shattered hammer remnants on the ground. He scratched his mohawk and muttered to Rebecca beside him, "Whoa, this is more mind-blowing than a brain dance." Dorio, holding Main, also looked at Sasha and Mill, but eventually let out a soft sigh and pulled Main closer. Just then, beep, beep, beep. The payment watch on Mill's wrist, specially customized by Victor, suddenly lit up. A signal forcibly connected, not from any known contact. This was his modified device. Even a simple call required external authentication, and even fixers could only reach him through introductions from people he trusted. Whoever got through to this number must have pulled quite a few strings. Answer or not? Answer. The interface flickered a few times, stabilized, and displayed a man's half-body projection. Black suit, hair meticulously combed. His face was handsome but marked by evident fatigue and a suppressed sharpness with burning flames hidden deep in his eyes. His eyes seemed to harbor looming fate. No, a lion. Arasaka Yorinobu. His projection looked directly at Messiah, speaking plainly, his voice clear and calm through the watch's tiny speaker. I am Arasaka Yorinobu. Please stop and spare Smasher's life. Arasaka Yorinobu. Main and the others were stunned. Who was this? The only surviving son of Arasaka Saburo, the sole heir personally appointed after the death of his brother Arasaka K. In this corporate era, he was among the top few figures. Even the current president of the new United States would speak to him with civility. Rulers of small nations dared not raise their voices in his presence. Yet rumors said he was also Saburo's most rebellious son, constantly at odds with his father. Mill frowned slightly, looking at the communication interface. How do you know this channel? Yorinobu didn't answer the question, his speech quickening. I'll answer that later. I've been watching you for a long time, and we have a common enemy. Spare him as bait, and I can give you more. For instance, the fixer who sold you out, Faraday. Almost simultaneously, a small tracking screen popped up beside Yorinobu's projection, showing a luxury hovercar speeding over the skyway of Night City. The driver's terrified face was zoomed in. It was Faraday. He's trying to flee to Corpo Plazas, seeking refuge with Militech. Yorinobu's lips curved into a cold smile. I think he'd be more suitable nailed to a wall as a warning. What do you think? Mill paused for 2 seconds, his gaze sweeping over the unresponsive Smasher wreckage on the ground, then to the frantic figure in the tracking screen. Betraying teammates, sending them to their deaths just to grovel before a corporation. He looked up at Yorinobu's holographic image. You can try to salvage that scrap heap if you want. Now. Location. Already shared to your navigation. Yorinobu was crisp and efficient. After you deal with him, we'll talk. The communication cut off. Mill turned and looked at Jack, who had just burst in. Jack had also taken part in the peripheral diversion and gotten lightly injured, but he was in the best shape after Mill. Still able to drive? Messiah asked. Jack grinned, wincing as the bruise on his lip stung, but his eyes blazed with fierce intensity. Of course. We're going after that son of a bitch Faraday, right? That three-eyed bastard. I've always hated him. Mill nodded and quickly addressed the others. The Nomad's extraction team will be here soon. They'll take you to a safe place. Dorio, take care of Maine. He paused, looking at Sasha, who was sitting on the ground, lifting her tear-filled eyes toward him. Then he said, Sasha, you ride with Jack. Handle communications and route planning. Sasha wiped her face vigorously, nodded firmly, and struggled to her feet. Though her legs were still weak, the calm and resilience of a top-tier hacker returned to her. Mill said no more. He walked to the center of the ruins above the vertical shaft he had melted open. He looked up at the distant night sky, and nanosights began to flow over his body again. Odin armor partial activation. Not the full form, just a silvery nanite stream that quickly covered his arms, torso, and head, forming a lightweight half-armor that retained mobility and necessary protection. The thrusters on his shoulders and calves ignited with a faint blue light. He bent his knees slightly. Boom. The air detonated as a silver-white figure shot upward like a reverse meteor, racing along the vertical shaft and vanishing from sight into the sky, leaving only the slowly falling glass-like residue that had melted and solidified from the high heat. Jack whistled, though he winced from the pain. Badass. He turned and dashed toward their Chevelin Emperor. Get in, sister. Sasha cast one last look at the direction Messiah had disappeared, took a deep breath, and suppressed all her emotions. She pulled open the door, slid into the passenger seat, and her fingers were already flying over the onboard computer. Accessing city traffic surveillance. Target hovercar locked. Route planning. He's turning, trying to use the Corpo Plaza Air Defense Identification Zone as cover. Dream on. Jack floored the accelerator. The modified Chevelin Emperor's engine roared with a ferocious growl, plowing through the debris piled at the entrance and bursting onto the neon-lit, perilous streets of Night City. Elsewhere at the edge of Corpo Plaza, the holographic billboard of Arasaka's Eternal Endeavor spilled a cold blue-white light across the night sky, making the speeding hovercar below look like a metallic fish. Faraday gripped the hovercar's steering wheel, his 3 cybernetic eyes spinning wildly, scanning the rearview mirror and side surveillance feeds. For a man like him to drive himself, he must be truly desperate. Cold sweat soaked his expensive silk shirt. Faster. Just a little faster. He muttered repeatedly, his lips trembling as if the words were a spell to ward off fear. Once I enter the main building's security perimeter, once I see the Militech contact, I can explain. I brought intelligence on the Silver Knight. I'm valuable. Damn, the tracker he'd planted on Maine had paid off. Too damn useful. He'd witnessed quite a show. He thought Atom Smasher would finish off the Silver Knight, but the result? Who dismantles Atom Smasher like a toy? The hovercar's engine shrieked under strain, making a final sprint toward the skyscraper cluster that symbolized absolute power and safety. The boundary of Corpo Plaza was right ahead. There lay Militech's private armed forces top-tier alert systems, and the future he dreamed of a dignified, safe, and respected corporate life. Just as the nose of the hovercar was about to cross the last virtual boundary marker, a silver-white meteor, more dazzling and colder than the light of the billboards, suddenly plunged from the night sky at an oblique angle. The meteor intercepted precisely in front of the aerocar, hovering in midair, its spread silver wings and flowing golden patterns resembling a deity descending to the mortal world in the night. The horizontal ice blue light strip on the visor locked onto the face, twisted in despair inside the car. Falati's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He yanked the control stick, frantically attempting to make the aerocar execute a near right-angle dive to evade while screaming into the vehicle's communicator, "This is Falati. I request emergency shelter from Junyong KG. A hostile unit is attacking." But the corporation would only serve the upper echelons, or rather, those who were useful to them. Falati's utility had been exhausted the moment he provided the intelligence. As a middleman, he was a good dog, but he should not have climbed higher. If Falati had remained a middleman, perhaps the corporation might have lent a hand for his usefulness, but those without value are not worth the corporation's investment. His words were interrupted by a more majestic, more tangible presence. The hovering silver-white armor's right hand clenched empty, the surrounding air seemingly drained by an invisible force as fine golden arcs converged from every line of the armor. Light particles like summoned fireflies rushed madly into his palm, condensing and shaping at high intensity. In an instant, a second Ganganeer spear wreathed in devastating lightning had taken form. Compared to the one that defeated Chongque, this one was more condensed. The faint blue glow at the spear's tip was so deep it seemed to absorb all surrounding light and heat, while the golden electric serpents slithering along the shaft emitted a spine-tingling, crackling explosion. It was held, not immediately thrown, more like a silent judgment. No. Falati let out a scream that was scarcely human, and he slammed a crimson button on the dashboard. That was the aerocar's last self-defense measure: omnidirectional chaff barrage and smoke ejection. After all, it wasn't a military-grade aerocar. Falati's assets could only afford a second-hand one. Puff, 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 puff. Hundreds of decoy flares and dense gray smoke instantly burst from the vehicle's body, forming a massive cloud, trying to obscure all lock-on signals, buying even a fraction of a second for escape. However, under the coordinated perception of the HeartNet and Odin AI, such interference was child's play. Within the smoke cloud, Falati's violently fluctuating bioelectric field from extreme fear and the unique energy signature of the aerocar's engine core were clearly visible. The silver-white armor merely adjusted the angle of the spear slightly. Then it threw. This strike was even more effortless than when dealing with Chongque, carrying a kind of indifference, as if disposing of trash. The golden lightning trail of the Ganganeer spear was no longer zigzagging. It was a straight, swift, space-tearing spear of light. It brutally pierced through the expanding smoke cloud with uncanny precision, striking the aerocar at the core of the cloud that was trying to turn and escape. Boom, crack. It was not a violent explosion, but a more devastating sight. The thick, bulletproof shell and intricate internal structure of the aerocar, the moment the lightning spear touched, seemed to be thrown into a furnace of hundreds of millions of degrees. From the point of contact, it silently vaporized and annihilated. Not torn, not pierced, but completely erased. A circular hole over a meter in diameter with edges as smooth as a mirror appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the aerocar. Through this hole, the light of the billboard behind could be clearly seen, as well as Falati's face inside the car, frozen in terror at the last moment. The aerocar lost its power and structural integrity. Inertia carried it forward a short distance, then like a skin stripped of its skeleton, it twisted, deformed, and with a series of wailing part disintegrations, slanted downward. And that golden lightning, after purifying the aerocar, continued its relentless advance. Puff! A faint muffled sound like a blade piercing through a hard object. Falati felt himself flying. No, it wasn't a feeling. His body was indeed torn away from the soon-to-crash wreckage by an irresistible force. A sharp, cold, numbing pain shot through his chest, rapidly spreading throughout his body. He looked down and saw a length of spear shaft shimmering with golden arcs protruding from the center of his chest, pinning him like a specimen in the air. He was pulled straight out of the aerocar by that spear. Then a rapid retreat, the wind whistling in his ears. His vision spun, and finally, with a dull thud, his back struck a hard object with a violent tremor. He was firmly nailed to the giant holographic billboard of the largest corporate advertisement at the edge of the corporate plaza. The position precisely replaced the chest of the dashing Huangband elite virtual image in the ad. Ugh. Heh. Falati tried to breathe, but his lungs were already completely destroyed, only able to emit a wheezing sound like a broken bellows. Blood gushed from the massive, penetrating wounds on his chest, flowing along the smooth surface of the billboard, taking on a bizarre and cruel dark red under the cold blue-white light. His 3 cybernetic eyes rapidly dimmed data streams, flickering chaotically, finally freezing in an extreme blankness and emptiness. In his blurred vision, he saw the silver-white figure slowly descend to the edge of another building not far away, silently looking at him like a deity overlooking dust. So, this was what judgment felt like. He struggled to roll his eyes, looking at the smiling, perfect Huangban virtual employee on the billboard. That glossy image, that uniform representing success and order, was everything he had ever dreamed of. Using the last of his strength, his lips moved, his voice so faint it was almost scattered by the night wind, carrying endless reluctance. I haven't joined the company yet. The trailing sound, along with the last glimmer in his eyes, completely extinguished. His body hung on the spear, swaying slightly, becoming a jarring and ironic decoration in the neon night of the corporate plaza. Masaya watched silently for a few seconds, confirming the complete disappearance of life signs. The Ganganeer spear dissolved into specks of golden light, and Faladi's body slid limply, falling from a height of several dozen meters, crashing onto the barrier below with a dull sound, then silent. The night wind blew, lifting a few scraps of paper, sweeping across the silent plaza. Only the billboard played on tirelessly, its cold blue-white light illuminating the corpse below and the distant silver-white figure fading away at the edge of a building. Just as Mimir turned to leave, the communication channel embedded in his armor was accessed by a signal of extremely high priority. He knew who it was. After a quiet static hiss on the channel, Yorinobu Arasaka's voice came through, even more direct than before, omitting any form of address. Apologies, there are many surveillance devices here, so it's not convenient to discuss in detail. Next month, I will officially visit Night City to preside over the Arasaka year-end progress report in Night City. When the time comes, we'll meet and talk at the Kanpiki Plaza. Of course, there are also some small gifts that I believe you will like. The communication was cut off crisply, leaving no room for pleasantries or explanations. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, in Tokyo, Japan, at the top floor of the Arasaka Tower, inside a hidden observation room overlooking the entire night view of Tokyo Bay, Yorinobu Arasaka stood before a massive arched floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of whiskey, the ice cubes gently clinking against the glass. Floating before him were dozens of holographic surveillance feeds, the largest of which were replaying from different angles the footage of the silver-white armor instantly killing Atom Smasher in the Watson District ruins and the execution of Faraday at the edge of the corporate plaza. The footage was extremely high definition, clearly from Arasaka's own high-altitude reconnaissance satellites or covert surveillance nodes. He took a sip of the wine, the cold liquid sliding down his throat. Watching the unmatched silver-white figure in the footage, watching the shameful wreckage of Smasher, watching Faraday being disposed of like trash, Yorinobu's lips curled into an uncontrollable arc. It was excitement. As the rebellious son of Arasaka, he had spent his entire life dedicated to destroying the corporate system, establishing the Iron Dragon, and plotting internal revolutions. But all had failed. So he planned to first outlive his damned old man before anything else. After all, Kay was already dead. The old fossil would never pass the position to a woman, so he was the sole heir. But now you tell me that old bastard could still live for a long time, which directly disrupted his plans. But now things are different. With Mimir, that kind of technology is simply not something the current civilization could possess. Moreover, Yorinobu Arasaka had already guessed Mimir's character from his earlier commission. They would surely be friends. Because even through the screen he had seen, those eyes within them, like his own, concealed a lion. To destroy this fucking corporate system, he could sacrifice everything. Even his own life. If in the future, Mimir wanted his life as a banner sacrifice, then take it. Anyway, after the relic succeeds, he would be used as a vessel by that old immortal bastard anyway, so what difference does it make who uses it? Notify the PR department. He didn't turn around, speaking to the empty room. The AI assistant hidden in the shadows immediately responded, projecting a cursor in standby status. 2 things. First, cancel all tracking commissions and internal bounties regarding the unknown silver armored unit. Reason. Say that the target's threat assessment is too high, postpone contact. As for my father, I will explain, and also delete the cloud records of the surveillance just now. Second, he turned around, placing the wine glass on the control console nearby, his fingers lightly tapping the smooth surface, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Issue a brief message in the name of Arasaka Night City Branch Security Department. The content should write. He deliberated over the wording for a moment, as if savoring the moment. Last night, our security forces encountered an attack by unidentified armed individuals during a routine training exercise, resulting in partial damage to the facilities. Thanks to the heroic combat of our ultimate security force, Atom Smasher, the enemy was repelled. During the process, the Atom Smasher unit suffered temporary functional impairment due to overload and has now entered a maintenance cycle. This incident does not affect Arasaka's normal operations and security commitments in Night City. The AI assistant quickly recorded and drafted the document. Yorinobu looked at that brief message, the arc of his lips deepening. On the surface, this was to maintain Arasaka's invincible image and cover up the shame of Smasher's defeat. But in reality, he knew all too well what kind of storm this message would stir in the underworld of Night City. Temporary functional impairment. Maintenance cycle. Huh. Those fixers, mercenaries, and gang leaders with noses sharper than dogs. Who would believe such bullshit? They would only frantically inquire about what exactly happened that day and who could have beaten the legend crusher to the point of needing maintenance. That silver-white figure, that young man who called himself Mimir. His name would, with this seemingly understated message, spread like wildfire, burning through every dark corner of Night City overnight. He waved his hand, and the AI assistant, along with all the surveillance feeds, silently dissipated. The room fell back into silence, leaving only the ceaseless sound of waves from Tokyo Bay outside the window and the increasingly turbulent undercurrent of plans in Yorinobu's heart. Charter Hill. The smoke had not yet dissipated. The air was thick with the pungent smell of burning and a faint trace of blood. The surviving members of Main's squad supported each other, sitting or leaning against the broken walls, their faces etched with the exhaustion of having survived a disaster and the lingering shock. Dorio held Main tightly, who was somewhat dazed, and kept murmuring something. Pilar grimaced as he reinforced the bandage on the horrific wound on his thigh, while Rebecca helped on the side, her small face tense. Lucy remained vigilant against the possible return of corporate pursuers. Falco, enduring his pain, barely maintained the battered vehicle, but his ears were pricked, catching any suspicious sound around. Suddenly, a low, rhythmic engine roared, different from the city's aerodyne vehicles, came from afar, approaching from the direction of the Badlands. The sound was rough, wild, carrying the scent of dust and freedom. Several blinding headlights cut through the darkness at the edge of the ruins like the eyes of beasts. Then 3 heavily modified off-road vehicles like steel behemoths burst through the rubble, executed a perfect drift, and came to a steady halt in front of Main's squad. The dust kicked up by the wheels covered everyone's faces. The doors banged open, and a group of men and women wearing leather or canvas jackets with varying degrees of cyberware modifications jumped out. Leading them was a man of medium build. It was Mitch. He glanced at the grim scene, his gaze lingering especially on Main and Dorio, his brow furrowing, but he didn't ask questions, simply waving his hand decisively. Anyone who can move, help carry them onto the vehicles. Move fast. This isn't a place to linger. Those corporate flies might sniff their way back any time. The Aldecaldo's nomads immediately sprang into action. In pairs, they carefully used makeshift stretchers to lift the severely injured Main and the badly wounded Pilar into the middle vehicle, which had the most space. Dorio, Rebecca, Lucy, and Falco were also urged to board other vehicles. Just then, a silver-white streak of light descended from the sky, landing silently in front of the convoy, stirring a ring of dust. The Odin armor appeared again in its full form, and Mimir, retracting his faceplate, nodded slightly to Mitch. Mitch looked at the armor before him, which was filled with a sense of futuristic pressure. Even a seasoned traveler like him couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. But he quickly regained his composure and nodded in response. Get in the car, come with us, we'll ensure safety. Damn it, I always thought this guy was stock, but he's got so many goodies on him. Victor's Cyberware Clinic. The Aldecaldo convoy dropped them off at the back door, then vanished into the night without a trace. Mitch only left a short, call Pan Am if anything comes up, before leading the team away, fully embodying the nomad's caution and efficiency. Inside the clinic, the scent of disinfectant mingled with the faint odor of cyberware lubricant. Victor had been informed in advance and had prepared the operating table and all kinds of emergency equipment. Old Vic didn't have any complaints about it. They carefully placed Main on the operating table. Victor immediately put on his external optical cyber eye, connected a diagnostic probe, and began a full scan. As the data scrolled, Old Vic's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Multiple penetrating wounds and blunt force trauma lacerations, blood loss beyond the critical threshold. That's manageable, he said in a low voice, his fingers swiping quickly across the virtual interface. The real trouble is here. The neural interface system is overloaded, and the conflict signals between the limbic system and the cyberware control hub are terrifyingly strong. Classic signs of an impending cyberpsychosis outbreak. Good thing he didn't have any more Chrome installed, or he'd be a full-blown cyberpsycho. He paused, lifted his head, and shot a sharp look toward Mile, who stood quietly in the shadowed corner of the clinic. But there's a strange energy field enveloping his main nerve clusters, like some kind of sedative or a buffer layer. It's forcibly holding down those runaway conflict signals, slowing the breakdown process. Victor's eyes behind his lenses fixed intently on Mile. Did you do that, eh? This tech? I've never seen anything like it. It's not a conventional neural inhibitor, nor a chip intervention. The silver-white faceplate turned toward him, the icy blue light strip flickering slightly. Miles' voice came through the armor. Biofield stabilization technique. It's only a temporary fix, addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. The human brain has always been the most difficult frontier to conquer, even for Mile. He could turn a person into a vegetable, but he couldn't turn a vegetable back into a person. Victor gave him a long, hard look, but didn't press for the source of the technique. He nodded, turned around, and began working on Main's external injuries. With this temporary fix, I've got the time I need to save his life. Leave the rest to me. The rest of you check your wounds. Treat what you can, and come to me if you can't handle it. The clinic immediately became a hive of activity. Dorio stayed by Main's side, never leaving. Pilar was helped into a chair by Rebecca and Lucy, and Victor quickly tended to the gunshot wound on his leg, removed the deformed bullet, sutured, injected antibiotics and painkillers. Of course, at Pilar's request, he took out the bullet from that area first. The others tended to their own scrapes and bruises. Jackie plopped down into a chair, letting out a long breath. Only then did he feel the ache all over his bones, as if his body had been torn apart. But a grin spread across his face as he bumped the armored arm of the man beside him. Brother, that was fucking insane. Fucking insane. The best damn decision I ever made, Jackie Wells, was calling you my brother. Only then, only when they had confirmed everyone was safe for the moment, only when the clinic's heavy blast door had closed, sealing off the devouring world outside, did the tense atmosphere finally show the faintest sign of loosening. And it was at that moment that Mile deactivated the Odin armor. Like a receding tide, the magnificent silver-white armor began at his head, rapidly dissolving into flowing particles of light, contracting and flowing back, silently sinking into his body. The nanocytes returned to their places once again, revealing his signature platinum blonde hair and a face so strikingly handsome under the clinic's cold white lights that it almost seemed unreal. Whoa! Oh! A drawn-out exclamation broke the brief silence. Pilar, still with bandages on his legs, stared directly at Miles' face. Brother. Pilar swallowed hard, his voice cracking with astonishment. I told you before, this face of yours. Your natural-born face. Goddamn. It's a crime you're not a braindance star. No, being a star would be a waste. You should be filming ads for Arasaka or Zetatech. Just stand there and do nothing, and I guarantee the products would sell out. Rebecca, don't you think? He instinctively tried to nudge his sister with his elbow, but it pulled at his leg wound, making him wince in pain. Rebecca, who had been frowning and carefully applying medicine to a wound on Pilar's arm, didn't look up. Instead, she whipped her elbow into Pilar's other intact shin, not hard, but with pinpoint accuracy. Rebecca used her signature little bee elbow strike on Pilar. Ow! Pilar yelped. What the hell, ouch! Rebecca withdrew her foot, continued slathering on the medicine with a deadpan expression, though the tips of her ears were slightly red. She growled in a low, harsh voice, Shut up, you idiot, brother. Now's not the time for that crap. You got a death wish, or what? Who wouldn't like a handsome guy? In an era where you could sculpt your face at will, a natural-born handsome man with no cyberware at all was a rarity. 99 out of 100. She cursed under her breath, but she quickly stole a glance at Mile, then ducked her head again, unconsciously softening her movements. After all, he was still her brother. She didn't want to actually kill him. Besides, the big gun was expensive too, and with the clinic bill. Even if they sold themselves, they probably couldn't afford it. She wondered if they could put it on credit. A few suppressed chuckles rippled through the clinic. Even Dorio, who had been standing by Main's side, allowed a faint twitch at the corner of her mouth. This trivial interlude was like a small pebble tossed into a stagnant pond, finally stirring a ripple of what it meant to be alive. Sasha leaned against the wall not far from Mile. She didn't laugh. From the moment Mile had dismissed his armor, her gaze had never left his face. In that look was the aftermath of shock, the days of confirming a truth, the agitation of 1,000 words stuck in her chest, and a deep, indelibly imprinted mark, one she herself had not yet fully understood. Mile felt her gaze and turned to look at her. Their eyes met in the air, thick with the smell of disinfectant and the faint scent of blood. This time there were no ruins, no smoke, no imminent threat of death. Only the dim yellow light of the clinic, the suppressed breathing and murmurs of their companions, and the clear reflections in each other's eyes. Sasha's lips parted slightly. In her sapphire eyes it seemed galaxies swirled. She wanted to ask, is it really you? She wanted to ask, where did you come from? She wanted to ask, why did you save me, and so much more. But in the end she only murmured very softly in a breath only she could hear, Mile. Mile looked at her and read everything surging in her eyes. He didn't speak. He only gave her the faintest nod. She knew that some questions need not be asked in a hurry. The suppressed chuckle in the clinic soon faded, replaced by the steady, swift sounds of Victor's movements. Misty had appeared in the clinic as well, wearing an apron and holding a tray of sterilized surgical instruments. She asked no questions, merely nodded to Maine, then stood beside Victor, assuming the role of assistant. Maine, Victor said without looking up, his fingers gliding rapidly across the virtual interface as he pulled up Maine's full-body scan. How much longer can you sustain that biofield of yours? I need precise data to plan the surgical procedure. Maine walked to the operating table. Without reactivating his armor, he simply held his right hand a few centimeters above Maine's forehead, closing his eyes. Barely visible silver motes of light slowly seeped from his palm, sinking into Maine's skin. The auxiliary AI of Odin reported the data in his consciousness. Stabilization field energy remaining at 37. At the current rate of consumption, it will last about 42 minutes. Main opened his eyes, his voice low but clear. His primary injuries are concentrated in a perforation of the left lung, liver laceration, fractures of the 7th to 9th vertebrae, and here, sustaining the body was one thing, the real challenge was the brain. Even with Yuan Star's advanced technology, the human brain always remained a delicate, intractable frontier. If the instant noodle grandma couldn't crack it with her human experiments, could he? Besides, the duration of his sustainment wasn't determined by him. It was up to Main. He could go 3 days and nights without a breath, but whether Main could hold on that long was a different matter entirely. He pointed to the blinking red dots on the scan around the edges of Main's brain. 3 neural interface ports have been burned out from overload. The rest are on the verge of collapse. Those conflicting signals mainly originate from the projectile launcher base in his left arm, the spinal reinforcement module, and the underlying driver of his visual processing cyber eye. The cyberware in these parts is outdated with abysmal compatibility between them, like a pile of mismatched scrap metal constantly fighting each other. Victor's eyes behind his lenses sharpened as he scanned the red dots, letting out a snort. Matches my initial assessment. This kid, Main, relying on his strong constitution, straps any piece of junk onto himself. These cybernetics come from all over. Maintenance records are a mess, and the neural interface standards aren't even unified. The fact that he lasted this long before a breakdown is just his luck. He paused, looking at Dorio. Dorio, you heard the situation. To save his life, while treating the external injuries conventionally, we have to deal with these root causes. The most thorough solution is to remove the most conflicting cyberware, at least temporarily uninstall it, to give his nervous system a break. Dorio looked at Main's face, twitching slightly in pain, even in his coma, took a deep breath, and said in a hoarse but firm voice, "Do it. As long as he lives, even if he becomes a normal person, I'll be with him." "No. Can't." A weak, raspy voice squeezed out of Main's throat. He had regained a faint sliver of consciousness, his eyelids trembling heavily as he struggled to open them. "Main!" Dorio cried out. "Don't talk. Listen to Vic." Main's breathing grew rapid, his chest heaving and aggravating his wounds, making his face even paler, but he still forced out the words, "No removal. Can't remove. In Night City. Without these, I'm useless. A burden. To everyone." His unfocused gaze struggled to turn to Victor, carrying a desperate, almost obsessive plea. "Vic, fix them. I can. Take it." Victor's brows knitted tightly. "Main, this isn't about whether you can take it. Your nerves are like a rubber band stretched to its limit, and these chaotic cybernetics are the knots tied on it. If you don't undo those knots, the rubber band will snap eventually. When that happens, it won't be just cyberpsychosis. You'll be brain dead or become a hollow shell with only the instinct to kill. Then, find a way to turn those knots into slip knots." Main gasped, his eyes mixing pain with stubbornness. This was Main's pride, and also the most realistic fear of countless mercenaries struggling to survive in Night City. Losing strength often meant losing everything, including the right to exist. He who yearned to become a legend could never accept being ordinary. Main watched this scene quietly, then spoke up. "Vic is right. The problem isn't the degree of cyberization, but matching and order." His gaze fell on the various old and new implant ports on Main's body. Excluding special cases like Atom Smasher, that guy was already a lunatic. Take Goro Takamura, the bodyguard beside Saburo Arasaka. His cyberization level was certainly not low, but why could he maintain such high clarity and precise control? Victor looked thoughtful. "You mean customization, systematization?" Main took over, his tone calm but incisive. The cyberware on Goro Takamura was a complete system, tailor-made or meticulously tuned by the Arasaka internal lab. From neural interface, standards, driver protocols, to energy circuits, everything followed a unified specification, possibly even considering the compatibility of his personality traits. They were a whole, an extension, not a burden. He looked at Main. What Main has here is a patchwork of unknown origins. The neural imprints from previous users might not even be fully cleared. They're like soldiers from different factions, each carrying the temper of their old masters crammed into a single command post. No wonder it's chaos. These words hit the crux of the matter. The clinic fell silent for a moment, broken only by the steady beeping of medical equipment. Pilar scratched his bandaged head and muttered, "Seems about right. That long arm of mine is a second-hand buy. Sometimes I feel like it's got a bit of, ideas of its own. Once during a certain activity, it almost snapped his thing off. Nearly had to buy a big steel cannon. But for a bunch of broke bastards like us, where do you get top-tier gear? Second-hand, or even 20th hand, that's what we use." Rebecca rolled her eyes, wanting to kick him again, but seeing her brother's pathetic state, she held back. Victor sighed. "Main makes a good point, but a customized system." He shook his head and didn't finish. Because that meant astronomical costs and top-tier corporate tech channels, something beyond Main's team's budget. Even here, though his gear was first-hand, the quality wasn't particularly high. Occasionally, premium items leaked from corporations were just their outdated models. Just then the doorbell outside Misty's shop rang abruptly. It wasn't a frantic alarm, but 3 polite, clear short tones. Everyone tensed instantly. Jack practically sprang from his chair, instinctively reaching for his waist. Even Kiwi, lurking in the shadows by the door, silently placed her hand on a concealed weapon. Victor and Misty exchanged a glance. Vic said in a low voice, "At this hour without an appointment." He looked at Maine. Mimir had refocused his mind. Genshin. HeartNet activated. He sensed 4 bioelectrical signals standing outside the door with no signs of adrenaline surge before an attack, nor any hidden large-scale electronic device signals. Their emotional field was strange, a nearly rigid calm of business as usual, even tinged with a subtle impatience of waiting for the task to be completed. For people, no obvious hostility, not like attackers, Mimir said in a low voice, but his eyes remained vigilant. However, they have the Huangban logo on their chests. Huangban. Rebecca's voice suddenly rose, the young girl's face fierce with murderous intent. Those fucking bastards dare to come again. I'll tear them apart. She waved her fists, but her movements were a bit deformed due to injury. Calm down, Rebecca, Dorio said in a low voice, but her own eyes also turned fierce. Maine was still on the operating table, and the appearance of Huangban's people at this moment forced them to think the worst. Even the small group of Atakaljo nomads hidden outside on guard received the warning, and faint sounds of vehicle engines starting low and weapons being chambered could be heard. Victor pondered for a moment and gestured to Misty. Misty walked to the control panel by the door and called up the outdoor surveillance. The holographic display indeed showed 4 men in well-tailored high-quality dark suits carrying several black alloy cases that looked heavy, standing neatly at the door. They were expressionless, their postures so standard as if chiseled from the same mold, the Huangban badges on their chests faintly glinting under the porch light. Standard corporate dog attire. Open the door, Misty asked, looking at Victor and Mimir. Victor looked at Mimir. Mimir thought for a moment and nodded. Open the door, see what they want, but stay on guard. The door of the fortune-telling shop slowly slid open, a crack enough for conversation, but not for easy entry. The cold night wind rushed in, carrying the smell of rain and distant city exhaust. The leading suit man stepped forward, slightly bowed, his voice trained to be steady and calm. Good evening. May I ask if Mr. Misaya, Mimir, and Mr. Maine and his team members are here? Jackie blocked the door, muscles tense, grinning a not-so-friendly smile. So what if they are? Huangban's lackeys here to collect bodies or finish the job. The suit man seemed oblivious to Jackie's hostility, continuing in that flat tone. We are here under the direct orders of Lord Huangban Laixian to deliver some items. Lord Laixian instructed that we must hand them personally to Mr. Misaya and indicate that these may help with the recovery of Mr. Maine and his companion's injuries. Huangban Laixian. This name made everyone in the clinic pause again. Except for Mimir, the others only knew the name as the rebellious son of the Huangban family, but he was completely from a different world than these street mercenaries. Apart from the phone call a few hours ago, they had never seen this man in their lives. Mimir's eyes narrowed slightly. Huangban Laixian had indeed vaguely mentioned before ending the call that a small gift, perhaps to express goodwill, will be sent later, but he hadn't expected it to arrive so quickly and so precisely to this location. It seems the company's surveillance is indeed pervasive. I have only met Mr. Huangban Laixian once. Mimir's voice came through the door crack. His gift is undeserved. Please leave. The suit man seemed to have anticipated this reaction. He turned slightly and gestured to the heavy cases in his companion's hands. Lord Laixian instructed that these are merely medical supplies unrelated to company stance or transactions. Furthermore, the Lord also asked me to convey a message. He paused as if recalling the exact wording. The branch of goodwill has been extended. Whether to accept it is up to you. But at least give those in need a chance to choose. These words stirred something in Mimir's heart. He once again used his heart net to carefully sense, confirming that aside from basic communication and positioning devices, the 4 delivery men carried no weapons or dangerous items. Those cases indeed contained complex electronic components and biological tissue signals neatly arranged with no signs of explosives or biochemical contamination. After a few seconds of silence, Mimir spoke. Leave the things. You can go. The suit man showed no hesitation or dissatisfaction, nodding again yes. He signaled his companions to place the 4 black alloy cases neatly on the dry ground at the clinic entrance. Then the 4 of them stepped back in unison, turned, and disappeared into the night with synchronized steps. No extra movements or eye contact from start to finish, an efficiency that was unsettling. The door closed again. Hawk faction. Mimir could think of no one else. He hadn't expected that within the Dove faction's territory, Huangban Laixian had also slipped in a few hawks. Jackie stared at the cases as if they were explosives that could detonate at any moment. Mimir, is this stuff reliable? I'd rather believe scavengers would treat people for free than trust something sent by Huangban. Sasha had already picked up a portable scanner and quickly scanned the cases through the door. The shell is military-grade, explosion-proof, and scam-proof alloy. Internally, The signals are complex, but initial assessment shows no radioactive toxic or explosive substances. There are strong biopreservation and electromagnetic shielding measures. Just open them and see, Pilar said, craning his neck curiously, only to be yanked back by Rebecca. Mimir walked to the door, personally operated the control panel, extended a fall protection mechanical arm outside, grabbed one case, and dragged it into the clinic's isolation and disinfection area. Then he looked at Victor. Old Vic, any way to open it safely? Or just destroy it? Victor had temporarily stabilized Main's condition and came over. He put on a multifunctional engineering external cyber eye and carefully examined the case's structure and lock. Very advanced biometric lock combined with a dynamic password. However, the sender seems to have forgotten to set a recipient restriction. He tentatively pressed his hand on the lock sensor area, and the case gave a soft click as the latch popped open. Everyone held their breath. Victor carefully lifted the lid. Cold white interior lights illuminated the items inside, carefully secured by flexible shock-absorbing material. Not a bomb, not poison, but a complete set of cyberware. This is... Victor leaned in closer, his professional eye immediately recognizing it. Huangbon's latest generation Panshur series neural processor basic model. A genuine product that's hard to get even with money on the market. Jackie, seeing this, directly opened the remaining cases. On the top shelf sat a net-running access deck bearing Arasaka's distinctive insignia, a Type 4 model. Cutting-edge gear rarely seen on the open market, renowned for its ultra-low latency and formidable built-in IC. Beside it lay a pair of Sandevistan implants, their silver-gray casings etched with intricate circuit patterns. Judging by the model marking, these were Chinti Type 4. The name alone screamed premium. The Chinti series was famous for its rock-solid stability and finely tunable time dilation ratios. A buffer coupling agent designed to reduce neural load was even included. On the shelf below, reinforcement modules were neatly arranged. Zetatech titanium alloy reinforced skeletal frames, a second-generation Tiger Claw reactive neural processor, a complete subdermal armor implant suite military grade for intensive combat, an Oracle optical cyberware set with multiple spectral modes, an advanced auditory enhancement cochlear, and even a full-body haptic feedback calibrator. Fifth box, sixth box. As each crate was opened, gasps rippled through the clinic. Every piece inside was cyberware, all from top-tier megacore, some of the finest anything had ever seen. Some of these were so rare that money alone wouldn't buy them. Priceless on the black market with no legitimate supply. Even mercenaries like them could only dream of getting their hands on first-hand goods like these. But the seventh box truly took everyone by surprise. Inside were a pair of gorilla arms prosthetics, clearly scaled down several sizes, complete with reinforced tendons and connection fittings designed for smaller skeletal structures. Essentially, someone had shrunk a standard gorilla arm by a size or two, designed for children. Combat-grade pediatric cyberware did exist, but it was exceedingly rare in Night City. After all, corporations prioritized profit, and their products were almost always designed for the general population. This particular sizing, the implications were far too obvious. All eyes turned to Rebecca, who was crouching beside Playa, and equally dumbfounded. Rebecca's mouth hung open as she looked from the miniature gorilla arms to her own worn prosthetic hands. Basic strength amplified models she'd installed years ago, just to reach high shelves and force open step doors nowhere near top tier. She was speechless. Finally, the eighth box was opened, revealing neatly organized specialty tools, sterile packaged advanced biointerface adhesives, neural connection cables, and several detailed installation and calibration manuals, curiously free of any corporate watermarks. It was a full-service package. Aside from after-sales support, of course. Though corporate warranties never covered that anyway. The clinic fell utterly silent save for the low hum of medical equipment. This sudden gift represented a value that exceeded most people's comprehension. Just the Chinti Type 4 Sandevistan paired with the Arasaka MK4 access deck alone could buy several nice apartments in city center on the black market. Not to mention, these cyberware pieces span the finest or rarest offerings from every major corp, and the fact that they were assembled together implied something significant. A fully considered enhancement package, likely designed with good compatibility for a specific recipient. Victor picked up the Arasaka access deck and connected it to the analysis terminal nearby with professional tools. Data streams scrolled rapidly across the screen, and old Vic's brows rose higher with each line. Every serial number, every internal corporate tracking marker, every hidden backdoor program, completely erased. Victor's voice carried disbelief. This isn't a sloppy overwrite, it's a deep layer data reconstruction level purge. The installation boot sequence had been rewritten and the neural interface protocols uniformly adjusted to a far more open, far more neutral universal enhancement standard. This was done impeccably, like a white box product rolled out of a top-tier lab. All performance retained, every shackle removed. He set the access deck down and inspected several other pieces of cyberware with similar results. These implants can be installed safely. At least from a technical standpoint, they're clean now. And He glanced at the cluster of conflicting red markers on Man's scan. If we replace Man's beat-up junk with these properly calibrated components, I won't claim we can cure his cyberpsychosis tendencies, but we could certainly ease the conflicts significantly and bring the breakdown risk down to a manageable level. In Rebecca's arms, the sizing and strength curves were clearly custom estimated for her. Jack ran a hand through his buzz cut and broke the silence. This is fucking. What the hell is this a timely miracle, eh? Did Lai Xian, that kid, plant cameras on us? How does he know what Man needs? And how does he know Rebecca's been needing a proper pair of arms? He looked toward Mir, his expression a mixture of confusion and a hint of wariness. Mana, what exactly did you negotiate with Lai Xian? This kind of gesture goes well beyond ordinary friendship. All eyes converged on Mir. Sasha's gaze carried concern and questioning, while Dolio's held a complex blend of hope and uncertainty. Mir stepped toward the opened crates, his gaze sweeping over the cold, alluring technological artifacts within. When someone offers generosity without cause, their designs are usually considerable. Mir delivered the line with refined wording. Speak plain, will ya? Rebecca retorted with a scowl. Didn't the girl ever attend school? Simply a commission or something along those lines. The job they want us to do is just different from those petty gigs we've run before, Mir said, waving a hand dismissively. He knew what Arasaka's Lai Xian was after, but secretly sending all this behind his old man's back, likely. So this gift was both goodwill and investment, and above all a demonstration. A demonstration of his influence, his sincerity, and the resources he could provide. He picked up the miniature gorilla arms. They felt solid and well-crafted. As for why this arrived so timely, a faint, unreadable curve touched Mir's lips. He is the heir to Arasaka, even if he's the family's neglected son. Mobilizing resources to monitor anomalous activity in key Night City districts and deducing likely casualties and their needs. Nothing particularly difficult for someone in his position. Especially if he'd already gathered basic information on Man's squad through certain channels. That explanation made sense. So do we use these or not? Playa swallowed hard, his eyes practically glued to the gleaming cyberware. As a technical specialist, he understood their value all too well. But they had just gone to war with Arasaka. Using Arasaka equipment now felt uncomfortable. Doliu struggled with the dilemma. She certainly wanted Man to receive the finest, safest cyberware available. But this came from Arasaka. Would Man accept it? Just then Man's weak but unmistakable voice rang out once more. Use them. Everyone turned to look, only to see that Man had somehow regained a sliver of consciousness, his head tilted as he stared intently at the cyberware components in those cases. His eyes no longer held the earlier vacancy, replaced by a blend of 3 parts pain, 3 parts longing, and 4 parts clarity. Main. Dorio tried to stop him. Listen to me, Dorio. Main panted, each word slow but weighty. Victor and Meyer are right. The junk I'm carrying needs to go. What Yorinobu sent wasn't clean, but Victor says it's clean now. He looked toward Victor. Victor slowly nodded. Technically speaking, yes. The risk is far lower than installing unverified black market parts, and it might even be safer than some second-hand gear from official channels, because the backdoors and tracking have been thoroughly dealt with. Main bared his teeth in a twisted grin. Then, use them. Not because I trust Yorinobu Arasaka, but because I trust Victor's judgment, and he shifted his gaze to Meyer and the opportunity that Meyer brought. He struggled to move his eyes toward Dorio, his voice softening with weary sincerity. Dorio, I don't want to become a vegetable or a madman. If these things can let me keep my strength without dragging everyone down, without making you worry, I want to try. Dorio gazed into Main's eyes, seeing the familiar stubbornness, the rare vulnerability brought on by severe injury, and the brink of collapse, and a faint cautious hope for the future. She was silent for a long time. Finally, her clenched hand loosened slightly, and she reached out to touch Main's sweat-damp forehead, gently nodding. Good. Seeing this, Victor wasted no more time. Every second counted for Main's nerves. Misty, prepare the full transplant surgery setup, highest grade sterile environment. Meyer, your stabilization field can last just over 20 more minutes. Enough for me to finish the critical old cyberware removal and neural interface bleeding control. Jackie, Sasha, you're on perimeter watch. Those people are gone, but better safe than sorry. Pilar, Rebecca, Falco. If you can move, help pass tools. If not, stay put and conserve your energy. He quickly assigned tasks, then turned to the cases of tools and medications. Kiwi, Lucy, please go through the technical manual and prepare the drugs and interface cables in order of use. These cyberware installation protocols are more complex than what I normally use, but they're also more optimized. We'll follow this. The clinic immediately sprang into motion like a finely tuned machine. Tense but orderly. Victor took the lead as surgeon, with Misty assisting, while Meyer continuously output a faint stabilization field aided by the Odin AI to provide more precise neural bundle targeting and energy flow monitoring whenever Victor needed it. This vastly improved the precision and safety of the operation. Replacing cyberware was a long and painstaking process, especially in Main's complicated condition. He was already a borderline cyberpsychosis case, kept sane only by being severely broken down. Rebecca's situation was simpler. After Victor confirmed the small-sized gorilla arms were safe, and error-free Misty took the lead performing the replacement under local anesthesia. The moment the new arms connected, Rebecca let out a surprised "huh?" and tried clenching her fists, swinging them a few times. The movements were fluid, the force feedback delicate and controllable, completely unlike the lag and brute force of her old arms. "Whoa," she whispered in amazement, eyes sparkling as she admired her new arms, trying a few rapid punches that stirred the air with a faint whistle. Time slipped away amid the scent of disinfectant, the hum of instruments, and the suppressed breathing of the crew. Outside the window, the night gradually faded, and a pale gray line appeared on the horizon. When Victor finally sealed the last new interface, completed the initial system calibration, and injected the long-acting neural stabilizer and anti-rejection drugs, he let out a long breath, removed his blood-stained surgical optical implant, and rubbed his brow. The surgery was a success. His voice carried exhaustion, but more relief. All new components are integrated stably, basic drivers loaded normally. Main's vital signs are stable, neural conflict signals have dropped by over 80%, and the remainder is within controllable range, requiring follow-up medication and behavioral management. Dorio's injuries are also taken care of, mostly blood loss, plus a few artificial organ replacements. She needs bed rest. Nearly 4 surgeries in one night had truly worn out Victor. Dorio collapsed into the chair beside Main's hospital bed, utterly drained. Pilar let out a cheer, only to wince in pain as the movement pulled at his wounds. Rebecca waved her new arms, wanting to celebrate, but afraid of disturbing the patients, her face flushed with suppressed excitement. Jackie walked over to Meyer and clapped him hard on the shoulder. "Damn, that was one hell of a night." He glanced at Maine sleeping peacefully on the operating table, then at the now empty alloy cases, lowering his voice. "But this debt to Urinabu, it's huge. How are you going to repay it?" Meyer gazed at the growing light outside the window. "Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. But sometimes a debt can also become a bond. The key is who holds the initiative, and whether the ultimate goals align." He turned his gaze back to Jackie and Sasha, who had walked over. "First, let's make sure everyone gets through this crisis. The rest, step by step." Sasha stood beside him, asking softly, "Are you okay?" Maintaining that stabilization field must have taken a lot out of you. She could sense the exhaustion beneath his calm exterior, a weariness that seemed to reach deep into his spirit. "I'm fine," Meyer said, giving her a faint but genuine smile. "Easier than a fight with Atom Smasher." Sasha smiled too, her blue eyes curving. A few more hours passed. When the sky was fully bright and the city's din once again faintly filtered through the clinic's thick walls, Maine finally awoke from his deep anesthesia and restorative sleep. His eyelids fluttered first, then slowly opened. His gaze was initially vacant, but quickly focused. He instinctively moved his eyes, confirming that Dorio, red-eyed but smiling, was beside his bed, then scanned the clinic, seeing all his crew alive and safe. Everyone was alive. Maine's chest heaved once, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. Then his eyes fell on Meyer. Maine stared at him for a long time, so long that Meyer sensed it and turned his head. Their eyes met. Mill tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Bro, did your sexual orientation change after one surgery?" "Wait, actually your taste seems to have always been a bit questionable." "Never mind then." Man's lips moved, his voice dry and raspy from the surgery and long unconsciousness. "Thanks." Man paused, as if pondering what to call him. Finally, a familiar roguish grin returned to his face, though still weak. "No, should I call you Meshes or Odin?" Mill walked to his bedside, his expression calm. "Just call me Mill. It rolls off the tongue better." Man smiled, but this time it pulled at his abdominal wound, making him wince in pain. Yet the smile didn't fade. "All right, Mill." He took a deep breath, looked into Mill's eyes, and said solemnly, "I owe you one. Our whole team. We all owe you. Not just last night, ever since that incident with Sasha. This life of mine, you saved it." His gaze shifted between Mill and Sasha, who had quietly drawn near. He caught the unmistakable devotion and radiance in her eyes whenever she looked at him. Man was a rough man, but he wasn't blind, and he understood people well. Especially in this night city where tomorrow was never guaranteed, some things were more precious than ebony and cyberware. An idea crystallized in his mind. "Sasha." Man suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, yet it made Sasha, who was pouring water for Mill, pause mid-action. Sasha looked up at him, confusion etched on her face. Man's gaze turned deep and earnest, like an older brother planning for his family's future. "From now on you'll work with Mill." "What?" Sasha was utterly stunned, nearly dropping the water cup, which Mill caught in time. The clinic fell silent in an instant, everyone turning to look at Man. Man looked at Sasha, his tone calm, yet firm. "My life's been spared, but Old Way said I need to rest for a long time, no roughhousing. The squad can't take on big jobs, everyone needs a break. You're a top hacker, it's a waste keeping you here." He glanced at Mill, the implication unmistakable. More importantly, he had seen what was in Sasha's heart. Pyrrha opened his mouth as if to say something, but after glancing at Man, and then at Sasha, and Mill, he swallowed his words, only his expression betraying reluctance. Rebecca, however, sprang to her feet and rushed to Sasha, tilting her small face upward. Sasha, Rebecca's voice was a touch hurried but more earnest. Remember to come back and visit us. She paused, then raised her new matte black arm with green veining, waving it as she tried to look menacing. And if this guy ever dares to bully you, tell me. I'll blast his ass wide open with this new fist. I mean it. Her small face was all seriousness. Kivia walked over and handed Sasha an encrypted data chip. Her voice remained its usual cool tone, but if one listened closely, a trace of faint concern could be discerned. These are some protocols I've compiled. Security measures you might find useful, and a few backup contact notes. She glanced at Mill. He's strong, and he has principles. A good choice. Take care of yourself. Sasha took the chip and clenched it tightly in her palm. Thank you, Kivia. Lucy stood a little farther away, quietly watching the scene unfold. She was happy for her teammates, but deep in her eyes a trace of barely perceptible envy flickered. Her background had been privileged, yet her parents were scum. Who would have thought that in this precarious world something called affection could still exist? Mill watched her, seeing the anxiety and anticipation in her eyes. He was silent for a few seconds, not hesitating but confirming whether he could bear that responsibility. Finally he nodded. If you're willing, you're welcome. Welcome aboard, Sasha. Jack's booming voice immediately rang out. He threw an arm around Sasha's shoulders and clapped Mill on the back. Ha ha ha. We've got the finest hacker now. From here on, data theft system, hacking, tracker jamming. It's all on you. I'll handle charging and Mill handles, while looking sharp and taking down the big ones. Perfect. The door of Victor's clinic closed behind them. Outside in the alley, the morning light reluctantly squeezed through the gaps between tall, dilapidated buildings on either side, casting cold and narrow ribbons of illumination on the ground. The air was damp, carrying dust from the night's fierce battle that hadn't yet dissipated, along with a faint scent of char. The grass monkey was parked at the mouth of the alley, its sleek black body gleaming with a dark luster in the dim light, like a crouching metal beast. Beside it sat the Chevron Emperor, its windows still reflecting the gray-blue of dawn. Jack nearly unspooled himself into the driver's seat, letting out a long groan that seemed squeezed from the very depths of his bones. Lord, I feel like I've been run over by an entire MaxTac squad after a night of chasing women, then tossed into a trash compactor. He mumbled, fumbling with his seatbelt, his movements as slow as rusted gears. Sasha said nothing, simply pulling open the rear door quietly and settling inside. Traces of dried tears still marked her face, her eyes slightly red, but those blue eyes shone clearer than ever before. Her gaze passed through the window toward the clinic, then quickly returned to rest on the back of Mill's head. He was pushing the grass monkey off its stand, his movements still steady, but the lines of his shoulders and back revealing a profound exhaustion. The atmosphere was subtly charged, the relief of surviving the night, the bewilderment of a newly forged team, and a vague, heavy foreboding about the future intertwined, pressing down heavily within the cramped cabin. It was Jack who broke the silence first. He turned his head and grinned, though his dirty, bruised face made the smile look somewhat comical. Hey, Sasha. Welcome to the team officially. Even if this initiation rite was a bit too thrilling, damn it. He attempted to dispel the solemnity with his usual banter. From now on, we're an iron triangle. Mill's the fist, and the brain, you're the eyes and ears, and me. He patted his chest and winced. I'm the hardest shield plus the atmosphere crew. Sasha couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth upward, a faint smile. This guy wasn't entirely without amusement after all. She replied softly, her voice still slightly hoarse. Thank you, Jack. And her gaze drifted forward again. Mill had already started the grass monkey. He didn't turn around, merely nodding as his voice came through the in-car comms, calm as ever, heading back to H10 first. Clean up, rest. We'll talk about the rest later. Iron triangle. So if Jack was the fat one and Mill was the silent type, didn't that make Sasha the... He quickly dismissed the thought before it could form. Mill had already fired up the grass monkey. Without turning his head, he simply nodded, his voice drifting through the cabin's comms, steady and composed. Back to H10 first. Settle and get some rest. We'll sort the rest out later. Iron triangle. Well, if Jack was the boisterous one and Mill was the brooding type, then wasn't Sasha the... No, he pushed the thought aside. Iron triangle. If Jack was the loudmouth and Mill was the quiet type, then wasn't Sasha the... He rubbed his temples and let the absurd comparison fade. The car drove out of the alley, merging into the gradually awakening streets of Yi City. At this hour, the city was in a strange transition. The neon lights of the all-night revelry had not yet fully faded, while the hustle and bustle of the day had yet to officially begin. The streets were sparsely populated with vehicles, occasionally a cleaning drone buzzed by, or a few drunken night owls staggered past. But the perceptive could sense an invisible restlessness spreading through the air, more intense than ever before. Their car passed several intersections, going by a 24-hour chain convenience store. On the few old public display screens hanging at the entrance, silent images of the morning news were playing on a loop. Suddenly the image switched. A logo of WNS News flashed, followed by an anchor with an excited expression and rapid speech. Though no sound could be heard, the scrolling captions at the bottom, like an explosive barrage, instantly seized their eyes. Breaking news. Legend fallen. Last night, near the Kuluo Na Duo farm in Wasun district, a fierce conflict broke out. Witnesses claimed to have seen the Silver Knight battling the Huangban legend Yidang Zhongchui. The scene was a ruin. Huangban Corporation spokesperson urgently stated Mr. Yidang Zhongchui has safely returned after executing a special mission. The so-called defeat is pure rumor, a malicious slander against our company's image. The conflict was caused by an attack on company property by unidentified armed individuals. The security department has launched an investigation. Street rumors are spreading the Silver Knight has reappeared, openly repelling and even injuring Yidang Zhongchui. Multiple mercenary channels and fixer networks have already hailed this as the birth of a new legend. Our station will continue to track the details. Shock. Why did Yidang Zhongchui suddenly die in the dead of night? The screen was accompanied by blurry, shaky short video clips, clearly taken hastily by distant passers-by, or drones towering flames, smoke, and dust from collapsing buildings, and occasionally fleeting, unrecognizable, fast-moving silhouettes. Although details were unclear, the destructive aura was overwhelming. Jieku whistled, pointing at the screen through the car window. Look. We're on TV. Although our faces were blurred. Oh wait, we didn't even show our faces. Awesome, Mimir, the Silver Knight. That nickname is awesome. Sasha also stared intently at the screen, watching Huangban's pale and weak denial statement, a cold sneer curling at the corner of her lips. This is Yi City. Truth runs wild through the streets while the authorities are always busy applying makeup to cover the scars. Mimir merely glanced at it, then turned his gaze back to the road. His reaction was so indifferent it bordered on cold, as if the screen was talking about someone completely unrelated. But the knuckles of his hand, gripping the handlebars, turned slightly white. A tall tree catches the wind. Lai Xian's gift had barely been warmed before the media's spotlight, and countless curious, greedy, or hostile gazes were already impatiently cast upon it. Returning to the H10 apartment building, the feeling of being watched became even more pronounced. The weapon shop, Second Amendment, in the building was not yet open, but light seeped from under the rolling shutter door, and faintly audible was Wei Er-sen's iconic loud voice excitedly arguing with someone about something. Definitely a custom model. That streamline. That reaction speed. I'd bet all my stock on it. Passing by a few early rising mercenaries, their gazes toward Mimir and the other two were full of peculiar scrutiny, whispering and pointing. Jieku stretched his sore neck, chuckling. Feels like we've become the new exotic animals in the zoo. But speaking of which, Mimir, should you wear a mask when you go out? That face of yours is now a legend standard, way too flashy. Sasha instinctively looked at Mimir. The lines of his profile under the elevator ceiling light appeared clear and calm. In response to Jieku's teasing, he merely replied indifferently, no need. The apartment was still the same. Sasha looked around and discovered there was actually no paper from Lugua. Except for a few flashy shirts that Jieku had casually tossed on the chair back when he last visited, Mimir's belongings were minimal, leaving almost no trace of habitation. The dirty equipment from the battle was carelessly thrown by the door. The two, as if they had exhausted their last ounce of strength, practically collapsed in various poses onto the relatively clean old carpet and sofa in the living room. As for Mimir, he took a shower first before sleeping. Who said that subhumans don't need to sleep? Silence once again permeated the room, but this silence was different from that in the car. It carried the complete relaxation of coming home. Exhaustion pressed down like a mountain, every muscle screaming. The after effects of mental tension began to show, with temples throbbing. Jieku collapsed into the sofa, staring at a water stain on the ceiling. After a long while, as if he had gathered energy, he suddenly attempted a carp jump, but couldn't make it, yelping, ouch, in pain and flopping back. But a smile bloomed on his face. He reached under the sofa and pulled out half a case of beer that had been hidden there at some unknown time. Clearly it was his own stash. He deftly bit open 3 bottle caps with his teeth, handed one to Sasha, who was sitting on the carpet rubbing her forehead, then stretched his arm to give another to Mimir, who was leaning against the opposite wall. Come. Jieku raised his bottle, his brown eyes sparkling with excitement and sincerity, his voice hoarse from exhaustion, but resolute. First toast. To us fucking surviving. From that iron coffin of Yidang Zhongchui. He paused, his gaze sweeping across Mimir and Sasha's faces, his smile deepening and warming. Second toast. To our new legend, Mimir. How many years has Yi City not seen such a badass? From today on, who the hell would dare to look down on us? Finally, he turned to Sasha, gesturing with the bottle. Third toast. To our awesome new teammate, the best hacker. Sasha, welcome officially to this madhouse. From now on, we share the good times, and when trouble comes, well, let Mimir handle it as much as possible. After all, he's the one with the most ability. 3 sentences, 3 wishes. Simple, straightforward, carrying Jieku's unique high Wu style warmth and rough sincerity. No flowery words, but more powerful than any oath. Sasha held the cold bottle, feeling the rough glass texture with her fingertips, looking at Jieku's radiant smile, then turning to Mimir. Mimir also took the bottle. His face showed no expression, but in those eyes that always seemed too calm, something seemed to melt slightly at the corner. Suddenly, she felt a sting in her nose, not from sadness, but from a warmth flooding her heart like a gentle current. She pressed her lips together, firmly raised the bottle, and said in a soft but clear voice, "To living. To new family." "Well said." Jieku laughed heartily. "To family. Cheers." The three bottles gently clinked together in the air, producing a crisp ding sound. Foam overflowed from the bottle mouths, carrying the characteristic slight bitterness and synthetic malt aroma of cheap synthetic beer. Jieku tilted his head back and drank deeply, his Adam's apple bobbing. Sasha took a cautious sip, choked slightly by the bubbles, and coughed softly, but a blush spread across her face. Mimir also took a drink. The liquid slid down his throat, bringing a slight sting, but what followed was a strange, long-lost sense of relaxation. He watched Jieku, animated by beer and excitement, gesticulating wildly as he described some detail of the fight, while Sasha gradually relaxed, hugging her knees, listening with a smile, occasionally softly correcting Jieku's exaggerated account. They drank like that, chatting desultorily, their voices growing softer until they were overtaken by deep drowsiness. Jieku began snoring on the sofa. Sasha fell asleep leaning against the workbench, and Mimir also closed his eyes. The sunlight finally climbed completely over the roof of the opposite building, filtering through the not fully closed curtains, casting golden patches on the messy floor, empty bottles, and the three exhausted new legends. They slept until the sun was slanting westward. The first to wake was Sasha. The hacker's instinct and alertness to unfamiliar surroundings made her automatically awaken after several hours of deep sleep. Her neck was sore from the awkward sleeping position. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and found that a thin blanket had been draped over her at some point. It was Mimir's grayish-blue plane, carrying a clean but cold aura. The apartment was very quiet. Jieku was still sleeping soundly on the sofa, his snores rhythmic. Mimir was not there. She stood up, tiptoed to the window, and lifted the curtain a little. The sunset painted Night City into a magnificent tapestry of warm orange and deep purple, while neon lights had already begun flickering impatiently. The street below was much livelier than in the morning, with traffic and crowds bustling noisily. Everything seemed unchanged, but Sasha knew that some things had been forever altered. She saw several young people in street-style clothes at the corner, excitedly gesturing at a holographic projection that showed a blurry image of the Silver Knight battling Atom Smasher, along with an exaggerated headline. It seemed some hacker had specifically hacked into Arasaka's surveillance. On a giant billboard in the distance, News 54 was broadcasting random street interviews. Those questioned either described the battle details they had heard with fanatical enthusiasm or cautiously said, "If Arasaka says it's a rumor, then it's a rumor." Once the seed of legend is sown, it will grow wildly in the twisted soil of Night City, drawing on people's fear, worship, curiosity, and greed as nourishment. Just then a sharp beep, 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 beep sound suddenly exploded in the silent apartment. The sound came from the small workbench in the corner of the living room. At that moment, multiple indicator lights on the terminal were flashing wildly, and the waterfall of incoming information was refreshing frantically on the side screen, almost bursting the cache. Ugh, what the hell? Jieku was woken up, sat up groggily with a look of morning grumpiness. "Sasha, what are you doing?" Sasha had already lunged at the terminal, her fingers flying over the virtual keyboard, calling up the information overview interface. Just one glance and her eyes widened. "It's not my problem." Her voice was a bit dry. "It's looking for us, no, to be precise, looking for Mimir." On the screen, communication requests and messages from various encrypted channels, even those relayed through the civilian lines of the H10 building, piled up like a swarm of locusts. The sender IDs or signatures were a dazzling array. Some were simple numeric codes, some were names that thundered through the streets. Jieku also came over, instantly wide awake, and whistled. Wow, what a scene. More bustling than the New Year greeting messages from the Valentino's boss in Haywood. Sasha quickly screened and preliminarily classified, filtering out messages that were clearly spam ads, low-grade scams, or purely curious onlookers. The rest were arranged by priority and source credibility. Just then Mimir walked out from the inner room. He had obviously heard the noise. He had just washed his face, his platinum blonde short hair still damp, and his expression had returned to its usual calm. He walked to the workbench, his gaze sweeping over the blinking beacons and names. "Put them through," he said succinctly, in order. Sasha took a deep breath and opened the channel that was first in line with the highest encryption level and the earliest arrival. She skillfully established a one-way audio link and played the sound out loud. A voice with a unique rhythmic quality sounded like the lingering echo of a church bell, still clear after passing through electronic filters. "Child." It was Father. Sasha and Jieku immediately recognized it. "I heard the bell and saw the flames." Father's voice was unhurried, but every word carried weight. What you did many people dare not even dream of in a lifetime. You have made history. In the bloody book of legends of Night City, you have carved your own name in the most dazzling way. He paused, his tone more solemn. But child, the taller the tree grows, the fiercer the wind it attracts, and the more eyes that watch it. Arasaka will not let it go. Other corporations will see you as a threat or a valuable bargaining chip. The snakes in the shadows will come crawling along the scent of your fame. From now on, every step you take may be a trap. Be cautious. Be very cautious. Trust your instincts and trust the companions at your side. Father's voice carried a hint of elder-like concern. Haywood will always be your home base. If you have disputes to mediate, intelligence to sort out, or simply want a place to drink a quiet cup of tea, my door is always open to you. May the Lord bless you with more light than shadow on your path. The communication ended. That was Father's style. The apartment was silent for a few seconds. Jieka clicked his tongue. Father is still so cool, as if nothing could surprise him. Mimir didn't speak, just signaled for the next one. Sasha opened the second one. This channel had a flashy encryption style, with a rough edge like a street-modified car. As soon as it connected, an extremely excited machine gun-fast voice burst out, Papa. Papa. It's me. Old Captain. My God. I knew it. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. From the first time you came to buy the Kusanagi from me, I could tell you were destined for greatness. But this is too fucking awesome. The Silver Knight took down Atom Smasher. Huh. Now all of Santo Domingo, no, all of Night City's fixer circles are going crazy. You know what? Several guys who used to be so arrogant secretly asked me if I had your contact info. Guess what? Now I'm so proud. The old captain was so excited that he could barely speak. The background hum of engines and welding faintly audible clearly. He was right there in his own workshop. Dad, spare the niceties. Are you interested? I've just landed a big assignment, escort a joint transport convoy to the wasteland outpost called Tumbleweed, passing through several zones where the Cutthroat Guild operates. The risks are real, but the payoff is more than worth it. He gestured, though you could not see it. You could picture the spray of his spit as he spoke. The convoy boss wants Silver Knight to guard the convoy, and the price is negotiable. Moreover, how smoothly does that Emperor vehicle handle? I just received a batch of good stuff. Experimental Zetatech suspension and armor plates from across the border. Once installed, your tanks would dare collide with anything. Want to take a look? At cost price, no friend's price. In Reyes style, warm, pragmatic, and full of information, mixing business with friendship. Mimir listened, then replied calmly that the commission details should be sent for evaluation, and the car was not needed for now. Roger that, I'll send them right away. Dad, you keep an eye on things for now. The old captain cut the transmission with brisk efficiency. Then came Ruijina Cheongsi's channel. Her voice was calm and professional, with the journalist's habit of digging deep, yet there was an undeniable empathy for the victims. Mil, congratulations. Or rather, the fact that Night City still yields a variable like you gives me a touch of sad hope. Her opening line was unusual. I will be brief. Defeating the heavy hammer proved your power, but I am more interested in how you handle cyberpsychiatry incidents with restraint and investigative skill. I have 3 new cases on hand. The victims were all ordinary workers or lower-level staff who rapidly lost control after being fitted with suspicious welfare or upgrade prosthetics. The scene traces and limited medical records indicate a company may be conducting illegal neural adaptation experiments or drug side effect testing behind the scenes. I need assistance with non-lethal subdual and a deeper probe to root out the masterminds behind it. The payoff by the old rules may be less than those bang-bang tasks, but I believe this will be valuable to you. She sent an encrypted data packet containing detailed preliminary reports and victim backgrounds. Mill quickly skimmed the summary, his gaze lingering on a case linked to a biotech subsidiary. Accepted. Data synced to my contact. Stay in touch. Ruijina ended the call with precision. Next up was an invitation from Wasi Bialuk District Okada Wakako. The message was polite yet unmistakably firm, asking him to meet at a pachinko parlor on Twist Street to talk things over, mentioning internal disputes over turf sharing within Huja Bang, and needing a heavyweight outsider to mediate with compensation that would satisfy you. Okada's turf and style handling gang internal affairs rich in grease, but the waters run deep. Mill marked it as pending. Then came Dano Tinovich, the intermediary from City Hall. Mill had been in Night City for months and had never taken a job from him. His transmission carried a soft electronic undertone, his voice smooth as a polished pebble. Astonishing performance, Mr. Mill. There's some tremor at City Hall as well. I happen to know of an opportunity. A supervisor in the municipal data backend needs to retrieve some private mementos he left on a competitor cloud servers years ago. The data volume isn't large, but the security level isn't low either. The payoff is this amount. Of course, for you and your team, this might be a minor challenge. If you're interested in establishing a longer-term relationship, I have many more similar fine jobs. Sasha almost simultaneously pulled up public information on the competitor company and began rapid cross-referencing while Dano spoke. A few seconds later she looked up, shook her head at Mill, and whispered that company was exposed last month for a large leak of biometric data, including retinas and voice prints affecting hundreds of thousands of civilians. Dano's private mementos are likely evidence that the supervisor participated in leaking or selling data, and he wants to destroy traces. Mill's eyes hardened. He answered the comms with 2 words: not interested. Then he severed the link. Dano seemed not to expect such a blunt refusal. After a moment of silence, a dry and motionless chuckle came. What a pity. Well then, farewell. As a middleman, one failure clearly isn't a problem. He wouldn't even be angry with Mill for turning him down. Things like this are forgotten with a drink tomorrow night. Comms requests kept flooding in from more marginal middlemen, and even anonymous accounts signing as a company's security advisor. Mill had Sasha set filters to only accept high-priority messages. It took nearly an hour to process the first wave of congratulations and invitations. Mostly junk texts one after another. The apartment fell quiet again, but the mood had changed. Jack scratched his head staring at the names and numbers on the screen. What a haul. This isn't fame, it's like falling into a shark pool. But that's fine, at least the power to choose the jobs is in our hands now. Sasha rubbed her sore eyes, but her focus remained sharp. She sorted the entrusted tasks into categories, built preliminary dossiers, and began tapping her hacker resources for deeper background checks, especially the cyberpsychiatry cases Regina provided and the Hujia Bang disputes involving the people and past clashes Okada mentioned. Regina's 3 cases cross-checked with the existing data show 2 that point strongly to a biotech subsidiary's universal healthcare project, and 1 that may involve a Zeta Tech outsourcing testing team. Sasha pulled up the data map and reported succinctly Okada's dispute involves 2 minor leaders of Hujia Bang, one named He Yalong, who runs 2 underground casinos, and the other named Ing, who mainly collects protection money and runs smuggling routes. The sticking point is the cleaning fee dividends at a newly opened Xiaoming Experience Hall. Both leaders have higher-ups backing them, but neither wants to provoke the top brass. She paused, turning to Mill, and said that after Dano's rejection, 3 new anonymous invitations had arrived from companies with high bids, but vague targets and uncontrolled risks, suggesting they should be set aside for now. The old captain's escort route would pass through districts where Hujia Bang has recently grown more active. The Adicado family can provide real-time intelligence along the way, and Panin had given me an emergency channel before. Professional, efficient, and to the point. Sasha quickly stepped into her new role, the team's intelligence hub and strategic analyst. With the Heartnet and Core in hand, on-site intrusions might Sasha, so she defined a new positioning for herself. Jack leaned in, studying the map and mission brief, rubbing the stubble on his chin, and from a viewpoint of pure combat and street experience offered this assessment. Regina's job requires caution of those cyber psychos, who when they snap turn on their own kin, and there may be company men who would silence anyone who talks. Better to subdue, quickly move swiftly, and not linger on site. The Tiger Claw gang's troubles. Tisk mediation. In my view, whoever's fist is bigger gets to speak. But since Higezi has stepped forward, presumably to seek a peaceful resolution, we must find a way for both sides to step down a little, or else moving around Westbrook will be troublesome. He pointed to old captain's escort route, the stretch through A2. I know well there are a few places suitable for ambush, and a few junkyards where we can hide temporarily. Our Emperor vehicles are heavily armored, but not agile. Kusanagi has good maneuverability, but its load and protection are weaker. We must plan the convoy's positions and contingency plans. Principles remain unchanged. He finally spoke, his voice steady, setting the tone for the coming actions. We do not accept any assignment that harms innocence, serves solely the company's interests, or could trigger large-scale negative consequences. Prioritize Regina's case, investigate the company's dark dealings that aligns with our principles. With Higezi mediating, we can approach, learn details, judge whether intervention is warranted, and determine how intervention can maximize our gains and minimize future trouble. The old captain's escort would be evaluated, and after weighing the detailed intel and the payout, a decision would be made. He looked at Sasha, dig into the connections between biotechnology and Zeta KG. I want to know which department and which people are responsible for these tests. Over with, Higezi determined the precise backgrounds of Heiya and Ing, who their superiors' attitudes, and who owns that dream parlor. Based on Sasha's intel, plan a non-lethal takedown for cyberpsych targets, focusing on quickly disabling their mobility without causing permanent harm. Meanwhile, draft several emergency tactics for the A2 escort route. There is no extra chatter, yet it already outlines the future operational arc of this nascent team. This is not the man squad style of command built on long-standing tacit understanding and man's own prestige. It is a more rational, efficient collaboration based on complementary abilities and shared principles. Jack nods with resolve. Understood. Leave it to me, Mano. Sasha takes a deep breath, fingers typing faster on the keyboard. Data link established, preliminary analysis within an hour. The following week would be mission time. The 3 cyberpsych cases Ruji Na provided were ultimately linked to illegal neural adaptation experiments by the biotech subsidiary Puhui Liao, and another involved a Zeta KG outsourcing lab, using an unverified sedative formula. The process was not easy. Those out-of-control individuals unleashed terrifying power in their pain and rage, and the company's cleaners shadowed the mission. Mimir, leveraging Odin's precision together with Sasha's interference with on-site surveillance and communications and Jack's seasoned cover and evacuation coordination, successfully subdued the victims and anonymously passed key evidence to Ruji Na and several reputable independent media outlets. There were no bouquets or applause, only a flash of breaking news on Channel 54. A company's experimental project under scrutiny, and Ruji Na's terse message in the communications, well done accounts settled. But Mimir knows that perhaps some people can live and receive real treatment rather than being dealt with. As for the other tasks, escort and mediation, they are basically just fighting people. As for the old captain, it now seems both sides reap benefits. Faraday is dead, his base network could not be swallowed by other intermediaries, while the old captain, through a thriving vehicle-based middleman empire, has more people and has swallowed Faraday's stake in Santo Domingo. Other minor intermediaries also dared not speak. There's no way around it, they can't win. The Man Squad has now become the old captain's personal unit. Previously with Faraday they felt nothing but being a poorly placed intermediary, but now with the old captain it feels like upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon. Especially that little Carrot Top, not sure what prosthetic they swapped in, but in fights he goes wild. Yet father here presents some trouble. In Haywood District, an elderly woman, her son vanished in a factory district controlled by the Maelstrom. NCPD refuses to file due to suspected gang feud. Investigation found that the young man was not involved with a gang, but happened to witness a cleaner hunting operation and was abducted to silence him. As for the informant who hosted them earlier, the cleaner paid hush money. So this is Night City. Mimir's squad tracked the cleaner's lair. After a brief but fierce firefight, they rescued the young man whose prosthetics had been partially removed and rooted out the cleaner gang. When Mimir delivered the still-living young man back to the old woman, who kept drawing crosses on her chest, the father spoke through the comms, silent for a moment, then softly, "May the Lord light your path forward, child. What you do is closer to his teachings than many who call themselves devout." These tasks did not topple Adam Heavyhammer, but from mere brute force legends they are gradually etching a more complex mark: efficient, faithful to promises, principled, hard to buy, and paying attention to what Night City deems worthless. The Man Squad members gradually regained their ability to operate during this period. Man himself remains undergoing grueling neural adaptation training. Those top prosthetics grant him power and control like never before, but they require time to fully mesh. After all, these prosthetics are high-end, but do not come with after-sales service. That evening, the father's communications again came online, and the message was unusually brief. "Rob wants to meet you, Laisheng, tonight. This is an invitation, not a contract. Seize it." Rob probably knows he cannot reach Mimir by phone, but calling Jiaku and Sasha would be too beneath him, so he had to reach out through the father. When the message arrived, Jiaku had just finished servicing his golden badass and looked up with eyes wide. "Laisheng." Rob personally inviting. "Mano, have we gotten Night City's underground IDs?" For every soul scraping a living on the streets of Night City, the afterlife was a legendary sanctuary, the epitaph of legends, and the starting line for ambition. Mills set down the soft cloth he had been using to polish the Hattori helmet. His face remained impassive, but his gaze tightened slightly. Rogue, the queen of the afterlife and the uncrowned sovereign of Night City's fixer network, wielded unparalleled intelligence and resources. The very aura of qualification she embodied was of extraordinary significance. In the district where the afterlife stood at night, an understated yet palpable authority pervaded the air, entirely at odds with the decaying industrial atmosphere that surrounded it. The building itself was unassuming, even somber. When Mills and his party appeared, they immediately drew considerable attention. Natural faces, platinum blonde hair, almost no cyberware. This was far too easily recognizable. In Night City, nearly every mercenary sported some form of cyberware. Even the legendary Morgan Blackhand had implants. A completely natural human was 99.9% rare, no 100% extraordinary. Man wore a loose jacket to conceal his frame, which had not yet fully adapted to his new cyberware. His steps were steady, and Dolores walked closely beside him, her arm linked through his. Pilar and Rebecca trailed behind. One scanned their surroundings with restless curiosity, while the other strained to keep a stern expression, attempting to appear more fierce. No sooner had they approached the heavy, unmarked door than an ironclad figure shifted forward, blocking their path. Emmerich, the gatekeeper of the afterlife. His gaze first lingered on the members of Man's squad, as though identifying them, then settled on Rebecca, half concealed behind Pilar and the others. Upon Emmerich's granite-like face, the corner of his mouth seemed to twitch almost imperceptibly, forming an expression that bordered on a smile, yet radiated no warmth whatsoever. "Mr. Well's Mr. Man and this young lady. He deliberately turned his gaze toward Rebecca. The afterlife welcomes accomplished mercenaries and reliable partners. However, we do not serve alcoholic beverages to minors. That is our rule. If you require juice or milk, Claire may be able to assist you. The air seemed to freeze for an instant. Although everyone understood this was merely banter. After all, every time Man's squad arrived, Emmerich, towering over 2 meters tall, would inevitably tease Rebecca about her stature. Rebecca's small face first registered confusion, then flushed red at a visibly rapid pace. Not from shyness but from pure rage. She almost launched herself from behind Pila, tilting her head back, the fury blazing in those wide eyes, so intense it seemed capable of setting Emmerich's suit ablaze. Who the hell do you call a little lady, eh? Who's a minor here? When I came of age you were probably still wearing diapers. Wait, look at me. She brandished her gleaming silver miniature gorilla arm, her words tumbling out incoherently in her fury. You think I can't punch you clean through this door and leave you embedded as a fucking relief sculpture? You bastard. Pila quickly moved to restrain her. Hey, Rebecca, calm down. You could actually kill him with one punch now. Don't act recklessly. It was uncertain before, but now that Rebecca had switched to a pair of new gorilla arms, even Pila did not dare to take one of her punches head on. Emmerich faced the metallic fist hovering mere inches from his nose, without so much as a blink. His stony expression remained unmoving as he calmly shifted his gaze past the furious Rebecca to Mills behind her. And his voice remained perfectly level, completely indifferent to Rebecca's outburst. Welcome, Mr. Mills. Ms. Rogue is expecting you. You and your core team may enter directly. He stepped aside, clearing the passage with the practiced grace of a 5-star hotel concierge. The stark contrast in his attitude left even Jack momentarily stunned before a broad grin spread across his face. He patted his chest and let out an exaggerated sigh of relief, leaning close to Mills's ear to whisper, "See that? That's what I'm talking about. Even that rock Emmerich moves aside for you." He then turned to Man and the others, practically vibrating with excitement. Are you ready? It's time to have your minds blown. Let's go. Watching Jack nearly bounce on his feet, Sasha leaned toward Mills and whispered, Is he always this energetic? Like he's got a perpetual motion machine inside. This wasn't their first time at the afterlife, nor did they need introductions. Mills gazed at the heavy door before him, his expression profound, and merely replied, Perhaps today is simply special. The door closed silently behind them, shutting out the clamor of the streets. In an instant it was as though they had stepped into another world entirely. Jack drew a deep breath, his face alight with pilgrim-like fervor. Lowering his voice yet speaking at a breakneck pace, he began his makeshift tour. Look. This place was originally a proper morgue. Isn't that fascinating? I heard it's older than all of us combined. Back then when people died, they had to be neatly slid into those steel drawers, frozen until someone claimed them, or they were simply cremated. He gestured toward the bar and surrounding structure. Now this is the true heart of Night City. Right here behind this bar, beneath these stools, it pulses relentlessly. Can you hear it? That's the sound of deals being struck that can change the fate of countless people. He enthusiastically pointed to the glowing plaques lining the wall behind the bar. Those were no mere decorations. Each one represented a signature cocktail, named after a legendary figure, the Afterlife's own exclusive Hall of Fame. Look over there. Morgan Blackhand, the legendary lone wolf. They say he used to sit right in that corner, able to drink an entire corporate security team under the table. And Susan Foley, the old snake. Jack listed them off with the familiarity of someone reciting sacred history, his eyes shining. Can you even imagine? These legends once walked through those very doors, just as we are now, perhaps leaning against this bar, drinking and discussing deals capable of toppling entire districts. And now so are we. The arrival of their group naturally drew the attention of several patrons within the bar. Curiosity, scrutiny, assessment, wariness. Various readings intermingled, impossible to fully decipher. Mills could feel those gazes, especially the ones fixed upon him, but he paid them no mind, simply walking steadily toward the bar. Behind the counter, the bartender Claire was skillfully polishing a glass. When Mills and his party finally reached the bar, Claire paused her work and swept her gaze calmly over them, lingering for a moment on Mills's face before offering a professional smile that was anything but cold. Looks like I'll need to prepare a new wine list tonight. Her voice was low but cut clearly through the ambient noise, carrying an almost imperceptible note of emotion. What would you like to drink? The first round is on me. Consider it an investment in new legends, or perhaps a welcome to this lethargic city for still producing fresh blood. Her gaze swept over the group, pausing briefly on Jack's exuberant face before returning to Mills. Jack immediately leaned over the bar, his eyes gleaming as if he had been waiting for this moment his entire life. Claire, give me a Johnny Silver and the usual, he shouted, then turned to explain to Meyer and Sasha, a classic tequila on the rocks with a splash of dark beer, and the key is, he mimed, sprinkling chili powder. A layer of chili powder. He added to Claire, give my brother the same. Let him taste the legend. Looks like someone did their homework. Claire nodded, her movements fluid as she started mixing drinks, then glanced at Sasha. Sasha murmured, orange juice please. Or something non-alcoholic extra sugar. A hacker needed to stay clear-headed and of course high on sugar. Claire understood, turning to prepare. Jack rubbed his hands together watching Claire mix drinks with an almost sacred expression. He suddenly spoke, his tone turning unusually serious. Claire later. I mean when I one day. You know? Could you also write down a recipe for my drink tab? Claire looked up at him, her hands still moving. Let's hear it. Jack cleared his throat as if announcing a great invention, a decent vodka on the rocks, squeeze fresh lime juice, and then ginger beer infused with soul. Oh, the most important thing. He paused, tapping his heart. A bit of love. Sincere, burning love. Just like the love I have for this city, for life, for my brother. Sasha took her orange juice, overheard Meyer's words, and couldn't help but chuckle, saying to Jack, sounds like a variation of a Moscow Mule, Jack. You just replaced the ginger syrup with love. Jack immediately retorted, his face serious. Different. Completely different. Sasha, my dear girl, a Moscow Mule is just a drink, but the Jackwell's special. It's infused with soul. Love is the most important ingredient. It can change everything. Really? Claire had already noted down Jack's recipe, with a faint, barely perceptible smile. She turned to Meyer. So, Mr. Meyer, if one day, do you have a recipe too? Meyer looked at the amber, dangerously bubbly liquid in his glass, and shook his head no. He paused as if searching for the simplest answer. If it absolutely has to be. Single malt whiskey. On the rocks. Or. His gaze swept across the dim, raucous scene of the afterlife, his voice flat. A bullet. Depending on the mood. Claire was taken aback for a moment, then gave him a deep look, nodded, and silently noted both of these starkly cold options. She could sense that this young man wasn't joking. His legend perhaps needed no complex recipe to define it. Then Meyer picked up the Johnny Silverhand that Claire had handed him earlier, studied the condensation on the glass, inhaled the strong, pungent, slightly fermented aroma, and took a sip without expression. The liquid burned down his throat, bringing searing heat, bitterness, sourness, and an explosive spiciness. He set down the glass and commented, the taste is complex. Like brewing together the sounds of a brawl, a street argument, and a badly played guitar. He paused. Johnny Silverhand might have been a decent guy, but his taste in drinks truly leaves something to be desired. Just then the shadows near the bar seemed to stir slightly. The queen of the afterlife, Rogue Amendiers. The surrounding noise seemed to instinctively lower many eyes, following her with reverence. She walked straight to Meyer, stopping opposite him across the bar, meeting his gaze. Their eyes locked in the air. On one side a weathered, unfathomable legend, on the other a rising star, calm as a deep abyss. Rogue raised her glass in a toast to Meyer, then took a sip herself. She savored the pungent, strange flavor, her expression unchanged. Johnny's taste is indeed terrible, she said, her voice low, but this drink holds more commemorative value than flavor. It reminds everyone sitting here of rebellion, of foolish courage, of the ashes left after burning out, and a trace of unwillingness. Her gaze refocused on Meyer's face, the scrutiny deeper than Emmerich's, as if assessing an uncut gem that already revealed its sharp edges. So, Rogue asked slowly, each word like a meticulously polished bullet, how does it feel to defeat Atom Smasher, the new legend? Meyer met her gaze, neither flinching nor showing any sign of being overwhelmed by the occasion or the question. His expression was even, flat, as if answering the most ordinary query. Nothing special. His voice calm, a stark contrast to the restless atmosphere around them. Just a fight that had to be won. He paused, then added with a touch of almost cynical rationality. After all, if beating Atom Smasher in a fight was enough to make one a legend, the legends of Night City would have long overflowed this morgue. Jack nearly choked on his drink at those words, and Sasha looked at Meyer in surprise. Pilar whispered to Rebecca from behind, damn, that's badass. Who was Atom Smasher? Even escaping from him alive would earn a place on Night City's legend list, let alone defeating him. Even Morgan Blackhand in his prime wouldn't dare confront him head-on. Now Smasher was nothing but cyberware except for a single brain of his own. A walking iron shell, no, a brain shell. Fighting him was suicide. Rogue looked at him, and for the first time a clear glint of admiration flickered in her world-weary eyes. Not arrogant, she commented, her tone carrying a rare approval from a veteran to a rookie. That's good. Too many people achieve a little, and think they can shake the foundations of the city. Many dream of killing Smasher or merely surviving his assault, but in the end they become cold numbers on his record, or like me, survivors, who learn to bow and calculate. She took another sip, her gaze growing distant, as if piercing through time to the all-consuming fire 50 years ago. You did what they couldn't in your own way. Rogue's eyes sharpened again, fixed on Meyer. Night City always needs new legends, new stories, fresh blood to stimulate its numbing nerves. But remember, legends are often short-lived. The brighter the light, the faster it burns. And the more eyes that watch it, eager to blow it out or use it. Her tone was no longer evaluative, it carried a hint of almost admonitory intent, So the new legend, I hope you live a bit longer. Longer than Johnny, longer than many who once left their names here. A bit longer. This was not a blessing, but rather an empirical observation rooted in harsh reality. Mimir was silent for a few seconds. He could feel the weight behind Luo Ji's words, the scrutiny of a survivor from a bygone era, and a faint expectation, perhaps unnoticed even by herself, for a different possibility. He raised his own glass of Xiangni Yinsho, from which he had only taken a single sip, and gestured toward Luo Ge. I'll do my best. In this city that devours dreams, he would carve out his own trajectory, perhaps not so dazzling yet solid enough. The glass was raised again in a slight gesture, but with no crisp clink of a toast. Mimir set down the Xiangni Yinsho he had merely sipped. The acrid, peculiar aftertaste still lingered on his tongue, much like the first impression this city gave, stimulating yet far from pleasant. The expression of scrutiny mingled with subtle expectation on Luo Ji's face gradually faded, reverting to the customary composure of the Queen of Lishing. She nodded, offered no further words, and simply downed the remaining liquid in her glass, as if swallowing a fragment of bygone days. She turned and gestured to Kalair, who had remained silent, but had absorbed everything. Kalair, Luo Ji's voice regained its usual clarity and authority, not loud but enough for nearby tables to overhear. Tonight's tab for Mr. Meter's table, and Main's crew is on me. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Man and Duo Liu Pai La and Li Bei Ka, who had looked over upon hearing their names, and finally settled on Mimir. A new legend's first official visit. And a celebration for old friends. Consider it my gesture of goodwill. Enjoy yourselves. At these words, not only Mimir's table, but also the nearby mercenaries and fixers who had been eavesdropping cast looks of envy or surprise. Luo Ge treating was not unheard of at Lishing, but it typically occurred only when a monumental deal was struck or an era came to its definitive end. To foot the bill for both a newcomer who had just made a name and a moderately famous yet far from top-tier crew simultaneously was a signal too clear to miss. Luo Ge had acknowledged them not just for their skills, but as a gesture of acceptance. Man and clearly understood. He raised his glass in a virtual toast toward Luo Ge and announced in a booming voice, "Thanks." Duo Liu also smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, while Pai La excitedly whistled, only to be kicked under the table by Li Bei Ka. "Keep it down, idiot." Luo Ge merely inclined her head slightly in response to Man, and then turned back to Mimir, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible resignation. "Also, Mimir, leave your contact information. Your terminal firewall." She glanced at Ni Kasi, who had been standing silently in the shadows, and he shrugged almost imperceptibly. Even Ni Kasi hit a wall. He had to go through several encryption layers, and in the end I had to swallow my pride and ask Shenfu to call you on his old line. Your security measures are more excessive than the private lines of the Huang Ban Board of Directors. She, the Queen of Lishing, could hardly ask Jieku and Sa Sha to pass on job requests in the future, could she? Mimir finally understood. The core communication module of his payment wrist terminal was specially crafted by Lao Wei, but the firewall and encryption protocols were designed by himself based on the auxiliary AI, AO Ding, and some underlying logic brought from Yuanqing, incorporating part of the perception encryption characteristics of the mind network. It had no traditional public number. It was more like an encrypted beacon accessible only to signal sources he had actively tagged. For instance, fixers like Shenfu in the game, and Huangban Lixin, who had never been able to contact Vijin Tian directly. All business was relayed through fixers, or he would show up in person like when he saved Jieku. Forgot about that. Mimir smiled apologetically, not feigned but a genuine oversight. Mainly because Luo Ji's jobs were scarce, so he had forgotten that she might assign tasks as well. On Yuanqing, communication among subhumans used dedicated frequency bands. Having arrived in this world that relied entirely on local networks, he had subconsciously elevated his communication security to the highest level. My fault. I tinkered with the firewall myself and didn't leave a standard interface. He operated his payment wrist terminal and sent a dynamically encrypted communication identifier to the designated receiver of Luo Ge. It's done now. This identifier is valid. You can contact me directly or have Kalair relay. Luo Ge's cybernetic eye glowed, faintly indicating successful reception. She glanced at it, her expression impassive, but her gaze softened slightly. Interesting tech. All right, I won't disturb your celebration. She waved a hand, turned to leave, then paused after 2 steps, glanced back, and added in a voice even lower, audible only to Mimir and the nearby Sa Sha and Jieku. Be careful, legend. Reputation is a blade. It can wound others, but also yourself. There are more eyes on you than you think. With that, she melted into the dim light deep within Lishing. Whoa. Jieku let out a long breath only after Luo Ji's figure vanished completely, then vigorously patted Mimir on the shoulder. Brother, did you hear that? Luo Ge is treating, and she asked for your contact personally. That's like getting a lifetime VIP pass to Lishing plus a direct line to the Queen. The scar on his face seemed to glow with excitement as he downed a large gulp of his own Xiangni Yinsho. Sasha also let out a gentle sigh of relief. The pressure Luo Gu had brought kept her tense earlier. She stole a glance at Mimir, who was staring in the direction Luo Gu had left, his expression thoughtful. She asked softly, "Was that last remark a warning for us?" "It's a reminder," Mimir replied, withdrawing his gaze, his tone calm. "And a fact. Come on, Man and the others are waiting." They walked over to the larger table where Manon's crew sat. The atmosphere had already been heated by Luo Ji's treat declaration. Li Bei Ka was holding her special cocktail, her small face flushed with excitement, but when she saw them approach, she immediately rolled her eyes and pretended indifference. Pai La sidled up, winking and grinning. "Hey, legend. Watch out for us from now on. Luo Gu even bought you a drink." Pai La. Duo Liuyu yanked him back into his seat and gave Mimir an apologetic smile. "Ignore him, he's drunk." Man gestured for them to sit down and personally poured Mimir a glass of what appeared to be relatively normal beer. "Thanks, Mill." Main was referring to Rog's treat, clearly understanding it largely stemmed from Mill's association. "And thanks for those things you provided before." He vaguely gestured toward his arm and head. "A batch of high-grade cybernetic maintenance supplies and neural stabilizers sent by Arasaka Yorinobu. These resources significantly reduced the frequency and intensity of his cyberpsychosis episodes. Though the root cause remained, at least they bought him and Dory Leo more breathing room." Most of this shipment was allocated to Mill and Dory Leo themselves, with the remainder distributed to Sasha and other team members who were suitable candidates. Jack received some as well, but preferring his natural body, he opted for minimal installations, almost entirely internal prosthetics. "Glad they're useful." Mill accepted the beer without further comment. It was a goodwill gesture from his initial contact with Yorinobu, a small gift demonstrating Arasaka's capacity to mobilize internal resources. Mill had accepted and redirected it to those who needed it most. Main's team was in many ways the first group he had built genuine trust with in this city. Sasha was being pulled into conversation by Rebecca, apparently asking about details of the biotech building explosion. Sasha replied in hushed tones, occasionally glancing toward Mill, her eyes darting away quickly when they met a faint blush on her ears. Main followed Mill's gaze and spread a grin so gentle it could only be described as paternal. "You'd think you were some kind of father figure." He lowered his voice. "Sasha is yours to look after, kid. The girls. Good. Top-tier hacker on my watch, though. She tends to overthink and carries too much weight on her shoulders. Following you, I can see she's become brighter." He paused, his voice dropping even lower with the clarity that only comes from surviving countless life and death encounters. "In this goddamn city, having someone you want to protect is a blessing. It keeps you human before madness or death claims you." Mill silently took a sip of beer and nodded. "She'll be an indispensable member of this team." "Ha, good." Main laughed heartily and clapped Mill hard on the back, nearly knocking the glass from his hand. "Come on. Drink. Rog's buying tonight. We'd disgrace the Queen of Lifesaver if we didn't drink our fill." The atmosphere erupted into full celebration. Chiwei sat slightly apart in the shadows, a glass of water untouched before her mask concealing any expression. She watched Sasha's eyes, shy yet unmistakably bright. Observed Pyrrha and Rebecca bickering, witnessed the unspoken understanding flowing between Main and Dorilio, and finally let her gaze rest on the young man called a legend, yet still standing somewhat apart from the crowd. She admitted Mill was exceptional, astonishingly powerful, with principles so clear they seemed alien to Night City. But trust, in Night City, trust was more luxurious than the finest cybernetics. Her eyelids lowered slightly, hiding the habitual detachment and scrutiny within. Yet, at least for now, Sasha's choice didn't seem like a bad one. Lucy was far quieter. Sitting beside Chiwei, her cool gaze swept across the room. Regarding Sasha's departure and Mill's sudden rise, she maintained the observational detachment expected of a top hacker, neither close nor dismissive. To her, Main squad remained a relatively safe temporary refuge. That was enough. And deeper within Lifesaver, behind a massive support column in shadows nearly indistinguishable from darkness itself, a pair of faintly glowing blue cyber optics quietly observed the celebrating crowd, particularly the direction where Mill stood. That gaze was inhumanly calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, only pure chilling observation and analysis. After a moment, the blue light extinguished silently, the shadows shifted as though no one had ever been there. The celebration stretched into the late hours. When they left Lifesaver, Jack was already stumbling, leaning heavily on Mill for support. Though Sasha had only consumed low-alcohol drinks, excitement and a slight buzz painted her cheeks crimson, her eyes shining brilliantly beneath Night City's neon glow. By the time they returned to the H10 apartment, it was nearly dawn, yet the sleepless city remained as raucous as ever. The next morning, as Jack struggled upright from the sofa with a mess of hair and a throbbing head, he found Mill already seated at the modest workbench in the living room, multiple holographic screens hovering before him, data cascading like waterfalls across every surface. "Morning." Jack rubbed his temples, his voice raspy. "What are you looking at? So early." Commissions, Mill replied without looking up, fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. Starting from 5 this morning, haven't stopped since. Huh. Jack instantly sobered up and leaned in. On the screens, commission requests from various fixers poured in like a tide, each emblazoned with stunning payoff amounts. Though they had just finished a batch with the Queen of Lifesavers endorsement, these commissions were of an entirely different caliber. Sasha began responding to messages, and Jack rubbed his hands with excitement. Which one first? Rescue, investigation, or escort? By urgency. Mill rose and walked toward the balcony, letting the morning breeze cool his face. The Padre's missing person case may have a time sensitivity. We're heading to Haywood today. Regina's cyberpsychosis incident occurred in Watson. We can handle it en route. Old Salt's escort is scheduled for tomorrow. We need to inspect the vehicle and gear in advance. Got it. Jack sprang to his feet. I'll check Chevy's ammunition reserves. Sasha, let me know what hacker gear you need in advance. Sasha flashed an OK gesture, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Watching them move about with purpose, a barely perceptible curve touched Mill's lips. The word team was beginning to feel real. Just then his payment watch vibrated again. Not a new commission. An encrypted message from an unknown number. 1 month from now, Kompaka Tower. Looking forward to your visit. The coordinates pointed to Tokyo. Arasaka Corporation headquarters. The sender bore no signature, but Mill knew who it was. Arasaka Yorinobu. The revolutionist awaiting him atop Kompaka Tower. Mill deleted the message, but the coordinates and timing were now etched into his mind. 3 days later. It seemed the time he had to build capital in Night City was far more limited than he had imagined. He turned back indoors and picked up the jacket draped over the chair. Jack, Sasha, let's move. We're going to Haywood. A storm was gathering, and he had to weave his own web before being swept into it. It was mainly the Padre who had messaged. My child, may the Lord grant you a clear morning. 3 youngsters in Haywood went missing during a conflict between the 6th Street and Valentino's. Their mothers begged for assistance. The pay may be modest, but justice is priceless. For details, contact me. The priest's commission proved more delicate than anticipated. The 3 missing youths were not mere casualties of a gang conflict. The Iron Anvil, a radical faction of the 6th Street Gang, had been recruiting new members through kidnapping, brainwashing, and forcing participation in violent acts to forge loyalty. The 3 youths hailed from an immigrant community in Haywood, their families destitute. Unable to afford protection money, their children had become the price. They were no affiliates of the Valentino gang, merely convenient pawns. The rescue operation would commence at dusk, targeting an abandoned warehouse district controlled by the 6 Streets. Mimir neither summoned armor nor relied on conventional defenses. His nanocore repairs neared completion, granting him the ability to generate an invisible energy deflection shield across his body, sufficient to deflect small to medium caliber ballistics. Anything short of a direct nuclear strike would struggle to breach such defenses. With his telepathic battlefield awareness, Jack's suppressive fire, and Sasha's electronic countermeasures, the operation unfolded with surgical precision. No lives were taken. Through non-lethal means, they neutralized 15 guards and located the young men confined within shipping containers. Mir directed Sasha to contact the priest about arranging shelter, while he remained at the warehouse entrance watching the dust clouds rising from the approaching reinforcements in the distance. Shouldn't we leave? Jack asked, swapping magazines, eager for another confrontation. There's no need, Mir replied, shaking his head. The lesson has been delivered. Killing more people only perpetuates this cycle of hatred, Mir continued. The 6th Street convoy screeched to a halt 200 meters away, then turned and retreated. TCH boring. Jack sneered, though something flickered in his gaze. In Night City, those who mastered restraint often outlasted those who wielded power recklessly. The commission's pay was meager, yet the priest came personally, embracing Mir. May the Lord remember your kindness, my child. The community will too, he murmured. And be wary of Wilson, the cannon, in the 6 Streets. He's ambitious, doesn't follow the old codes. You crossed him today, he may hold a grudge. Mir filed the name away. It seemed Wilson's presence had grown increasingly bold of late, his actions multiplying like shadows lengthening at dusk. Their second stop concerned Regina's cyberpsychosis case, a decommissioned parts factory in Watson North's industrial district. Regina's files identified the runaway as Kyle Vincent, a 12-year veteran of Biotechnica's high-efficiency production division. Honestly, surviving that long on an assembly line was a testament to endurance. Biotechnica. Sasha whispered the name as the car carried them toward the factory, her fingers tightening involuntarily. The same corporation whose sins had driven her mother to suicide, the same place she'd risked everything to expose. This time we're not leveling the building, Mir said, catching her reflection in the rearview mirror. Just the rescue. I know, she replied, drawing a steadying breath to compose herself. But if we uncover evidence like that again, I need to keep it. Of course. The factory was worse than she'd imagined. The corrugated roof, partially collapsed, rusted mechanical arms hanging like skeletal remains from the void above. The air hung heavy with the acrid stench of oxidized metal and chemical runoff. Regina's coordinates led underground, but the entrance was buried beneath toppled shipping containers. Mind network activated. Mimir closed his eyes, extending his perception in ripples across the structure. A single life signal, deep in the sublevel, flickering like a candle in the wind, its pulse erratic and fading. His emotional signature was violent and fractured, agonizing pain, raw terror, seething rage, and a bottomless despair. Beyond that, scattered thermal signatures pulsed throughout the facility. Automated sentry turrets. No, they read like biological monitoring equipment. There's a corpse surveillance grid still running down below. Biotechnica never fully evacuated, Sasha reported, fingers dancing across her deck as streams of corrupted data scrolled past. They left back doors running, still harvesting neurological responses from workers subjected to prolonged high-intensity labor paired with substandard cyberware maintenance. Using living people as test subjects. Jack cursed under his breath. In Night City, that's hardly unusual, Mimir said, his voice ice cold. He signaled them to follow nanites flaring into a translucent, curved barrier ahead. The underground level revealed horrors far worse than the surface. Glass partitions lined both sides of the corridor, most shattered, but others still bore the frozen residue of something that had once been liquid. Not blood. It was a pale green organic solution suspended within which floated incompletely dissolved cybernetic components and fragments of biological tissue. Adaptive Tolerance Testing Sector, Group 7, the placard on the wall declared. They tested how much cybernetic load a worker could endure before breaking down. Then they adjusted the production cycle, pushed them to the breaking point, and rotated in the next batch, Sasha whispered, her voice trembling. Jack's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. Deeper into the sublevel, they found Kyle. Huddled behind a fractured assembly station, over 60% of his body had been replaced with cybernetics. All the cheapest models, rusted joints, leaking hydraulic fluid, exposed wiring. His left eye was a cheap red scanner optic flickering erratically. His right hand had been fitted with an industrial gripping claw that opened and closed involuntarily, scraping against the metal floor with a shriek. What terrified them most was his expression, not the pure rage typical of cyberpsychosis, but something far more unsettling, a profound inner fracture. His lips moved silently, as if whispering to himself, punctuated by sudden bursts of agonized screams that quickly choked back into whimpers. He's fighting it, Mimir murmured. His consciousness hasn't been fully consumed by the cyberware yet, but the pain is overwhelming. He signaled Jack and Sasha to fall back, then advanced slowly. His nanite shield held firm before him, though he kept his weapons holstered. Kyle, he called out, keeping his voice steady as he tried to penetrate the chaotic electronic interference. Regina Jones sent us. Can you hear me? Kyle's optical implant snapped toward him. The red glow stabilized, but the focus remained unstable. Go away. His voice was gravel, as if forced through a damaged speaker. I can't control them. They're calling. Calling. Hands. Eyes. Chips in my bones. Kyle's mechanical hand seized his own skull, metal fingers clawing at his temples with a grinding screech that set teeth on edge. They keep saying, faster, faster. Can't stop. If I stop, there's no money. The kids will starve. Mimir's heart sank. He recalled Regina's dossier. Kyle had 2 children, his wife dead, early sole provider for the family. He'd volunteered for Biotechnica's productivity enhancement program, chasing higher hourly wages. In truth, it meant more implants, heavier loads, and bodies pushed beyond their limits. Kyer, look at me. Mimir stepped closer again. That has stopped. You can rest. It can't stop. Kyer suddenly, and the mechanical arm slammed toward Mimir with brutal force. The nanoshield rippled, absorbing the impact. But Mimir did not retaliate, only stood his ground. See, Mimir said, pointing around. There's no assembly line here, no overseers. Only you and me. Kyer's movement stiffened. His cybernetic eye whirred wildly, scanning the emptiness of the factory. Production directives buried in his nerves clashed with reality, triggering a more violent chaos. He cupped his head, knelt to the ground, and let out an inhuman wail. Mimir knew there was no more time. He reached out and pressed his palm to Kyer's forehead. Without actual contact, a weave of thoughts released a gentle, stabilizing pulse, trying to disrupt the runaway prosthetic signals. Meanwhile, the mind net surged forth, actively linking toward Kyer's chaotic consciousness. In that moment, a flood of painful memories rushed into Mimir's mind. Dad, can we buy new shoes this month? Performance fell below the standard by 0.5. This week's bonus would be docked. The model has been discontinued. No spare parts. Adapt on your own. Malfunction. Clear the fault. Too slow. Too slow. Do you want to be fired? The prosthetics began to twitch uncontrollably. A report to the supervisor yielded this reply. It's psychosomatic. Endure a little longer. The quarterly bonus is substantial. Fear. Then came anger. Toward the overseers, toward the company, toward a world that had turned him into parts. And then, a sea of crimson wreckage. Mimir steadied his breath, looked at Kai. The man grew quieter for a moment, though his body still trembled, the red glow in his eyes fading, replaced by a dim human pain. It's over, Kyer. Mimir spoke hoarsely. The production line has stopped. You can go home. Kyer lifted his head, cloudy, eyes meeting Mimir's. For a long moment a tear slid from that intact right eye, mingling with oil and rust on his face. Home, he repeated, tasting a flavor both strange and familiar. At that moment alarms from the upper levels of the factory suddenly blared. Not triggered by them, but from the outside. A sharp wail of sirens grew louder, accompanied by the roar of heavy engines. This was no ordinary NCPD patrol. Damn, it's the terror assault team. A mere goon like him should not have drawn the terror assault team. Terror assault team. Sasha watched the monitors. 3 armored cars have already surrounded the factory exit. They got here fast. Jack spat. Regina notified them. Not likely, Mimir thought quickly. The terror assault team's standard procedure for dealing with cyberpsychosis is to eliminate the threat, which usually means lethal force. Kyer is emotionally unsettled now. If forcibly restrained, he might spiral again. Moreover, the prosthetics on him are not merely for engineering use, but military-grade test components. Damn. No wonder the terror assault team exists. The company doesn't want this prosthetic spilling into the streets, so they have the terror assault team reclaim it. After all, cops, even if they are the terror assault team's lunatics, still follow the company's orders and will be retrieved later. Jack Sasha lead Kyer out through the back emergency passage. The map shows the sewer inlets their Mimir ordered. I'll talk to the terror assault team. Alone? Sasha pressed. They can't deal with me, Mimir said. Besides, I need to confirm a few things. Jack wasted no words, hoisting the frail Kyer onto his shoulders. Sasha bit her lip, nodded, and followed Jack, disappearing quickly around the corridor's far end. Mimir turned toward the factory's main entrance. The nanoshield clung to his surface, but its energy output was lowered, making him appear less threatening. He had just reached the lobby when the front doors blew open. Not brute force, but a professional directed blast toppled the metal doors inward. Smoke filled the air as 5 fully armed terror assault team members swarmed in, guns instantly trained on him. Lower your weapons. Hands up, a mechanized voice commanded from the helmet. Mimir remained still, his hands empty, signaling no hostility. I am Isaiah, an investigator commissioned by Regina Jones. The target is controlled emotions, stable, no aggression intended. The terror assault team members did not relax, but their muzzles dipped slightly. The squad parted, and a tall figure, clearly better equipped, stepped forward. She wore no full-face helmet, revealing a short, sharp haircut and a stern countenance. Her left eye was a high-end tactical cyber eye, currently flashing with analytic glow. Master Legend, Lori spoke, her voice devoid of emotion. This time you beat us to handling the cyber psycho again. You're busy, huh? Since Mimir arrived in Night City, their workload had dwindled. Cyber freaks were almost entirely under his wing, leaving them to handle other tasks. When did terror assault team start taking street-side mercenary work? Mimir said calmly. Kyer Vincent is a victim, not a monster. Biotech used him for experiments pushed to the brink. Lori's optical implant flickered as she pulled up data. Biotech. Them again. But rules are rules. Cyberpsychosis must be contained or dealt with by us. He is not a threat now, Mimir insisted. And what happens after you take him away? Lock him up in a special prison. Or send him to the company's research division. Lori fell silent. The teammates behind her kept their guard, but Mimir could sense that those who had spent years handling the harshest cases were not made of iron. Ordinary people are driven mad by corporations, by poverty, by this damned world, then labeled monsters and wiped out. Can you guarantee he won't lose control again? No, Mimir told the truth. But Regina can arrange neural therapy and prosthetic removal surgery. That would be a stronger ending to his life than a single bullet. A long silence followed. Outside, sirens continued wailing. Lori stared at Mimir for a long moment, then suddenly smiled. You know, I used to want to be a good person, she whispered, more to herself than to anyone else. But in this system, good people tend to die the fastest. She waved her hand. The team behind her lowered their weapons, but kept their formation. Where is the person? He left through the emergency passage. My man is taking him, Mimir said. Lori nodded. I'll report target escaped, no threat on scene. But only this time, Master Legend. If you interfere with our duty again, I will personally deal with you and the cyber psycho, the terror assault team warned. They are after all a bunch of lunatics. Just kept a portion of their sanity, is not a threat, but a statement. Mimir heard the weight in it. Thank you. He said that. Lori turned and walked away. At the door, she looked back at the factory, then at Mimir. Keep doing what you're doing. She spoke softly, almost drowned out by the sirens. It may do little good, but someone must try, right? With that, she led her team away. The engine roars of the armored vehicles faded into the distance. Mimir stood listening as the sounds vanished. Does it do any good? Perhaps. But as Lori said, someone has to try. He turned toward the emergency passage. Jack and Sasha would already be waiting at a safe place. On his paying watch, Regina's message of thanks had already come through. Just received word. Kyer is safe. Mimir, Night City needs more people like you. Not because you can defeat Adam Sledgehammer, but because you still bend down to pull those who have fallen into the abyss. Mimir did not reply. He simply shut the screen and stepped into the dim entrance of the sewer. Ahead, the murmur of Jack and Sasha and Kyer suppressed, but finally human crying could be heard. This is enough. At least for now it is enough. Old Captain's escort commission for medical equipment began 3 days later at dawn. The rendezvous point was near the border checkpoint already within the territory of the Badlands. He wasn't sure whether Old Captain would appear in person. Jack parked the car in the shadow of a warehouse shed yawned, and stumbled out muttering, "These gigs are getting earlier and earlier." Sasha was already awake hugging her terminal and sitting on the edge of the trunk, her fingers tapping briskly on the keyboard. Although as a hacker, she didn't need a computer, this job wasn't one that required her own brainpower. Of course, mainly for Mill to see. With Mill's payment watch, making calls was enough. Even though Mill had upgraded himself, Sasha thought that running high computing tasks would definitely fry it. She was pulling up real-time satellite maps of the border route marking hot zones of recent Wandao Society activity. The red dots were densely clustered like a rash on skin. "Good morning, Dads." Old Captain's holographic image suddenly popped up from a warehouse pillar, startling Jack. The man in the image rubbed his hands together, his smile warmly exaggerated. "The cargo is loaded, just waiting for you to inspect. Damn it, can you call next time instead of jumping out like that? Isn't this more impressive?" Old Captain darted out from another door. "You're here in person, why use a hologram projection?" Mill also held his forehead. "Testing, just testing." Old Captain gave an awkward smile, handing over 2 cans of chilled beer. Jack didn't refuse, took them, and opened one. "Mill, Jack, Sasha, thanks for coming this early. Where's the cargo?" Mill asked, his gaze sweeping the warehouse. In the corner was parked a modified Gudra 66 cargo version. The body was fitted with bulletproof plates and smoke launchers, and the tires were deep tread models specialized for Badlands terrain. On the truck, fully sealed. Old Captain led them over, entered a password to open the rear cargo door. Inside were neatly stacked over 20 metal boxes, each bearing refrigeration labels. They call it medical equipment, but it's actually a batch of high-precision filter cartridges for water purification units. He lowered his voice, his smile fading slightly. 7 communities in Santo Domingo have filters expiring. The company's approval process takes 3 months, plus a heap of environmental assessment fees. By the time they approve, the kids will already be sick from drinking water. Mill didn't speak, walked to a box. Nanocells coalesced on his fingertips into tiny probes, silently piercing the box, seems to perceive the internal structure. Indeed, filter cartridges made of multi-layer composite membrane material, but nothing contraband. Unless you consider improving slum life without company permission as illegal. Last time you helped purify that water source in the river district, but that was an emergency. Old Captain continued, his voice carrying gratitude and a hint of fatigue. Treating symptoms, not the root cause. The underground water system is connected. A waste discharged by upstream companies will always leave residues downstream, no matter how you filter. These filter cartridges are the latest model, capable of handling heavy metals and organic toxins. Cost a fortune. I got them through several Wanderer channels. So this trip is charity transport. Jack took a swig of beer, savoring it. We charge freight. Old Captain scratched his head. But not high, just enough to cover costs. The money those communities gathered. A drop in the bucket. I covered the rest myself. He looked at Mill, his eyes holding complex emotions. "I didn't want to bother you again, but this route has been plagued by the Wandao Society recently. Regular escort teams wouldn't dare take it." "We'll take it." Mill closed the cargo door. "Let's move out." Old Captain hesitated, then nodded vigorously, his eyes reddening slightly. "Thanks, really. I'll pay commission at the highest rate, even though you probably don't care now." "As much as it's due," Mill interrupted him. "But if we encounter accidents on the way, you cover extra expenses." Of course. Of course." The convoy composition was simple, Old Captain driving the truck himself, while Mill and the other 2 led the way in a Chevrolet Emperor, scouting and providing cover. The truck was equipped with a simple remote driving module, allowing Sasha to perform basic controls and path corrections from the following car. "Keep distance." Sasha scanned the 5-kilometer fan zone ahead. Mill sat in the passenger seat, nanocells flowing slightly under his skin, maintaining a basic perception field. The car window was cracked open, hot wind blowing and ruffling his hair. Jack whistled while driving, his fingers tapping an imaginary rhythm on the steering wheel. "Speaking of which, Old Captain is quite interesting. Looks like a slick merchant, but what he actually does?" He shook his head. "In Night City there aren't many like him. Everyone has their own battlefield," Sasha said from the back seat, eyes fixed on the scrolling data stream on her screen. "His battlefield is between the dirty water of Santo Domingo and the company's official seal. That's human nature." Just as Mill finished speaking, 3 modified pickup trucks suddenly burst out from a dry riverbed, steel plates welded on them, heavy machine guns mounted. It was the Wandao Society. They didn't even issue a warning, opened fire directly. "Hold on." Jack jerked the steering wheel. The Chevrolet Emperor executed a sharp turn and skid, dodging the first volley. Bullets struck the sandy ground, kicking up a series of dirt clouds. Sasha jammed their vehicle systems. Mill ordered while a nano shield extended from his body, instantly covering the front half of the Chevrolet Emperor. Bullets hit the invisible barrier, rippling like water waves, then deflected to both sides. Hacking now. Their firewall is primitive, give me 10 seconds. Sasha's fingers danced, data streams flickering in her pupils. Jack had already drawn his golden vicious woman, but didn't fire, only cursing, fuck these bastards, skipped the negotiation phase altogether. They're not here for negotiation. Mill stared at the pickup trucks. Through the swirling dust, he could see the fanatical expressions of those on board. Not for money, but seemingly excited by the slaughter itself. The Luandao Society has been expanding its influence recently and needs combat records to establish authority. In the truck, old captain had already activated smoke bombs. Thick, grayish-white smoke gushed out, instantly obscuring the truck's silhouette. But the Luandao Society's pickups were equipped with thermal imaging, so the smoke had limited effect. Jamming complete. Sasha shouted. Their engine control systems are locked. The three pickups shuddered simultaneously, speed dropping abruptly. Drivers frantically tapped control panels, but to no avail. Jack seized the opportunity to stomp the accelerator. The Chevrolet Emperor circled to the side. Mill lowered the window and extended his arm. Nanocells converged in his palm. Energy filaments shot out, unfurling in the air, accurately targeting the nearest pickup's tires. Ryup. The tires were sliced by the thin wires, instantly blowing out and losing pressure. The pickup lost control and rolled over, tumbling across the sand before kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Seeing this, the members of the Luandao Society in the other two pickups did not retreat. Instead, they opened fire more frantically. Heavy machine gun bullets rained down on the nano shield, and Mir frowned. It wasn't that he feared the shield would break. It was this pointless confrontation, wasting time that the children of Santo Domingo could not afford. Jack pushed through and flanked them. Mir's voice remained calm. Got it. Jack flashed a grin, wrenching the steering wheel hard. The Chevrolet Emperor charged like a raging bull, crashing straight into the midsection of one of the pickups. The dull impact was drowned out by gunfire. The pickup was shoved sideways, its gunner struggling to keep his footing. At that exact moment, Mir deactivated the shield and leaned half out the window, his right hand curling. Nanocells surged through the air, condensing into three spinning, throwing knives. They shot silently, leaving three faint trails behind them. One blade severed the heavy machine gun's ammunition feed. Another sheared through the cab's roof. The final knife struck precisely into a critical wiring node beneath the hood. The pickup sputtered and died where it stood. The last vehicle finally realized it had bitten off more than it could chew and began reversing to flee. But Sasha had already locked onto its control system and remotely severed its power supply. The vehicle sat motionless in the sand like a cumbersome iron box. The entire engagement lasted less than 3 minutes from start to finish. The remaining Luandao Society members crawled from the overturned wreck, faces caked in dust. Looking at the approaching Chevrolet Emperor and the young man standing beside it with a cold, ice-like gaze, fear finally seized them. Scram. Mir spoke only one word. They fled on hands and knees, not even bothering to look back at their fallen comrades. Jack whistled and holstered his pistol. Clean and efficient. Hey, about those throwing knives of yours. Can you make me a couple? They're seriously cool. Can you even handle them? Mir shook his head and walked back toward the vehicle. Energy-formed weapons generated from nanocells. Surely you wouldn't want to hold one without ruining your hands. Rue never dared attempt such a thing, yet you're pushing further than he ever did. The old captain drove his truck out through the smoke, his face pale with fright. But when he saw the cargo bay was intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I knew coming to you was the right call. Let's keep moving. Mir settled back into the passenger seat. We've lost too much time. The rest of the journey passed relatively quietly. Perhaps word had spread from the defeated group. The Luandao Society did not reappear. By afternoon, the convoy reached its destination. On the outskirts of Santo Domingo lay a small settlement. Dozens of crude, prefabricated huts surrounding a rusted water purification tower at the center. Residents had already gathered at the entrance, mostly elderly people, women, and children. The men were either working in the city or already gone. When they spotted the truck, the light that ignited in their eyes was enough to quiet even Jack. The old captain directed residents as they unloaded filter cartridges, cross-checking the inventory with community representatives. Sometimes Sasha murmured suddenly, I feel like Night City exists as two separate worlds. The glass facades of the corporate plaza and the corrugated tin roofs here. What lies between them isn't just distance. It's something else. Choice, Mir said. When the old captain finished his tasks, he wiped sweat from his brow and approached with a worn envelope filled with crumpled bills. The commission. Maybe slightly less than what we agreed. They truly couldn't gather enough. I'll cover the difference. I'll transfer it to you tomorrow. Mir took the envelope, withdrew a small portion, and pressed the rest back into the old captain's hand. Waive my share. Pay Jack and Sasha in full. The old captain froze, his mouth opening in disbelief, his eyes welling up again. This won't do. You've already covered enough. Mir glanced at the residents installing the filters. Consider it my contribution too. He simply did not believe the old captain hadn't personally subsidized part of this. Looking at these people, the fact they could scrape together €1,000 already showed how drastically they had cut their expenses. And these filters, procured through black market channels, had to have come at a steep price. If purchased directly from the corporation, the cost would likely be even higher. Jack clapped the old captain on the shoulder with a grin. Don't get sentimental about it. Just take it. That's Mimir for you. Looks cold on the surface, but he's got a soft heart underneath. Sasha smiled softly beside them. The old captain nodded, tucked away the envelope, and drew a deep breath. All right. I'll remember this favor for the rest of my life. From now on, if anything comes up in Santo Domingo, just say the word. I may just be a mechanic, but I know these streets. Even the cops will give me some respect. By the time they started back, night had fallen. The outline of the old captain's repair shop was already visible, but several motorcycles were parked outside the warehouse with figures leaning against them. The 6th Street Gang's distinctive stars and stripes paint job stood out sharply against the darkness. Damn it, they're here to collect protection money again. The old captain spat. That's the 3rd time this month. The Chevrolet and the truck came to a halt one after another. The 6th Street Gang members who had been lounging carelessly against their bikes visibly stiffened when they saw Mimir step out. Silver hair, natural features, and an unsettling calm about him. Word of the one who defeated Adam's silver hand traveled fast through Night City's underbelly. Leading the group was a bald, burly man with oversized cybernetic arms, likely a self-modified strength-enhancing type. He hesitated for a few seconds, but perhaps feeling that backing down in front of his crew would be too humiliating, he forced himself forward anyway. Same as always, the monthly community maintenance fee. His voice was deliberately amplified, but his eyes darted uncertainly. The old captain opened his mouth to speak, but Mimir intervened first. How much? The bald man hesitated. €5,000. Reason? Protecting this area's safety. Our 6th Street Gang keeps order here. It's hard work. The bolder he spoke, the more arrogant he became. You newcomers don't understand the rules. Pay up and leave before you cause trouble. Mimir ignored him and turned to the old captain. Has he been collecting this way all along? The old captain nodded. Every month. They call it a maintenance fee, but it's just extortion. We used to pay a small amount to send them away, but lately they've been asking for more. The bald man grew irritated at being ignored and stepped forward, his cybernetic arm whirring with hydraulic pressure. Hey, I'm talking to you. Mimir finally glanced at him. That look was so cold and detached, as though examining an inanimate object. Sometimes, even Mimir wondered if the 6th Street Gang possessed some hereditary boldness that made them reckless enough to challenge anyone. Then he raised his right hand and tapped his index finger once. A nano-throwing knife materialized at his fingertip and launched forward in an instant, moving so fast, it left only a fading afterimage. The bald man barely had time to react before he felt his right hand go light. His expensive military-grade strength-enhancing prosthetic was severed cleanly at the wrist. The wound was smooth, wires sparking. The heavy metal hand hit the ground with a dull thud. Staring blankly at his severed limb, it took 2 full seconds before the agony and terror crashed over him all at once. He screamed, stumbling backward, his face drained of color. The men behind him were paralyzed with terror, turning to flee. Take him in this hand. Mimir's voice was low, but each word struck the ground like an icicle. Tell your boss that if he sets foot in this garage again, he'll lose more than just his cyberware. Those underlings scrambled to lift the bald man and the severed hand, revving their motorcycles in chaos as they fled in panic, not daring to look back. Old Captain watched their vanishing figures and let out a long sigh, but his brow remained furrowed. Wolfwapow's men. That kid's been getting crazier lately, expanding his territory everywhere. Rick can't control him. Isn't the Liojia gang a traditional rule-abiding gang? Sasha asked. It used to be. Old Captain pulled out a cigarette and lit at the flame, illuminating his weary face. Over a decade ago, the Liojia gang was really a group of veterans banding together to protect the community and fight against corporations. But people change. The old ones retire or die off, and the new generation only sees the power and money that violence brings. Huopao is a perfect example. He thinks the old rules are outdated, so he's latched onto Junyong Keiji, aiming to become the king of Shangduming. Perhaps the so-called Zheng Huangqi still adhere to the Liojia gang's code, but how long has it been? How many orthodox ones are left? Even in Exai and Megwa, there are probably few diehards who want to restore the old USA. Jack leaned against the car, snorting. The Wayuandinuo gang is much the same. A few months ago, before I quit, the younger generation in the gang had already started taking drugs. Before anyone who touched that stuff would have their hands chopped off by the boss. But times have changed. As long as the money comes fast, it's fine. Sasha remained silent. She grew up in a different environment and had no direct experience of the gang's degeneration. In her view, violent groups were essentially oppressive, just wearing different cloaks. Mimir gazed in the direction where the Liojia gang members had disappeared. In the depths of the night, the neon lights of Yeji City looked like a murky sea of light. Let's go, he said. There will be another commission in a few days. Old Captain escorted them to the car hesitating, then finally patted Mimir on the shoulder firmly. Thank you really. And, be careful. You're now a target for many but also a hope for many. Mimir nodded and got into the car. On the way back Jack drove and suddenly laughed. Speaking of which, what we're doing now. Is it chivalry? No. Mimir watched the lights flicker past the window. It's just choosing which side to stand on. Which side? The side of humanity. Gangtian Hijizi's commission came sooner than expected. The afternoon after the Old Captain incident, an encrypted message bypassed the intermediate screening and appeared on Mimir's payment watch. There was no text, only a set of coordinates and a time. Ribbon Street's baking store tonight at 8. That urgent? Jack munched on an energy bar, leaning in to look. The internal strife in the Hujiao gang. I heard it's gotten pretty big with a lot of deaths. It was said that NCPD and Huangban's counterintelligence department had both intervened. But the result? The fighting only intensified. At first it was just small skirmishes on Ribbon Street, but later it escalated directly into street warfare. If it got any hotter, they might blockade Ribbon Street before the 2077 lockdown of Wozen District. Sasha had already pulled up the relevant intelligence. The Young Turks, under the banner of reform, demand the opening of more violent businesses, scavenging human organ trafficking, and a deeper bond with Huangban. The elders oppose this, believing it will completely defile the essence of the benevolence and righteousness of the Jidao, and the risks are too high. The two sides have been deadlocked for 2 weeks. Hijizi, as a mediator, has been trying to reconcile, but can't suppress it. Why us? Jack asked. Because we are now third-party legends, Mimir said, closing the message. The Hujiao gang respects the strong, and also fears the strong. An outsider who can defeat Yidong Zhongchue carries more weight than anyone inside. And Hijizi is very clever. Sasha added. She doesn't want Huangban or other corporations to seize the opportunity, so she's looking for a relatively neutral mercenary with sufficient deterrence to act as a referee. Mimir checked the time. Prepare yourselves. Sasha gathered detailed intel on the leaders of both sides, especially their personality weaknesses and core demands. Jack checked the equipment. No heavy weapons tonight. It's for negotiation, not combat. Got it. The night on Ribbon Street was forever drenched in neon. Giant holographic geishas danced between the building's billboards, advertised the latest cyberware and stimulants, and the air was thick with the cloying scents of grilled chicken skewers, ramen, and e-cigarettes. A long line snaked outside the baking store, the clatter of slot machines audible even through the door. Mimir and his 2 companions entered through a side alley. Hijizi was brewing tea. Welcome, Mr. Mimir. She nodded slightly, her voice steady and gentle. When she saw Sasha and Jack behind him, she smiled as well. It seems you've gained another new teammate. Hello, Ms. Hijizi. Sasha greeted her. A polite child. Hijizi smiled back. She had also seen this hacker who used to work under Manin. How to put it? A bit idealistic, but indeed somewhat capable. Back when she was with Manin, Hijizi thought that idealism was unrealistic, but now. Hijizi poured them tea. Thank you for coming on such short notice. You must already be aware of the situation. The conflict between the new and old within the Hujiao gang has reached a point where a resolution is imperative. She slid the teacup to Mimir. The fragrance of green tea wafted gently. Why us? Mimir asked directly without touching the tea. Because you are strong enough and clean enough, Hijizi smiled. The Hujiao gang respects power, but values face even more. If corporate people mediate, it's a disgrace. If other gangs intervene, it's a sign of weakness. But you are independent legends who defeated Huangban's strongest watchdog. When you speak, they have reason to listen and a way to save face. Although Hijizi had ties to the Hujiao gang and knew who was backing them as a mediator, she still harbored a tiny bit of resentment toward the corporations. Especially after Yidong Zhongchue's defeat, the Hujiao gang had also developed some ulterior motives. So, Mimir could be considered one of the catalysts this time. A very practical reason. Mimir picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea was good, but in this room full of scheming, even the finest tea couldn't be savored. And the representatives of both sides. They are already waiting in the next room. Hijizi set down the teapot. The leader of the Young Turks is Zwiting Jini, 30 years old, radical, ambitious, with a group of young men equally dissatisfied with the status quo. The elder faction's representative is Xiaolin Chongshin, 62 years old. He served my first husband, values tradition, but is somewhat stubborn. As for going to the so-called Yunding, didn't they know that the only place Gangtian Hijizi had a grudge against was Yunding? She lifted her eyes to Mimir, a glimmer of profound meaning in her gaze. I need a compromise that allows both sides to save face and keeps the Tiger Claw gang running, rather than splitting into 2 warring factions. This won't be easy. I'll do my best, Mimir said, setting down his teacup. Hijizi clapped her hands. 2 members of the Tiger Claw gang entered from outside, bowed, and then led them into a hidden room next door. The place had been converted into a meeting room. On both sides of the long table, people were already seated. On the left sat 5 young men, all in black suits, but with shirts unbuttoned, revealing tattoos, their eyes defiant. The leader was a short-haired man with a scar on his face, presumably Zhuangtang. His cybernetic eye was a high-end model glowing red, and at that moment, it was unabashedly sizing up Mimir. Not the heavy-duty type, he'd probably customized the color himself. On the right sat 4 older men, sitting upright, suits immaculate, even their ties meticulously tied. The leading elder had gray hair, a stern face, and held a cane with both hands. Shaolin Chongxin. When he looked at Mimir, his eyes held both scrutiny and doubt. The air was taut like a drawn bowstring. Mimir walked to the head of the long table, but did not sit. He merely stood. Jack and Sasha stood behind him on either side, silent as shadows. "I am Mir," he began. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly audible in the silent room. "Commissioned by Lady Higezi, I am here to listen to your issues and offer a suggestion." Zhuangtang Jiani let out a sneer, leaning forward. "Legendary Mr. Mir, I've long heard of your name. But this is internal business of the Tiger Claw Gang. Isn't it inappropriate for an outsider to meddle? If you could solve it yourselves, I wouldn't be here," Mir said, looking at him with calm eyes. 3 high-ranking members dead, over 100 injured, drawing the attention of Huang Ban, and the cops' business down by 40%. You call that solved? Zhuangtang's face darkened. Shaolin Chongxin spoke, slowly, his voice low. "Mr. Mir, we respect your strength. But the Yakuza has its own rules. Some conflicts need time." He was an immigrant from Japan, formerly a member of the Yamaguchi-gumi, and thus held the Yakuza culture in great reverence. "Time." Zhuangtang slammed the table. "Old man, we don't have time. Military technology, Kontao. They're all expanding, swallowing up everything. Are we going to keep clinging to those outdated concepts of righteousness and rules and wait to be eliminated? So you want to sell sparkle, eh? Sell organs? Turn the Tiger Claw Gang into scum, like scavengers?" Shaolin Chongxin's voice also rose, and he stamped his cane heavily on the floor. Even the old Yamaguchi-gumi never went in for such things. Just as they were about to start arguing again, Mir raised his hand. It was a simple gesture, but the room instantly fell silent. Not because of what he did, but because of the intangible pressure he exerted. "State your demands," Mir said, looking at Zhuangtang. "What do you want?" Zhuangtang took a deep breath, staring at Mir. "The new district, the 3 territories in Guwu Ting's North District, should be managed by our young faction. We decide our own business operations, and will hand over 30% of the revenue to headquarters. In addition, the deep cooperation with Huang Ban must be advanced. We need their weapons and intelligence support." "Impossible," Shaolin immediately objected. "The North District is a traditional neighborhood. No drugs. If we bind too deeply with Huang Ban, we'll become their puppets. Then wait to be swallowed by other gangs." Zhuangtang growled. Mir was silent for a few seconds. He was quickly integrating the information Sasha had provided earlier. The 3 territories in the North District currently had mediocre profits, but their location was strategic. What the young faction wanted was not just money, but the symbolic significance of a reform pilot. The elder faction's opposition was not to the territorial division, but to the business content and Huang Ban binding. "The North District can be yours," Mir suddenly said. Zhuangtang was taken aback, while Shaolin's face changed. "But there are 3 conditions." Mir continued, his pace steady. "First, the business operations must comply with the existing charter of the Tiger Claw Gang. Other gray areas such as casinos, protection fees, and smuggling can be expanded according to the current model. Second, the revenue share is not 30%, but 20%. However, this 20% will be designated as the Elder Pension Fund, used exclusively for that purpose and supervised by Lady Higezi. Third, cooperation with Huang Ban can be initiated but limited to weapons procurement and intelligence exchange. Any form of affiliation agreement is rejected. The cooperation terms must be reviewed by the Elder faction." He finished. The room was dead silent. Both Zhuangtang and Shaolin fell into deep thought. Zhuangtang gained territory and a degree of autonomy, but was restricted from the most profitable businesses. Shaolin preserved his bottom line and secured a tangible pension fund. As compensation, Higezi obtained supervisory power, solidifying her position. More importantly, face was saved. It was not a successful coup by the young faction, nor a stubborn victory of the elder faction, but a compromise under the legendary mediation. Both sides had a way to back down. Zhuangtang gritted his teeth and looked at Shaolin. "Old man, what do you say?" Shaolin Chongxin slowly stroked his cane. After a long while he sighed. "If Lady Higezi agrees to supervise, I have no objection." The pressure shifted to Higezi. She walked in from the adjacent room, still kneeling, as she smiled and nodded. "I am willing to take on the responsibility of supervision for the future of the Tiger Claw Gang." The decision was final. Zhuangtang stood up and gave a slight bow to Mir. Though the gesture was a bit stiff, it was indeed a Yakuza courtesy. "Thank you for the mediation, legendary Mr. Mir. We will abide by the agreement." Shaolin also stood up and bowed more solemnly. After everyone had left. "Brilliant." Higezi poured tea again, this time with a more sincere smile. "You not only gave them a solution, but also gave them face. In Yakuza culture, face is sometimes more important than profit." "I merely found the greatest common divisor," Mir said. Higezi set down the teapot, and took out a long wooden box from behind her, pushing it toward Mimir. A small token of gratitude. I heard you are skilled with cold weapons. This, by who might suit you. Mimir opened the box. Inside was a katana, its scabbard plain black, without any ornamentation. But when he drew the blade, cold light shimmered. The edge was forged from some composite metal with patterns like flowing water, and near the guard were the extremely fine Chinese characters, for by who. The tsuba was a simple circle, without any family or corporate markings. This is a relic from my third husband, Higezi said softly. He was once the strongest swordsman of the Tiger Claw gang, later died in a corporate war. I had the sword modified, adding nanocarbon fiber to the material, making it lighter and tougher. No Huangband markings, you can use it without worry. Mimir felt the texture of the hilt, the weight, the balance. Thank you. He sheathed the sword. Additionally, Higezi lowered her voice. I know that Huangband Lixian is coming to Yijicheng soon. Be careful yourself. His ideals are grand, but idealists often most easily burn those around them to ashes. Mimir's eyes flickered. Higezi's intelligence network was indeed far-reaching. I'll remember that. Clearly many people held little hope for the prodigal son of the Huangband family. Leaving the pachinko parlor, the night had deepened. The neon lights of Japan Street still blazed, but their footsteps were light. How do you feel? Jack asked, playing the mediator. More exhausting than fighting, Mimir admitted. Sasha chuckled, but it worked well. Wakako will be an important ally from now on. All right, the job's done. Let's drop by Vic's to see what new goods he's got. Jack interjected at the perfect moment. The air was thick with the scent of sage, sandalwood, and some sweet, cloying herbal fragrance. Rare visitors, Misty said with a smile, her eyes crinkling into crescents. Jack went over and hugged her warmly. Ever since he'd confessed his feelings, he'd been like an oversized puppy, wanting to cling to her 24 hours a day. Got any water, babe? I'm dying of thirst. Misty laughed and patted him. There's beer in the fridge. Help yourself. Sasha, Mimir, have a seat. Make yourselves at home. The shop was small with a few old sofas and low tables. Sasha looked curiously at the various occult charts hanging on the walls. She hadn't paid much attention last time, but now she realized Misty's little shop was like a peculiar anomaly in Night City. Other shops either had huge signs or went for a high-end look, desperate to make money. But Misty's shop and Vic's clinic, if you didn't have the right connections, you'd never even know where they were. Misty brought over a pot of herbal tea, poured a cup for each of them, then sat down across from them, chin resting on her hand. So how have you been lately? Heard you've been run off your feet. Not bad, Jack said, gulping down his beer. Took a few jobs, beat up a few people, saved a few, standard procedure, and mediated a Tiger Claw's internal conflict. Sasha added a hint of pride in her voice. Misty's eyes lit up. Impressive. Lady Wakako isn't easy to deal with. Getting her approval is no small feat. She paused, looking at Mimir. You look a bit tired. Mimir didn't deny it. Want to draw a card? Misty suddenly suggested, tapping the tarot deck on the table. Just to relax. Check your recent fortune. Jack got excited. Come on. Draw one for me. Let's see when I'll get rich. Though Jack had some savings now after buying himself a brand new arch, renovating his mom's bar, paying off the clinic fees he owed Vic for months, and taking Misty on a trip, his savings had hit zero again. It felt like Jack was living in the old USA, right on the edge of the poverty line. Money flowed through his hands like water, and he couldn't save a dime. Misty shuffled the cards with practiced ease. When she was done, she spread them out on the table and gestured for Jack to draw. Jack rubbed his hands together, made a show of selecting one from the middle, and flipped it over. The Chariot, Misty announced, the card depicting a chariot pulled by two sphinxes. Symbolizes victory, will, and forward motion. But be careful to control your direction, don't let your power run wild. That suits you, Jack. Jack grinned. Not bad. Victory. Forward. Wealth. Next was Sasha. She hesitated, then chose a card on the left side, her fingers trembling slightly as she turned it over. The lovers, Misty said, her voice soft. The card showed a man and a woman beneath an angel with the Garden of Eden in the background. It's not just about love, you know. It also symbolizes choice, union, and alignment of values. You're facing some kind of important connection. Or decision. Sasha's face flushed slightly. She shot a quick glance at Mimir, then lowered her head and carefully tucked the card by her side. Finally, Mimir. Misty looked at him, a serious glint in her eyes. Draw one. Think of it as a game. Mimir was silent for a moment, then reached out without hesitation and drew the card on the far right. He turned it over. The Star. Misty read the name, but her brow furrowed slightly. Hope, inspiration, spiritual healing. It's a good card. But she shuffled the deck again and gestured for Mimir to draw another. This time he drew from the middle. The Moon. Misty's frown deepened. She had Mimir draw a third card. The Emperor. Authority, structure, control. But sometimes it also represents rigidity and coldness. The three cards lay side by side on the table, the Star, the Moon, the Emperor. Misty stared at the spread for a long time without speaking. The atmosphere in the shop grew heavy, and even Jack noticed something was off, setting down his beer can. This combination. Misty finally spoke. The star should be hope, but it's shrouded by the moon, meaning hope is obscured by fog, the path ahead unclear. And the Emperor appears in the outcome position. It could mean you'll eventually gain some kind of authority or control, but it could also mean you'll be swept into a vast system, or face an opponent as cold as an emperor. She looked up at Mimir, concern in her eyes. The key across the stars and entwined moonlight from last time haven't come true yet, and now we have broken crown and shadow of a handshake. Mimir, you're being wrapped in the threads of a very great destiny. These cards are telling you be careful with your choices, careful with whom you trust, careful of paths that seem bright. They may lead to a deeper night. Her words fell, and the shop fell into silence. Only the faint crackle of the candlewick burning broke the stillness. Jack let out a dry laugh, trying to break the tension. Our cards are just a psychological game, don't take them too seriously. Aren't we living it up right now? We've got money, fights, and friends. But Sasha tightened her grip on the lover's card, her knuckles turning white. She looked at Mimir as if wanting to say something but pressed her lips together. Mimir stared at the three cards. The star, the moon, the emperor. Hope, missed power. He thought of the Arasaka tower, of Yorinobu's eyes, of the gaze, of the blue eyes, of the whisper from Parks as he pushed him into the wormhole. Become the key, not the lock. Thank you, Misty, he finally said, his voice calm. I'll remember. Misty sighed and gathered the cards. I know you may not believe in this, but just consider it a reminder from a friend. Night City is a place that devours dreams, but it also pushes certain people to heights they never imagined. But those heights are often bitterly cold. She refilled everyone's tea, deliberately changing the subject to recent news, new restaurants, and Jack's date plans with her. When they left, the night was deep. Jack lingered at the entrance with Misty being affectionate. Sasha got into the car first. Mimir stood on the street looking up at the sky. The city's neon lights were too bright, almost no stars visible. Mimir, Misty called out to him after seeing Jack off. He turned around. The cards might be wrong, she said softly, her eyes especially clear in the night. But there's something in your eyes. A very deep kind of weariness. Not physical tiredness. Take care of yourself, okay? Jack needs you, Sasha needs you, a lot of people need you. Mimir nodded. You too. Take care of yourself, and Jack. Misty smiled and waved. In the days following his return from Misidi's secret shop, Mimir granted himself some time off. Though he called it a vacation, it merely meant allowing himself to refrain from actively accepting commissions, letting the payment watch vibrate on the nightstand until its battery died, only for Jack to nag him into recharging it with the words, "What if there's an emergency?" But the red dots of unread messages multiplied day by day, mainly because he had been pondering over something lately. After all, Misidi's divination was universally acknowledged as accurate, transcending the realm of theology to the point of being prophecy. Consider how she had predicted every ending of V, including those in the DLC. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder whether 2077 was a sci-fi world or a metaphysical one. If you can't figure it out, then stop thinking about it. Jack said that, shoving the last bite of his synthetic meat sandwich into his mouth and waving his hand indistinctly. Misidi means well, but this divination stuff is like a weather forecast. Say it'll rain and the sun comes out. Say it'll be sunny and hey, you get drenched. Life is something you live, not something you calculate. He liked her, but at times he also felt a strong aversion to all that mystical mumbo-jumbo. After saying that, he grabbed his jacket and stood up. I'm off. I've got a date with Misidi to watch the match. At the door, he turned back. Oh, by the way, that crazy girl Rebecca messaged me again, asking if you're ever going to build that cool big gun for her. I'm telling you, buddy, why not just throw something together? She'd seriously squat at our doorstep till the end of time. Sasha, who had been organizing the intelligence files collected over the past few days, looked up with a faint smile. She did sit in the convenience store downstairs for 4 hours yesterday, buying a bunch of snacks, her eyes fixed on the apartment entrance. Mimir rubbed his temples. That violent maniac with a legal lowly physique, ever since she witnessed his nanosite weapon generation, had become obsessed with getting a matching one. He had explained the principle of nanoweapon host binding many times, but she wouldn't listen, or rather she selectively listened. I'll figure something out, he finally said. Jack whistled and left. Sasha also packed up. I'm heading to Old Vic's. He just got a new batch of nerve stabilizers and wants me to try them for headaches after long deep dives. She paused, looking at Mimir. Are you really okay? I'm fine, Mimir replied. Sasha nodded, asked no more, and gently closed the door. The apartment was left with only Mimir. He walked to the center of the living room and closed his eyes. Self-check, core repair progress. Repair progress. 90. 36. Faster than expected. Although he had utilized the residual nuclear radiation in Night City for core maintenance, the civilization level was still limiting, complete repair would take some time. Moreover, after the last full-scale liberation, no twice, the repair had slowed down. He attempted activation. He didn't summon the complete Odin armor, but instead let the nanosites flow beneath his skin, weaving into an extremely thin, nearly invisible active membrane on the surface. The process still felt sluggish. From the moment the thought was issued to the complete coverage of the nanomembrane, it took about 2 to 3 seconds. For a cultivated nanosite spearhead's standard reaction speed, this was slow. But compared to when he first arrived in this world, struggling even to maintain a basic form, it was a world of difference. He raised his right hand, his mind stirring slightly. The nanosites in his palm responded, rapidly aggregating into a 30-centimeter-long silver blade, which then dissolved and reorganized into a palm-sized diamond-shaped shield, then shifted again into several slender silver threads. Control precision had recovered, and energy output was stable. But he recalled the sensation from his recent uses of the nanomembrane for defense. Theoretically, it should maintain a minimal automatic activation state, instantly reinforcing upon taking a hit. But last time when dealing with the 6th Street Gang, he had clearly sensed a momentary delay in the shield's activation. Only a fraction of a second, perhaps imperceptible to an ordinary person, but for top-tier combat that fraction of a second could mean the difference between life and death. He concentrated his consciousness, piercing into the core's deep control protocols. Filtering out irrelevant routine protocols, he focused on the kinetic impact prediction and response module. It wasn't an error, but rather, where? The subprogram responsible for coordinating instantaneous nanosite aggregation strength and energy distribution had developed an extremely subtle increase in resistance in its logic pathways. This resulted in a few extra milliseconds of hesitation between the moment the sensing unit captured the impact signal and the core issued the optimal defensive distribution command. The cause? Perhaps it was the high-dimensional energy wash from traversing the wormhole. Maybe the subtle differences in the fundamental physical laws of this world had a chronic effect on the nanosites, or perhaps it was his over-reliance on the nano-armor and mental network capabilities keeping the core under high load for extended periods. The problem was identified, but repair was not easy. This was not a hardware damage that could be fixed by replacing parts. It was an internal injury at the core logic level. He might need to recompile that subprogram or design a more efficient parallel response architecture for the nanomembrane. But for now, he had no Pax's laboratory, no technical support from Yuanxing. He could only rely on his own understanding of the core to perform self-repair. He pulled a metal box from under the bed containing some scattered electronic components, basic tools, and a few high-quality processors and encrypted storage chips he had scavenged from the black market. He sat cross-legged, connected the payment watch to a portable holographic terminal, and pulled up the anomalous fragments of the core protocol he had recorded earlier. A few afternoons later, Mimir went to the safe house of the main squad. It was located in a converted old warehouse in Santo Domingo. Dorioyu opened the door, and upon seeing him, a sincere smile spread across her face. "Mia, come in. Main is doing rehab in the back." Main was in the back room wearing only athletic shorts, his upper body bare, revealing a muscular physique and numerous cyberware ports. He was punching a hanging sandbag, his movements not fast, but each blow landed with a dull thud-thud. After all, his originally rough military-grade cyberarms had been replaced with more precise models. Main stopped, wiped his sweat, and turned to nod at him. His complexion was much better than the last time they met at the afterlife. The lingering manic-depressive redness in his eyes caused by the early symptoms of cyberpsychosis had faded considerably. "Dorio, you said you've been busy lately." "Just finished a stretch," Mimir replied, walking over to examine his cyberware. "How's the integration going?" "Like wearing new shoes." Man moved his wrist, the metal joints emitting a smooth, buzzing sound. "At first it felt awkward, as though it weren't my own flesh. After a few fights, and seeing some blood, I slowly got used to it." He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. "This thing works better than the original. Faster response, steadier power." "I'll repay the favor slowly," said Mills. "What matters is that you kept it under control." Man fell silent for a moment, looking down at his metal fist before slowly clenching it. "Yeah, I kept it under control." His voice dropped lower. "Thanks to your help last time with stabilization and old ways medication adjustments. Now, the noise is still there, but at least I can tell the difference between the prosthetic's electric hum and the voices in my head." For someone with cyberpsychosis, being able to tell the difference was already a massive improvement. It meant there was still an anchor to keep sanity intact. "Where's Rebecca?" asked Mills. Part of why he came today was because of that girl's incessant pestering about her cool big gun. Dolly approached, carrying 2 glasses of water, and handed one to Mills. "She went out testing guns with Pyrrha. Someone found prohibited armor-piercing rounds in Night City, and she wanted to inspect the quality." She shook her head in exasperation. "That girl, ever since you helped her get those mini gorilla arms, she's been looking for something to smash every day. Yesterday, she nearly tore apart a vending machine just because it swallowed her snacks." Just then the warehouse door burst open with a loud bang. Rebecca rushed in like a small tornado. "Dolly, let me tell you, those armor-piercing rounds. Wow, Mr. Legendary." Her eyes lit up when she saw Mills, and she darted forward, nearly crashing into him. "Where's my gun? Where's my gun? Where's my gun? Is it ready? Is it super cool? Can it blow up a car with one shot?" Her questions came in rapid succession. Mills stepped back half a pace to steady himself. "I'm working on it." You're always working on it. Rebecca puffed out her cheeks like an angry hamster. How many days has this been going on? Are you just brushing me off? Are you thinking I'm easy to bully because I'm short? She started tugging at Mills' sleeve using that unreasonable coquettish tone. I don't care. I want a gun, a cool one, a powerful one. Something even more fierce than Iron Ball. Or else I'll squat at your doorstep every day and eat all the food in your fridge. I'll graffiti on your door. Mills sighed helplessly. But truth be told, there wasn't much food in his room's fridge anyway. Because whenever he wanted a meal, he'd just take a commission targeting corpo dogs and go loot with Jack. Why would street synthetic meat taste better than the real meat those corpo dogs spent fortunes on? After all, Night City had no shortage of those annoying corpo dogs. Dolly held her forehead in exasperation. Man crossed his arms and watched the show, a look of schadenfreude on his face. Mills looked at this legal lowly who stood less than 1.4 meters tall, yet had the potential to tear apart Mechs with her bare hands, and sighed. Come with me. Building a gun that could satisfy Rebecca without actually giving her a nano-weapon was itself a contradictory proposition. The compromise Mills could think of was to use his memory of Yuanxing technology and Golden Viper Group's weapon designs combined with Night City's existing materials and technology to create a gun that looked futuristic and cool, but was essentially still a conventional weapon. After all, this legal lowly wouldn't be able to tell the difference anyway. A gesture was sufficient. He went to the Second Amendment gun shop downstairs from his apartment. Wilson was crouched behind the counter carefully polishing a silver custom pistol. Hearing the bell, he looked up and saw Mills's eyes lighting up. A rare visitor. Wilson stood up, his voice loud. Mr. Legend himself gracing our little shop. What have you finally decided to get a proper firearm? His gaze swept over Mill's empty waist, and back, his tone carrying a hint of disappointed regret. You say you with such great ability don't even carry a decent gun. Isn't that a waste? Let me tell you, I just got several good items. This time it's not for me, Mills interrupted his sales pitch. I want to ask for your help making a gun, a custom order. Wilson became interested. Oh, who's it for? What are the requirements? For Rebecca, that short little radish from Man's Squad, said Mills. Requirements. It needs to look cool, futuristic, preferably pink. High firepower, but recoil should be controlled as much as possible, suitable for her build. Also ideally some special features like adjustable ammunition modes, or something. Wilson stroked his chin thoughtfully. Pink coating, futuristic, high firepower, low recoil, multifunctional. Your requirements are quite contradictory. High firepower usually means high recoil unless you use an expensive recoil cancellation system, but that thing is heavy and takes up space. In that case, you might as well commission Tsunami. And as for special features, his eyes darted around. What's your budget? Budget is not a problem. Manside probably has quite a lot of deposits now, said Mills. Also, I'll provide some design concepts and material processing solutions. Wilson narrowed his eyes. You know how to build guns. You should know that in Night City, civilians mostly modified guns, meaning adding some accessories on top of the original firearm. Building guns. That was corporate work. After all, guns nowadays were not like before. With the emergence of subdermal armor and other cybernetic enhancements, traditional firearms had basically been phased out. Technical weapons, kinetic weapons, and smart weapons were the current mainstream market. As for custom orders, Tsunami Defense would definitely be the top recommendation. In a cyberpunk world where megacorporations ruled, Tsunami was somewhat special. In 1990, Tsunami only made air-powered guns and only started making real firearms after getting authorization. Mainly because this bunch wasn't a legitimate company. They were more like a gun enthusiast association. Several of the founders were somewhat similar to the Mahayu trio, who had gotten together simply because they loved guns. In this era of extreme corporate competition, where even corpo dogs needed to inject stimulants just to survive, those designers at Tsunami Defense enjoyed astronomical salaries, even comparable to ancient feudal lords. Call it a company, but it was really just a group of arms addiction club members. Unfortunately, those people sought fame rather than profit. Even if Rebecca wanted to commission them, they would have to be willing. I know a little, said Mills, not explaining further. He borrowed the store's holographic drawing board and began sketching. The firearm's silhouette drew inspiration from the angular style of the Golden Viper's White Tiger heavy assault rifle, yet its lines were more fluid and the proportions were scaled down to accommodate Rebecca's physique. Beneath the barrel, a multifunctional tactical rail was integrated, capable of mounting a micro-grenade launcher or an electric shock module. The stock was designed to be foldable, concealing a miniature capacitor bank within, intended to power the so-called special functions. This is the adjustable pulse booster, Mimir pointed at a structure behind the barrel. Theoretically, by altering the capacitor discharge frequency, we can change the muzzle velocity and spin of the projectile upon exit, enabling 3 modes: armor-piercing, explosive, and stun. But the actual effect needs testing. The original version was immensely powerful, yet its energy consumption and recoil were extraordinary. Without modifications, it was simply unplayable. One must understand that the Golden Viper's White Tiger Corps as a standing army was a heavy firepower battlefield suppression unit, characterized by exoskeletons and overwhelming firepower with high defensive capabilities. That entire set of equipment was almost exclusively specialized exoskeletons, and in the subhuman-ruled Xanadu of that era nearly everyone in that group was outfitted similarly, a testament to just how wealthy Boss Luo truly was. Weyerson stared at the hologram, his eyes widening with each passing moment. Pulse boost. 3 modes. This is the kind of concept you'd only find in military tech labs. Where did you? Can you make it? Mimir asked. What the hell is this? He pointed at the streamlined gun body, exuding an otherworldly aesthetic along with the component annotations that clearly did not belong to any existing technological system in Night City. Mimir, I'm a gunsmith, not a sci-fi movie prop maker. This thing, it's impossible to build. A simplified version, Mimir said. Use existing materials and techniques to achieve 30 to 40% of the original design's performance. The focus is on the appearance and, well, the special effects. Weyerson scrutinized the blueprint, his fingers tracing imaginary lines in the air as he muttered. The energy core could be replaced with a Zeta Tech mini reactor. The buffer mechanism. Maybe add 3 sets of hydraulic shock absorbers. But this power circuit requires high-purity conductive polymers, and those are astronomically expensive. He lifted his head, his gaze complex as he looked at Mimir. Kid, where did you get a design like this? It doesn't look like Arasaka or Militech's style, not even like something from this era. A friend gave it to me, Mimir replied without changing his expression. Weyerson clearly didn't believe him, but he didn't press further. In Night City, knowing too much meant a quick death. He rubbed his chin, took another look at the blueprint, and finally sighed. I can't build it. But if you can get the materials, I might be able to. Try assembling it. On the condition that you give me a detailed assembly process, and also don't come looking for compensation if this thing blows up. I'll handle the materials, Mimir said. I'll give you the assembly process. Weyerson nodded, then suddenly grew excited again. Oh, I know a guy who runs an underground fabrication shop in Santo Domingo specializing in these non-standard parts. He might have some of the rare materials you need. I can ask around for you. I appreciate it. No trouble at all. Weyerson grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow by tobacco. Being able to see this thing go from a blueprint to a real object. That's the greatest joy for me. We can talk about the money later. Just pay whatever you think is fair. Some materials could be bought from the black market while others needed to be borrowed from the corporate databases by Sasha. Good news also came from Weyerson. His friend was willing to supply several key polymers and custom machine parts at a steep price, but acceptable. The materials were delivered to Weyerson's shop one after another. Mimir fulfilled his request, giving him a copy of the assembly drawings and design blueprints. Consider it payment. After all, without loading corrupted bullets, this thing couldn't even scratch his defense. A week later, Weyerson called to tell Mimir to come downstairs. On the workbench, the gun had already taken shape. The firearm was roughly 80 centimeters in length, its streamlined form exuding an aggressive elegance. The shell was sprayed with a matte pink coating by Weyerson. Beneath the barrel was a foldable foregrip, and the stock was an adjustable telescopic design. It lacked the roughness of traditional shotguns, resembling more a precision industrial artwork. Want to try it? Weyerson's eyes sparkled as he handed over several energy magazines. Clearly this was an energy weapon. Mimir took the gun, and it was lighter than it looked with a well-balanced center of gravity. He walked to the shop's testing area and fired at a ballistic gel dummy in the distance. The gun vibrated slightly, lacking the violent recoil of a traditional shotgun, feeling more like a gentle push. A pale pink energy beam shot from the muzzle, striking the dummy and leaving scorch marks and fine energy splash effects on its surface. On both sides of the gun, pre-installed LED strips lit up with blue-white breathing light patterns upon firing, indeed flashy enough. The power is turned down very low, Weyerson said, but it's still at the level of a submachine gun. I used quadruple cushioning for the recoil. As long as that little girl isn't made of paper, she should be able to handle it. Mimir fired a few more shots, adjusted the grip angle, and nodded. Good. The bill. Weyerson handed over a piece of paper, and the figure on it made Mimir's eye twitch. Material costs, processing fees, and this bastard's mental anguish compensation. A few days ago he was all friendly, now looking at it, you're truly a black-hearted scoundrel. Mimir paid the money. Weyerson counted the bills with satisfaction, then suddenly looked up. Oh, by the way, I gave this gun a name. What? Steel Rose, the old man said with a sly grin. Hard, prickly, and pink as hell. Mimir carried the Steel Rose in its custom gun case back upstairs and sent a message to Libaika. In less than 20 minutes the apartment door was pounded on with a thunderous racket. Libaika burst in, her eyes wide as saucers, lunging straight for the gun case. Upon opening it and seeing the pink-painted streamlined shotgun, she gasped, then let out a scream that could shatter glass. Oh my God! She carefully picked up the gun, her fingers gliding over the cold metal, her eyes shining like searchlights. So cool. So awesome. The color, the shape, the light effects. I love you. Libaika couldn't wait to test the gun. Mimir took her to an abandoned lot behind old Captain's garage. It was well soundproofed and safe. Jeku and Sasha also came along to watch the fun. The result was less than ideal. The first shot Libika staggered backward from the recoil, nearly falling on her ass. The second shot she gritted her teeth and held her ground, but the aim was wildly off. The third shot she grew angry, switched to continuous fire mode, and was pushed back relentlessly by the sustained recoil until she crashed into a wall, the gun flying out of her hands. Libika rubbed her shoulder sore from the rifle, but her eyes flushed. She wasn't crying. She was just furious. What a piece of useless junk, she snapped. The recoil is still way too much. Mimir walked over, picked up the gun, and examined it. Weyerson had indeed reduced the recoil to a level an ordinary person could handle, but this ordinary person. Could it be that he used himself as the benchmark? The energy output has been minimized, Mimir said. Any lower, and this gun would be nothing but a toy. Libika bit her lip, staring at the gun. Her gaze shifted from excitement to dejection, finally settling into a complex mix of resentment and loss. She didn't cry or throw a tantrum. Silently, she walked over, took the gun from Mimir's hands, and held it to her chest, her fingers tracing the pink coating. Fine, she murmured, her voice muffled. I can't use it. She shoved the gun back into Mimir's hands, turned, and walked away, her back oddly desolate. Jekka wanted to call after her, but Sasha pulled him back. 3 days later, Libika returned the gun. The barrel now bore several fine scratches, a clear sign that she had tried again, unable to let go of her hope. She left the gun case at Mimir's apartment door and sent a message. Returning the gun. I'll stick with my iron balls, but thanks. There was no whining, no tantrum, not even a complaint. Mimir looked at the message, then at the gun in the case. The steel rose, still in mint condition. Days off always passed quickly. A new commission came, this time from father. And the target was something Mimir detested the most. That thing had been evolving since its introduction in 1840, and by 2077, it had even become legalized in Night City. And the Tiger Claw gang had developed a new substance called Sparkle, not the faction that Wakako mediated. This was a more radical, unruly branch that had secretly built an underground factory on the edge of Lijiang district. According to father's intel, this stuff was highly addictive. A single overdose could burn out neurons, and when the bodies were found, their eyes and mouths were glowing. What was even more despicable was that the withdrawal symptoms were deliberately designed to be excruciating. The only drug that could alleviate them, fumadinol, was monopolized by the same group with prices exorbitantly high. A classic Night City business model: first drag you into the water, then sell you a lifebuoy, and hold your head down so you can't get out. The location is here. Sasha projected a 3D map onto the wall. It was a converted underground parking area of old apartment buildings with complex structures and multiple entrances. According to thermal scans, there are 15 to 20 people inside with moderate armament. But the key wasn't the people, it was this. She zoomed in, pointing at rows of neatly arranged reactors and distillation equipment. The factory contains a large amount of volatile chemical raw materials. If these get hit during a firefight, the entire block could blow sky high. So we need to avoid a large-scale gunfight, Jekka said, flexing his wrists. Sneak in. Can't sneak in. Mimir shook his head. The Tiger Claw gang installed dual biometric and motion sensor locks at the entrance. Any stranger approaching within 10 meters will trigger an alarm. Moreover, the factory has its own independent ventilation and power systems. Hacking in from outside would take time, and if the enemy detects it, they might destroy evidence or trigger a self-destruct. He could also hack in, but the problem was how to engage. If the Tiger Claw gang chose to go down fighting, he wouldn't mind, but blowing up Lijiang district would make the front page of News 54 tomorrow. What do we do? Mimir looked at the map, his finger tracing several key points. Divide and conquer. Jekka, you drive to the front gate and create a disturbance to draw their attention. Sasha, you'll cut in through the side ventilation shaft during the chaos. I need you to take over the internal surveillance and door controls within 30 seconds. I'll assault from the rear emergency passage, eliminating the main resistance. All three act simultaneously to compress their reaction time. Time window. Sasha asked. From the moment Jekka creates the disturbance to when Sasha takes over the system, at most 40 seconds. Mimir said. 40 seconds later, regardless of success, I'll breach. Jekka, after your diversion, immediately withdraw to this point. He marked a crossroad on the map. Prepare to cover our extraction. Got it. Jekka grinned. Sasha, there are gas sensors in the ventilation ducts. Triggering them will release an anesthetic. I've made a temporary scrambler that can disrupt the sensors for 15 seconds. Sasha took the button-sized device and nodded. Operation time 11 p.m. tonight. That's when the factory changes shifts, so there will be a brief moment of confusion among the guards. Mimir looked at both of them. Any questions? Jekka and Sasha exchanged glances and shook their heads. Then let's get ready. The night was deep. Jekka parked the Zuefeli in an alley 2 blocks away from the target. He changed into a jacket with fluorescent stripes, smeared a few streaks of grease on his face, and looked like a drunken street thug. In his hand, he carried a half-empty bottle of cheap beer, staggering as he walked. I'm going in, he said in the calm channel, his voice deliberately slurred. Stay safe, Sasha's voice came through. She was already in position on a rooftop on another street, with 3 holographic displays spread in front of her. Waiting for your signal, Mimir said. He crouched in the shadow of an abandoned warehouse behind the factory, fully clad in nano-armor, then activated his optical camouflage. Action commenced. Jekka staggered to the front gate of the factory, where 2 Tiger Claw gang guards were smoking and chatting. Seeing Jekka approach, one of them straightened up warily. Hey, get lost, this is private property. Jekka ignored him, raised his bottle, and shouted in an exaggerated Spanish accent. Oye, ¿dónde está la fiesta? Escuch que hay buena mercancía aquí. Hey, where's the party? I heard there's good stuff here. The guard frowned, his hand moving to the pistol at his waist. The other waved impatiently. Wrong place, drunkard. Get lost. Jekka acted as if he didn't understand, shuffling closer, and even reaching out to slap the roll-up door. Abran. Tengo dinero. Open up. I have money. You son of a... The guard snarled, drawing his gun and pointing it at Jekka. Now, the drunkenness on Jekka's face vanished instantly. He flung his left hand, and the bottle shot out, smashing precisely into the face of one guard. Simultaneously, he sidestepped, and the golden, harsh lady, in his right hand, opened fire. Not at the men, but at the control panel beside the roll-up door. Bang! Bang! Sparks exploded, and the panel shattered. The piercing shriek of the alarm instantly tore through the night. Enemy attack. Another guard had just shouted when Jekka closed in, delivering a heavy elbow strike to his throat. The guard grunted and collapsed. Without even looking, Jekka turned and ran, shouting into the comms as he ran, "That's enough noise." Sasha. On the rooftop, Sasha had already begun her move. The defensive layers of the factory's internal system peeled away like an onion. The security software used by the Tiger Claw gang was an old version with numerous vulnerabilities, but there were many layers requiring time. 20 seconds. 25 seconds. She murmured under her breath. The 3D map of the ventilation ducts was displayed beside her. She had crawled to the predetermined position, activated the jammer, and the countdown ticked. The interior of the factory had descended into chaos. The sounds of alarms, curses, and running footsteps intermingled. The lights switched from steady illumination to flashing red emergency lights, adding to the confusion. 30 seconds. Sasha pressed the last key. System takeover complete. Door locks released surveillance footage, looping the last 10 seconds. Roger. Mimir's voice was calm and steady. The metal door of the rear emergency passage, which originally required dual verification of password and fingerprint, now lit up green, and the lock emitted a faint click. Mimir raised his hand, his palm wrapped in nano-armor pressed against the door, and pushed hard. The door hinges groaned under the strain, and the entire door flew inward, crashing into 2 guards who were about to rush out, knocking them over. Mimir stepped into the factory interior. Red lights flashed, smoke filled the air. A pungent odor assailed him. Before him was a narrow corridor lined with thick pipes and cables. The sound of rapid footsteps and the racking of gun slides came from ahead. He did not stop, continuing forward. The nanomembrane automatically unfolded on his body surface, emitting faint diamond-shaped light patterns. The first enemy dashed out from the corner, holding a submachine gun. He froze for a moment upon seeing Mimir. What the fuck? How is this thing here? But before he could recover, Mimir had already moved. The metal pipes on both sides of the corridor suddenly twisted and snapped, as if twisted into a spiral by an invisible giant hand, then shot toward that enemy. The opponent had no time to react. He was struck in the chest by the heavy pipes, the sound of bones breaking clearly audible. His entire body flew backward, slammed into the wall, and then slid down limp. 2 nanoblades flew straight over. More enemies surged in. Bullets poured down like a torrential rain, striking the nanomembrane and causing dense ripples, but failing to penetrate. Mimir advanced steadily through the hail of bullets. The sounds of screams, dull thuds of metal hitting flesh, and crisp cracks of breaking bones merged into a cacophony. The guards of the Tiger Claw gang had never seen such a fighting style. The enemy barely moved. With just a lift of his hand, they were taken down one by flying blades. Spread out. Don't group together. Someone roared. It was the factory's minor boss, a burly man whose half-face was a metal cybernetic. He hid behind a reaction kettle, raised a modified grenade launcher. Eat this. You're crazy. You see, if the raw materials of Sparkle were hit by such firepower, they would all be blown sky-high. The grenade shot out, trailing a flame. Mimir finally moved. He sidestepped, raised his left arm, and nanocells rapidly constructed in front of his arm, instantly forming a thick silver-white tower shield. The grenade struck the shield and exploded. Flames and shockwaves filled the corridor, but the shield remained immovable, only leaving faint scorch marks on its surface. Amid the smoke and dust, Mimir's figure charged forward like a phantom. The shield dissipated, the nanocells flowing back, and his right hand had already grasped the hilt of the white tiger blade. He drew the blade. A nearly silent silver line sliced through the air. The burly man with the metal cybernetic only saw the opponent approach, and then his vision suddenly tilted. He found himself looking down at his own body from midair while that body's neck was empty. The head fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and the red light in the cybernetic eye gradually dimmed. 1/decapitation. The remaining guards broke down. This was not a battle, it was a massacre. They began to flee, but the only exit was blocked by Mimir. Someone tried to activate the factory's self-destruct program, but Sasha had already locked down the control system. Otherwise, what did you think Mimir was stalling them for so long? Mimir's hacking ability was mainly offensive, control-type skills were never something he bothered to learn. Even the mine net was primarily used for offense and intelligence gathering. Drop your weapons, squat down, hands on your heads. Mimir's voice came through the faceplate, carrying a cold synthetic mechanical quality. Clang. The first gun hit the ground. Then the second, the third. The 7 or 8 surviving guards trembled as they squatted down, their faces pale. The entire entry process took less than 2 minutes. Sasha climbed down from the ventilation duct. Seeing the scattered corpses and the headless body in the corridor, she showed no expression. She quickly walked to the control console and began downloading production data and client lists. Jieka's voice came through the channel, I'm done here. I've pulled back 3 blocks, no one's chasing. How about you? Factory secured, gathering evidence. Mimir said, removing his faceplate to reveal his face. These people were just pawns. Where did the recipe for producing sparkle come from? Who controlled the raw material supply chain? Who was behind the monopoly of Fumota alcohol? Cut off 1 head and 2 more will take its place. Hail Hydra. Wrong channel, but close enough. At least tonight, there will be 1 less batch of sparkle flowing into the streets of Haywood District. Sasha finished collecting the data and nodded to Mimir. The two exited the factory and rendezvoused with Jieku at the meet point. They did not return to the apartment, but went directly to the father's church. Today the father was not wearing his clerical robe in the church. Instead, he was dressed in a simple black civilian suit, sitting on the front pew. Hearing footsteps, he turned around and saw Mimir and the other 2 entering, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Good work, children. He stood up, holding an old wooden box in his hand. How did the mission go? The factory is destroyed. The data is here. Sasha handed over the storage chip. The father took it, but did not immediately inspect it. Instead, he gestured for them to sit. When I was young, the father suddenly spoke, his voice echoing in the empty church. I was like you, believing that fists and bullets could bring about justice. I had a gun called Blazing Angel, which earned me some reputation in Night City. He paused, his gaze looking into the distance as if recalling something. But later I realized that violence can only clear the surface, not the root cause. The root of Night City's illness is not in the people with guns on the streets, but in the hearts of those sitting in glass towers using contracts and laws as weapons. He turned to Mimir, his gaze turning sharp. Mimir, you are now both a player and a pawn. Corporations want to use your reputation as a banner, telling the world, even a legend works for us. Gangs want to borrow your strength to strike enemies and consolidate territory. Fixers want to rely on your success rate to boost their prestige and attract more clients. He opened the wooden box. Inside was a well-preserved vintage revolver, its body a dark steel color, the grip inlaid with dark wood engraved with a line of Latin non serviam. Non serviam. This pistol is for you. The father handed the gun along with its box to Mimir, not so you can kill anyone with it. It is to remind you, no matter how many people try to push you onto the board, no matter how many chips they offer, always keep the capital to say no. Mimir took the gun. Father, he suddenly spoke with a hint of teasing, didn't you just say you had a chi tincture? That is your emblem. Jekka laughed as well. Yes, that is the father's treasure, the thing that helped him carve a name for himself in Yijicheng. The father blinked, then laughed and cursed softly. That smile carried the old man's unique slyness and breath. You brat, still hankering after my little fortune. Chi tincture has aged, and so have I. This one suits you better now. Oh, take it, and stop the chatter. I am old. This gun in my hand is only a keepsake. But in your hands, perhaps it can still save a few more lives. He paused. As for my chi tincture, you'd better not think of it. That is my treasure. It has accompanied me for most of my life. I still want to take it to the grave. Jekka chuckled. Father, you are so stingy. He shoved the box into Mimir's arms, waving it away like swatting a fly. All right, go on. I must say my evening prayers. The mission's reward will be credited to your account tomorrow. You won't miss it. The 3 were driven out of the church. May the Lord forgive their sins. And may those dead children rest in peace. His voice turned low, then he looked toward the direction Mimir had left. Thank you. The night wind swept along the street, carrying the scent of garbage and the distant spice market. Jekka stretched. Go home to sleep. Yes. Mimir nodded. The 3 got into the car. Yet the atmosphere on the way was heavy. Jekka drove, his fingers unconsciously tapping the steering wheel, humming an off-key Mexican ballad. Sasha sat in the passenger seat, a terminal opened on her knees. She was cleaning the digital traces left by the operation, just now a hacker's habit. A cat would lick clean its own footprints. Mimir leaned against the back seat, eyes closed, but not asleep. This was his habit. After startup, he would run a core self-check to gauge the situation. For the moment it seemed fine. Suddenly, crackle. An ear-piercing electrical interference erupted from Sasha's computer speakers without warning. The screen twisted and flickered, then went dark. In the next second, a face filled the entire screen without any buffering. It was a flawless face, yet utterly lifeless. But the most captivating were those eyes, irises of bright cobalt blue, as if a slice of the temperatureless sky had been stuffed into the orbits, and now it looked straight through the screen at the three inside the car. Mr. Blue Eyes. Sasha gasped, fingers instinctively hammering the keyboard, trying to regain control, but to no avail. The screen seemed welded shut, the face frozen there, the corners of its mouth curling into an almost imperceptible arc. Then the voice spoke. Not from the speaker, but as if generated directly in their brains, a synthesized voice. Mr. Messiah. The voice paused as if savoring the name. Your recent choices are very interesting. The air inside the car froze. Jack slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching on the wet pavement, stopping at the curb. His right hand had already moved toward the golden hen panyong at his waist, his left hand swiftly pressing the neural interface switch at his temple, attempting to cut off this strange neural signal injection. But the signal remained unaffected. The blue-eyed voice continued, disturbingly calm. Help the underclass accumulate virtue, reject corporate absorption. A non-traditional investment portfolio. We look forward to your performance. We. Mimir sensed the shift in wording. It wasn't I, it was we. Last time too, the blue eyes left behind, my interest remains constant. Now it has become, we look forward. The signal ends here. The face on the screen disappeared in an instant, replaced by Sasha's desktop wallpaper, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere inside the car. Only a faint current hum remained in the speakers. The silence stretched for about 5 seconds. WC. Jack was the first to curse, his voice dry. He released his grip on the gun, palms sweating. What the hell is this thing? Last time in the Wild Wolf, I found it sinister. This time it drilled straight into my head. Sasha's face paled, breath quickening. Her fingers still trembled on the keyboard, but control had returned. As a hacker, most of her body was prosthetic. That moment almost crashed her systems. She pulled up dozens of background windows trying to trace it. But to no avail. Signal source. Cannot be locked. It bypassed all my firewalls and honeypots and projected through a fleeting vulnerability in the public data stream. There are 7 jump points. The last one points to. She bit her lip, voice lower, a data graveyard beyond the black wall. Physical tracking is impossible. She looked at Mimir in the back seat, the shock in her eyes not yet fully faded. What exactly is that thing? This kind of intrusion. I've never heard of it. This isn't something human hackers can do. Mimir remained silent. He watched the neon outside, the false glow reflected in the depths of his pupils. He knows what the blue eyes are, or at least roughly. A roaming AI from beyond the black wall, gaining the ability to interfere with reality in some unknown way. But the word we means the blue eyes are not an isolated case. Is it a group, a collective of minds? Or some larger existence's part? Don't chase it. Mimir finally spoke, calm, but with a heavy certainty. You can't catch up. It isn't a conventional foe. Jack turned to him. Mimir, you know what's right, don't you? What is the origin of this blue-eyed guy? You can understand it as a roaming AI. Mimir chose a term that could be understood, roaming AI, but for some reason it has gained the ability to project into the real world and even affect matter to a degree. Roaming AI. Jack frowned. He wasn't a hacker, but he knew Night City well. Aren't those things kept outside by the black wall? Can they come in? Can they assume human form and walk around? In theory, no. Sasha interjected, brow knitted. The black wall is the ultimate firewall, jointly built by network monitors and several major powers and corporations to isolate AI and malignant programs outside the wall, directly penetrating the black wall to perform high-precision real-world projection. The compute power and the ability to interfere with underlying physical rules required for that already exceed the scope of current technology. Perhaps the people of Night City think so too, after all those companies and network monitors say as much. She looked at Mimir, doubt in her eyes, unless it didn't penetrate here at all, but has existed here in some form all along. Mimir did not answer this question. He himself did not know the answer. The very existence of the blue eyes was a challenge to the existing cognitive framework of Yijicheng. An AI that could move freely, engage in direct neural dialogue, and had an unknown purpose. This was more troublesome than 10 atom smashers combined. The game never clearly stated what it was related to, only vaguely pointing toward the Yi Corporation. So annoying, I just wanted to blow up Yi Jiqing. But if it were that easy to blow up, it would have been done already. He did not want to expend so much energy just to engage in a firefight with a bunch of intangible AIs. He would deal with it when he could connect to the Yuan Star signal. Don't overthink it, Mimir said, leaning back into his chair. Thinking won't help. What is meant to come will come. Let's go to Yilang first, Mrs. Wei Erc must be waiting. Jiaku and Sasha exchanged a glance, knowing Mimir did not want to delve deeper. But both of them understood that the blue eyes' visit was no coincidence. He or they were observing, evaluating, and perhaps even guiding. The Chevrolet restarted and merged into the traffic. As soon as they entered Yi Lang, the bar's clamor temporarily melted the chill that had congealed on the three of them. It was still the familiar scent. Behind the counter, Mrs. Wei Ersi was wiping glasses. Seeing them, her eyes immediately crinkled with a smile. She put down her work and walked around the counter. Jieku, Mia, Sasha. She gave each of them a solid hug with such force that Sasha let out a soft grunt. The old lady had a faint scent of laundry detergent and cinnamon, which was reassuring. Mission went smoothly. No injuries. All good, Ma. Jieku grinned, rubbing his padded back. Your son is after all a member of a legendary team. It's not that easy to get hurt. You're just the one riding on their coattails, Mrs. Wei Ersi scolded with a laugh, but the worry in her eyes was unmistakable. She carefully examined Jieku, confirming he hadn't lost any limbs, then turned to Mimir, her tone warmer. Mimir, thank you for always looking after this foolish boy. It's him who looks after me, Mimir said. Mrs. Wei Ersi patted his shoulders, said no more, and turned to call out to the bartender, pay behind the counter, pay. 3 beers for this table first. Coming. They found a table by the wall and sat down. Many patrons recognized Mimir. Recent rumors about the one who defeated Smasher had already spread through the streets. Someone raised a glass in a distant toast and shouted, to the legend. Jieku immediately stood up, holding the freshly delivered beer mug, his voice booming, to the legend, and to all the brothers who still bother to drink well in this damn place. Laughter and more clinking glasses arose. The atmosphere instantly warmed. Mimir was not used to being the center of attention, and Sasha quietly shrank into the shadows. Seeing this, Mrs. Wei Ersi put her hands on her hips and scolded the crowd with a laugh. All right. Drink if you're drinking, don't scare the guests. The tab today won't be any less just because you're shouting loudly. Another round of good-natured laughter. Jieku quickly blended into the patrons, boasting, enthusiastically recounting some exaggerated mission fragments. Mimir and Sasha quietly picked up their drinks and slipped upstairs to the second floor. It was relatively quiet there, with only a few scattered tables offering a view of the noisy scene below. By the railing on the second floor, Sasha held her cup, taking small sips, her gaze fixed on Jieku in the crowd below. She whispered, Mrs. Wei Ersi really loves Jieku. Yeah, Mimir leaned on the railing, spinning his untouched beer. That's why she both takes pride in him and worries about him every moment. Is that how all mothers are? Sasha asked, her voice carrying a faint, almost imperceptible trace of envy. Her mother had died early, and her memories of family affection were already blurred. Probably, Mimir said. Downstairs, Mrs. Wei Ersi was wiping the table with a cloth, occasionally glancing at Jieku, who was talking animatedly. The blend of love and worry in her eyes under the dim bar lights seemed exceptionally real. This was the other side of Yi Zhicheng's brutal law. Within the cracks of steel and blood, the warmth and attachments of ordinary people tenaciously thrived. They were small yet resilient, like weeds sprouting from stone crevices. The celebratory clamor continued late into the night before gradually subsiding. Patrons left in 2s and 3s. Jieku was a bit tipsy, and Mrs. Wei Ersi grabbed him by the ear and shoved a cup of warm hangover soup into his hands. When only the 3 of them remained in the bar, Mrs. Wei Ersi, tired as well, told them to go home early and rest, then turned and went upstairs. The door closed, shutting out the cold wind. The 3 sat around the table with empty glasses before them and Sasha's reopened terminal. The excitement had faded. It was time to debrief. Come on, let's sort out the current situation. Mimir began, his tone returning to work mode. Regarding the commissions, since defeating Smasher, we've taken on and completed those from Shun Furuejina, Old Captain, and Okada Kazuko. The success rate is currently 100. Sasha brought up a data chart. Overall favorability with fixers has increased. Shinfu's trust is the highest. Old Captain Kazuko and Rueji-na are in a stable cooperation range. Dai Nua and some anonymous fixers are still on the sidelines, but they've sent goodwill signals. The corporate dogs are still the same. Jieku added, though he had drunk, he was still clear-headed. Anonymous invitations from military technology and biotechnica seems to be stirring too. Sasha intercepted several vague probing signals. Arasaka is the most direct. You still have Lai Xian's invitation in your head, right? Mimir nodded. Currently refusing all direct corporate tasks. Our position is not to be corporate enforcers. Problems. Mimir paused, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. First, personal time is severely compressed. Continuous high-intensity missions and social interactions have pushed nerve load near the limit. Both Sasha and I need time for deep training and adjustment. You also know that I still need something to fix that thing. Sasha needs to upgrade her hacking skills to deal with more complex network environments, especially in response to a threat like the Blue Eyes. Sasha nodded solemnly. An AI like the Blue Eyes was practically a natural counter to her type of hacker. Second, we're being watched too much. Corporations, fixers, gangs, and mysterious entities like the Blue Eyes. This is both an advantage and a huge risk. We must start selectively taking commissions, no longer pursuing quantity and payment, but focusing on tasks that expand our strategic resources, consolidate core alliances, or acquire key technologies. He looked at them. In the next phase we enter, selective deep dive mode. No work unless necessary. When we do work, maximize benefits. At the same time, use the downtime to strengthen ourselves. Jack and Sasha both nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to discuss which specific types of commissions met the criteria, Mill's payment watch buzzed. It wasn't a message, but a direct communication request. The caller ID read Rogue Amendiers. Mill answered, putting it on speaker. Rogue's voice came through immediately, the faint, low music of the Afterlife bar humming in the background. Mill. Hope I'm not interrupting your celebration. No. Rogue, what's up? Got a job. A convoy escort. The pay is mediocre, even a bit stingy. Rogue's voice carried a hint of amusement. But I think you'll be interested. The target is at the Afterlife right now, just shared a drink with me. Her name is Panam Palmer. Panam. The name made Jack raise an eyebrow. A flicker of interest crossed Mill's eyes. Panam of the Aldecaldos, the nomad gunslinger who had led them on a wild ride through the Badlands, saying, the family remembers this debt. What's she doing in Night City? Mill asked. Had a falling out with her clan. I didn't ask specifics. I can't be bothered with those nomad family ethics dramas. Rogue said bluntly, she needs someone to pick up a batch of personal items from the Badlands, then escort her and the goods safely out of Night City's jurisdiction. The route will pass through areas controlled by the Chaos Blade Society and the Rampage clan, moderate risk. But she says she doesn't trust anyone else and wants to work with familiar faces. Rogue paused, then added, the pay is only 20,000 half up front. It's purely a favor to me, plus she thinks you might be willing to help. Your call. She's at the Afterlife. Give me your answer within half an hour. The call ended. Jack looked at Mill. Panam. The Aldecaldo. What's she doing in Night City? And she fell out with Saul. Probably a clash of ideals, Mill said. Panam's straightforward, fiery, freedom-loving nature was bound to collide sooner or later with Saul's pragmatic style, which prioritized the clan's survival above all else, even if it meant compromise. Didn't think it would happen this soon. Are we taking the job? Sasha asked. The pay isn't great, but Panam, she's kind of a friend, right? She hadn't met Panam. Sasha hadn't joined the crew yet when Mill and Jack went to the Badlands last time. But she'd heard Jack mention her once, said she had the most natural. Well, you know. Sasha thought about it and glanced down at her own rear. Probably. Covier than that, Panam, right? We'll take it. Mill didn't hesitate. The escort itself wasn't complicated, and the low pay didn't matter. What mattered was maintaining this connection with the Aldecaldos. Saul might be a bit displeased about Panam leaving, but if Mill helped Panam, that debt would be shared between both sides, beneficial for future cooperation. He was about to reply to Rogue when Jack's neural interface suddenly emitted a series of urgent alerts. It was a private comm channel. Jack froze, his expression turning odd. He tilted his head, pupils slightly dilated, clearly reading information transmitted directly to his nerves. A few seconds later his face darkened, and he swore in Spanish. What's wrong? Mill asked. Jack stammered, his eyes darting. Nothing, just a personal matter. Spill it. Mill knew Jack too well. The guy could never hide anything. Once he started hemming and hawing, it meant trouble. Jack scratched his head and sighed. It's Mira, my ex-girlfriend. Valentinos. She's now in charge of a small territory in the Legion district. Mill and Sasha both knew Mira. Jack's childhood sweetheart. Before he left the gang, they joined the Valentinos together. Later Jack quit, but Mira chose to stay and worked her way up to a small boss through her skills and cunning. Mama Wells had always liked Mira, thinking she was practical, sensible, and could keep Jack in line, so she always had a few complaints about Jack's current girlfriend, Misty. She'd constantly compare Mira and Misty. In short, classic mother-in-law dynamics. What's wrong with her now? Mill asked. Having heard about this woman from Jack and Pepe, Mill had a pretty good read on Myra's character. A shrewd, strong-willed woman, not the type to easily ask for help from her ex-boyfriend who had left the gang. It's those 6th Street bastards again. Jack's voice was laced with anger. The Mad Dogs under Will the Cannon. They've been expanding recklessly lately, pushing into the edge of Legion District. Sure, Legion is dirt poor, and the border area with Santo Domingo is a godforsaken wasteland, but some people just can't resist nibbling on even the scraps. Myra's short on manpower and took a hit. She's asking if I can help. He finished, looking a bit guilty at Mill, then quickly glanced at Sasha. Helping an ex-girlfriend. It sounded a bit off. Sasha blinked and said softly, if you want to help, go ahead. Jack, haven't you always said that people from the Valentinos live by the code of loyalty and brotherhood? Jack was taken aback, not expecting Sasha to say that. He gave a simple grin, but then frowned. But what about Rogue's job? I'll handle that myself, Mill cut in. Guarding Panam is a small gig, I can do it alone. You and Sasha go help Mira. The 6th Street have been getting too cocky lately. It's good to teach them a lesson, lest they think no one can reign in Will the Cannon. He paused, looking at Jack with a hint of caution. But Jack, before you go, you'd better tell Misty about it first. Huh? Why? Jack didn't catch on immediately. Helping an ex-girlfriend without telling your current girlfriend. Sasha added quietly, her face flushing a little. Doesn't seem right, does it? And Misty's tarot readings are so accurate. If she senses something on her own. Jack felt a chill down his spine. He remembered Misty's eyes, which seemed to see right through people, and the aura she exuded when she handled her tarot cards. Indeed, if he went to help Mira behind her back and she sensed it later, Jack could already see Misty smiling as she handed him a cup of special herbal tea, gently asking if there was something on his mind that he wasn't telling her. That image was more terrifying than facing Adam Smasher. In no way. Jack laughed dryly, but his confidence was clearly lacking. Mill didn't speak, just looked at him calmly. The meaning in his eyes was clear. Go ahead and try. Jack felt a shiver under that gaze and shrank his neck. All right, I'll tell her when I get back. Confession is the way to go. Confession is the way to go. The matter was settled. Mill replied to Rogue accepting Panam's job and arranged to meet at the afterlife the next morning. Jack and Sasha would head to Legion District to find Mira and get the specifics. As they left, the Coyote Mama Wells leaned out from upstairs and handed each of them a sandwich wrapped in oil paper. Eat this on the road. Don't go hungry. Don't go hungry. The three said their goodbyes and split at the bar's entrance. Jack and Sasha headed toward the parking area, while Mill decided to call Delamain for a ride back. Miles stood by the roadside, not rushing to act, just taking a deep breath of the cold air, letting the lingering taste of beer malt and the incense from the priest's chapel in his lungs be diluted. He raised his wrist, and the screen of his payment watch lit up in the dim light. He swiped a few times to call up the Delamain taxi service application interface. The icon was a simple black D, with a line of small print below: choose Delamain, leave your troubles behind. A bit ironic, but at least the service was reliable. And Jack wouldn't have to stay in the car this time. Placed the order, set the location, confirmed. In less than 30 seconds, a sleek black sedan glided silently to the curb, stopping precisely in front of him. The door swung upward, and a warm amber interior light came on. The seats were genuine leather, and a faint scent of air freshener lingered in the cabin. After all, it was the premium package. Mal sat in the back. The door closed completely, sealing off the street noise. Good evening, Mr. Mile. A face resembling Dr. Manhattan appeared on the screen in front of him. Destination confirmed: H10 skyscraper. Estimated travel time, 12 minutes. Would you like soothing music or an adjustment of the in-car fragrance? Do you require any? Miles sank into the soft seat and closed his eyes. No, old Del. Just let it be quiet like this for a while. Understood. Shutting down non-essential environmental adjustment systems. Delamain's voice remained steady, but Miles caught a very subtle adjustment in it. It was a kind of algorithmic convergence, like smoothing an overly bright professional smile back into polite composure. The car started merging smoothly into the night traffic. Mal closed his eyes, pressing his fingers against the bridge of his nose. The deep fatigue brought by the nanite core repair wasn't something sleep could fully eliminate. It was more like a system-level overload requiring time and rest to settle. After all, without specialized equipment for hibernation, this was the only way. The car entered a relatively secluded side road lined with warehouses and low apartment buildings. Streetlights were sparse and the light was dim. Sir, Delamain's voice suddenly sounded. The system has detected abnormal fluctuations in your heart rate, breathing frequency, and microexpression data, indicating that you may be in a state of mild anxiety or worry. According to the Customer Mental Health Care Additional Clause Section 3.7 of the Premium Package Service Agreement, may I play some music with proven psychological soothing effects for you? Or I have several versions of relaxation guidance audio built and certified by the New American Psychological Association. No, old Del. Mile interrupted him, still with eyes closed, a trace of weary amusement in his voice. I'm not your customer mental health data point. I'm just tired. Delamain paused for about 2 seconds. This silence seemed unusually long for an AI. I understand, sir. But my core protocol requires me to provide the optimal service experience. Are you sure you don't need any assistance? Positive. Mal opened his eyes and looked at the position of the rearview mirror. There was no mirror there, only an inconspicuous sensor hole. Old Del, do you know how many algorithm iterations you're still short of truly understanding human emotions? This time Delamain paused even longer. For the first time, there seemed to be a trace of something that could be called perplexity in its voice. Sir, my emotion simulation module is trained on over 50 million hours of human conversation data and has passed the Turing Test version 4 standard. In theory, I can recognize and simulate over 97 common human emotional states and corresponding interaction patterns. Simulate. Mile repeated the words softly, his gaze turning to the fleeting street scene outside the window. Not understand. It's like you know what physiological data and microexpressions the word tired corresponds to, and you can even recite a set of suggested solutions for fatigue. But you don't understand what tired feels like. It's not the accumulation of muscle lactic acid, not the decline of neurotransmitter levels. It's that feeling of not wanting to think about anything, but unable to stop thinking. The body wants to rest, but the mind keeps racing. He paused and laughed at himself. Why am I telling you this? You're just a taxi. I am Delamain. The AI corrected with a strange stubbornness in its tone. My purpose is to provide safe, efficient, and comfortable point-to-point transportation services and to satisfy passengers' reasonable needs as much as possible during the process. Understanding passengers is an important part of providing service. I am learning. Then take your time learning. Ma leaned back into the seat. Sometimes not understanding is also good. At least you won't feel annoyed. The car entered a relatively secluded street lined with old row houses. Many windows were dark and graffiti layered over graffiti on the walls. This was a fringe area beyond the reach of the municipal center's radiance. Poor, but still orderly. At least on the surface. The incident occurred without warning. Just as the car turned a corner, a chaotic noise erupted from an alley about 50 meters ahead. The clang of metal muffled grunts and the sound of fabric being dragged roughly. Then two figures in dirty work clothes and simple respirators staggered backward out of the alley, dragging a struggling sack together. The human silhouette inside the sack was clear, and its kicking was growing weaker. Scavengers. And they were in the middle of a job. Miles' eyes instantly turned cold. He had seen this scene too many times. In the shadows of the slums, in the abandoned corners of factory districts, in places where the law and cameras couldn't be bothered to look. These people truly lived up to their name. Delamain's reaction was astonishingly fast. The car decelerated almost without a jolt, and a smooth prompt sounded inside, potential security threat, and illegal activity detected ahead. According to Article 11 of the Night City Traffic Management Regulations and the Delamain Safety Protocol, it is recommended to reroute. Recalculating route. On the center console screen, the map path began to change rapidly. No. Miles' voice was calm without even raising the volume. Delamain's prompt stopped abruptly. Sir, pull over. Wait for me. Mal had already started unbuckling his seatbelt. Sir, I must remind you that intervening in such incidents carries extremely high risks. The other party may be armed, and the NCPD response time in this area is estimated to exceed 8 minutes. According to my liability clause, I strongly recommend you stay in the car, allow me to reroute to a safe path, and simultaneously send an anonymous alert to the NCPD. Delamain's speech rate increased slightly, but it still maintained that infuriatingly programmed calm. They can't wait 8 minutes. Mir pushed the car door open, night wind flooding and carrying the sour stench of garbage wafting from the alley. You wait here. Very soon. Sir. The sound of the car door closing severed Delamain's protests. Mir stood at the roadside, rolled his neck, and walked toward the alley entrance. The two scavengers were nearly dragging the burlap sack into a dilapidated van parked deep within the alley. They were sharp and watchful. The moment Mir closed to about 20 meters, one of them whipped around a machete with crudely welded serrations already in hand. His eyes above the mask were cloudy yet menacing. Hey, piss off. None of your damn business. The blade wielder growled, voice muffled through the mask. Wait, another fresh piece. The other scavenger spotted Mir as if he were money walking toward them. A native. Fetches a good price. So the scavenger released the sack and drew an electric baton from his waist. Mir didn't break stride, pressing forward. His steps were steady and unhurried, almost casual, one hand still tucked in his coat pocket, the other gripping White Tiger. Going for it. The blade wielder dropped his warnings and charged, the machete slicing through the air in a diagonal arc, aimed squarely at Mir's shoulder. Classic scavenger tactics. No rush to kill outright. First, disable mobility for easier processing afterward. A fraction of a second before the blade connected, Mir moved. Not a dodge. He didn't even remove his hand from his pocket. He simply shifted his weight and met the blade with his left shoulder. The machete struck solidly. But the predicted carnage never materialized. The moment the blade touched his clothing, the air around Mir's shoulder rippled, revealing a nearly invisible membrane composed of countless tiny diamond-shaped luminescent particles. The blade struck as though hitting super-dense alloy, emitting a bone-grating scrape. The enormous recoil surged back up the weapon, searing pain shooting through the wielder's palm, the machete nearly torn from his grip. Eyes wide with shock before he could process what happened, Mir was already counterattacking. No draw. Mir merely held the scabbard sword, flicked his wrist, and drove the pommel precisely into the donjong acupoint at the attacker's chest. Even augmented with cybernetics, he was still human. And humans feel pain, unless the force isn't sufficient. After all, they weren't some kind of super beast, right? Any organism under attack would instinctively feel pain, fear, or expose an opening. But scavengers wouldn't experience that sensation. Ugh. The blade wielder crumpled as though struck by a hammer, breath trapped in his chest, vision, blackening, body going limp as the machete clattered to the ground. The other scavenger roared and lunged, driving the sparking electric baton straight at Mir's lower back. The strike was fast and vicious. If it connected with an ordinary person, muscles would spasm and resistance would vanish instantly. Mir didn't even turn around. The baton halted 3 centimeters from his waist, intercepted again by that invisible nanofilm. Blinding electrical arcs flailed and splashed against the membrane with crackling violence, but couldn't penetrate a millimeter. Simultaneously, Mir drove an upward elbow strike, connecting precisely with the man's jaw. Crack. The sound of shattering bone sent chills down the spine. And this was a titanium-reinforced prosthetic skeleton. The scavenger didn't even manage a groan before collapsing backward. The electric baton flew from his grip and rolled across the damp ground, arcing briefly before dying out. From exiting the vehicle to neutralizing both targets, less than 15 seconds had elapsed. Mimir didn't even glance at the incapacitated scavengers walking straight to the still slightly twitching sack, crouching down and loosening the knot. Inside was a young man appearing to be in his early 20s, wearing cheap coveralls, his face, bruised mouth sealed, with tape, eyes vacant from terror and oxygen deprivation. At first he trembled violently upon seeing Mimir, then recognized he wasn't one of the scavenger's accomplices. Tears welled up instantly, muffled whimpers escaping. Mimir tore off the tape from his mouth, not particularly gentle. "Can you walk?" The young man nodded, frantically struggling to climb out of the sack, but his hands and feet were bound, movements clumsy and awkward. Mimir gave a light flick with white tiger's scabbard. The plastic zip ties snapped cleanly. The young man tumbled to his feet, legs still shaking, but survival instinct overriding everything else. "Thank you." His voice was hoarse, tears and snot streaking his face. They wanted to take me." "I know." Mimir interrupted him. His gaze swept toward the van parked deep in the alley. The rear doors were slightly ajar, and there seemed to be movement inside. The mind network passively unfolded, detecting at least 5 more faint but malevolent life signals inside, along with the faint sound of metal instruments clinking together. This scavenger squad had more members than he'd anticipated. Just then the sharp screech of tires on pavement and the flashing red and blue of police lights appeared at the alley entrance. A Harry I-860 NCPD enforcer pulled up at a crooked angle, likely responding to an anonymous report from nearby residents or drawn by the earlier electrical flashes and commotion. 2 officers stepped out, hands resting on their holster grips, scanning the alley warily. When they clearly saw 2 figures on the ground dressed unmistakably as scavengers, along with a ragged young man standing and a youth in an ordinary jacket, they visibly hesitated, especially when the police lights illuminated Mimir's face. That face had been appearing too frequently in recent NCPD internal briefings and street rumors. His features were handsome to an almost unnatural degree, more striking than Carrie's. But his combat record was terrifying, single-handedly defeating Atom Smasher. Though Arasaka never formally confirmed it, the news had spread like a virus. The younger officer opened his mouth, removed his hand from his holster, looking noticeably flustered. The older one, his temples already graying, bore the accumulated exhaustion and numbness from years of night shifts on his face. He looked at Mimir, then at the unconscious scavengers on the ground, and the shivering young man, his brow furrowing, then relaxing, finally, resolving into a complex sigh. He didn't ask questions or reach for his weapon, simply nodding to Mimir as a greeting. Then he gestured toward the scavengers to his younger partner. "Call for backup. Cuff these 2. Check the van for any accomplices." The younger cop snapped out of his daze and obeyed immediately. The older officer approached the rescued young man with a tone that was official but not harsh. You all right? Need an ambulance?" The young man hurriedly shook his head. "And no, I'm fine." "An ambulance? How much would that cost?" He wasn't a cop with access to those benefits. Even the most basic medical assistance in Night City was money he couldn't afford. Besides, who knew whether he'd end up at a hospital or some other scavenger den? NCPD. Weren't they just the white gloves for corporations and gangs? "Then come with us to the police station for a statement," the old cop said, his gaze drifting back to Mimir, hesitating for a moment before he spoke. "You did it?" Mimir neither admitted nor denied. He simply slipped the white tiger back into his belt. "Just passing by." The old cop stared at him for a few seconds, the face worn smooth by years, and Yi Chung seemed to bear deeper wrinkles. He suddenly spoke in a low voice, so soft that it sounded like a self-mutter, or perhaps a word spoken to Mimir. "People who do passing by like this are not seen often nowadays." The young officer beside him was calling for reinforcements. Upon hearing this, he whispered quietly to the old cop, "Chief, is this the one from the rumors?" The old cop looked at Mimir again, and this time his gaze carried something else. Not doubt, but a weary scrutiny, and a faint, perhaps even unconscious sense of longing. He had worked for NCPD for nearly 30 years, joining at 18, and sweeping the streets since now about 3 decades in. The NCPD's rank divisions followed the old American system, listing officer, senior officer, detective, chief, deputy chief, examiner, inspector, assistant commissioner, commissioner. And he had served as a police officer for nearly 20 years, now only a senior officer. No background, no backing, no money. Just a textbook Night City 3-0, with only the Night City registration being a bit more prestigious than most, and nothing else. So he did not dare dream of reaching the chief's rank. Retirement would be enough. After all, the higher you climb, the more you betray your own heart. Flattery, taking bribes, and kissing the companies, but... So he grew tired. But since Mimir arrived, something seemed to change. Let his long-dead heart begin to beat again. "Whether it's you or not," the old cop finally said, his voice returning to its usual dry tone, "thank you." At least tonight those vermin earned one less penny of black money. This kid can go home. Now go. He turned, walking toward the Delamon taxi parked by the roadside. Keep it. The young man, still holding the coins and the photos, stood there, tears falling. The rescued young man finally remembered, frantically patting his pockets, pulling out a crumpled wallet, dumping out the few coins, and a faded family photo, both hands cupped to hand them to Mimir, eyes reddening again. Sir. I only have these. Thank you. Really? Mimir looked at the meager reward in his hands, then at the stiffly smiling family in the photo, and fell silent for 2 seconds. No need. He turned toward the Delamon taxi waiting by the curb. Keep it. The young man, clutching the coins and the photos, stood mute as tears dripped down. The old cop watched Mimir's back as he walked away, then whispered to his young partner, see that? This is the difference. What difference? Some people pick up guns to rob others of more. Some people pick up knives. The old cop paused, looking up at the night sky, where the city's light pollution dyed it a dirty orange-red, to let some people still keep that pitiful thing in their pockets. He sighed, his voice so low it nearly drowned out by the wail of sirens. I hope this wind blows a little longer. Delamon's door opened automatically as Mimir approached. He sat inside, closed the door, sealing off the outside chaos, sirens, cries, and sighs. The cabin remained quiet and comfortable, as if the brief, brutal confrontation had never happened. The car smoothly restarted, pulling away from the block. Sir, Delamon's voice spoke again, this time with a hint of algorithmic hesitation. Based on external sensor records and behavioral analysis models, your act just now conforms to the human moral categories of righteousness and altruism, but does not fit the risk-benefit optimization model. Your pursuit of excellence package includes the maximum coverage for accidental injuries, but actively stepping into danger may still cause service interruptions and potential legal disputes. May I ask, why did you intervene? Mimir leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes. As the nanomembrane receded, the subtle prickling beneath his skin faded. He heard Delamon's question and did not answer at once. Why? Yes. He's also looking for a reason. Maybe so, maybe not. Just consider it. Doing one good deed a day, he finally said, his voice void of much emotion. One good deed a day. The phrase usually refers to moral or faith-based acts performed for no obvious immediate reward, Delamon repeated, as if scouring a database for matches. But according to my calculations, under Night City's current social order, the long-term viability of a daily good deed is lower than. Old Delamon. Some things do not require probability calculations. The AI fell silent. This silence was longer than any before. In the cabin, only the faint hum of the motor remained. I cannot understand. Delamon finally spoke. For the first time, its voice clearly revealed an algorithmic confusion. My core logic is built on optimality and efficiency. Your behavior under the current parameters is not the optimal solution. You will understand in time. If you truly wish to understand, rather than merely simulate. Mimir said, his tone carrying a trace of mild pity. The car entered the street where H10 apartments stood, then stopped steadily before the building. The door opened. Destination reached. Thank you for choosing Delamon Services. A standard closing line rang out, but Delamon added something more human than usual with a hint of tentative fluctuation. Looking forward to serving you again, Mr. Mimir. Good night. Sleep well. Mimir had stepped out of the car, turning to glance at the tiny sensor hole inside. And you? I hope you become more human soon. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, waved, and turned toward the apartment building. The screen's light flickered slightly. The AI's voice lagged a half-beat before it spoke, seemingly performing a complex semantic analysis and response generation. Your suggestion has been recorded. I will incorporate it into a long-term learning process. The door closed silently behind him. The black car lingered for a few seconds as if to see him off, then slipped into the night, vanishing around the next street corner. Early the next morning, Mimir descended the stairs. Morning, Weyerson said without looking up, his tone carrying a familiar teasing. Quite a commotion last night, huh? I heard that some cleaners got taken care of over in Little Chinatown. The method was too clean for local style. Just passing through, Mimir said as he walked to the counter, his gaze sweeping over the displayed weapons. He had limited interest in these metal blocks propelled by gunpowder, but he respected Weyerson's enthusiasm. Passing through again, Weyerson finally looked up. The places you pass through, the safety rating goes up a few points. Sure you don't want to get a decent primary weapon from me. Seeing you always use those cold weapons makes me anxious. I'm used to them. Mimir picked up a magazine from the counter, glanced at it, then put it down. Leaving the city today. The Badlands. Weyerson perked up immediately. Then you'll need a big one. I've got a shotgun that just arrived. One shot can blow those chaotic blades gang scrap cars to pieces. Thanks, Weyerson. Mimir interrupted, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Next time. He mounted his motorcycle, the Kusanagi blade, and rode toward Leishing. The low roar of the engine was especially clear on the streets where the morning mist had not yet dissipated. He deliberately avoided the main roads. Occasionally, early rising scavengers among the ruins would look up, and when they caught sight of that sleek silver silhouette, they would pause involuntarily for a moment. In Night City, no one didn't recognize this motorcycle, just as no one was unaware of its owner's name. He first sent a message to Jieku arrived at Lijiang District. "How's it going?" Almost immediately a reply came in Jieku's signature cheerful tone, mixed with Spanish words mano. "Just arrived. The atmosphere is a bit tense, but no problem. Sasha is checking their communications, and I'm with Mila. Catching up. Don't worry. Sasha is checking the equity structure of that 6th Street gang's shabby bar. Guess what? There's actually a shadow of Militatek behind it." "Expected," Mimir said. "What's Mila's attitude?" "What else?" "The Valentino gang's old tradition. Territory is sacred and inviolable," Jieku replied. "To be honest, Mano, if I hadn't known her for so many years, I really wouldn't want to wade into this muddy water. Those crazy ex-military bastards from the 6th Street gang, and those stubborn donkeys from the Valentino gang, who cling to the old rules. Neither side is easy to deal with." Mimir knew what Jieku left unsaid. Haiwuda was where Jieku grew up, and the Valentino gang still had his former brothers. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay, especially in a place like Night City. Help someone today, and you might bleed for it tomorrow. Mimir thought for a moment, his fingers tapping on the virtual keyboard. "Did you tell Misty?" This time the reply was a few seconds slower than a voice message came. Jieku's voice was lowered a bit, with some background noise. "I told her last night." "How did you know she would know?" "Tarot cards," Mimir answered, simply, a slight smile under his helmet. "Misty's fortune-telling is eerily accurate. It's not like you've just met her." Jieku seemed at a loss for words, then said, "Damn, you know what? I almost wanted to rip out my brain computer. I stammered out the whole story, and she didn't get angry. Ooh, she just told me to be careful. And said she appreciated my honesty." At the end of the voice message, Jieku's voice carried a sense of relief and a hint of sweetness. Mimir chuckled softly and replied in text, "Good thing. How does it feel meeting your ex-girlfriend?" This time the reply came quickly, along with a candid photo taken by Sasha. Jieku stood in front of a colorful graffiti wall in Lijiang District, talking to a Latina woman wearing a Valentino gang-style dress. His expression showed a bit of helpless awkwardness, but the atmosphere was relatively peaceful. Jieku then sent a text, "What can I say? Mila's still the same hot-tempered. That will cannon from the 6th Street gang has been too arrogant lately. He's overreached, opened a bar right on the boundary line, and even declared he's going to restore order. Mila doesn't have enough people to hold the line. She knows I'm with you now with a big reputation and wants to borrow some weight. I told her this is the last time. When the favor is repaid, we're even. I'm a mercenary, now not a Valentino gang gunman." Mimir replied, "Your call. Say if you need backup." Jieku, "Don't worry, Mano. Just a show of force. If it comes to a fight, no fear. You guys be careful too." Closing the communication, Mimir twisted the throttle. The atmosphere of Lijiang Bar during the day was completely different from at night. Emmerich at the door saw Mimir approaching. His rugged face showed no change in expression. He just gave a slight nod and pulled open the heavy soundproof door from the side. "Rogue is waiting for you." His voice was steady, revealing no emotion. Entering the inner area, the light grew dimmer. Behind the bar, Claire was wiping glasses. Seeing Mimir, she raised an eyebrow and flashed a hearty smile. "Look who's here. The new legend of Night City. What do you have?" "Still single malt with a bullet. I'm still working on the recipe. Just something refreshing, non-alcoholic." Mimir sat down at the bar. "A mercenary, not drinking." Claire worked swiftly. The sun's rising from the west. She quickly pushed over a pale blue drink with fine bubbles. "Homemade energy drink. Electrolytes, vitamins, and a little secret recipe." Mimir took a sip. The taste was refreshing, with a hint of citrus and mint, and a gentle, invigorating sensation spread down his throat. "Not bad. Where's Rogue?" Claire jutted her chin toward the shadowy booth deep in the bar. Mimir picked up his glass and walked over. Across from her sat Panam Palmer, wearing her signature brown leather jacket and work pants, legs crossed. "Yo, the legend himself arrives." Panam spotted Mimir, first a somewhat wild grin spreading across her lips. "It's harder to meet you than to find clean water in the Badlands. So how does it feel to be a celebrity in Night City? Want to give me an autograph so I can show off to those guys?" Mimir walked to the booth and set down his glass. "The feeling is more commissions, longer trips, and more bullshit." He looked at Rogue. "Especially you fixers. One word from you, and I can run from Wozen District to Taipingshao." Rogue exhaled a puff of smoke, a slight smile curving behind the haze. "The capable do more, Mimir. Fame is a double-edged sword. It brings trouble, but also choice. Sit." She gestured for Mimir to sit. Mimir sat down next to Panam. "Let's get down to business, Rogue." Panam's tapping on the table sped up. "You called me from the gathering point outside the city, not just to watch you two catch up, right? And you," she turned to Mimir, "haven't seen you in months, and you're doing great. Even the Aldecaldos have heard your name. You took down Adam Smasher. That's badass." "Luck," Mill said, simply glancing at Panam. "What about you? Why did you leave the clan? How are Saul and the others?" Panam's expression darkened instantly, and her hand tapping the table stopped. Good, my ass." Her tone turned sharp. Saul is getting more and more muddled. For a few supplies and some scrap metal, he's hooked up with Militech, smuggling goods for them in the Badlands. We're nomads, damn it. The Aldecaldos are not Militech's transport convoy. Panam, Mill interjected calmly. Saul has his reasons. The clan needs to survive. Survival means licking corporate ass. Panam's voice shot up an octave, making Claire at the far end of the bar look up. What are nomads? We're free. Our wheels roll on our own paths, not on some route drawn by a corporation. Saul. He's forgotten our roots. Her chest heaved, clearly still seething over the matter. Mill could understand Panam's anger, the stubborn idealism of a purist. He could also imagine Saul's helplessness. As a leader, he had to find a fragile balance between ideals and reality for the whole clan. So you just ran off? Mill asked. What else? Stay there and watch him shake hands with Militech's agents, turning the clan into another special ops team. Panam grabbed the half-empty glass of water left on the table and drained it in one gulp, as if dousing the fire in her heart. I came to Night City to pick up some gigs work on my own. Out of sight, out of mind. You're still family, Mill said slowly. Don't let it get too ugly. Saul's under a lot of pressure. Life in the Badlands gets harder every year. Panam snorted, but didn't argue further. The fire in her eyes dimmed slightly, replaced by exhaustion and worry. I know. I just... MD. She finally cursed, turning her head away. Rogue took the opportunity to steer the conversation, sliding a data chip to the center of the table. Personal grudges later. There's a job now. I think you two would make a good team. Mill and Panam both looked at the chip. An escort gig, Rogue said succinctly. Panam, your driving skills and knowledge of the Badlands terrain are an advantage. Mill, your comprehensive abilities are insurance. The client wants a shipment of sensitive cargo moved from a rendezvous point in the Badlands to another designated location on the outskirts of Night City, delivered to a man named Nash. Nash? Panam frowned. Never heard of him. Which side is he on? Rogue shrugged, flicking ash from her cigarette. I don't care. The client pays, I connect. He could be a middleman for the Razor Gang, a rep from some small tribe, or even a corporate front. Doesn't matter. What matters is the cargo gets delivered safely and the money hits your accounts. The client specifically mentioned that Nash might be a bit nervous, so they need someone with enough weight to keep things in check. She looked at Mill. Clearly you fit that weight now. Mill picked up the chip and inserted it into his terminal. The location was deep in the Badlands, near an abandoned radar station ruin. And the pay? Panam was more interested in the practical details. Mill already had 20,000 as she cared about her own cut. After the standard fixers cut this much. Rogue projected a number on the table, enough to make any ordinary merc salivate. Panam whistled. That'll fix my car a few times over. All right, I'm in. Mill nodded. Good. Rogue stubbed out her cigarette. The details are in the chip. I suggest you leave soon. The rendezvous is this afternoon. Nash isn't exactly a saint, but with your skills, she shot a meaningful glance at Mill. It shouldn't be a problem. Before leaving the booth, Rogue stopped Mill, lowering her voice. Oh, and Father and Regina have been asking about you. I've got a few gigs I think you might be interested in. Some scavenger hideout and a cyber psycho lead. I'll send them your way. Also, watch yourself. The Badlands have been rough lately. Not just the Razor Gang. Thanks, Rogue. Mill nodded in acknowledgement. Panam was already on her feet, eager to get going. I'll get the car. Meet you at the entrance. Hurry up, Mill. Stepping out of the afterlife, the afternoon sun was blinding. Panam's Mackinaw was already rumbling at the curb, its rugged modifications starkly contrasting with the polished or dilapidated city vehicles around it. She leaned against the door, checking the spare fuel tank strapped to the roof. Get in, legend. Panam yanked open the driver's door and jumped in. Mill walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, and was hit by a wave of heat mixed with the smell of oil and old leather. When he sat down, he regretted it. How could it be so hard? It felt like sitting on a rock. Panam stomped on the accelerator, the Mackinaw roared, and lurched forward, cutting into traffic without a hint of courtesy. Hold on. My car doesn't have that gentle autopilot. The vehicle bounced out of the city center, heading toward the Badlands. The roads in the city were tolerable, but once they hit the highway connecting Night City to the outskirts, the condition deteriorated sharply. Cracked asphalt patches of repair, the occasional abandoned vehicle wreck. The Mackinaw suspension was clearly built for rougher terrain, and on the relatively smooth road, it was overly lively, transmitting every jolt directly to Mill. Hey, Mill finally spoke after nearly hitting the roof from another bump. Couldn't you put some shocks on this thing? Or at least get a more comfortable seat? This is a job, not a rally race. Panam drove with one hand, the other elbow resting on the window. She burst out laughing. Suck it up, princess. Nomad cars are built tough. Sturdy, reliable, can haul cargo, climb hills, and ford rivers. They're not meant for you city mercs to lounge in. What you want, massaging leather seats with adjustable climate control. Mill grabbed the grab handle to steady himself. If you're offering, I wouldn't say no. In your dreams. Panam laughed. How about you pay that old captain to trick out your Chevalier, and next time you drive it out to the Badlands with me. Let's see whose fancy suspension falls apart first, or if I leave it in the dust. I'll consider it, Mill replied seriously. At least it wouldn't give me a sore back. What a drama queen. Panam snorted, but the familiarity and ease in her voice were unmistakable. Being with Mill, she felt none of the pressure from the clan or the scheming of city folk. It made her feel at ease. She changed the subject. Seriously, Rogue didn't say it outright, but I've got a feeling this gig isn't that simple. Mechanical parts. Out here in the Badlands, that usually means weapons or illegal cyberware. And that name Nash. I feel like I've heard it before, but I can't place it. We'll deal with whatever comes, Mill said, watching the desolate scenery flash by outside the window. Rusted billboards, abandoned gas stations, and scattered makeshift shacks began to appear on both sides of the highway. As long as he doesn't make the first move, we complete the escort, get paid, and walk away. I hope so. Pan's gaze sharpened. But if he dares to play games. She patted the sniper rifle beside her. My good friend won't go easy on anyone. No wonder he seemed to occupy so much space. There was a sniper stowed here. The vehicle exited the highway, turned onto a dust-choked dirt road, and formally entered the Badlands. Pan rolled up the windows and switched on the slightly noisy in-car radio. Hold on tight. The next stretch is going to be thrilling. The Mackinaw galloped like an untamed steed over the potholed dirt road. Mill had to admit that on terrain like this, Pan's vehicle and driving skills were indeed the optimal choice. Aside from a few radioactive mutated lizards, no large-scale human or vehicle activity was detected. Of course, there were also ancient creatures capable of surviving nuclear blasts, cockroaches. Following the chip's guidance, they traveled along an old highway ruined, nearly buried by wind-blown sand, passed through the rusted pipeline-strewn remains of a petrochemical plant, and finally stopped at the edge of a relatively open gravel plain. We're a bit early. Pan glanced at the crude timer in the vehicle and killed the engine. Let's wait. Both stepped out and stretched their stiff bodies after the long, bumpy ride. Mill leaned against the front hood, his heart net continuously scanning. Pan climbed into the cargo bed and observed the surroundings through binoculars. Thermal signature about 3 kilometers to the southeast. Likely a vehicle parked behind a ridge. Pan reported. MMI sensed it too. Mill nodded. Life signs, approximately 5 to 7 individuals. Emotional signals. Alert, but not particularly tense. Anything else? Pan adjusted the binoculars. Inside the radar station ruins. Something seems to be reflecting light. Can't make it out clearly. Could be scrap metal, or maybe. She paused. A person. Almost simultaneously with her words, Mill's heart net picked up an extremely faint, but undeniably present electronic signal pulse emanating from the direction of the radar station. An ambush. Mill's voice remained calm. Not aimed at us. It's for the transaction. Pan immediately dropped low, slid down from the cargo bed, crouched behind the wheel, and had her sniper rifle set up in an instant. Damn it, knew this wouldn't be clean. That bastard Nash is trying to steal the goods. Not necessarily him. Mill leaned casually against the front hood, faint light already flowing beneath his skin, ready to enter combat mode at any moment. It could also be the cargo owner or a third party's trouble. The chip mentioned Nash might feel nervous. Perhaps he arrived early and noticed something amiss. What do we do now? Pan asked, her finger resting on the trigger guard. Wait, Mill said. See who moves first. Our job is to escort the transaction to completion, not get dragged into an undeclared firefight. If the cargo owner doesn't show, or if Nash is already dead, the contract naturally voids. Minutes ticked by. The hidden vehicle in the distance remained motionless, and the reflection in the radar station ruins faded, yet the feeling of being watched did not dissipate. About half an hour later, the low rumble of an engine echoed from another direction. A dust-caked Taurus, Rattler SUV with dark-tinted windows bounced into the plane and drove straight toward the open area below the radar station. The vehicle came to a stop and 4 people emerged. The man at the forefront glistened bald under the scorching sun, his face marked with indigo blue tattoos, twisted patterns resembling tribal insignia or perhaps recklessly inked designs. He wore a hodgepodge of military surplus gear and street-style clothing with a large revolver holstered at his waist. This was Nash as described in the dossier. The 3 men behind him also looked fierce, armed and alertly scanning their surroundings. That's him, Pan whispered, her binoculars locked onto Nash's bald head. Nash did not immediately head toward the designated meeting point. Instead, he stood his ground, lit a hand-rolled cigarette, and narrowed his eyes toward Mill and Pan's direction. Clearly, he had also spotted the Mackinaw parked at the periphery. Looks like our escort target hasn't arrived yet, Mill said. Nash is waiting. Should we go over? Pan asked. Hold on a bit longer. 10 more minutes passed before a heavily modified truck equipped with armor plating and an extra cargo bed slowly approached along another distinctly tracked dirt road. The truck halted approximately 50 meters from Nash's vehicle, and 6 or 7 people jumped out from the cabin cargo bed. They wore matching dark gray work uniforms, but their movements and posture were clearly well-trained. Unlike ordinary drivers or laborers, they appeared to scatter casually, but subtly controlled several key positions. A man who looked like the leader approached Nash, and the two began talking. The cargo owner is here. Pan adjusted the focus on her sniper scope. Looks like private security for some corporation or an elite squad under a major intermediary. That truck is modified. The cargo bed is sealed, can't tell what's inside. Prepare yourselves, Mill whispered. We're moving in. Keep our distance and identify ourselves. The two returned to the Mackinaw. Pan started the engine, and they slowly descended the gravel slope toward the negotiating parties. Their arrival immediately drew attention from both sides. Nash and the work uniform leaders ceased their conversation, hands resting on their weapons, while their respective subordinates instantly shifted into a defensive stance. The Mackinaw stopped about 20 meters from the two groups. Mill and Pan stepped out without any aggressive gestures. Relax. Mill spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying clearly across the vast plain. We're sent by Ms. Luo Gu, assigned to ensure this transaction proceeds smoothly. I'm Mill, and this is Pan. Nash studied Mill, his tattooed face wearing an odd expression, surprise mixed with something else. Nash grinned, revealing teeth stained yellow by smoke, and smiled, but his eyes held no warmth. Good, very good. Luo Gu thinks ahead. Having you around does make one feel reassured. He emphasized the word reassured somewhat heavily. The work uniform leader also scrutinized Mill from head to toe, then glanced at Pan and the sniper rifle mounted on her vehicle roof. His tense expression eased slightly, though his vigilance remained. Luo Ge's people. Fine, let's follow the protocol. The goods are in the truck. Where's the money? Nash gestured, and one of his men dragged forward a heavy metal case, opened it, and revealed neatly stacked credit chips. The work uniform leader inspected them, nodded, and signaled his men to open the truck's cargo door. Inside were several crash-proof crates of varying sizes wrapped in shock-absorbing material. The leader randomly pointed to two crates and had his men haul them down. One was opened on the spot, revealing what were indeed precision mechanical components, apparently key parts of some large equipment or weapon. Inspect the goods, the foreman said to Nash. Nash stepped forward, crouched down, and carefully examined the parts, even pulling out a portable scanner to check them. After a moment, he stood up and nodded. The goods matched the sample. Then let's proceed with the handover. The foreman signaled his men to start moving the crates from the cargo compartment onto Nash's Rattlesnake, and another panel van parked a short distance away. Meyer and Pannon stood by the Mackinaw, maintaining their watch. Pannon's sniper rifle wasn't aimed at anyone, but her finger never left the trigger guard. Meyer's heart net monitored the emotional fluctuations and physiological signals of everyone present, while simultaneously allocating part of his attention to the radar station ruins and the distant hidden heat source. Everything seemed smooth. Crates were moved down and loaded one by one. Nash's men and the foreman's crew each performed their duties. The atmosphere was tense, but showed no signs of conflict. Just as the last few crates were about to be moved, a sudden change occurred. From the direction of the radar station ruins, at least three intense emotional signals burst forth abruptly. Simultaneously, the light armored vehicle that had been hidden in the distance roared, its engine charging out from behind the slope, kicking up a cloud of dust, and racing straight toward the transaction site at high speed. Enemy attack. Pannon shouted sharply. Almost at the same instant, Myers sensed the anomaly. She immediately dropped low, swinging the sniper rifle's muzzle toward the direction of the armored vehicle's charge. Nash and the foreman both changed color. Damn, it's Wilcannon's men, Nash roared, yanking out his revolver. The tattoos on his face twisted with fury. Those bastards from the 6th Street Gang. How did they know? This was the intersection of Santo Domingo and the Badlands after all. Strictly speaking, it belonged to 6th Street Gang territory. The foreman also immediately screamed, "Defense! Protect the cargo!" His men dropped the crates they were carrying, swiftly took cover, and drew concealed submachine guns from under their work clothes. The transaction site instantly descended into chaos. The armored vehicle equipped with a heavy machine gun opened fire as it charged. Large caliber bullets swept across, clanging against the truck's armor, sparking and kicking up plumes of dust as they struck the ground. One of Nash's men and one of the foreman's men, who failed to dodge in time, were instantly mowed down. Almost simultaneously, from behind the broken windows and shattered walls of the radar station ruins, at least 3 sniper rifles or precision rifles emerged, their muzzles aimed at the transaction personnel below. Bullets howled in. Another of Nash's men had his head blown open, and one of the foreman's team took a bullet in the shoulder, falling with a scream. Take cover. Pannon had already pulled the trigger. The bullet flew precisely toward the armored vehicle's cab window. But the enemy was clearly prepared. The windows were reinforced with protective mesh or ballistic layers, and the bullet ricocheted off, leaving only spiderweb-like cracks. Even Pannon's modified sniper rifle couldn't penetrate. The armored vehicle didn't slow down, and the heavy machine gun continued to roar, suppressing the firepower of both trading parties. Meyer had already moved the moment the attack began. He didn't activate his nano-armor immediately. Instead, with astonishing speed, he evaded the trajectory of the first burst of gunfire and instantly dashed to a half-human high rock near Nash and the foreman. Plan, he asked calmly, as if the gunfire and screams around him were mere background noise. Nash, back against the tire, firing wildly toward the armored vehicle, shouted furiously, "Plan. Kill those sons of bitches from the 6th Street gang. Well, Cannon wants to steal my goods. Not so easy." His face was filled with brutality and a furious sense of betrayal. The foreman was relatively calmer. He shouted a few words into his earpiece, then said to Mimir, "Our mission is to ensure the goods reach Mr. Nash safely. Now the attackers threaten the cargo's safety. Eliminate them. The armored vehicle is the primary target." Mimir glanced at the scene. The armored vehicle was trying to circle around using the heavy machine gun to blanket the entire area with fire. The snipers in the ruins were precisely picking off exposed personnel. The combined forces of the two trading parties had about 10 men still capable of fighting, pinned down and unable to raise their heads. The cargo was scattered on the ground, exposed to fire. Cannon fired again, this time aiming at the armored vehicle's tire. The bullet hit, but it didn't seem to blow out the reinforced tire immediately. The vehicle just lurched and kept firing. "Cannon," Mimir called out via the tactical link, "suppress the snipers in the ruins. Leave the armored vehicle to me." "Roger." Cannon immediately shifted her aim, targeting a firing aperture in the radar station. A muffled grunt came from the ruins, and one sniper's fire ceased. Mimir leaned out from behind the rock for an instant. His heart net precisely locked onto the armored vehicle driver's life field and the vehicle's engine energy core. He clenched his right hand, nanocells surging beneath his skin, and a nano-long blade, its edge flowing with a faint blue energy micro-glow, extended from his palm, fully formed. He crouched down and pressed his palm against the ground. Microscopic, nearly invisible nanofilaments quickly seeped into the dry soil, spreading forward, sensing the ground's vibrations and structure. Now, the armored vehicle was angling slightly toward his direction, attempting to use its side heavy machine gun to sweep the area behind the truck where the foreman's team was hiding. Mimir moved. His speed was so fast that to the naked eye it left a faint afterimage. The heavy machine gun's rounds chased him, but always half a beat behind, kicking up a series of dirt columns behind him. Distance closed rapidly. The armored vehicle's driver clearly spotted this high-speed closing threat and tried to adjust the vehicle's front to face him with its armored nose. But it was too late. Mimir leaped mid-sprint, and the heavy machine gun muzzle rose to track his airborne figure. In that instant, Mimir's left hand pressed against the ground, jerked sharply. The nanofilaments that had previously infiltrated the ground suddenly shot upward from beneath the earth, directly in front of the armored vehicle's left front wheel. Several sharp nanospikes burst through the ground, not particularly thick, but sudden and sharp enough. Thud. The armored vehicle's reinforced left front tire slammed violently onto the spikes. The violent jolt and resistance caused the vehicle to lurch, throwing off the heavy machine gun's aim, sending bullets skyward at an angle. Mimir twisted in midair, the nano-long blade tracing an icy arc precisely aimed at a weak point, a weld seam, on the side of the cab. A flash of blue blade light flickered and vanished. CHK. The nano-long blade pierced like a hot knife through butter, precisely severing some critical wiring. Inside the cab, electrical sparks burst, the dashboard went haywire, and the heavy machine gun's roar abruptly ceased. The vehicle lost control, swerved forward for a dozen meters, and slammed into a large boulder, coming to a halt as black smoke billowed from under the hood. The driver struggled to pry open the hatch, desperate to escape. Mill landed without a moment's hesitation, his wrist flicking as the long blade shot from his hand, carving a vicious arc through the air before slipping through the barely open seam of the armored vehicle's hatch. A brief muffled scream echoed from inside the vehicle, then silence fell. Mill raised his hand, and the nanoblade liquefied, zipping back into his grasp, and reforming instantly, its edge unstained by blood. All of this unfolded in merely 7 or 8 seconds, so swift that many of those engaged in the firefight hadn't even registered what had happened. Holy shit. One of Nash's men stared in utter disbelief, his finger frozen on the trigger. From a distance, Panam watched through her scope and let out a sharp whistle. Beautiful. The sniper holed up in the ruins seemed rattled by the sudden violence, their fire faltering for just a moment. But the attack wasn't over. The armored vehicle may have been disabled, but there were still at least 2 snipers embedded in the ruins. And worse, Mill's scanner picked up fresh engine noises and vital signs closing in from further away. More than one vehicle. Reinforcements incoming. Mill barked sharply while his mind net locked onto the positions of the 2 most active snipers in the ruins. Panam's second window from the left. I'll handle the other one. Before the words had even left his mouth, he was already moving, no longer holding back his human speed limits. Nanocells rippled beneath his skin as bullets chased after him, striking the ruins' walls and sending shards of stones spraying through the air. Panam held her breath and pulled the trigger. The bullet punched through the shattered window, followed by the heavy thud of a body hitting the floor. Almost simultaneously, Mill had already charged to the base of the ruins' corner. With several quick bounds against the wall, he closed the distance to the floor opening where the other sniper was positioned. The sniper inside clearly hadn't expected someone to approach so aggressively from the front, and frantically swung his barrel around in panic. Too slow. Mill's figure flashed through the opening like a phantom, the nanoblade slicing through the dim light with an eerie blue gleam. The blade flashed, a scream erupted, and then cut off abruptly. Mill leapt from the opening, landing on a broken beam below, his gaze cold as he swept across the interior of the ruins, confirming no other shooters remained. Only one hostile signal remained within the ruins, fleeing desperately toward the deeper sections. He did not pursue, for the sound of engines drew ever closer, and dust had already begun to rise on the horizon. He dropped from the beam, hit the ground running, and quickly returned to the core trading area. Panam also came sprinting from her concealed position to regroup. Nash and the foreman were tallying casualties, their expressions grim. In that brief span, they had lost another 3 men. Most of the cargo was still intact, but scattered across the ground and exposed. It's will cannonballs, Bobber. Absolutely. Nash ground his teeth, the tattoos on his face twisting into a ferocious grimace. I recognize that armored vehicle. It's his Fong. Damn him, he must have been eyeing this shipment for a while, wanting to swallow both the cargo and the money. Now is not the time for this. The foreman cut him off, pointing at the rising dust in the distance. Judging by the sound, at least 3 or 4 vehicles. We can't hold them with what we've got left. We have to evacuate immediately. What about the cargo? Nash roared. Grab as much as you can carry. The rest. The foreman's eyes hardened. We can't let them have it. No way. Nash grabbed the foreman by the collar. I paid for this. Then stay here and die. The foreman shoved him off. Shut it. Panam's sharp voice silenced them both. She looked at Mill, her gaze asking for his decision. Mill quickly assessed the situation. Enemy reinforcements were unknown, their numbers had been cut nearly in half, morale was low, and the terrain offered no advantage. The convoy was moving fast. They would enter firing range in at most 2 minutes. Panam, drive your vehicle over and load as much as possible. Mill issued his orders swiftly. You two, he pointed at Nash and the foreman. Throw every movable crate onto the trucks. The heavy truck takes too long to start. We're abandoning it. Use Nash's van and Panam's car. What about the rest? Nash protested unwillingly. Blow them up, Mill said coldly. Nothing goes to the attackers. He looked at the foreman. You should have preparations ready. The foreman paused for a moment, then nodded and barked at one of his men. Set up the explosives. Blow up everything we can't carry along with that truck. Move. Everyone sprang into action with remarkable efficiency in the face of mortal danger. Panam reversed the magnum to the side of the scattered crates while Nash and the foreman's men desperately threw boxes into the cargo bed. Nash's cargo van also pulled up alongside to load. Meanwhile, Mill stood on the outer perimeter providing cover, his nanoblade retracted, but faint light pulsing across his palms, ready to manifest new weapons or defenses at a moment's notice. The dust grew ever closer, and they could already make out the front of the lead vehicle, a modified Galena rattlesnake, with what appeared to be a weapon mounted on its roof. Hurry, they're here, Panam shouted as she hopped into the driver's seat. The cargo bed wasn't fully loaded, but there was no time to waste. The foreman's men had rigged compact explosives around the truck and several immovable crates. Get in. Everyone get in. Nash yelled with bloodshot eyes as he climbed into the passenger seat. Mill saw that everyone was either already in the vehicles or still boarding, and he nodded to the foreman. The foreman pressed the detonator. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted across the abandoned radar station grounds. The heavy truck and surrounding crates were swallowed by fireballs and thick smoke, with debris scattering in all directions. At nearly the same moment, the attacking convoy entered range, bullets raking toward them like pouring rain, striking the magnum and the van with sharp metallic reports. Go! Panam stomped the accelerator to the floor. The magnum snarled like a frightened beast, tearing off at a sharp angle away from the pursuing convoy. That was the relatively flat escape route she had scouted earlier. Nash's van followed close behind. Mill stood in the magnum's cargo bed, one hand gripping the railing to steady himself, while the other extended backward, palm facing outward. Nanocells surged, and a translucent diamond-shaped energy shield materialized instantaneously before his palm. Compact in size, but positioned just right to protect the rear of the cargo bed and himself. Ting-ting-clang. Bullets from the pursuing vehicles struck the energy shield, sparking concentric ripples of energy waves before being deflected to the sides. Hold on tight, Panam shouted from the cab as the magnum bucked and swerved violently across the harsh wasteland terrain, attempting to shake off their pursuers. Through the rearview mirror, 3 modified vehicles chased relentlessly, gunners on their roofs, firing continuously. Worse still, vehicles in the distance appeared to be maneuvering to flank them. This was getting complicated. Mill could handle multiple vehicles at once, but it would be problematic. The reason he had refrained from using long-range weapons was that doing so would interfere with the Corps' repair progress. Otherwise, he would have settled this already. In the rearview mirror, 3 modified vehicles pursued relentlessly, like hyenas scenting blood. Bullets riddled against the reinforced rear armor of the Machina. Some ricocheted away, others embedded deep into the plating. Pan Am gritted her teeth, hands locked firmly on the steering wheel as the yellow pickup bounced ferociously over the rutted terrain of the Badlands. What the F is this bullshit? She roared, wrenching the wheel hard to the right. The truck leaned precariously as it plummeted down a dry riverbed, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Mimir stood in the cargo bay, his body swaying with every violent jolt of the vehicle, yet remaining unervingly steady. The energy shield in front of his palm shimmered faintly, deflecting the few bullets fired at treacherous angles. His gaze pierced past the edge of the shield, assessing the pursuers. Leading the pack was the Rattlesnake, outfitted with a roof-mounted machine gun, while two modified Kalina trucks trailed behind armed gunmen standing in their open beds. Further in the distance, clouds of dust revealed at least two more vehicles flanking from the sides. Their vehicles couldn't match Pan Am's meticulously customized machina, but they compensated with terrain familiarity and coordinated pincer movements. Pan Am 10 o'clock, that one trying to cut us off. Mimir's voice reached Pan Am through the tactical link, as calm as if he were pointing out a roadside sign. I see them. Pan Am slammed on the brakes while jerking the wheel hard left. Tires carved deep grooves into the sand as the truck nearly turned sideways, barely dodging the impact from a Kalina attempting to ram them from the flank. That vehicle couldn't stop in time and plunged headlong into a sand dune beside the riverbed, its wheels spinning uselessly and kicking up even denser dust. Nice shot. A Nash subordinate crouching behind crates couldn't help but shout from the cargo bay. But the danger had not passed. The lead Rattlesnake had already adjusted its direction, the gunner atop its roof operating the heavy machine gun, weaving a wall of lead that blocked the machina's path. Pan Am was forced to slow down again, searching for cover. The truck ducked behind a weathered rock formation, bullets chipping away at the stone and sending fragments flying. This won't work, Pan Am shouted from the cabin. There are too many of them, and they clearly have no intention of letting us leave. Nash's truck followed behind, its body already peppered with over a dozen bullet holes, but still drivable. Nash leaned out from the passenger seat and fired wildly toward the pursuers before ducking back inside. Damn it. That bastard is trying to get me killed. Mimir's gaze swept over the battered crates in the cargo bay. Nash and the foreman had desperately salvaged their cargo, roughly only a third of the original shipment. He recalled the look in Nash's eyes when he saw that batch of mechanical parts and the trained professionalism of the foreman's men. This wasn't merely a gang turf war. Something was wrong with this shipment. How troublesome. Mimir evaluated silently within his consciousness. If he went all out, activating the Odin armor, summoning the Gungnir spear, those vehicles and their occupants would be scrap metal and corpses within minutes. But doing so would accelerate energy consumption of the nano core and delay repair progress. Cautious. Above all, cautious. But sitting passively was not an option. Pan Am, Mimir spoke, his voice still steady. Next open ground. We accelerate straight through. Don't stop. Are you insane? That heavy machine gun will shred us to pieces. Leave it to me, Mimir said briefly. He released his grip on the railing, standing firm as bedrock amid the chaotic bouncing of the cargo bay. His hands came together before him as nanocells surged beneath his skin, an eerie blue glow seeping from between his fingers. Pan Am caught a glimpse in her rearview mirror, bit her lip, and growled, "Screw it, I trust you." She spotted a relatively flat stretch of open ground ahead and slammed the accelerator to the floor. The Mackinaw roared as it burst from behind the rock formation like an arrow loosed from a bow. Almost simultaneously, the heavy machine gun on the Rattlesnake spewed fire, once more, bullets sweeping toward them like a downpour. Mimir did not raise his shield. Instead, he yanked his hands sharply to either side. A silver-long spear etched with glowing blue energy patterns and radiating raw power despite its ancient design materialized instantly in his grasp. A simplified Gungnir with energy output held to the bare minimum. Gripping the spear in one hand, he leaned backward, his arm muscles tensing under the enhancement of nanocells, and hurled it forward. The spear left his hand, but it did not follow a conventional ballistic arc. It transformed into a blinding blue streak, moving almost alive as it carved an impossible zigzag through the air, dodging the hail of bullets before streaking straight toward the Rattlesnake's front. The Rattlesnake's driver was clearly unprepared for such an attack. Panicking, he tried to swerve, but it was too late. The blue streak struck precisely where the hood met the windshield, the area housing the vehicle's electronic systems and engine control module. There was no massive explosion, just a dull cracking sound followed by a sudden burst of brilliant blue electrical sparks. Wrong. The heavy machine gun's furious roar abruptly silenced. The Rattlesnake's engine let out a bizarre whale-black smoke billowing from under the hood. Speed dropped sharply, the steering lock up entirely, and the vehicle veered wildly to one side before crashing into a protruding rock and finally dying. The gunner on top was thrown clear by inertia, slamming brutally onto the sandy ground and lying motionless. The drivers of the two Kalinas behind were visibly rattled, their speed instinctively decelerating. Pan Am seized the opportunity. The Mackinaw had already sprinted through the open ground and dove back into a rugged hilly terrain. Nash's truck followed close behind. What the hell? Pan Am glanced at the smoking, immobilized rattlesnake in her rearview mirror, then looked back through the rear window at Mir in the cargo bay, where the spear had already dissipated and calm had returned. What the hell was that thing you threw? An EMP grenade. I didn't even see a launcher. Custom projectile weapon. Mir brushed it off, simply his gaze still fixed on the rear. The remaining two Kalinas were still in pursuit, but their confidence had clearly wavered. Custom. Find your something else. Pan Am shook her head and focused on driving. She knew the Badlands terrain intimately, using a series of sharp turns combined with natural elevation changes to gradually increase the distance from their pursuers. Those two Kalinas continued chasing for another 15 minutes before eventually slowing and turning around, seemingly having received new orders. The immediate threat had passed. Pan Am did not stop right away. She drove for another 20-plus minutes, ensuring she had completely shaken off her tail before pulling over at a sheltered recess in the rock face. Nash's truck also arrived, sputtering to a halt alongside them, its body riddled with bullet holes and white smoke drifting faintly from the hood. Everyone climbed out, exhaustion and the relief of survival etched across their faces. Nash's crew had 4 men remaining, including Nash himself. The foreman's side was down to 3, including the foreman. Including Mir and Pan Am, there were 11 people total, all wounded except for Mir. Pan Am jumped out of the vehicle, and the first thing she did was check her Maginio. The tailgate was riddled with bullet holes, the left rear tire was leaking air, and the suspension seemed damaged, but the core components were intact. She let out a sigh of relief, then turned her gaze to the boxes that had been unloaded. Now, Pan Am wiped the dust from her face, walking toward Nash with a sharp look. Want to tell me what the hell this stuff really is? The 6th Street gang has been hounding us like rabid dogs, and that fool even sent his dogs after us just to snatch your mechanical parts. Nash leaned against the truck, gasping for breath, his tattoos blurred by sweat and dust. His eyes darted away. Just some precision parts worth a bit on the black market. Worth a bit. Pan Am sneered. She walked over to a box that had been grazed by bullets, its casing slightly damaged. Using her boot knife, she pried open the already loose latch and lifted the lid. Inside was shockproof foam. She pushed the foam aside, revealing a part of the metal component beneath. It was no ordinary machinery. A streamlined silver casing, highly integrated ports, and the faintly visible intricate internal structure. Pan Am's pupils constricted slightly. She reached and fumbled around, and found a recessed identification area. Wiping away the dust, a laser-etched, extremely tiny logo was revealed. It was a pattern of a sword piercing a shield with a line of even smaller letters below. Kendachi. Pan Am murmured, then suddenly looked up, fixing her gaze on Nash. Jinli Military Industries monomolecular wire core component. And this? She quickly examined another part exposed from a damaged box. This is goddamn Haishao Defense Systems Directed Energy Weapon Heat Dissipation Module. Nash, your goddamn smuggling weapons. And top-tier ones at that. Smuggling weapons was nothing unusual in Night City. 1 in 10 people was an arms dealer. But those were small-time operations, just a few common unified pistols and submachine guns found on the market. But something like this was unprecedented. These were high-end goods that only corporate senior agents and gang leaders could afford on the market. No wonder. Nash's face changed color, and he instinctively reached for his gun, but Meyer was already standing behind him at an angle, his calm gaze freezing his movements. It's not just smuggling, Meyer said. He walked to the boxes and scanned the parts. Military restricted components of this level have extremely strict flow controls. Although the 6th Street gang is brazen, under normal circumstances they wouldn't dare touch such a hot potato unless. He looked at Nash. They know who the final destination of this cargo is, or they themselves are one of the destinations. Well, Cannon, a regional leader of the 6th Street gang, has such a big appetite. Sweat beaded on Nash's forehead, his tattooed face twisting. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a middleman. I take the goods, deliver them, and get paid. I don't care about anything else. Bullshit. Pan Am exploded in fury, stepping forward and pressing her gun muzzle almost against Nash's forehead. You think I'm a fool, eh? The serial numbers on these parts haven't even been ground off. Where do things with this batch number end up? In the hands of those bastards from the Luandao Society who attack nomad convoys in the Badlands. Their modified vehicles are getting more and more of these high-end toys. Nash, or should I call you Viper? One of the heads of the black market fencing dens run by the Luandao Society on the outskirts of Night City. Am I wrong? Nash's face went pale instantly. Pan Am's breathing grew heavy, fury blazing in her eyes. Last autumn, an Aldecaldo's exploration team went missing in the southeastern scrapyard. All we found were charred vehicle frames and debris. Ballistic analysis and weapon fragments left at the scene pointed to modified heavy assault rifles and monomolecular cutting marks. We tracked it for half a year, and the trail died at a few black market middlemen who handled Japanese military hardware. One of their code names was Viper. Her finger rested on the trigger, trembling slightly. Talk. Was it your shipment? Panin. Mimir barked, but didn't step forward to stop her. He could feel the surging grief and hatred in Panin's emotions. This wasn't just gang rivalry, it was blood debt. Nash was completely panicked. I don't know, I just sell the goods. I don't ask who buys. The Luandao Society guys wear masks and pay with anonymous chips. To hell with don't ask. Panin pulled the trigger. Bang. The gunshot echoed among the rock walls. But the bullet grazed Nash's ear, hitting the truck door behind him, leaving a smoking hole. It was Mimir who had lifted Panin's wrist at the last moment. Mimir. Panin glared at him with red-rimmed eyes. Kill him, and the lead is gone for good. Mimir said calmly, but his eyes were stern. Besides, our contract was to escort the transaction to completion. The transaction was disrupted by the attack, but according to fixer rules the contract hasn't completely failed until the goods are delivered to the designated recipient, which is Nash. If you kill him, how do we explain to Rogue? We won't even get the final payment. Panin's chest heaved violently. She stared at Nash pale-faced and slumped on the ground. Finally she spat fiercely, holstered her gun, but her eyes remained like knives. Mimir turned to the workwear leader. Does your client know the true nature and final destination of this cargo? The workwear leader's face was also grim. He clearly hadn't expected to be dragged into such deep waters. He shook his head. We're only responsible for picking up the goods from the designated location and delivering them to the designated handover point. We don't ask about the source or the destination. That's the rule. He glanced at Panin and Nash, then added, Looks like we took the wrong job. You handle the rest of the cargo. We're out. He gestured to his men. The three of them helped each other and walked toward the truck that was still drivable. They had already given up on Nash's vehicle. Wait, Mimir called out. The attackers knew your route and the transaction time. There's a high chance of an inside mole. Go back and tell your client to check their own side. The workwear leader nodded, said nothing, and drove away. Beneath the desolate rock walls, only Mimir, Panin, Nash, and his 4 men remained, along with the several boxes of hot weapons. Panin took a few deep breaths, forcing down her anger. She pulled out her communicator and dialed Rogue's channel. After a few rings, Rogue's cool voice came through. Panin. Mission accomplished. Accomplished my ass. Panin snapped. Rogue, what kind of damn contract did you take? The cargo is military restricted components from Jinli and Haishao. The buyer, Nash, is the Luandao Society's black market middleman Viper. Cannon of the 6th Street Gang ambushed us, wanting to pull a double cross. I almost blew this bastard's head off. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line, followed by Luo Ge's helpless chuckle. I knew it. The name Nash sounded familiar, but the commission was too high and the process too proper, so I didn't bother digging deeper. She paused. All right, the deal's off. Per the emergency clause, you fulfilled your escort duties. Since the transaction was aborted due to force majeure, I'll pay the base fee, no bonus. The cargo. Deal with it yourself. Make it clean, don't cause me trouble. Knew you'd say that, Panin muttered, pursing her lips. Thanks, Luo Go. And Panin, Luo Ge's voice turned serious. I'd advise you not to dig into the Luandao Society. It's not just a matter of a few fixers or gangs. The currents run deep, perhaps involving corporations and higher powers. Your Aldecaldos already have enough trouble. Oh, don't fan the flames. I know, Panin said in a muffled tone, ending the call. She pocketed the communicator, glanced at the crates of weaponry, then at Nash sprawled on the ground, and ran a hand through her hair in agitation. Damn it, a wasted trip. Didn't even earn back the gas money. That bitch Luo Go. Mimir walked over to the crates, crouching to inspect them. The components were indeed exquisitely made. If they fell into the hands of a lawless raider group like the Luandao Society, it would spell disaster for the nomad tribes of the E2. He understood Panin's fury. What now? He asked. Panin stared at the crates for a long moment, then glared at Nash before gritting out, blow them up. Not a single piece left. They can't fall into the hands of the Luandao Society or the Lujia gang. Blow them up. One of Nash's men couldn't help blurting out. These are worth hundreds of thousands of euro dollars. Then blow them up. Panin roared. Want the money. See how long you last with this cargo. 3 days before Wei or Huopao and the Luandao Society hunt you down. No one dared to speak. Mimir nodded. This was typical of Panin, and indeed the cleanest way to handle the situation. If they brought the gear back to the Aldecaldos, it could boost their strength, but these were precision cyberware requiring daily maintenance. In the harsh environment of the E2, could nomads even use them? Their implants were all rugged, durable types. Those high-end city models simply couldn't survive the wastes. Using them, they'd probably end up unable to even afford underwear. Besides, even if they tried to sell them, the serial numbers hadn't been erased. The corporations could trace them with ease. This pile of goods might look unremarkable, but its value was enough to warrant a corporate investigation. He found a small amount of leftover explosives left by the foreman's men earlier and rigged simple but powerful detonators on several crates. Fall back. Everyone retreated to the other side of the cliff wall. Mimir pressed the detonator. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions followed, flames engulfing the expensive military components. Shards of metal flew in all directions, soon twisting and deforming in the heat. Nash watched, his face twitching, but he dared not speak. When the blast subsided, only charred wreckage and the smell of gunpowder remained. Pan turned to Nash and his men, her gaze icy. Get lost. Don't let me see you on the E2 again. Nash, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled with his men, climbed into their battered truck, and fled in panic, not even bothering to pick up the scattered weapons. Under the cliff, only Mimir and Nin were left, along with her equally battered machina. The dust settled, the clamor receded, and the hot afternoon wind of the E2 swept sand and gravel across the scene. Nin suddenly seemed drained of all strength. She leaned against the hood of the truck, head bowed, silent for a long while. Mimir walked over and handed her a canteen. She took it, gulping down several mouthfuls. Water spilled from the corner of her lips, mixing with the dust on her face, leaving streaks. Thanks, she said in a hoarse voice, not looking at Mimir. If you hadn't stopped me, I might have actually blown his head off. I understand, Mimir said calmly. But killing him would have been too easy for him, and we'd lose a lead. Besides, the deal's off. You still haven't even made back the fuel money. Nin gave a self-deprecating smile, wiping her face with her sleeve. Yeah, I got carried away. Whenever I see anything connected to the Yuan Dao Society, I just lose control. She raised her head, gazing at the gray-yellow horizon in the distance. Mimir, do you know what the Yuan Dao Society means to us nomads? Raids, pillage, murder, Mimir replied, based on what he knew. Not just that, Pan said, her voice dropping low, laden with profound hatred and grief. They're the plague of the E2. At first they were just a few criminals and outcasts banished from their tribes. Then they grew like a snowball rolling downhill. They have no base, no fixed territory. They drift across the E2 like locusts, grabbing whatever they see. Convoys, small settlements, prospecting teams. They take everything: cargo, fuel, food, water, and people. She paused. Women and children get sold to the black market of Yiji City, or even farther away. Men either get killed or forced to join them, becoming beasts just like them. They have no rules, no bottom line, only violence and greed. The Aldecaldos. Many families have lost people to them. Her voice grew choked, but she quickly suppressed it, turning it into harder anger. Suor, that stubborn old fool, always says family comes first. Don't start a war easily. Says the Yuan Dao Society is like weeds. You can't burn them all out. Yes, they have numbers, they're scattered, but their weapons keep getting better. Before it was just homemade guns and machetes. Now, military-grade body armor, high-quality assault rifles, even starting to get heavy weapons. Where does it all come from? From black market vermin like Nash and those corporate bastards who'll sell anything for money. She was growing more agitated by the second, suddenly standing up straight and kicking a pile of gravel. So when I saw those parts on Nash's face, I just wanted to kill them all. These blood-sucking maggots getting rich on everyone's corpses. Mimir listened in silence. He could feel the heavy pain and helplessness in Pan's words. Nomads struggled to survive in the E2, facing not only the harsh environment and corporate oppression, but also the predation of their own kind. This hatred was a debt of blood accumulated day by day. Your anger is justified, Mimir finally spoke. But anger doesn't solve the problem. Blowing up this shipment only delays the inevitable. It doesn't cure it. Nash escaped, he'll find another supplier. Weier Huapao didn't get his hands on the goods, he won't let it go either. You need a clearer head, not to let your rage burn away your reason. Pan turned to look at him, her expression complex. You're right. But that's just how I am. Can't change it. At least think about your fuel money. Pan, amused despite herself, almost laughed at his last remark, but found it ill-timed and could only scowl. Got it, you old nag. Mimir paid no mind to her nickname and began helping fix the car. Pan watched from the side, her eyes widening slightly. She knew Mimir possessed incredible skill, but witnessing this almost material reconstruction with her own eyes left her in awe. This far surpassed her understanding of high-end prosthetics or black tech. You? What kind of technique is this? Exclusive secret formula. Mimir brushed it off, tapping the repaired suspension node. Give it a try. Pan started the car with doubt, and as she drove a stretch, the bouncing noticeably diminished, and the tires no longer leaked. Her gaze toward Mimir grew more astonished. Impressive, she said sincerely. Thanks. Otherwise I would have dragged this broken car back to Night City. You're welcome. Mimir looked at the sky. Where to next? Back to the city. Pan hesitated. Back to the city. She had just argued with Sol and run out, and now she had botched the job, going back in a shabby state. But the car needed a thorough check, and so did she. And after what just happened, she suddenly didn't feel like being alone. Let's head to the Ikado camp, she finally said with a touch of awkwardness. Although I don't want to see Sol's old face, the camp has tools to fix the car properly. And you also need a place to stay, right? You can't just wander this wasteland with me. Mimir looked at her and nodded yes. Pan seemed to breathe easier, jumped into the driver's seat. Hop in. It's still a long way we need to reach before dark. The car started again, heading in the direction away from Night City. As dusk fell, the temperature in the wasteland dropped sharply. On the distant horizon, a few lights appeared. A small wanderer settlement. Pan did not linger. She circled around and after about half an hour ahead appeared a cluster of junked vehicles, prefab houses, and tents. There were simple watchtowers on the perimeter and barriers built from scrap metal. A few modified vehicles lay near the entrance. As Panon's car drew near, someone in the watchtower clearly recognized Meijino and signaled with lights. The barriers slid aside, and the car rolled into the camp. The camp was sizable, perhaps dozens of people. Seeing Panon's battered car return, many gathered around with worry and curiosity in their eyes. Panon had just parked when a tall figure stepped out from the largest hut. Sol wore a worn leather jacket and simply watched. Panon. Sol's voice was steady, unreadable. You came back. Panon jumped down, chin raised. So not welcome. I came back to fix the car. Once it's done, I'll leave. Sol's gaze swept over the bullet holes and scorch marks on Meijino, then rested on Mimir, pausing briefly, then turning back to Panon. Caused trouble again. Mind your own business. Panon snapped, her anger rising again. At that moment, the other two people pressed forward. Panon, are you all right? Mitch studied her in the car with concern. Whoa, that's not light damage. Shezi curiously looked at Mimir, blinking. Oh, you're back again. Sol scrutinized Mimir again, his gaze carrying caution and reserve. The last parting was different from this. The legend of destroying Adam the Hammer. This man was powerful, his techniques incredible, but his origin mysterious, and his purpose unclear. Mimir, we meet again, Sol said with a nod. Sol, Panon retorted. Panon isn't happy. Cooperate with each other. Mimir replied calmly without excess pleasantries. All right, enough standing around. Mitch patted Meijino's hood. This car needs a thorough fix. Panon, come tell me what happened. Mimir, you too. Come along, have a drink, rest a moment. The crowd moved toward the campfire in the center. Someone brought water and simple food. Panon downed a large cup of water, then recounted today's encounter. Hearing the knife guild and arm, Sol's brow deepened. Mitch and Shezi's expressions grew serious. The surrounding clan members quieted, and the air filled with restrained anger. The knife guild again, Shezi muttered under his breath. Sol fell silent for a moment, then looked to Panon. You did right, you can't leave the goods behind. But you shouldn't have acted so rashly, you almost killed Nash. Sometimes a live captive is more useful than a corpse. I know, Panon said irritably. Mimir already told me. Sol glanced at Mimir once more, and the critical edge in his gaze softened a little. At least this mysterious mercenary kept his head in the moment. The atmosphere grew tense. Then a young clan member ran over to Mitch urgently, saying, Mitch, the East Purifier is having another problem. It's completely out of water. The spare parts were used up last time, the new ones haven't arrived. Mitch rubbed his forehead. Damn, how did it break again? That old antique should have been replaced long ago, but the company's price was too high and black market goods were unreliable. He wore a worried look. Water on the wasteland is lifeblood. With the purifier broken, they faced either paying a fortune for expensive bottled water or risking using water insufficiently purified. Panon frowned, looking at Sol. See, what did I say? The clan needs a stable supply line and better gear, not running errands for military tech. That stash of parts and fuel from smuggling could buy several new purifiers. Sol's face darkened. Panon, I told you that was to secure military tech's tacit permission at a few border supply points. Without that agreement, our convoy would be checked, seized in their patrol zones, and even what? Break through them. Panon stood up. When has Akato ever feared conflict? We are wanderers, not the company's gatekeepers. Seeing the two about to argue again, Mitch rubbed his temples in frustration. Shezi shook his head helplessly. Mimir suddenly spoke up, interrupting the looming argument. Take me to see that purifier. Everyone paused, looking at him. Mitch reacted first, eyes bright. Yes. Mimir, you fixed our big one last time. Maybe this one can too. Let's see first. Mimir stood up. Miki quickly led the way with Panon, Sur, and others following behind. The device was housed in a shabby shed on the eastern side of the camp. A weathered industrial water purifier, its casing rusted, and its piping a tangled mess. Mimir walked up to the device and did not rush to touch it. He extended his right hand, palm hovering a few centimeters above the machine's exterior. Nanocells seeped from his skin, forming countless silver probes finer than a human hair, silently slipping into the crevices of the machine to begin a comprehensive scan. Those silver filaments moved as though alive, shimmering faintly in the dim light. A scene both wondrous and eerie. After a few minutes, Mimir withdrew his hand, the silver threads retracting into his palm. 3 main problems. He stated clearly. First, the main filter membrane assembly is severely clogged with irreversible chemical deposits and biofilm on the surface. It needs to be replaced. Second, the impeller shaft of the high-pressure pump is worn beyond specification, causing insufficient pressure. Third, several capacitors in the control circuit have aged and failed, disabling the automatic cleaning and backflush functions. Miki nodded repeatedly. These were precisely the issues they had suspected but could not diagnose accurately. Exactly. We don't have spare filter membranes. Those things are expensive and require custom sizing. The pump shaft is also a special specification, hard to find. As for capacitors, we do have some general-purpose models, but we're not sure if they'll fit. No need to replace them, Mir said. What? Miki was taken aback. Mir began repairing the device without hesitation. For something like this, replacement really meant repairing and cleaning it up first. The broken parts could be swapped with generic components. The surroundings were so quiet that the crackling of the distant bonfire could be heard. Panin, Sir Miki Shiezi, and several other clan members watched with wide eyes, unable to believe what they saw. The faint blue glow emanating from beneath the old machine's casing. Finally, Mir withdrew his hand and opened his eyes. Try starting it. Miki snapped out of his daze and rushed to the control panel, pressing the start button. The machine emitted a low hum, a sound far smoother and more powerful than before. Indicator lights lit up in sequence, displaying normal. A few seconds later, water gushed from the outlet into the collection bucket below. It works. It actually works. Miki nearly jumped for joy. He cupped some water, examined it closely, then brought it to his nose. Clean. The surrounding clanspeople erupted in cheers. Repairing one water purification unit meant the family would no longer need to worry about water supply in the short term, saving a substantial amount of money and reducing one more risk. Suor looked at the flowing water, then at Mir. The wariness and reservation in his eyes were finally replaced by surprise and a trace of gratitude. Mr. Mir, Sir said solemnly, on behalf of the Ikado family, I thank you. This favor, we will remember it. Mir shook his head. It was nothing. Miki had already thrown an enthusiastic arm around Mir's shoulders. Let's go, let's go. We must celebrate. We still have some private stash of good liquor. Panin, you join us too. This calls for a drink. The celebratory atmosphere soon spread around the bonfire. Panin sat a little farther away, sipping her drink slowly while staring blankly into the flames. Suor walked over and sat beside her, handing her a piece of warmed flatbread. They sat in silence for a moment. Once the vehicle is fixed, you're planning to leave? Suor asked, first his voice softer than usual. Yes. Panin replied with a muffled tone. That Mir is a capable man, Sir said, his gaze drifting toward the cluster of clanspeople surrounding Mir across the fire. And very mysterious. You need to keep your guard around him. I know, Panin said. But he saved my life and helped the family. At least for now he is a friend. Suor nodded and said nothing more. After a pause, he lowered his voice. About Arasaka. I know you disagree. But Panin, I am the leader. I have to consider the safety and livelihood of nearly 100 family members. Sometimes compromise is necessary. Not because I enjoy crawling before the corporations, but because I want more people to survive and see tomorrow's sunrise. Panin's grip on the bottle tightened. These were words Suor rarely shared with her. I know you're under a lot of pressure, she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. But I just can't stand it. The Ikado shouldn't be like this. What should the Ikado be like? Suor countered, his gaze distant. Should we be like the Razorclaw gang, surviving only through plunder and violence? Or like the Corps, selling everything for profit? No. The Ikado is family. It is a bond. It is the light of home still visible in the rearview mirror when the wheels roll across the wasteland. He paused. Every decision I make may not be the best, but it is always what I believe will best protect this family under the circumstances at that time. Panin did not argue and took a large swig of her drink. On the other side, Miki had his arm around Mir's shoulders and was slurring. So Brother Mir, don't think Panin and Suor argue all the time, because they actually hate each other. They're cut from the same cloth. Stubborn. Both convinced they're right, both doing it for the family. Last time Panin's convoy was ambushed by the Razorclaws at the border, Suor led a team on an overnight raid over 100 kilometers to rescue them. He didn't even blink. And the time before that, when Suor fell ill with a high fever and delirium, Panin stood guard for 3 days without closing his eyes. Hey, they never talk about these things themselves, but we all know. Shiezi also nodded drunkenly. That's right. This is what family is like. They bicker day to day, but when real trouble hits, the first ones charging in are always their own. Panin is all tough talk, but soft inside, and Suor is just too proud to admit he's suffering. Ha ha. Mir listened quietly, feeling the warmth of the bonfire and the noisy voices around him. This was different from the half-human society of Yuan Star he was familiar with, and also different from the cold mercenary code of Night City. It bore some resemblance to the Muspel tribe led by Chieftain Fendes among the mutants. It was a more primal, more direct bond, rooted in survival, but also in bloodline and shared experience. As night deepened, the celebration gradually died down. The clanspeople returned to their tents or vehicles to rest. Miki had arranged a clean spare tent for Mir. Lying in the crude sleeping bag, Mir could hear the subtle sounds of the camp at night, the footsteps of the night watch, the howls of mutated beasts in the distance, the whistling of wind over metal sheets, and faintly Panin and Suor's hushed, intermittent arguments from somewhere in the darkness. He closed his eyes as the nano-core pulsed steadily deep within his consciousness. Battle escape arms dealing the Razorclaw's family conflicts. The undercurrents beneath this city and this wasteland were far more complex than he had imagined. But it seemed he was slowly being drawn into them, entangled by certain people and events. The tent is far from quiet. The muffled rustle of a low-quality synthetic sleeping bag, Theory's occasional murmurs, and the light clatter on gravel, and farther still wind from the cursed earth, howling relentlessly through the canyon, a hollow long-drawn wail. And in the crevices of this ambient sound, Panin and Soerna, their voices suppressed, yet sharpened by emotion, still drift in. I'm not a child anymore, Soerna. I can see the price clearly. See clearly. What you see clearly is your ideal. I see only what tomorrow's pot holds. There's always another road. Another road. On this cursed earth, every road worth walking is paved with tire tracks and blood. His voice faded, becoming a blurred mumble, finally sinking into exhausted silence. He exhaled softly, raised his wrist, and activated the blue interface of his personal communicator. Through an encrypted tactical link, he connected to Jiaku and Sasha. Mano, good morning. How does it feel to bask under the moon on this wasteland? Is it healthier than the city's neon lights? Myra's lips curved in a barely perceptible smile. Not bad. Quiet. Have you finished over there? Done. Finished last night. Jack's words carried the ease of a job well done. Hey, listen, those bastards under the gunner are damn arrogant. They think with military-grade tech behind them their noses are high in the sky. Myra's side had just begun negotiating before two sentences were spoken. A hot-headed kid on the other side pulled a gun straight away. Should I tolerate him? And then, oi. Mimir asked, could you imagine that scene? And then bang, bang, bang. Jack mimicked the gunfire. Sasha had already hacked their two car systems, making them crash. Me? I was in charge of making those who drew their guns calm down. Don't worry, I didn't kill them. Just pierced their shoulders or thighs to teach them a lesson. However, Jack grew a touch sterner. Sasha found something, tell you. Sasha connected in. Mimir. The other side not only has thugs but hacker support at a nearby signal relay point, attempting to jam our communications and locate Mira and their group. Not on the level of ordinary street hackers. The Voodoo Gang style, Mimir asked. The hackers from Taiping Island move with wild methods. But one must say among the Night City's gang hackers, only the Voodoo Gang stands out. You could call the Voodoo Gang treacherous, but you can't call them weak. Having an independent Sea God server, even the network monitor's hounds would crave it. Such is the Voodoo Gang's capability in hacking. Not like that. Sasha quickly denied. The Voodoo Gang's hacking leans toward deep penetration and communication, with the old net AIs carrying a sense of ritual and chaos. Last night those people's methods were more standardized, more systematic. The attack module's coding logic resembled a large company security team's countermeasures, masked with rough edges to hide it, but the underlying architecture wouldn't fool anyone. They were company-trained, not external contractors, the formal sort of company dog hackers on staff. It's just, Mimir guessed it. That's right, Sasha affirmed. If they were top-tier company hackers, they wouldn't just disrupt communications and basic positioning, and they wouldn't be so easily discovered and countered by me. More like rookies sent out on low-level fieldwork or marginal personnel who couldn't make the grade. Military tech pairing them with gang runs feels odd. Mimir pondered. The company directly intervened in turf wars, even sending their own trained hackers. Even if their skill isn't high, it implies collusion between the 6th Street Gang and military tech, likely deeper than it appears. Or the turf wearer Huapao overseas contains something, or a channel military tech covets. Be careful, Mimir reminded them. Since there's corporate backing, this may not end neatly. Relax, Mano. Jack interjected. The job's finished, the point's been made. Myra's side has calmed the scene. Weir Huapao didn't show up himself. Probably scared, right? Haha. I told Mira one favor per job. We're mercenaries, not free hitmen for Valentino's gang. No need to invite trouble. Besides, outside of Mira, I don't know any of the others. Why would I involve myself in their foolish business? This is true. Valentino's gang is vast with many branches. Jack used to be only a lieutenant in Hewood District, and he couldn't know everyone. His roots are there, but his life and identity have changed. Mimir said, if you can tell them apart, that's fine. The father once said you're too sentimental. Jack's side suddenly erupted with exaggerated shouts. Hey, Mano, when did you start talking like the father? I'm not the sentimental type, am I? I am. I'm talking about principles. Yes, principles. A mercenary who takes a contract must do it well, and once it's done, draw a clear line. That's professional ethics. What sentimentality? That's all. All in the past when you didn't know any better. His defense reeked of excuses, provoking Sasha's soft, teasing laughter on the other end. Sasha interjected with rare mockery. This time Jack did keep the way and urgency straight. Actions clean and decisive. It seems the father's assessment of you can be adjusted a little higher. What did the father usually say about you? Jack asked with curiosity and a hint of nerves. He said you're a good blade, but the handle can burn your hand. Mimir answered calmly. Otherwise he wouldn't have insisted I come fetch you in the first place. Jack fell silent for a moment, then muttered. So, can it be the same? You're my brother. Mira was from the past. I am Jack Wells, the legendary mercenary of the future, while the Jack from Valentino's gang has long stayed in the farewell drink at the Lone Wolf Bar. The words were spoken with seriousness, but also with a sense of deliberate severance from the past. What happened next? Mimir asked, returning to the point. Later. Jack replied. Later we just withdrew. Before leaving, Sasha accidentally called in an anonymous alert to the NCPD. The street gang fight armed injuries with solid evidence let the police sort it out. This job cost the 6th Street gang a few points. Anyway, street matters follow street rules. We mercenaries take the jobs we're paid for. Once done, we withdraw. Do not overstep boundaries, do not entangle too deeply, or the riot squad will come after everyone's face. This handling method adhered to the unspoken rules of the streets and minimized subsequent complications. Stay in touch. Pannon and I will be here with the Dika duo for a few more days. Alright, be careful out in the Badlands, especially with Pannon's hot temper. Before Jekka could finish, the communication was cut off by Sasha. Mimir disconnected the communication. The tent was not entirely quiet. The rustling of sleeping bags made from inferior synthetic fibers, the occasional low murmurs of the night watchman in the distance, and the soft crunch of boots on gravel, and further away the ceaseless wind of the Badlands howling through the canyon with a hollow lingering moan. In the gaps of this ambient noise, fragments of the suppressed argument between Pannon and Sur still drifted through. I'm not a child anymore, Sur. I can see the cost clearly. See clearly. You see your ideals. I see whether there's anything in the pot tomorrow. There's always another way. A way. Every road that can be traveled in the Badlands is paved with tire tracks and blood. The voice gradually faded into indistinct muttering, then sank into weary silence. The first pale rays of morning had not yet fully dispelled the chill of the Badlands when the camp began to stir. He stood up and walked toward an old Tingwei Giolina van that Miki was tinkering with, its hood open and a faint burnt smell rising. Morning, tech wizard. Miki looked up and grinned, scratching his head with an oil-stained glove. This old friend is throwing a tantrum. Probably burned out an ignition coil, maybe the spark plugs too. Got a headache over it, spare parts are running low. Let me take a look. Mimir walked over, not deploying nanoscopic probes like he did with the water purifier. He took the simple multimeter and tools Miki handed him and bent down to inspect the engine bay. He carefully examined the wiring, tested the voltage, removed the spark plugs to check electrode wear. Soon he found the problem. More than one ignition coil was aged and shorted. The distributor cap had a crack causing leakage, and the spark plugs were heavily carbonized. These were all common aging issues, but their simultaneous occurrence had left the vehicle stranded. The ignition coils and distributor cap need replacement. The spark plugs can be cleaned for temporary use, but it's best to replace them too. Mimir straightened up and said to Miki, got any spare parts? Miki gave a wry smile. Might find a used ignition coil from a scrapped vehicle, but the distributor cap. This model is too old, hard to come by. Still have some spark plugs in stock. Show me the used coil. The crack in the distributor cap isn't large. Oh, I can temporarily seal it with high-temperature insulation glue as an emergency fix. Miki hurried off to find the parts. Mimir began cleaning the spark plugs using fine sandpaper to polish the electrodes and adjust the gap. His fingers were steady and nimble. The black carbon deposits were gradually removed, revealing the original metallic hue. A few young clan members passing by gathered curiously, whispering among themselves. Can he really fix cars? No kidding, didn't you see? His technique is steadier than Uncle Miki's. I heard he fixed the water purifier last night. Tisk mercenaries from the city are all this skilled. Mimir remained impassive, focused on his work. Suar had arrived at some point, standing outside the crowd watching quietly. He watched Mimir's proficient movements, the way he pinpointed the problem with concise but incisive remarks while discussing with Miki, and his concentrated expression as he repaired an old tool. This young man possessed a contradictory quality. He had the terrifying power to destroy an armored vehicle in an instant, yet could calmly tinker with the most basic mechanical failures. He came from the glittering world of Night City, yet sat comfortably by the campfire of the Badlands, mysterious and formidable, yet measured in his actions, understanding gratitude and repayment. He was completely different from the arrogant corporate representatives or elite mercenaries he had encountered before. Mimir was more like a craftsman or a soldier who wielded powerful tools rather than a lofty user. Under Mimir's guidance, using the used coil insulation glue and readjusted spark plugs, the old van was actually revived, its engine rumbling to life with a rough but powerful roar. Miki excitedly jumped into the driver's seat to test it, then gave a thumbs up. Incredible. Brother Mimir, you should just stay here as our technical advisor. I guarantee you'll have meat every meal. I'll try my best. Miki laughed. But at least he could guarantee synthetic meat. After that, more people came to ask Mimir for help with weapon malfunction scope adjustments, and even radio repairs. Mimir turned no one away, helping with whatever was within his capability. He rarely spoke, mostly demonstrating with his hands, or briefly pointing out the key issue. He was no longer just Pannon's formidable friend or the mysterious legendary mercenary, but had become a quiet, but valuable one of their own in the camp. In the afternoon, after Mimir helped Shezi tune up his aging but well-maintained light machine gun, Pannon finally found a chance to pull him aside to a secluded, gravelly slope on the outskirts of the camp. Something on your mind? Mimir noticed her hesitant expression. Panin took a deep breath of the dry Badlands air, as if steeling herself. Mimir, there's something. I think I should tell you, and I might need your help. Go ahead. The clan. Adika duo, we're in big trouble. Panin turned to face him, her eyes filled with worry and anger. Biotechnica has set its sights on the area we're currently camped in on the southern edge of the Badlands. There's an ancient underground aquifer there with decent water quality, and the terrain is flat, suitable for establishing a medium-sized farm or outpost. Like Militech, Biotechnica had secret bases scattered across the Badlands, but unlike Militech, due to Biotechnica's technical limitations, most of their facilities were out in the open. And Biotechnica operated vast protein farms in the Badlands. Wherever their tentacles reached, it usually meant disaster for the local ecosystem and smaller factions. First, they sent people to negotiate, offering a ridiculously low price to purchase the land usage rights, Panin said through gritted teeth. After Suara refused, they started playing dirty. Accidents started happening nearby. Our patrols were harassed by unidentified armed personnel. Water collection points were contaminated. Some small-scale trades on the fringes were maliciously sabotaged. There's no direct evidence pointing to Biotechnica, but who else in the deep Badlands has the motive and capability to pull this off? What's Suada's stance? Mimir asked. Him. Panin snorted. What stance can he have? Fight back head-on. What do we have to go head-to-head with a giant like Biotechnica? Negotiate. They don't even give us a real chance. Right now he's just stalling, tightening security, and trying to contact other small clans that might also be threatened to see if we can band together. But I doubt it'll work. Those small clans can barely survive themselves. What do you need me to do? Mimir asked directly. Panin looked at him. I want to know what exactly they're planning, the specifics, any dirty secrets they might have. We can't just keep taking hits. Saul is too cautious, always thinking about the big picture, afraid of escalating the conflict. But I think sometimes you have to strike first, at least know how many knives the enemy has, and where they're pointing. She paused, lowering her voice. I know this might put you at risk. Biotechnica isn't some gang like the 6th Street or the Maelstrom. But, Mill, I trust you. Mill's gaze moved past Panin, looking down at the oasis stubbornly existing in the desolation. This rough, yet genuine life had indeed touched something deep within him. It wasn't just because of Panin's request, it was also his own growing identification with this group he was getting to know. A direct confrontation isn't wise. Mill said slowly, his thoughts clear. Biotechnica is a megacorporation with private armies and legal teams. In a head-on conflict, the Aldecados would have almost no chance. Panin's eyes dimmed. But Mill shifted his tone. Gathering evidence, figuring out their layout and weaknesses is feasible. If we have solid proof that they used illegal means to force nomads from their legal habitats, we might leverage public opinion or other factions hostile to Biotechnica to counterbalance them. Night City isn't a monolith. There are conflicts of interest between corporations. Panin's eyes lit up again. You mean? For example, give the evidence to certain journalists or fixers like Regina Jones, who specializes in corporate scandals. Or if Biotechnica's competitors in Night City are interested. Mill didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Exploiting the contradictions between corporations is one strategy for the weak against the giants. Right? Regina? I've heard of her. And Arasaka. Or Militech. Panin immediately started thinking. Take it easy, Mill stopped her. First, we need evidence, hard evidence. Verbal accusations are useless. We need their operational plans, internal communications, or on-site evidence of illegal acts. How do we get that? Panin asked. Sneak in. Biotechnica's farms and facilities are heavily guarded. Start from the periphery. Mill had an initial idea. The people harassing your patrols, the methods used to poison water sources, the means of disrupting trade. These execution-level details always leave traces. We can start investigating from these hands and follow the trail. Also, Biotechnica's expansion in the Badlands likely requires local collaborators or informants. Finding these people is another breakthrough. Panin nodded repeatedly. Mill's calm analysis and clear steps eased her agitation and anxiety. Good. I'm with you. Where do we start? First, clarify the exact time, location, and details of the recent harassment and sabotage incidents as detailed as possible. Mill said. At the same time, I need a map of Biotechnica's known facilities and farms in the southern Badlands and their usual supply routes. Mitch might have that kind of information, or you have other intelligence sources. Mitch should have a rough map we drew ourselves. Supply routes. I can try to ask some independent drivers or small traders who often run the Badlands, offer some money or favors. Panin quickly got into the zone. Don't act alone, especially when investigating potential informants, Mill cautioned. I'll go with you. Jack and Sasha are in the city. If we need hacker support or to look up public info on certain corporate peripheral personnel, we can ask them for help. Understood. Panin nodded firmly, a renewed fighting spirit on her face. Damn it, this time we're going to catch those Biotechnica vampires by the tail. The two discussed more details in low voices and set preliminary roles. When they returned to the camp, the atmosphere seemed different. Saul glanced at them, especially at the expression on Panin's face. His eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't ask. At dinner, Mitch cheerfully announced that with the truck Mill helped repair and a few other vehicles in decent condition, they had formed a temporary transport convoy. Tomorrow they could go to a small nomad market further away to exchange spare parts and handmade goods from the camp for much-needed medicine. Brother Mill want to come along. A real Badlands market, not like those flashy city joints. Mitch invited enthusiastically. Mill thought for a moment and agreed. The market was a hub of information. Perhaps they could hear rumors about Biotechnica or other factions, and also gain a more intuitive understanding of the nomads' survival conditions and trade networks in the Badlands. Pan Am had wanted to go, but Saul kept her back, citing strengthening camp security to prevent further harassment from Biotechnica. Pan Am pouted, but didn't object. Most of her mind was now on the investigation plan Mill had laid out. At night, Mill lay in his tent hearing the familiar sounds of the camp. He contacted Sasha, briefly explained the situation, and asked her to keep an eye on any public movements, personnel changes, or subtle rumors about Biotechnica in the southern Badlands. Sasha readily agreed. For her, it was both a favor and an interesting exercise in information gathering. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, the roar of engines replaced the so-called birdsong. Actually, it was just machine-simulated sounds, since Night City is a place where even birds don't bother to come. Mitch led the way, and a temporary convoy of 3 vehicles rumbled out of the canyon. In addition to the repaired old truck, there was a reinforced pickup truck and a modified van. Mill sat in the passenger seat of the truck. The driver was a steady middle-aged clan member named Odin. Mitch himself drove the pickup in front. Occasionally, the ruins of giant industrial facilities lay sprawled on the ground like the skeletons of ancient beasts. The wind whipped up sand and dust, forming moving yellow curtains outside the windows. First time running a market with the convoy. Odin broke the silence, his voice as steady as his driving. Sort of, Mill said, watching the scenery was by outside. Different from the city, right? Odin laughed, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. City folks see us as a bunch of uncivilized savages scavenging in the trash. They don't understand that surviving on this wasteland, keeping your family together, and keeping your wheels turning, that's the greatest skill. There was no complaint in his words, only a kind of calm pride born from weathering storms. The convoy traveled on the bumpy dirt road for about 2 hours, with only a brief stop to check the tires and cargo straps. Michi occasionally reported road conditions and the forward view via the vehicle's radio. The Badlands were not entirely lifeless. Occasionally, dust clouds stirred up by other vehicles could be seen in the distance, or tiny black specks swiftly streaking across the sky. They might be reconnaissance drones from some faction, and everyone tacitly kept their distance. Near noon, they arrived at the location of the market. A relatively flat depression backed by a huge, severely wind-eroded cliff face, forming a natural barrier. In the depression, dozens of various vehicles had already gathered, ranging from worn-out family sedans to heavily modified heavy trucks that were barely recognizable. People used their vehicles to form irregular circles inside which they spread tarps or set up simple tents displaying items for trade: old parts, homemade tools, patched clothes, dried synthetic meat strips, rare vegetables, handmade ammunition, and even some electronic components and medicines of dubious origin. This was one of the arteries of the Badlands, a lifeline through which resources struggled to flow among the lower classes. Michi parked the car, jumped out, stretched vigorously, and grinned at Mimir. Well, lively enough, huh? Don't mind the mess. The tricks and intel here are sometimes more useful than the graffiti on the toilet wall of Lishing Bar. Mimir nodded, his gaze slowly sweeping across the entire market. Most were wanderers. There were also some stronger signals, possibly small groups of bandits or lone mercenaries mingled among them. A few signals carried obvious signs of cybernetic enhancement, likely guards or technicians from some small groups. Everything seemed normal, fitting the ecology of a fringe market. However, just as he was about to follow Michi to their family stall, a faint fluctuation in a bioelectric field signal intruded. The signal source was very high above the market, almost near the bottom of the clouds, and seemed to be conducting a systematic circling scan. Moreover, it was a high-performance, high-altitude model, far beyond what an ordinary wanderer or small-time bandit could possess. Its stealth coating and altitude made it nearly invisible to the naked eye and ordinary electronic scanners, but it could not escape the high-dimensional sensor array integrated into the nanite core. Mimir's steps paused slightly, and he looked up at the seemingly empty gray-yellow sky. Michi, Mimir called out calmly, stopping the eager Michi, who was about to head off to set up the stall. Where is our stall? Oh, over there near the cliff wall, quite sheltered from the wind. Michi pointed in a direction. You go ahead, I'll check the car. I thought I heard some strange noise just now. Mimir said casually. All right, but hurry up, good stuff waits for no one. Michi, unsuspecting, hefted a crate of parts and left. Mimir returned to the truck and pretended to check the tires. At the same time, he activated the scan. The model was unknown, but its energy signature and scan pattern were similar to some high-end surveillance models he had seen used by corporations in Yeji City. Biotechnica, or another faction interested in this area. He couldn't let it transmit the detailed information of the market, especially the presence and cargo of the Atakaduo convoy. Even more, he couldn't alert the enemy. Mimir closed his eyes, appearing to rest, but in reality nanite cells were quietly active beneath his skin. Shoot it down. It seemed not impossible, but the benefit was too small, not worth it. Suddenly, an inspiration flashed. The drone needed to transmit the collected data back to the control center in real time or periodically. Then at the moment of data transmission, would the link become more open, and would there be an extremely short synchronization window for the encryption? And indeed it happened as he anticipated. A regular slight increase in signal strength accompanied by a specific frequency carrier modulation. Now, in Mimir's consciousness, the auxiliary AI of the nanite core instantly boosted its computing power following the open link captured by the mind net and began the intrusion. He simulated a fake verification packet disguised as a highest priority command and attached a self-replicating logic lock program. In the sky, the stealth drone trembled slightly. Its preset cruise scan program was temporarily overridden, receiving a new command. Immediately return to the preset safe coordinates, and upon arrival enter deep sleep mode, shutting down all active sensors, retaining only the lowest power beacon. The circling stopped, it turned and flew silently and swiftly toward the coordinates set by Mimir. Mimir opened his eyes and let out a soft breath. He glanced at the direction where the drone had disappeared, then strode quickly toward Michi's stall. Everything okay with the car? Michi, who was haggling with an old wanderer wearing goggles, asked in a spare moment. Minor issue, just tightened a screw. Mimir replied, but his gaze swept over the items on the stall and the moving crowd. Michi, how long does this market usually last? Is there a fixed time? Depends on the situation. If the weather is good and many people come, it can go on all day. It basically breaks up before dark. What, seen something you like? Michi asked curiously. Just looking around. I'll take a walk and gather some info, Mimir said. Alright, be careful. Pickpockets are few, but not non-existent. Michi warned. In this industry nowadays, it couldn't be said that pickpocketing had vanished due to cybernetic implants and electronic cash, but there were still a few around. Especially someone like Mimir, a pure human with no cybernetic implants, who would definitely be carrying money. Mimir nodded and melted into the noisy crowd. He overheard someone complaining that the recent trade routes were becoming increasingly unsafe, with people not dressed like bandits setting up checkpoints to harass, someone whispering that a newly built pumping station of Biotechnica seemed to be using an especially aggressive water extraction technology, causing several downstream ponds to dry up, and someone mentioning that there seemed to be more mysterious survey teams in the area which didn't seem to be looking for minerals, but rather mapping the terrain. These fragmented pieces of information corroborated the clues he had hijacked from the drone. Biotechnica was not only applying pressure, but also conducting detailed intelligence gathering. This meant that their actions might have moved from harassment and probing to a substantive preparation phase. Corporations never give you any chance to resist. If one path doesn't work, they'll take the second. Never stop until the goal is achieved. That's the corporate style. Mimir did not stay long at the market. He found Michi and briefly said he wanted to go back to the camp area to reconnoiter the terrain. Michi, though a bit puzzled, didn't ask further, just told him to stay safe and keep in touch. After leaving the market for some distance, Mimir confirmed that no one was around. Then his figure suddenly accelerated, and he raced toward the coordinates where the drone had returned. Half an hour later, he located the dormant drone on a wasteland strewn with black gravel. Mile knelt and pressed his palm against the cold casing. This time he did not need to hack remotely. Nanocells seeped directly into the shell interface, establishing a physical connection with the drone's internal data bus. The core data barrier was breached, and a torrent of information surged into Miles' consciousness. High-precision regional maps scanning records from multiple flights over the market, annotations on nearby nomad settlement clusters, and a draft proposal for area clearance that had not yet fully uploaded. It analyzed the hydrological and geological value of the region, assessed the armed strength and resistance potential of the current occupying forces, and proposed several clearance schemes. From gradual economic and security pressure application to deploying corporate security forces for order maintenance when necessary. One highlighted proposal suggested orchestrating an accidental pollution incident or bandit raids to generate sufficient panic and actual losses, while establishing a perimeter blockade to prevent nomads from returning or receiving external support. The draft depended a projected timeline and resource requirements list. The time frame was remarkably tight. Not to mention the age of networking had its dark side as well. He traced it directly along the data cables. This was not mere commercial encroachment. It was a systematic plan for eviction, even elimination. Biotech viewed this land and its wandering inhabitants as obstacles to be cleared away. Wait. He vaguely recalled that Biotech had allegedly poisoned a nomad tribe before under the guise of testing pharmaceuticals. He recorded all critical information, especially the names of several local gangs mentioned as potential collaborators or executors, as well as the coordinates of several forward bases and supply stockpile sites noted in the draft. After completing all this, he hesitated briefly, then decided not to destroy the drone. Instead, he modified its core commands and partial logs, fabricating a record of system malfunction causing deviation and partial data corruption, then set it to wake automatically at a delayed interval and return to a preset assembly point on the periphery of biotech's territory. This way, he could avoid immediate suspicion that the drone had been captured and analyzed while sowing a seed of confusion and misdirection. Having dealt with the drone, Miles sprinted back to the avocado camp. Rather than seeking Pan Nan first, he went straight to Sol, who was tallying the medicines exchanged that day alongside Mitch. "Sol, we need to talk alone." The gravity in Miles' expression and tone immediately signaled the seriousness of the matter to Sol. Inside Sol's tent, Miles wasted no words. He clearly and calmly recounted the key intelligence extracted from the drone, particularly the contents of the area clearance proposal draft. As Miles spoke, Sol's face grew increasingly grim. "They don't just want the land, Sol. They are planning to treat you as unstable elements requiring removal." Miles concluded, his voice calm, yet heavy with weight. "Time is running short." Sol fell silent for a full minute, only the sound of his labored breathing echoing within the tent. He finally looked up, his weathered eyes stripped of their usual hesitation or exhaustion, leaving only a resolute sharpness. "I understand," Sol said, his voice rough but unwavering. "Thank you, Miles. This intelligence has saved the entire clan." He rose and strode to the tent entrance, bellowing outward, "Mitch, Scorpion, and all squad leaders, get your asses over here now. Emergency council." Within 10 minutes, the camp's core members gathered around the bonfire. Pan Nan was also hastily summoned. Sol revealed neither the specific source of the intelligence nor its full details, but conveyed the key points of biotech's plan and its urgency to the group. The atmosphere erupted. "Shut your traps." Sol's roar quelled the clamor. His gaze swept across every face, some furious, some terrified. "What good is panic? What use is cursing? We now know when the blade falls and where it strikes. Then we prepare and chop off their claws." He swiftly began assigning tasks, reinforcing watch duties in all directions around the camp, especially at the weak points identified in the draft as potential infiltration routes, inventorying and distributing all weapons and ammunition, reinforcing vehicles, and preparing emergency evacuation plans. Dispatching reconnaissance teams to verify biotech's forward base locations using the coordinates Miles had provided, simultaneously reaching out to other small nomad groups potentially under threat, so that even if they could not fight side by side, at least they could share intelligence. Miles approached Sol. "I can help set up some early warning equipment to enhance the camp's sensory coverage." Sol studied him deeply for a moment, then nodded. "Tell Mitch what you need. I'll ensure it's provided." Miles found Mitch rummaging through spare sensors and batteries in the warehouse. "Mitch, I need some basic components: piezoelectric sensors, vibration detection modules, miniature camera units, solar panels, and as many signal repeaters and storage batteries as you can gather. Old or broken ones will do." Though Mitch had no idea why Miles needed such scrap, his trust in him was absolute. He immediately rallied the team to scavenge whatever they could find. Soon a pile of assorted electronic parts, varied in age, condition, and completeness, was stacked before Miles on his workbench. Under the watchful eyes of Mitch and several curious young clan members, Miles began his work. There were vibration and pressure sensors that could be buried underground like landmines, miniature wide-angle cameras disguised as rocks, or dry branches, wireless repeaters powered by solar energy, with exceptional signal penetration, and simple radar warning devices installable on vehicles or elevated positions to scan for moving objects. For each device completed, Miles used his own palm-sized terminal to rapidly program and test it, setting trigger thresholds, signal frequencies, and interconnection logic. Mitch and the onlookers stood speechless. This had long surpassed the realm of car repair or water purifier maintenance. He was practically conjuring an entire micro-surveillance network from thin air. "Good heavens. Brother Miles, where in the hell did you graduate from?" Mitch swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment. "This kind of highly integrated covert setup. You couldn't even buy it on the black market." "Just a few minor modifications," Miles replied, without looking up, completing the calibration of the final composite node integrating camera, thermal sensor, and motion detector. "Come, I'll teach you how to deploy and connect these devices and how to monitor alerts on the terminal." In the following hours, under the cover of night, Mimir led Miki and a few sharp-witted young men to silently slip out of the camp. They planted or camouflaged these sensing devices along the main thoroughfares at commanding heights and on potential infiltration routes. Returning to the camp center, Mimir connected the terminal to an old radio unit, using it as the central processor and display interface. On the screen, a simplified map of the camp and its surroundings appeared, dotted with dozens of green points representing the deployed sensor nodes. Whenever any node was triggered, the corresponding point would turn red, emitting a specific audio alert while displaying the type of trigger. Miki stared at the blinking green dots on the screen and murmured, this time with genuine admiration, even a hint of awe. Badass. This makeshift early warning network, though limited in coverage and rudimentary in nodes, greatly extended the camp's perception, range, and reaction time, especially under the cover of night and in complex terrain. We need to boost the signal or set up a secondary processing point here directly linked to those two pickup trucks serving as mobile sentry posts. Mimir quickly assessed. How do we connect? Running temporary lines is out of the question, and direct radio links are too vulnerable to interference or interception. Panam frowned. After a moment's thought, Mimir looked at Panam, then at the two pickups already revving in the distance. There's a way to establish a temporary high bandwidth, low probability of intercept short-range data link. But it requires a bit of cooperation. How do we cooperate? Panam asked without hesitation. Open up access to your vehicle's central control system, trusted connection. And Mimir looked at Panam. I need your subjective combat awareness to assist with data filtering and priority judgment. That will significantly boost link efficiency and reaction speed. In simple terms, I'll share a part of my battlefield awareness with you, and you'll feed back your intuitive threat assessments to me. We'll co-process the information for this area. Panam didn't fully grasp the technical details, but she understood trust and cooperation. She looked into Mimir's eyes and nodded. All right, what do I need to do? Relax, focus your mind on defending this direction. Imagine you are the eyes and brain of those two pickups, Mimir said, raising a finger to his own temple and then pointing at Panam. The next moment, Panam felt a strange sense of flow transmitted through Mimir's gaze. Not a physical touch, but more like an invitation of consciousness. She followed his instructions, relaxed her mind, and concentrated on the darkness of the eastern slope. In an instant, something changed. The scene before her eyes seemed unchanged, yet something extra was added. It wasn't an enhancement of sight or hearing, but a new three-dimensional perception of information directly presented in her consciousness with astonishing clarity. At the same time, she found her attention on that area becoming unusually focused and acute. Details that normally required intense vigilance and experience to catch were now highlighted on the map, in her mind as if marked with a highlighter. Almost instinctively, she tagged these suspicious points in her thoughts. In Mimir's perspective, the suspicious points tagged by Panam were immediately assigned higher monitoring weight by the auxiliary AI. The scanning frequencies of related nodes were fine-tuned, and the priority of data transmission was elevated. As the core ability of A07, its essence was to operate in conjunction with the mutant gene. To better integrate the mutant gene into its underlying foundation, Patriarch Findesai and Pakisi had put no small effort, and the ultimate result was the synergistic link. The role of a commander didn't require overwhelming combat power, but it couldn't lack command capability. From its inception, the synergistic link was designed to direct multi-unit coordinated operations. He shared the processed battlefield awareness with Panam and received her intuitive feedback to optimize the data flow. Simultaneously, he directly commanded the onboard systems of the two pickups, incorporating their sensor data into the monitoring network, and could instantly send them the most concise warnings and instructions. The link lasted only a few minutes, but for Panam, it was a breathtaking experience. What was that? She asked, her voice a bit dry, looking at Mimir. A kind of tactical data sharing, Mimir replied simply without revealing the secrets of the nano-core. How did it feel? Like opening a third eye. Panam took a deep breath. And it felt like you were in my head watching that area with me. Mimir nodded. It works. Remember that feeling of focus and tagging. Even without the link, it will help your vigilance. The next afternoon, after the early warning network was set up, Biotechnica's probe finally came. The pattern and method matched the manufactured bandit incident described in the drone intelligence. 3 modified armed vehicles approached rapidly from the northeast along the dry riverbed. The people in them wore a mix of clothes, covered their faces, and carried a hodgepodge of weapons deliberately disguised as bandits and renegades. But it would have been better if their weapons were shoddier. What bandit uses such fine guns? Haishiao's Nikomata Military Technologies, Ajax, Arasaka's Masamune. Bro, can you at least try to look the part? Their route precisely avoided several obvious quicksand zones and regular patrol paths, heading straight for the camp's water source and a vehicle parking area. However, just as they entered the 3-kilometer perimeter around the camp, one of the vehicles ran over a buried vibration sensor mine. Whoop! A sharp but not too loud alarm instantly sounded on the central terminal screen. Northeast, dry riverbed entrance vehicle vibration signal. Count 3 high speed, shouted the young man on monitoring duty. Saul, Panam, Mimir, and the others rushed to the terminal in an instant. Activate all relevant area cameras and thermal sensors. Mimir ordered quickly. The screen switched to a few blurry but distinguishable night vision and thermal imaging feeds. The outlines of the 3 vehicles were clearly visible. Not the scavs. The vehicle modding style is different. They're the outsourced enforcers mentioned in the draft, Mimir judged calmly. Prepare to engage. Saul roared. Follow Plan B. Panam, take your people to the left high ground. Miki, secure the water source. Everyone else, start the vehicles, get ready to maneuver. People quickly moved into preset positions, weapons loaded. The children and elderly were gathered into the sturdiest vehicles. Mimir did not go to the front line. He stayed by the central terminal, his eyes fixed on the screen. Target A is turning, seemingly attempting to circle toward the camp's flank. Vehicle B is decelerating, someone is disembarking, likely preparing to plant explosives. Vehicle C continues charging toward the water source. Panam, having already seized the high ground on the left with her team, could clearly see the vehicle attempting to outflank them through the shared terminal information. Acquiring target A. Range 800 meters. Wind speed. She murmured, adjusting her scope. Bang. A gunshot rang out. The bullet sliced through the air, piercing the front tire of vehicle A. The vehicle careened wildly out of control, spinning into a pile of rubble. The occupants scrambled out in disarray, but were immediately pinned down by suppressive fire from the high ground, unable to raise their heads. Almost simultaneously, Mitch's squad engaged in a firefight with Vehicle C, which was attempting to approach the water source. Utilizing the pre-positioned barricades and the early warning provided by the alert system Mill had set up, they executed a brilliant ambush. The front of Vehicle C was hit and began smoking, forcing it to a halt. The vehicle attempting to plant explosives, Vehicle B, was swiftly encircled by a mobile squad led personally by Saul. Guided by the precise coordinates supplied by Mill, they gave the enemy little time. After a brief but intense exchange of gunfire, 2 of the enemies beside Vehicle B were wounded. The remaining ones, seeing the situation deteriorate, abandoned their comrades, and the unexploded device leaped into the vehicle and fled in panic. How much do you even make in a month? No need to risk your life for it. The battle concluded within 10 minutes. On the Aldecaldo's side, only 2 sustained minor injuries. Mill never left the terminal the entire time, nor did he deploy his nano-armor. He relied on the early warning network and the experience accumulated from that brief yet efficient synced link test to provide a purely informational tactical command support. This allowed him to maximize the Aldecaldo's defensive effectiveness without revealing his own special abilities. After all, this was their fight. He couldn't protect them forever. After the battle, Saul personally inspected the prisoners and the captured vehicles. Equipment fragments and residual codes from communication devices found in the vehicles, though deliberately scrubbed of identifiers, matched the style of corporate involvement, confirming their suspicions. He walked over to Mill, looking at the young man who had provided decisive intelligence at the critical moment. Saul extended his rough, powerful hand and gave Mill's shoulder a firm pat. I don't know where you came from, and I don't know how much you're truly capable of. But today you sweated with us, you stood shoulder to shoulder with us. You've saved the clan more than once. From this day forward in the Aldecaldos, you are a true friend family. As long as your wheels are turning, if you need help, the guns and rides of the Aldecaldos are ready for you. This was the highest recognition and promise a nomad could give. Mill met Saul's sincere gaze and nodded. Thank you, Saul. Panam walked over. She glanced at Saul first, who gave her a slight nod. After spending the night with Saul and the others, Mill bid farewell the next morning by the dying embers of the Aldecaldos campfire. Panam insisted on driving him to the edge of the Badlands. Next time you come, I'll take you to the northern canyon, Panam said, gripping the steering wheel, her profile sharp in the dawn light. There's an old satellite wreck there. The view is fucking spectacular. Mill leaned back in the passenger seat, watching the withered trees and rusted car skeletons flash by outside the window. I'll remember that. It's not just talk. Panam shot him a glance. Saul doesn't say things like that lightly. Family. He's never been that straightforward with his own son, haha, if he had one. I know. The car stopped 5 kilometers from the Night City checkpoint. Any further, and there would be Militech patrol drones. Now that they were on the corporation's blacklist, it was one thing for a single person, but driving a vehicle blatantly in front of them would give them an excuse to strike. Mill alone naturally wouldn't fear them, but what about the others? Panam killed the engine, pulled a crumpled pack of cigarettes from her jacket, lit one, and offered the pack to him. Mill shook his head. I don't really smoke either, just like the taste of it, Panam laughed. In truth, Mill wasn't refusing because he didn't smoke. His body simply couldn't enjoy the sensation. Nanite cells would actively break down foreign substances like nicotine. Smoking was no different from breathing air to him, a complete waste. He could even inhale a cigar directly into his lungs. Even something like glitter wouldn't cause him any addiction. Panam snorted. You're a real fucking weirdo. She took a deep drag, exhaled slowly. But weird in a reliable way. Alright, I'll drop you here. Remember, when you need wheels, just give me a call. Anytime. You too. Mill opened the door. He jumped out. Panam lifted her chin at him through the window, a gesture of farewell. Mill walked to the metro station and entered Haywood, the Wild Wolf Bar. Pushing open the door, the familiar blend of tobacco, alcohol, and old wood enveloped him. Mrs. Wells was polishing glasses behind the counter. She looked up at the sound of the door chime, and the wrinkles on her face instantly softened. Mill? She came around the bar, arms wide, and gave him a solid hug. Heard you went to the Badlands. Did you come back with all your limbs intact? In one piece. Mill let her pat his shoulders and back. Good, good. Mrs. Wells released him, but her eyes still swept over him. Jack and Sasha are upstairs. They've been waiting for you for ages. Go on up. I'll fix you something to eat. Look at you all dusty. You must be hungry, right? A bit. Wait here. She turned toward the kitchen, then looked back. Don't let them drink too much. That Jack, whenever you're not around, he sneaks my good liquor. Mill climbed the creaking wooden stairs to the second floor. It was quieter than the bar below, with windows overlooking the back alley bathed in dim light. Jack and Sasha were sitting at their usual spot by the window. Several empty beer bottles were already on the table. Menno. Jack jumped up the moment he saw Mill lightly punching his chest. How was the Badlands trip? Did you run into any man-eating mutant scorpions? Or did a nomad tribe capture you to be their consort? Sasha kicked Jack under the table. Shut up, you. She looked at Mill. Everything went smoothly. Smoothly. Mill pulled up a chair and sat down. Helped the Aldecaldos handle a little trouble. Saul and Panam send their regards. Huh. I knew it. Jack took a triumphant swig of beer. The legendary Mill. How could anything ever go wrong for him? Mill smiled. Legendary, he thought. The last person who called him that had already become Night City's own personal workhorse. Jekka. Sasha's voice carried a warning. Okay, let's not talk about that. Jekka raised his hands in a gesture, but a knowing still curled his lips. So what? What's the situation on Ada now? I heard the Luan Dalhoué has been making quite a ruckus recently. Mimir accepted the unopened beer pushed over by Sasha and twisted off the cap. The Luan Dalhoué is indeed expanding, but Idkato can still keep it under control. The trouble is the company. Biotechnology on the edge of Adu has erected a few agricultural experimental stations, but they're actually conducting illegal genetic editing. Sol worried they might contaminate the groundwater. Damn. Jekka tucked away his smile. That bunch of corporate dogs never know when to stop. Idkato has dealt with it, Mimir said offhand, not mentioning the 10-minute ambush that had ended it. What about over your side? What's new in Yijicheng? Jekka and Sasha exchanged a glance. Sasha spoke first. Over in Taiping, the conflict between Wudu Bang and the Dongwu Bang has escalated. The night before near the Grand Empire Mall there had been a firefight, 7 or 8 killed, 2 of whom were civilians with involvement from net surveillance. In Yijicheng, 7 or 8 dead in a firefight isn't a big deal. If a skirmish doesn't kill more than double digits, it's not a real melee. But Wudu Bang and Dongwu Bang are on completely different wavelengths. A group of hackers ran into a gang of hormonally enhanced Saibo Nua. Although there are many Wudu Bang members seen in Taipingzhou, in reality, it is Haitians who are numerous. After all, the hacker profession is hard to master, and the Wudu Bang's official members total no more than 300. Net surveillance. Mill frowned. That pack of hyenas won't step in directly, will they? So the situation is unusual. Sasha pulled up a holographic screen showing a few blurred on-site photos. Some say Wudu Bang dug up something at the edge of Haichang, drawing the attention of net surveillance's higher-ups. Now half of Taipingzhou streets are sealed off, so NCPD won't dare enter. Taipingzhou was already in Yijicheng, a semi-abandoned area backed by Gojin, and with people like Wudu Bang stirring trouble, the Yijicheng Council had even planned to wipe it out. Now that Wudu Bang has stirred things up, the cops are even less inclined to intervene. Mill stared at the burnt-out vehicle wrecks and the bullet holes on the walls in the photos. Haichang roaming AI's Wudu Bang. When those words are pinned together, they always remind him of Mr. Lan Yinjing's Inhuman Eyes. What else, he asked. Jekka leaned in his tone, turning a notch sterner. The Lu Jie Bang is getting bolder. Haven't you noticed that the father hasn't been staying in the church lately? Mill recalled indeed before returning from Ada he and the father had spoken once. In the other man's background there was the roar of machines and the shouts of men not like in a church. What are they doing? Armed patrols. Sasha pulled up another data set, a set of surveillance screenshots from Shengdaming Street. In the frame, 6 or 7 men in camouflage pants and old military uniforms formed a small squad, driving a modified pickup slowly through the street, a machine gun mounted on the bed. In name it's community self-defense, in truth it's a land grab. The Valentino gang has already clashed with them 3 times, killing 4 people. But I heard behind Lu Jie Bang there are people with military-grade technology. Not official backing, but private deals. Several mid-level former military technology officers after retirement joined the upper echelons of Lu Jie Bang. Lu Jie Bang, a gang founded by veterans of the Fourth Company War, began by claiming to protect the community, but has long since degenerated into another protection for fee crime syndicate. But if there is a shadow of military tech, what did the father say? He asked. He told us not to provoke them on our own. Sasha turned off the holographic screen, but he also said that at Lu Jie Bang's current expansion rate, they will eventually tread on our turf. Then we fight. Jekka took over, his voice carrying the street kid's ruthless grit. Anyway, I've always despised those in uniform. Who does he think he is, a patriot? Bah. Mill said nothing. He slowly drank his beer, piecing the information together in his mind. Mill. Sasha nudged his elbow. What are you thinking? I'm thinking. Mill set down his bottle. Yiji Chung is like a pressure cooker. Companies, gangs, middlemen, mercenaries. Everyone keeps stirring the pot. The lid will blow sooner or later. Jekka grinned. Then let it blow. Anyway, this damned place should have exploded and started over a long time ago. When it goes off, Mill looked at him. We must make sure we aren't at the bottom of the pot. The day to meet Kwang Saka Lai Xian is drawing near, and that means 2075 will soon be over. By the way, Yiji Chung seems to have no winter coming. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wells served up a large platter of roasted meat tortillas and spicy beans. Of course, don't expect these to be real goods, the real meat and vegetables, even though Mrs. Wells holds status in the Valentino gang, are lucky to be had once a year. The three of them ate for half an hour. During that time, Jekka told two ribald jokes. Sasha rolled her eyes and dumped chili sauce onto his plate in retaliation. After dinner, Sasha said she would go back to check the firewall system at home. Lately, she had the sense that someone was trying to infiltrate. The signs were subtle, but real. Jekka said he would go to Mimir shop. I'll grab some talismans and the like for luck. Mill stayed at the Wild Wolf bar. Mrs. Wells refilled his complimentary coffee, then settled the bill from behind the bar. She knew Mill's habits too. Besides, when he's with Jekka, anyone trying to coax him to drink usually gets nothing. The bar wasn't crowded. A few familiar faces played cards in the corner, an old rock tune crackling on the radio. As for why Mill doesn't go back to his own apartment, one might say caring for the Hollow Nest elderly is everyone's responsibility. With Jack Wells's temperament, who would care about his own mother? Sometimes Mrs. Wells felt that Mill was more like his son than Jack. At least he didn't have to be on edge all day. He used to dare to strike his father. Now as he grew up, it became harder to manage. The days that followed were calm. Mill took on a few small commissions. Helped the father retrieve a batch of goods wrongly seized by the Valentino gang, investigate Regina's early cyberpsychosis case, and act as a temporary bodyguard for the old captain, escorting a truck full of second-hand prosthetics from Watson to Shangduming. Good pay and no major hiccups. Sasha reinforced the firewall and set up several layers of decoy nodes. She said the infiltration attempts had stopped, but she didn't know whether the other side had given up or was merely lurking. Jack spent most of his time in Mimir's shop under the pretext of cultivating feelings. But Mill passing by once saw him talking with a few Valentino gang youngsters in a back alley. He didn't ask, and Jack didn't say. Some things don't need to be spoken. On the fourth afternoon, Mill's communicator rang. The call came from Roach. Mill was tuning up his Kusanagi motorcycle in apartment H10. The old captain was right. This bike was absurdly fast, but equally fragile. A distinct alert tone chimed. He wiped his hands and answered. Mill. Rog's voice carried its usual authority honed by years of experience. Can you talk? Yes. Come to Lifeline. There's a job. Can't discuss it on the phone. Now, within 2 hours. Rob paused. Bring Jack and Sasha. This time we may need a full team. The communication cut off. Mill stared at his darkened wrist screen, frowning slightly. Rob was rarely this direct. Usually she would send the commission brief, first letting him decide whether to take it. But this time she didn't even mention the details, only requesting a face-to-face meeting. He messaged Jack and Sasha, and 20 minutes later the three of them converged at the H10 parking lot. Jack pulled up in his single-owner Arch, the engine roaring like it was about to explode. Rog herself is calling us in. Jack rubbed his hands excitedly. Must be a big score. Maybe we're going to steal the boardroom chairs from Arasaka. Sasha checked her wrist-mounted hacker gear. Can you think of anything practical? Stealing chairs is practical. It'd look impressive displayed at home. He opened the driver's door of the Chevy. Since buying the car, Jack had practically become its full-time driver. Mill climbed into the passenger seat and closed the door. Buckle up. And Jack, if it really is about stealing chairs, you go alone. Don't drag us in. Hey, what about brotherhood? Half an hour later, Lifeline. Claire was behind the bar mixing drinks. She spotted them and gave a slight nod. Rog's at her usual spot. In the corner booth, Rog sat alone. The last time they'd met in a hurry, the mole, Crispin Wyland, or Wyland the old snake's son, was nowhere to be found. He'd likely been sent elsewhere by Rog. What are you drinking? She asked. The usual, Jack said. Claire nodded and began to mix a Moscow Mule. With love as always. Sasha ordered a soda water with lemon. Mill shook his head. No, Rog didn't insist. Once Jack and Sasha's drinks arrived, she got straight to the point. We have a commission. The employer is anonymous, but the payment account is a Zurich encrypted bank with a very high credit limit. As for the content. She paused, looking at Mill. Have you heard about Arasaka's newly researched cyberpunk project? Mill felt a faint flicker in his mind. Cyberpunk was Arasaka's secret weapons development program benchmarked against Militech's Minotaur mechs, but following a completely different technological approach. He knew all about it. On Yuanqing's similar giant single-operator combat platforms had long been phased out. Too large a target, poor maneuverability, and monstrous energy consumption. Even the heavy armor White Tiger Battalion of the Golden Vipers, 4 great divisions, only used personal exoskeletons. And Grandma Bluespar's research into subhuman technology had long since designed a wearable armor. That one, after all, was personally worn by Boss Luo. But in this world where the technology tree had veered wildly off course. I've heard of it, he maintained a steady tone. Arasaka's secret project, a gravity field manipulation prototype. Theoretically capable of creating localized gravitational anomalies for aerial attacks. But the load-bearing issue was never resolved, preventing mass production. Rog raised an eyebrow slightly. You know quite a bit about it. Basic homework for a mercenary. Mill shrugged. So what's the commission? The employer wants the complete technical data of this project, not superficial design blueprints. The core algorithms, gravity field control code, neural interface protocols. Everything needed to replicate the prototype. Jack whistled. That's more than stealing a chair. We're breaching an Arasaka research facility. Not necessarily. Rog lifted her glass, but didn't drink, merely rotating it between her fingers. The employer provided intelligence. 3 days from now, the chief engineer of the cyberpunk project, a man named Tanaka, will depart from the Arasaka Academy carrying an encrypted hard drive heading to the Arasaka Tower RD Center downtown. The hard drive contains the latest version of the core data. Sasha frowned. An escort mission. That should be heavily guarded. How would we get a chance to strike? Because this isn't an official escort. Rog set down her glass. According to the employer's intelligence, Tanaka copied the data without authorization. This armor was originally intended for the Atom Silver Hammer experiment, however. She glanced at Mill. Mill understood what Rog was implying. Simply put, the original plan was shelved because he had obliterated the legendary Crusher, causing the experiments to be delayed repeatedly. Street people couldn't utilize this cyberware's capabilities, and no volunteers had been found to date. The higher-ups, having spent enormous funds with nothing to show, could only prepare to terminate the project. Tanaka, to avoid being abandoned himself, naturally needed to find a new employer. But there was one thing Mill had guessed incorrectly. The main reason this project was killed was that Silver Hammer himself found it boring. Such a weapon wasn't even suitable for conventional battlefields, let alone night cities, urban warfare. Within Arasaka, the cyberpunk was positioned as a counterpart to mass-produced silver hammers. But with such enormous load unwearable by a single person, it made more sense to simply build another silver hammer. At least there would already be a template, saving so much research funding. So Mr. Adam outright rejected the project. Tanaka, while serving as dean of the Arasaka Academy, held the cyberpunk project leadership as his primary responsibility. A shrewd corporate figure adept at tempting others with profit. If he were truly selling company secrets on the side, that would make sense. But the problem was, who was the employer? Mill asked. Rog smiled. That faint, cold smile that never reached her eyes. Do you think I would know? Anonymous commission, encrypted payment. It could be Militech wanting to acquire a competitor's technology, or perhaps a rival faction within Arasaka looking to undermine the project, or even a new American intelligence agency. Who cares? As long as the money is real. Jack was already buzzing with anticipation. Sounds like a huge payday. And think about it. If we can get cyberware data at that level, maybe we could. No. Mill cut him off. Jack froze. Huh. The load-bearing capacity of experimental-grade cyberware is unknown. Mill's words were resolute. Do you know why Arasaka cannot mass-produce it? It's not a technical issue. It's the human body. Gravity field manipulation causes irreversible damage to the nervous system. Prolonged use would almost certainly lead to cyberpsychosis. And he looked at Rog. The design philosophy of cyberpunk itself is flawed. It emphasizes area attacks, but suffers from poor mobility, cumbersome size, dependency on gravity fields, and weak close combat defense. On the battlefield, it would be a sitting duck. Compared to Atom Silver Hammer's all-around ultimate firepower, they are simply worlds apart. Luo Gu regarded him quietly, a subtle glaring in his eyes. You know Atom Heavy Hammer very well. Having defeated him, you would naturally study him. Mimir's expression remained unmoved. In any case, I wouldn't advise anyone to try implanting that kind of thing. But the data. He paused. The data can be sold. So are we taking this job? Jack asked, scratching his head. Mimir did not answer immediately. A few thoughts flashed through his mind: the ED Jingang Project, Arasaka Academy, Tanaka, and David Martinez. That young man who studied at Arasaka Academy, the street kid he had once casually helped. If things followed their original trajectory, David would be drawn into this project and meet tragedy. But now, because of his intervention, David did not join the man's squad, and his fate should have changed. Yet if the ED Jingang project was still advancing, if Tanaka was still seeking suitable test subjects, I'll take it, Mimir said. But there are a few conditions. Luo Gu tilted his chin. Speak. First, the operation will be commanded by me. Second, unless absolutely necessary, do not kill anyone, especially Tanaka. I want him alive. This man still has value. Third, after you succeed, I will inspect the data first to ensure there are no hidden viruses or tracking programs before handing it to the employer. Very prudent. Luoga nodded. Agreed. The employer did not specify a concrete date for the operation, only that it must be done as soon as possible. So you two arranged the timing yourselves. The payoff. She spoke a figure Jack drew in a cold breath. That's enough to buy 10 Kusanagi. His eyes lit up. Or 20 heart transplant surgeries. Sasha added calmly. Luoga drained his last drink and stood up. I will send the details to your encrypted mailbox. As usual, a 15% cut. She stepped beside Mimir, lowered her voice. Your analysis of the Odin gang was very professional. Luoga studied him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. This time the smile felt a touch more genuine. You know, Johnny used to say similar things. He said technology should be a tool to liberate people, not a cage that turns people into tools. She shook her head and walked toward the bar. Good luck to you. Leaving Lisheng, Jack remained intoxicated by the prospect of the immense payoff. Where should we spend this money? Buy a house. Or invest in a bar? By the way, Misty has been wanting to expand the shop. Jack, Sasha cut him off. First stay alive and get the money. The three got into the car. Mimir sat in the front passenger seat watching the neon glow streaming past the window, already mapping out their plan in her mind. Arasaka Academy sits on the edge of the municipal center. Not in its core, but security remains high. Tanaka smuggled data in privately, so he will take the most covert route. Still nothing is perfectly hidden from surveillance. Sasha, he said, I need a map of all surveillance cameras within a 3-kilometer radius of Arasaka Academy, plus traffic data from the past week. Sasha had already gotten to the terminal. Give me 2 hours. But Mimir, are you really planning to spare Tanaka? That corporate dog deserves to die. I need to ask him a few questions, Mimir said, about the testers list for the Odin gang project. The car fell silent for a moment. Jack glanced at him in the rearview mirror. Testers? You worrying? I worry someone will be tricked into becoming a lab rat. Mimir spoke calmly. The car veered back onto the original route, heading toward the district around Arasaka Academy in the city center. Since they had decided to take the job, they would need to scout first. I hope that kid is smart enough, Mimir thought. Let's go back first, he told Jack. We need to devise a detailed plan. Sasha, send me the surveillance data once you have it. Also check Tanaka's background, habits, social circle, any leverage. Understood. Sasha's fingers danced across the hollow keyboard. Jack steered the car, turning into an alley. So we're about to square off with Arasaka again. To be honest, since I met you, I've opposed the company more times than in the previous 20 years combined. Regret it? Mimir asked. Jack grinned, his white teeth flashing in the dim cabin. Regret. Brother, this is the one thing in my life I regret the least. Honestly, back when I helped Valentino, I thought ruling Haywood would be badass. But now, he patted the steering wheel, now I know what a real big operation looks like. Stealing Arasaka's confidential data. Knocking out Adam Heavy Hammer. That's what being alive feels like. Sasha laughed softly from the back seat. Mimir also smiled and didn't reply. He turned his head, eyes resting on the neon lights sliding past the window. The night at the municipal center was always like this. Above the illusory paradise cast by floating billboards, below the damp alleys where the real misery crouched. An old man in a torn coat rummaged through a trash can, while nearby a holographic idol sang songs about love and freedom. A sharp sense of fragmentation lingered, as if the city itself suffered from a kind of schizophrenia. The car slowly rolled past the block where Arasaka Academy stood. Mimir had Jack circle a bit, deliberately passing in front of the academy's main gate. On the academy's outer sidewalk, groups of students were stepping out, mostly in well-tailored uniforms, their faces carrying a hint of elite superiority. Mimir's gaze swept the crowd. The familiar yellow jacket wasn't seen. These spoiled heirs and heiresses, Jack said with a note of disdain. A year's tuition would buy me half a street in Haywood. What are they studying? How to better feed on the lower classes? Jack quipped. Sasha, remind me to watch my mouth. Did I say something wrong? Jack steered the car into a side road. Look at their eyes, like they're looking at trash. I bet at least half of them have never set foot in Watson District except in armored cars to experience life. Oh, I didn't say David, he's a good kid, but his mother is even more stubborn than mine. You can't say street kids won't make it into the company, but those who know the company's ways know that without a backer, you're disposable, a cog. You could be replaced, and you might die at your desk one day. If David really joins the company, given his temperament, at most a year, he'd be dead somewhere in Night City by that so-called corporate culture. Mimir withdrew her gaze. Everyone chooses their own path. It's just that some choices carry costs greater than they imagine. Mimir withdrew her gaze. Everyone chooses their own path. It's just that some choices carry costs greater than they imagine. The vehicle circled the academy district once more. Mimir mentally marked several key points, ensuring a swift escape route for their operations. Sasha had already pulled up a detailed map of the area on her terminal. I can't breach the academy's internal network, she said. Their intranet is linked to the Arasaka network. Any intrusion would alert Arasaka Tower. But I've already gained access to the peripheral municipal surveillance system. 27 fixed cameras, 6 mobile patrol drones covering all major intersections. if Tanaka intends to leave, the most probable route is. She traced a blue dashed line on the map. From the Academy's underground garage through the dedicated exit onto the main avenue, then turn at the third intersection into the municipal center's internal expressway. This route has relatively few cameras, and there are 2 backup detours. Mimir studied the route, his brow furrowed slightly. Too obvious. If Tanaka is really selling data on the side, he wouldn't take such a conventional route. For a man planning to jump ship, a conventional route was certainly out of the question. After all, in this world, corporate downsizing wasn't as simple as being told to pack your cardboard box and leave. Their downsizing was quite literal, physically. In the original timeline, if it weren't for Jack being nearby and the territory belonging to the Mox gang, those corporate dogs clinging to life, and Vision Tian merely being a low-level thug under Jenkins, with Jenkins himself dead, and nobody to pursue the matter, V would have been taken out right at the start. Even living on the streets wouldn't help. So to survive, they had to take their former company's secrets and defect, making the rival employer believe you still had some worth. The cyberkinetic project was half dead, but as long as it could prove useful, it could still attract attention. You mean, he might take the ground, but not the main roads. Mimir tapped several points on the map. These alleys, the backs of those abandoned commercial streets. They look like a detour, but they're concealed. Besides, he paused. If he's truly guilty, he'll definitely set up countermeasures. Decoys, or he won't deliver it personally. Sasha finished, using a proxy or transmitting via drone. Could be either. Mimir leaned back into his seat. So we need more intel. Sasha digged deeper into Tanaka's background. What car does he usually drive? Where does he live? Any fixed habits, like a specific coffee shop he must visit daily or a club he frequents every week? Copy that. Sasha's fingers danced across the keyboard once more. Jack glanced at her from the rearview mirror. Hey, don't your fingers get sore? Typing like that nonstop. Why bother with all that effort when you can just use your brain? Better than you blathering on. Sasha didn't look up. Jack chuckled, about to retort when the vehicle had already left the municipal center and entered the bridge connecting to Watson District. Just then Mimir's comm buzzed. A notification tone he hadn't heard in a long time. Regina Jones. Mimir was taken aback. Ever since his reputation had grown and he'd started taking more high-end contracts, he had rarely worked with Regina anymore. It wasn't that he looked down on her low-pay, high-hassle jobs, but, while Regina's contracts mostly involved cyber psychos, targets to be subdued, not killed, with modest pay and often trailing media and NCPD investigations. For Mimir's team, now often clashing with corporations, the cost-effectiveness was indeed low. Not that Mimir was fickle, but Regina herself had stopped reaching out. Maybe she thought Mimir's current status was above her small-time gigs. But Regina was one of the first fixers he'd encountered after arriving in Night City. Back then he was just a wandering mercenary picking up small jobs in Watson District, and Regina had given him his first legitimate contract. So when the ringtone sounded, Mimir didn't hesitate to answer. Regina. Mimir. Regina's crisp voice came through the comm, with the faint clatter of keystrokes in the background. Got a minute? In the car heading back to Watson. What's up? An emergency. Regina never beat around the bush. A retired lieutenant from the new United States Armed Forces named James Norris arrived in Night City 2 days ago. Militech hired him for some wet work, but yesterday afternoon he suddenly shot and killed the fixer Militech assigned to him, then vanished. Now he's roaming around the city center. Mimir frowned. Cyberpsycho. Highly likely. But judging by his method of killing and the route he chose to escape, he still retains considerable tactical awareness. Ordinary squads won't be able to handle him. Regina paused. I need you to find him, Mimir. Preferably alive, but if it comes to it. Understood. Mimir said. Location. I'll send you the last surveillance footage of his appearance and his potential activity zone. The comm beeped with a file transfer. Payment as per the usual terms. Might not be as high as your recent jobs, but money's not an issue. Mimir cut her off. Give me the coordinates. He ended the call and looked at the two in the car. Jack and Sasha had clearly heard the conversation. Regina? Sasha asked. Yeah, a cyberpsycho job downtown. Jack let out a whistle. Busy day, huh? First a big deal, now an emergency. We spinning our wheels nonstop. Take it. Sasha looked at Mimir. Though she didn't say it, her eyes had already given the answer. If Mimir said yes, she'd follow. Mimir glanced at the file he'd just received, pondered for a moment, then said, let's go check it out. Regina rarely sounds this urgent. You got it. Jack yanked the steering wheel, the tires of the Chevrolet screeching against the bridge as the vehicle pivoted 180 degrees, roaring back the way they came. Sasha had already pulled up the detailed data Regina sent on her terminal. She scanned through it rapidly, her brow furrowing deeper. James Norris, 42 years old, retired lieutenant from the new United States Army's 7th Mechanized Infantry Division, served in the Unification War, awarded 3 Silver Stars. After retirement, he was absorbed by Militech for special project testing. Here's his cyberware list. As she read it out, even Jack couldn't help but gasp. Subdermal armor, military grade, full body coverage. Grounding, plating, EMP resistant. Military Experimental Sandevistan Marked Prototype. Military-grade neural processor frontal cortex enhancement implant. Korenzakov reflex boost system. Left arm projectile launcher loaded with high explosive rounds. Right arm mantis blades military custom edition and the knees thighs, all kitted out. The cabin fell silent for a few seconds. Holy shit, Jack finally blurted out, this guy's a mobile armory, isn't he? Sasha continued scrolling. What else? Reinforced tendons 2-stage jumping ability. An optical camouflage generator, but there seems to be a fault log. I hear his 3-eyed tactical prosthetic eye is a custom model integrated with thermal imaging motion tracking ballistic prediction and even discharge blinding flashes. She looked up at Mimir. All this gear. Together it's enough to arm a small assault squad. Mimir studied the expressionless face in the data, remained silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. I now think that this tough guy turning into cyberpsychosis would not be surprising at all. To be honest, if not for the photo still showing a living face, Mimir would doubt whether he had already become a cyborg. He and Adam Sledgehammer, to be dramatic, claimed that the only difference was that he was still wearing a human skin. Military tech still treats people as expendables. Sasha's voice turned cold. It's always been that way. Jack added, when I was with Valentino, I heard of the dirty business of military tech. If you call it nicely, it's a volunteer. If blunt, it's a guinea pig. They provide equipment, give money, then throw you into the most dangerous places to see how long you live. Aren't all companies like this? Military tech takes soldiers from the new United States, other companies. Mimir didn't finish, but they both knew. Compared with those firms that treat ordinary people on the streets as guinea pigs, military tech at least seems humane. The car had re-entered the municipal center. Intelligence suggests there are traces of their appearance at Kurbwa Square. Indeed, that place has become a landmark. Jack slowed the car, scanning the street on both sides. This place. I think I've been here before. She came with her mother, saying they were there to commemorate something. Sasha whispered, to honor the people who died in the war. And now Kurbwa Square at night wears a different face. The street lamps' glow spread through the mist, and the monument stood unusually solemn in the shadows. Not many people on the square, a few homeless men huddled on benches, a couple kissing in the distance, and a man in a trench coat sitting alone by the fountain staring at the water. Jack parked the car on a side street at the edge of the square. The three got out. Sasha shouldered her small backpack stuffed with hacking devices. Jack checked his twin pistols at the waist. Mimir carried nothing. At least that's how it seemed. Split up to search, Jack suggested. Don't split up, Mimir said. The target's danger is too high. Going solo would be death. Move together, keep a triangle formation. No anomalies. They slowly moved along the square's perimeter. Then he sensed an anomaly. Not a strength anomaly. The electric field strength was normal, even weak. It was a frequency anomaly. Mimir raised his hand and made a stop gesture. Jack and Sasha immediately froze, lowering their bodies into a wary stance. 9 o'clock direction, 60 meters, Mimir whispered. Vital signs unstable, approaching. Sasha's scanner immediately swung toward it. On the screen, an orange-red point moved slowly, surrounded by chaotic energy readings. Confirmed. Target vital signs, abnormal adrenaline level, elevated neural signals. Chaotic, she paused. A classic feature of cyberpsychosis. The three retreated quietly, slipping into the shadow cast by a large tree. From there, they could see a path on the square's other side, a bare-chested, broad-shouldered figure slowly stepping out of the mist. James Norris. He looked taller than in the photo, broad-shouldered muscles gleaming with a metallic sheen under the streetlights. He moved slowly, heavy-footed, yet each step landed with solid precision. Bare feet pressed on the stone, paving the thuds deep and dull. 2 heavy firearms swayed lightly behind him with each step. Mimir was about to issue the next instruction when his gaze spotted another figure. From a path on the square's other side, an old cop in a worn leather jacket walked up, followed by a young partner. The last one. Almost forgot, this place is indeed the municipal center. Although he'd patrolled the streets for decades, he had somehow joined the municipal center's patrol right. Better than fleeing to Taiping State. A brief encounter. And now the old cop and his partner were strolling along the path toward the fountain, completely unaware that James Norris was approaching from the other side. Not exactly friends, but at least not enemies. Norris also saw them. He halted, the red glow in his 3-eyed prosthetic flickering for a moment, as if adjusting focus. Then he slowly raised his right hand, reaching behind his back. He gripped the handle of one of the shotguns. Get down. His shout tore through the night stillness. The old policeman reacted, almost instinctively leaping at his young partner, and the two of them tumbled into the nearby shrubs. Almost at the same instant, a deafening gunshot shattered the night. Boom! The shotgun pellets whizzed past, their heads exploding against the fountain's marble edge, showering fragments of stone. James Norris kept his firing stance, the red glow in his 3-eyed prosthetic blazing. The muzzle still smoking, he slowly turned his head, his gaze fixed on the source of the sound. Under the trees' shade, Mimir had risen. Jack and Sasha stood on either side, guns raised, the red dot in the sights on Norris's chest and head. Norris tilted his head, the 3 lenses contracted. Then he smiled. A smile completely inhuman, the corners of his mouth stretching to his ears, exposing bone-white teeth. New target. His voice husky like sandpaper against metal, high priority. Eliminate. He swung the muzzle toward Mimir. Mimir saw something familiar, the high-heat glow that spews from overloaded electronics, the energy leakage from chaotic neural signals. He's seen that glow in too many cyberpsychotics. Red-black fire. Norris's voice squeezed from a rusty pipe, each syllable rough with a metallic rasp. He muttered those broken words, the red glow in his three-eyed prosthetic surged. The brightness even outshone the dusk of the street lamps around the square. Then he moved. Not in any normal human manner. The reinforced tendons compressed in an instant, the stone slabs cracked into spiderweb fissures, and he became a blurred silhouette charging straight toward Mimir. Spread. Mimir roared. This guy is not in the same league as the previous cyberpsychoses. Damn it. How much military tech have they stuffed into him? Jack and Sasha rolled to the sides almost at once. Jack rolled and fired 2 shots, the bullets piercing Norris's knee joints with precision, but they struck metal and merely spat 2 sparks, leaving no scratches. Damn. This thing's harder than a bank vault. Jack cursed, swiftly swapping his magazine. Norris paid him no heed. His sole target was Mimir. In his current worldview, Mimir, the one utterly devoid of cyberware, posed the greatest threat. 80 meters, 60-40. The distance shrank at a terrifying pace. The sparse crowd in the plaza had already erupted into chaos. The kissing couple screamed and fled into the distance. The homeless man on the bench scrambled behind the monument. The trench-coated man had vanished without a trace. Only the 2 NCPD officers remained crouched behind the virtual shrubbery. The older officer tried to shield his younger partner, his other hand already drawing his sidearm, but he knew that Lexington was little more than a toy against such an opponent. 20 meters. Norris raised his shotgun. Mimir stood motionless. He didn't even raise a hand in defense, merely watching the charging man, watching those eyes consumed by crimson light, watching that military-grade cyberware that would make any mercenary envious. Then in the instant before the muzzle erupted, his body's surface shimmered with a faint glow. The nanomembrane, the most basic defensive form of any nanosoldier. Boom. The shotgun pellets slammed into the nanomembrane, bursting into a blinding spray of sparks. The projectiles ricocheted off the invisible barrier, peppering the surrounding tree trunks and ground with a dense pattern of craters. Norris tilted his head, all 3 lenses contracting simultaneously. He seemed unable to comprehend why the target hadn't been reduced to minced meat, yet it didn't deter him from executing his next move. He discarded the empty shotgun, and the projectile launcher at his left elbow emitted a soft mechanical whir as a high-explosive warhead was loaded. Jack! Suppress! Mimir barked. On it! Jack leaned out from behind the sculpture base on the right, firing both pistols. This time he aimed not at the joints, but at Norris's face. He figured surely the face couldn't be armored right. The bullets struck the protective glass of the tactical goggles with a series of crisp clinks. Though they failed to penetrate, the continuous impacts caused Norris's aim to waver for a moment. That moment was all it took. Mimir moved. His movements didn't seem fast, almost leisurely. The nanomembrane glistened as he shifted, stray bullets merely rippling across its surface like expanding rings. Norris roared, and the launcher spewed fire. 5 high-explosive rounds fanned out, covering all evasion routes ahead of Mimir. Standard battlefield suppression fire, true to the former lieutenant's combat instincts. But Mimir had no intention of dodging. He stepped forward into the barrage, raising his right hand. Nanosights surged from his palm, coalescing into a silver straight blade within 0.3 seconds. The high-explosive round struck the nanomembrane, and the shockwave distorted the surrounding air. Mimir! Sasha shouted from near the fountain, her cyberdeck already issuing commands. She intended to hack into Norris's nervous system, but the military-grade neural processor was too heavily fortified. It would take time. The flames dissipated. Mimir stood unscathed, not a single crack on the nanomembrane. The blade in his hand drooped slightly, its tip pointing to the ground. Norris's tri-lens cyber eyes flickered wildly, as if reassessing the threat level. Then he made a decision. Abandon ranged suppression, engage in close combat. His right arm's mantis blade snapped out. Not the slender civilian model, but a genuine military custom edition. He charged at Mimir, the mantis blade carving a lethal arc through the air. The sound of the blade tearing air was piercingly sharp. Mimir raised his own blade to parry. Clang! The metallic crash thundered, rattling the eardrums. Norris stared at Mimir, a flicker of confusion, the first of its kind, crossing his twisted face. His mantis blade was the latest prototype from Militech, tested to easily slice through 30-centimeter thick alloy steel plates. Yet now it was blocked by a seemingly flimsy silver sword. Mimir twisted his wrist. A movement so subtle it was nearly invisible, but the force transmitted to the blade was immense. Norris felt his entire right arm tremble, the mantis blade's edge forced down by 5 centimeters. He withdrew and stepped back, creating distance, yet his gaze remained locked on Norris's eyes. The crimson glow in those three lenses grew increasingly unstable, flickering like a faulty bulb. Mimir recognized the signs. End-stage cyberpsychosis. Neural signals had completely disrupted the perception of reality, beginning to collapse. The patient would sink into a hallucinatory world, projecting everything around as the most deeply imprinted memory. For a soldier, the most profound memory was of course the battlefield. Norris stood still, the mantis blade still held in a post-swing position. But he didn't attack again. Instead, he slowly turned his head, as if surveying a non-existent environment. Red, he murmured. Red blood. He looked down at his right hand. There was no wound there, but in his vision viscous blood dripped slowly from the back of his hand. It was from 5 years ago on the battlefield of the Unification War, when he had killed his first enemy with his own hands. The blood splattered on him. That enemy wore an Arasaka uniform, very young, likely not even 20. When he fell from the bullet, his eyes were wide open, filled with bewilderment. Black gunpowder residue. He suddenly rolled to the left. The movement was utterly without warning, almost comical, for there was no grenade being thrown in the plaza. But in Norris's hallucination, a fragmentation grenade landed exactly where he had stood, its explosion throwing up dirt and rubble that clattered against his armor. He remembered that scene. A skirmish on the outskirts of Missouri, his squad ambushed by Arasaka mercenaries, the medic's leg blown off by just such a grenade. Fire. He looked up, rain hitting his face. No, there was no rain. But in Norris's eyes, he stood in a burning ruin surrounded by charred vehicle wrecks and collapsed buildings. In the distance, the corporate holographic billboards continued their garish display, their dazzling lights transformed into a blizzard of flames in his severely distorted visual processing system. Fire. Incendiary grenades. His voice began to tremble, then erupted into manic laughter. Huh. Yes. Right here. Everything is here. He looked at Mimir again, but his gaze was completely vacant. In his eyes, Mimir was no longer the casually dressed mercenary, but a man in a senior Arasaka officer's uniform. That was the enemy he hated most on the battlefield. The bastard who had commanded the troops to surround their position, leading to the deaths of half his comrades. Kill. Kill you. Norris roared, charging again. But this time his movements were more frenzied and chaotic. The mantis blades slashed wildly, the projectile launcher fired indiscriminately, and high explosive shells blasted crater after crater into the square. He was completely immersed in hallucinations, mistaking the real Kalpo Square for the battlefield of yesteryear. Sasha, Mimir shouted while dodging the attacks. How much longer? His hacking was a brute force dismantling. If he really went through with it, Regina's request for the target to be alive might be technically fulfilled, but whether he could be treated afterward was another matter. The military-grade ice is too thick. Sasha's voice came through the communicator, punctuated by rapid breaths. I'm trying to bypass the outer defenses, but it takes time. Jack, can you jam his visual systems? I'll try. Jack leaped from behind, cover a flashbang in each hand. Close your eyes. He pulled the pins and lobbed the flashbangs over Norris's head. A blinding white light exploded in the night sky, instantly engulfing a 30-meter radius. For ordinary eyes, such intense light would cause at least 10 seconds of blindness. But Norris's trioptic cybernetic eyes had automatic light filtering capabilities. However, Sasha seized the opportunity. At the very moment of the flashbang's detonation, she injected her custom virus program into the data stream of the optical sensors. The focal lengths of the three lenses randomly shifted by 5%. 5%, not much. But for a warrior who relied on precise vision, it was enough. Norris's movements faltered for an instant. The world before his eyes suddenly blurred, depth perception went haywire, and the figure of the Arasaka officer split into 3 overlapping afterimages. He tried to adjust the focus, but the lenses slid uncontrollably back and forth. Now, Mimir stepped forward, retracting the nano blade, his hands transforming into 2 silver streaks. Each strike was accompanied by a faint crackle of electric discharge. Norris roared, his mantis blades swinging instinctively, but without visual calibration, the blades merely grazed the hem of Mimir's clothes. He attempted to activate the Sandevistan, using time dilation to turn the tide. Then he heard the sound. Crackle. Crackle. Like a short circuit or firecrackers popping in the distance. In his severely distorted auditory processing system, the sound merged with the gunfire of the battlefield. This very feeling. Norris halted his futile attacks, standing still, his mantis blades drooping lifelessly. His health bar was a flickering candle in the wind. Ha ha ha. He suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, the sound echoing through the empty square, shrill and spine-chilling. Yeah, I'm right here. James Norris still fighting. He activated the Sandevistan again. The military-grade Sandevistan was at least 30% more effective than the civilian models on the market. Norris's figure left 5 distinct afterimages in the slow-motion world, his mantis blades slashing at Mimir from 5 different angles simultaneously. This was a suicidal move. Continuous use of the Sandevistan placed immense strain on the nervous system, An ordinary person would lose consciousness within 3 seconds due to excessive cranial pressure. But Norris no longer cared. In his crumbling perception, this was the final charge, the last desperate bid to reclaim the position. Mimir sighed. He didn't activate the Odin armor, nor did he even fully deploy the nanomembrane. He simply raised his right hand, fingers spread. Nanocells surged from his palm, not coalescing into a weapon, but transforming into hundreds of silver threads as fine as hair. The threads scattered in the air, moving, as if alive, actively meeting the descending mantis blades. Crack! A faint sound of metal snapping. The mantis blade arms went limp, the 6 blades spreading uselessly. The 5th attack never came. After swinging the 4th blade, Norris's body suddenly stiffened, then pitched forward. The Sandevistan forced a shutdown. The company's test-grade cyberware had no emergency stop mechanism. The system had simply overloaded. Norris fell face first onto the gravel, the red light in his trioptic eyes extinguished completely, leaving only hollow lenses reflecting the distant neon. The battle was over. From start to finish it had taken less than 3 minutes. But the scene was already a mess. Mimir dispersed the nanothreads in his hand, crouching down to check Norris's condition. He was still breathing, pulse weak, but steady, just unconscious. The heat vents at the back of his neck were still emitting white steam, the residual heat from the Sandevistan's overdrive. And it only took a few uses to get like this. Looks like the cooling system isn't great. Mimir stood up, brushing the dust off his hands. Sasha, call Regina to come pick him up. Target unconscious, cyberware partially damaged, but vital signs stable. Already on her way. Sasha walked over from the fountain, her terminal screen showing Regina's reply. She said she'll be here in 10 minutes. Also, it's probably Maxwell. That old cop from earlier wants to talk to you. Mimir turned around. The old cop Maxwell had already crawled out of the bushes and was helping his young partner to his feet. The young officer's face was pale, his legs still trembling, but Maxwell seemed relatively composed. At least on the surface. The old cop walked over and stopped in front of Mimir. He first looked at the unconscious Norris on the ground, then surveyed the wrecked square, and finally fixed his gaze on Mimir. You saved my life, Maxwell said, his voice a bit hoarse. And the rookies? Mimir shook his head. Just a good deed for the day. Maxwell stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. It was a faint smile, barely noticeable, but the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes crinkled. A good deed for the day. In Night City. He repeated the phrase, his tone laced with complex emotions. I've been a cop in this city for 34 years. Most of the good deeds I've seen were for money, fame, or some other agenda. Pure acts of not wanting to see someone die. He paused. No more than 5 times. Jack sidled up at that moment, slinging an arm over Mimir's shoulder and grinning. Officer, you gotta understand. This buddy of mine is a weirdo. He can't stand to see people die for no reason, especially right in front of him. His moral standards are so high, he doesn't even seem like a Night Citian. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if he escaped from some utopia. Morals. Maxwell repeated the word, his smile turning self-deprecating. Does morality even exist in Night City anymore? The corporations treat people like trash, gangs treat murder like nothing, and even the NCPD is rotten to the core. Morality. That thing was blown to ashes during the 4th Corporate War. As the old cop spoke, his gaze swept across the black memorial monument at the center of the square. How many of the names etched upon it had perished in immoral wars, how many from immoral greed, and how many simply from the immoral misfortune of bad luck. Then his eyes returned to Mimir, glanced at Jekka, and then at Sasha, who was in the distance examining the damage to Norris's cyberware. Perhaps. Maxiway said softly, his voice barely audible, perhaps there really is. He didn't continue, merely patted Mimir on the shoulder and turned to walk toward his still shaken young partner. Come on, rookie. Go write the report. Say that by the time we arrived on scene, the target had already been subdued by a helpful citizen. As for the details. He paused. Say the target suffered a cyberpsychosis episode and self-destructed his cyberware, falling into a coma. Nothing else needs to be written. The young cop hesitated, but Chief, that doesn't follow procedure. Procedure? Maxiway turned back to look at him, a weariness in his eyes that only a veteran could understand. In this city, a living procedure matters more than a dead truth. Let's go. The 2 cops' silhouettes vanished into the thin mist at the edge of the square. Jekka whistled. That old flatfoot knows how to play ball. He just knows what to say and what not to say. Sasha walked over, holding a data storage module she had retrieved from Norris. Regina will be here soon. Also, I checked his Sandevistan. It's indeed military-grade test model with flaws in both the heat dissipation and module design. The load on the human body is pretty high, probably a prototype. Long-term use would cause the neural processor to overheat. No wonder he turned into a cyberpsycho. Mimir took the storage module, weighing it in his hand. This should contain records of his missions for Militech. Regina will be interested. Speaking of records, Sasha pulled up another interface on her terminal. I happened to search the surveillance system of the Arasaka Academy. Tanaka has a private appointment tomorrow at 3 p.m. at a high-end tea house in Japantown. He's meeting someone. Not sure who, but if the time and place match, it could be a deal. Mimir said. Mark the coordinates. We'll go check it out tomorrow. In the distance, an engine growled. A black van with no markings pulled into the square and stopped about 20 meters from them. The door slid open and two people in civilian clothes, but with crisp movements, stepped out, followed by Regina herself. A case of cyberpsychosis this severe was enough to make her come to the scene for first-hand data. Besides, there was the experimental and mission data from Militech. She didn't trust dropping it off at a transaction point. Even though there was a risk the corporation might find out, she figured that with Mimir around, if she couldn't keep a low profile, no one in Night City could protect her. She walked over to Norris, crouched down to examine him, then looked up at Mimir. Clean job. No casualties. Target alive. Cyberware damage within acceptable limits. She stood up, pulled an envelope from the inner pocket of her jacket, and handed it to Mimir. Payment. And if you're ever interested in taking on this kind of gig again, feel free to contact me. Though you might not even care about my little offers now. No problem, any job works. Call it a daily good deed. Mimir smiled, took the envelope, and stuffed it into his pocket without opening it. As for the Sandevistan on him, if you find anything after studying it, I'll share it with you. Regina nodded. I know you care about this. Militech stuffs these experimental units into retired soldiers, calling it re-employment, but really, they're just collecting combat data. Norris isn't the first, and he won't be the last. She gestured for her men to load the unconscious Norris into the van, then climbed in herself. The window rolled down, and she gave Mimir one last look. Be careful, Mimir. You've been making too many waves lately. People have noticed you. Corporations, gangs, and CPD. Maybe even people in City Hall. Night City doesn't like people who stand out too much, especially the uncontrollable kind. The black van pulled away from the square, its taillights quickly swallowed by the street. Jekka stretched, his bones popping. All right, triage is over. Time to head back and scheme about the big score. Staking out Japantown tomorrow, right? Want to scope it out first. I know that tea house. Crazy expensive. They claim it's real tea cultivated in a simulated environment. 1 cup costs enough to buy a month's worth of my bullets. Let's head back first. Mimir said. I've had enough for today. The three of them walked toward the Thornton parked at the edge of the square. Credit where it's due. Old Captain sure knew his stuff. That armor took a beating, but didn't get torn apart. Just a little paint chipped off. Could touch it up with a paint marker back home. It's Night City. Even a wreck can still drive. Sasha slid into the back seat and started tapping on her terminal, still analyzing the data she'd grabbed from Norris. Jekka fired up the engine, and the vehicle slowly pulled away from the square that had just witnessed a brief but fierce battle. Mimir leaned back in the passenger seat and closed his eyes. The net of spiritual perception slowly retracted, and the surrounding bioelectric fields and electronic signals gradually faded, leaving only the vibration of the engine and the clamor of Night City outside the window. He thought of what Maxiwei had said at the end. Perhaps there really is morality, goodness. In Night City, these concepts seemed so ridiculous, yet they had become the labels others used to define them. Mimir didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. But here in Night City, there were no 10 commandments. Only survival, profit, violence, and the occasional glimmer of light seeping through the cracks. Jekka turned on the car radio, which was playing an old song. A track from Johnny Silverhand from over 50 years ago. Hoarse guitar riffs and angry shouts echoed through the cabin. Wake up, samurai. Burn this city to ashes. Smash the corporate cages. Trample the lies and chains underfoot. Jekka hummed along for a few bars, then chuckled. Old school, but the lyrics still hit the mark now. Sasha looked up. If Johnny Silverhand were still alive and saw Night City like this, he'd probably blow up Arasaka Tower again. Maybe he's already planning it, Jekka joked. Mimir said nothing. The car drove past the block where the Arasaka Academy stood. The academy at night was ablaze with lights like a fortress that never slept. Mimir's gaze swept over the windows, trying to find a particular room, but in the end he saw nothing. Hope that kid is smart enough. Hope this devouring city can still leave something different behind. At noon the next day on Japan Street in the Westbrook district, sunlight pierced the thin mist, casting light upon the dense array of signs and holographic advertisements that lined both sides of the narrow street. This was one of the most contradictory districts in Night City. On the surface, it was dazzling and glamorous. Neon lights that never dimmed, street performers staging high-tech virtual dramas, fashionably dressed men and women lingering before luxury storefronts. Yet beneath the surface lay the underground empire ruled by the Tiger Claw gang. Jack parked the Chevrolet in a paid parking lot 2 streets away. Jack and Sasha got out and merged into the afternoon crowd. Split up. Mimir lowered his voice while riding a motorcycle. Sasha, go to that commercial building across from the tea house and rent a temporary office with a good view. Jack, you handle ground reconnaissance. Figure out the layout of the surrounding alleys. And what about you? Jack asked, but his eyes were fixed on a virtual geisha performing a holographic kendo routine on the street corner. He had heard about the cloud before a pity. But ever since he encountered Misty's tarot reading, he only dared to entertain such thoughts in his mind. I'm going to the academy, Mimir said. Looking for someone. Sasha glanced at him, but didn't ask further, just nodded. Keep the communication channel open, encryption level set to maximum. Japan Street is Tiger Claw territory, their hackers aren't weak either. Understood. The three split up and melted into the crowd. 2 hours later at the Arasaka Academy. Meyer didn't attempt to enter. He found a seat by the window in a coffee shop across from the academy, ordered the cheapest black coffee, and sent a message to Dawe Madanjizi. I'm at the coffee shop across the street. If you're free, come out and talk. The message showed as read. 3 minutes later, a tall, thin figure in a yellow jacket slipped out from the side gate of the academy. Dawe glanced left and right, then quickly crossed the street and pushed open the coffee shop door. Meyer. He sat down opposite with a hint of surprise and confusion on his face. What are you doing here? Just passing by, thought I'd check on you. Meyer pushed the menu toward him. Want something to eat? My treat. Dawe glanced at the prices and his lips twitched. A glass of juice here costs enough to feed me for 3 days in Haywood. It's okay to indulge once in a while. Meyer called the waiter, ordered a signature burger and fries, and a steak set meal for Dawe. Real beef, not the cheap stuff made from soy protein and coloring. The owner was a former nomad who, according to rumor, had his own ranch on the edge of the Badlands and shipped fresh meat into the city once a week. After the waiter left, Dawe lowered his voice. You? Is there something going on? Why do you ask? Because you don't seem like the type to just pass by, Dawe said bluntly. And after our last meeting, I knew you weren't just an ordinary mercenary. Meyer smiled and didn't deny it. There is something I want to ask you. But before that, tell me about yourself. How's life at the academy? Dawe shrugged, his gaze drifting out the window toward the academy building across the street. What can I say? Classes, exams, being treated like an outsider by those rich kids. But, he paused. Ever since I dealt with Tanaka Katsuo and his cronies, the troublemakers have been fewer. At least no one dares to say street trash to my face anymore. Tanaka Katsuo. Meyer repeated the name. Has he been acting unusual lately? Dawe was taken aback. Why do you ask? Just curious. Dawe leaned back in his chair. Come to think of it, it is a bit strange. That guy used to mess with me at least 3 times a week. Either accidentally knocking my books off, jokingly locking me in the locker room, or borrowing my review materials before exams. But in the past 2 weeks, he suddenly seemed to lose interest in me. Doesn't even glance my way when we meet. The food arrived. Dawe stared at the perfectly seared steak on the plate and swallowed. This kind of meal, he and his mother might not have it even once a year. Eat up, Meyer said. Dawe didn't stand on ceremony. He cut a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly, as if savoring something precious. After eating half, he continued. It's not just me. I heard Tanaka Katsuo has been skipping classes a lot lately, often taking leave. People in his class say his father, Principal Tanaka, seems to have arranged some kind of special course for him. Special course? Meyer picked up his coffee and took a sip. Yeah, sometimes the Arasaka Academy offers extra lessons for certain wealthy students. Getting early access to company projects or undergoing high-end cyberware adaptation tests, that sort of thing. Dawe stabbed a fry. His father is the principal, so resources are definitely available. Meyer was silent for a few seconds, then changed the subject. How's your mother? Dawe's expression softened slightly. Still working at the medical center, working overtime every day. She says that once I graduate and enter Arasaka, things will get easier. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. As if joining Arasaka really means hitting the jackpot. You don't think so? I don't know. Dawe put down his fork, staring at the food on his plate. Sometimes I feel like my mother has pinned all her hopes on me. I have to get into Arasaka, I have to succeed, I have to get out of that godforsaken Santo Domingo. But sometimes I wonder, even if I do get into Arasaka, what then? Turn into one of those suited-up corporate dogs? Spend every day scheming to climb the ladder, stepping on others to get ahead? He looked up at Meyer. Tell me, what's the point of living? The question was too sudden, too heavy. Soft music flowed through the coffee shop. Pedestrians hurried past the window. No one knew that the young man sitting by the window was pondering a philosophical question about the meaning of life. Meyer didn't answer immediately. After all, in Dawe's original fate, this youth who had never lived a single day for himself, the tragic hero, crushed under the weight of too many expectations. Now, because of his intervention, the trajectory of destiny had shifted. Dawe hadn't joined Main's crew, hadn't been exposed to the guerrilla arms too early, and even his relationship with Lucy seemed to have taken a different path. Living, Meyer said slowly, first and foremost means living for yourself. Others' expectations, society's standards, so-called success. Those matter, but they aren't everything. You have to find what you truly want, and then strive for it, even if that thing seems worthless in the eyes of others. Dawe stared at him for a long time, then smiled. You sound like a philosopher, not a mercenary. Maybe I'm both. And have you found what you want? This time it was Meyer's turn to fall silent. What did he want? He had been searching for the answer all along. Parks wanted him to resolve racial conflicts, but in Night City his desires seemed more specific. Change it or else. Tear it down and rebuild. Still looking, Miles finally said. David nodded and didn't press further. He continued eating his steak, his movements much more relaxed than before. Midway through the meal something suddenly occurred to him. Oh, by the way, that hacker I mentioned last time. Lucy, remember? I remember. Miles said. Of course he remembered. We've been spending more time together lately, David said, the tips of his ears turning slightly red. She's teaching me some hacker basics, and I'm showing her how not to get scammed on the streets. She's a strange one, stranger than any hacker I've ever met, but there's something in her eyes. I can't quite put it into words. She's hiding from something. Miles said. It wasn't a question. David was taken aback. How do you know? Intuition. Miles paused. A hacker like Lucy, top-tier skills, reclusive personality, mysterious background. She must have a past she doesn't want anyone to know about. If you truly care about her, don't ask too many questions. When she's ready to talk, she'll tell you. I didn't ask, David said earnestly. Everyone has their secrets. Just like you. You've never told me where you came from or why you have that ability. But I've never asked, right? Miles looked at the young man with clear eyes and suddenly felt that perhaps David was more mature than he had imagined. Thank you, he said. David waved his hand. For what? You've helped me, and I trust you. It's that simple. The two chatted a bit more about trivial matters at the academy. Which professor was the most acerbic, which class was the most tedious, which rich kid had flaunted the latest cybernetic eye. Miles listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a word or two. This mundane conversation in this mundane afternoon gave him a strange illusion, as if he were just an ordinary young man chatting idly with a junior. But he knew it wasn't. When the bill came, David gasped at the figure. This meal costs 3 months of my living expenses. Once in a while it's fine. Miles paid using the payment watch specially crafted by Old Vit. The clerk gave him a second glance during the scan. Most people who spent money at this establishment used high-end corporate accounts or encrypted credit cards, as such payment devices were rare. And nowadays, wasn't everyone using brain-computer interfaces? Leaving the coffee shop, the afternoon sun was just right. Miles glanced at the time, 2:30 p.m. I'll take you back, he said. No need, I'll take the subway. Let's go. David didn't refuse again. They walked to the parking lot and Miles straddled the Kusanagi motorcycle. David hesitated for a moment, then sat on the back seat. The motorcycle merged into traffic, passing through the clean streets of the Civic Center, heading toward Santo Domingo. This bike is amazing, he shouted against the wind. Recommended by old Captain, Miles replied. He said it's the fastest bike in Night City. Fastest? Faster than those corporate brats, Aerodynes. In some ways, yes. The bike passed the block where the Arasaka Tower stood. David looked up at the tower's peak, his eyes complex. Sometimes I wonder, he suddenly said, if I really get into Arasaka, will I one day sit on some floor of that building looking down at the streets through bulletproof glass and forget where I came from? That depends on you, Miles said. Some people are changed by their environment, others change their environment. What about you? Will you change the environment? I'm trying, Miles said. The bike stopped in front of the H4 apartment building in Santo Domingo. David jumped off and handed the helmet back to Miles. Thanks, he said. Miles took the helmet. Take care of yourself, David. And stay away from the Tanaka family. If you notice anything unusual, contact me anytime. I will, David nodded, turning toward the apartment entrance. Halfway there he looked back. Miles, you be careful too. When he returned to the room in the H10 building, it was already 4:00 p.m. Sasha and Jack were already back arguing in front of the holographic map in the living room. I told you that alley's no good. Dead end, and there's a tiger claw surveillance camera. Then blow the wall. We're not going for tea anyway, so what if we make some noise? How do we extract if we make too much noise? You think Japantown is Haywood where you can just stroll away after the job? All right. Miles closed the door and their argument ceased instantly. Sasha looked up. How did it go? Some findings. Miles took off his coat and walked to the holographic map. The map displayed a three-dimensional model of Japantown with the high-end tea house marked in red. Surrounding streets were color-coded for surveillance density, tiger claw patrol routes, and possible ambush points. Tanaka Katsuo, Tanaka's son, has been acting strangely lately, Miles said. Frequent leave requests, reportedly undergoing special lessons. And his attitude toward David suddenly shifted from persistent bullying to complete indifference. Jack whistled. Sounds like the old man is planning to flee, so the son is preparing his escape route too. Not necessarily. Sasha brought up the internal structure of the Arasaka Academy. Tanaka holds a high position there. Not just a professor, but also head of several research projects. If he's really planning to jump ship, he'll definitely deal with the project data, first, including the cybernetic frame. So tomorrow's meeting at the tea house might be the transaction site. Miles said. Tanaka brings the data to meet the buyer, cash for goods. So what do we do? Snatch it? Jack asked. Miles shook his head. The tea house is in the core area of Japantown. A direct snatch is too risky. Plus we don't know who the buyer is or how many people they're bringing. The best approach is to wait until the deal is done, and after Tanaka leaves the tea house, intercept him in a relatively secluded spot. Tail him. Sasha frowned. Tanaka's escort won't be weak, and he's certainly prepared for counter-surveillance. So we need more intel. Miles pointed to the location of the tea house on the map. This place is members only serving regulars. We need to know who Tanaka is meeting, what time he arrives, how many people he brings, what vehicle he uses. All the details. Jack scratched his head. How do we get that? Can't just walk in and ask, can we? Miles didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Sasha. Contact Wakako Okada. Sasha paused. That old witch. She's run her business in Japantown for decades, and that tea house is on her turf. If there's any wind, she'll know. Miles said, and she owes me a favor. Last time we helped her resolve an internal Tiger Claw dispute, we didn't charge the full fee. That time you said it was just making a friend, Sasha reminded him. Now it's time for that friend to repay the favor, Mimir said calmly. Jack grinned. I like this idea. Getting the local snakes to scout for us saves time and effort. But that old hag Okada Wakako isn't easy to deal with. Are you sure she'll help? Not sure, Mimir admitted. But it's worth a try. Sasha had already started operating the terminal, calling up Okada Wakako's encrypted communication channel. But just as she was about to dial, her movement suddenly froze. Wait, she said. There's something I've been wanting to ask. Why are you so invested in Dawe Madingnizi? Just because you helped him once? Or is it? The living room fell silent. Jack also looked at Mimir, clearly sharing the same question. Mimir was silent for a few seconds. Because in a certain possible future, Mimir spoke slowly, his voice very soft, he would become a hero. And also a tragedy. I don't want to see that tragedy happen. Sasha and Jack exchanged glances, both saying nothing. They knew Mimir had many secrets. Those abilities far beyond ordinary people, that profound understanding of corporations and technology, that occasional vigilance that slipped through. But they never asked, just as Dawe said, everyone has secrets. All right, Sasha finally said. A hoarse, yet capable female voice came from the speaker, speaking Japanese, but with a distinct Night City accent. Mimir-kun. Long time no see. Mimir turned around and looked at the screen. Wakako, Mimir replied. Sorry to bother you. For you to take the initiative to contact me, it must be no small matter. Wakako's tone was unreadable. Speak, what do you need my help with? Mimir didn't beat around the bush. Fixers who had been in Night City for years hated wasting time, especially ones at Wakako's level. I need intel on a high-end tea house in Ribbon Street, he said directly. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, Principal Tanaka of Hwangban Academy will meet someone there. I want to know who he's meeting, how many people he's bringing, how he's coming, and how he's leaving. The line went quiet for 2 seconds. The background noise of pachinko machines seemed to dim, as if someone had turned down the volume. Tanaka. Wakako repeated the name slowly. The principal of Hwangban Academy, soon to be former principal, and the head of the Edie Jean Gang project. You want to move against him? Clearly the fixer in Westbrook knew quite a bit too. Just want something he's carrying. Data, oi. Data. Another silence. This time longer, so long that Jack had already started complaining impatiently on the side, and Sasha gestured for him to be quiet. American. Wakako finally spoke again, her voice gaining a subtle nuance. You should know that Ribbon Street is my territory. And you should also know that the Huzhou Gang and Hwangban have a long-term partnership. I know. Then you should know that meddling in Hwangban's affairs is testing the Huzhou Gang's limits. I know. Wakako let out a soft laugh, unreadable as either praise or sarcasm. You know everything, yet you still come to me. Either you're too bold, or you have a reason you can't avoid. Both, Mimir admitted. What about the favor? Wakako suddenly asked. I remember last time when you helped me deal with those unruly punks inside the Huzhou Gang, you didn't take full payment. You said it was just making a friend. Now the friend wants to call in the favor. If you'd like to see it that way. The sound of paper rustling came from the other end, followed by the click of a lighter. Tonight, she finally said. Nyonya Street, at my shop. Come after 10 through the back door. Bring your whole team. Wakako. The line isn't secure, she interrupted Mimir. Hwangban's surveillance systems are more advanced than you think. Some things need to be said face to face. With that, the call ended. The dial tone echoed in the room. Jack was the first to break the silence. What does that old lady mean? Agreed or not? She wants us to talk in person, Sasha said, closing the terminal interface. That means she does have the intel, but doesn't want to discuss it over the comms. Either she's worried about being monitored, or the intel itself is too sensitive and needs to confirm our resolve face to face. Mimir stood up and began to gather his things. What do you think? Sasha asked him. Wakako is a shrewd businesswoman, Mimir said. The reason she's been able to operate in Ribbon Street for decades isn't kindness, but knowing how to weigh pros and cons. Helping us might offend Hwangban. Not helping us, she loses the favor I owe her, and... He paused. And she might also be curious about what I'm really trying to do. Jack grinned. So we're really going to Nyonya Street tonight. That place is the Huzhou Gang's den. What if the old lady sets a trap? She won't. Mimir shook his head. Wakako values her reputation above all else. The reason she's lasted this long as a fixer is because everyone knows what she promises she'll deliver. The intel she gives is always reliable. That's the foundation of her survival. Once you become a fixer, you can't meddle in gang affairs. That's one of the unwritten rules of Night City's underworld. Otherwise, Okada Wakako's shop wouldn't be able to stay open. So we should prepare. Jack had already started checking his pistol's magazine. Should we bring some heavy firepower? Just in case. No need, Mimir said. We're going to negotiate, not to fight. Standard gear is enough. Sasha, check our comm encryption to make sure no one can trace tonight's whereabouts. Already on it, Sasha's fingers flew across the terminal. But I suggest we still prepare for the worst. In case Wakako caves to Huangban's pressure, then we'll adapt, Mimir said. But I think she's more likely to stay on the sidelines. 9:50 in the evening, Nyonyo Street. Mimir and his two companions turned into an unremarkable alley and found the back door of the pachinko parlor based on the coordinates Wakako had given. The door was an ordinary metal door, but at least 3 hidden surveillance cameras were installed on the doorframe. Just as Jack was about to knock, the door slid open automatically. Inside was a dim corridor, the walls covered with faded ukiyo-e wallpaper. A man in a black suit, muscles bulging, stood at the end of the hallway. Seeing them, he nodded slightly, then turned and led the way. They were led into a small, well-soundproofed room. Wakako appeared unchanged since their last encounter. Sit, she said, gesturing with her hand. Mill sat across from her with Jack and Sasha flanking him on either side. The bodyguard who had escorted them withdrew, sliding the door shut. Wakako pushed 3 cups of tea toward them, then retrieved a data chip from the sleeve of her kimono and placed it on the table. What you asked for, she said. Tanaka will arrive at the Moon Pavilion Tea House at 3:15 tomorrow afternoon. He's meeting someone from Zeta Technology. Mill picked up the chip, but didn't inspect it immediately. Zeta Technology. Wakako raised her own cup, gently blowing on the steam. A senior technical director named Carlson in charge of the reverse engineering department for drones and avionics. They've recently taken an interest in gravity field control technology, supposedly aiming to use it in their next-generation cargo drones. Sasha understood immediately. So they want to buy the data on the Odin gang, not to build weapons, but to improve transport equipment. Possible, Wakako said, taking a sip of tea. Zeta Technology has been expanding in recent years. From computer hardware to drones, they do everything. But they lack core technology. Most of their products are improvements or reverse-engineered versions of others' work. Although Arasaka's Odin gang project was a military failure, the principles of gravity, field manipulation, hold great value for improving drone stability. Mill inserted the chip into the terminal port on his wrist. Tanaka's schedule for tomorrow, the estimated vehicle model and license plate, the number of accompanying bodyguards, and their equipment list, the internal layout of the Moon Pavilion Tea House, and even the file on that Carlson from Zeta Technology. The intelligence was astonishingly detailed. Jack leaned over to look, his eyes widening. Holy crap. This old lady's intelligence network is terrifying. She's even found out what bento Tanaka will eat for lunch tomorrow. Wakako replied calmly, in Ribbon Street, nothing can be completely hidden from me. Tanaka may not be a member of the Huzhou gang, but every time he comes to Ribbon Street, he patronizes the same few establishments. The shop clerks, the valets, even the homeless on the street. They're all eyes. She set down her cup and looked at Mill. I've given you the intelligence. But I have one condition. Please speak. What you do next is none of my concern. Wakako's tone was calm. I never saw you tonight, and you were never here. If something goes wrong, if Arasaka starts investigating. She paused. I'll say someone hacked my intelligence system and fabricated this data. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Jack frowned. So you mean if we get caught, you'll wash your hands of it completely? That's the way of survival, young man. Wakako looked at him, no guilt or apology in her eyes. I've lived in Yijicheng for 67 years, and I've seen too many people vanish because they weren't cautious enough. Helping you is because I owe Mill-kun a favor, and also because. She turned to Mill. I'm curious to see just how far you can go. Mill put away his terminal and pulled out the chip. I understand. We never met tonight. We found the intelligence ourselves. Good. Wakako nodded. Then good luck. Also, she seemed to recall something and added, 2 of Tanaka's bodyguards are retired from Arasaka's Special Security Division, skilled in anti-ambush and rapid response. If you're going to make a move, it's best to choose the stretch of road between the tea house and the parking lot. There are 3 blind spots for surveillance there, each lasting about 15 seconds. That's enough time to do a lot. Thank you. Don't thank me. Wakako stood, signaling the end of the meeting. This is just part of the transaction. Remember, Mill-kun, Yijicheng loves to devour idealists. Don't let yourself become the next one to be devoured. The 3 left the room, walking along the corridor toward the back exit. The black-clad bodyguard appeared again, silently opening the door for them. Stepping out of the pachinko parlor's back alley, the clamor of Nyonyo Street once again washed over them. Now what? Jack asked, his voice low. Go back, Mill said. Study the intel, make a plan. They quickly moved through the crowd toward the Chevrolet parked 2 streets away. Meanwhile, in the Japanese-style room of the pachinko parlor, Wakako stood by the window watching through the one-way glass as Mill and his companions disappeared down the street below. The sliding door opened softly, and a middle-aged man in a dark blue kimono entered. Gongben Jian, the former leader of the Huzhou gang, once the deputy of Wakako's husband. You helped them, Gongben said, his tone calm. Just repaying a favor, Wakako replied without turning. If Arasaka finds out, they want Wakako cut him off. At least not from us. Gong Bin walked to her side, and also looked out the window. On the street the modified Chevrolet had already started. That young man named Mill, Gong Bin said slowly. I looked into his background. It's blank. As if he appeared in Yi Zhiqing out of nowhere. But his abilities aren't something an ordinary person could possess. I know. Wakako took a sip of tea. Half a year ago he was just a wandering mercenary taking small jobs in Wozenshu. Now he's a legend who defeated Yadang Zhongchue and received a personal commission from Luo Go. Such a meteoric rise either means he is backing from a major power or he himself is that major power. Gong Bin finished. They fell silent for a moment. From downstairs came the jackpot music of a pachinko machine accompanied by the cheers of patrons. Do you think he'll succeed? Gong Bin asked. Stealing Tanaka's data? Maybe, Wakako said. But the bigger question is what happens after he gets it. Junyong Keiji is watching from the shadows. Arasaka won't let it go easily, and Zeta technology isn't to be trifled with either. He's dancing on a knife's edge. One wrong step, and it's eternal damnation. Then why did you help him? Wakako turned and walked to the tea table to sit down. She looked at the exquisite tea set on the table for a long time before speaking softly. Because Yi Zhiqing is too old and too tired. Corporations, gangs, fixers. Everyone plays by the established rules in a game that never ends. But Mill is different. He doesn't follow the rules. He wants to change them. She raised her eyes to Gong Bin. Do you remember when we were young? When we first came to Yi Zhiqing we also wanted to change something. But later we learned to compromise to survive within this system. And now seeing a young man who refuses to compromise. She smiled, a complex expression in her eyes. I want to see how far he can go. Gong Bin sat down opposite her. Even if he might die. Everyone will die, Higezi said. But in Night City, most people merely live, never truly living. Mimir, at least he's alive. She raised the teacup, the tea had cooled. Yet she drank it in one swallow, then stood up. All right, time to work. She resumed her sharp, capable intermediary persona. Let those below take note. Tomorrow Ri-Ben Gem may not be peaceful. Inform the Tiger Claw gang members if you see Arasaka and unidentified individuals exchanging fire. Do not intervene, keep your distance. Understood. Gong Bin nodded, stood, and left. The room in the tatami only had Higezi left. Silence. In this city that would never be quiet, that word felt like irony or a kind of longing. She brushed the edge of the scroll with her fingers, whispering softly, Mir, don't disappoint me. On the Chevrolet's way back to the Watson district, the carriage was unusually quiet. Jack was driving, but every now and then he glanced at Mir in the rear view. Sasha sat in the back, the glow from the terminal screen coloring her face as she carefully analyzed the intel Higezi had provided. Zeta Technology. She suddenly spoke. This company is clever. It avoids direct competition, picks up projects others abandon or fail, and rebrands them with civilian-minded thinking. The prosthetic cyborgs are a military failure, but gravity field control technology, if used on drones. There would certainly be a market. Why wouldn't military tech do it themselves? Because the focus of military tech is weapons. Mir said drones are only auxiliary gear for them. And, he paused, I suspect the party hiring us to steal data is military tech. Sasha lifted her chin. What do you mean? Think about it. Mir turned to Sasha. Zeta Technology wants to buy the data. Why go through anonymous commissioning? They could trade directly with Tanaka. In fact, they will do so tomorrow. So why go to the trouble of hiring us to steal it? Unless the client isn't Zeta Technology, but someone who wants to derail the deal. Corporate competition between companies isn't uncommon. As long as they can irritate you, they can spend a little money. And Zeta Technology hardly holds many patents. In a string of corporate wars, they've mostly relied on mudslinging to reach this point. Imagine a company that never competes suddenly appearing in front of you. Anyone would be upset. Jack has suddenly realized military tech doesn't want Zeta Technology to get the technology. So they hire us to intercept, snatch the data so Zeta pays, but can't get anything. Sasha added, and it could create trouble for Arasaka. Mir nodded. So tomorrow's operation we may not only clash with Arasaka's guards, but also have to watch out for people from military tech who might be watching in the shadows, and after we succeed, may try to snatch it back from us. Damn, Jack cursed. This is a trap within a trap. Night City is like that, Sasha said calmly. But that also means our window for action is narrow. We must strike after Tanaka's deal completes as they leave the tea house, but before they reach a safe location. Too early the deal may be cancelled if Tanaka senses danger, too late military tech or other powers may intervene. And who knows if there are other technologies to steal in the prosthetic cyborg project. This is the cost-saving ploy of big corporations. Developing in-house is faster and cheaper than taking what others have developed to improve. Cheaper and easier. The car rolled into the underground parking of Building H10. The three got out, took the elevator up. Sasha projected a street map of Yuejian tea houses' surroundings onto the living room center, marking key locations with dots of different colors. The tea house is here. She pointed to a blue dot on the map, only front and back exits. The front faces the street, the back leads to a narrow alley to a private parking lot. Tanaka will probably enter and exit through the back door, leaving in an armored vehicle. And the bodyguards? Jeko asked. Tanaka will bring 4 people, 2 former Arasaka special forces equipped with military-grade combat prosthetics and smart weapons, 2 ordinary guards responsible for driving and outer security. There may be extra personnel in the car, but not many. After all, this is a secret transaction. More people would draw attention. These 4 are his inner circle. It said the 2 retired special forces were to be purged, but Tanaka helped protect them, according to the so-called Yakuza ethos. To bow one's life in devotion, dying after the task is done, would not be an overstatement. Mimir stood before the map, arms crossed, his gaze moving among streets and buildings. There are 3 blind spots, he said, pointing to the 3 red circles. And he mentioned these here, and here. Each blind spot lasts about 15 seconds. If we move fast enough, we can complete the task. Jack asked, we can't keep staring at it, right? That would be too conspicuous. Use this. Sasha brought up a new interface. I've gained partial access to the municipal surveillance system of Rebin Street. Though we can't control it in real time, I can set alerts. When Tanaka's vehicle enters the predefined area, the terminal will automatically notify us. The margin won't be more than 3 seconds. Neo 13. Jack gave a thumbs up. But the problem isn't there. The biggest issue is how do we take it? Tanaka's car is surely a ballistic armored vehicle. Ordinary weapons won't pierce it. If we forcibly intercept it, could erupt into a street gunfight, drawing the NCPD or Tiger Claw gang. After all, this is Higezi's turf. What's better to show a little face? If it escalates into a large-scale melee, the old woman would not be able to explain it. People had already shown them respect. If they don't return the favor, how will they do business in the future? Mimir fell silent for a moment, then said, don't intercept the vehicle. Jack and Sasha looked at him. We strike before he reaches the tea house, Mimir said. Tanaka has about 20 meters from alighting to stepping through the tea house back door. During this window, the guards' vigilance is relatively low. They care more about peripheral threats than close-quarters danger. You mean? Disguised as tea house staff. Sasha understood at once. Or something else. Mimir walked to the window, looking at the night view of the street below. Rebin Street never lacks disguises. Delivery workers, maintenance men, cleaners. As long as their identities are plausible and their movements natural, they can get close. Jieka stroked his chin, but how can we be sure he'll take that route? What if he drives straight into the underground parking lot? The Eugenting tea house has no underground parking. Sasha pulled up the structural diagram of the tea house. There's only a surface parking lot and very few spaces. Tianzhong's car is large, so he'll likely park in the designated spot in the alley, then walk 20 meters to the back door. Mimir turned around. So here's the plan. Tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. we position ourselves in advance. Jieku will handle perimeter security, monitoring any potential third-party forces, military technology, or whoever else. Sasha will be in charge of surveillance systems and communication jamming, ensuring that Tianzhong's team cannot call for support during the operation. I will handle the approach and data retrieval. Jieku frowned. You alone, eh? More people would only increase the risk of exposure, Mimir said. Besides, if the situation changes and we need to evacuate quickly, it's more convenient for me to go alone. Sasha wanted to say something, but in the end she remained silent. She knew Mimir's capabilities and knew that his decisions were rarely wrong. Jieku took a deep breath. So, the prelude to the big deal officially begins tomorrow. Mimir nodded. Get a good rest tonight. He said, tomorrow will be busy. The next day at 2:10 p.m. on Japan Street, Mimir leaned in the shadow of a small alley wearing a repairman's uniform he had acquired from the old captain. On his chest was embroidered the logo, Municipal Pipeline Maintenance, and on his belt hung a bunch of tools that looked professional but were actually useless. A voice came through his earpiece. Sasha's. Sasha said, I'm in position. 7th floor of the office building across the street, a temporarily rented office with a view covering both the front and back doors of the tea house. I've taken over the surveillance system, but only performed minimal interference. Triggering an alarm would alert the enemy. Mimir replied in a low voice received. Where's Jieku? At the sushi shop on the corner. Jieku's voice cut and slightly muffled from chewing food. I'm telling you, the sushi here is bloody expensive. A few slices of fake fish with synthetic rice, and they dare charge 200 euros. Focus. Mimir interrupted him. Fine, focus. Jieku swallowed the food. Everything's normal so far. 2 cars parked at the tea house entrance. One is a regular customer's Rayfield, the other is the shop manager's, Mizutani. No unusual personnel movement. However, he paused. At 3 o'clock direction on the rooftop of that apartment building there seems to be something reflecting light. Mimir tilted his head slightly, his gaze passing through the gap of the alley toward the direction Jieku had indicated. There was indeed an unnatural glint on the edge of the rooftop, like the reflection of glass or metal in the sunlight. But an ordinary person would never notice it. Mimir activated his scanner. A drone. Not the civilian model used by municipal surveillance, but a military-grade small reconnaissance drone equipped with optical camouflage and silent propulsion systems. If not for the excessive reflection of the camouflage revealing its position, it would have been impossible to detect. Mimir said, "Scan the apartment rooftop on the low-frequency electromagnetic band." A few seconds later, Sasha's reply came confirmed. 2 unidentified signal sources matching the characteristics of military technologies, Dragonfly series reconnaissance drones. Optical camouflage has been activated, but the mirror reflection hasn't been completely eliminated. Need to deal with them. Mimir was silent for 2 seconds. For such matters, simply reporting to the fixer would suffice. Daring to play a double cross with Luo Gu, that was practically asking for death. A corporation. One must understand Luo Ji's current status. Unless a department head or higher personally showed up, everyone had to show Luo Gu a certain degree of respect. After all, her backing was none other than the founder of the dangerous girl, the one standing at the forefront of trends. The communication quickly connected. Mimir. Luo Ji's voice was as calm as ever. Ran into trouble. Discovered reconnaissance drones from military technology, Mimir said succinctly. 2 of them above the target area with optical camouflage. The other end of the communication was silent for a moment. Then Luo Gu laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh, but the kind that sent a chill down one's spine. As expected, she said. Those bastards at military technology never pay up, honestly. You knew? I suspected. Luo Ji's voice turned cold. An anonymous commission encrypted payment specifically demanding to snatch it before the Zeta technology deal. Too much like a corporation style. I initially thought it might be another faction within Arasaka, but if it's military technology. She paused. Their plan is probably to let you succeed, then have the drones follow you and find an opportunity to recover both the data and you. That way they get the technology save on the final payment and eliminate the witnesses. After all, for corporations, as long as they can save money, human lives mean nothing at all. Night City has no shortage of people. If they die, just hire new ones. Mimir stared at the nearly invisible reflection on the distant rooftop. What do we do now? Luo Gu said decisively, proceed as planned. As Kong Tao puts it, if they strike first, don't blame us for striking back. Don't worry about the drones, I'll let them watch. But if they dare to interfere, or try to follow your retreat. Her tone carried the characteristic ruthlessness of the underground queen. Then shoot them down. Don't hold back. Military technology will investigate. Then let them investigate, Luo Gu sneered. In Night City, anyone who dares to cheat me, Luo Gu, out of my money, even a corporation, will lose a pound of flesh. You go ahead and do your thing, I'll handle the aftermath. The communication cut off. Mimir briefly relayed Luo Ji's words to Jieku and Sasha. Jieku whistled through the channel. Awesome. I love Luo Ji's attitude. Corporate dogs want to double-cross us. Let's see who has the sharper teeth. Sasha was more composed. If we really need to shoot down the drones, I'll need to prepare countermeasures in advance. Those military technology drones have autonomous defense systems. Attacking them directly might trigger an alarm. Mimir said, we'll hold off for now. Proceed as planned. As long as they don't interfere, let them watch. But, he paused. If they show any intention of attacking Sasha, can you disable their systems within 30 seconds? Sasha said confidently, 20 seconds will be enough. The Dragonfly's firewall is a 3-year-old version. I have a ready-made exploit program. Good. Time ticked by. 2 to 5 p.m. The street remained calm. Occasionally, a vehicle passed by. Pedestrians were sparse. The back door of the tea house opened occasionally with waitstaff in kimonos coming and going, or delivery men bringing fresh tea snacks and ingredients. But Mimir noticed some subtle changes. The 2 Tiger Claw gang members who had been standing at the corner smoking received a communication, exchanged a glance, stubbed out their cigarettes, and turned to leave. Further away, the Tiger Claw gang squad that should have been patrolling the area inexplicably took a detour. With the Tsukimi tea house as its epicenter, the Tiger's Claw gang's presence silently withdrew from the entire block within a radius of 100 meters. Wakako had fulfilled her promise. Sasha's voice came again. Target vehicle has entered surveillance range. Black Arasaka armored sedan, license plate matches approaching from the east main road. Estimated arrival in 3 minutes. Everyone take your positions, Mill said. He adjusted the brim of his cap, stepped out from the shadows, and walked toward the electrical distribution box in the alley behind the tea house, carrying a toolbox in his hand. A maintenance worker inspecting public facilities. Perfectly reasonable. Jackie settled the bill at the sushi restaurant, walked to the newspaper stand at the street corner, bought a pack of cigarettes, leaned against the wall, and lit one. His position offered a clear view of both the tea house's front entrance and the side alley, the optimal vantage point. The black Arasaka armored sedan slowly pulled into the back alley. 2 bodyguards disembarked, confirmed the surroundings were clear, and only then did the rear door open. Professor Tanaka stepped out. He looked much the same as his file photo. A standard data storage case equipped with a biometric lock and a self-destruct mechanism. Two more bodyguards also got out of the car, flanking Tanaka on the left and rear, forming a protective formation. The four of them formed a protective circle and began moving toward the tea house's back door. 20 meters away. The walk would take roughly 25 seconds. Mill crouched in front of the electrical box, holding a multimeter as if testing the circuit. But his attention was entirely fixed on Tanaka, more precisely on that black briefcase. Tanaka's pace was unhurried, his face expressionless. He was clearly no stranger to this kind of transaction. Then again, if a corporate dog didn't have a side hustle, they'd probably starve to death at their desk. After all these days' companies, you practically pay to work there. 10 meters. One of the bodyguards swept his gaze over Mill once more. This time the stare lingered longer, a hint of scrutiny in it. Mill kept his head down, fiddling with the multimeter, probes the picture of a mundane repairman. 5 meters. They walked past Mill. But at the spot between Mill's shoulder blades, nanosights began to activate, forming two mechanical birds the size of a fist. They were shaped like ravens with sleek lines and a surface covered in fine scale-like patterns. Their eyes were two dark red optical sensors, their wings foldable, and their tails housed miniature thrusters and stabilizers. The two mechanical ravens silently took flight from behind Mill's shoulders, moving as fast as two silver streaks. They climbed along the wall, evading everyone's sight. One alighted on the eaves of the tea house's back door, the other on the air conditioner unit across the alley. Sensors activated simultaneously. A torrent of data surged into Mill's mind. A translucent overlay of information materialized in his field of vision. One tracked body temperature and weapon heat signatures, the other captured ambient sound frequencies and electromagnetic fluctuations. A bodyguard stepped forward to knock on the door. A specific rhythm, 3 long 2 short. The door opened. An elderly woman in a kimono bowed respectfully and cleared the way. Tanaka glanced back at the alley, confirmed it was safe, then strode into the tea house. 2 bodyguards retired from the Special Operations Division followed him inside. The other 2 remained outside, one on each side of the door. Target has entered the building, Sasha's voice reported. Briefcase biosignal confirmed, internal storage device in standby mode. I've blocked the tea house's internal surveillance, but they might have independent communication devices. Copy that, Mill said. Maintain surveillance jamming, but don't interfere with normal communications. Wait until the deal is done. Understood. Time began to crawl. In the alley, the 2 bodyguards stood like statues, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Mill continued playing the repairman, tinkering aimlessly with the electrical box on the 3rd floor, tools in hand. No one could tell what he was doing anyway, just going through the motions. The 2 drones silently flew to the tea house's side and began gathering intelligence. Before long, the people from Zeta Technology arrived. Carlson, Zeta Technology's technical director. Once they entered, Mill murmured, visual coverage complete. Sasha, prepare for action. 3, 2, 1. Interference initiated. An invisible electromagnetic pulse spread out from the van where Sasha was stationed. Instantly, all electronic devices in the alley experienced a brief glitch. The streetlights flickered, the communicators in the bodyguards' ears emitted a piercing screech, and car radios on the distant street suddenly switched channels. But the interference was finally calibrated, its range precisely controlled, leaving the tea house's internal equipment unaffected. Interference ongoing, Sasha reported. All wireless communications blocked, including Militech drones. They're blind now. But note, hardline connections might still be active. Mill vaulted out of the 3rd floor window. He didn't take the stairs. Instead, he jumped onto an air conditioner unit on the 2nd floor, then down to a trash bin on the ground, landing almost silently. He pulled down the brim of his cap, picked up his tool bag, and walked toward the tea house's back door. His pace was unhurried, like an ordinary repairman heading to check an electrical circuit. The 2 bodyguards outside immediately noticed him. One raised a hand. Stop. This is a private area. Mill halted, looked up, and wore a slightly puzzled expression. Maintenance worker. I got a work order. Said there's a problem with the surveillance camera in this alley. No work order, the bodyguard said coldly. Leave. But the work order says this address. Mill pretended to check the terminal on his wrist while secretly releasing a thin filament. Just as the bodyguard was about to shoo him away again, a loud bang echoed from the alley entrance. Boom. An explosion, not large, but enough to draw attention. Both bodyguards turned their heads toward the alley entrance. In that instant, the filament landed on the back of one bodyguard's neck. Nanosights rapidly infiltrated, slipping through the skin to the nerve nodes. The bodyguard's body stiffened, his eyes widened, then he crumpled limply to the ground. The other bodyguard sensed something wrong and was about to raise his gun, but Mill had already moved. The bodyguard only saw a gray blur flash past, then a heavy blow to his neck, darkness closing in, and he collapsed as well. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Mill caught the 2 unconscious bodyguards, dragged them behind a pile of debris nearby, and covered them with discarded cardboard boxes. Then he walked to the tea house's back door and listened intently. He took a tiny explosive charge from his tool bag and placed it at the lock position. Then he stepped back a few paces and pressed the detonator. With a soft puff sound, the lock was blown open from the inside. Mill pushed the door open and entered. The main hall's door was closed, but he could hear voices from inside. So the seventh layer of the algorithm needs to be recompiled, otherwise the gravity field will become unstable under high-frequency oscillations. We have our own engineering team, we can handle it, Carlson replied. So one final confirmation, this is all the core data of the cyber armor project, including the gravity field control algorithm, neural interface protocols, energy management system, and the test subject's physiological adaptation parameters. All of it. Tanaka's voice carried a faint trace of tension. But I must remind you, Mr. Kai-san, that this data is the property of Huangban Corporation. If it leaks, Zeta Technology has strict confidentiality protocols. Kai-san interrupted him. The money has been transferred to the account you specified. Now please tell me the password. A brief silence. Mimir knew he could wait no longer. He pushed open the sliding door of the main hall. All three turned to look at the entrance. Tanaka's face instantly turned deathly pale. Kai-san, however, remained composed, merely furrowing his brow slightly and adjusting his glasses. The bodyguard reacted fastest, but Mimir was quicker. Nanocells coalesced in the palm of his right hand, forming a small but lethal dagger within 0.3 seconds. He flicked his wrist, and the dagger shot forth like a streak of silver, precisely striking the wrist of the bodyguard, who was drawing his gun. Ah! The bodyguard screamed, dropping his weapon. Mimir charged into the room, his objective clear. Tanaka instinctively clutched the briefcase to his chest, trying to retreat. But how could a man nearly 40 years old outpace a nano-augmented soldier? Mimir appeared before him, striking the side of his neck with his left hand, while snatching the briefcase with his right. Tanaka crumpled softly to the ground, his eyes still open, but his consciousness gone. Who are you? Kai-san finally spoke, his voice remarkably steady. Military technology. Or another competitor. Wait. Doesn't this person look somewhat familiar? Mimir ignored him. He inspected the briefcase, confirmed there was no self-destruct mechanism, and turned to leave. But at that moment the sound of shattering glass and hurried footsteps came from the front hall of the tea house. Zeta Technologies security. Kai-san suddenly smiled. Did you think I would come to this transaction unprepared? Outside there are 6 men, all equipped with the latest combat cyberware. Put down the case, and I'll let you leave alive. Mimir looked at him, then raised his hand. 2 nano-ravens flew in through the window, hovering above Kai-san's head. Red dots aligned with his eyes. Tell your security to stand down, Mimir said calmly. Otherwise I cannot guarantee your safety. Kai-san's expression finally shifted. He stared at the 2 mechanical birds, clearly beyond conventional technology, his lips moving, but no sound emerging. The footsteps in the front hall grew louder. The sliding door was yanked open, and 6 security personnel in Zeta Technology uniforms rushed in, their guns all aimed at Mimir. Just then a much louder commotion erupted outside the tea house. What's happening? Kai-san turned to look out the window. Mimir heard it too, or rather he no longer needed to hear it. Through the window they both saw. Is that military technology? Kai-san's face darkened further. How could they? Mimir understood. Military technology had never intended to wait for the transaction to complete. They wanted the data, but also to damage the relationship between Zeta Technology and Huangban. So they launched an attack during the transaction, aiming to make it look like a double cross. Zeta Technology steals the data, Huangban retaliates, both sides engage in a firefight. Your security now has a different problem, Mimir said to Kai-san. I suggest you send them outside to help. Otherwise your car and your people may not survive. Kai-san gritted his teeth and gestured to the 6 guards. They hesitated, then turned and rushed toward the front hall, joining the melee outside. The room now held only Mimir, the unconscious Tanaka, the wounded bodyguard, and Kai-san. Who exactly are you? Kai-san asked again, this time with a different tone. Those mechanical birds. That's not technology available in Yi City. Who sent you? That doesn't matter. Mimir lifted the briefcase. What matters is that the data is now in my hands. If you want to live, cooperate with me in putting on a show. What show? Tell the people outside that the data was taken by Huangban's bodyguard, Mimir said. Then pull your people out. Act as if today never happened. Kai-san stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Why should I cooperate with you? If I lose the data, I'm dead when I return to the company anyway. But if you cooperate, at least you'll live for now. The nano-raven on Mimir's shoulder descended, the red dot of its laser emitter settling on Kai-san's forehead. And if you don't, I can make it look like you embezzled the data and were silenced. Kai-san's smile froze. He took a deep breath, nodded slowly. Understood. The data was taken by a Huangban bodyguard heading east. I'll report that. Smart. Mimir turned toward the back door, but paused. One more thing, military technology dared to move against you today, out tomorrow they'll dare to move against your company. Zeta Technology. Take care of yourselves. He pushed open the back door and slipped out. The battle in the alley was still raging. 4 military technology soldiers had already suppressed Zeta Technologies' security and were closing in on a silver business van. But Zeta Technologies' men were no pushovers, using the vehicle as cover and resisting stubbornly. Mimir paid them no heed. Just as he was about to reach the alley mouth, a military technology soldier spotted him. Over there. Someone. Bullets swept over, striking the wall and kicking up a shower of debris. Mimir didn't stop. The nanomembrane activated automatically, forming a thin silvery sheen over his body. The bullets hit it like raindrops on steel, clattering away without leaving even a scratch. The soldier froze. In that instant, a nano-raven shot toward the soldier like a bullet, releasing a high-voltage electric shock upon contact. Ugh! The soldier convulsed and collapsed. The other 3 soldiers turned their guns, but Mimir had already vanished into the alley. Jieku Sasha evac. He spoke into his communicator. I got it. Meet at the planned route. Copy that. Jieku's voice came through with the roar of an engine in the background. I'm already on the way. Those military technology bastards tried to box me in, but I shook them off. Sasha's voice also sounded. Jamming ending soon. 30 seconds until comms restore. Recommend accelerating evacuation. NCPD response time remaining. For minutes. Mimir burst out of the alley, leaped onto a motorcycle that had been waiting there, and directly hacked it. He started the engine, twisting the throttle to the max. In the rearview mirror, he could see the block around the tea house descending into chaos. Zeta Technologies' security was trying to break out. Military technology soldiers were in pursuit, and members of the Tiger Claw gang, appearing from nowhere, watched from a distance. And inside the tea house, Ka-Air-sun was probably on the phone to his superiors, reporting the false story of the data being stolen by Huangban's bodyguard. On the Huangban side, when Tanaka woke up, he would receive a similar report. In other words, this time Tianzhong might really become the former president of Huangban Academy. As for Militech, they lost several people today without securing the data, and now they've made a messy situation for themselves. Robin will handle the aftermath. By her style, Militech will likely pay a hefty price this time. Layoffs are inevitable. The motorcycle turned into a quiet side road, shedding all possible trackers. Mill slowed down, glancing at the silver lockbox hanging from the handlebars. The core data of the Cybernetic Titan project was secured. On the way, Sasha's communication also came through. Mill, is your area clear? Sasha's voice came through the earpiece. Coppers are on their way, but Arasaka's internal alarms must have gone off. With Tanaka taken down, they won't let it go. Leaving Japantown now. Mill responded briefly. What about Jack? I took a detour and left those tails in the ditch. Jack's voice carried his characteristic grin over the engine's roar. Those Militech goons in uniform drive like they've never held a wheel since birth. I'm still dancing circles around them. Now I'm leading them on a chase. Stay alert, Mill warned. Before he finished, 3 black armored vehicles emblazoned with the Arasaka logo burst out of nowhere, aggressively blocking traffic. Armed with Arasaka standard black combat gear, security personnel poured from the vehicles and began roughing up passing cars and pedestrians, their scanners flashing ominous red. This wasn't about pinpointing his location. It was a perimeter lockdown. When Arasaka loses something critical, their instinct is to seal off the area and trap their target. The Cybernetic Titan project may be dead, but its secrets can't leak. Even if reduced to toilet paper, it stays out of competitors' hands. What if someone reverse engineers something new from that paper? Mill Arasaka's set up a checkpoint 3 o'clock ahead on the main road. They've activated level 3 lockdown protocol, scanners capable of penetrating standard vehicle armor. Sasha's warning came through just as Mill's neural interface received real-time aerial footage from Fugold. Noted. Mill didn't slow down. He twisted the throttle. The motorcycle roared to life, weaving through the garbage-strewn alley with practiced ease. There was no retreat. The encirclement was tightening. Woonie swooped lower, emitting urgent electromagnetic pulses to warn Mill. A derelict 3-story building nearby showed multiple heat signatures on the 2nd and 3rd floors, arranged in tactical formation with weapon silhouettes clearly visible. A concealed sniper position on the roof. Zeta Tech operatives. They hadn't fully withdrawn. Either they'd received new orders or were holding their ground. Sasha, can you jam the public surveillance and Arasaka's temporary scan network here? 30 seconds should do it. Mill issued the command calmly through his neural link, while his left hand brushed casually against his hip. Nanocells stirred beneath his palm, skin waiting. Inserting now. Arasaka's firewall is substantial, but I've found a backdoor vulnerability from their hasty deployment. Interference will begin in 10 seconds, lasting 35 maximum. They'll detect and patch it quickly. Sasha responded with efficiency. Sufficient. The motorcycle approached the garbage-choked alley exit, which opened onto a somewhat wider backstreet, likely under surveillance by Arasaka or Zeta Tech. Mill didn't charge out. Instead, he slammed the brakes a few meters from the exit, pivoting the bike with a flashy maneuver that positioned the rear toward the opening. In that split second of lateral momentum, he released the handlebars and launched backward. Nanocells surged from his shoulder blades, rapidly assembling into structures. Silver-gray nanofluids solidified into auxiliary thrust wings, while streamlined, curved nanoblade shields formed along his forearms. It all unfolded in a flash. Mill landed in a half-crouch facing deeper into the alley as the motorcycle's momentum carried it sliding toward the exit. True to form almost simultaneously with the bike, clearing the alley mouth windows on the second and third floors of the side building shattered outward. At least 4 thermal tracer lines converged on the motorcycle, shredding it into scrap in an instant. Zetatech's specialized electromagnetic sniper rifles, designed for urban covert operations, fired with extreme velocity, despite their slow recharge cycles. The motorcycle wreckage obscured most of the alley entrance and drew the full attention of the initial barrage. Mill moved. His decision surprised everyone. The ambushers had anticipated either death in the vehicle or a retreat deeper into the alley, using the wreckage for cover. No one expected him to charge in the opposite direction with inhuman speed. Jamming active. Sasha's voice cut through. Every neon sign in the district flickered simultaneously, then dissolved into static and error codes. Mill smashed through the rotten wooden door on the first floor and burst into the dust-filled, cobweb-laden lobby. The Zetatech mercenaries upstairs reacted swiftly with rapid footsteps and weapon cocking, but severed from external surveillance and thrown into brief communications chaos, they were at a disadvantage. He's on the ground floor. Cross-cover, don't let him ascend. 3 fist-sized plasma spheres circled around Mill. With a flick of his wrist, the 3 plasma spheres shot out, striking different points on the ceiling. The plasma spheres detonated instantly, unleashing a devastating electromagnetic grid and superheated plasma streams that ravaged the reinforced concrete structure. The ceiling shuddered violently as massive chunks of debris rained down. While not lethal, the electromagnetic pulse and structural damage would immediately cripple the mercenaries' electronic implants and tactical communications. Simultaneously, Fugold and Woonie struck. The nanocrows penetrated through shattered windows on the second and third floors, firing razor-thin red laser beams from their optics. My eyes. What the Drones. Take them down. For a moment, red lasers strobed through both floors, accompanied by screams, clattering weapons, and the spasms of corrupted cybernetics going haywire. Mill didn't hesitate. Having created sufficient chaos and kept the crows engaged, he bolted from the lobby and emerged at the building's side. Nano-wings flared once more, launching him upward. 2 swift pushes against the wall sent him scaling to the roof in an instant. The Zetatech sniper on the roof was just recovering from the sudden comms blackout and chaos below, trying to reposition his rifle when he felt a chilling pressure against his neck. Mill stood behind him, the nanoblade's edge resting lightly on his skin. Not cutting, but the lethal cold radiating from it froze the sniper's entire body. Tell your commander, Mill's voice remained steady. Pursue again, and next time it won't be merely interference. With that, he withdrew the blade and leapt from the opposite side of the roof, leaving the terrified sniper behind. All clear, lost the tail. You two okay? Jack's voice came through at the right moment. He had already followed the backup plan and was waiting at a farther rendezvous point. We're fine. Zeta Technologies needs some time to regroup, Mill said. Sasha, what's Arasaka's move after the interference was lifted? They're tightening the blockade, but the focus seems to be shifting eastward. Maybe Carlson's report worked. They're actually searching for the so-called Arasaka bodyguard. Sasha's tone carried a hint of relief and a faint smile. The NCPD sirens are approaching the tea house, but they're probably just cleaning up the mess. The scene is chaotic. The Tiger Claws seem to have friction with both sides, enough to keep them busy for a while. Good, Mill said with a smile. Meet at the afterlife. Afterlife. At the bar, Claire was wiping a glass while Rogue was talking to a woman dressed in Militech attire. Ms. Rogue, I think we need to be clear about one thing. Meredith's voice carried the distinct tone of a corporate executive. The target of this commission is Arasaka's illegal research data. The advance payment we made was based on your promise to acquire and deliver. However, the intelligence we've received now indicates that third-party, even fourth-party forces appeared on site, causing an unexpected complication in the mission. Our personnel also suffered losses. Under these circumstances, the payment terms and amount for the final installment need to be reassessed. Rogue gently swirled her glass and glanced at Meredith, her gaze like that of someone inspecting an unsatisfactory product. Reassess. Rogue's voice was not loud. Director Stout, as I understand it, your Militech wants Arasaka's cybercon data, but you don't want to get your hands dirty and stir up trouble. So you came to me, and I found my best mercenaries. They got it. As for why Zeta Technologies was there, and why your backup plan almost took out my mercenaries along with everyone else. She paused, set down her glass, and leaned forward slightly. Isn't that a mess you should clean up yourselves, or perhaps an extra risk compensation you owe my team? And now you want to talk about reassessing the final payment. Director Stout, do you think the reputation of my afterlife bar can be easily fooled by your corporate cost control tactics? The air in the private room seemed to freeze. Meredith's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. She had long heard of Rogue's tenacity, but only through direct confrontation could she feel that street-smart wisdom that was both reckless and precise in hitting the vital points. She was about to speak when the metal door was knocked. A glint of light flashed in Rogue's eyes as she leaned back against the sofa and said calmly, "Come in." The door opened, and Mill walked in. His appearance instantly drew all eyes in the room. Mill's gaze quickly swept across the space. "Wait, isn't that Aunt May? The Militech contact working with Rogue is her. Damn." These thoughts flashed through his mind, but his face showed no change. He simply nodded slightly at Rogue. The moment May saw Mill, her pupils constricted slightly. As a Militech executive, she naturally had channels to learn about the legend rising in Night City recently. Defeating Atom Smasher in a direct confrontation single-handedly surpassed the scope of ordinary top-tier mercenaries. More importantly, vague intelligence about that battle indicated that this person had used an extremely advanced armor technology. This was precisely one of the areas that Militech was desperately eager to acquire. All the arguments she had prepared suddenly seemed pale and weak when she saw this young man carrying a briefcase, playing the corporate negotiation game of prevarication with someone who could directly crush Arasaka's ultimate weapon, especially when her own side was in the wrong. Rogue took in the subtle changes in May's expression in that instant, and a nearly imperceptible smile curled at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to have finally found the most powerful card to break the deadlock, yet her tone became even more indifferent, even carrying a hint of mockery. "Our hero who nearly got killed is back. Mill, did you get the goods?" Mill stepped forward and placed the silver briefcase on the coffee table in front of Rogue, giving a soft click. Encountered a bit of an extra welcome party on the way. Arasaka and Zeta Technologies were both quite enthusiastic. "But the goods are here." As he spoke, his gaze calmly swept over May without any provocation or warmth, as if looking at a piece of furniture. But this utter calmness instead brought May even greater pressure. Rogue didn't immediately touch the case, though instead she looked at May and raised an eyebrow. "Director Stout, you see, my mercenary not only achieved the original goal of acquiring the data, but also dealt with the surprise party your side arranged and successfully brought the goods here. Now can we continue discussing that reassessment? Or do you think I should charge an extra price for my team's outstanding survival ability demonstrated in this complicated mission?" May's fingers on her knees tightened slightly. She was a realist, well aware that in the face of absolute power and established facts, pointless wrangling would only result in more losses. The mercenary named Mill in front of her was a huge, uncertain variable in himself, coupled with Rogue, the local power. Today, using conventional means to lower the price, or even default on part of the final payment, was already impossible. The data was the primary objective. Paying the full final payment, or even slightly more, was within the company's acceptable range. Offending Rogue and this mysterious Mill might do more harm than good in the long run, especially the technical secrets that Mill possessed. In just a few seconds, May had made her decision. The cold, hard lines on her face softened slightly, revealing a smile that could be called professional, though her eyes still held no warmth. "Ms. Rogue, you're joking." May's voice returned to its calm steadiness. "The unexpected twist in the mission were not what we desired. We acknowledge and thank your team for the outstanding capabilities demonstrated and the successful delivery of the target." She turned her head slightly and gestured to the agent behind her. The agent immediately took out a flat datapad, operated it a few times, then turned it toward Rogue. "The full final payment plus an additional risk compensation has been transferred to your designated account via the original encrypted path. You can confirm now." May's tone was crisp and decisive, as if she were not the one who had tried to reassess just moments ago. "I hope this cooperation will not affect our future relationship. Militech has always been generous in investing in capable and trustworthy partners." Luo Gu cast a glance at the blinking confirmation on the datapad, and the faint mockery on her face finally faded, replaced by the composed smile of a merchant. She picked up her own datapad, quickly verified the information, and then nodded. "Stout supervisor is straightforward." She raised the glass she had set down earlier, gesturing symbolically to Aunt May. "Pleasure doing business. As for the future, that depends on what cleaner business comes along." Aunt May caught the implication in Luo Ji's words. She remained expressionless, lifting her own glass of water and taking a small sip. "Of course, cleanliness and efficiency are what we both pursue." She set down the glass, her gaze shifting to the briefcase on the coffee table. "So the data?" Luo Gu looked at Mimir. Mimir stepped forward and opened the case. The agent behind Aunt May immediately approached, pulling out a portable verification device to quickly authenticate the contents. A few minutes later, he nodded to Aunt May. "The data is complete. Preliminary verification passed," the agent said in a low voice. Aunt May let out a full sigh of relief. The core mission was accomplished. "Excellent." She stood up, and the agent immediately closed the briefcase and held it in hand. "Madam Luo Gu, Mr. Mimir, thank you for your professionalism. I won't intrude further." She nodded once more to Luo Gu, then glanced at Mimir. "Damn it, spending so much this time." She was definitely going to get her performance bonus docked when she returned. But she still turned and left the private room with the agent clean and decisive. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Luo Gu raised her glass finally, took a long gulp, and exhaled deeply, the tension she had been holding finally releasing. She rubbed her temples and said to Mimir, "Sit down, kid. You worked hard this time, and Jack and Sasha too." Mimir sat on the nearby sofa, his posture more relaxed but still alert. "They're fine, already on their way." "Good to hear." Luo Gu took another sip of wine, shook her head, and revealed genuine exhaustion and a hint of irritation. "God damn, next time a big job comes directly from a corporation, I really need to think twice. Those suit-and-tie vampires have hearts blacker than a sewer cleaner, and they turn on you faster than flipping a braindance disc. They call it a contract, but they're probably scheming to swallow both the data and the crew whole." She looked at Mimir. "I heard Zetakeji got involved too, and used heavy firepower. You didn't get hurt." She knew Mimir's skills, but the corporation's methods were endless and insidious. "Minor trouble," Mimir said lightly. A sharp glint flashed in Luo Ji's eyes, but she didn't press further. Everyone had their secrets, especially in Yi Zhicheng. Asking too many questions got you killed fast. All she needed to know was that this young man was reliable and extraordinarily powerful. That was enough. Just then the door to the private room was pushed open again, and Jack swaggered in, still chewing on some synthetic meat patty he'd gotten from somewhere. "Hey, Mimir. All done." I saw that woman dressed like she was going to a corporate funeral go out, and her face wasn't too pretty. He walked to the bar, helped himself to a cheap whiskey, downed half a glass in one gulp, then smacked his lips and complained, "Seriously, that time we almost got buried by those bastards from Junyong Keiji. From now on, even if the pay is good, I'm going to think twice about jobs like this." Sasha's figure also appeared in the doorway. She seemed much quieter than Jack, simply nodding to Luo Gu and Mimir before taking a seat next to Mimir. Her gaze swept over Mimir with concern, confirming he was unharmed. Then she asked softly, "That person was Junyong Keiji's representative this time?" She seemed to concede rather quickly. Luo Gu snorted a laugh and tossed a better bottle of liquor to Jack as a gesture of appreciation. "Meredith Stout, one of the directors of Junyong Keiji's operations department. She'll do anything for the company's interests, but she's also, well, the kind of corporate dog that plays by the rules. At least she admits defeat cleanly and pays up promptly. Not like some scumbags who spit even after losing." She paused, adding meaningfully, "Among those lunatics in Junyong Keiji, who only see numbers and results, she's managed to climb to this position and even earned a bit of my willingness to talk. That makes her something of an anomaly. But an anomaly is still a corporate person. Never really trust them." Jack took the bottle and muttered, "Whatever she is, just don't screw me over next time." He looked at Mimir. "You didn't get the short end. I heard there was quite a commotion in Rebenjia." "It's fine." Mimir gave another curt reply, then turned to Luo Gu. "The payment? Don't worry, you'll get yours." Luo Gu interrupted, operating her data pad. "Same as usual. The shares have been transferred to your accounts. I added a bonus this time, compensation for handling the unexpected situation. Rest well tonight, relax. I'm treating." Luo Gu waved her hand, signaling Claire to bring in the drinks. "What'll you have?" "The usual." Jack's eyes lit up. "Of course. Give me a Jack Wells. Oh, and let Mimir try my new custom blend." Mimir shook his head helplessly while Sasha suppressed a smile. The atmosphere finally lightened. After a few rounds of drinks, Jack was already slightly tipsy. After a while longer, Mimir felt it was enough and stood up to signal his departure. Jack staggered to his feet, and Sasha steadied him. The private room fell silent instantly, leaving only the blues music playing from the top-tier sound system. The weariness and casualness gradually faded from Luo Ji's face, replaced by an unfathomable calm. A few minutes later, she picked up her personal data pad. She entered a long, complex password, then performed iris and fingerprint verification. The screen lit up, displaying an extremely minimalist communication interface. She dialed a contact with no stored name. "Luo Gu. Calling at this hour. It seems the fireworks show in Rebenjia was quite spectacular." Luo Gu leaned back into the sofa, her tone carrying a familiar ease. "Miss Huang Ban Meijizi. The fireworks did go off, and it might have been more lively than you anticipated. Junyong Keiji almost burned their own cleaners along with it. Huang Ban Meijizi, the granddaughter of Huang Ban Sanlang, daughter of his deceased son Huang Banjing, leader of the Dove faction and founder of the Dangerous Girl organization. Legend had it that she was a woman always ahead of the fashion curve. After all, fashion cycles every 100 years, so which era's trend? Don't bother asking. She used to be into cat ear girls, now it's punk." "Oh." Huang Ban Meijizi's voice showed a hint of interest. "I heard Tianzhong's tea house was quite lively, with Zeta Keiji's Ka-heir's son and our dear ally Junyong Keiji all showing up. What about the goods?" "The item was taken by a passing crow," Luo Gu said slowly and deliberately. "It should now be in a safe within some laboratory of the Junyong Keiji. Of course they paid the full price, plus a considerable freight fee." A low chuckle came from the other side. "Not a bad ending." That stubborn old Tianzhong clinging to those outdated data on aesthetics of violence should have been moved aside long ago. This time he messed up such an important matter, so those old men on the board have nothing to say right. The Edi Jingang project was hyped up as high-end, but after testing with a few testers it turned out to be crap. Other than its anti-gravity feature, which was somewhat interesting, everything else could be handled by Yidong Zhongshui. At least the pressure on your uncle to clean house will be much less, Luo Gu said meaningfully. She knew that Huangban Laixian had always wanted to shake up the stubborn conservatives within the company. Someone like Tianzhong, who was both a technical backbone and a representative of the old guard, was a suitable breakthrough point. This data theft was undoubtedly a major dereliction of duty by Tianzhong. Just a little bit. Internal company matters are always complicated. Might Cizi's tone betrayed little emotion. So that crow, is he hurt? I heard the scene was intense. Luo Ji's eyes flickered. Might Cizi's concern for Mir seemed to go beyond the usual regard for a useful tool. He's perfectly fine. The ambush by Zeta Keiji was just a warm-up exercise for him. Your people didn't leave any unwanted traces, did they? Rest assured they're all professionals. Besides, everyone's attention was on the crow and that briefcase. Might Cizi paused. He is indeed quite special, isn't he? Unlike anyone we've ever seen. So special that it's unsettling yet intriguing, Luo Gu admitted. The technology on him, his style of doing things. They don't belong to Yi Zhicheng, or even to this era. Miss Might Cizi, are you sure you want to keep betting on him? This might attract your grandfather's attention. The other end of the communication line fell silent for a moment. When Might Cizi's voice spoke again, it was less languid and more calm and resolute. Luo Gu, this city, this family, even this world, they are all too old and stale, filled with a scent of decay. My father was too obedient back then, and that's what led to his downfall. My uncle is struggling in his own way. Sometimes we need a little different force to break this stagnant pool. As for my grandfather, her voice lowered a bit, carrying a complex emotion. He watches everything. But sometimes the brightest flames are born precisely from the shadows. He knows best. Continue to observe Luo Gu and provide appropriate assistance when necessary. I think this crow might really bring about some change. For Yi Zhicheng and for the future of Huangban. Huangban Might Cizi perhaps had never acknowledged her surname Huangban from the beginning. The communication ended. Luo Gu put down the data pad and locked it back into the built-in safe compartment. Change. She had witnessed too many people trying to change Yi Zhicheng, Qiangni Insho Mogan Heisho. Some became legends, some turned to ashes, but the city remained the same, even more decadent. But Mir, he was different. His strength was too calm, his goals seemed to transcend personal ambition or hatred. The future, Luo Gu murmured to himself, gazing at the flickering dim light in the corner of the booth, a faint curve on his lips that could be either a smile or resignation. When Mir found Jieku and saw Jieku was trying to boast to a flamboyantly dressed media person about his feat of single-handedly leading an entire Junyong KG action team away, while Sasha was at the bar idly tracing patterns on the condensation with her finger, clearly accustomed to Jieku's embellishments. Let's go. Mir's voice was not loud, but it easily cut through the noisy music. Jieku immediately stopped talking, patted the shoulder of the media person who was listening in bewilderment, and said, "Hey brother, we'll talk about the legendary story next time. The boss is calling." With that he cheerfully followed Mir. Sasha also quietly rose, and the three of them sat together in a booth. "MD, staying with those suited bastards, isn't the air sticky and breathing uncomfortable?" He tugged at his collar and shouted toward Kalayer. "Hey, Kalayer, 3 Jeka YRC, put it on old Luo Ji's tab. We need to wash away the bad luck tonight." Sasha also gently rubbed her temple. "Are you really okay? Zeta Keiji didn't use street thug weapons." Mir shook his head at her, took the glass that Kalayer pushed over. The dark liquor glowed amber under the neon lights. "Just a warm-up." He paused, looked at the two, and said, "There shouldn't be any urgent commissions in the next few days. You both get some good rest." Jieku, who had just downed a large gulp of liquor, perked up at that, and almost choked. "Rest? Yes. Must rest. I just got a big sum in my account. I need to think carefully about how to spend it." He counted on his fingers, planning excitedly. "The sign of Yelong Bar needs to be changed. Mom always complains the lights are too dim. And that old synthesizer food processor in the back kitchen should be upgraded too, at least get one that can simulate some meat flavor." Sasha listened to Jieku's rambling, a slight smile curving her lips. "I need to upgrade too. What Huangban Laixian sent last time were only the main cybers, like the Cyberdeck Sandevistan and such, but for auxiliary or defensive implants Sasha was still using the old models." The two were talking about their own plans, but their gazes both drifted toward Mir. Jieku nudged Mir with his elbow. "Hey brother, what about you? You've got such a big sum coming in, what are you going to do? Don't tell me you're saving it to breed." He knew that Mir had an abysmally low material needs. Mir put down his glass, the bottom making a soft clink against the bar. He thought for a moment, his tone revealing a hint of rare confusion. "Pay rent. Jieku and Sasha both froze. And then, oi, Jieku pressed. That's it. That's it. Jieku's voice rose, drawing a few glances from nearby. He quickly lowered his voice, looking incredulous. No. Brother, are you kidding me? Rent is just a few bucks. What about the rest? Aren't you going to buy some good guns? That old Wyerkson looks at you like a scorned wife every time. Not get a cooler car. Your Kaitigian is cool, but what about a four-wheeler? Or, get some high-end cyberware to play with. Even if your body can't install it, you can still look at it. Or at least go to Yunding. He glanced at Sasha and swallowed the rest. Anyway, there are plenty of things to spend money on. Sasha also looked at Mimir curiously. She knew that Mimir had a mysterious background and a special body structure, but she didn't know much about his daily life. Mimir watched Jieku, who seemed on the verge of losing his mind, and calmly explained, I'm not used to guns. They break easily. I have a car. Cyberware. Not needed. Doc, he paused. Lao Wei's place. If I go there, I'd just be a nuisance. Wei Kaduo had more than once shaken his head at Mimir's overly healthy medical report, both relieved and helpless. In the end, he would just pat him on the shoulder and say getting hurt less is the best follow-up. To maintain the core, he had spent a large sum at the very beginning, living frugally at the start, but after paying off the debts, he barely used any money. He had even paid the rent for that apartment several years in advance. Jieku suddenly sat up straight, the alcohol clearing from his mind, his eyes wide as saucers. Nothing to spend on. Bro, do you even know how much we scored this time? Even after Luo Ji's cut and after taking out mine and Sasha's share, the number sitting in your account now could rent a small apartment in Xianzhong Hill for a few months. He grew more agitated as he spoke, as if Mir's lack of interest in money was an unforgivable sin. Don't tell me you donated it all to the drifters. Though Pa Nan and her crew are decent, that's still too. No, Mir interrupted, a little exasperated. He walked to the corner of the room, picked up his datapad, tapped on it a few times, then turned the screen toward Jieku and Sasha. The money's all here. Jieku and Sasha leaned in to look. Then they both seemed to be hit by a mute button. Jieku's mouth hung open, letting out a guttural gasp, his finger trembling as it pointed at the long string of dizzying zeros on the screen. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Holy Mother of Mary. He groaned, rubbing his eyes furiously. He looked again. The number hadn't changed. So many zeros. He had only seen them in certain places. Mir. Sasha's voice was dry. You've been in Night City for less than a year, right? Even if you took on a few big contracts plus those high-risk missions later and the corporate jobs from Luo Go. It's impossible to have this much. That number, not even top-tier mercenaries nor many middle management corporate employees working a decade without spending could save up that much. And Mimir had also helped them out earlier, spent lavishly on himself, paid off some of Jieku's old debts, covered one of Sasha's emergency medical bills, and even donated a sum to CD's arcane curio shop. He seemed to have no material desires, but when it came to spending money, he never hesitated. Jieku opened his mouth, only to find he couldn't refute it. He suddenly remembered something, and eyed Mir suspiciously from head to toe. Wait. Then how do you usually eat? Don't tell me you survive on photosynthesis. Even the cheapest synthetic protein blocks cost money. Real meat, Mir said. Real meat. Jieku was taken aback, then his eyes widened. Where do you get real meat? That stuff is more precious than some second-hand cyberware. The stuff on the black market is mixed with who knows what. As he spoke, his voice trailed off because Mir was looking at him with a just-figured-it-out expression. Sasha also caught on and chuckled softly. Remember when we visited that Biotechnica project manager's apartment? Mir asked back. Jieku paused, recalling. It was a contract 2 months ago. The target was holed up in a luxury corporate apartment. After they infiltrated, Jieku was distracted by the top-of-the-line braindance rig in the living room. Sasha was cracking the security system, and Mir seemed to have lingered in the kitchen and cold storage area for a while. You were. Jieku blinked. His cold storage had 4 kilograms of simulated ranch beef, some organic vegetables and fruits, and a fair amount of real liquor in the wine cellar, Mir stated. After the mission, while you were handling the traces, I sealed up the food I could carry. Jieku's jaw dropped. He remembered now. When they left, Mir had indeed been carrying 2 heavy-looking cryosealed containers. At the time, Jieku had joked that Mir must have swiped someone's booze to celebrate, and Mir didn't deny it, so he didn't think much of it. Later at the hideout, when Jieku complained about the synthetic protein blocks, Mir silently handed him a seared steak. He had thought Mir had suddenly gotten wise and ordered takeout from a high-end restaurant. And the time before that, the military-industrial complex consultant's place, his fridge had all those things. Sasha slowly recalled, her voice laced with disbelief. It seemed that every mission, as long as the target's residence was well off and had a habit of storing real meat or premium ingredients, Mir would clean out the place. So much so that she and Jieku had overlooked this part of the loot. Basically, Mir summarized, the protein and essential nutrient sources are sufficient. Synthetic carbohydrate supplements are cheap and can be restocked regularly. So food expenditure is nearly zero. Jieku and Sasha were utterly speechless. So this guy was treating every high-risk contract as a convenient, premium ingredient procurement operation. No wonder his account balance was growing like he was cheating. Other people risked their lives for luxury mansions, top-tier, cyberware, romance, and pleasure, while he earned money, seemingly just to pay rent and car expenses and maintain this almost ascetic lifestyle, yet secretly enjoying the scarcest real meat. Was this the ultimate survival philosophy of Night City? Actually, Mimir also had a question. When other mercenaries took down corporate dogs, didn't they swipe anything? Or did they just gun them down in the street? Since everything was going down the drain, anyway, it was better for him than the landfill. Damn. Jieko finally spat out, whether in admiration or disbelief. So your problem now is that you can't spend the money. Mimir nodded and added, except for the monthly Delamain Excellence subscription. Jieko was utterly defeated. He counted on his fingers. No guns, no car, no cyberware, no entertainment, and you barely even need to buy food. It's basically zero-cost procurement. And the loot, like limited edition liquor, collectibles, bearer bonds, you funnel through old captain or father, and it all adds up. I really can't take it. This isn't saving money. This is like a capital black hole reverse flow. Only in, never out. Jieko scratched his head. But seriously, why are you hoarding all this? You must have some goal, right? Like buying a building or investing in something. A goal. Mimir didn't know either. But Jieko's mention of real meat reminded him of something. Mimir began. Do you know any reliable real meat smugglers? Jieko was still reeling from Mimir's balanced frown. Smuggled? Weren't you just saying you relied on zero-cost purchase? Unstable, Mimir spoke frankly. We can't always expect the target's fridge to be full next time. Besides, those assignments are few. We can't expect zero-cost purchases every time. Ever since tasting real meat, those synthetic meats have grown harder to swallow. Jieko scratched his chin. Real meat. This stuff is now tightly controlled. Since the Bird Extinction Act and Chun, 2 wheat have left agriculture and husbandry, half-dead real meat has become rarer than gold. There's a black market, but distinguishing real from fake is difficult. Most of it is adulterated synthetic meat passed off as the real thing or meat from places that don't look quite right. He lowered his voice. All Food Corporation dominates most people's tables using high-yield crops to synthesize various suspicious-tasting protein blocks. Real organic meat in Yijicheng lies in the legal gray area, or even the black, with distribution channels extremely hidden and dangerous. The voodoo gang in Taiping, Mimir suddenly thought. There must be some in Dogtown. Jieko blurted out. That place is lawless. That bastard Kurt Hansen does all kinds of deals, and smuggling real meat is probably just a small, inconspicuous corner of his empire. I've heard there are restaurants there where you can pay to eat things that existed before the war. As for the price, well, it could bankrupt you. Mimir, of course, knew Dogtown. That Taiping Zhou-based warlord Hansen's domain is Yijicheng's largest hub for illicit black market trade. But to buy meat, break into Dogtown. Mimir looked at Jieko with a calm, untroubled gaze that instantly sobered him. To go in just to buy some meat. He wasn't a terrorist, nor did he have any interest in toppling a warlord's rule for appetite. That would be stirring up trouble for no reason with excess energy. Jieko realized this too, forcing a wry smile. Yet to go in for a bite. Where would the face of our new next life legend end up if that got out? Then you'd become the hungry ghost legend. Mimir might truly be capable of single-handedly slipping in and out of Dogtown, but the disturbance would be too great. To become an armed terrorist for a meal. Not only Mimir, even Jieko thought it was ridiculous. Hansen's Darkhounds weren't to be trifled with. A real confrontation would bring endless trouble. I'll help you look into it. Jieko patted his chest. The father has connections. He knows everyone in Haywood, and maybe he knows someone who deals in this. If I hear anything, I'll tell you. Thanks. Mimir nodded. The matter is temporarily settled. The three drank a bit longer. Jieko boasted about how he planned to redesign the Wild Wolf Bar. Sasha occasionally added technical details, and Mimir mostly listened. A few days later, in the alley behind the Wild Wolf Bar, Jieko found Mimir checking his motorcycle. There's news. Jieko rubbed his hands, a hint of pride on his face. The father really has a way. He spoke of the Southern Industrial Park Kujing Logistics turf. There was an inconspicuous warehouse there where the people do a special storage business. As long as the money is there, the goods are genuine, the source. He shrugged. The father didn't say probably not clean, but at least it isn't ripped from the dead. Kujing Logistics? Mimir recalled a large logistics company in Yijicheng with many small hubs scattered throughout the city to handle shipments inside and to the surrounding areas. Put the smuggling warehouse inside a legitimate logistics park. In the light, it was a viable plan. The address, Mimir said simply. Jieko sent the coordinates to Mimir's data board, reminding. The father said those people only respond to money and introductions by insiders. I've already made the introductions. You just mentioned the father and my name. But, brother, are you going alone? Do you want me to come with you? He knew Mimir could fight, but such places were a den of snakes, and you never know who might be unhinged. No need. Mimir swung onto the motorcycle, just going to buy a few things. The motorcycle traced a curved arc and sped out of Haywood. The Southern Industrial Park lay away from the city center's bustle. Kajing logistics signs were clearly visible on some buildings, yet many areas looked abandoned. Mimir followed the coordinates, turning into a side road lined with abandoned shipping containers and machine parts, eventually stopping in front of a plain single-story warehouse. The warehouse door was a heavy metal roll-up with a nondescript small door beside it. He had just switched off the engine when the door cracked open a slit, and a pair of wary eyes peered out from behind the door, sweeping over his empty hands and the obviously valuable motorcycle. "Who are you here for?" The voice behind the door was hoarse. "Jieku Wells recommended. We deal in special storage," Mimir said calmly. There was a moment of silence behind the door, as if verifying something. Then the door swung fully open and a shrewd mouse-eyed man peeked out, quickly scanning the surroundings and tilting his head toward Mimir. "Come in. Hurry up." Inside, the warehouse stretched larger than outside, filled with crates labeled Kajing Logistics, all thick with dust, as if left untouched for ages. The gaunt man guided Mimir through the mounds of goods to a dim back area walled off by partitions. It looked like a crude office, a desk, a few chairs, and a dusty old coffee machine. But scans detected hidden surveillance cameras nearby, though at least 2 armed guards lurked in the dim. A middle-aged man in a striped shirt stepped out briskly from the inner room. His face wore a genial, businesslike smile, yet his eyes were sharp, swiftly appraising Mimir, especially pausing on Mimir's empty hands and their seemingly plain attire. "Oh, welcome, Mr. Mimir." The man extended a hand, his tone flamboyant, yet not off-putting. "Call me Lauhu. The father has already spoken to me, saying you need some high-quality, locally sourced goods." "Yes, Mimir," and he shook hands, "mainly meat, organic. If there are suitable other farm products, those are fine." Understood. Old Who nodded repeatedly, guiding to the side. "This way, please. Our sample room is here. Rest assured the stock is fresh, handled with the utmost cleanliness and of top taste." He pushed open a thick insulated door. Inside was a modest cold storage, and everyone knew what lay inside. Meat, real meat, not the kind from those all-food processing plants that mix in fragments of their own kind. The quality of these items far surpassed even those that Mimir had lifted from the corporate apartments. The packaging was more professional, with fake labels from distant states or ecological farms affixed on them, made with enough authenticity to fool anyone. "Take a look, these are all goods that arrived just this week," Old Who introduced with the familiarity of a connoisseur. "Especially there were even fish inside. You must understand these things can only be farmed now, because in this world both seawater and river water are completely polluted. It's estimated that aside from tardigrades, no living creature could survive." Mimir approached, his gaze sweeping over the refrigerated cabinets. "Not synthetic products." "Price," he said tersely. Old Who quoted a number. As Jieku had said, the black market price, especially for such high quality, was nothing short of a luxury. But with the figures in Mimir's account, this expense was less than a drop in the bucket. "Agreed," Mimir nodded. "I'll take some of each. Additionally, set up a long-term supply with regular deliveries. I'll give you the address later. The requirements are stable quality, safe sources, and confidentiality." Old Who's smile grew even brighter, but his eyes became more solemn. A long-term major client, and such a special one. That meant stable profits, but also meant that no mistakes could be made. "Rest assured, we know the rules. Absolutely safe, confidential, and I, Old Who, will personally oversee the quality." He pounded his chest to guarantee. "As for delivery, you needn't worry at all. We have our own channels, absolutely secret, and we'll deliver to your designated apartment on time, every time." "The price? I'll give you a long-term discount." The deal was quickly concluded. Mimir paid a deposit, and Old Who directed his men to skillfully start packing the goods with special refrigerated cases. The whole process was indeed as father had said, a merchant who knew the rules. When leaving, Old Who personally escorted him to the side door and handed over an encrypted chip that contained only a contact frequency. "Mr. Mimir, if you need anything in the future, feel free to contact us. Not just food, but other small trinkets that aren't easy to find on the market, we might be able to help with." Mimir took the chip, nodded, said nothing more, put on his helmet, and started the motorcycle to leave. At the warehouse entrance, Old Who watched the tail light of the motorcycle disappearing, his smile slowly fading. He pulled out a datapad and sent a brief message. "Goods have been sent out. Client confirmed. Long-term contract established." The recipient field displayed "Father." He wiped the non-existent cold sweat and whispered to his underling nearby, "Gosh, is this the guy who took down Yadong Zhongshui? He looks really young. And no airs at all. But when he stands there, tisk, he's way more intimidating than those blustering veterans of the Liuji gang. Tell the brothers this line must be maintained well. If there's the slightest mistake, we'll all end up feeding the fish in the bay." Of course, if there were still any fish in the waters around Night City. The underling quickly nodded. Mimir didn't think much about it. The refrigerated case was securely fastened on the back of the motorcycle. He rode through the dusty streets of Shingduming, returned to H10 and sorted the items into his own rarely used refrigerator. It had to be said the corporation was really stingy. They even charged for using a refrigerator. €1 a day. Damn. Shady merchants. A few days of calm. Mimir enjoyed the rare leisure reading old audiobooks he had lifted from Old Way and occasionally listening to the sounds brought back by Fu Jin and Wu Ni from different corners of the city. Until Old Captain's communication came through. A holographic projection lit up in the center of the living room, revealing the face of Mimir Laisi, marked by weathering and a shrewd smile. The background seemed to be the interior of a moving vehicle with faint sounds of engine growls and radio static. Mia, my dear son, how have you been lately? I heard you just made a fortune from the fireworks show in Ribangia. You haven't forgotten to buy your old captain a drink, have you? Old Captain's voice was as warm and enthusiastic as ever, with a touch of familiar banter. Old Captain, Mimir nodded in greeting, not taking the bait about drinking. Something on your mind, Oi? For this troublesome son, he had no good temper. Call me dad when there's business, but when there's nothing, I'm just the annoying dad. Haha, still so direct. Old Captain laughed heartily, then rubbed his hands together. In the projection, he leaned forward and lowered his voice. There is indeed something, and I might need you to handle it. A bit special. Mimir said nothing, waiting for more. Old Captain now sat firmly in the top seat among the middlemen of Shangduming. He certainly had no shortage of people working under him, especially Manin's team. Having gone through the life-and-death ordeal last time, and after sufficient rest and reinforcement, they were now at the peak of morale and skill. With Manin duo Liu Pila, Li Baika Fa Erk, and Chi Wei, a group of experienced stalwarts, plus the newly joined Liu Shi, Old Captain essentially held a small, elite mercenary team. What special matter required going around them to come to him? I know what you're thinking. Old Captain seemed to see through Mimir's doubt. Manin and his team are great, really. They helped me clean up all the mess that Faraday left behind. Now the order in Shingduming is much better than when that dead man was around. The pay. Hey, Old Captain never shortchanged truly capable people. They're worth every cent. He changed the subject, his face showing just the right amount of difficulty. But this job, it's different. It's not a street shootout, not an escort, not taking things from some corporate warehouse. It's more delicate. It requires more brains than pulling the trigger. Manin's fists and Li Baika's shotgun can't solve it. Pila's long arms and Dawei's speed are also useless. And the source is not on the network. Delicate. Using brains. Mimir became interested. Be specific. I was at Lishing, just had a deal with Luo Gu about a second-hand car. Well, a second-hand hover car. Old Captain winked. Come over, I'll buy you a drink. We'll talk over drinks. This matter can't be explained over the phone, and I need you to see something. At Lishing, and involving Luo Gu. Mimir realized this might not be an ordinary street dispute on Old Captain's turf. He nodded. All right, straight to the point. I'll be waiting. Old Captain's projection flickered and vanished. Mimir rose still in his inconspicuous attire. As he went downstairs, he happened to run into Jieka looking for him. Yo, brother, heading out. Got a job. Jieka's eyes lit up. Old Captain's looking for me, says to meet at Lishing. Mimir replied briefly. Old Captain. Jieka scratched his head. What does he want with you? Aren't Manin and his team working for him? Could there be a tough nut that even Manin can't crack? He then denied it himself. No, Manin was bragging to me yesterday about turning a bunch of scavengers who tried to steal his transport line into Swiss cheese. Strange. Need any help? Not for now, Mill replied, patting Jack on the shoulder. It's a delicate job. Hold down the fort. You got it. Jack grinned widely, then lowered his voice. By the way, my mom tried that real stuff you gave her. She almost cried, said it reminded her of my grandmother's cooking. Thanks, brother. Mill nodded without a word, turned, and merged into the stream of people on the street below. The cacophony of rebirth droned on an eternal background noise. Emmerich's stern face softened slightly at the sight of Mill. He nodded and stepped aside to let him pass through the inner door. The corridor of the VIP section was dimly lit. Mill soon found the room the Old Captain had mentioned. He pushed the door open, and a haze of smoke greeted him inside. The Old Captain sat on the sofa, 2 glasses of liquor before him, one already half empty. The seat opposite was vacant. Spotting Mill, he immediately waved him over with enthusiasm. Oh, my dear daddy, you're here. Come sit. He pointed at the full glass. This one's for you. Claire's Select Single Malt. Rog recommended it. She said your palate might be a bit picky these days. Mill sat down across from him, but didn't touch the glass. Such warmth meant trouble, no doubt. What's the matter? The Old Captain didn't seem to mind. He took a long drag on his cigar, slowly exhaling the smoke, his smile fading. I've got a guy under me who handles special vehicles for me. The Old Captain began his speech, slowing. Not the kind of muscle man puts on display. This guy's a hacker. Good with tech, specializes in breaking into vehicle systems and remote control. Part of my fine car brokerage business relies on some inventory that requires a bit of involuntary transfer paperwork. He's always done well, knows the rules, keeps his mouth shut. Mill listened quietly. A few days ago, a job came in. The old captain continued tapping his cigar ash. The target was a Rayfield Excalibur, latest model, fully loaded. Owner is a mid-level executive at Militech named Bradley Cole. Not top brass, but he's got plenty of grease and likes to flaunt it. The car is parked in his private garage in North Oak. Security system is Militech internal standard, not weak. The old captain took a sip of his drink, smacking his lips. My hacker took the job. The plan went smoothly. He bypassed the garage security, remotely started the car, set an autopilot route to arrive at an abandoned freight dock by the Santo Domingo River at 3 a.m. My people were waiting there. Once the car was in hand, wipe the traces, switch identities, flip it. Profit enough to buy a small apartment in Haywood for an ordinary person. He set down the glass, leaned forward, and looked Mill in the eye. But the car never showed. My people waited at that dock until dawn. The car vanished, and I lost contact with my hacker. All his comm channels went silent. His personal locator signal disappeared. Just vanished into thin air. Double-crossed you. A backstab. Mill asked the most obvious possibility. After all, it was a top-tier Excalibur, temptation beyond measure. Known as the Rolls-Royce of cars, Rayfield had always cornered the high-end market. Rumor had it that even their cheapest model, a decade old, would take an ordinary night citizen 5 decades of scrimping and saving to afford. And they'd apparently developed new tech recently. A muscle twitched in the old captain's face, a sign of suppressed fury. That's what I want to find out, he said, his voice dropping low and cold. You've probably heard how I treat my people. I pay well, I smooth things over, I've got your back if trouble comes. But one thing, if anyone dares to betray me, dip their hand into my pocket, or play me for a fool. He didn't finish, but his eyes said it all. But honestly, I don't think that kid has the guts or the skill to pull off a solo heist. He's been with me 2 years, always cautious, knows what betrayal means. Plus, offloading a new Rayfield isn't something you do at a random black market. You need channels, you need car washing tech. He might not have that. So I'm more worried something else went wrong. You need me to find him in the car, Mill stated. Yes. Alive or dead, I want proof. The old captain emphasized heavily. If he got greedy and sold the car off, even if it's in the Badlands or Dogtown, I'll dig it out. If it was an accident intercepted by another faction, or he crossed the wrong people, I need to know who and why. This affects my reputation and whether I can still take on these delicate jobs in the future. He picked up a datapad next to him and slid it over to Mill. Here's the job details, target vehicle info, original theft location, coordinates of the abandoned dock for handoff, my hacker's handle slider, and his basic profile, his usual encrypted comm frequencies. And some background on Cole. I dug it up. The guy has ties to the 6th Street Gang. Not openly, but there are some shady financial transactions. 6th Street Gang. Them again. Mill recalled a few disputes he and Jack had handled before, and the old captain's complaints about Will Cannonball growing too powerful and Rick, the old school leader, losing control. If this involved a backroom deal between Militech and the 6th Street Gang, a car thief hacker caught in the middle was indeed in deep trouble. Wait. Slider? Mill asked, puzzled. Wasn't that the alias of the blind voodoo boy in Dogtown? I know what you're thinking. No, it's not that blind voodoo boy. There must be 1,000 Sliders in Night City, if not 800. Initially, when he found Slider, he thought it was the voodoo boys. After all, that Slider had been a legend on the net back in the day. But now he'd gone silent, and even the old captain couldn't track him down. He'd thought he struck gold, but after testing the tech, it turned out he was just an ordinary hacker with a few niche skills. Man and his crew can't do this kind of tracking investigation, Mill said, acknowledging the old captain's reasoning for hiring him. Man's squad was good at heavy assaults and direct confrontations, not this kind of intel gathering. Just look at what happened to Sasha when she first joined. Rebecca would probably just blow up every suspicious location. Exactly. The old captain slapped his thigh. That's why I came to you. And you're cool-headed enough not to spook the target. Payment at my highest rate. Find the car, or confirm its location, half. Find Slider, alive, another 30%. Figure out who's behind this, full payment. Deal. Mill glanced at the information on the datapad and agreed. The old captain visibly relaxed, his smile returning. I knew I could count on you. Mill, this is in your hands now. If you need any backup, just say the word. I can still muster a few people in Santo Domingo. Not for now, Mill said, pocketing the datapad. Keep the comm open. Leaving the afterlife, the clamor of the outside world enveloped him once more. 2 nano-ravens materialized from his palm. Scan the datapad information, prioritized, marking the target coordinates in Beisheng District and the abandoned dock coordinates. Retrieve all recent public and hackable surveillance records in the vicinity, searching for traces of the specific model of Rayfield Sword in the Stone. Time range 24 hours before and after the scheduled car theft. The Silver Raven's eyes flickered with a blue light. Mooney analyzed the residual signals of Slipstick's communication frequency band. Attempt to triangulate its last active location. Retrieve its digital footprint, including anonymous forum activities, transaction records, and recent suspicious network nodes it contacted. The other Raven gently brushed against Meyer's cheek, acknowledging receipt. He directly shared the datapad's contents with them through the neural interface, then mounted the motorcycle. First stopped the home of Bradley Cole in Baisheng District. That was the starting point. In stark contrast to the chaos of Shangduming or Watson District, the streets here were wide and clean, each detached house boasting its own courtyard and high walls. Cole's home was not the most ostentatious among them, but it was enough to assert status. To own a villa in Night City where land was at a premium showed that he not only reaped a lot, but might even hold a higher position than Aunt May. After all, that Carrie had worked for over 50 years to afford such a villa. Meyer did not approach the front gate. He parked the motorcycle a few blocks away and approached on foot. Nanocells on his body surface simulated camouflage that matched the colors of the surrounding environment, sufficient to deceive ordinary surveillance cameras and patrolling private security drones in the darkness. And when he remained still, he observed Cole's garage from a distance. The exterior walls were smooth without any visible physical locks, indicating complete electronic control. According to the rough intelligence provided by Old Captain, the security system included motion sensors, laser grids, alarms directly connected to the Military Technology Security Center, and possibly weight sensors and biometric scans inside the garage. Slipstick was able to remotely hack and start the vehicle, indicating that he had at least breached the outer electronic defenses and the vehicle's own anti-theft system. But where did he operate? Theoretically, the closer the distance, the stronger the signal, and the easier the hack, but also the greater the risk. He was unlikely to risk entering the core of Baisheng District. More likely, he was at some peripheral signal relay point, or using a pre-implanted vulnerability for a remote attack. Fujin had already ascended, circling high above, using its multiple sensors to scan the entire area. It fed the scan data back to Meyer in real time. No recent abnormal heat accumulation or signs of violent intrusion were found. The residential security system was operating normally with no detected tampering of historical alarm records. 3 public surveillance nodes around the garage showed regular interference fluctuations in their recorded data from 2 hours before to 1 hour after the scheduled car theft, lasting about 15 minutes, matching the technique of a high-end hacker covering their tracks. At least in terms of car theft and tampering with surveillance, this hacker had surpassed the vast majority of hackers in Night City. Winnie's information also came through. The last traceable active signal emission point was located 1.2 kilometers southeast of Baisheng District near a public data exchange tower. The signal ceased 37 minutes before the vehicle's scheduled start time. His personal digital footprint was abnormally active in the 48 hours before his disappearance, frequently visiting several deeply hidden vehicle black market forums and exchanging brief messages with 3 anonymous encrypted accounts. The jump path of one of those encrypted accounts ultimately pointed to the Shangduming area, intersecting with several proxy servers commonly used by the Liuji gang. Slipstick might have completed the remote hack near the data exchange tower, then prepared to evacuate and head to the dock to pick up the car. But he never reached the dock. The signal cut off mid-mission. And his network activity showed that he might have contacted people or information related to the Liuji gang before his disappearance. Did the Liuji gang intercept? How did they know about this car theft? Coincidence? Or was the commission itself problematic? Meyer decided to go check that abandoned dock. That was the scheduled handover point. Oh, perhaps some traces remained. When Meyer arrived, the sky was near dawn. There were obvious tire tracks on the ground, more than one set suggesting that vehicles had briefly stopped here. Fujin skimmed low, conducting microscopic scanning and residue analysis. It found non-standard tire marks with an 87 match to the tread pattern of Rayfield's stored in the stone high-performance tires. The marks were relatively fresh, overlaying the dust with a formation time close to the scheduled handover. Nearby on the ground there were dried droplets of liquid preliminarily analyzed as human blood. A small amount of fiber debris was found, made of cheap synthetic fabric. On the side of a container 5 meters away there were slight scratches and burn marks with residual energy readings indicating a low-power electric shock weapon. Residual strong signal interference traces were detected covering a range of about 50 meters with the center point near the bloodstain. The interference type was military-grade wide-spectrum jamming, capable of disrupting most civilian and some military communication bands. The movement trajectory of the interference source showed it approached from the river direction and then departed. River direction. Meyer walked to the edge of the dock, looking down at the dark, oily sheen of the river water. It seemed a boat had come. Slipstick wasn't trying to pocket the car after a successful theft. He was ambushed on the way to the pickup point, or perhaps just as he arrived at the dock. The other party knew the time and place. They came prepared. Combining the fact that Slipstick had contacted anonymous accounts linked to the Liuji gang before his disappearance, and that Cole had private dealings with the Liuji gang. He contacted Old Captain. The communication quickly connected. Old Captain's voice was hoarse from staying up late. Meyer. Any findings? There's blood at the dock, Slipsticks. There are traces of electric shock weapons and military-grade signal jamming. The car came and went, possibly taken by boat. The scene looks like a professional ambush. Meyer reported. Old Captain was silent for a few seconds, then came a gnashing voice. Damn. So something did happen. Wasn't that kid turning? Doesn't seem like it. More like he was targeted. In the information you gave, Cole had private dealings with the Liujia gang. Slipstick's network activity before his disappearance also pointed to the Liujia gang's proxy servers. Meyer voiced his inference. It's possible that this car theft commission itself was a trap. Or the news leaked and Cole used the Liujia gang to set up a trap in return. A trap? Old Captain's voice rose. Aimed at me, or aimed at that hacker? Not sure. We need to find Cole or find the car and Slipstick's whereabouts to know. Meyer said Cole is military technology's man who conventional methods won't be easy. On the Liujia gang side, the conflict between Wilcannon and Rick might be exploitable. Your meaning is? I will scout the territory of the 6th Street gang. San Dorado is their stronghold. If they are truly involved, there must be traces to follow, especially when a vehicle that conspicuous is involved. Mill already had a plan. Launching a direct assault on Militech middle management residences was unwise, but striking from within the 6th Street gang, whose grip was already weakening, offered a far greater chance of success. Very well. Be careful. Will Pyro is a radical. Young men among his crew are reckless and pay little heed to the old codes. Shall I have Man and the others create a commotion to draw their attention? Not yet. Maintain silence. Mill ended the call and resumed his journey. Now that he had a lead, it was time to move. Upon arrival, Mill concealed his motorcycle in the shadow of an abandoned pipe, then moved like a wraith, blending into the surroundings, passing silently through alleyways piled high with rusted parts and refuse. This was the heart of the 6th Street's territory. Walls bore faded star-striped flags and militaristic slogans in spray paint. Occasionally gang members in camouflage vests roared past on heavy motorcycles, yet none noticed Mill. Falcon provided a wide aerial vantage, mapping patrol routes and potential ambush positions. Busney skimmed low along the rooftops, scanning for anomalous heat signatures. A luxury vehicle like the Ryefield was far too conspicuous to blend seamlessly into this chaotic, dilapidated environment. It needed concealment, but the act of hiding it would inevitably leave traces. Mill narrowed his search to old warehouses or repair shops near the riverfront capable of accommodating vehicle ingress and egress. The 6th Street controlled vast swaths of San Dorado, yet internally they were far from unified. The captain had mentioned that the old-school boss Rick Morton favored a relatively stable extortion model, maintaining surface-level order across the district. While Pyro, on the other hand, was a radical expansionist, eager for violent land grabs, arms deals, and dirtier trades alike. He held Rick's so-called code in utter contempt. If this involved Militech's covert cooperation and kidnapping to eliminate witnesses, it was far more likely Pyro's doing. Mill steered clear of areas clearly under Rick's influence, directing his attention toward the canal's edge. The buildings here were taller, more dilapidated, their windows mostly sealed with iron sheets. No idlers lingered on the streets. Busney sent a faint pulse of notification. A half-buried old garage entrance, originally designed for large freight vehicles, stood with its rolling door sealed shut. Yet fresh tire tracks marked the ground, their width and tread pattern inconsistent with high-performance sports cars, pointing instead toward a transport vehicle. More crucially, a device disguised as a ventilation pipe atop the garage emitted a low-intensity signal jamming field, sharing the same origin as the interference residue at the docks, but far weaker in power, covering only the garage and its immediate surroundings. This had to be the place. Mill did not rashly approach the main entrance. He circled to the building's side, where peeling wall material revealed exposed steel framing, allowing him to reach the rooftop nearly soundlessly. Discarded solar panels and communication antennas littered the roof. At the center lay a rusted maintenance hatch secured by a mechanical lock. In this era dominated by electronic locks, such an old-fashioned mechanism actually implied those inside wished to leave no digital access record whatsoever. Mill gripped the lock and wrenched it free. He lifted the hatch, gently catching a scent rising from below, a mixture of motor oil, dust, sweat, and something else. Blood. Beneath him stretched a high-ceilinged space, formerly a repair workshop, now cluttered with crates and machinery of unclear purpose. Most prominent among them sat the Ryefield, sword in the stone, looking remarkably intact. But beside the vehicle the scene turned grim. A man hung upside down from an iron chain suspended from the roof, his hands bound behind his back, his toes hovering mere centimeters above the floor. He appeared to be in his 30s, hair matted to his forehead with sweat and blood, face marred by bruises, dried blood crust lining his nose and mouth. His glasses were nowhere to be found. He wore a cheap plaid shirt and synthetic trousers, both now heavily stained. Even in this state, his countenance carried a frail delicacy entirely out of place among street thugs, more like a technician who spent years hunched over screens than a gang hacker from the underside of society. Judging from the photos the captain had sent, this was likely the street rat. Two men stood before him. One wore a sharply tailored dark gray Militech uniform, hair combed to perfection, rimless glasses perched on his nose, his expression marked by an aloof coldness. This must be Bradley Cole. He held a data slate, occasionally glancing down at it before raising his eyes to the suspended man as though cross-referencing something. The other man formed a stark contrast to Cole's polish. He towered over the others, exceptionally tall and broad-shouldered, easily twice Cole's size. Well, Pyro. He stood with arms crossed, his gaze darting between the street rat and Cole, impatience radiating from him in palpable waves. So that little gift of yours actually transmits real-time coordinates and bypass logs every time he interfaces with the vehicle system. Cole's voice remained calm, carrying the measured cadence typical of corporate operatives. Pyro snorted from his nostrils, his tone gravelly. Naturally. My top IC specialist designed it. Layered encryption within layered encryption. Any street rat hacker would be miraculous to even detect it. If not for baiting out that captain behind him, I would have sunk this waste into the river long ago. He kicked at an open toolbox near his feet, revealing not mechanics tools, but a collection of unsettling interrogation implements. The suspended street rat Allen stirred weakly, drawing in a pained gasp. What? What do you want? You have the car. The money. I can give you my entire share. Your share? Cole let out a soft laugh devoid of any warmth. Mr. Alan Mitchell, it seems you have yet to grasp your circumstances. You and this vehicle are now our assets. And that Muammar Reyes behind you. His business will be soon as well. He stepped closer, using the edge of his data slate to lift Alan's chin, forcing him to meet Cole's gaze. A broker for fine vehicles. The margins are substantial. Acquire high-end rides at near zero cost, resell them at multiples, sometimes tens of times over. More importantly, this entire network connects to countless illicit operations across Night City. Reyes has not merely profited from this. He has accumulated favors and compromising leverage throughout San Dorado and likely beyond. Well, Pyro spat on the ground. Damn it all. Since that weakling Faraday was eliminated, Reyes has taken over his territory. Now every respectable contract in San Dorado flows through his hands. All the profit goes to him. We risk our lives just collecting protection money. Is that easy for us? And old fool Rick still wants to coexist peacefully with him. Coexist, my ass. Coor data board pushed up his glasses, and the lenses held a hint of greed. So this time it's not just about getting my car back or punishing a thief. Weyer and I have bigger plans. Through AI Lewin, we can master Lei Yici's car theft network's operation, client lists, safe houses, and transfer points. Then step by step swallow it all. Let the car middleman business shift to a new master. He continued, as for Reyes's middleman turf. Mr. Weyer will surely be interested. Without a steady stream of huge income and connections, Reyes would be a toothless old dog. When the time comes, who governs Santo Domingo will be hard to say. Man, he's just an old soldier. In the face of military-grade firepower, he is not worth considering. AI Lewin's eyes widened with fear and pain. You're crazy. The old captain won't let this go. By the time he finds out, it will be too late. Coor cut him off cruelly. Perhaps we could arrange for him to have an accident, or be avenged by a furious client who went bankrupt after his car was stolen. People die on the streets every day. One more washed-up middleman doesn't matter. Mimir on the beam listened quietly, a glint flashing in his Wu-Ni eyes as he clearly recorded and encrypted every word of the conversations below and every face's subtle changes. Well, that's a big appetite. Not only the cars, but to wipe out the old captain's core business, and perhaps even take his life. For profit, he would swallow every bone. He waited a moment longer, confirming that Coor and Weyer hadn't revealed any more key accomplices or plan details before making his move. Mimir slid down from the beam, silently landing with almost no sound. He first walked toward the Shizhongjian, fingers brushing a spot on the door. Nanocells infiltrated instantly, placing the car's circuitry into dormancy, including any hidden trackers or self-destruct devices. This slight movement finally drew the attention of the three below. AI Lin was hanging upside down, his vision limited, only a pair of black boots visible beside the car. Coor and Weyer Cannon turned their heads at once, seeing a figure stepping out from the darkness. Coor frowned, his first thought that Weyer Cannon's men had overstepped their manners. But Weyer Cannon's expression changed in an instant. The scar on his face seemed to twitch, his savage eyes fixed on Mimir's face. That face is now highly recognizable in the Night City underworld, especially the platinum blonde hair and the native face with no prosthetic traces. Is that you? Cannon's voice lowered, filled with disbelief and a hint of instinctive caution. Although his men clashed with him, there was no direct confrontation. Yet when he heard about it later, his heart still skipped a beat. Shouldn't this person be in the Watson district or in the afterlife? Why has he wandered into his core territory? Coor noticed Cannon's change in tone and frowned. Mr. Weyer, is this your man? We are handling business. He obviously didn't recognize Mimir, or simply didn't care about those street legends. After all, Coor himself was responsible for procurement of military technology. Street brawls outside were not within his remit. In his eyes, this was just a plainly dressed young man, perhaps one of Cannon's unruly subordinates. No, he isn't my man. Cannon spoke slowly, his body tensing, a conditioned reflex formed by years of combat. He quickly flicked a glance toward the door and the shadows, confirming no one else had slipped in. Mimir, what do you mean by this? This is my territory. We don't seem to have any beef. He tried to keep his tone calm, but an involuntary wariness leaked out. Mimir did not answer Cannon, but looked toward Bradley Kerr. Kerr was truly surprised, adjusting his glasses as he regarded Mimir again. You know me. Who sent you here? He quickly thought of a possibility, his face darkening. Is it Reyes? He found out. Your move was fast. He snorted, not particularly nervous, but with a touch of arrogance. Kid, whatever Reyes offered you, I'll pay double. No triple. Once Mr. Weyer and I take over his business, your benefits will be greater. Working for a dying old man is unwise. Money talks, influence is bought with money. Mimir still said nothing, only watched them calmly, a gaze that sent Kerr a strange chill. It wasn't a calculation of price, but a quiet assessment of two things. Hey Kerr, stop the damn chatter. Cannon hissed, more aware than Kerr of what this man could mean. Beating Adam Heavy Hammer in a one-on-one might have been padded or for special reasons, but surviving such a clash and earning fame in Night City speaks for itself. This isn't a street thug you can buy off with money. He's here to make trouble. He suddenly drew a heavily modified large-caliber pistol from his waistband, the muzzle aimed at Mimir, yelling toward the shadows, everybody out. Guests. 5 or 6 figures rose from the shadows around the workshop, all of Weyer Huapau's core subordinates, their guns aimed in unison at Mimir. Alan Dangling watched this scene in despair, somewhat dazed. After all his prosthetic ears and implants were distorted, how could he tell who came? Mimir finally moved. He glanced at the gun in Cannon's hand, swept the surrounding subordinates, then fixed his gaze back on Kerr and Cannon. I've taken Reyes's commission. His voice was calm, and even to retrieve his car and his people. He pointed at the suspended AI line. The commission does not include killing. That last sentence left the tense atmosphere with a subtle stagnation. Not include killing. What do you mean? Kerr blinked, then a rueful expression crossed his face. Huh. Do you think this is a playground? You say you won't kill? Mr. Weyer, it seems your reputation in Santo Domingo doesn't carry here. Cannon's cheek muscles twitched. Mir's complete disregard for the muzzle of guns unsettled him more than a direct threat. Kid, don't get cocky. This place is full of my men. I know you can fight, but can you outpace so many guns? If you know what's good, get lost. Consider what you just said forgotten. Otherwise, his words cut off. Because Mimir moved. Not toward Cannon, nor toward any of the gunmen. He simply raised his right hand palm, facing upward. At that moment, the emergency lights, the tactical flashlights of the 6th Street Gang, and even the screens of Cole's data slate all extinguished simultaneously without any warning. Absolute darkness. Fire. Open fire. Cannon's roar exploded in the dark as he squeezed the trigger, aiming by memory and instinct toward the approximate position where Mill had stood. The muzzle flash instantly illuminated his ferocious face and a small area around him, and the bullets ricocheted off metal walls and vehicle bodies, sending out dazzling sparks. The other subordinates also snapped out of their shock, frantically spraying bullets toward the center of the workshop as they remembered it. The gunfire was deafening in the confined space, bullets flying in all directions. Cease fire. Cease fire. Don't hit your own men. Damn it. Cannon's voice bellowed through the gaps in the gunfire. A few seconds later, the sporadic shooting stopped. The subordinates panted heavily, moving nervously, trying to distinguish friend from foe in the darkness. Just then a faint blue light source ignited in the center of the workshop. Was it the emblem of that Rayfield sword in the stone? No, it was brighter and more concentrated. The light came from Mill's hand. Above his palm, 3 fist-sized azure plasma spheres hovered, emitting a faint sizzling sound. He stood right where he was, not a single step moved, not even his clothes were ruffled. At his feet lay over a dozen deformed bullet casings. He himself was completely unharmed. This eerie sight made everyone hold their breath. As I said, Mill's voice rang out again, distinct in the dead silence. The commission does not include killing. The words had barely left his mouth when he clenched his fist. The 3 plasma spheres suddenly expanded, turning into a crackling azure electric net. Yet instead of shooting at anyone, it surged upward, striking the iron chain that held Alan suspended. Sizzle, bang. The iron chain instantly melted and broke under the high temperature. Alan screamed as he fell from midair, but the anticipated pain of impact never came. 2 mechanical ravens gleaming with metallic coldness had appeared out of nowhere, catching his shoulders and waistband, cushioning the force of his fall. He landed stumbling, but safely right behind Mel. Meanwhile, the residual electric net twisted in the air, sweeping past the nearest subordinates. It didn't touch their bodies directly, but the violent electromagnetic pulse swept over their exposed prosthetics and electronic devices. Oh, my eyes. System overload. Several of them screamed in agony, clutching their faces as they collapsed, their cybernetic implants sparking wildly, temporarily incapacitated. Kill him. Cannon's eyes were bloodshot. The remaining subordinates, recovering from their shock, roared and raised their guns again. Cole, pale as a ghost, tried to move toward the side door in the corner of the workshop. But Mill's speed exceeded their comprehension. Before the second volley of bullets could be fired, he had vanished from his spot. Sandevistan. No, it was sheer speed. Under the afterimage of azure electric light and the instantaneous burst acceleration provided by his nano-wings, he moved like a phantom through the dark workshop. Ugh! One subordinate took a heavy blow to the side of his neck and crumpled without even a groan. Bang! Another was struck on the temple by his own gunstock, snatched away. Mill's movements were clean and efficient without a single wasted motion. Nanocells formed an imperceptible reinforcing layer on the surface of his fists. Every strike landed precisely on spots that would instantly incapacitate an opponent without being lethal. Dealing with these gang thugs who relied mainly on prosthetics and firearms was like a tiger among sheep. While Cannon roared, tossing aside his empty pistol, his arm muscles bulging as massive metal gauntlets extended, swinging at Mill with a vicious wind. Mill didn't meet the blow head-on. He sidestepped, dodging by a hair's breadth a punch that could flatten steel plates. His right hand smoothly latched onto Cannon's thick arm, and nanocells instantly analyzed its cybernetic structure, releasing a directed microcurrent shock. Ugh! Cannon's entire arm's prosthetics went haywire instantly, circuits overloaded, emitting a wisp of smoke. The heavy metal gauntlet dropped limply. His massive body wobbled from the intense pain and loss of balance. Mill didn't pause. He kicked Cannon's knee sideways. Cannon grunted and fell to one knee. Then a precise handchop struck his carotid artery. Even with Cannon's robust physique and subcutaneous armor, the blow darkened his vision, and his huge frame crashed to the ground unconscious. The entire process, from the lights going out to Cannon collapsing, took less than 15 seconds. In the workshop, the only ones still standing were Mill, Allen, who was sitting on the ground still trembling, and Cole, who had just reached the side door handle. Cole's hand was on the doorknob, but he froze, afraid to turn it. He slowly turned his head, looking at the young man in the center of the workshop whose breathing hadn't even quickened, and at the two mechanical ravens on his shoulders with glowing red eyes. Fear finally seized him completely. The arrogance and calculation of a corporate executive vanished, leaving only the trembling terror of facing an incomprehensible power. Mill walked up to Cole and extended his hand. Cole instinctively stepped back, his back hitting the door. You? What are you going to do? Money. I can give you a lot of money. Militech's projects intel I can. Mill's hand landed on his shoulder. Not an attack, just a gentle press. But Cole felt as if gripped by an iron clamp, unable to move. The commission is to rescue someone and find the car, Mill continued, as if stating a simple fact. So I won't kill you. But you need to explain things to Mr. Reyes face to face. His fingers exerted a little pressure, and Cole felt half his body go numb, sliding limply down the door to sit on the ground, temporarily incapacitated. Mill turned, walked to Allen, and crouched down. Allen flinched back in fear. Can you walk? Mill asked. Allen was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly, trying to stand, but his legs were too weak. Mill reached out and pulled him up. The car keys. Mill looked at Cole. Cole tremblingly pulled an electronic key from his suit's inner pocket and tossed it over. Mill caught it, then tossed it to Allen. Check the car. Can it run? By now, Allen's visual and auditory systems had also recovered. Seeing it was Mill, he fumbled to catch it, limped over to the sword in the stone, quickly performed a professional check, and breathed a sigh of relief. Main systems are in hibernation, but basic driving is fine. Did you do that? Mill didn't answer. He walked over to the unconscious Cannon and the groaning subordinates. He found some discarded wires and cable ties from the corner of the workshop and bound Cannon, Cole, and the rest together. Then he looked at Allen. Get in the car. Drive out. Follow me closely. Allen didn't dare ask questions and scrambled into the driver's seat. Mill walked to the huge rolling shutter door of the workshop. He grabbed the bottom gap with both hands, nanocells reinforcing his strength. With a piercing screech of metal, he managed to lift the heavy door by brute force, creating enough clearance for the vehicle to pass through. The engine of the sword in the stone roared as it was once again exposed to the faint dawn light outside. Mimir let go and the rolling door slammed down. He mounted the motorcycle parked nearby and gestured a direction to Allen. Two vehicles, one behind the other, the motorcycle with a line of people tied to the back seat and the brand new Rayfield sports car ahead, formed a bizarre tableau on the streets of Santo Domingo at dawn. They did not return to the apartment, but went to the address the old captain had given. The old captain, having received the message, was already waiting there, accompanied by a few absolutely reliable subordinates. When Mimir steadied the motorcycle and pointed at Will, Cannon and Bradley Cole, who were tightly bound on the back seat, the expression on the old captain's face was a sight to behold. 3 parts surprise, 3 parts relief, and 4 parts fury. People and vehicle all accounted for. Mimir tossed the miniature data shard to the old captain. Their plan is in there. They wanted to swallow your business and take your life. The old captain took the shard, but didn't examine it immediately. He trusted Mimir's words. He first ordered his men to drag the still-dazed Cannon and the ashen-faced Cole into the inner room for strict custody, then walked over to the shaken Alan and carefully examined the wounds on his face. "You've suffered." The old captain patted his shoulder. "Go get your wounds treated and rest. This is my fault. I didn't investigate thoroughly before sending you to handle a thorny cargo." Alan shook his head wanting to say something, but the old captain stopped him. "Don't worry, leave the rest to me." "Well, Cannon, that old fool Rick will have to thank me properly this time for helping him clean house. As for this corporate dog," he glanced at Cole being dragged in. "Militech, just so happens I know a few friends who aren't too happy with them. This is a debt that will be settled." Mimir nodded. He didn't ask the old captain for specifics. That was the old captain's domain, his rules. Mimir had completed his contract with clear boundaries. After all people died every day in Night City, 2 more dead or 2 more living a fate worse than death wouldn't even make a ripple in this vast metropolis. Life went on, eating, dancing, working, and chasing women. After a few more exchanges, mostly for the old captain to confirm some details, Mimir took his leave. Back at the H10 apartment, the familiar scent of synthetic pizza enveloped him. Damn, what had Jack eaten here last night? Mimir poured himself a glass of water. Another substantial number had appeared in his account from the old captain's payment and gratitude. Money was still just a number. After a moment's thought, he sent an encrypted message to the smuggler Old Hua ordering additional items and specifying that part of the next delivery should be sent directly to the Wild Wolf Bar for Mrs. Wells. Jack was always talking about how his mother missed real food. A few days passed. Mimir enjoyed the tranquility, reading books, occasionally having a drink with Jack when he came by to shoot the breeze, or quietly listening to Sasha share her new discoveries after upgrading her cyberware. Mimir answered, and Rogue's holographic image appeared in the living room with her familiar private booth as the background. She held a glass of wine as usual, but her expression was more serious than usual, her gray-white brows slightly furrowed. "Mimir, you free? Bring Jack and Sasha and come over. There's a job you might be interested in." Rogue got straight to the point without any pleasantries. "What kind of job?" Mimir asked. Rogue took a sip of wine as if choosing her words. "The client is rather special. Michiko Arasaka." The name made Mimir's eyes flicker. The woman rumored to always be at the forefront of fashion. Of course, that was mainly because she bore the name Arasaka, otherwise her fashion sense, how to put it, rather questionable. Early on, the cat-eared girl was acceptable, but later she turned into a shammate. She has an investigator who suddenly went dark while looking into some matters concerning the Night City Council. Over 48 hours, all emergency contact methods have failed. Rogue spoke slowly. Michiko is very worried. That investigator is a core member of her agency and knows a lot. What's more troublesome is that the lead she was following before disappearing might involve some not-so-clean high-ranking officials in the council. She looked at Mimir, a complex meaning in her eyes. Normally, after that last incident with Militech, I'd be reluctant to touch this kind of dirty business involving corporate internal affairs and council politics. But Michiko is a somewhat special partner, and she specifically requested that your team handle it. Rogue paused, a hint of subtle amusement in her tone. Of course, the message came through me. Rather than calling this my commission to you, I'm more of a liaison this time. The payment will be made directly by Michiko, and you can negotiate the terms. I think this might be an opportunity for you as well. Opportunity. An opportunity to get in touch with a non-mainstream faction within Arasaka to see the dark side of Night City's power core. Perhaps. Danger was certain. Involving high-ranking council members meant potentially disturbing a far larger network of interests than street gangs or mid-level corporate executives. But risk and reward often went hand in hand. Last known location of the missing person, Mimir asked. Near the municipal center, an upscale apartment complex right next to Corpo Plaza. The specific address and the investigator's basic info. You can come see them, Rogue said. So, interested in hearing the details? We'll come over. Mimir made the decision. Good. I'll be waiting. Rogue's image vanished. Mimir contacted Jack and Sasha respectively. Jack was at the Wild Wolf Bar helping his mother calibrate a new oven. Upon hearing the news, he immediately shouted that he'd be there right away. Sasha was at Vic's place, undergoing the final calibration of her cybernetic neural interface. Her voice sounded somewhat distracted, but when she heard Michiko Arasaka and Dangerous Girl Agency, her tone changed noticeably. Dangerous Girl? Is that the Dangerous Girl Agency? Sasha's voice carried a rare tremor. Yes. An investigator missing contract to find them. Mimir confirmed. I'll finish the calibration immediately. I'll be there right away. Sasha's speech quickened, and she didn't even ask about payment or risk details. Mimir remembered that Sasha seemed to be a fan of those cat-eared girls too. Half an hour later, the three met at the entrance of the afterlife. Jack still had his usual carefree demeanor, rubbing his hands together. An Arasaka family commission. And that young lady who runs the detective agency. Interesting. The pay must be generous, right? Sasha, on the other hand, seemed different. She had apparently made a point of tidying her hair. Emmerich saw them and nodded them through. They entered Rogue's private booth once again. Rogue had already prepared the files. She belongs to the Dangerous Girls Agency, one of Miko's elite operatives. Her name is Lena Foster. Approximately 72 hours ago, she went missing while investigating a sensitive matter involving high-ranking members of the Night City Council. Her final active contact came from a public communication node near the Civic Center, where she sent an encrypted message reading, "Found the key data shard, but I'm being tailed. Need emergency extraction," before her signal went dark. Miko mobilized her private resources to conduct her own search, but turned up nothing. Those involved had covered their tracks meticulously. She suspected Lena might have been captured by certain individuals, or something worse. Rogue paused, looking at Mel. "Miko has forwarded me all the intelligence she currently possesses. Frankly, this doesn't resemble a typical mercenary contract. It's more in the nature of a limited information exchange and a request for cooperation." Her revealing some of her hand indicated she was genuinely desperate, and that this matter ran deeper than most entangling powerful figures within the council. Her selecting you could stem from rumors of your ability to handle problematic situations, and also, Rogue said with loaded significance, perhaps she sees you as different from mercenaries who only know how to chase profit. Mill quickly scanned the summary Rogue had shared. This was indeed no ordinary missing person report. The Dangerous Girls Agency specialized in commissions investigating corporate conspiracies and quid pro quo dealings. Given the Arasaka name attached to them, there was no way they'd waste time on street-level detective work like searching for lost pets or handling divorce asset disputes. If their investigators had probed into the council, they would inevitably have struck a nerve with certain people. That was only natural. Though Night City was held under the controlling stake of megacorps like Arasaka and Militech, there still existed a scattering of minor shareholders. The Night City Council might take orders from the corporations, but these were still human beings. And humans possess desires. The saying, "The throne rotates each year until it reaches my door," was no empty words. Council members may dine at the corporation's tables, yet that didn't compel them to obey every directive. "Why route this through you instead of contacting us directly?" Mill asked. Rogue smiled, a touch of self-mockery and knowing in his expression. "Some things will come to light when the time is right for you to know them. This isn't so much a commission I've placed as a bridge I'm building. The contract and payment will flow directly between her and you. I'll merely take a small finder's fee." Mill understood that Rogue's ability to grow the afterlife into a thriving establishment beneath the watchful eyes of so many core and even dare challenge Militech stemmed from his backing by Arasaka's Miko. Without the support of the current de facto head of Arasaka's Night City Division, Rogue would have been crushed by the core long before the afterlife was even established. Mill fell silent for several seconds. The compensation wouldn't be an issue. The Arasaka family never stinted. But the risks were glaring. They'd be directly confronting forces backed by the highest echelons of the council. Yet opportunity existed as well. Establishing direct contact with Arasaka's Miko and understanding the true intentions and reach of this so-called dovish figure could potentially provide an internal foothold for future collaboration with Arasaka Yorinobu. "I need to discuss this with Jack and Sasha," Mill said. "Of course. I've sent the full commission details to your encrypted channel. You have half a day to decide." Rogue was blunt. "A word of warning, Mill. Those old foxes on the council are far slipperier than corporate suits. They play by different rules. Stay sharp. After all, those people wielded genuine power. The core might project prestige, but any legislation they wanted enacted required the council as their white glove instrument. In other words, if you crossed the corporations in minor ways, they might simply overlook it. As long as your actions didn't threaten their interests, a stern warning would suffice. But cross a council member, and you'd find no safe haven left in Night City." Mill carefully examined the encrypted files Arasaka Miko had provided. The missing Lena Foster, 32, formerly a senior NCPD investigator who resigned over internal corruption. She'd spent 5 years with the Dangerous Girls, seasoned and skilled in infiltration and evidence gathering. Her last known location and the point where she sent her distress signal was near an upscale apartment complex on the edge of the Civic Center. Mill recognized the area. It was the ideal compromise, affordable enough for those who couldn't afford North Oak Tree District, yet elegant enough for the upper crust living in the Civic Center's premier apartments. Dignified without sacrificing refinement. Though a single month's rent could equal what an average Night Citian would earn in a year working without rest. Among the mid to senior corporate executives residing, there was also Counselor Howard J. Preston, who positioned himself as a champion of the people. The file included several grainy surveillance screenshots. After reviewing them, Mill looked at the pair. Sasha barely hesitated before responding, her voice slightly quicker than usual. "I'm in." She paused, realizing she'd answered too hastily, and steadied her tone. Yet the light in her eyes remained undimmed. After all, this was the Dangerous Girls we were talking about. Her catgirl persona had been modeled after the most popular Dangerous Girls outfits from 2 decades prior. She counted herself among the few remaining hardcore fans of the dangerous girls in all of Night City. Jack glanced between Sasha and Mill, grinning broadly. Hell yeah. If Sasha's already in, what makes you think I'd back down? Let's kick the council's parasites while we're at it. Besides, when has any job you've taken been boring? It's just this apartment. Sounds outrageously expensive. Everyone living there is either filthy rich or heavily connected. We need a proper plan. We can't just charge in like we did with the Vortex gang. He expected the usual stealth tactics. But then again, why bother with subtlety when eliminating everyone would leave no witnesses? Mill observed their reactions and felt confident in his assessment. Our initial plan involves gathering detailed information on both the apartment complex and our target council member. Sasha, you'll handle the cyber intel side. Trace the source of Lena's final encrypted transmission and identify surveillance vulnerabilities and accessible nodes around the building. Jack, you're with me for ground reconnaissance. Get familiar with the surrounding area and scout potential entry and exit routes. We'll hold off on direct contact with the target for now. First priority is determining whether Lena's still trapped in the apartment or has been moved elsewhere. This time, they were after a rescue, not blackmail material. Two separate matters. Besides, anyone who could hire the dangerous girls clearly wasn't someone to be underestimated. Understood. Jack cracked his knuckles. I'll start right away, Sasha replied, immediately diving into her search. Upon returning to the apartment, Sasha projected the data she'd collected along the way. I've completed a preliminary analysis of the building's publicly available architectural records and some hackable back-end logs. Security here is formidable. A layered combination of physical guards, biometric scanners, motion sensors, and an alarm system linked directly to NCPD. Preston occupies a penthouse duplex on the top floor with its own isolated security subsystem, making it considerably harder to breach. However, I've discovered that waste management and high-end deliveries are handled by separate external contractors, both servicing the underground facilities on a fixed weekly schedule. The electronic checkpoints there show relatively weak security, a potential entry point. Sasha once again called up some data charts and architectural cross-sections. Additionally, I attempted to trace Lena's encrypted messages. The signal was exceptionally clean with almost no residual traces. The other side has an expert handling it. But I compared the traffic of all public communication nodes in the 3 blocks surrounding the apartment during that time period. One node exhibited an extremely brief fluctuation in data throughput around the time the message was sent, resembling the initiation or termination of some high-bandwidth transmission. Located near an emergency communication box in the underground parking lot. This was a valuable clue. Jack soon returned, as well, having changed into clothes more suitable for movement, his pockets bulging with unknown items. After Lishing departed, Jack had gone ahead to scout. After all, this commission was an urgent one. Every wasted day increased the danger to the person. Naturally, they couldn't afford to proceed as leisurely as before. I took a lap around the area, Jack said, gulping down some water and speaking rapidly. The security there is indeed tight. The guards at the main entrance have eyes as sharp as corporate agents, but the back alleys and the freight passage are a bit looser. There are a few blind spots among the surveillance cameras which I've noted. I also borrowed a copy of the cleaning staff's shift schedule for that area. It might come in handy. By the way, I found a decent observation point 2 blocks away, a cafe on the 2nd floor. It overlooks the side entrance and part of the parking lot exit. Mill listened to their reports, rapidly constructing an operational model in his mind. Sasha continued digging into the internal procedures of those 2 external service companies. Try to monitor the counselor's recent communication logs and visitor records. Jack, we need to obtain clothing matching the service company employees' identities and a keycard duplicator. The action plan is in 2 steps. First, infiltrate the building's underground area via the service passage, investigate the area near the emergency communication box in the parking lot, and look for any traces or clues Lena might have left. Then, based on the findings from the first step, decide whether and how to approach Preston's apartment. Understood. Sasha nodded, her fingers already flying across the data slate. Leave the gear to me. I know a skilled forger. The folks in Wozen district charge exorbitant fees. Jack patted his chest. Not Old Way, of course, but other unscrupulous merchants. The goods they sell are of poor quality and their prices are outrageously high. Prepare quickly. We'll move tomorrow at dawn using the timing window of the waste management company's arrival. Mill made the decision. Although night offers concealment, nighttime security in high-end residential areas might be more vigilant. In the early morning hours, people are at their most fatigued and shift changes might present gaps. Even in Night City, where cybernetic augmentation and stimulant usage are rampant, people still need to sleep. They couldn't very well drop dead at their workstations, could they? Mill then reviewed the file provided by Arasaka Michiko, once more focusing particularly on the section concerning Counselor Howard Preston. This counselor maintained a conservative image, styling himself as a champion of the people, yet he frequently pushed for legislation in the council that benefited large construction companies and the engineering divisions of military technology corporations. If Lena had indeed uncovered illicit financial transfers between him and these companies, then her disappearance might be far more than a mere disappearance. Before departure, Sasha appeared uncharacteristically excited, or rather in a peculiar state that blended professional focus with the enthusiasm of a fan. Mil glanced at her. Sasha was usually calm, even overly guarded, and rarely displayed such personal inclinations. Stay focused, Mil reminded, though his tone was not harsh. Sasha nodded, took a deep breath, and reverted to her composed hacker persona. All set. Identity disguise data loaded. The electronic access vulnerability in the service company's system has been confirmed. The window lasts approximately 4 minutes. Action plan synchronized. Jack returned, as well carrying a nondescript duffel bag that bulged with contents. Done. Clothes, cards, and a few toys. Guaranteed to work. When do we move? Now. Mil rose. The three left the apartment. In truth, there wasn't much to prepare, because if they needed anything, a single word to Rogue would have procured it for them. But what could they do? This matter involved their boss. The three drove a gray panel van adorned with a forged City Clean Optimization Company decal, slowly approaching the freight passage entrance at the rear of the building around 4 in the morning. This time was the window when the garbage disposal company typically arrived, as determined by Sasha's analysis. A period when security personnel might be slightly less vigilant due to fatigue. Even in Night City, where cybernetic enhancements and drug injections were rampant, people still needed to sleep. Jack sat in the driver's seat wearing a cap bearing the company's logo, its brim pulled low. In the rear compartment, Mil and Sasha wore the same work uniforms, accompanied by several large black garbage bags that appeared full and a cleaning cart serving as props. The van approached the entrance barrier and guard booth. A security guard emerged. Even at the back door, the guard showed no signs of slackness, his gaze sweeping over the van's logo license plate and then settling on Jack's face. After all, the residents inside were the wealthy and influential. A single word from them could have him packing his bags, literally in the physical sense. So early. According to the schedule, your company is supposed to arrive at 4:15. The guard's voice was flat routine. Jack was prepared. He put on the ingratiating smile common among blue-collar workers and complained in the accent of the Haywood district. Don't even mention it. The supervisor said there's some special recyclables to handle here today, priority, and they didn't want to disturb the big shots upstairs. So we're here a bit early. Could you check the schedule? There should be a temporary update note, right? He gestured to the guard's data pad while casually leaning his ID card forward. After all, this was a high-end apartment building. They couldn't rely on optical implants for verification. The guard eyed him suspiciously, then looked down to operate the data pad. Sasha had previously exploited a vulnerability to temporarily add a vague note in the disposal company's back-end system. The content was ambiguous enough to attract attention without seeming too obvious. Such internal communication chaos in small cleaning companies was a common weakness. After a few seconds, the guard seemed to spot something. His brow furrowed slightly, but he said nothing. He picked up a handheld scanner, aimed it at Jack's ID card, and then scanned the electronic identifier under the van's front windshield. No issues. After all, the ID and vehicle information were meticulously forged by Sasha and injected into the temporary access whitelist, valid for only a few minutes. Go on in. B2 level designated recycling area. Don't wander, don't linger. Leave immediately after finishing. Cameras are watching everywhere. The guard waved his hand, and the barrier rose. His tone remained cold and hard, but the procedure was completed. Got it, thank you. Jack nodded obsequiously, slowly driving the van into the dim underground passage. After turning a corner out of the direct sight of the entrance guard, Jack finally breathed a sigh of relief and muttered a Spanish curse. Carajo, that guy's eyes were like a scanner. I almost thought we were busted. Keep the channel silent. Proceed as planned. Mil's voice sounded in the ears of the three. He had already risen in the rear compartment, observing the underground garage environment through the one-way glass. Throughout the entire underground garage, there didn't seem to be a single civilian car like Heros. The cameras were densely distributed, but Sasha had already taken over several main surveillance cameras along the path to the designated recovery zone, making them loop the footage from the previous 10 minutes. Of course, this was not a long-term solution. After all, if no cars came in for a while, they would grow suspicious. So Mil directly erased their traces. But the fact that the guard had already remembered Jack was set in stone. The truck slowly drove toward the special waste classification and recycling point in the corner, following the ground markings. A real garbage truck was parked nearby, its driver seemingly dozing in the cab. This is it. Sasha confirmed the status of the penthouse apartment. Mil said in a low voice. Sasha began to operate. The life sign monitoring of Senator Preston's apartment shows only 2 weak signals, possibly small service robots or security. The senator himself is not present. The perimeter electronic lock system is independent of the building's main network, using Arasaka industrial-grade dynamic encryption. I need time. Go directly. Jack, you stay here, keep the engine running, and handle any possible inspections. Keep an eye on that real driver. Mil made the decision. Waiting for Sasha to crack it might take too long, and their disguise time was limited. Since the senator was not present, direct infiltration was the faster choice. Understood, you two be careful. Jack nodded, pulled his hat down a little more, and began to fiddle with the empty garbage bags at the back of the truck, putting on a show. Mill and Sasha quickly got off the truck, pushing a cart loaded with cleaning tools heads down, and hurried along the route marked by Sasha toward the freight elevator. Sasha had already interfered with the elevator's call records and internal cameras. The elevator rose smoothly straight to the top floor. The elevator doors opened, revealing a short corridor with thick carpeting. At the end was a heavy double wooden door with no markings, only a touch panel embedded in the wall and a biometric scanner beside it. Sasha immediately stepped forward and connected a small interface device to a concealed maintenance port on the side of the touch panel. Relying solely on a Netrunner deck wouldn't be enough to break such a lock. The encryption level is very high. Dynamic password changes every 30 seconds combined with triple verification of fingerprint, iris, and voice print. I need at least 15 minutes to try to construct a simulated signal. No time. Mill interrupted her and stepped forward. He reached out his hand, gently pressing his palm against the cold touch panel. Nanocells silently seeped out from his palm, instantly infiltrating the tiny gaps of the panel, making direct physical contact and restructuring the internal electronic circuits and chips. Sasha's eyes widened as she watched the lights on the panel flicker erratically for a few moments, then rapidly stabilized, turning green to indicate approval. Almost simultaneously, the high-precision iris scanner lens beside them tilted slightly to an angle, avoiding them. A faint but complex mechanical unlocking sound came from within the door. How did you? Sasha's voice was filled with disbelief. It was too fast, completely beyond her understanding of electronic offense and defense. Hacker intrusion wasn't as simple as clicking a few numbers in a game. Computing power was also crucial. Field hackers were generally inferior to home-based hackers because at home, they could cool their bodies, and those with conditions could even get a whole hacker chair, while hackers outside couldn't. Equipment, cyberware, and computing power were all key. Nanoscale signal simulation and physical short-circuiting, Mill explained briefly, withdrawing his hand as the nanocells flowed back, leaving no trace on his palm. He gently pushed the door open, revealing a space of extreme luxury, yet filled with coldness. Seeing everything before him, Mill almost cursed out loud. Damn. Truly a fine public servant of the people of Night City. Scan for devices and armaments. Mill's eyes began to change color. Sasha also immediately acted, connecting to a seemingly decorative data port in the room, attempting to delve deeper into the system. Found a concealed passive infrared scanning matrix, marked positions. Non-lethal stun gas nozzles in the four corners. Physical safes in the study and master bedroom connected to vibration alarms. Energy weapon reaction detected inside the living room, decorative sculpture. Try to block or create a looped false signal. How long can it last? Mill asked. Interference deployed, but the target system has adaptive error correction mechanisms. It's estimated that the central control room won't detect anything abnormal for at most 8 minutes. Sasha spoke rapidly, her fingers blurring over the virtual keyboard. I'm trying to copy and loop the previous normal surveillance footage. Need 20 seconds. Time was tight. Mill quickly assigned tasks. Sasha, you search all electronic storage devices. Focus on recent communication records. I'll check physical traces and possible hidden spaces. The two immediately split up. Sasha was the first to make a discovery. Mill. Her voice carried shock and a hint of anger. Found it. And it's not just Preston. There's encrypted communication cache in this terminal. Although most of it was cleaned, I recovered some fragments. It's communication records between Preston and a senior staffer in the mayor's office, involving the early leak of the funding review for the Pacifica Security Outsourcing Project and an analysis report on the abnormal deployment of the military technology border patrol team around Pacifica, sent to Lucius Lane himself. She quickly pulled up some fragmented files and charts. Not just that. There are also some encrypted financial transaction summaries pointing to several shell companies with the final funds flowing to a secret political action committee of Lucius Lane. Mill nodded. This was normal after all, which politician had clean hands. Undeniably, the first generation of a country's leaders were indeed diligent, but what about the ones after? That was not necessarily the case. Human desire, like a rolling stone down a mountain, once started never stops. A person never has too much food nor too large a house. When he has a small house, he wants a big house. When he has a big house, he wants a vast estate. They will use every means, including brutal violence and hypocritical morality, to plunder all resources. Mill walked behind Sasha, looking at the information fragments recovered on the screen. Sasha continued to operate, pulling up another encrypted surveillance log screenshot. Although blurry, it showed a woman in a sharp trench coat. Lena Foster. She was indeed trying to transmit something from here, but she was discovered, Sasha said in a low voice. The log showed that about 3 minutes later, the surveillance in that parking area was briefly overridden, and then Lena's signal disappeared. Inside Preston's terminal was an encrypted command addressed to a contact codenamed Cleaner, a reading cargo received. Transfer to the old location. Ensure silence. The old location. Mill pressed. Cross-referencing other location code names in Preston's communications records. Found it. Old location. Points to the southwestern corner of the municipal center to a supposedly decommissioned underground maintenance station for municipal utilities near the old municipal archives. The files indicate it was shut down 10 years ago, but in reality, parts of the life support and security systems still show faint activity. Sasha was about to say more when her expression suddenly changed. Bad news. The loop footage I set has been questioned by the system's self-check algorithm. It triggered a low-level redundancy verification. I fooled them for now, but they may conduct a manual review within the next 2 or 3 minutes. Withdraw. Mill ordered decisively. They already had the intelligence. The two swiftly erased all obvious signs of tampering and retreated into the corridor. Mill placed his hand once more on the door lock panel, coaxing the system back to its normal state, as if it had never been breached. The freight elevator descended, and they quickly linked up with Jack. Jack had already dismissed the real sanitation driver, who had awoken looking puzzled. Seeing the two return, he breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I found the place. Let's go get her. Mill spoke briefly. The trio scrambled into the truck. As it pulled away from the apartment complex and passed through the exit barrier, they could faintly hear a low but urgent alarm sounding somewhere inside the building, though it was no longer their concern. In the truck, Sasha sent a summarized packet of key intelligence to Michiko Arasaka along with an emergency action notice. Almost instantly, an encrypted audio call from Michiko came through. Message received. This is worse than we expected. Michiko's voice remained calm though slightly quicker. Lucius Lane, well, a true politician through and through. Years ago he had sold Night City to Arasaka for the mayor's seat. Today, he could just as easily sell it to Militech. But now as a director of Arasaka Night City, Michiko had to consider her own interests. How Lucius played his hand was his affair, but if his actions threatened her, she would not hesitate to be ruthless. She paused, thinking rapidly. The old maintenance station, I know it. On the surface it's abandoned, but portions have been occupied by Lucius's private security detail as a covert meeting and storage site. The likelihood that Lena is held there is high. How fast do you need to move? Now, Mill answered. Understood. I can provide remote support including the likely security layout of that area, but direct armed intervention is not an option. My people cannot appear there without sparking an open conflict between Arasaka and the mayor's office. I'm counting on you. The fee will be tripled. We'll do our best. Mill ended the call. The truck did not head back to the ward district. Instead, it drove directly toward the southwestern corner of the municipal center. En route, Sasha pulled up detailed maps and architectural diagrams of the old municipal archives and its surroundings. The entrance to the underground maintenance station was disguised as an inconspicuous manhole cover tucked away in a quiet, dead-end alley behind the archives. Based on the old blueprints and the deployment map Michiko provided, the underground structure has 3 levels. The lowest level contains the core maintenance area and several reinforced storage rooms. It's the most likely hostage-holding location. The entrance is secured with both a physical lock and an electronic alarm. The interior corridors are narrow. We can expect at least 4 to 6 armed guards, likely equipped with non-lethal capture nets and stun weapons. Their priority is to seize and hold, not to kill. Sasha analyzed rapidly. The weakness is that for concealment, they cannot deploy high-power continuous signal jamming or heavy weaponry, nor can they maintain frequent external communications. The power supply is probably an independent backup generator, but the ventilation system likely shares concealed connections with some ducts in the old archives. Jack checked the small toys in his pack, selecting a pistol fitted with a suppressor along with several smoke and flash grenades. Mill mapped out infiltration routes and contingency plans in his mind. A direct assault on the entrance was too risky, it would alert them prematurely. The ventilation system Sasha mentioned offered a possible entry point. 2 Ravens slipped out through the truck window gap and sped toward the target area. Minutes later, reconnaissance data streamed back. Below the manhole cover heat signatures confirmed activity. 2 figures remained relatively still near the entrance, while 3 others moved deeper inside. On the side of the old archives at the base of a wall thick with ivy, thermal imaging revealed a distinct air exchange vent. Its temperature differed subtly from the surroundings, with a duct running deep underground, just wide enough for a small-framed person to crawl through. Small-framed? Mill glanced at Jack. Yes, small-framed. Ventilation duct approximately 40 centimeters in diameter. Inside there are old filter screens and possibly motion sensors. Sasha cross-referenced the blueprints with her scan data. I can attempt a remote intrusion from an external node to temporarily disable the sensors, but the window will be very short. Moreover, the interior condition of the ducts is unknown. There may be collapses or new obstructions. I'll go, Mill decided. His frame and the local morphing capability of his nano-armor were sufficient for such confined spaces. More importantly, he could neutralize any internal guards silently, avoiding a firefight that might endanger the hostage. I'm coming with you. Who knows what's down there? We should stick together. Jack said immediately. You're not. Mil waved him off. What would he do down there? Wait to blast open his own door. You and Sasha handle outer perimeter support and control of the entrance. Mil shook his head. Sasha needs to maintain the communications and surveillance jamming. You must ensure the escape route stays clear once we extract the hostage and be ready for possible reinforcements emerging from the entrance. If we're compromised underground, we assault the entrance directly and coordinate from inside and out. The truck stopped in the shadows 2 blocks from the target. Sasha remained in the vehicle as the information hub and remote support. Mil and Jack used the night and building shadows to approach the old archives area. With a suppressed pistol in one hand and special tools in the other, Jack carefully loosened the bolts, removed the grate, and revealed a ducked mouth exhaling the smell of decades-old dust and faint machine oil. Mil first sent Fusen and Wooney into the duct to scout ahead. The pipeline extended downward for about 10 meters before turning with dust accumulated inside, but no significant obstacles. 20 meters after the turn, an old airflow control valve was half open. Continuing forward for roughly 15 meters, the pipe forked one branch, descending further, the other extending horizontally, its end appearing to be a ventilation opening on the upper level of the maintenance station. I'll go through the horizontal pipe to clear the upper threats, then move down to the core area. Mil formulated a refined plan. Jack, stand by here and keep communication open. Sasha prepared to jam any independent alarm systems that might be below. Be careful, Jack whispered, raising his pistol and scanning the surroundings warily. Following the Raven's guidance, he soon arrived at the fork. At the end of the horizontal pipe, light seeped through the gaps of the ventilation louvers, and he could hear 2 men below conversing in low voices, accompanied by the sound of a coffee machine and occasional footsteps. Mil halted above the louvers, observing through the gaps. Below appeared to be a crude lounge and monitoring room furnished with a few old tables and chairs, several surveillance screens mounted on the wall, and 2 men in casual clothes seated there, one yawning, the other fiddling with a datapad. He dropped down directly from above, taking them out with 1 strike each. Thud, thud. Damn, he used too much force. Mil waited a few more seconds, confirming no other disturbances, then cautiously proceeded. He hadn't expected the councilman's men to be even less resilient than street thugs. Mil quickly inspected the room, ensuring there were no hidden alarm buttons, then walked to the surveillance screens. At the lowest level, before a reinforced metal door, stood another guard. Through the small observation window on the door, the faint silhouette of a seated person was visible. Found you. Reaching the bottom level, the guard stationed at the metal door seemed to hear something, turned around in confusion, and reached for the stun baton at his waist. But he only saw a blur too fast to track, felt a moderate strike on the side of his neck. His vision went dark, and then he knew nothing more. Then he looked at the metal door. An electronic combination lock, and beside it a palm recognition panel. It looked quite high-end. Nanocells seeped into the lock cylinder and circuits again, and then a click came from the lock. Mil pushed open the door. A woman who appeared to be in her 20s looked up. Seeing Mil, she was startled. Lena Foster, Mil asked in a low voice. It's me. The woman's voice was somewhat hoarse. Who are you? One of Miss Michiko's people, entrusted by her to bring you out. Mil entered the room, quickly scanning to confirm there were no other traps or surveillance devices. Can you walk? Lena immediately stood up, stretching her stiff limbs, and nodded. Damn it, if it weren't for gathering information, no one would have stayed here so long, and I ended up messing it up. She looked at Mil, her eyes complex. What's the situation outside? How did you find this place? We'll talk when we're out. Stay close to me. Mil didn't elaborate, motioning for her to follow. They quickly left the holding cell past the unconscious guard and went back upstairs to the lounge. Mil unlocked the lounge door and signaled to Jack, who was standing by outside. Soon Jack's figure appeared at the stairwell, and seeing Mil and Lena, he grinned and made a safe gesture. Perimeter is clear. Sasha says the nearby street surveillance has been temporarily redirected. There's an unmarked hovercraft waiting 2 minutes away. The evacuation route arranged by Michiko. Let's move. Mil led the way, and the 3 quickly evacuated, rendezvousing with Sasha and boarding the hovercraft that had appeared. It felt as if Huangban Maizizi had installed a monitor, knowing exactly when Mil would bring the person out, timing the vehicle's arrival perfectly. Inside the car, Lena accepted the water and energy bar offered by Sasha, quickly replenishing her strength. Thanks, Lena said. I've been in the game for so long, but this time I screwed up, and I've disgraced Miss Michiko. Where did you hide the evidence? Sasha asked. Lena pointed to her head. Most of it's here. The physical backup storage chip. Before the operation, I split the data using encrypted streams and transmitted it to 3 different secure servers of the Dangerous Girl Agency. It requires a specific key and my biometrics to reassemble. They caught me, but they didn't have time to extract the key and server addresses. That way, even if she was killed or went missing for a long time, the evidence could still be discovered and reassembled by others in the agency. The hovercraft landed on a concealed private landing pad in the Wozen district. The window rolled down, revealing the face of Huangban Maizizi. Miss Michiko, Lena stepped forward quickly. Get in. We'll talk on the way. This time thanks to you all. Michiko nodded to Mill and the other two. The payment and an additional token of gratitude will be arranged immediately. The three watched as the black sedan, carrying Michiko and Lena, quickly departed. Jack stretched. Phew. Another job done. But this time it feels like we really stirred up a hornet's nest. The mayor, huh? Just a dog-eat-dog fight between corporations, Mill said. The smell of dust and rust from the pipe seemed to linger in his throat. The hovercraft dropped them off at an alley entrance in the Wozen district where even half the streetlights were broken. Huangban might Seizi's black sedan, carrying Lena Foster, disappeared into the night in an instant as cleanly as if it had never existed. The following days passed without incident. Neither WNS, owned by military technology, nor N54 under Arasaka, made any mention of the possible scandal involving Mayor Lucius Lane. Night City's media landscape remained as usual, filled with corporate advertisements, quick reports of gang conflicts, and embellished political speeches. Mo was not surprised at all. He and Jack were eating real meat steaks while watching the news. Jack mumbled indistinctly, "Well, it's buried again. I told you that old fox is very capable." Mill just nodded and took a sip of water. Sasha sat in front of a terminal, fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard, the screen displaying streams of data from different encrypted channels in separate blocks. She checked the activity on some underground information boards and anonymous whistleblower sites, but found nothing. With Biotechnica last time, I at least saw some ripples. Her voice was low with a hint of self-mockery. This time not even a ripple. Miss Michiko. After all, she bears the name Huangban. Corporations, Jack said, swallowing the last bite of his pie and wiping his mouth. Justice. In the eyes of the board, it might not be worth a footnote in a quarterly earnings report. They only care about interests and balance. That old geezer Lane probably paid enough hush money or gave the other side something they wanted more. Mill just nodded and took another sip of water. Mill didn't respond. Sasha was right, he knew it well enough in his heart. No matter how Arasaka Michiko's dangerous girl agency touted its independence or took on the dirty jobs that legitimate detectives dared not touch, the blood still running through its founder's veins remained that of the Arasaka clan. In Night City, a colossal steel trap, so-called exposing the truth, was often nothing more than a pawn in a higher-level game of power. A pawn's fate and the outcome of the game were never decided by itself. The evidence Lena Foster risked her life to protect might lie dormant in some safe, waiting to be reactivated as a bargaining chip, or it might never see the light of day at all. It seemed to have passed like that. Since Arasaka Michiko picked up Lena that night, she had not contacted them again. No follow-up, thanks, no new commissions. Even the payment went directly into Mill's pay watch through an anonymous account, with a substantial additional gratuity attached. Either way, it didn't matter. It was just one commission. As long as the money came through, it was fine. Besides, he couldn't just stop taking jobs because of this. They weren't short on money now, but when it came to a real expense, it would be a considerable sum. Over the following days, the three of them each took on small commissions. Word spread about the Legend Squad, bringing a headache of fixers wanting to reach them. Father Regina Dino, old captain. Even less notable fixers began seeking out whatever channels they could find. Commissions ranged wildly, locating missing persons, clearing cyber psychos from abandoned buildings, escorting sensitive cargo, or retrieving specific data chips from competitors. Most didn't require the full trio. Single missions or pairs would suffice. During this time, Mill almost ran into the cyber Anos from Santo Domingo's animal gang. Negotiating with people who spoke only in muscle and not in brains took some effort. Before long, it was the end of 2075. Beyond the perpetual exhaust fumes, the air in Night City seemed to carry a seasonal pretense of warmth, the hollow corporate goodwill and local traditions unique to the city. Or rather, the usual spike in street robberies. Even Mill noticed more corporate dogs ended up on the pavement lately. No surprise. With year-end bonuses being distributed, even corporations had to show something. Though whether they could keep what they were given was another matter entirely. That evening, Mill, Jack, and Sasha made their way to the afterlife. Claire behind the bar acknowledged them with a nod. The usual spot? She asked. Mill grunted in reply. They found their way to the relatively secluded booth. It was a place they had grown accustomed to, conspicuous enough to be noticed, but tucked away enough to escape total disregard. Jack expertly ordered his Moscow Mule with an extra shot of Leva low-proof synth wine for Sasha and a glass of ice water for Mill. Really not having anything stronger, man? Jack asked as usual. Mill shook his head. This is fine. Before they had barely taken a sip, Emmerich approached, nodding briefly at Mill. Rogue is looking for you, he murmured. And there is also a visitor. His gaze drifted toward the opposite entrance. The three exchanged a look. When Rogue made a point of reaching out, it usually meant a big job or critical intelligence. They followed Emmerich toward the inner room where Rogue typically held court. Her bodyguard wordlessly stepped aside at the door. Inside, Rogue sat behind her wide chair, someone standing nearby. Mill, Jack, Sasha. Rogue jerked her chin upward in greeting. Sit. The three took their seats and Mill's gaze fell on the unfamiliar man. He was studying them, two red-tinted lenses catching the dim light. Let me introduce someone, Rogue said, taking a sip. Crispin Wyland. He recently returned to Night City. Crispin Wyland stepped forward slightly. A pleasure, he said, first nodding toward Mel. Taking down Atom Smasher. That was impressive. Hard not to remember names like yours after hearing about it back here. Jack blinked, then comprehension dawned. His mouth opened slightly. Wait, Crispin Wyland. The pangolin. Rogue's ace. Took care of some family legacy issues in Atlanta. Crispin explained briefly, his red lenses shifting to Jack. You must be Jack Wells, the pride of Haywood. I have heard of you. There are few street rats bold enough to cross Arasaka. His gaze moved to Sasha. Sasha Yakovleva, former man squad hacker. Top-tier technical skills. Clearly well briefed. Sasha offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. The Afterlife's top mercenary circles were indeed small, limited to familiar names. Crispin Wyland, codename Pangolin, known for exceptional infiltration survival abilities and unwavering reliability on high-difficulty contracts. More significant still was his surname. His father, Old Snake Wylands, ranked among the living legends of the mercenary world, standing alongside figures like Morgan Blackhand and Atom Smasher at the very peak. Old Wyland's ferocity, ruthlessness, and lone wolf style were tales celebrated by those who came after. By comparison, young Wylands remained far more understated. Yet those in the know understood that inheriting that name and holding steady under Rogue's command marked him as no ordinary merc. The son of Old Snake. Jack marveled, his tone laced with respect. Your old man was a ruthless bastard. Back in the day, his exploits made him the ultimate lone wolf in my eyes. Crispin's mask shifted slightly, perhaps indicating a smile. My old man had his ways. As for me, I learned some, left others behind. His tone remained calm, revealing neither reverence nor alienation, more like a simple statement of fact. But you lot have been making waves lately. Rogue says you have pulled off quite a few clean jobs, including some touching the inner circles of the core. Mill had listened quietly until now, then spoke in an even voice. Just trying to make a living. Some things just came to us by chance. Taking work from Arasaka Michiko and keeping her silent. That is hardly just a matter of chance. Crispin's red lenses locked onto Mill's scanning light, flickering faintly. But rest assured, I do not pry into details. Rogue had me meet you for potential cooperation in the future. After all, Night City is not that large. Rogue set down her glass and took over. Crispin is one of mine, and he is reliable. Having him get to know you benefits us both. Certain jobs require people with different specialties to work together. Rogue paused, his tone returning to its usual calm directness. But that's not the main reason I called you here today. There's something I think you should know, especially you, Mimir. You're half a foot in that circle now. Mimir's expression remained unchanged. What is it? Arasaka Lishan. Rogue uttered the name. He's coming to Yiji City. In a few days. Jackie whistled. Sasha's brows furrowed slightly. Mimir's gaze merely sharpened, waiting for the rest. The year-end report. Previous year's Tokyo headquarters would send a senior director or a special envoy to go through the motions. Rogue continued. Though Arasaka Lishan does visit occasionally, personally presiding over the America's year-end summary and conducting a full inspection of the Yiji Arasaka Tower. That's rare, extremely rare. In other words, Arasaka Lishan basically never did anything major when he came to Yiji City before. He came here mainly to relax. This year is indeed somewhat special. Crispin added from the side. The America's Arasaka, though nominally under Tokyo's command, has long become a semi-independent kingdom over the years. Lishan's visit this time on the surface is to hear reports and inspect operations, but in reality, many eyes in Tokyo are watching. In his position, every move he makes is significant. I know he spoke with you. Rogue looked at Mimir. He said he was coming. But I have to warn you, kid, this time is different. He's making a big show of it, which means he's ready to do something, or something has forced him to come personally. The internal struggles within Arasaka are deeper than you can imagine. Lishan's conflict with his father is no secret, but the wind from Tokyo has been picking up lately. Mimir nodded. He recalled that brief communication, the urgency and suppressed excitement in Arasaka Lishan's voice. So this rebel intending to overthrow his own family's empire was finally stepping into the spotlight. What do we think? Jackie shrugged. Big shots fighting. What can a little merc like us think? Grab a stool, pop some corn, and watch the show. Just as long as we don't get splattered with blood. His crude words nonetheless captured the mindset of most street mercenaries facing corporate power shifts. Vigilance, but more so wait and see. Mercenaries in Yiji City survive under the corporations. Even a mercenary like the pangolin. If the company really sent out a full force, it would be over. Even a tiger is no match for a pack of wolves. Sasha was more concerned with practical matters. Will his arrival impact the existing balance in Yiji City? Especially, will we be dragged into it? Rogue gave an ambiguous answer. There will definitely be an impact. As for being dragged in, you already are. From the moment you contacted Michiko, from the moment Mimir defeated Atom Smasher. In this city, to stay completely out of it, you'd have to be some waste lying in a coffin motel, living off brain dances. The difference is only whether you're dragged in passively or you choose which side to stand on or find your own path through the cracks. She looked at Mimir. Laishin will definitely contact you. Be prepared. He and his niece are not the same. Michiko plays within the rules trying to change things. Laishin. He wants to flip the board. Just then the payment watch on Mimir's wrist vibrated lightly. The sender ID was a complex string of gibberish, but Mimir knew who it was. Estimated arrival in 72 hours. Will contact after business is handled. Meeting location Kanpiki Plaza top floor, Tavernier Suite. Keep the channel clean. Why? Mimir lowered his wrist, his face showing no change. He looked at Rogue. He just confirmed. A few days from now, meeting at Kanpiki Plaza. Rogue snorted without surprise. Quick to act. Good saves me the trouble of explaining. You handle it yourself. Remember dealing with Laishin, don't get fooled by his revolutionary ideals. Ideals don't stop bullets. After all, Arasaka Laishin's early rhetoric was no secret. He just kept it hidden now, but those in the know understood he had never abandoned his ideals. Whether Arasaka Saburo knew or not was unclear, but it didn't matter. In everyone's eyes, once Saburo kicked the bucket, the only one left to inherit Arasaka would be Arasaka Laishin. Unless Saburo could crawl out of his grave. Crispin turned to Mimir. The top floor of Kanpiki Plaza. That's one of the highest symbols of Arasaka's power in Yiji City. Meeting you there is itself a signal. Be careful. Thanks for the warning. Mimir nodded to Rogue and Crispin. Was he looking forward to it? A little. He wanted to see how much capability this man who tried to destroy the behemoth from within truly possessed, and how many schemes he harbored. Arasaka Laishin was a potentially important ally, and also a huge source of risk. Cooperation was possible, but must be built on clear conditions and bottom lines, maintaining independence and initiative. This was Mimir's principle. Looks like Jackie rubbed his hands, eyes gleaming. Our legend days are about to get some new spice. Top floor of Kanpiki Plaza. I heard a glass of water there costs enough for me to buy a new cyberarm. They chatted a bit more, mostly Crispin and Jackie exchanging fragmented views on recent underground intelligence in Yiji City. Though low-key, Crispin clearly had extensive information channels. He knew details about internal shifts in the Tiger Claw's border skirmishes between the 6th Street Gang and the Valentinos. Jackie provided more street-level perspectives. Sasha occasionally interjected, supplementing with anomalous network activity. After about half an hour, the three of them, Mimir, Jackie, and Sasha, took their leave. Rogue merely waved a hand. Crispin nodded and said, "Stay in touch." "How do you feel?" Jackie leaned close to Mimir, shouting over the music. "What's coming will come," Mimir replied. That Crispin, Sasha's voice came through the internal comm channel. "His gear is unusual. Those orange conduit systems. I've seen similar designs and fragments of classified files on top-tier military exoskeletons and deep cybernetic subjects. They're for extremely high-load energy conduction or neural interface reinforcement. His actual strength might be far greater than rumors suggest. He's Rogue's man, so that's normal," Jackie said dismissively. "But he seems easier to get along with than his father from what I've heard. I've seen old photos of William. That gaze, like a wolf on the wasteland ready to bite anyone. A son doesn't have to father," Mimir said. He thought Ophi the father who was at once childlike and wise. But Pakisi wasn't his biological father either. They didn't linger long in the afterlife and soon left the center of the underground legend. Jieku hailed a Delamon taxi. Once aboard, Delamon's tone remained steady. "Choose Delamon, leave your troubles outside the door." "May I ask the destination?" H10, Jieku said. The car started smoothly, merging into the flow of traffic. The street scenery outside the window whipped past quickly. "What are we doing in the next few days?" Jieku asked. "We can't just sit around waiting for Lai Xian to summon me, right? Take on a few jobs." Mimir looked out the window. "Stay on alert. Sasha, keep monitoring developments related to Arasaka, especially any anomalies around Lai Xian's arrival. Jieku, find out whether Gambi building's security level has changed recently, and any information about the Tavernier Suite, not too deep, just a peripheral overview will do. Don't think about it. If we truly wanted to settle somewhere long-term, all our money combined wouldn't cover a year's rent." Sasha joked, rare as a joke. "Hey, don't say that. If I really earned a fortune, I'd buy Gambi building." The car rang with Jieku's enthusiastic chatter. There were 72 hours until Lai Xian's arrival, and the headlines on news channels overnight all switched to the same man's face. Not a wanted notice, but red carpet photos. WNS spent a full 12 minutes on a feature about Arasaka Lai Xian. In the footage, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Tokyo headquarters, the suit cut to fit like a second skin. The innovator of the Arasaka Group, the modern interpretation of Eastern business philosophy, is about to grace the Western Coast fortress built by his father. Good heavens, they were almost depicting Lai Xian as a god. Meanwhile, the N54 News studio was airing a segment from 23 years ago. The image is yellowed and grainy. You can vaguely make out the young Lai Xian shirtless at Shibuya Crossing, behind him a gang of riders on roaring motorcycles. The then Steel Dragon leader was suspected of involvement in at least 7 arson attacks on corporate facilities. Tokyo Metropolitan Police records show Arasaka Group paid over 400 million euros in out-of-court settlements. Now the former Prince of Rebellion will assume the heir's role. 2 headlines hung side by side on the apartment's luminous screens, WNS on the left and 54 on the right, like watching a distant boxing match. The difference between a biological son and an adopted son. Jieku concluded. One is praised to death, the other is vilified to death. We civilians just watch for fun. Military tech and Arasaka have harbored resentment for half a century. This time won't be any different. Sasha sat cross-legged on the carpet, 3 floating windows refreshing the encrypted channel's traffic graphs simultaneously, but both sides of the media are stressing the same thing. Lai Xian isn't here on a routine patrol. WNS says he's coming for reform. N54 says he's coming to seize power. Different wording, same meaning. It was always about seizing power. Mimir turned off the light screen, raised a cup, and took a sip. He said it to my face. Jieku whistled. Wow, the prince is really candid. So what are you going to do? Really work with him? Mimir didn't answer immediately. Let's see what terms he puts forward, he said. The enemy is Arasaka Suburo. Dano has come with a commission. Mimir glanced at his watch. There is something at City Hall that needs to be treated with caution. Company job. Sasha raised an eyebrow. Between military tech and the Hu Zhao Bang, there's been some issue in the intermediary link. Mimir rose. I'll go alone. Jieku didn't argue. He knew that involving living people could complicate things. Then I'll keep digging into Gambi's affairs. Father's side has some connections. Valentino's people are cleaning the perimeter around the Arasaka Tower, allowing them to glimpse the edge data of the visitor registration system. Be careful. Don't worry, gathering information isn't illegal. Jieku grinned. At least the NCPD won't arrest me for this. Sasha was already pulling up the Hu Zhao Bang's power map around City Hall. Dano's job. Recently, the Hu Zhao Bang have 3 strongholds around City Hall. The most likely to cause trouble is the warehouse being renovated in the underground garage on the south side of Neon Street. Military tech often moves through them via shipments that bypass customs declarations. Mimir nodded, placing his cup back on the table. 2 hours. He said it. On the south side of Neon Street. Mimir parked the Kusanagi in the shadow of an old-fashioned office building, took off his helmet, and walked through a narrow alley wide enough for only 2 people to pass side by side. Fujin silently detached from his shoulder blades, transforming into a silver-gray drone about the size of a palm, skimming along the ceiling into the target building's underground entrance. The basement comprises 2 levels, the first a garage housing about 20 vehicles of various kinds, the second transformed into storage space, guarded by 4 members of the Hu Zhao Bang, 2 of whom are equipped with reaction enhancers and melee cybernetics. Dano's assignment was simple: a prototype military-grade neural interface chip allegedly accidentally seized by the Hu Zhao Bang during transport. Military tech is not something to be handled in person. After all, this thing shouldn't exist. So the commission ended up with Dano, who thought of Mimir. Don't make a big scene, don't leave a trace, bring the item back. The reward is 60,000. Mimir did not go in through the front door. The nano-armor didn't fully deploy, forming only a layer of deep blue film over the body's surface. The first guard was smoking in a blind spot of the cameras. He heard a faint rustle of air behind him, turned his head, and only caught a glimpse of a blurred silhouette. A precise strike to the neck, neural overload overwhelmed him, and the body went slack, but a hand caught him and gently laid him behind a waste paper box. The second guard was immersed in the hyperdream, feed his retinas filled with immersive imagery, entirely unaware that his partner had been out of contact for over 40 seconds. Mimir walked past him and casually pulled the plug on his neural interface. Conserve power, buddy. The door to the basement's second level was a heavy-duty electromagnetic lock. Mimir pressed his palm against it. Nanocells infiltrated the lock circuitry, bypassing the encrypted handshake protocol. A moment later, the door emitted a faint click as the indicator light turned from red to green. He pushed open the door. Inside the warehouse, 3 members of the Tiger Claws were tallying a newly arrived shipment. A crate lay open, revealing coldly gleaming Militech standard-issue weapon components. One of them, a man with a fluorescent bun, turned around, caught sight of Mimir, and froze for an instant, his hand instinctively reaching for the katana at his waist. But he grasped only air. Mimir was already standing before him, his left arm raised, nanocells instantly forming a short blade on the back of his hand. The tip of the blade stopped half a centimeter from the man's throat. Don't move, Mimir said, his tone calm. The other 2 had barely stirred when Muni detached from his right shoulder, tracing 2 laser targeting lines through the air, striking the floor precisely at the tips of their shoes. The floor tiles were scorched with 2 black smoking dots. I only want the goods, Mimir said. The neural interface prototype from Militech. Whoever cooperates lives. The man with the fluorescent bun swallowed hard, slowly moving his hand away from the hilt. It's on the shelf in the back 3rd row, silver briefcase. Mimir didn't move. You'll take me. The briefcase was a standard Militech encrypted model. Mir lifted it with one hand, confirming its weight and the integrity of the seal. Meanwhile, Muni scanned the entire warehouse, finding no additional tracking beacons. "Who ordered you to hold this shipment?" he asked. The man with the fluorescent bun shook his head, a small gesture. "Don't know. Orders from above. We're just the lookouts paid to do a job." Mir didn't press further. Low-level thugs like this indeed couldn't know the mastermind. Who cared? His task was simply to bring the item back. "Call the police in 15 minutes. Mir walked toward the door, briefcase in hand, pausing without turning. "The two on the floor are just unconscious, not dead. Call an ambulance, not the NCPD. For your own good." He disappeared out the door. The man with the fluorescent bun slumped onto a crate, gasping for air. "Holy shit." The thug beside him stammered, "What the hell was that?" "Just a blue light." "Shut up," the man whispered, his voice hoarse. "What happened today stays inside." No one argued. After all, this guy was already on Lady Wakako's radar. As long as he didn't endanger the gang's interests, they'd let him be. If they truly provoked him, even if they died, no one would avenge them. When Mir handed over the silver briefcase at the drop point, Dino had specified the clock had just passed 6:30. At the entrance of the club, Electric Orgasm. Mir had just parked the car when he recognized the familiar doors. Quite small. He had to admit, amidst the sea of bars in Night City, Dino's joint was surprisingly tiny. But a black man in a white shirt looked over. Solomon Reed. Mir recognized him. Though he wore sunglasses and a baseball cap, trying to pass as an ordinary doorman, his demeanor was unmistakable. "And couldn't you at least change into a doorman's uniform?" A black man in white, afraid of being too inconspicuous. Yet despite Reed's attempt to look like a doorman, he was nearly flawless. A true FIA top agent. Wonder how many strikes he could take from my blade. Skilled but a good dog. No wonder the wake-up code was a dog whistle. Reed was also looking at him. Messiah Mimir. The most sought-after mercenary in Night City over the past year, with a near-perfect completion rate. The only reported weakness was that due to being new to driving, he had once battered a target into a bloody mess. From his personality analysis, he wasn't the kind of total bastard. There was potential for cooperation. However, why couldn't any cyberware be detected? His implants, though outdated models from years ago and rarely updated, were still not something ordinary people could install. In Night City's underworld, they were considered high-end, even by current standards. Yet why was nothing detected? Could he really be a natural, as the rumors said? But how could a natural have a set of personal combat armor? Reed was utterly baffled. Could it be true, as the rumors claimed, that he was an escaped experiment from some corporation? Mir glanced at him and went straight up to the second floor, where Dino was already waiting. Although Mir rarely took jobs from Dino, it didn't diminish the impression he had made on Dino. Mir wasn't sure if Dino knew that a new United States top agent was working as a doorman downstairs. If he did, he'd probably think it was a waste of talent. 47 minutes, Dino said. From taking the job to delivery. Do you know Militech rated this task as high urgency? Mir didn't take the bait. He placed the briefcase on the table and pushed it over. Dino glanced at the seal, confirmed it was intact, and nodded. Payment will be sent immediately. One extra note, this job wasn't issued by Militech officially. Mir looked at him. A department head paid out of his own pocket. Dino shrugged. If the item were lost, his internal rating would drop, and next year's budget might get cut. This kind of thing happens all the time in corporations. You smoothed out his risk, so he owes me a favor, and I owe you half a favor. No need, Mir said. €60,000 settled in full. Dino chuckled, said no more. The old man, Arasaka's son, is coming, you know. These unofficial corporate jobs will only increase. Keep in touch. When Mir stepped out of the club, the sky over the Civic Center had fully darkened, replaced by endless holographic ads and neon signs. He mounted the Kusanagi, its engine rumbling low. As for Reed, who had been watching him the whole time, they would meet again. And he had 68 hours until meeting Yorinobu Arasaka. Mir's second visit to the Arasaka Academy still made him feel like the place was a prison. Like parts on an assembly line being polished into the perfect fit for the corporate mold. David sat in a corner of the study area by the window. This area was public, even outsiders could wander in. He wore his iconic yellow jacket, head down, scribbling calculations on a piece of draft paper. Not an electronic screen, but physical paper, a rare sight at the Arasaka Academy. When Mir sat down across from him, David looked up, stunned for a moment. Big brother. He put down his pen, instinctively straightening up. You? How did you come? Just passing by, Mir said. Have you eaten? David shook his head, then nodded, then shook his head again. Mir stood up. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. David wanted to say something, but in the end he slipped the draft paper into his datapad sleeve, grabbed his backpack, and followed. He was a bit thinner than a few months ago, but his spirits were clearly better. The long-standing anxiety in his brow had faded, replaced by... Mir wasn't sure what it was. Maybe it was habit. Maybe he was finally starting to relax. Still the same restaurant. David sat in the booth, staring at the grilled ribs set before him, his knife and fork untouched. Mil bro. He whispered. This is... You don't always have to treat me to such expensive meals. It's mostly for myself. To be honest, ever since tasting real meat, Mill truly could not bring himself to swallow those synthetic substitutes. David fell silent for a few seconds, then picked up his knife and fork, cutting a small piece of meat and placing it in his mouth. Dean Tanaka. No former dean, he disappeared. David spoke suddenly, his eyes not meeting Mill's. Along with Tanaka Katsuo. He hasn't been to school all week. Some say he was transferred back to the Tokyo headquarters, some say he resigned, and others say he did not finish. Mill waited. Some say he was cleaned up. David finally uttered the word, his voice lowered. I don't know which version is true, but Katsuo's belongings are still in his locker and no one has come to claim them. Nothing to do with you, he said. David lifted his eyes to look at him. That look was one Mill knew well. It was the gaze of wanting to believe yet unable to fully believe, of gratitude tangled with confusion, of having so many questions but not knowing which to ask first. Mill bro, David finally said, weighing every word. Last time you asked me about the academy. Not long after that, the Tanaka father and son got into trouble. He left it unfinished, but the meaning was clear. Mill set down his utensils and leaned back against the booth seat. What do you want to ask? David pressed his lips together. Are you involved in their affairs? Mill did not answer immediately. He looked at David. 19 years old, ranked within the top 10 at Arasaka Academy, with prosthetic compatibility far exceeding that of ordinary people. His mother was an EMT technician at Night City Medical Center, working overtime until deep into every night just to scrape together the tuition for the next semester. Without those rigid institutional constraints, this child's talent would have been more than enough to climb into mid, or even senior management within the corporation following that pre-charted path. But he also remembered the David from another timeline, wearing his mother's jacket, taken in by man's team, drawn forward by Lucy's dreams, pushed toward his ending by that concept of living for oneself he had never truly possessed. Yes, Mill said. David's fingers tightened slightly. But I do not kill innocent people. Mill continued, his tone even. Tanaka was caught making a deal with Zeta Corporation, selling Arasaka's commercial secrets. His fate was one he chose himself. He pronounced the word betrayal with unmistakable clarity. It was both fact and a lifeline extended to David. David fell silent for a long while. I just feel. He finally spoke, his voice softer than before. Katsuo isn't actually that bad. He was Tanaka's son, but he was merely following in his father's footsteps. There were many in the academy who bullied me, and he was not the worst among them. Mill offered no comment. You wouldn't do something like that, David said again, this time with greater certainty. If you intended to eliminate someone, you would not use such circuitous methods. You always deal face to face. Mill regarded him. So, David speared the last piece of meat on his plate, chewed slowly, and swallowed. I think this has nothing to do with you. Even if it does, I believe you must have your reasons. He did not say thank you. Instead, he finished the entire rack of ribs, using his fork to pick every strand of meat from between the bones. Mill signaled the waiter for another order. Mill bro, I really have had enough. Wrap it up, Mill said. Take it back. It will keep in the refrigerator for 2 days. David did not refuse further. On the way back to Santo Domingo, the night wind rushed through the gaps between his helmet and collar. After all, Mill always rode fast. In Night City, what kind of driver did not speed? Besides, in this era, driver's licenses were essentially meaningless. There were barely a handful of driving schools in Night City, and even if drivers held legitimate credentials, they were likely long expired. David sat on the rear seat, one hand gripping the rail, the other cradling the food container against his chest. What he was thinking, Mill did not know. Perhaps for the first time, this boy did not need to rush back to the dormitory to grind his GPA, did not need to worry about next week's lab reports, did not need to calculate how to explain to his mother that extracurricular activities had consumed another stretch of study time. He was simply riding on a fast motorcycle, feeling the wind clutching tomorrow's dinner. Outside the H4 apartment building, Gloria Martinez was smoking at the entrance. She had not smoked before, but somewhere along the line she had picked up the habit. She wore that faded yellow work uniform, her hair loosely gathered, the dark circles beneath her eyes impossible to conceal. When she saw the Kusanagi motorcycle pull up beside her son, and the rider remove his helmet to reveal short white blonde hair, her brows instinctively furrowed. Mom, David hurried over. What are you doing here? Isn't it your night shift today? They changed my schedule. Gloria pressed her cigarette out against the rim of a trash can, her voice hoarse. Where were you? You didn't answer my calls. David paused, then pulled out his phone. 3 missed calls appeared on the screen. I was eating with Mill bro, I didn't hear the vibration. Eating. Gloria repeated the word. Her gaze drifted past her son and settled on Mill's face. Mill did not avoid her stare. Gloria opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately Leash sighed. She did not know whether to approve or disapprove. She had plotted David's course, yet lately he seemed to be growing increasingly rebellious. Go on up, she said. Have you finished your homework? Yes. David answered obediently, suddenly reverting to that top-performing Arasaka honor student. He glanced back at Mill and mouthed a silent thank you. Mill nodded. David's figure disappeared behind the elevator doors. Gloria did not leave. She remained where she stood, pulled out another cigarette, and lit it. The flame from her lighter flickered twice in the night wind before steadying. Mill, she addressed him for the first time. Not hey, or you. I want to talk to you. Mill dismounted from the motorcycle and stood facing her. Gloria took a drag from her cigarette and exhaled the smoke sideways away from him. I don't know what you do, she began. David says you're a mercenary. Mercenaries. Good work, good pay, short lifespan. I know people in your line of work. None of you make it to old age. Mill did not object. He wasn't like this before. Gloria continued. He was obedient. He understood our situation and knew exactly which path to follow. Get into Arasaka Academy, earn a scholarship, graduate, and join the corporation, climb step by step. That was his path. Not following you around everywhere. She did not finish the sentence. Mill waited for her to finish her cigarette. You want me to stay away from him, Mill said. Not a question. Gloria neither admitted nor denied it. She simply stared at a flickering holographic billboard in the distance, which was broadcasting rolling news about WMS. Yorinobu Arasaka's aircraft had entered North American airspace. He needs to make his own choices, said Mike. Not the ones you make for him, nor the ones I make for him. Gloria turned her head, her gaze carrying a sharp, almost piercing edge. He's still a child. He's 19, Mike replied. You were 19 once, Mike said, and you were already collecting bodies on an EMT rig. Gloria looked as if she had been slapped. She said nothing, just stubbed out her cigarette and lit another. After a long silence, she spoke, her voice much lower than before. I'm afraid he'll take the wrong path. I'm afraid he'll think the world can be the way he imagines it. But it's not. The world devours people without spitting out the bones. I know, Mike said. Gloria looked at him and suddenly realized this young man truly knew. Not from books, not from the news, not from other stories. He had truly seen the world devour people. I'll make mistakes, Mike said. David will too. But he should at least have the right to make his own mistakes. Not the mistakes you've made, not the ones I've made, but his own. He swung onto his motorcycle and revved the engine. Before leaving, he turned his head. You've done enough for him. Now it's time for him to do something for himself. The taillight of the Kusanagi traced a red line through the night, soon vanishing into the shadows of the intersecting overpasses in Santo Domingo. Gloria stood there, ash falling from her cigarette, scattered by the wind. She didn't go upstairs. Not until the third cigarette burned out did she step into the elevator and press the button for floor H4. Sasha intercepted a signal at 3:12 a.m. It wasn't directly addressed to anyone, nor was it encrypted intelligence. It looked like a routine system self-check signal from some level inside Arasaka Tower. But Sasha recognized the signature of that self-check packet. She had seen it before in fragmented internal archives of the Arasaka Counterintelligence Division during a mission with Mike. It was a hidden channel commonly used by Yorinobu's faction, outwardly indistinguishable from ordinary industrial control systems, but with an additional authentication layer. It was the Hawk faction's special mark. He's arrived, Sasha said, unplugging the cable and rubbing her temples, her voice a little hoarse. Not the public schedules, tomorrow afternoon. His private plane landed on the Arasaka waterfront helipad at midnight yesterday. Jack sat up from the couch. Are you sure? Positive. The entry record at the ferry terminal is fake, and the arrival ceremony that N54 is broadcasting tomorrow is also fake. Sasha took a sip of water. He'll handle some business inside the tower first, then appear in public. Mike poured himself a glass of water. Father has news too, Jack said quietly. The Kenpiki Plaza's cleaning services for the last 3 days have all been replaced by Arasaka internal security personnel, not outsourced workers. The 6 floors below the Tavernier suite are all marked under maintenance, with no entry allowed. He paused. He's serious about meeting you there. Mike didn't turn around. 24 hours left, he said. Sasha watched his back. From the moment she met him, she felt he carried a strange sense of distance. Not coldness, not arrogance. It was as if he was always standing in 2 places at once. One was here, Night City, this steel cage of smoke and neon lights. The other was somewhere else, a place they could never reach. She never asked. But sometimes she wondered what was that place really like. Jack, Mike turned around, you don't need to come tomorrow. Jack was taken aback. Huh? The security level at Kenpiki Plaza will be maxed out for him. The fewer people going in, the better, Mike said. You'll stay on the perimeter, watch the private guards Yorinobu brought. Sasha maintained network silence. Don't hack any Arasaka systems unless I send a signal. Understood. Jack didn't argue. He knew Mike was right. As Arasaka's current sole heir, Yorinobu's security would never allow a full team into his room. Sasha nodded and switched her monitoring interface to passive mode. The room was quiet for a few seconds. Are you nervous? Jack suddenly asked. Mike glanced at him. No offense, Jack raised his hands, just curious. After all, you're going to meet the guy from the family that owns half of Night City's skyscrapers, the one who most wants to overthrow his own family. I'd be nervous. Mike thought for a moment. A little, he said. But it's not nervousness. Then what? Mike didn't answer immediately. He looked back out the window. Arasaka Tower's lights reflected in his pupils like 2 flames without warmth. Curiosity, he said. I want to see what a rebel of this world really looks like. Jack whistled and didn't press further. At 4:15 a.m., Sasha had fallen asleep on the desk and Jack draped a jacket over her before curling up on the corner of the couch for a nap. Mike didn't sleep. He held the glass of ice water, now completely cold. The neon lights outside began to flicker off one by one. The darkest hour of Night City was between 4:30 and 5:00 a.m. Then the sun would rise. Mike lifted his wrist, the screen glowing. No new messages. The next day, WNS News cut to a live feed at exactly noon. The anchor announced with dramatic tension, Mr. Yorinobu Arasaka, heir to the Arasaka Corporation and executive president of the Asia-Pacific region, has arrived in Night City today and will attend the annual business review meeting for the Americas. This is Mr. Yorinobu's first. The feed switched to the northern helipad of Arasaka Tower. The door of the AV opened and bodyguards disembarked, first taking their positions. A dark gray custom suit, silver hair combed back meticulously. He paused slightly at the doorway, as if instinctively glancing toward a certain direction in the north. That was Watson District. Then he descended the stairs, stepped into the waiting Arasaka security team, and disappeared into the shadows of the tower entrance. Mike stood at the window of apartment H10, watching the broadcast until the end. His payment watch vibrated at that moment. Encrypted channel descenders identifier, still that string of constantly changing random characters. The message was only one line: tonight at 8. Konpeki Plaza, Tavernier Suite. Be there or be square. Why? Mike turned off the screen. Outside, the neon lights of Night City had already begun their new cycle of flickering, ready to welcome the long night ahead. He turned and picked up the jacket he never left behind. Sasha and Jack both looked up at him. Let's go, Mike said. In the cabin of Delaman, the silence was broken only by the white noise of the air conditioning system. Jekka, seated in the passenger seat, uncharacteristically broke the ice. What do you think, old Lai Xian? No, I mean Mr. Lai Xian is up to right now. Sasha glanced at her terminal in the back seat without lifting her head. Eating, meeting, bathing, spacing out, any of those. Then does he get nervous before meeting Mimir? You nervous? Hell no, I'm not nervous, Jekka denied immediately. I'm just curious. Look, he's the Prince of Huangban. Know the air. No, well, you get the idea. He's seen it all, even given a speech at the United Nations. Meeting a mercenary. Why would he need to book the entire lower 6 floors of Gambi Mansion? Delaman's steady voice interjected. According to public records, during Mr. Lai Xian of Huangban's stay at Gambi Mansion, the building's security level was elevated to corporate executive grade. This is a routine arrangement in his personal itinerary. Routine? Jekka sneered. When he used to come to Night City, he stayed at the North Oak District Villa, and there wasn't even a guard at the door. That's routine. Delaman was silent for 2 seconds. Your definition of routine is quite insightful. Jekka chuckled. Are you praising me or mocking me? Delaman never makes value judgments. The tone remained steady. Delaman only states observations. Sasha finally looked up and glanced at Jekka. You're arguing with an AI. He started it. He was just answering you. But he paused for 2 seconds. That's network latency. Mimir sat in the back seat by the window, never joining the conversation. The streetscape outside the window rushed past. In Night City, the divide between classes was so palpable, you could taste it in the air. Mimir lit up the screen of his watch, then turned it off. No new messages. Gambi Mansion was not just a hotel, it was a magnificent space where everything was meticulously designed, exuding the most exquisite taste and tactile sensation. It was located on California Avenue in Little Chinatown, Watson District, Night City, bordering the Huangban waterfront district. In a place like Watson District, Gambi Mansion stood out as utterly incongruous. Be there or be square. Those 4 words in Night City could be a promise or a threat. It depended on who said them and whether the listener had the right to refuse. Delaman's chime sounded. 300 meters ahead, we will enter the traffic control zone of Gambi Mansion. Please confirm whether Delaman should continue approach. Damn, Jekka said. This car is too shabby. Will they stop us from entering? Delaman Taxi Company is a long-term partner of the Huangban Corporation. The AI's tone remained steady. All Delaman vehicles enjoy corporate VIP access privileges. Whoa, Jekka whistled. Not bad, old Del. Please address me as Delaman. Okay, old Del. Passenger preference recorded. Sasha put her terminal into her bag. She looked at Mimir. After we go, and I'll stay on the perimeter. The network defense level of Gambi Mansion is not something I can slip in and out of silently. Forcing a hack would only alert them. Mimir nodded. And Jekka shouldn't go up with you either, Sasha added. I checked the profiles of Lai Xian's personal guards. There are at least 3 former members of the Japan Self-Defense Forces Special Operations Group. They don't recognize your legendary reputation, Mimir. They're loyal to Lai Xian's safety. Any unauthorized approach will be met with force. I know. Jekka uncharacteristically didn't argue. I'll just hang out at the bar downstairs and keep my ears open. He paused, lowering his voice. But buddy, are you really going up alone? Mimir watched the approaching Gambi Mansion through the window. Even if Lai Xian planted a nuclear bomb in the suite, Mimir believed that with his current core repair level, it wouldn't harm him one bit. The car stopped. Delaman's voice sounded again, destination reached. Choose Delaman, leave your worries behind. We look forward to your next use. After getting out of the car, the lobby of Gambi Mansion's first floor was still operating normally. Businessmen in suits carrying data pads hurried through while a few Japanese men in fluorescent jackets with the symbol of the Huzhou gang whispered in a lounge area in the corner of the lobby. The front desk receptionist greeted every visitor with a standard smile, showing no signs of anything unusual. The security personnel at the entrance didn't even bother with routine questioning after seeing who had gotten out. But Mimir noticed. Behind the large potted plants flanking the revolving doors, the red dots of infrared rangefinders blinked rhythmically through the gaps in the leaves. In the decorative grills of the lobby's dome ceiling, at least 2 sections had been replaced with micro-automatic turret mounts from military technology, with muzzles hidden behind maintenance panels, leaving only coin-sized targeting apertures. The security gate at the elevator hall entrance had its metal detection sensitivity set to the maximum. It was not calibrated for ordinary knives or pistols carried by visitors, but for high-density carbon fiber composites and energy core signatures. Jekka noticed it too. He took his hand off the grip of the golden vicious woman and let out a very low whistle. Holy shit, they've turned the entire Gambi into a fortress. The manager in charge of reception had already hurried over. The lead man bowed slightly to Mimir, not a deep bow, but enough to convey respect. Mr. Mimir, he said, his voice steady. Mr. Lai Xian is waiting for you on the top floor. You and your companions. I'm not going up. Jekka raised a hand to stop him. I'm just the driver. I'll hang out at the bar downstairs, that okay? The other man's expression didn't change. Of course, Mr. Where's Miss Yako Faliva? Mr. Lai Xian has arranged the executive lounge below the top floor for the two of you to rest. All expenses are charged to his private account. If you require any special services, feel free to ask any Gambi employee. Special services? Jekka raised an eyebrow. What kind of special? Sasha, expressionless, said he's joking. Yes. The manager's smile remained unwavering. Mr. Lai Xian also mentioned that Mr. Mimir's meeting is expected to last for some time. You two are free to move around the lounge or use the private fitness area, media room, or meditation pod of Gambi. Meditation pod. Jekka whispered to Mimir. These rich folks sure know how to have fun. Mimir didn't respond. Those machine guns, Mimir said. Newly installed. The manager's smile froze for 0.3 seconds. It was the first time tonight that he had shown an imperfect expression. Yes, he admitted. After Mr. Lai Xian's arrival, the Huangban Security Department conducted a routine risk assessment and defensive upgrade of Gambi Mansion. These deployments are temporary and will only be in effect during his stay. Mimir did not press further. The three of them stepped into the lobby. The interior decor of the Gambi was even more restrained than its exterior. But how to put it? There was an odd, stifling sense of oppression. This way, please. Another receptionist, more elegantly dressed, approached with a perfectly calibrated smile. He made a guiding gesture. Mr. Razor has arranged a lounge area for your companions. Jack whistled softly, lowering his voice to Mimir. Not bad, our treatment upgraded fast. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even be allowed to sit on the lobby sofa. They said non-guests can't take seats. Mimir didn't reply. He just glanced again at that shadow. Jack and Sasha stopped at the entrance to the lounge. We'll grab a drink. Jack patted the holster on his hip, dropping his voice. Go up yourself. If anything happens, send a signal. Sasha and I can blow through the second floor in 3 minutes. He said it with a smile on his face, as if joking. Sasha didn't smile. She just looked at Mimir and nodded. 3 minutes is a bit long. Mimir said 2.5. Jack froze for a second, then grinned. All right, 2.5. Mimir turned and walked toward the elevator reserved for him alone. The receptionist pressed the top floor button, then stepped back to the side of the elevator doors. He didn't follow in. Mimir stood alone in the center of the elevator car. The walls were all matte, brushed metal, no advertising screens, no music. Only the soft white light from the ceiling lamp and the nearly inaudible hum of the machinery. Just as the doors were about to close, the receptionist folded his hands over his abdomen and bowed deeply. I wish you a pleasant day. A standard 90-degree bow. His spine was pulled straight, neck slightly retracted, gaze fixed on the floor 30 centimeters before his toes. He maintained that posture in the narrowing gap of the elevator doors, motionless, until the metal doors fully closed and that silhouette folded in shadow vanished completely. Mimir looked at his own reflection on the door panel. He had been living in this world for nearly a year. He had saved people, killed enemies, crossed blades with the most dangerous mercenaries in Night City, and been scrutinized by the city's elite in countless ways. But he still wasn't used to this. Not because humility itself made him uncomfortable. He was polite himself. Pax had taught him that respect others to respect yourself was the unwritten 11th commandment of the subhuman decalogue. What he wasn't used to was that this politeness was not mutual. The person bowing didn't expect him to return the gesture, didn't even expect him to see it. He just needed to execute the action with enough precision, enough perfection, enough to be etched into his bones. All he could say was, "The onboarding training was excellent." Mimir withdrew his gaze. The elevator doors opened. It wasn't the narrow hallway or reception lobby he had imagined. The Tavernier suite. Mimir walked in. Beneath his feet was a floor of solid dark marble, its veins like frozen black rivers. Straight ahead was the reception hall of the Tavernier suite. More precisely, it was just the foyer of the reception hall. The actual living room lay beyond a translucent frosted glass partition. The partition was open. Mimir saw a man. Lai Xian wore a dark gray casual jacket unbuttoned, revealing a well-tailored white shirt underneath. His posture was relaxed, one hand resting on the back of the sofa, the other adjusting his collar, as if he had just shed some formal attire and hadn't yet fully unwound. But he didn't turn around. Mimir couldn't see his expression, only his silhouette. Black hair, shorter and more crisp than in most promotional images. Broad shoulders, a straight spine, a poised stability that was hard to describe. Not the taut readiness of a soldier, nor the calculating slickness of a businessman. Something in between. Like an anchor pressing on a reef waiting for the tide to shift. Mimir suddenly recalled the word he had said to Jack earlier that morning. Curiosity. He was still curious now, but there was something more. For instance, footsteps. From the other side of the suite, unhurried. Mimir turned his head. A figure emerged from the shadows of the half-open partition in the living area. The first thing he noticed was the hairstyle. A tall, slick black pompadour, immaculate like a rock star from the mid-20th century, about to take the stage. Then the face. Chiseled features, deep-set eyes, thin lips, a sharp jawline. Youth-optimized cybernetic skin, impossible to tell the real age. He wore a vintage-cut dark blue suit, white shirt, no tie. Mimir paused. Elvis. He only realized he had spoken aloud after the words left his mouth. After all, this man, aside from the cybernetic patterns on his face, was practically a dead ringer for Elvis. No, Elvis couldn't be much younger than Huangsun Sanlang. By now, he'd be long dust. The man raised an eyebrow. It was a look Mimir knew intimately. 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts genuine contempt. The man spoke. "You beat me once." The man set his voice a bit lower than before the cybernetic enhancement, but the rhythm of his speech, the barely audible contemptuous tail at the end of each syllable, remained unchanged. "And now you dare look at me with that kind of eyes." Mimir stopped in his tracks. That voice, that tone, that arrogance that seemed to view everyone as grindable meat. "Atom Smasher." Mimir didn't use a question. "Recognize me," he said. "I thought with a new shell you'd need 3 minutes." Mimir was silent for 2 seconds. He was mentally preparing himself. "I recognize it," Mimir said. "Your tone is still as punchable." Atom Smasher narrowed his eyes. That expression was both a smile and an assessment of the prey's endurance. He knew that Atom Smasher had a nearly pure biological cybernetic body specifically for social occasions, said to look like Elvis, said he used this shell for dates, said it was the last remnant of his human aesthetic taste. But that was just hearsay. Knowing it was one thing. Seeing this cybernetic body sitting on the sofa and Lai Xian's sweet legs crossed, using that chiseled, middle-aged, handsome face to utter a tone like, "You're a piece of meat for pounding, aren't you?" Mimir felt he might need some time to absorb this. Lai Xian laughed out loud. Not the restrained smile from before. A genuine laugh, one that reverberated from his chest. He walked over, positioning himself between Mimir and Atom Smasher, naturally acting as a buffer. "His combat body was wrecked by you last time," Lai Xian said. "The new body is still being customized in Tokyo. We need to import several core components from Zeta Technology, and the delivery date is pushed to March next year." He glanced at Atom Smasher, then back at Mimir. "So for now, he can only use this one." Mimir fell silent again. Atom Smasher, Arasaka's ultimate weapon, the terminator of every rebel's dream in Night City for 50 years, the walking calamity, who tore Johnny Silverhand apart and faced Morgan Blackhand head-on. Now sitting across from him like a washed-up rock star waiting to attend a Nostalgia Hits Night live show. "Gross," Mimir said. Atom Smasher's eyebrow twitched. That was a danger signal. On his former face, it meant that by the time the next word left his mouth, the bullet would already be chambered. But at this moment, that middle-aged, handsome face only displayed a complex expression. It seemed like disdain, like anger, and also like a certain embarrassment he himself was unwilling to admit. "Do you think I like this?" His voice was still low and hoarse. "Michiko insisted I accompany her to some charity gala back then. She said this face of mine would scare children into crying." Yurinaba chimed in from the side. "Actually, it's quite handsome." "Shut up." He chose the designer himself. "I told you to shut up." Mimir watched this scene, suddenly struck by a strong sense of absurdity. He had seen what Atom Smasher was like on the battlefield. He was a humanoid reaper. Oh, every pull of the trigger was a mockery of the concept of equality of life. He had crushed legends, flattened heroes, and with his 8-star cannon blasted challengers' dreams into bloody mist on the walls. He was used to that 3-meter-tall shoulder-mounted cannon, black and red, armored Atom Smasher. Used to the presence of that humanoid killing machine, whose every step made the floor tiles tremble. That atom smasher wherever he stood instinctively made people feel danger. And now this one. This middle-aged handsome man with a retro pompadour and a suit between him and the image in his memory lay an unbridgeable cognitive chasm. It was like painting a siege mech pink and tying a bow on it. Strange. Disgustingly strange. Mimir didn't say that out loud, but his expression probably gave something away. If you look at me with that expression again, he said, the familiar sense of danger in his tone beginning to rise. I'll make you rediscover what other functions this cyberware has. You can't touch him. Yorinobu set down his water glass, his voice very light, but it fell into the air like a pebble into still water. Atom Smasher said nothing. Yorinobu didn't add another word either. He just gave Atom Smasher a look. In that instant, Mimir caught a very subtle dynamic. There was a default boundary between the two, and at this moment one side decided to take a step back, not out of fear, but because there was no need to be contentious in this setting. Atom Smasher looked away. Mimir took this scene in. Yorinobu Arasaka. Not just a rebellious playboy with ideals. He knew how to use people. What a pity. He also knew how, without exercising authority, to make someone stronger than you temporarily sheath their fangs. Yorinobu turned to Mimir, a hint of self-deprecating smile on his lips. Sorry, he said. It wasn't my intention to have you two start arguing the moment you met. Mimir thought for a moment. It's fine. We didn't really fight. Yorinobu nodded and didn't continue the topic. He made a gesture to Mimir, pointing to another set of sofas by the window. Sit down. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Mimir didn't sit. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, stopped at the spot where Yorinobu had just stood, and glanced outside. The lights of the Civic Center spread out beneath his feet. The top of Arasaka Tower was level with his eyes, and the helipad of the Militech building was lit with identification lights. Further away, the outline of Watson District blurred in the night mist. Great view, he said. This is the best angle in the entire building. Yorinobu stood beside him about a meter away, neither too close nor too far. When Richard Knight designed this city back then, he placed embers at the boundary between Watson District and the Bay. Standing here to the left is power, to the right is nature. He probably thought this was the balance human civilization should have. Too bad the development of Watson District was eventually shelved. Mimir didn't comment. He knew Richard Knight was assassinated. He also knew that after his death, his dream of Coronado City became the Night City of today. There was no balance left between power and nature. I came to Embers once when I was young, Yorinobu suddenly said. Back then the top floor wasn't a suite, it was a restaurant. A Michelin 3-star required a reservation 6 months in advance. He paused as if recalling something. My father hosted the American business delegation here that day. I accompanied him to the event. His tone was flat, as if telling someone else's story. I didn't say a word the entire banquet. I just sat in the corner looking out the window. Back then the night view of Night City wasn't so bright. The ecological zone on the bay side hadn't been filled in for construction. On clear days you could see dolphins. He laughed briefly like a sigh. After that I never came to Embers again. Until I took over the America's business. Mimir turned his head to look at him. Yorinobu didn't meet his gaze. His eyes were fixed on some distant direction outside the window, perhaps searching for the dolphins that no longer existed. I digress. He withdrew his gaze, the brief softness in his voice quickly restrained. Let's get down to business. He turned and walked toward the low table in the reception area. Mimir followed. Then he saw it. A flyer was pinned under the corner of the low table. Physical flyers were rare in Night City, but not unheard of. They usually existed in some high-end establishments. It was printed with huge neon-colored fonts paired with a female silhouette that was revealing but delicately stylized. Cloud Top, Night City's premier sex doll experience club, Japantown, open 24 hours. Mimir stared at the flyer, then looked at Yorinobu, then looked at the flyer again. Yorinobu followed his gaze and lowered his head. Then his motion paused for about 0.8 seconds. What happened next, Mimir recalled afterward, was still one of the most contrast-filled scenes he had ever witnessed in this world. The sole designated heir of the Arasaka group, a rebel who once commanded the Steel Dragon, and publicly broke with his father for 30 years. At this moment, with an extremely unnatural motion, he reached out, pulled the Cloud Top flyer from the corner of the table, folded it twice, and stuffed it into the inner pocket of his jacket. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Didn't look up. Cleared his throat again. It's not mine. Mimir said nothing. Yorinobu raised his eyes to meet Mimir's expression. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It was left here by my assistant. His tone tried to remain steady. I'll scold him later. Mimir still said nothing. Yorinobu held his gaze for 2 seconds. Then he gave up. All right. He pulled his hand out of his coat pocket, leaning back against the sofa. It's mine. So what? His tone carried a kind of reckless frankness, which actually felt more natural than his earlier forced seriousness. Work, he said. Understanding the competitive market is a fundamental skill of corporate management. Mimir thought for a moment. Aren't you trying to overthrow Huangban? Lai Xian was taken aback. After the overthrow, Mimir said, will the Cloud Top still be open? Lai Xian hadn't expected this question. He was silent for a few seconds. Yes, he finally said, his voice lower than before. But not in the way it is now. He did not elaborate. Mimir did not press further. Some words required more time to be spoken. Lai Xian straightened his coat. The outline of the stack of flyers bulged slightly at his chest. He no longer tried to conceal it nor to explain it. He sat upright, crossed his hands on his knees, and fixed his gaze back on Mita's face. The brief moment of embarrassment and relaxation receded like a tide, revealing the rocks beneath. "Let's get down to business," he said. This time his tone was devoid of any impurities. His eyes hit a looming fey. Ba was a lion. Mimir sat down across from him. He suddenly felt that the conversation with this man might not be too bad after all. A person who could feel embarrassed over a flyer for a sex doll club at least still had a sense of shame. A person with a sense of shame had not yet been thoroughly pickled by power. Outside the window, night city entered its golden hour precisely at 8 o'clock. The holographic billboards refreshed their content simultaneously, countless lumens exploding outside the glass curtain wall, turning the top floor of the Gambi Tower into a constantly changing prism. Those lights passed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting rapidly shifting red and blue on Lai Xian's profile. His expression did not change a bit. Mimir suddenly realized. This man was not choosing his words. He was waiting for an opportunity to speak, waiting for someone willing to listen, waiting for this moment for over 30 years. "My father is 158 years old," Lai Xian said. He did not use Huangban Sanlang, nor president, nor that old bastard. It was my father. Mimir did not respond. Born in 1919, Imperial Japanese Navy Air Service ace pilot. Became a lieutenant at 23, shot down 4 American planes over the Pacific. On his last mission, his left eye was pierced by cannon fragments, and his right arm from the elbow down was left in the Sea of Saipan. His pace was slow, each word seemed dredged from great depth, carrying the weight of water pressure. He was 22 that year. He should have died on the battlefield. Many better men than him died. He survived, returned home in a wheelchair, and watched Emperor Hirohito deliver the Humanity Declaration. Lai Xian paused. At that time, the god of Japan admitted he was not a god. He looked up, meeting Mina's eyes. But he never did. He never thought he was not a god. Mimir had seen photos of Huangban Sanlang. 158 years old, his muscles atrophied to the point of near immobility, his facial skin like dried leather. Only those eyes were still alive. No, not alive. Those eyes held no trace of human warmth. Only hunger. An insatiable hunger. On August 15, 1945, Lai Xian continued. Japan surrendered. He lay in a hospital listening to the radio, holding a wakizashi in his hand. He later said that at that moment he wanted to commit seppuku. He didn't, Mimir said. He didn't, Lai Xian repeated. Not because he feared death. He was never afraid of death. It was because he suddenly understood one thing: death is a coward's escape. Only by living can one take revenge. He paused. To use his own words, the war that the sword cannot win, the economy can win. Lai Xian's voice was utterly flat. He used 15 years to turn Huangban from a manufacturing plant that did military subcontracting for the U.S. Army into a global conglomerate spanning security, banking, and manufacturing. Then Mimir didn't understand why he had suddenly started telling a story. But Huangban, Lai Xian continued. My mother was Huangban Sanlang's third wife, the daughter of a Kyoto kimono merchant. She married him at 19, gave birth to me at 23, and died at 29 in the Huangban family hospital with the cause of death registered as multiple organ failure. When she was alive, she was his prop to showcase Japanese traditional family values to the outside world. After she died, he gave me her name, then married a fourth wife. I hate him, Lai Xian said. This was the first time tonight he used the word hate. But what I hate more is that I once tried to love him. He turned his head, looking at his own reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window. When I was 17, during the Cherry Blossom Festival, he was rarely at home, sitting on the veranda, looking at the Sumai Yoshino cherry tree in the yard. I stood behind him and asked, Father, do you have any unfulfilled wishes in your life? Lai Xian did not continue. The silence lasted a long time. So long that Mimir thought he wouldn't speak. He said. Lai Xian finally spoke, his voice like sandpaper-polished iron. My only wish is to live to see Huangban dominate the world. And you should be grateful to be born in my era. He gave a slight smile. But Mimir saw it. It was the first spark that burst from the air the moment a seed of fire was ignited. That night, I left home, wandering the streets of Tokyo until 4 in the morning, Lai Xian said. Then I made a decision. What decision? Mimir asked. Lai Xian turned his head, looking straight at him. I will personally destroy everything he built. At the age of 19, Huangban Lai Xian used the alias Shioran and joined an anti-corporation underground organization along Tokyo Bay disguised as a biker gang. 3 years later, he became the de facto leader of the organization and renamed it Steel Dragon. That was a period of history completely erased from Huangban's archives. It was also the only futile attempt in Lai Xian's life to fight the empire with external forces. At its peak, Steel Dragon had over 2,000 official members. Lai Xian said, students, unemployed workers, middle-aged men laid off by corporations, and veterans returning from the battlefield. We harassed Huangban's logistics convoys, infiltrated their network nodes, and sprayed anti-corporation slogans on the exterior walls of the headquarters. He paused. Did it work? Not asking Mimir. Asking himself. No, he said. Not once. We blew up a transport vehicle. 3 days later, Huangban's stock price dropped 0.03, and on the 4th day, it recovered 0.1. We broke into a database of an overseas branch. Within 24 hours, we were counterattacked by cyber police, and 7 core members were arrested, 3 of whom committed suicide while in custody. Since its establishment, the Steel Dragon has always aimed to oppose the corporations, but unfortunately, the master of this organization is still too immature. Rai Xian said, I saw the news on television, Johnny Silverhand's anti-corporation theory. I thought it was the signal of the old order's collapse. I thought our era had finally arrived. He lowered his head, gazing at his own hands. But what was the use of that nuclear explosion in 2023? To my dear elder brother who wanted to drag me down with him, a man brainwashed by our father who in his final moments still adhered to the ideals of that old bastard Sanlang. In that moment, I suddenly understood. I was not facing a corporation, not a family, not an old man. His voice was very soft. It's an order. It has grown into the very shape of this world. You cannot overthrow it with a single attack, a single war, a single revolution. Because you are its product. Every bullet you fire, every line of code you write, every slogan you chant. It is all permitted by this order. Jing is dead, but Huangban Sanlang couldn't care less. Yet Jing was the successor he cultivated, loyal, capable, and would never defy his will. But precisely because of that, Jing could never become him. He looked up at Mimir. Sanlang doesn't need an heir. He needs a vessel. Not a successor, a vessel. An empty shell that could carry his will, prolong his reign, and carry out his orders even after his death. From the moment Huangban Jing died, from the moment the Soul Killer program was born, Huangban Jing was nothing more than a dispensable object in Huangban Sanlang's eyes. When Jing was alive, Sanlang only needed to control him. Now that Jing is dead, Sanlang needs a new vessel. He paused. So he turned his gaze to me. Mimir did not ask, how do you know? There are no secrets in Night City, only truths at different prices. I spent 6 years acting. Rai Xian said, playing the prodigal son who returned to the fold, playing the rebellious child finally moved by his father, playing the successor who finally realized his family duty. I attended board meetings, signed acquisition agreements, and said in front of the media, my father is the greatest entrepreneur of our time. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. That was not a smile, it was muscle memory. Every day I acted, I hated him a little more. And I hated myself a little more. But you're still acting. Mimir said. Yes, Rai Xian did not deny it. Because this is the only viable path. If you can't destroy Arasaka from the outside, then from within. He paused. With its own rules, destroy it itself. Mimir understood the ultimate goal of all this for Yorinobu Arasaka. But there was one prerequisite. Huangban Sanlang had to die. Yet Huangban Sanlang had lived since World War II, and Rai Xian was only a few years older than Okada Wakako. Even if Rai Xian played the waiting game, without the Soul Killer program, how long could he outlast? Sanlang, though now as thin as a bamboo pole, could still walk with a professional medical team on standby. 247. It could be said that as long as Sanlang didn't court death, he could live another 10 or 20 years with that body. Unfortunately. Do you know Alt Cunningham? Rai Xian abruptly changed the subject. Mimir nodded. The legendary hacker Johnny Silverhand's lover, one of the key figures in the 2023 Arasaka Tower nuclear explosion. Her consciousness was stripped by the Soul Killer program, trapped in Arasaka's digital prison for over 50 years, and still exists as a rogue AI beyond the Blackwall. Soul Killer was not invented by Arasaka, Rai Xian said. Alt Cunningham wrote it herself. She created this program to back up human consciousness, to break the physical limits of carbon-based life. She never intended to use it to kill. He paused. The day my father got his hands on this program, he saw its true value. Immortality, Mimir said. No, Rai Xian shook his head. Immortality is just the surface. The real value is control. He leaned forward and continued, think about it, Mimir. If after death you could transfer your consciousness intact onto a chip, if you could continue to hold your corporate position, make decisions, and rule, then your power would no longer be threatened by death. He paused. You would no longer be a person. You would be the system itself. Arasaka's Guard Your Soul project publicly advertised as allowing users to communicate with deceased loved ones. Rai Xian said, the first batch of clients were retired executives who had devoted their lives to Arasaka. Pay 30 million for a chip stuff the backed up consciousness of a dead child into a plush toy. Touching, isn't it? His tone carried no sarcasm, only statement. Touching and expensive. Because not everyone can afford 30 million. Mimir replied. The immortality itself was merely a byproduct. After all, the relic was still on version 1.0 with 2. 0 still in development. What it could currently do was extract consciousness from the body using Soul Killer and store it on a chip without it dissipating. Johnny Silverhand was an example. For over 50 years he had been sitting in the server. So they need cheaper alternatives. Cheaper labor, more obedient consumers, more easily controlled citizens. How to manufacture these? Mimir remained silent. Rai Xian answered, make them believe that death is not the end. Make them believe that as long as they work hard and save enough money they can obtain digital immortality. That is the essence of all religions, and also the essence of guard your soul. Promising an afterlife is meant to make the living more compliant. Mimir recalled a saying from Pakisi. Any system that tries to buy people's hearts with immortality is essentially a prison. The Makashi, Mimir said. You know about the Makashi, he asked. This server was known only to a few even within Arasaka because the Makashi was not just a server, it was the core storage for all digital souls. The Makashi is the heart of the Guard Your Soul project, Rai Xian said. A vast human consciousness storage system. You can think of it as a digital Valhalla. Also the coffin my father prepared for himself. Before 2023, the project had been progressing slowly. Rai Xian continued. The Soul Killer could strip consciousness from the body, but the stripped consciousness was extremely unstable. Most samples would degrade, fragment, and turn into meaningless digital noise within 24 hours. Until Anders Hellman appeared. He optimized the underlying protocol of the Soul Killer. He discovered that rather than replicating an entire consciousness, it was more efficient to extract key personality traits and compress them into modular data packets that could be infinitely duplicated. Like grinding a person into powder and pressing it into a pill. The survival rate of consciousness backed up with this technology exceeds 97%. Rai Xian said, and it can run on ordinary servers without requiring specialized biochip interfaces. The cost has been reduced to 1,000th of the original. Mimir remained silent. You know what this means, Mimir? Rai Xian looked at him. It means immortality is no longer an exclusive luxury for the ultra-wealthy. It can be mass-produced, standardized, and become part of a corporate welfare package. His voice was soft. It means your soul can become a corporate asset. Mimir recalled the singer who had once rebelled against the corporation. The rebel from 50 years ago now curled up inside a few dozen grams of silicon wafer waiting to be inserted into some stranger's spinal cord. This is what my father pursued his entire life, Rai Xian said. Not immortality, but the monopoly on immortality. He paused. Not keeping people from dying. It's keeping them from dying at his hands. You're really fucking naive. As soon as Rai Xian finished speaking, a voice came from beside him. Mimir turned his head. Adam Zhongshui still had that impeccably maintained middle-aged handsome look, but his posture had completely changed. One hand was holding a bourbon glass with the ice already melted. His face in the warm light still bore that carefully maintained middle-aged handsome appearance, but his demeanor had shifted entirely. Like a beast with its claws retracted, but retracted didn't mean absent. Overthrowing the corporate system. Zhongshui sneered. Breaking the monopoly on technology, creating a post-corporate era, freeing humanity from corporate enslavement. He set the glass down on the low table, a crisp clink of glass against marble. You know what my first thought was when I heard all this? Mimir looked at him. Zhongshui lowered his head, meeting the eyes of Mimir, who was sitting on the sofa. This dumbass is going to waste the family fortune again. Rai Xian didn't get angry. He even smiled slightly. You always say that. Because it's always fucking true. Zhongshui straightened up, leaning back against the sofa, his posture exactly like Rai Xian's moments ago. Back when you started the Steel Dragon, I told you it wouldn't work. You didn't fucking believe me. You blew €2 million gold, and 3 years later Huangban security crushed you like a cockroach. He paused. That piece of crap Huangban Jing might be dead, but back then he was dead set on taking you down with him. If it weren't for your shadow warrior giving you a hand, the one sitting here with us now wouldn't be some idealistic young master. He snorted. Who do you think you are? The Trojan horse. Rai Xian didn't refute him. His silence wasn't agreement. It was a kind of near-frank self-reflection. You're right, he said. The first half of my life was all failure. The second half isn't much better, Zhongshui said flatly. Overthrow the corporate system. With what? Slogans. Ideals. That Jingang pistol of yours. The bullets are made by a corporation, the chips are manufactured by a corporation, even the shirt on your back was sewn by a textile subsidiary of Huangban. You've lived in this system your whole life. You eat it, drink it, wear it, use it. And now you tell me you want to smash it. You can't defeat the enemy with the enemy's weapons. The sitting room fell silent for a few seconds. Rai Xian said nothing. He had been berated by Zhongshui too many times after all, and had grown accustomed to this style of communication. Mimir suddenly spoke. Is it appropriate for him to be here? Rai Xian turned to him. You mean Zhongshui? Mimir nodded. Rai Xian didn't answer immediately. He lowered his eyes, thought for a moment, then raised his head. He's not one of Huangban's people. Zhongshui's eyebrow twitched. He never was, Rai Xian said. He works only for money. Huangban pays him, and he executes Huangban's orders. It's just a job. He paused. No different in essence from tens of thousands of other Huangbin employees. Zhong Chue didn't deny it. He didn't even show any sign of being offended. So Mimir said as long as there's enough profit, he can betray anyone Lai Xian finished for him. Zhong Chue still didn't refute. In name he was the head of the Huangban Tower Security Department, but in reality he had no real power, only violence. Huangban gave him cyberware power and money, and he worked for Huangban. Of course, if military technology offered the same, he could work for them too. Even yourself. Lai Xian didn't respond to that. Mimir looked at him and suddenly understood the logic of this combination. Lai Xian chose to believe revolution could succeed. Zhong Chue chose to believe revolution would never succeed, so he only believed in money. They despised each other, tolerated each other, and used each other. Are you done? Zhong Chue picked up the bourbon glass, tilted his head, and downed the last sip. Lai Xian said nothing. Zhong Chue set the empty glass down and turned to walk out. As he passed by Mimir, he paused for a step. You beat me once, he said, his voice low enough that only Mimir could hear. That doesn't mean you can beat everyone. Mimir didn't turn his head. I don't need to beat everyone. Zhong Chue snorted as if hearing a bad joke. He left. The sitting room was left with only Mimir and Lai Xian. He actually hopes you succeed, Mimir said. Lai Xian shook his head. He doesn't hope anyone succeeds. He just hopes to prove that his own choice back then wasn't the worst one. He paused. Too bad I'm not a good example. His back sank back into the sofa, his hands no longer crossed, resting naturally at his sides. Exhausted, aged, and something Mimir couldn't name. Not disappointment. It was waiting. He had laid all his cards on the table. His hatred, his ideals, his history of failures, his clear-eyed awareness of his own plan. He was waiting for Mimir to play his hand. Mimir didn't speak immediately. He picked up the cup of tea that had sat untouched since he entered. He didn't drink it, just held it. The coolness of the cup seeped through his fingertips. You said you want to destroy Huangban, Mimir said. Lai Xian nodded. What comes after the destruction? Lai Xian didn't answer. You've said a lot, Lai Xian. Mimir set the teacup back on the table, his voice calm. You said Sanlang is a tyrant, that relic is a prison, that the corporate system turns people into assets. All of that is true. He paused. But you haven't said what you want to build after the destruction. Lai Xian fell silent. His silence was different this time. This silence was a void. The post-corporate era. Mimir repeated the term he had used earlier. What does it look like? Lai Xian parted his lips, then pressed them shut. Technology nationalization, he said, his voice lower than before, breaking the monopoly on technology. Everyone has the right to access medical care, education, information, and consciousness storage services. Not only the wealthy who can afford 30 million euros. Who will operate these services? Public institutions, non-profit organizations, community self-governing bodies. Where will the money come from? Taxes. If Arasaka falls, who will collect taxes? The Night City Independent Government. New America. The Free State Alliance. Lai Xian did not answer. Who will manage the chip factories? Over 30,000 technical workers, RD team, supply chain systems. All disbanded or nationalized. Silence. Militech is still here. Kongtao is still here. Biotechnica, Zetatech, Tsunami, Defense, Orbital Air. They will not sit idly by as Arasaka's fall leaves a power vacuum. Who will stop them from carving up this pie? Note in the DLC's ending, after Arasaka's collapse, Zetatech became the top company in Night City, and even Lao Wei was recruited. Cut off one head, and 2 more grow back. This is no mere saying. Night City will not become a paradise just because Arasaka has fallen. Mimir said it will become a hell. An even greater hell. Every corporation wants to be the new Arasaka, and every street and alley will become a battlefield. He paused. And then, oi. Lai Xian looked at him. The flame in those eyes had not been extinguished, but a deeper shadow had formed around its edges. I've thought about all of this, he said. You've thought about it, Mimir said, but you haven't figured it out. Lai Xian did not deny it. The parlor was silent for a long time. The gunfights of street gangs, the sirens of NCPD patrol cars. They would not stop because of the conversation between these two people at the top. The world keeps turning. No matter who leaves, they won't cease their actions just because you are a big shot. I've seen idealists like this. Mimir said. Lai Xian looked at him. They want to end war, so they destroy all weapons. They want to eliminate class, so they distribute all resources equally. They want to create true equality, so they deprive everyone of the right to surpass others. He paused. Then they failed. Why, oi? Lai Xian asked. Because they only know what they don't want, not what they want. Mimir's voice held no accusation, only statement. Destruction is easy. Building is hard. You can destroy an empire in 10 years, but you cannot build a new order in 100. He looked at Lai Xian. Revolution is not a dinner party, Lai Xian. Revolution is burning yourself along with the old world. After the burning, what then? What do you plan on the ashes? Lai Xian remained silent. My father, who is also my creator, once said, never act in opposition to something. Act in support of something. Mimir paused. Oppose a tyrant, and you become the next tyrant. Oppose a corporation, and you turn yourself into another corporation. Hate is a good fuel, but when the fuel is spent, the engine stops. Lai Xian looked at him. Then what should I do? He asked. He had been burning for over 30 years. His engine had never stalled, but it had never reached any destination either. I don't know, Mimir said. Lai Xian was taken aback. I don't know your answer, Mimir said. This is your life, your war, your post-corporate era. You cannot let anyone design it for you. He paused. But I know you cannot have only a blueprint for destruction. You must have a blueprint for construction. Even if it's just a sketch, even if you revise it every day, even if the day of completion is something you will never see. He paused. You must know what you are going to build. Lai Xian was silent for a long time. I have never thought about this question, Lai Xian said. I always thought that as long as I destroyed everything of Sanlang's, I would be free. He paused. Until just now when you asked me, I realized that I don't know what freedom looks like. I only know what prison looks like. He looked up at Mimir. That's pitiful, isn't it? Mimir did not answer. A man who wants to be a revolutionary, Lai Xian said, has only revenge in his mind, no future. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. That was not a smile, but a muscle twitch bordering on self-mockery. You're right. Revolution is not a dinner party. He paused. I haven't even thought of the menu. I will not follow you, Mimir said. Lai Xian nodded. He showed neither disappointment nor surprise. But if you need help, I can give you a hand, of course. Not for free. Hearing this, Lai Xian burst into laughter. Of course. But leave yourself a way out. Lai Xian's movements paused. What? Your plan might fail, Mimir said. It might fail tomorrow, it might fail next year, or it might fail at the moment of impending success, when Sanlang strikes back. You need a contingency plan for failure. This is not cowardice, Mimir said. It's being responsible to yourself. He looked at Lai Xian. You've hated Sanlang for so many years, have you never hated yourself? Lai Xian did not answer. His silence was longer than any that night. I haven't, he finally said. His voice was very soft. I have never allowed myself to hate myself. Because hating myself would be admitting that these years were all wrong. Mimir did not judge him. You can start thinking now, he said. Lai Xian looked at him. For a long time. Then he nodded once. It was a person who had walked in the darkness for too long, finally seeing a lamp. That lamp did not promise to illuminate the entire road, nor even guarantee to point the way. But it was lit. Is that all? Lai Xian asked. That's all. Lai Xian leaned back into the sofa and let out a long breath. It was not a sigh, but a weight that had been accumulating for 30 years, finally finding a crevice to seep through. You are the strangest person I have ever met, he said. Mimir did not answer. Your demands are too few, Lai Xian said. You asked for no money, no equipment, no sharing of Arasaka's internal intelligence, no help dealing with any enemies. You only asked me to be honest, independent, and to leave myself a way out. It seems you don't care about winning at all. I do care, Mimir said, but I care more about what remains after winning. Lai Xian was silent for a few seconds. I used to have this thought too. He said a long time ago. He did not say what happened later, why this thought had disappeared. Mimir did not ask either. Pleasant cooperation, Lai Xian said. He did not extend his hand. Nor did Mimir. When Mimir walked out of the Konpeki Plaza, the time was 9:47 p.m. The manager who had once bowed 90 degrees in the lobby had already changed shifts. The new receptionist did not recognize him, only giving a formulaic smile and nod. The wind outside was colder than when they had arrived. Jieka stumbled out of the bar, still clutching half a glass of unfinished liquor. His eyes retained the slightly hazy brightness of the bar, but his expression was fully sober. How did it go? Mimir did not answer. Sasha emerged from the shadows on the other side. She had obviously not gone for a casual stroll. She looked at Mimir. Finished your talk, she asked. Mimir nodded. Jieku waited 3 seconds, but no further explanation came. And then, what did you talk about? He finally blurted out. Is that old guy reliable? Is he really planning a rebellion, or is he just putting on a show? Mimir pondered for a moment. A man who hasn't finished writing his answer yet, he said. Jieku was taken aback, then let out a whistle. All right, philosophy. I like philosophy. He tilted his head back and drained the remaining half glass of liquor, then stuffed the empty cup into the recycling slot on top of a passing cleaning robot. Sasha did not press further. She merely glanced at Mimir, a glance laden with unspoken questions. But she asked nothing. The Dalaman taxi was already waiting by the roadside. Choose Dalaman, leave your troubles behind. Dalaman's voice was steady as always. Did you three have a pleasant evening? Not bad. The bar in the Konpeki Plaza is decent, though the bartender is a bit pretentious. That was the truth. The moment they heard Jieku's Haywood accent, the once obsequious bartenders became somewhat dismissive, especially when Jieku displayed his full street rat demeanor. Suffice it to say, no matter how highly Konpeki Plaza touted its service, they still judged people by their appearance. Your feedback has been recorded. Destination? The lawman asked. H10. The door closed. After all, it was early 2076, and given Night City's geographical location, the temperature difference between day and night could exceed 10 degrees Celsius. During the day, one could wear a single layer, but at this hour the wind blowing in from the bay carried a damp chill. The ride lasted only 20 minutes, yet it felt like passing through 2 different worlds. Mimir leaned back in the back seat, eyes closed. He said nothing, but he was scanning. No anomalies. No persistent tail. No encrypted channels transmitting data to a fixed coordinate. At least for this moment they were clean. Mimir opened his eyes. So, Jieku shifted in the back seat to get more comfortable. What exactly does that Lai Xian guy want to do? Mimir considered how to phrase it. He wants to overthrow his father, he said. Jieku let out a whistle. For street rats like them, Suburo Arasaka was an untouchable existence. The Emperor of Arasaka, one stomp of his foot would shake not only Night City, but the entire world. If anything happened to him in Night City, the White Whale aircraft carrier in Arasaka waterfront would launch its shipborne nuclear missiles. But Jieku didn't seem fazed. After following Mimir, he realized that killing the Emperor of Arasaka didn't feel much different from killing a gangbanger. If a nuclear launch was coming, so be it. A man dies, birds fly skyward. If you don't die, you live for 10,000 years. And he wants to end the corporate system. Break the technological monopoly. Create a post-corporate era where people are no longer enslaved by corporations. Jieku was silent for 2 seconds. That's it. That's it. How exactly? He hasn't figured it out yet. The carriage fell silent for a moment. Jieku turned the words over in his mind, then let out a non-committal grunt. All right. At least the goal is big. Sasha turned her head from the front passenger seat. Her gaze swept from Jieku's face to Mimir's. What's the risk, she asked. Mimir knew what she was asking. Not is Lai Xian himself risky, but what risks do we have to bear? He made it clear, Mimir said. He doesn't need us to follow him. He just needs cooperation on certain matters. Which matters count as direct? Sasha asked. Not yet known, Mimir said. When he needs something, he'll say. Sasha didn't ask further. She turned her gaze back to the front, watching the rapidly receding street scenes outside the window. Do you think he's trustworthy? She asked. Mimir pondered. Trustworthy, he said. But he doesn't know where he's going. To be honest, Yorinobu Arasaka's anti-corporate ideals were real, but alone, he couldn't achieve much. Otherwise, in the end, it wouldn't have been Arasaka and Militech locked in a death struggle with Zetatech reaping the benefits. So Yorinobu Arasaka's ideals were beautiful, but reality was harsh. What kind of trustworthy is that? It's more trustworthy than those who pretend to know where they're going. Sasha didn't argue. Jieku chimed in from the back seat. Anyway, no matter how he stirs things up, someone still has to do the work right. The big shots in the companies spend their days in top-floor meetings, signing documents, playing political games. When it actually comes to someone needing to fire a gun in an alley, who do they call? He grinned. Us. Sasha ignored him, continuing to gaze out the window. Mimir said nothing. But Jieku was speaking the truth. That was how Night City's logic operated. Those at the top drew the chessboard, those in the middle moved the pieces, and those at the bottom, mercenaries, gang members, sex workers, scavengers, were the ones bleeding on the board. No matter who won or lost, no matter which company swallowed another, no matter which regime rose or fell, someone always had to play the role of the trigger puller. Someone always had to, in the darkest corners of the city, do the things that could never see the light for those who never showed their faces. So Jieku crossed his legs. I don't care. Lai Xian wants to rebel. Fine. He wants to keep playing the filial son. Also fine. He wants to blow the whole Arasaka to hell. Even better. We'll just eat, drink, take jobs when they come, and rest when there are none. He paused. Worst case, someone tries to mess with us. We'll deal with it then. Sasha didn't comment, but her expression said it all. Mercenaries didn't need to pick sides. They just needed to pick jobs. They arrived at H10. Destination reached. The AI's voice rang out. Thank you for choosing De La Man Taxi. If you need service again, please make a reservation 5 minutes in advance. Mimir got out. Jieku followed, stretching his arms. Sasha was the last to exit, tucking the antenna of her portable terminal into her pocket. The De La Man's levitation system emitted a faint hum. The vehicle slowly rose to its normal cruising height, then vanished into the neon glow of the street corner. The elevator stopped at the 13th floor. A bald man in his pajamas stepped in, carrying 2 bags of trash, his expression blank as he stood in the corner. He glanced at the 3 of them, then looked away. When they reached the door, though it wasn't Jieku's home, he couldn't help but curse. The property fees go up 8% every month, and they can't even be bothered to replace a light bulb. Mimir walked to the window. From here, he could see Huangban Tower. What are you thinking about? Jack's voice came from behind him. Mimir did not turn around. I was thinking about the things he said. Which things? Mimir thought for a moment. He said he hates his father. Mimir said he has hated him for over 50 years. But he had never thought about what to do after the hatred ended. Jack rolled the bourbon around in his mouth and swallowed. What's there to think about? Hate is hate. Once it's done, it's done. What then? What if nothing changes after it's done? Jack paused, astonished. Mimir turned around. If he really destroys Huangban, what then? Mimir said. Jack opened his mouth, then closed it again. He thought for 3 seconds. Then, wouldn't that be freedom? What is freedom? It means no one will govern you. If Huangban can't govern you, military tech will govern you. If there is no military tech, there will be Kinteo, Zetatech, and Biotech. Or more directly, no company will govern you, gangs will. If there are no gangs, wanderers have their rules, the NCPD have their laws, and the trauma team have their membership agreements. Mimir nodded. Freedom has never meant nobody watching. It means you know who governs you, and the one who governs you is the one you choose to be governed by. Jack was silent for a few seconds. Then he lifted his cup and took another sip. All right, you're hooked on philosophy today, aren't you? No one is watching tonight. Sasha raised her head from the hacker chair. At least within what I can see, there's no signals that indicate ongoing tracking. Mimir nodded. But they will know sooner or later. Sasha said. Who? Everyone. The Huangban insiders who refuse Lai Xian. A web of intelligence on military tech and a few other companies as well. She turned the terminal toward them to show, revealing several segments that were deeply encrypted, yet their transmissions pointed toward non-public channels inside Huangban Tower. Lai Xian has made too big a splash this time, Sasha said. He booked a meeting with you at Gambi Building. He can't possibly keep everyone in the dark. By tomorrow, at the latest the day after, whispers would spread through the intermediary circles. The Huangban prince has met the mercenary who knocked out Adam Heavy Hammer. Jack whistled. Then won't we be famous? We've always been famous, Sasha said, taking the terminal back. Now we aim for an even bigger name. Jack shrugged, unconcerned. Fame is fame. After all, we don't live by keeping a low profile. He paused, then turned toward Mimir as if something occurred to him. Right, you said he hated his father for over 50 years. So what does he intend to do? Directly kill the old man. Mimir looked at him. That gaze made Jack pause. No way. Jack's voice dropped. Have you really thought of that? Mimir said nothing. His silence was the answer in itself. Jack set the cup down, propped his elbows on his knees, and leaned forward slightly. Mate, his voice was low, so low that it seemed to fear some passing aircar outside could hear. The kill you mentioned. Do you really mean that kind of killing? Saburo Arasaka. The very top tier of people in the world. If he dies, Huangban's stock price would likely plunge quite a lot, wouldn't it? Mimir thought for a moment. If it really comes to that step, he said, then a real clash with Saburo and his men is unavoidable. The room fell quiet for a few seconds. Even Sasha's fingers paused on the keyboard, not typing. Jack turned that sentence over in his mind a couple of times. Then he settled back into the sagging sofa, raised the cup again, and drank a large swallow. All right, he said. Is that all? Sasha looked at him. Jack shrugged. That's all, he said. Saburo or Heavy Hammer or any other demon or god, when have we ever been afraid? He paused. Besides, isn't it not yet that step? Maybe Lai Xian will think for 10 or 8 years and finally decide to keep being a dutiful son. Maybe he hasn't acted yet, and his father will kill him first. Maybe he'll realize that toppling the company is too hard and switch to opening a sex club. He took a sip. We'll see then. Sasha said nothing more. But there was something else in Mimir's eyes now. Not worry, not fear. It was certainty. The certainty that he was serious. Mimir did not explain. He turned back to the window, gazing toward Huangban Tower. With things as they stood, they should sleep for now. The news began to leak out the next afternoon. There were no official channels, only fragments of subtle information appearing in encrypted signals on fringe channels. Security logs at a certain level inside Huangban Tower were being pulled frequently. Several Huangban directors stationed in Night City for long periods canceled their planned outings, and the automatic sentry guns around Gambi Building did not retreat as they normally did after operations. Jack, hearing the wind, was at a taco stand in the Haywood district when he received word from the father. The father contacted him through an encrypted channel, no image, only voice. Stay away from the city center lately. Someone has their eyes on you. Jack swallowed the taco and asked who. Everyone. The father said the Huangban folks, the military tech folks, and a few others from who knows where. Have you met anyone recently? Jack did not answer directly. The father did not press. He simply said, be careful. On the chessboard of this city, a piece that should not be there has suddenly appeared. Someone wants to determine this piece's position. Jack ended the call, packed the last 2 tacos, mounted his motorcycle, and headed back to H10. Sasha also intercepted similar signals. At 4 a.m., she traced a batch of encrypted data streams emanating from a non-public server inside Huangban Tower. The data volume was small, but the encryption was exceptionally high. It was the frequency of military tech. They are exchanging intelligence, Sasha said. Mimir stood at the window, not turning. About what? About you, Sasha said. About Lai Xian meeting you. About that armor. She paused. Military tech wants to know whether Lai Xian got something from you. A thing that could break the current balance. After all, some of Mimir's secrets were no longer considered secret in the eyes of the upper echelons. Jack repeated what the father had told him. Mimir listened, nodded. They guessed right, he said. Jack was momentarily stunned. Mimir turned. They aren't guessing what I told Lai Xian. They guessed. If Lai Xian really struck a deal with me. They are guessing. If Lai Xian truly made some deal with me, if Huangban really got hold of my armor's technology. He paused. Then the balance as it stands would be broken. Unfortunately, they overlooked one crucial point. Nano-armor cannot be manufactured at will. Its core has been fully integrated with the wearer's body. even if removed without proper maintenance and installation on someone else, the recipient would have no idea how they would die. Jack ran those words through his mind. So they're currently confirming, Mill said. Confirming whether Lai Xian actually obtained it. Confirming whether I truly gave him the item. Confirming whether taking action against me would trigger a larger chain reaction. He paused. Confirming whether the stakes are substantial enough. Jack remained silent for a few seconds. Then when will they finish confirming? Mill thought about it. I don't know, he said. Possibly soon, possibly never. Why would it take forever? Because Lai Xian didn't obtain anything. No matter how thoroughly they investigate, all they'll find is that we met, talked, and then I left. There are no transaction records, no technology transfers, no cooperation agreements. Just one meeting. He paused. They can suspect, but they can't confirm. Jack whistled. So we're just hanging like this? Mill nodded. Hanging. Then Rogue sent a message. Be careful not to become a lone stone on the corp chessboard. Mill fell silent for a few seconds. Then he said, she's right. Jack waited for more. But Mill didn't say anything else. A lone stone. Jack looked at him. It's a go term, Mill said. A single stone surrounded by both your own stones and the opponent's. No air. No way to live. Only waiting to be captured. Jack swallowed his taco. So are we a lone stone now? Mill thought about it. Not yet, he said. But it's possible. Jack stayed silent for a few seconds. Then he grinned. Fine, he said. Then we won't be a lone stone. He lifted his cup and took a sip. Besides, we've never been alone on this board anyway. Mill didn't respond, but there was a subtle shift in his gaze toward Jack. A faint echo of something Pax had told him long ago in another world. You don't need to walk every path alone. What you need is someone willing to walk beside you. Outside the window, Night City kept running. The Corps and their intelligence networks were still verifying, still waiting, still calculating whether the stakes were high enough. But as long as they were still calculating, it wasn't time to strike yet. At 3 a.m., both Sasha and Jack had fallen asleep. Sasha lay face down on the table with her head resting on her arms, the portable terminal still glowing beside her, while Jack curled up on the dented spot of the couch with his jacket pulled over him. In another world, he used to stand like this at night too. Ever since the Asgard space station was lost with funding from Boss Luo, they'd established their laboratory in the trading city. Though the agreement required splitting research findings with the partner, there were only a handful of subspecies around now, and Pax wasn't pursuing weapons development anyway, so he let it slide. Even if Granny Blue Sparrow wanted to weaponize things later, that was Jean Yusha's problem to deal with. Besides, they hadn't even fully mastered the Photon Viper armor technology, so there was no point dwelling on other possibilities. Or perhaps he was thinking the same thing. Mill remembered Lai Xian's final words. If that day ever comes, if Arasaka falls and the post-corporate era truly arrives, would you come see it? He hadn't answered then, but now he was wondering. If that day came, would this city that perpetually burn any differently? Would the gutter rats sharing synthetic chips in alleyways have another path forward? Would young people like David, who were being pushed along by their mothers, ever get the chance to make a choice for themselves? Would people like Gloria, who traded their health for their children's tuition, no longer have to endure that? He didn't know. Mill didn't know. Lai Xian didn't know either. No one knew. Mill recalled another saying from Pax. Messiah is not a savior, Messiah is a messenger. You weren't chosen because you're stronger than others. You were chosen because you happened to stand in the right place, happened to see that door, happened to hold the key. Your mission isn't to save anyone. It's to insert the key and turn it. As for what lies beyond that door, that concerns everyone, not just you. Mill lifted his wrist and glanced at it. The watch screen illuminated, but there was no new message. The following noon, at Reaper's Dawn Bar. I absolutely love this place, he said. Sasha followed behind him, casting him a sideways glance. You have such a passion for morgues. Jack's steps faltered. Hey, don't put it that way. This is atmosphere, you know. Atmosphere. Your family owns a bar. Sasha's expression remained deadpan. If you really love bars so much, just have your mom renovate Wild Wolf into this underground vibe, right? Jack waved his hand dismissively. That's different. Wild Wolf is Wild Wolf, and this place is something else entirely. I'm talking about this. Atmosphere, you know. The kind where you walk in as a nobody and walk out as a legend. Can't Wild Wolf give you that feeling? Wild Wolf only gives my mom the urge to beat me up. Sasha ignored him and walked straight ahead. Down the stairs, Emmerich was still stationed at the corridor entrance. He caught sight of the three of them, and his lips moved slightly. Rogue wants to see you, he said. Jack stripping off his jacket as he walked and paused at the news. Oh, His Majesty the Queen summons. What for? Emmerich just stared at him. Jack waited 5 seconds, but nothing came. Come on, say something, man. The gaze alone was unsettling enough. Finally, Emmerich spoke, his voice rough as sandpaper on iron. She's in a bad mood today. A bad mood? What was that supposed to mean? They were here for drinks, not to meet with Rogue. Jack blinked and turned to Mill, lowering his voice. Menopause. Sasha deadpan behind him chimed in. Rogue's at least 60 this year. You can get menopause at 62. Jack. All right, I'm done. Emmerich maintained his grim expression, though the corner of his mouth might have twitched. or it could have been the lighting. Mill asked, "What's the specific issue?" Emmerich shook his head. "No idea. She just told us to bring you over. You'll find out when you get there." He paused. "Also, you're on a liquor ban. Can't order drinks today." Jack's face fell. "What? No alcohol at Reaper's Dawn. Is this even Reaper's Dawn anymore?" Emmerich ignored him and stepped aside to clear the passage. The three crossed through the door only to be stopped immediately upon entry. Crispin Wayland. He spotted the trio, didn't slow his pace, but tilted his head slightly. "You're here." His voice came through his mask. "Rogue has been waiting for you for a while. Her temper's been sharp today. Brace yourselves." Jack lowered his voice. "What's going on?" Crispin had already moved alongside them and paused at this. "Don't you know who you met yesterday yourself?" He didn't wait for an answer and continued walking. Jack watched his figure disappear down the corridor, then turned to Mill. "Seems things are a bit bigger than we thought." Mill said nothing and kept walking. Rogue always had a glass of wine in hand. It was her signature physical proof of her title as the Queen of the Afterlife. But not today. Her hands were empty. Her face was as stiff as meat pulled straight from the freezer, eyes fixed on Mill, without a word spoken from the moment they entered until they sat down. Jack couldn't handle the silence the longest. After pacing on the couch for 2 seconds, he finally blurted out, Rogue, just say it straight. We've got weak hearts and can't take the suspense." Rogue's gaze shifted from Mill's face to his, lingering for half a second before returning to Mill. "You went to Gambi yesterday." "Not a question." Mill nodded. "We met Arasaka Raiden." Another nod. "What did you discuss?" Mill considered for a moment. "He spoke of his vision," he said. Rogue waited. "He wants to overthrow his father in the corporate system and create a post-corporate era." Rogue didn't respond immediately. She processed the statement in her mind before emitting an ambiguous hum. That's it. That's it. Do you believe him?" Mill shook his head. "You don't. It's not about belief or disbelief." Mill said, "He doesn't even know how to achieve it himself. Just a goal, no plan." Rogue fell silent for a few seconds. Then she leaned back in her chair and finally spoke the words she'd been holding back. "Do you have any idea everyone in all of Night City is talking about you?" Jack froze. Mill's expression didn't change. "Yesterday when you left Gambi," Rogue said, "this morning at least 5 Corps intelligence divisions got wind of it. Militech, Kongtao, Biotechnica, Zetatech, even several second-tier companies all the way from Tokyo caught the rumor." She paused. "Do you know what they're thinking now, eh?" Mill didn't respond. "They're wondering if Raiden got something from you. That armor of yours, that technology, that doesn't belong in this era. They're afraid that if Raiden really struck a deal with you, if Arasaka actually obtained the means to replicate that technology." Her voice dropped lower. "Then the existing balance gets shattered." Jack interjected, "But they didn't get anything. Mill never gave Raiden anything." Rogue looked at him with that gaze reserved for rookies. "Whether you gave or not doesn't matter," she said. "What matters is whether they believe you did." Jack opened his mouth, but closed it again. Rogue turned to Mill. "Don't think I don't know how many are watching your secrets. That armor of yours, where it came from, how it works, whether it can be replicated. Spill just a little of this, and it's enough to set a corp back decades. They don't care what deal you made with Raiden. They only care whether you could strike a deal with Arasaka." She paused. "Do you understand now?" Mill nodded. "Understood." Rogue waited 2 seconds, got nothing more, and raised her eyebrows. "Just understood." Mill looked at her. "You want me to lay low for a while," he said. Rogue paused. Then she laughed, a quick, genuine smile. "The kid actually knows how to play this." "Yeah, lay low. No big jobs recently." Jack grew anxious. "Then what do we do? Just sit around and spend our savings?" Rogue shot him a look. "Don't worry, you won't starve. I'll let the other fixers know. You can take small commissions, the kind that won't draw attention. But big jobs, don't even think about it." Right now Rogue was covering for them. If they really pissed her off, they'd be done in Night City's mercenary scene. Did they want to move to some backwater like Atlanta? She paused. "If I catch you taking corp jobs from some reckless fixer, I'll personally blacklist you from the afterlife." Jack's face fell again. Sasha, though, showed no reaction. She'd never been fond of flashy big assignments. Mill thought for a moment. "How long?" Rogue shook her head. "I don't know. Until I put out the rumors. Until those Corps confirm you didn't give Raiden anything. Until they realize keeping tabs on you costs more than it's worth." She paused. "Fastest a few days. At the latest a few weeks." Mill nodded. "All right." Rogue studied him, her expression hard to read. "Aren't you going to ask why I'm helping you?" Mill shook his head. "You already told me," he said. "You take a shine to me." Rogue froze for a second. Then she smiled. This time it was real brief as it was. "Fine. Get out of here." The three stood up. At the door, Rogue's voice came from behind. "Don't let me down." Mill didn't turn around. He just nodded. The door closed behind them. Down the corridor, Jack finally exploded, letting out a long breath. "Jesus Christ, I've never seen Rogue this furious. With that look she gave us, I thought she was going to pull a gun and blow us away. Considering she was part of the 2023 nuclear company squad, if her temper were actually good, she wouldn't be where she is now." Sasha rarely agreed with anything, but she chimed in, "True enough. Back then she was just doing small-time gigs, didn't even know who Rogue was." Only after teaming up with Man did she start touching the underground circles of Night City. But the afterlife. It took her and Man at least 2 years just to reach the entry-level threshold. Not even close to meeting Rogue, let alone having the privilege of entering alone. Mil said nothing. They walked out of the corridor back into the main hall of the afterlife. Claire was behind the bar watching them, her glass scrubbed and re-scrubbed. Seeing them approach, she set down the rag and pulled 3 glasses from beneath the counter. Rogue just said she's buying today, she said, raising her eyebrows at Mil and the others. Consider this for jangling your nerves. Jack looked glum. Didn't we just have a prohibition order? Just moments ago they'd been told not to drink, and now it's reversed. Was she toying with them? Sai, it was never about stopping you from drinking. Rogue said no alcohol until the talks were over. Now that they're done, the order's lifted. So Jack's eyes lit up. Really? On you? Claire lined up the glasses. Really? But what about your friend? She tilted her chin toward Miles. Still just water. Miles nodded. Jack immediately leaned in. I want my usual, vodka lime juice ginger beer, and a dash of love. Claire finished for him. Don't worry, your recipe's in the book. She deftly mixed 3 drinks, a low-alcohol synth cocktail for Sasha, and a glass of ice water with a lemon slice on the rim for Miles. Jack took the glass down a big gulp and let out a long sigh. Now this feels like living. Sasha held her glass, without drinking, staring blankly at the liquid. Claire wiped the counter and asked casually, what did Rogue say? Jack answered first, told us to lie low. No big jobs. Claire nodded, not surprised. Typical. She doesn't take many under her wing, but she protects the ones she does. She paused. But don't stress too much. Think of it as a break. How many operatives in Night City ever get a vacation? The cost of living in Night City was brutally unequal, especially when no one knew when tomorrow or disaster would strike. So the bottom feeders lived day by day, spending whatever they earned that day. Most of them had hardly any savings. Even the corpo rats, unless they climbed high enough, spent most of their savings on stimulants and annual taxes. Jack raised his glass. Well said. Here's to a happy vacation. Sasha rolled her eyes, but clinked her glass anyway. Miles lifted his water and gently tapped their glasses. Claire watched and said, honestly, you should be grateful. To be alive and resting in Night City is better than anything. Jack took another big gulp and smacked his lips. True. Then I'm drinking all day. Miles took a sip of his ice water and set it down. I'm heading back. Jack looked at him. Not drinking anymore. Water's gone. Jack glanced at Miles's still half-full glass, but said nothing. Sasha stood up too. I'm off too. Want to check on Maine? Jack waved. Fine, go ahead. I'll keep Claire company. Claire shot him a look. Keep me company. Jack quickly corrected himself. I'll sit here drinking and listen to you, okay? Claire ignored him. Miles and Sasha walked out of the bar. The streets outside were the same as ever, neon flickering hover cars roaring overhead. A few Maelstrom members crouched on a street corner, injecting something into the ports on their arms. Sasha glanced at them, then turned to Miles. Are you really going to do nothing? Miles thought for a moment. Not nothing. Just less. Sasha nodded. And Yorinobu? Wait for him to contact me. Will he? Yes. Sasha didn't ask why. She just nodded and walked in the opposite direction. I'm heading to Santo Domingo. Maine said there's a dinner tonight. The next 2 weeks were eerily peaceful. Not entirely peaceful, though. There were still jobs. After Rogue's warning, other fixers sent far fewer contracts, but they were all small tasks that didn't require showing one's face. Jack took a few family dispute resolutions from Padre, mostly heading into some alley in Haywood to rough up debt-dodging thugs or extract hostages held by gangs. These jobs were simple, paid little, but were safe, and kept him busy enough to avoid going stir-crazy. Anyway, Jack didn't have much to spend on these days. Just gifts for his mom and Misty, and the remaining payments on his bike. Yes, a brand new bike costing almost as much as Old Captain's second-hand Rayfield. Sasha took a few remote intrusion jobs from Old Captain. Since she had free time and Old Captain's dedicated hacker was still recovering, and hiring another hacker would be too expensive. Plus, she could do these jobs from her apartment without stepping out, absolutely not violating Rogue's no exposure rule. Miles took the most jobs. Regina had a few cyberpsycho tracking tasks that required on-site confirmation, but no direct confrontation. Dino had a job about a low-level corpo being blackmailed, needed to pick up a data chip from a fixed location. Even Wakako Okada had a small gig mediating a dispute between 2 Tiger Claws lieutenants in Japantown. All these jobs together only covered basic expenses, but that was enough. Besides, Miles had almost no basic expenses now, except for buying real meat. Let's just say with more money, now, even though he still lived in the same place, his standard of living had improved. As for moving, mainly because it was close to Vic's, so he could go there quickly if needed. And since he lived alone, even when Jack and Sasha occasionally dropped by, there was no need to expand. The couch sufficed. Most of their time they spent living. Jack finally had time to spend with Misty. In the past, when he was busy, he could only wave as he passed by. Now he could finally walk in and sit down. Sometimes he helped Misty carry stock, other times he just sat in the shop chatting with her. Misty would tell fortunes for the occasional customers who wandered in while Jack sat in the corner drinking her tea and watching people come and go. Once Misty asked him, "Don't you find it boring?" Jack shook his head. "No, I've never been this idle before." Misty tilted her head. "Idle is good. It gives you time to think things through." Jack thought about it and agreed. Sasha went to Main's place. It had been a while. The first thing Pilar said when he saw her was, "Oh, the big legend returns. Should our little crew kneel in greeting?" Sasha stared at him expressionlessly. "You can kneel if you want." Pilar burst out laughing. Rebecca rolled her eyes. "Damn it, Pilar, can you not be such a jerk?" Dorio was warm, pulling Sasha by the shoulder to the table and asking how she was. Sasha said she was fine, just under house arrest from Rogue. Main drinking nearby nodded. "Rogue's doing it for your own good. She knows when to push and when to back off." He paused looking at Sasha. "Your leader, Miles, how is he?" Sasha thought for a moment. "Same as always." Main smiled. "Good." He didn't ask anything else. Miles visited Victor's clinic most frequently. Sasha went to Man's side and stayed for 3 whole days. Occasionally her messages mentioned Lucy teaching David some basic hacking techniques. David learned remarkably fast enough to make Lucy raise an eyebrow slightly. She admitted he had some talent, though the relationship between the two, while her expression suggested she was reluctant to acknowledge it. On his way, he paused briefly at Victor's clinic. Mal pushed the door open and stepped inside. Victor looked up, a rare, genuine smile spreading across his face. "Mal." He set down what he was holding and stood up. "What brings you here today?" Mal sat down opposite him. "Time off," he said. Victor raised an eyebrow. "Time off? You. Strange." "A bit." Victor sat back down, studying him from head to toe. "You don't strike me as someone who takes initiative for a vacation." Mal offered no explanation. Victor didn't press. Instead, he gestured toward a row of new equipment nearby. "All those things you sent last time, I installed them. They work well. More than double the performance of the old ones." Mal glanced over. The old boxer's clinic had recently upgraded its equipment. Everything had been purchased with Miles' money. New scanners, new surgical tables, even the vintage prosthesis debugger that had served over a decade had been replaced with the latest model from Biotechnica. Victor had initially refused, insisting it was far too expensive. But Miles said it was just repayment for past favors. After all, when he first arrived in Night City, he had nothing, not even a place to stay. It was Victor who crafted that payment watch for him and allowed him to pay on credit. "I paid that debt long ago," Victor said. Miles shook his head. "Not yet." Victor fell silent for a few seconds. Then he smiled. A smile devoid of politeness or deflection, carrying only the quiet understanding between old friends. "All right," he said. "Then I won't bother with thanks." But he found another way to repay. Every time Mile came, he asked Misty to send food over from next door. Sometimes it was a synthetic sandwich, sometimes instant noodles bought from a convenience store. Until one day Mile walked into the clinic carrying a thermal container. Victor opened it and froze. It was real meat. In Night City, such a thing cost as much as an ordinary person's monthly living expenses. "You?" Miles set the container on the desk and took a seat on the chair beside him. "A friend gave it to me," he said. "I can't finish it alone." Victor was silent for a moment. Then he smiled. "All right, then I won't stand on ceremony." He sat in his worn office chair and, using the clinic's only clean set of knife and fork, ate every bite of that rib. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and looked at Mile. "Do you know when I last ate real meat?" Miles shook his head. 20 years ago, Victor said. "Back when I was still boxing. Want to fight? The boss treated me to the most expensive steakhouse in Haywood. I thought I'd be eating like that every day from then on." He paused. "Didn't last more than a few years before I retired." Miles said nothing. Victor looked at him and suddenly said, "You're a good man, Mile." Mile was taken aback. "Not the kind of good that's weak," Victor continued. "The kind that sees others suffering and helps anyway, even when it has nothing to do with them." Mile thought about it for a moment. "I'm just doing what I want to do." Victor nodded. "Then that's enough." And this time was no exception. When Mile received his transmission request, he was drinking water in his apartment. The holographic projection lit up, revealing the bearded face of Old Captain against the backdrop of his workshop, forever cluttered with car parts. "Yo, Dad." Old Captain started with that familiar greeting. Miles stared at him expressionlessly. "Say that one more time, and I'll blow up your workshop." Old Captain wasn't fazed in the slightest. Instead, he chuckled. All right, I won't call you that. But Dad, haven't you been put under restrictions by Rogue lately?" Mal didn't answer. Old Captain went on regardless. "I heard about it. You can't take big jobs right now, so I figured I'd share a small gig. Nothing huge, perfectly suited to your current situation." Mal waited for him to continue. Old Captain's expression grew slightly awkward. "Well, I have a client who wants a car. A grounder, the newest model, not even released yet. It's currently parked in a jaywalker's garage, keys on some low-level lieutenant." Mal understood immediately. "You want me to steal it?" "Not steal, borrow," Old Captain corrected solemnly. "Borrow it, bring it to my shop, I repaint it, change the identification code, and deliver it to the client. Under 6 hours total." Mal looked at him. Old Captain grinned. "See? Simple. For you it's basically a morning stroll." Mal pondered. How much? 15,000. Too little. 20. That's all the client is offering. Ma was silent for 2 seconds. Fine. Old Captain's eyes lit up. Really? Ma nodded. Old Captain immediately grew excited. Holy shit, a legendary merc helping me steal a car. Word of this would make me look incredible. Mile terminated the transmission. 2 hours later he pulled up in a brand new silver grounder at Old Captain's workshop. Old Captain was changing a tire on a vintage grounder when he heard the engine roar. He looked up and froze. That fast. Mal stepped out of the car and tossed him the keys. Few people in the garage at night. That lieutenant was drinking at the bar next door. I grabbed the keys while he was in the restroom and put them back after. Old Captain cradled the keys as though they were sacred relics. I can't believe it. You. What the hell? Mal ignored him and turned to leave. At the doorway he paused. Don't call me Dad next time. Old Captain called after him. Then what should I call you? Father. Mal didn't look back and kept walking. Behind him Old Captain's hearty laughter echoed through the workshop. Days passed one after another. Night City kept turning. Neon lights continued to flicker, air cars still zipped through the skies, and gunshots and sirens still echoed on the streets. They were still confirming, still waiting, still calculating whether the payoff was worth it. But as long as they were still weighing the numbers, it wasn't time to move. Jack would wake up each morning, visit Misty for a while, then take on a small job sent by the Padre. Sasha would occasionally visit Manside, occasionally take on remote hacking jobs, but mostly spend her time scrolling through the net in the apartment. Ma would sometimes drop by Victor's clinic to chat, sometimes take commissions from Regina or Old Captain, but more often than not he was just lying low. That night Jack had drunk too much again. He leaned corridor wall 31st floor of the H10 apartments, Missy by his side, helping him with some effort. You should cut down on your weight, Missy panted. Jack grinned. If I slimmed down, I wouldn't be Jack anymore. Sasha stepped out from her room, rolling her eyes at the scene. You've been drinking again. Not a lot, just a little. Mimir walked from the end of the corridor, studying Jack without a word. Then he stepped forward and took Jack's other arm. Missy blinked, then smiled. The four of them unsteadily shuffled down that corridor that never seemed to mend, guiding Jack to his room. Jack toppled onto the bed, muttering, I told you. Next time, I'll buy that wild wolf. Thank you. Mimir shook his head. You're welcome. Missy smiled slightly, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Mimir stood in the doorway of Jack's room, watching the man inside, who was already snoring. The night wind squeezed through the window crack, bearing the November chill. In the distance, Huangban Tower's lights still burned. Mimir turned and walked back to his own room. Sasha stood in the corridor watching him. When do you think he'll contact us again? She asked Lai Xian. Mimir thought for a moment. I don't know. Sasha didn't press. The night city at the end of January was unnaturally cold. In past years, winds from the bay carried a hint of dampness, not enough to keep people from going out. Yet this year, whether the weather control system had failed or some corporation was conducting experiments in the wasteland, the temperature stubbornly ran 7 or 8 degrees lower than usual. Of course, Night City isn't old America. It won't push you out without heat. But if you can't pay the rent, that's another matter. But after all these years, the number of civilians freezing to death in Night City remained 0. After all, those without a Night City residence aren't considered Night City citizens and can't access the city's civic benefits. That old circulating unit of the heating system at H10 apartments roared like a tractor every night, delivering tepid air into each apartment. Mimir had grown accustomed to the sound. He stood at the window gazing at the gray sky outside. His watch buzzed, he checked the display, and answered. Kid, you can come out now. Luo Ji's voice came through, no pleasantries, straight to the point. The wind has dropped. Mimir waited for more. Luo Gu continued. I used some of Michiko's connections to borrow her dangerous girl intel network for a bit. The street rumors have mostly cleared up now. At least no one will use you and Lai Xian's matter as fodder anymore. And the company? Mimir asked. The company? Luo Gu scoffed. You think those old foxes would give up just because there have been a few calm months? They've only temporarily pulled back their visible surveillance, but they're watching from the shadows. As long as you don't make a big move, there won't be trouble in the near term. How long has it been? He asked. Over a month, Luo Gu said. You two must be sick of it by now, right? It's time to come out and move, but stay low-key. Don't take big jobs, don't provoke the wrong people. Mimir nodded. The connection ended. Mimir lowered his hand, then turned to the other two in the room. Jack lay on the sofa, Sasha sat in a chair, and a few data panels floated in front of her, fingers sliding across them. Luo Gu said we can move now. Mimir said. Jack immediately set the phone aside. Really? After more than a month cooped up, we can finally go out and get some air. Have you never gone out? Sasha looked at him. Jack, with his head held high, said, I meant taking on jobs, not going to a convenience store to buy beer. Keep it low. Take small jobs. Mimir didn't join their banter. He just said, okay, small jobs. As long as I can go out, anything goes. For the next month, they indeed stayed low-key. Regina's side had 3 cyber-psycho tracking assignments, all follow-ups after being handled by the anti-terror task force. They were basically going to sites to confirm the situation, collect data, and prevent relapses. Mimir went to 2, Jack went to 1. None encountered much trouble. Those cyber psychos had either been killed or sent for treatment, and at the sites only residual cybernetic fragments and bullet holes remained. The old captain had a courier run delivering a batch of auto parts from Santo Domingo to a modification shop in Westbrook. The cargo was in a container, not valuable, not likely to attract trouble. Mimir and Jack took turns driving. Sasha monitored the route from behind the scenes. Everything went smoothly. There were also a few minor commissions. They were small, unobtrusive jobs. Help the father and Highwood mediate a feud between 2 Valentino lieutenants. Help Dano retrieve a data chip seized from the Tiger Claw gang. Help Okada and Wakako pull a debt-ridden sex doll from the Tiger Claw gang club. They're all inconspicuous little jobs forgotten after completion. But Mimir knows this is only the prelude. One day in late February, the encrypted channel jolted awake again. This time the sender's tag was a string of constantly changing garble. Lai Xian from Huangban. Mimir glanced at the screen, stepped to the window, and connected. I'm going back to Japan. Lai Xian's voice came through a little more tired than last time. Before I go, there's something I want you to help with. Taiping Zhou, Lai Xian said, inside Huangban, there is a secret experimental project with a potential connection to the case Michiko previously investigated. They have set up underground facilities in that ruin conducting illegal cybernetics experiments. He paused. I need solid evidence. Experimental data, financial records, directives involving the high-ups. These could let me question Saburo's faction at the board. Mimir thought for a moment. You said you were going back to Huangban to undermine them from within. Yes. Is this mission part of your plan to undermine it? Lai Xian paused for 2 seconds. Yes, he said, Michiko's investigation was suppressed by Saburo. Her people almost died inside. I need someone who won't fail to do this. Mimir didn't answer at once. He looked out the window. Under the gray sky, the silhouette of Huangban Tower was faintly visible. Lai Xian is in that building waiting for your answer. Mimir asked, why don't you go yourself? Because if I act, it would be a public rupture with them. I need a third party, someone not directly connected to me. That way, even if it becomes public, it won't burn me. But I'll provide support from behind. Intel, routes, extraction plans. Whatever you need. Mill didn't immediately agree after hearing this. Those people locked inside, he said, the test subjects. Can they be saved? Lai Xian fell silent for a moment again. Maybe not. The facility's security level is extremely high, he said. A frontal assault would trigger large-scale combat. Moreover, most of those test subjects have been modified beyond recovery, so even if rescued, they wouldn't survive long. Mill knew he was telling the truth. But he still asked, are you sure? Lai Xian's voice grew even lower. I'm not sure. But I hope you can find a way. If there's a chance. He didn't finish. Mill finished for him. If there's a chance, I'll save them. The transmission ended. Mill lowered his hand and turned to look at Jack and Sasha. Jack had already put down his phone, his expression shifting from casual to serious. Sasha waited for him to speak. We've got a job, Mill said. He briefly relayed Lai Xian's words. Jack replied, Taiping's how? That unfinished building complex. I heard even NCPD won't go near that place. Sasha was already pulling up information. The Voodoo gang controls most of the area, she said, and the animals also have a presence there. If it's an underground facility, it might be hidden beneath those unfinished buildings. They designed deep underground spaces during the original plan, but the project was abandoned, so they were put to use instead. Mill nodded. Lai Xian said he'd provide intel and extraction plans. Sasha frowned. Can we trust him? Yes. Mill said he's not using us. He needs evidence, and we need a reason to move. Jack stood up and stretched his shoulders. All right then, let's go check out Taiping's how. But seriously, I've heard about that place. It's chaotic. The Voodoo gang's mystical hackers and the animals' drug-fueled maniacs are no pushovers. Mill looked at him. Jack immediately raised his hands. Don't get me wrong, I'm not scared, just giving you a heads up. Should we prepare anything? Mill thought for a moment. Normal prep is fine, he said. Stay low-key. Avoid exposing the armor if possible. Sasha was already drafting a list. I need at least 3 days to infiltrate Taiping's house network and map out the entrance and security layout of that underground facility. You two can do preliminary recon in the meantime to get familiar with the terrain. Jack patted his chest. No problem, I'll go ask around. Father should know someone, and old captain also operates there regularly collecting vehicles. He'll surely have some leads. Mill nodded. Then it's settled, he said. 3 days out. 3 days later. The Chevrolet Imperium was parked outside apartment H10. Jack sat in the driver's seat, Sasha fiddled with her portable terminal in the back, and Mill sat in the passenger seat. The engine roared to life as they merged into the morning rush hour traffic of Watson District. The route to Taiping's how required crossing the city center and Haywood, passing through an abandoned industrial zone before finally entering the forgotten unfinished building complex. Jack chattered while driving. Taiping's how. I've actually been there a few times, mostly delivering goods. How to describe it? Have you ever been to one of those unfinished buildings? Mill had never been. After coming to Night City, he spent most of his time in Watson and Haywood. Taiping's how was a blank spot for him. Those buildings Jack continued half-built and abandoned. Steel bars and cement-exposed windows are just black hollow openings. When the wind blows, the whole structure groans like ghosts wailing. Sasha added from the back seat without looking up, there are a lot of people living in those buildings. Homeless fugitives, people who don't want to be found by corporations. The Voodoo Gang grew by providing food and shelter in exchange for loyalty. Of course, at the very top were those Haitian high caste members. Jack nodded. Yeah, the Voodoo Gang folks are all mystical. Their leader, what was her name again? Bridget, Sasha said. Maman Bridget listed with NCPD. Haitian, very mysterious. The Voodoo Gang, well, they were ruthless opportunists. Especially during the Night City net crash, the Voodoo Gang made a fortune. Call it a net crash if you want, but really it was the Voodoo Gang directly overrunning Night City's infrastructure servers. Guess it's what happens when you spend every day diving into the black hole. Jack scoffed. Talking to AI, isn't that courting death? It's their religion, Sasha said. They believe the rogue AIs beyond the black hole are manifestations of the Loa gods, granting them power and knowledge. Jack continued his briefing. Aside from the Voodoo Gang, there's also the animals. Those maniacs are different from the Maelstrom. They don't rely much on cyberware, mainly shooting up drugs that turn them into beasts. Massive strength, insane speed, fight like they don't care about living. He paused, glancing at Sasha in the rearview mirror. After all, Doreen, I heard the animals also have a base in Taiping's house, something like a mall. Grand Imperial Mall. Sasha confirmed. Their boss is called Savage King. A woman whose entire body is pumped with muscle-enhancing drugs wields a giant hammer. God knows how shocked Sasha was when she found out about Savage King. People said Lord Lang's pectorals were exaggerated, but this was beyond exaggerated, right? Taller than Jack by half a head. Jack whistled. A woman. Are all women tough as nails these days? Sasha ignored him. The car passed through Haywood, and the scenery outside the window began to change. Skyscrapers gradually gave way to low-rise factories and warehouses. Further ahead, even the factories became scarce, replaced by vast empty lots overgrown with weeds and wild shrubs. Almost at Taiping's house, Jack said. Mill looked out the window. In the distance, a grayish cluster of buildings appeared, some rising 20 or 30 stories with exposed rebar and unfinished floors, others only 7 or 8 stories tall, their rooftops overrun with grass. Jack slowed down. Going further is Voodoo Gang territory, he said. Lots of people live in those buildings, but outsiders who wander in will be targeted quickly. Sasha looked up. No need to go in. Let's circle the perimeter first. I'll mark a few possible entrances. Mill nodded. Sasha suddenly spoke. Mill followed her gaze and noticed cameras mounted on the exterior walls of several buildings, numerous and densely distributed. Voodoo, Sasha said. Their network covers all of Taiping Island. Anyone who enters gets watched. Jack muttered. Then aren't we already under surveillance? Definitely, Sasha replied. But they don't know who we are yet. Just ordinary passers-by. Ever since her equipment was upgraded, Sasha had been confident in her hacking skills. Mill remained silent. He closed his eyes and activated the passive perception of his mind network. He recalled that last time he had visited, he seemed to have memorized the signal source of the Haitian server. It appeared to be located beneath an abandoned, unfinished building as well. So it truly had become a maze of underground tunnels down here. Go Town could be accessed from below with everything stored underground. After a while, Mill opened his eyes and said, movement underground. Sasha paused, then quickly marked the approximate location on her terminal based on his perception. These locations. She zoomed in on the map. They are all former planned underground access points from years ago. If that facility Lai Xian mentioned truly exists, it should lie beneath these spots. Jack slowed the vehicle, gazing at the dark building entrances outside. How do we get in? Just barge in. Mill shook his head. First, gather intelligence, he said. Lai Xian will provide detailed routes and security layouts. Our task is evidence collection, not direct confrontation. Jack nodded and continued driving. The car circled most of Taiping Island, while Sasha marked over a dozen suspicious entries. Some appeared long abandoned and blocked by debris, while others were kept clear with guards posted at the doors. At 3 in the afternoon, the sun began its descent, and the overcast sky grew darker still. Jack pulled the car onto the shoulder of an abandoned highway and killed the engine. What's next? Mill gazed at the skeletal, unfinished buildings outside the window and pondered. We return and wait for word, he said. Lai Xian promised the information should arrive soon. At that moment, Sasha's terminal chirped. She glanced down and raised an eyebrow. Right on time. She rotated the screen toward Mill. It was an encrypted file that, once decompressed, revealed a detailed schematic of the underground facility. Entrance locations, corridor layouts, security checkpoints, camera placements, and even shift schedules. At the end was a text message: internal designation Olympus. Estimated data retention period 72 hours. Cleanup occurs in 3 days. Please expedite. Jack leaned over and glanced at it, letting out a whistle. This intelligence is almost too detailed. Feels like people died getting it. Under Suburo's control, the Arasaka Corporation maintained an apparent three-way balance of power, though the reality was more nuanced. Night City held the largest faction. The headquarters forces dominated in strength, while the Hawks, the most aggressive wing, were actually the smallest due to Suburo's influence and territorial disputes. However, no one knew what Lai Xian had accomplished. Those hawkish operatives followed him with fanatical devotion, ready to carry out any order without hesitation, even if it meant ritual suicide. Mill ran the schematic through his mind, then turned to Sasha. You go in first and check the network layer. Sasha nodded, her fingers flying across her terminal. A minute later she looked up. Got something, she said. The facility's internal network does exist. The encryption level is high, but several lines connect to external data relay stations. Give me a day and I can breach it. After all, this was an Arasaka server, it would require effort. Moreover, discretion was the priority now. If they wanted a loud entrance, Sasha could handle it in half an hour. Mill thought for a moment. We move tonight, he said. Too conspicuous during the day. We slip in after dark. Jack tapped the steering wheel. All right, tonight. Should we head back and prepare? Mill nodded. The car started, turned around, and left the gray skeletal buildings behind. On the way back, Jack suddenly spoke up. By the way, there's an intermediary over in Taiping Island. You know him? Mill turned to look at him. Mr. Hans, Jack said. An old man. Nobody has ever seen his face, but supposedly he's the only intermediary in Taiping Island who can actually get business done. He'll take any job and source any goods, though his prices run steep. Sasha nodded. I've heard of him. He seems to have ties with both the voodoo and the animals gangs. Both sides respect his authority. After Sasha mentioned that both sides respected him, Jack suddenly seemed to recall something and turned to look at her. Wait, you call him Mr. Hans? His brow furrowed. That doesn't sound like a real name, does it? I thought intermediaries like father who avoided using their birth names were rare. Sasha pocketed her terminal and leaned back against the seat. In this line of work, you always keep an exit strategy. If your real name gets out, you can never retire. Every dirty deal you've handled creates enemies. Should any mercenary leave traces, all the blame eventually falls on the intermediary. Jack pondered for a moment and nodded. Makes sense. Should I adopt a code name too? How about Golden Jack? Sasha ignored him. Mill stared out the window and took no part in their idle chatter. The moment the car turned, Sasha's portable terminal chimed. It was not a standard ringtone, but a heavily encrypted specific frequency. Something capable of breaching her firewall, directly indicated either a formidable technical level or access through channels she did not know about. Sasha glanced at the screen, her brow slightly furrowed. Who? Jack caught her expression in the rearview mirror. Don't know. Sasha rotated the terminal so Mill could see as well. A holographic projection appeared on the screen, but the face had been processed by some kind of blurring algorithm, leaving only the silhouette visible. A burgundy suit sharply tailored with a black bow tie at the collar. But the face remained unclear. Not merely blurred, deliberately obscured, the features appearing as though covered by frosted glass, with only vague contours discernible. The voice emanated from the device with heavy electronic modulation, clearly the product of layered encryption. Good evening, Mr. Mill. Mr. Wells, Miss Yakovleva. The tone was unhurried, almost leisurely, as though engaged in casual conversation. At our first meeting, allow me to introduce myself. I am Hans. You have likely heard of me. Jack let out a whistle. Speak of the devil. Sasha ignored him, her gaze fixed on the screen. How did you get in? That is a fascinating question, Mr. Hans said, amusement lacing his voice. But the answer may disappoint you. I merely happen to know a few people who maintain your network equipment. Hanzi said nothing yet said everything. He had informants, and may have even infiltrated a few of Sasha's usual information channels. Mimir spoke, his voice calm. Mr. Hanzi, I've long admired you. But I assume this call is not merely for introductions. Of course not. Hanzi leaned forward, his blurry face seeming to turn toward Mimir. The renowned Mimir leading a team to Taiping Zhou. If I, as the local snake, didn't say hello, it would be too impolite. And I'm not worthy of your admiration. Rather, Mr. Mimir, your recent reputation in Yijicheng has reached even the ears of this old man hiding in Taiping Zhou. Taiping Zhou. More like Gojin, I suppose. Mimir smiled. There was no place in Taiping Zhou where Hanzi could hide from Pei Nao Shihua, but Gojin could. He paused. I'm a man of little talent, just a bit well-informed. For example, today at 2:17 p.m. the three of you departed from Wasun District, passed through the Shizheng Xin at 2:53 p.m., entered Taiping Zhou territory at 3:29 p.m., and stopped by an abandoned highway at 4:05 p.m. Jekka gasped. This is damn too detailed. Mimir's expression remained unchanged. As expected of Mr. Hanzi, he said, in this small patch of Taiping Zhou nothing escapes you. You flatter me. Hanzi's tone remained humble. Though Taiping Zhou is chaotic, chaos has its benefits. Who comes, who goes, who meets whom, who crosses whose territory. One can more or less see the patterns. I just pieced together those fragments to get a rough picture. He paused. But coming back to the point, the three of you coming to Taiping Zhou, are you planning some big business? I happen to have some tricky and troublesome matters with decent pay, but I've been unable to find the right people to handle them. Mimir did not respond. Hanzi waited 2 seconds, then chuckled again. Of course, if you three already have other arrangements, and it's inconvenient to say, then don't say it. In the mercenary trade, confidentiality is a basic skill. As a middleman, I understand this best. Mimir thought for a moment and spoke. If there's an opportunity, I'll take a look at Mr. Hanzi's commission. If there's an opportunity. Hanzi repeated the 3 words, his tone unreadable, whether disappointment or satisfaction. Good, if there's an opportunity. Then I'll wait for you 3 in Taipingzhou. He paused. Oh, one last thing, Mr. Mir's special equipment, I know a thing or two about it. Rest assured, no other meaning. I just want to say that though Taipingzhou is chaotic, in some places that equipment can be useful. Of course, in some places it's best not to use it. He bowed slightly with an elegant posture. Wish you 3 a pleasant evening. Farewell. The holographic image vanished. The car was silent for a few seconds. Jieko finally exhaled, rolling down the car window completely to let the night wind rush in. Fuck, he said, this old man. How did he know the exact times we were at each place? Sasha looked down at her terminal, her fingers swiping rapidly as she tried to trace the source of the previous communication. But the tracking path broke at the border of Taipingzhou, as if deliberately scrambled by countless relay nodes. His intelligence network is deeper than I imagined, she said. And his communication encryption level is higher than mine. Ooh, I can't trace it. Mimir remained silent. He looked out the window at the abandoned building complex fading into the distance, replaying the phrase, special equipment, in his mind. Hanzi knew about the existence of the nano-armor. At least he knew something. But when he said that, his tone carried no threat, only a reminder. Like someone in the know hinting at certain boundaries. Former corporate dog, Mimir suddenly said. Jieko turned his head. What? Hanzi, Mimir said. He used to be corporate. Jieko was stunned. How do you know? Mimir did not explain. He simply said, from his tone and attire. That way of speaking, that demeanor. Not something bred in the streets. Jieko thought for a moment and nodded. Makes sense. Father speaks like he's preaching, old captain speaks like he's fixing a car, Hanzi speaks like. Like what? Sasha interjected, like in a meeting. A boardroom meeting. Jieko snapped his fingers. Yes, that's exactly the feeling. Mimir did not respond. Corporate man. Rebranded. Became the only middleman in Taipingzhou who could get both the Wudu Bang and the Dongwu Bang to pay up. This man's story must be far more complicated than it appears. Backstory. That's just a rough outline. But he didn't have time to think about it now. We'll talk later, he said. First, thoroughly digest the materials Lai Xian gave us. Jieko stepped on the accelerator, and the Zuefuli Huangdi sped off, disappearing into the dusk. It was almost 9 o'clock when they returned to the apartment. Jieko collapsed onto the sofa as soon as he entered, pulling out his phone to send a message to CT to report his safety. Sasha sat in her chair, connecting her portable terminal to the large screen on the wall, and began organizing the information gathered today. Mimir stood by the window looking at the Huangban towers still lit up outside. The information from Lai Xian, Sasha said as she brought up the underground structure diagram. I just took another careful look at the scan. 3 underground levels, only 1 entrance, the obvious one. There are also 2 emergency exits, but they can only be opened from the inside. She zoomed in on the diagram and pointed to several red-marked spots. These are security nodes. Each node has at least 2 guards equipped with standard-issue weapons from Junyong Keiji. There are also automated turrets positioned at corridor corners and stairwells. Jieko leaned in to look. So many guards. What the hell are they doing in there? Sasha switched to another window showing the sporadic data packets she had just captured from the network. I haven't fully infiltrated yet, but from the intercepted communication fragments it seems they're conducting some kind of advanced cyberware experiment in there. It might involve illegal human modification, even. Live experiments. Her voice dropped. Jieko also wiped the smile off his face. Mimir turned around and looked at the dense markings on the screen. How long do you estimate it will take to infiltrate? Sasha thought for a moment. If it's just to get into the peripheral monitoring system, I can do it tonight. But to get the core data, those experiment records, financial flows, high-level approvals, we need physical access to their internal network. The facility's internal network is isolated with no physical connection to the outside. The only entry point is a data terminal inside the facility. Someone has to go in and plug in the cracking chip. Jieko looked at Mimir. Mimir remained silent. He ran through the structure diagram in his mind. Operation tomorrow night, he said. Tonight you secure the peripheral monitoring and figure out their shift patterns. Jieko, you are responsible for planning the evacuation route from Taipingzhou to Wasun, at least 3 alternatives, and you need to scout each one. Jieko nodded. Understood. Sasha also nodded. No problem. Mimir looked out the window. This mission, he said, might end with someone dying. Not me, but them. Jack fell silent for a moment, then said, we're all in the same business. We just need to do our jobs. Sasha remained quiet. Mills said nothing more. The night deepened. The next evening at 11 o'clock. Taiping Island, abandoned commercial district. The Chevrolet Emperor idled in the shadows of a derelict factory, complex engine, killed body, blending seamlessly with the surrounding ruins. Jack sat in the driver's seat, his gaze fixed on the small display screen on the dashboard. Sasha had installed a real-time thermal imaging feed capable of detecting heat signatures within a 50-meter radius. "Perimeter is clear," he murmured into his earpiece. "You're clear to move." Sasha's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Copy that. I'm starting the surveillance jam." 300 meters from the parking point, inside an unfinished building, Sasha crouched at a third-floor window, fingers pressing against her temples as she began to hack. Mills crouched beside her, eyes closed, using his neural net to sense the surrounding life signals. "Voodoo Gang's network is denser than I expected," Sasha said as she worked. "They've installed at least 30 surveillance cameras in this area, plus a dozen wireless signal relay stations. Fortunately, most are civilian-grade equipment. If not connected to the Sea God server, they won't be difficult to crack." After all, this was the server the Voodoo Gang used to breach the Black Wall. No one needs to say how much computing power that requires. Not even 10 Sea Gods would be enough. There's no way they'd hand such resources to their own men. External surveillance is jammed. From now on, they're seeing a loop of last night's footage at the same timestamp. Mills opened his eyes. He had already swept the surrounding 300 meters with his neural net. 17 life signals in total. 11 were homeless people living in the unfinished building, 3 were Voodoo Gang patrol members, 2 were in the distant ruins, and 1 more was underground. That underground signal's position coincided precisely with the facility entrance marked on the blueprints Lai Xian had provided. "The entrance is that way," Mills pointed. "Northeast about 200 meters. That building that looks like an unfinished hotel." "Underground?" Jack asked over the earpiece. "I see the building you mentioned. There are 2 guards at the entrance." Sasha turned the portable terminal's camera toward that direction and zoomed in. The building towered slightly above the other unfinished structures. The main frame was complete, but the exterior glass hadn't been installed yet. The dark, hollow windows resembled countless watching eyes. Piles of discarded construction materials sat at the building's entrance. 2 men in dark clothing stood behind the debris, smoking. "Military tech, standard submachine guns," Sasha noted, zooming in. "Minimal cybernetic modifications. They're likely ordinary mercenaries." Mills stared at the 2 guards. "No anomalies detected." "I'll circle around the side," he said. "You hold your positions." Sasha nodded. "Be careful. I haven't breached their isolated network yet. Once you approach the entrance, you might trigger something." Mills grunted and climbed out the window, disappearing into the night. His movements were feather-light, nearly soundless. The 2 guards continued smoking. One had a cybernetic eye, presumably streaming videos through his brain-computer interface. Mills slipped around to the building's side where an iron gate stood partially open. Unfortunately, even the power indicator lights were dead. He didn't touch the lock. Instead, he pressed himself against the wall and began to climb. The exposed rebar and scaffolding on the exterior provided ample handholds. According to the blueprints, the underground facility's entrance was on the 2nd basement level, accessible via the elevator shaft or staircase. But the elevator had long been dismantled, leaving only an empty shaft. The stairs should have been in the 1st floor corner, but 2 guards were stationed there. Quiet movement would be difficult. Mills didn't take the stairs. He located the elevator shaft and peered down. A drone detached from his shoulder armor and flew into the shaft, probing downward. Sasha's voice came through the earpiece. "I see it. That corridor is the main access route to the facility entrance, and there are quite a few cameras. Hold your position. I'll try to hack in." Mills waited at the edge of the shaft. 30 seconds later, Sasha said, "No luck. Their surveillance system runs on an isolated network. I can't get in. You'll need physical access. Plant that decryption chip on any data port along the corridor." Upon hearing this, Mills jumped directly down. The fall lasted only a few seconds, but he landed virtually soundlessly. The iron door stood half open. Mills pressed himself against the doorway and glanced sideways. Every 3 meters along both sides of the corridor, a dome-style pan-tilt camera rotated, capable of 360-degree coverage. Sasha's voice chimed in. "Their cameras operate on an automated patrol pattern, scanning a fixed range every 15 seconds. You need to sprint to the end of the corridor during the brief window when both cameras are turned away." "About 3 seconds." Mills calculated the distance. 20 meters. 3 seconds. That was enough. Didn't they design this place with Steinman in mind? Or did Arasaka Saburo simply not care about what was inside? A person with Steinman implant could cover 20 meters in 3 seconds. Heck, they could sprint 100 meters without breaking a sweat. Timing. Now. In 10 seconds, the first camera will swing away. 5 seconds for the second. 3, 2, 1, go. Mills burst forward. His speed was nearly invisible to the naked eye. 20 meters covered in barely a second. Just as the surveillance cameras swung away, and before they could return to their original positions, he pressed himself against the side of that metal door. "No cameras at the doorway itself," Sasha reported, "but the door has sensors. Plant the chip on the data port near the doorframe." Mills looked down. Sure enough, there was a palm-sized control panel on the side of the doorframe with a standard data port beneath it. He inserted the chip. The indicator light on the chip blinked a few times then went dark. Sasha's voice came again. We're in. Give me a moment to map out their internal network structure. Mills stood still waiting. Minutes later Sasha said, this facility is larger than I thought. 3 underground levels, each with laboratories and cells. There are at least 37 life signals down there. Could be guards, could be test subjects. She paused. I've also figured out the guard rotation schedule. Every 4 hours shifts change, leaving a 10-minute window. The next rotation is at 3:20 a.m. Mills glanced at his watch. It was currently 1:45 a.m. An hour and a half remained. I'm pulling out, he said. I'll be back at 3. He removed the chip and retraced his steps. 3 minutes later he reappeared at the third-floor window of the unfinished hotel. Sasha's voice came through the earpiece. Jack, what's the situation outside? Jack's voice responded, decent. A few voodoo gang members passed by, but none spotted our vehicle. I'm keeping watch. Now there was nothing to do but wait. At 3:20 a.m., the guards at the gate had changed shifts. Newcomers looked, then the whispering in low voices, guns never leaving their hands. But their attention was fixed on the corridor entrance, and no one noticed the shadow by the side of the metal door behind them where another figure had joined the darkness. Sasha's voice crackled in the headset, shift change complete. There are no guards in the corridor now, but the surveillance is still running. I've sent you the timing from the lull I recorded just now, a move to that rhythm. Mill uttered a soft sound. He reinserted the chip into the data port. This time the indicator light on the chip did not go out. Sasha used it as a springboard into the facility's inner network. I'm in, Sasha said, starting to download the data. They have a core database containing all the experimental records and financial ledgers. The download would take 20 minutes. Mill stood in the shadows waiting. In the headset, only Sasha's occasional breathing and Jack's faint wind sounds could be heard. 20 minutes passed, as if 2 hours. Download complete. Sasha's voice finally rang out, withdraw. Mill pulled out the chip and retraced his steps. This time he paused at the bottom of the elevator shaft. Within the mine nets, sensing range life signs on the second and third subterranean levels still persisted. 3 minutes later he returned to the third floor of that derelict hotel. Sasha's voice crackled in the headset, Jack ready to provide support. Mill has returned. Jack's voice came through, copy. The car is in motion, it will be at your position in 3 minutes. Mill stood at the window watching the night outside. A drone detached from his shoulder plate, circling once above his head to verify nothing was amiss, then returned to the shoulder plate. He turned and ran toward the building where Sasha was. At 4 a.m., the Chevrolet Emperor pulled away from the Taiping continent's boundary and turned onto the road toward Watson District. Jack drove, humming an unfamiliar tune. Sasha sat in the back seat tidying the downloaded data, a tired, content look on her face. Mill sat in the front passenger seat watching the lights approach through the window. Data collected, Jack asked. Sasha nodded, got it. Experimental records, financial ledgers, top directives. That should be enough to shake Kwangsika's inner circles. Jack whistled. As the car crossed the boundary of Watson District, the horizon wore a pale gray line. The night city never truly dawns. The pollution layer filters the sun to a bleak gray, but at least the neon lights begin to go out in batches. The streets drunks replaced by garbage bugs, and the city shifts from one clamor to another. Jack pulled the car up in front of the H10 apartment building, turned off the engine, and let out a long breath. I'm beat, he said. If there's another job like this, we'll need more money. The money's Lai Xian's to pay, not yours. Sasha in the back seat didn't lift her head. Then it should still be more. Mental distress compensation, Mill quipped as he opened the door to the night air. Let's go upstairs and talk. Sasha entered first, taking the hacker chair and connecting the portable terminal to the wall screen. Jack collapsed on the sofa, pulling out his phone to check in with Misty. Mill stood at the window, looking toward the distant Kwangsika Tower. That building still had lights on. Lai Xian probably wasn't sleeping. The data has been organized, Sasha said. The experimental records, financial ledgers, and top directives. All here. She turned the screen so Mill could see. The screen showed thumbnails of encrypted files, file names, all numeric, but Sasha had already done a preliminary classification for them. Mill's gaze lingered on a few files. Those were the records of the test subjects' age, gender, origin, modification projects, survival times. Some survival times were short days, weeks. The longest was 47 days. Can they be traced to their source, he asked. Sasha shook her head. The records don't specify where they were taken from, but by the numbering pattern, they were likely picked up from the streets. Damn. Jack sat up from the sofa, his smile gone. Mill said nothing. He fell silent for a moment, then fumbled out the chip from his pocket. That was the chip Sasha used as the jump board for infiltrating the system. The indicator light on the chip had gone out, but it still held all the data. Contact Lai Xian, he said. Sasha nodded, fingers dancing over the terminal. Lai Xian's holographic image projected from the screen. He looked more worn than last time, but his eyes still shone. Got the stuff. Mill held up the chip for the camera. Experimental records, financial ledgers, top directives. All here. Lai Xian stared at the chip for a moment, then exhaled. In 20 minutes someone will come to collect it. A man in gray coveralls with a scar at the left corner of his eye. He will say the code Eagle Eye. Hand the chip to him. Mill nodded. Lai Xian paused, then said, this time. Thank you. I know you took a risk. I won't forget this. Mill didn't respond. He asked, what is the next step you mentioned? Lai Xian paused for 2 seconds. To guard your soul. Relic. The core secret of this project is darker than the experimental records you obtained today. What San Lang hid inside isn't as simple as digital immortality. Mill waited for him to continue, but Lai Xian shook his head. Not yet. It's not that I don't trust you, some things I haven't fully worked out myself. Once I put these clues to use, press the old guard down, free up my hands, then I'll contact you again. During this time you can rest a while. Or take on other work. Mr. Hansi over in Taiping's How. You've probably met him too. He might have something useful for you as well. He'd heard of that intermediary. In fact, Mr. Hansi's true identity is easy to guess, only he played a trick in the shadows. Mill didn't press. He simply said, next time I want a more detailed plan. Lai Xian looked at him and nodded. Should be. The transmission ended. The room fell quiet for a few seconds. Jack stood up from the sofa, stretching his shoulders. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Then I'll go down to the convenience store to grab some food. I'm hungry. Sasha rolled her eyes. You only know how to eat. Jack retorted. Work without meals, you'll be finished sooner or later. He opened the door and stepped out. Mill remained at the window, watching the night beyond. 20 minutes later a knock came at the door. It wasn't Jack. He had authorization. Mill walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was a man in gray coveralls, around 40 years old, with very short hair and a faint scar beside his left eye. Eagle Eye, he said. Mill handed him the chip. The man took it, glanced at it, and slipped it into his pocket. He didn't leave immediately, instead looking at Mill, lips parting as if he wanted to say something. But in the end he merely nodded and turned away, disappearing at the end of the corridor where the stairs were. When Jack stepped out of the elevator, he nearly bumped into the man. Hey, sorry about that, Jack said, stepping aside as the man hurried down the stairs. Who's that guy? A courier, Mill said. Jack grunted and carried the convenience store bag into the room. Though Mill had real meat here, processing it was too troublesome. Might as well buy fast food. The taste, well, it was just okay. After all, Jack wasn't Mill. He couldn't enjoy such luxuries every day. He handed the water to Mill, cracked open a beer, and sat on the couch, drinking deeply. Sasha took the sandwich, took a bite, and continued organizing the data on the screen. Mill declined, heading straight to lie on the bed. No matter how formidable a subhuman was, they still needed sleep. At 9 in the morning, Mill's phone vibrated. He glanced at it and answered. Mr. Mill. The voice was processed through a changer, but the courteous undertone was unmistakable. This is Hans. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. Mill walked to the window. No. Hans chuckled lightly. Good. There's nothing urgent. I just wanted to congratulate you. Last night's operation was impeccable. Clean and efficient, no loose ends. Mill didn't ask, how do you know? That wasn't a secret. Hans had Taiping's How running like a well-oiled machine. Arasaka had operated an underground facility right under his nose for so long. How could he not know? What you took, Hans continued, will give the traditionalists plenty to drink. The Arasaka boardroom is about to get very lively. Mill was silent for 2 seconds. You already knew about the facility. It wasn't a question. Hans laughed again, this time with a touch of helplessness. Of course I knew. This patch of land is Taiping's How. What can possibly be kept from me? Then why let them operate there? Mutual benefit. Hans replied, his tone still courteous, but the meaning blunt. They pay and I turn a blind eye. Those experiment subjects weren't taken from my territory. They bring people from outside and act on their own grounds without touching my people, so I pretend not to see it. Mill said nothing. Hans waited a moment and continued. I understand you may find this less than honorable. But Mr. Mill, how much of this world is truly honorable? In a place like Taiping's How, maintaining even a surface-level order so everyone can survive, that's already not easy. Mill remained silent. Hans sighed, his tone growing more earnest. In any case, I have no objection to what you did. If anything, I'm rather pleased. Those traditionalists have occupied too much ground in Taiping's How. They should make way. As for you. He paused. I only hope we won't become enemies. Mill thought about it. That depends. Hans was taken aback for a second, then burst out laughing. The voice changer distorted it slightly, but it was clear this was genuine laughter, not mere politeness. All right. That depends. He said, I won't press further. I only hope you'll visit Dogtown someday, so I can properly entertain you. Dogtown may be chaotic, but there are plenty of good eats and access to real meat. Mill hummed in acknowledgement. The connection ended. He put down his phone and continued gazing out the window. Sasha looked up from her screen. Hans. Mill nodded. What did he mean? Nothing much, Mill said. Just saying hello. Jack crushed his beer can and tossed it into the trash. That old man is interesting. Knows everything yet pretends to know nothing. Mill offered no comment. He simply said he's a middleman. That's what middlemen do. At 3 in the afternoon, Mill's phone rang again. This time it was an encrypted channel. But the sender identifier wasn't Lai Xian. It was a string of garbled code rarely seen. Mill stared at the string silent for 2 seconds. Then he answered. The voice that came from the receiver was calm, polite, carrying an inhuman detachment. Mr. Mill. Long time no see. Mr. Blue Eyes. Mill leaned against the window frame. Long time no see. Mr. Blue Eyes didn't waste words, getting straight to the point. Last night's operation, you did well. Mill was silent for 2 seconds. You're also following this. Naturally, Mr. Blue Eyes said. Arasaka's internal struggles involve far too many things. And you, Mr. Blue Eyes continued, perhaps you're wondering why I'm calling now. Mill waited. If you followed the stock market, Mr. Blue Eyes said, you'd know exactly what's happening. Mill paused. Stocks. He quickly ran through the latest market information in his mind. He occasionally followed financial news, but never traded. Arasaka's stock, Militech's stock, and the trends of other major corporations. Then he remembered. Over the past week, Arasaka's stock had been experiencing minor fluctuations, normally so on the surface. But several hedge funds had been heavily buying put options, betting on a short-term crash. If those experimental data were exposed. Mill understood. The data hasn't gone public yet, he said. Soon enough, Mr. Blue Eyes replied. Lai Xian will strike at the board meeting next week. The stock will plummet, the market will tremble, many will go bankrupt, and many will grow incredibly wealthy. His voice remained calm, as if discussing something trivial. I just want you to know, he said, everything you've done has already begun to change the direction of this world. Faster than you think, deeper than you realize. Mill was silent. Mr. Blue Eyes added, of course this is only the beginning. Greater waves are yet to come. Mill finally asked, who exactly are you? Mr. Blue Eyes was silent for 2 seconds. An observer, he said. One who hopes you continue what you're doing. The call ended. Mill lowered his hand and looked out the window. The setting sun rested on the spire of the Arasaka Tower, dyeing the black gold building a dark crimson. Jack's voice came from behind. Who was that? Mill thought for a moment. Someone I haven't seen in a long time, he said. Someone I don't know whether to call a friend or an enemy. Jack blinked. That complicated? Mill nodded. Nothing in this city is simple. At 7 in the evening, the three gathered in Mill's room. Sasha had reorganized the data again, producing several summary versions. Jack had ordered takeout from the Real Meat restaurant in Haywood, hamburgers. The three sat around the coffee table eating. Jack took a large bite and mumbled through his food. So are we officially tied to Lai Xian now? Mill shook his head. Not tied, he said. Just cooperating. When he needs us, we can assist. But we have our own choices. Sasha nodded. The intelligence he provided was indeed useful, but the risk is high too. We weren't exposed this time. Next time isn't guaranteed. Jack swallowed his hamburger and took a sip of beer. What about Mr. Blue Eyes? What's his angle? Mill thought about it. He's more complicated than Lai Xian, he said. Lai Xian at least has a clear goal, overthrowing his father. Mr. Blue Eyes. I don't know what he wants. Sasha said he's watching you. Watching our actions. That means what we're doing holds value for him as well. Jack shrugged. As long as there's value, that's what matters. In this day and age, the ones without value are the dangerous ones. Mill said nothing. He gazed out the window at the city, gradually swallowed by night, thinking of Mr. Blue Eyes' final words. You've already begun to change the direction of this world. Meanwhile, deep within cyberspace, data streams flowed like countless luminous rivers interweaving through the darkness. There was no up or down, no left or right. Only endless information in constant motion. A figure stood within it. Or rather, it barely resembled a human silhouette. That was all. It had no fixed form, sometimes clear, sometimes blurred, its edges constantly shedding data fragments only to regenerate them. It raised its hand. The movement was slow, as if touching something invisible. Then it issued a command. In cyberspace, that was its language. Continue buying. Arasaka. Militech. Buy both. The surrounding data streams seemed to pause for an instant, then accelerated their flow. The figure stood in place, watching it all unfold. It had no expression. It had no emotion. It simply watched. Then it began to blur, as if merging with the surrounding data streams, dissolving bit by bit into the darkness. A few days later, Jack brought some news. When he said this, his eyes kept drifting away, and Mimir immediately knew something was up. There's a mid-level Arasaka exec asking about you. Jack stared at the ceiling, as if something extraordinary was written there. A woman with a European accent, sounds pretty elite. Mimir didn't respond, just kept looking at him. Jack held out for 3 seconds before crumbling. Mano, can you stop looking at me like that? Like father listening to confession, and I haven't even sinned yet. Jack scratched his head and finally confessed honestly, fine, I know her. I helped her out back when I was running around Haywood. She was a nobody back then, never expected she'd climb her way into counterintelligence. Friends? I guess so. But not exactly. Jack rarely showed a conflicted expression. She's not like me. She lives in a real mansion, attended top-tier schools, and is focused on climbing to the top of the corporate ladder. What about me? Just a street rat. I helped her back then purely by chance. She was cornered in an alley I happened to pass by. It was nothing. Mimir understood. Didn't she look for you after? Found me a few times, had drinks, talk. Jack shrugged. But you know, corporate people and street people, we're on different paths. She talks about her promotion path, I talk about my mercenary life, we don't understand each other. It faded over time. Sasha looked up from the screen. So she came looking for you now to ask about Mimir. Jack nodded, his expression somewhat complex. Probably Jenkins sent her to investigate. When she messaged me, she was pretty direct, asking right away if there's a new merc showing up lately who's really tough and doesn't have any cybernetics. I almost lost it. You didn't say anything? Of course not. Jack widened his eyes. Mano, I have professional ethics. Betray a friend. No amount of money could make me do that. Mimir leaned against the window frame, watching the neon lights outside. What's her name? Jack scratched his head. Her name's Valerie, we all call her V. Mimir picked up a can of water. What does she want to know? You? Jack didn't beat around the bush. Her boss, a deputy director named Jenkins, asked her to investigate a mysterious merc who can't install cybernetics. The moment she saw the description, she guessed it was someone I know, so she asked me to set up a meeting. Corporate V. That was unexpected. He remembered something. Having transmigrated to this world for so long, he still hadn't encountered that protagonist. By all logic, V should be a street rat, by now hanging around in Atlanta knowing Padre. So he subtly mentioned it to Padre. At that time, Padre shook his head and said he'd never heard of such a person. That ruled out one possibility. What about Nomad V? Panam's clan is the Aldecaldos, not the Baker family, but nomads aren't all enemies. Unless they're with the Maelstrom or the Voodoo Boys, there are still dealings between clans. Panam didn't know about her either, so that option was out too. As for Corporate V, Jack didn't mention it, so he didn't ask. He'd always assumed there was no V in this world. He never expected V to be waiting for him here, and she turned out to be a Corporate V. What's her family situation like? Mimir asked. Jack shrugged. Middle-class family from Charter Hill, both parents worked for Arasaka. Then something happened, they're gone, and the company took most of their assets. She climbed to where she is now all on her own. It wasn't easy. He paused. Mano, I know she's here to ask about you, but she's actually a good person. Back when she helped me, she didn't expect anything in return. Mimir looked at him. You want me to meet her? Jack scratched his head. I'm thinking. Hiding isn't a solution. That boss of hers, Jenkins, will send someone else to investigate you sooner or later. Better to have her come instead of a stranger. At least I trust her. Mimir thought about it and nodded. Lizzie's bar sits on a street in Gigapixel that's perpetually lit by neon. The girl standing at the entrance, baseball bat in hand, visibly tensed when she saw Mimir and his group approaching. Mimir recognized her. A Mox gang member. What was her name again? Never mind, it didn't matter. The babe guard saw Mimir walking over and instinctively tightened her grip on the bat. Boss Mimir. She spoke with a tough tone, but her eyes kept darting around. You can come play, just don't cause trouble. I know I can't beat you, but I gotta say this anyway. Mimir looked at her and smiled. No trouble. Just meeting a friend. The babe guard stepped aside but still sent a message through her cyberdeck to those inside. The music in the bar was deafening. In the center of the dance floor, several scantily clad sex dolls were grinding around the poles. In the corner booths, Mox gang members sat in small groups, their eyes wary as Mimir entered. A woman in a leather jacket emerged from behind the bar. She blocked Mir's path, studied him up and down, then nodded. Susie, owner here. I think this is our first meeting. Mimir nodded. Mimir. I know who you are. Susie said in a neutral tone. Word's been spreading like wildfire about the one who took down Adam Smasher. But this ain't Ember's Mimir. You come in for a drink, you're welcome. Just don't cause trouble. Mimir looked at her. I said meeting a friend. Susie stared at him for 3 seconds, then tilted her head, signaling the Mox members at the door to ease up. She turned to walk back, then stopped after 2 steps and looked over her shoulder. What'll you have? First drinks on me. Mimir took a seat at the bar and ordered a regular whiskey. Susie mixed the drink herself, and when she pushed it toward him, she leaned in and lowered her voice. The person you're looking for is already here. Over there in the corner booth. She came in asking where Jack was. Doesn't look like she's here for revenge. Jack used to be a regular here, obviously drinking, not picking up girls. Chica. Jack patted her hard on the back. Long time no see. 2 years, 3 months, and 6 days. He stepped back, sizing up Jack. You've put on weight. The hell is this fat? It's called strong. Jack punched her shoulder lightly, then grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the bar. Come on, let me introduce you to someone. Mill finished his drink and watched them approach. V stopped 3 steps away from him. She looked at Mill, her eyes revealing 3 parts caution, 3 parts curiosity, and 4 parts nostalgia. Not nostalgia for him, for the atmosphere. The rare kind that lets your guard down. Jack draped his arm around V's shoulders. This is Valerie, an old friend of mine. And this is Mill, my brother. V extended her hand. V, that's what everyone calls me. Mill took her hand. Mill. V released his hand and settled onto a bar stool, waving to the bartender for another round. Then she turned to Mill and got straight to the point. Jack should have told you. I'm investigating you. Straight to the point, huh? Mill nodded. V pulled a data pad from her pocket, tapped a few times, and slid it toward him. This is what I've collected this week. Your combat records, witness descriptions, and residual data analysis from several job sites. Mill glanced down. The screen was packed with text, but the core information boiled down to one thing. Unknown. Unknown. Still the damn unknown. You know what's most absurd? V held his gaze. I hired 3 different data analysis firms to extract patterns from these records. Their conclusions were completely different. One said you're using prototype military-grade cyberware, another claimed bioenhancement from Biotechnica, and the third swore you have zero cybernetics, pure natural. She paused, a hint of frustration in her voice. I'm going crazy over this case. Jenkins is on my ass daily, and every report I submit gets sent back. He says if I can't crack it, he's bringing in someone else. Mill watched her in silence. V took a deep breath and laid her cards on the table. So I'm not here today to extract intel from you. I just want to meet you face to face, see what kind of person you are. Then I'll go back and write a report that satisfies Jenkins so he leaves me alone. Mill set down his glass and raised his left hand. That's your evidence right there, he said. Want to take a look? V hesitated, then leaned in and examined the watch closely. She ran her fingers along the band and scanned it with her wrist-mounted analyzer. A standard payment terminal. She frowned. No cyberware ports, no neural jack, not even basic biometric monitoring. Mill nodded. Victor made it. I can't have any cybernetics on me. V stared at him for 3 seconds, then slumped back into her chair and exhaled deeply. So I spent the whole week chasing someone who literally can't have cyberware. Jack burst out laughing. Mano looked at her face like she just swallowed a mouthful of hot sauce. V shot him a glare, but didn't retort. She raised her glass, took a long drink, then fixed Mill with a steady gaze. What secret are you hiding? Mill thought for a moment. Many. V froze for a second, then smiled. The smile was brief, flickering like a flame, but Mill caught the emotional ripple through his neural link. Relief. And a touch of curiosity, not about the case, but about him as a person. All right. V drained her glass in one gulp and stood up. I'm going back to write this report. Just tell him you're using some experimental biotech. Untraceable, uncopyable. Jenkins can't figure it out anyway. Besides, it was a critical moment for picking sides. She just hoped her idiot boss wouldn't bet on the wrong horse. If Jenkins weren't so gullible, she wouldn't have to play along with this fool. She turned to leave, but paused, looking back at Jack. Let's grab drinks another time. My treat. Jack waved with a grin. Vite con cuidado. V's figure disappeared at the elevator. Suki appeared beside Mill, without warning, handing him a second drink. That girl doesn't seem like she's here to cause trouble. Mill nodded. She's an old acquaintance of Jack's. Suki snorted. Plenty of people know Jack. If you can just sit and talk. She paused. But you're interesting. You come to my place and don't drink or chase women. Just sit and chat. Mill met her gaze. Didn't you tell me not to cause trouble? Suki choked, muttered something under her breath, and walked away. Jack leaned in, lowering his voice. Mano, do you think she believed you? Mill considered. Half of it. The other half, she'll figure out on her own. Then do you think she'll find anything? Mill didn't answer. He stared into his glass, watching the neon lights of the bar reflect in the clear liquid. He remembered V's final emotional shift. Not surrender, but a change of direction. At that same moment, Arasaka Tower Counterintelligence Division. V entered the office at 11 at night. The entire floor was dim, lit only by a few emergency lights, but she knew one person would definitely still be there. Arthur Jenkins sat behind his desk in a crisp suit, his hair perfectly groomed, looking as though he were ready for a boardroom meeting at any moment. He looked up as V walked in, not the slightest surprise in his eyes. Did you meet him? V nodded. Jenkins leaned back, hands folded across his chest. Tell me. V placed the data pad on the desk and slid it toward him. Intelligence summary. This person has no cybernetics whatsoever. The source of all his combat ability is unknown. I had 3 analysis companies examine the data, and they gave 3 completely different conclusions. The only inference is that he may have implanted some experimental biotechnology beyond our current cyberware classification system. Jenkins picked up the data pad, scanned it, then set it down. Do you find this conclusion credible? V met his gaze. It's the most reasonable assessment I can draw from the available information. If you want more precision, I need more access time, more on-site observation, or I bring him in for dissection. Jenkins studied her, his gaze piercing. Then he stood, walked to the window, and turned his back to her. Keep investigating. Not to dissect him, to get close to him. Understand his motives, his purposes, why he takes on those contracts. Someone without cyberware who can defeat Atom Smasher is either a myth or a weapon. I need to know which one he is. V nodded. Understood. Jean Jinsey waved his hand. V turned and left, but as he reached the door, he suddenly said, by the way, regarding that friend of yours, I don't care what your past relationship was. From now on, he's your informant. When it's time to use him, don't hold back. V's footsteps paused for a second, then he continued forward. H10 apartment. Mimir lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. Sasha was still typing away at the computer, streams of data flashing across the screen. Jieku was lying on the sofa, already snoring, with half a half-eaten burger still in his hand. Can't sleep. Sasha's voice came from behind the screen. Mimir didn't answer, he just sat up and walked to the window. Outside, the neon lights of Yi Ji Chung never went out. The Huangban Tower stood in the center of the city like a black tombstone pressing on everyone's heart. Sasha walked over to him and followed his gaze. Are you thinking about that corporate girl? Mimir shook his head then nodded. Sasha laughed, not a mocking laugh but the kind of I knew it laugh. What's so special about her? Mimir thought for a moment. She has this drive. Very much like Jieko. She wants to climb up, but she doesn't want to lose herself. Sasha was silent for 2 seconds, then said softly, that's hard. Mimir nodded. In this city, to climb up you have to peel off your skin layer by layer until you become someone else. How long V could hold on he didn't know. A few days later Mimir's phone vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID. Has Hanzi been calling too frequently lately? Mr. Mimir, the voice processed through a voice modulator came through the receiver still courteous, like an old-school businessman. I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Mimir walked to the window. No. Hanzi chuckled lightly. That's good. Actually there's nothing else. I just wanted to ask what do you think of the recent changes in Taiping-zhou? Mimir didn't speak. Hanzi waited 2 seconds then said, after that underground facility of Huangban was taken down a large piece of territory opened up there. The voodoo boys want to take over, and the animals want it too. My people tell me that the friction between the two sides has been increasing lately, and it might blow up. Mimir finally spoke. What do you want me to do? Hanzi laughed again this time with a hint of appreciation. Talking to smart people saves trouble. I heard that your criteria for accepting commissions recently is quite interesting. In Taiping-zhou there are the most lower-class residents. If the voodoo boys take over those Haitians could turn the whole district into their backyard. It wouldn't be any better if the animals take over either. Those drug-addled lunatics only know how to smash and grab. So I hope you can go over there and take a look. Hanzi said, you don't need to take sides, you don't need to fight. Just look around, and then tell me which one you think is more fit to survive. Mimir was silent for 2 seconds. I'll think about it. Good, Hanzi said without rush. Contact me anytime when you've made up your mind. The gates of Dogtown are always open for you. The call ended. Sasha poked her head out from behind the screen. Hanzi, Mimir nodded. He wants you to work. Not exactly work, Mimir said. Just go take a look. Sasha raised an eyebrow. Does he pay? Mimir thought about it. Hanzi hadn't mentioned money, but Hanzi was the kind of person who never owed anyone a favor. Go take a look exchange for a favor. Was it worth it? Worth it. He picked up his jacket, walked to the door, then turned back to look at Sasha. Tell Jieko I'm going out. Sasha stood up. I'll go with you. Mimir looked at her about to say something, but Sasha had already grabbed her own jacket. Taiping-zhou is too dangerous. I don't feel comfortable letting you go alone. Are you sure it's not Taiping-zhou that's dangerous? Mimir thought for a moment then nodded. Taiping-zhou. The sun at 4 in the afternoon shone on this ruin, casting long shadows of the unfinished buildings. Mimir and Sasha got out of the taxi and stood next to an abandoned gas station. The surroundings were dead silent with only the sound of wind swirling garbage bags. This place is damn creepy. Sasha muttered, her hand already reaching for the monowire controller on her waist. Mimir didn't speak. He just closed his eyes and turned his heart net to maximum. He opened his eyes and pointed to the right front. Over there. 2 groups facing off. Sasha followed behind him, her steps light as a cat. They crossed a deserted construction site and climbed up to the 2nd floor of an unfinished building. Mimir crouched by the window, and Sasha lay down beside him, peering through the gap. Below was an open space. On each side of the open space stood a group of people. The group on the left wore brightly colored Haitian-style clothes with mysterious symbols painted on their faces and bone necklaces around their necks. Haitians were too easy to distinguish. But from the looks of it, they weren't the core of the voodoo boys. The group on the right was all burly and sturdy with animal tattoos on their exposed skin, and some even had animal teeth attached to their faces. Whether they were real or not was uncertain. The 2 groups faced off 20 meters apart, with a person lying on the ground in between. No, not lying, kneeling. A young girl, her hair yanked, her face covered in blood, wearing the shabby work clothes common among the lower-class residents of Taiping-zhou. Mimir listened, hearing Creole with a Haitian accent. I really don't know. I really don't know. The woman leading the voodoo boys stepped forward, her voice not loud, but clear. You don't know? That shipment passed through your district, and we lost 30%. You're telling me you don't know? The girl shook her head desperately. The burly man from the animals spoke, his voice like thunder. Man Luo, stop pretending to be a good person. We had our people watching that shipment. You voodoo boys stole it yourselves, and now you're pinning it on a little girl. She turned her head, looking at the burly man. There was no anger in her eyes, only a transcendent coldness. Wild dog, didn't your sister teach you to mind your own business? Wild dog sneered. My sister taught me that whoever touches my goods, I touch them. No matter who they are. The tension between the 2 groups was escalating. Mimir could sense that in 3 seconds a fight would break out. Sasha whispered in his ear, should we intervene? He stood up. Sasha was startled. What are you doing? Mimir didn't answer. He jumped down from the 2nd floor, landing softly, but in the silent open space it was enough to make everyone turn around. He stood in front of the girl, blocking all eyes. Man Luo looked at him, and finally a flicker of emotion appeared in her eyes. It wasn't surprise, it was scrutiny, as if appraising a tool that had suddenly appeared. Wild Dog cursed directly. Who the hell are you? Mimir ignored him, just looking at Bulichite. She doesn't know anything. Let her go. Manluo stared at him for 3 seconds then smiled. Mimir, she said. The new legend of Yi Zhicheng. The one who took down Atom Smasher. Wild Dog was stunned for a moment, then his expression turned even uglier. Mimir didn't deny it, just continued looking at Manluo. Let her go. Manluo took a step forward, closing the distance to just 3 meters. She tilted her head regarding him, as though studying an interesting specimen. You know she stole my shipment. She didn't steal it, Mill said. By the time you two were face to face, someone had already moved that cargo. Eastward 3 o'clock direction. There's a pickup waiting. Manluo's expression finally shifted. She turned her head eastward, then lifted her hand and pressed something behind her ear. 3 seconds later her face hardened. How the fuck do you know that? Wild Dog could barely contain himself, lunging forward 2 steps before his men held him back. Mill didn't answer. He simply turned aside, allowing the girl to rise. Go. The girl hesitated, then scrambled to her feet and ran into the ruins without looking back. Wild Dog snapped, completely shoving past his restrainers and hurling a fist at Mill. Mill didn't dodge, didn't even raise a hand. He merely tilted his head, letting the punch whistle past his ear, then drove his shoulder into Wild Dog's chest. Wild Dog staggered backward 5 steps and crashed to the ground. The clearing fell utterly silent. Wild Dog pushed himself up, ready to charge again, but Manluo raised her hand to stop him. Though the Voodoo Gang and the Animal Gang were rivals, that hostility existed only in the absence of outsiders. Taiping's Hao already had enough tension with 2 factions. Adding a third was unthinkable. There wasn't enough to go around either way. Manluo studied Mill, her gaze sharpening. Why are you helping her? Mill considered. No reason needed. Manluo held his stare for 3 seconds, then smiled. A genuine smile, brief as it was. Interesting, she said, turning away and waving her hand. Fall back. Pursue east. The Voodoo Gang filed out one by one. Wild Dog shot Mill a venomous glance before following with his men. The clearing was empty now, save for Mill alone. Sasha dropped down from the 2nd floor and landed beside him, whispering, You know where that shipment is? Mill nodded. How do you know? Mill tapped his temple. Expanded sensory range. Just swept the area. Sasha sucked in a sharp breath. How far can you? Mill thought for a moment. 300 meters earlier. Not sure now. Sasha fell silent for 3 seconds, then muttered, That's fucking insane. On the ride back, Mill received a message. Anonymous channel. 1 sentence, what you did today somebody noticed. Watch yourself. He read it for 3 seconds, then deleted it. Who sent that? Sasha asked from beside him. Mill shook his head. Don't know. 8 p.m. Apartment H10. Jack listened to Sasha's retelling and nearly crushed his beer can. Mano, you took on 2 gangs by yourself? And rescued some girl you didn't even know. Mill leaned against the window, silent. Jack walked up to him and looked at him squarely. I've known you long enough to know you're not normal. But what you did today, hell, I respect that. He paused. Put myself in your shoes, I probably wouldn't have bothered. Haitian lowcast. Out here you're worth about as much as a mule to the Voodoo Gang. Your own don't even look out for you, so why expect anyone else to? Jack was a good man, true, but he had his own code. Helping came with a price, and he'd felt it firsthand. Though he never pressed charges after that incident, Mrs. Wells had already blacklisted the traitor who'd betrayed Jack with the Wild Wolves. After all, betrayal wasn't uncommon in Night City. People climb whenever they can. That's just survival. But within the Valentino gang, that was unforgivable. Mill looked at him. It's not that you wouldn't dare. You just find another way first. Jack scratched his head. Fair point. I would. But you don't think you just do. No hesitation at all. Mill considered it. It was true. Sasha chimed in from the side. That's because he's got an ace up his sleeve. We don't. She looked at Mill. But what you did today, Hans is going to hear about it. He told you to go take a look, and you just went and did it. Mill nodded. I know. Jack raised an eyebrow. You knew and you did it anyway. Mill gazed out the window at the city that never slept, his voice barely above a whisper. Some things don't need a reason. Jack and Sasha exchanged a glance, both falling silent. The room stayed quiet for 3 seconds. Then Jack suddenly spoke. Mano, you know, sometimes I don't think you're from this world. Mill turned to look at him. Jack went on. Not saying that as an insult. It's just, you've got this quality. Like someone from a story. You know the type. The kind who'd stand against the whole world for a stranger. Mill said nothing. Meanwhile, at the same hour, Dogtown. Hans sat in his unremarkable office, a holographic display before him showing the clearing in Taiping's Hao. Not from surveillance cameras, but from a lens hidden somewhere in the ruins. He watched Mill leap down, position himself between the girl and the threat, dodge Wild Dog's punch, and casually repel him with a single shoulder check. He watched it 3 times. Then he shut off the projection, leaned back, and murmured, interesting. A holographic window flickered to life beside him. An encrypted channel. The information you requested, sir, the voice said. Mill claims to be a wandering mercenary. First appearance in Night City was 3 months ago. No ID records, no genetic profile, no corporate affiliations. All his contract history shows cash-only payments, no transfers, no cybernetics, no personal information disclosed. Hans nodded. And oi, one more thing. The voice hesitated. His first appearance was at the municipal dump. Surveillance footage shows he fell from the sky. Hans went silent for 3 seconds. Then he laughed. Fell from the sky. He repeated, a note of amusement in his voice. Interesting. Night City had its fair share of stowaways, more than locals even. One more wasn't notable. But this particular mode of arrival was unprecedented. Sky though. Aircraft or space. He ended the transmission and pinched the bridge of his nose. Only his inner circle could enter this place. Everyone else was either a buyer or an ally, and even then gaining access was no small feat. Besides, he hadn't left the club in quite some time. But the view from Dogtown. Well, it was the same regardless of whether he looked or not. Some things don't need a reason. Hans chuckled softly. In all the years he'd survived in this city, he couldn't remember the last time he'd encountered someone like that. It had been a long time. A very long time. Several days later V came again. This time she didn't arrange to meet at Lizzie's, as she came straight to H10. She stood at the doorway wearing that sharply tailored corporate suit, holding a bottle of tequila in her hand. Her expression was more complicated than last time. Less wariness, more exhaustion. Jack opened the door and saw her, froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. Mano, look who's here. V walked into the room, scanning the cramped apartment. Sasha was typing at the computer. Mimir leaned by the window, and on the coffee table were still the leftovers from last night's meat. Damn, is this real meat? Even she could only afford a meal like this once a month. After all, she hadn't even finished paying her rent and cyberware loans, and she had to inject stimulants every day to get through her work. Exhausted like a dog every day with a mountain of work still to do. What was this sudden twinge of envy? She placed the bottle on the table and said, bringing a bottle when I visit. That counts as not coming empty-handed, right? Jack took the bottle and said as he searched for a cup, You come. Why bring anything? Then he paused, looked at her. Wait, you're not here to mooch a meal, are you? Corporate dogs are this miserable now. V rolled her eyes, sat down on the sofa, and said, I'm here to put out a contract. Mimir walked over from the window, sat opposite her, and said nothing. V pulled a datapad from her pocket, placed it on the coffee table, and pushed it toward him. Jenkins wants to see you. Mimir glanced at the datapad, but didn't move. Jack was pouring drinks nearby, his movements paused at the words. What does that old bastard want? V sank back into the sofa and rubbed her temples. He wants you to help handle someone. She raised her hand and made air quotes. His competitor, Susan Abernathy. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Sasha poked her head out from behind the screen. Isn't that the other head of your counterintelligence division? The inner circle of Arasaka's top brass was hardly a secret in the mercenary world. After all, those corporate executives were listed at the afterlife, liable to become a job target any day. Low-level corporate dogs didn't need any intelligence. Any hacker could break into their apartments. It was the high-level executives' apartments with their security. V nodded, her expression unchanged. Jack handed her the drink, sat down beside her, and spoke with rare seriousness. Mano, you're not going to take it, are you? Mimir didn't answer. Instead, he looked at V. Why does he think I would meet him? V took the glass, took a large gulp, and then gave a bitter smile. Because he thinks everyone can be bought with money. Besides, Susan is pressuring him hard right now. The board's winds are shifting, he needs some external help. Mimir thought for a moment. Are you relaying a message for him, or delivering a letter? V was taken aback, then realized what he was asking. She pointed at the datapad. That thing has his holographic projection preset. If you tap it, you can talk to him directly. Mimir picked up the datapad and tapped it. Arthur Jenkins's holographic projection rose from the datapad. Suit, sharply pressed hair, immaculate, wearing that smile unique to corporate executives. Mr. Mimir, he said. I've heard so much about you. Mimir looked at him and said nothing. Jenkins, unfazed, continued. I have a small favor I'd like to ask of you. Of course it's not for free. Name your price. As long as it's within my authority, we can negotiate. Mimir finally spoke. What favor? Jenkins's smile deepened. Help me deal with someone. Susan Abernathy, my colleague. You don't need to kill her. Just make her disappear temporarily for a while. The specifics are more your specialty than mine. Mimir looked at him through those holographic eyes. A trace of smugness and a hint of well-concealed contempt. He was being used as a pawn. Mimir leaned back against the sofa and said in a flat tone, I only take street jobs. I can't get involved in corporate affairs. Jenkins's smile froze for a moment, but quickly recovered. Mr. Mimir, you may not fully understand the market. In Night City, the line between the street and the corporations isn't as clear as you think. The job you take today might be a corporate matter tomorrow. The job you refuse today might be someone else's leverage the day after tomorrow. Mimir said nothing. Jenkins waited 2 seconds, then added, Think it over. My offer still stands. The holographic projection vanished. Mimir tossed the datapad back onto the coffee table and looked at V. Did he eavesdrop on this call? V was taken aback, then frowned. I don't know. But given his style. Mimir turned to look at Sasha. Sasha was already working. 10 seconds later she looked up. There's a tail. A very stealthy tracking program, hidden in the activation protocol of the hologram. The technique was pretty amateur, but sufficient. She tapped a few keys, and a window popped up on the screen showing lines of code being deleted. It's gone now, Sasha said, then looked at V. Your boss doesn't even trust his own people. V's expression didn't change, but Mimir caught the emotional fluctuation at that moment with his heart net. It was surprise disappointment. Disappointment in Jenkins, and a little in herself. She stood up, downed the glass of wine in one gulp, then looked at Mimir. See you next time. Jack also stood up. Leaving already? V patted his shoulder. Jack, I'm not like you. I have to go back and report. She reached the door, then stopped, turned back to look at Mimir. That old bastard Jenkins, he's missing a few screws, but he's got plenty of tricks. If you don't take his job, he'll find someone else. Be careful. The door closed. The room was silent for 3 seconds. Jack scratched his head. Mano, do you think she came to deliver a message, or to warn us? Mimir thought for a moment. Both. Sasha chimed in from the side. She's in a tough spot. She's picked a side, but can't really trust that side. Jack sat back down, picked up his beer, and took a large gulp. Isn't that how all corporations are? Glamorous on the surface, but backstabbing each other behind the scenes. He looked at Mimir. You know, corporations are like the VIP section of a nightclub. Looks glamorous, but the music is chosen by someone else. Mimir looked at him, saying nothing. Jack continued. You think once you get in you're somebody. But once you're in you realize even the songs playing are chosen by others. Want to change the channel? No way. Sasha let out a laugh. That's quite an apt analogy. Jack shook his beer can smugly. Of course. Jack Wells may not be good at much else, but my judgment of people and situations is spot on. Mimir leaned by the window, gazing at the city that never slept outside. He still remembered V's emotional fluctuation from that moment. It wasn't nostalgia for corporate life, but a longing for another kind of life. A life where you didn't have to guard against anyone, didn't have to scheme every day. V can't leave. Every piece of cyberware in her body belongs to the corporation. If she dares to resign, those implants will be remotely shut down the very next second. At best, paralysis. At worst, death. That is the corporation's so-called loyalty insurance. Jackson had not spoken a word. Only after V left did he finally say, Mano, how long do you think V can hold out? Mano thought for a moment. I don't know. Jackson sighed. She truly has no way out. Once you step into a place like that corporation, there's no leaving. Her parents are proof of that. Mano said nothing. He gazed out the window at the city that never slept, thinking of the final flicker of emotion in V's eyes. Release. And just a sliver of hope. In Night City, hope is the most luxurious thing. And also the most dangerous thing. 3 days later, V contacted them again. This time it was not a meeting, but an encrypted transmission. Jenkins is pushing me again. Her voice came through the receiver, tinged with fatigue. He's asking how your deliberations are going. Mano leaned against the windowsill. Tell him I'm considering it. V was silent for a second. You're considering? Mano replied no. But make him wait. V let out a soft laugh. All right. I get it. The transmission ended. Sasha poked her head out from behind the screen. Are you just stringing him along? Mano nodded. Let him hang. Until he exposes his own weakness. Sasha thought for a moment, then nodded. Clever. Jackson, sitting nearby with a burger in hand, mumbled around a mouthful. Mano, you know, sometimes I think you're shadier than those corporate old foxes. A week later. The coffee table in the H10 apartment was piled high with takeout containers. Sasha, rarely away from her screen, sat cross-legged on the floor, picking at chicken wings. Jackson lay on the couch, a beer can in his hand, staring blankly at the ceiling. Mano sat by the window, a can of water in his hand, unopened. Mano. Jackson suddenly spoke. What do you think this V business will end up being? Mano thought for a moment. I don't know. What the fuck do you not know? Jackson rolled over to face him. Then tell me. What do you actually know? Mano was silent for 2 seconds. Then he said, I know Jenkins will die. Jackson paused, sitting up. Are you serious? Mano nodded. That man is too impatient. Too eager to climb, too quick to eliminate rivals, too desperate to control everything. In a place like that, corporation impatience leads to mistakes. And mistakes lead to death. Sasha chimed in from the side. And he's made too many enemies. Susan's faction, all the other power players, they're all watching him. Jackson thought for a moment, then flopped back down. All right then. Not our problem anyway. Mano said nothing. He gazed out the window, thinking of V's last words. I remembered. Remembered what? That someone was willing to help her. Or remembered that in this city some things are worth believing in. He did not know, but he knew that if V truly remembered the latter, then she still had a chance. Dogtown. Hans sat in his unassuming office, a holographic projection before him, playing an encrypted communication record. It was not something he had intercepted. Someone had sent it to him. Sir, we found it, the voice said. That record was leaked from within Arasaka's internal servers. The exact source is unknown, but one thing is certain: someone deliberately released it. Hans nodded. Who released it? 3 seconds of silence passed. Possibly Susan Abernathy herself. Hans paused, then smiled. Interesting, he said. Truly interesting. He stood and walked to the window, gazing out at the Dogtown nightscape. He had rejected Jenkins, but he had not taken Susan's side either. He was waiting. Waiting for what? Hans thought about it, then laughed aloud. He was waiting for those two dogs to tear each other apart. Waiting for the winner to expose a flaw. Waiting until everyone believed him to be neutral before he struck. This kid, he is far sharper than anyone gives him credit for. At the same time at the Arasaka Tower, Susan Abernathy sat in her office, the same communication record playing on the holographic screen before her. She watched it 3 times. Then she smiled. Her assistant beside her asked cautiously, "Director, should we contact that Mano?" Susan shook her head. "No need." The assistant paused. "Why?" Susan looked at him, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Because he already knows it was me who released it." The assistant fell silent. She thought for a moment, then smiled. What was she waiting for? Waiting for us to weaken each other. Waiting for the moment the victor steps forward. Help whom? Or help no one at all? She turned to face her assistant. "Send the order. Suspend all operations against Jenkins." The assistant froze. "Why?" Susan said, "Because moving now would be handing that kid a gift on a silver platter." The assistant did not understand. Susan offered no explanation. H10 apartment. Mano suddenly opened his eyes. Sasha asked from behind the screen, "What is it?" Mano was silent for 2 seconds, then said nothing. But he knew something had changed. The next afternoon V came again. This time she wore no corporate suit, only a plain black jacket, her hair loose, looking like an ordinary street girl. She stood at the H10 apartment door, a bag of fruit in her hand. Jackson paused when he opened the door. "What the fuck is with that outfit?" V rolled her eyes. "It's my day off. Can't I wear something comfortable?" Jackson stepped aside to let her in. V set the fruit on the coffee table, looked at Mano, and fell silent for 2 seconds. Then she said, "Jenkins came after me again yesterday." Mano nodded. "What did he say?" V said he said if I wasn't taking it, he'd find someone else. Mano looked at her. "Do you believe him?" V shook her head. "No. Someone like him wouldn't give up so easily." Mano nodded. "Then what do you think?" V walked to the window and stood beside him, gazing out. After a long while she finally spoke. "I keep wondering what the fuck I'm supposed to do." Mano said nothing. V went on. "I'm not like you. I have no backup cards. I only have this life and this body full of implants that could be shut down at any moment. I can't afford to gamble. If I lose everything." Mano looked at her. He spoke. "Do you know who Jenkins found instead?" V shook her head. "No. He won't tell me." Mano thought for a moment, then said, "Then we wait." V looked at him. "Wait for what?" Mano said, "Wait for that person to show up. Wait for them to make their move. Wait for them to fail." V paused, then offered a bitter smile. "You're that certain he'll fail?" Mano did not answer. He simply gazed out the window. Because he knew, in this city the one who could take him down had not yet been born. Susan Abernathy stood at the entrance of apartment H10 at exactly 3 in the afternoon. He pulled open the door. Susan wore a dark gray suit, more meticulously tailored than Versus, with a silver Arasaka insignia pinned to her collar, gleaming coldly under the dim corridor lights. A personal visit, truly a step above Jenkins. "Mr. Meyer," she said, "aren't you going to invite me in?" Meyer stepped aside. Susan entered the room and swept her gaze across it. "Have a seat," Meyer gestured to the sofa. Susan sat down, legs together, hands on her knees, her back straight as a rod. She pulled a file from her bag, placed it on the coffee table, and slid it toward Meyer. "Thicker than Jenkins's," she said, "and more substantial." Meyer didn't touch the file, he just looked at her. Susan waited 2 seconds, then smiled. A smile more genuine than her earlier one, but still carrying a carefully calculated curve. "Jenkins wants to use you to eliminate me." She laid her cards on the table. "And I'm telling you, I have his entire plan under my control." Meyer leaned against the window frame, waiting for her to continue. Susan pulled out a datapad from her bag, tapped it a few times, and placed it beside the file. "We must win over that Meyer. If he refuses, we find a way to dispose of him. Can't let him side with Susan." Meyer listened, his expression unchanged. Susan turned off the recording and looked at him. "You know what this means?" Meyer nodded. "He wants to kill me. He wants to," Susan corrected. "But he can't. So now he's looking for someone else. There aren't many people in the market who can handle this kind of job. I've checked 3. 2 refused, 1 is still thinking." Meyer said nothing. Susan stood up and walked over to him, standing so close he could see the fine golden threads in her pupils. High-end cybernetic eyes, custom-made by Militech. "I'm not here to make you pick a side," she said. "I don't need you to do anything. I just need you," she paused, "to stay alive." Meyer looked at her. "As long as you're alive, Jenkins won't dare make a move," Susan said. "He's terrified of you, so terrified he can't sleep at night." "Do you know why?" Meyer didn't answer. Susan answered for him. "Because you defeated Atom Smasher. Because you single-handedly took on 2 gangs in Pacifica and saved a little girl you didn't know. Because you have no weaknesses, no leverage, no corporate ties. You're a ghost he can't catch or hit." She stepped back, sat down on the sofa again, and resumed that perfect posture. "Your survival is the best chess piece," she said. Meyer finally spoke. "You've said so much. What exactly do you want?" Susan looked at him, a glint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Fleeting, but Mimir caught it. I told you I don't need anything. Just keep doing what you're doing, she said. Take contract, save who needs saving, fight who needs fighting. I'll handle the rest. She stood up, smoothed her clothes, and walked toward the door. At the door, she glanced back at Mimir. Oh, there's something in that file you might find useful. Not a thank you gift, more like a welcome gift. The door closed. Mimir stood still for 3 seconds. Sasha poked her head out from behind the computer, her face complicated. Holy shit, that woman is sharp. Mimir walked back to the window, picked up the file, and opened it. Inside were Jenkins's transaction records for the past 3 years. Not legitimate business dealings, the shady ones, insider trading, intelligence trafficking, and several lines pointing to his private collaboration with Militech. Each entry had a time, place, amount, and chain of evidence, complete as if Jenkins had written it in his own diary. It seemed Jenkins's downfall in the game wasn't just luck. Sasha leaned over to take a look and gasped, this strips him down to the bone. Mimir nodded. Jack sat up from the sofa and scratched his head. So what does this woman really mean? Help you take down Jenkins? Or use you to take down Jenkins? Mimir thought for a moment, both. And what do you think? Mimir didn't answer. He walked to the window and gazed at the distant Arasaka tower. He was thinking about Susan's last words. Your survival is the best chess piece. No, he was thinking about something else. What she said, I don't need anything, was true, because what she wanted she had already gotten. Her appearance, her words, the file she left behind. Too bad. She overlooked one thing. Night City has never relied on software, it relies on hardware. No matter how many schemes she had, one laser cannon from him would turn it all to dust. 3 days later, Mimir was leaning by the window drinking a can of water when Sasha suddenly poked her head out from behind the computer, her voice tinged with excitement. Holy shit, check the news. Jack sprang up from the sofa and crowded in front of the screen. On the holographic projection, an anchor was reporting Arasaka Corporation today announced a personnel change. Deputy Director of Counterintelligence Arthur Jenkins has been recalled to Tokyo headquarters for investigation due to gross dereliction of duty. According to reports, the investigation involves multiple cases of insider trading and intelligence leaks. Jack froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Damn, he really fell. Sasha continued scrolling. There's more explosive stuff. Anonymous sources reveal that Jenkins is suspected of selling intelligence to Militech privately. The evidence chain is complete, and Arasaka's board has set up a special investigation team. Mimir said nothing, just looked out the window. Susan had made her move, faster than he expected, and she used the file he had given her. Jack muttered beside him, dereliction of duty. Such a polite word. In street talk it's got taken out. Sasha nodded, and uprooted completely. Look here, recalled to Tokyo overnight, didn't even have time to pack his bags. That means he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Mimir finally spoke, he never did. Jack and Sasha both looked at him. Mimir continued, how long had Susan been preparing? 3 years. 5. All the evidence, all the informants, all the pieces, all waiting for her to press the button. Jenkins thought he was playing chess, but he was always just a pawn. The room fell silent for 3 seconds. Jack scratched his head. Mano, hearing you say that gives me the creeps. Mimir looked at him, afraid of what? Jack thought for a moment, then laughed. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with us. Mimir said nothing, but he was thinking about something else. Jenkins was down. What about V? At 6 in the evening the doorbell rang. Jack went to answer it and froze in the doorway. V stood there wearing a wrinkled t-shirt, her hair thoroughly disheveled, clutching a bottle of tequila. Her complexion was dreadful, with deep bruised circles beneath her eyes, as though she had not slept in days. Yet she managed a strained smile and raised the liquor bottle. To celebrate my unemployment. Jack hesitated for a moment before spreading his arms and pulling her inside. V, this is the luckiest day of your life. Clutched in his embrace, V's smile faltered for a second before blossoming into something genuine. She pushed past Jack, stepped into the living room, set the tequila on the coffee table, and collapsed onto the sofa with a long, heavy sigh. Sasha peeked out from behind her monitor. You got fired. V nodded. My employee ID at Huangban has been revoked, my access card deactivated, my apartment seized, and I wasn't even allowed to take my clothes from the closet. The bitterness was palpable. It had taken her 7 years to climb to this precipice. 7 years of walking on knives. Never picking the wrong faction, never uttering the wrong words, never alienating a single soul. She paused, offering a wry smile. I literally walked out with nothing but this bottle. Jack sat beside her and draped an arm around her shoulders. Good. Seriously, Mano, it's for the best. That corporate machine chews people up. Better to be out than ground down. V looked at him, her gaze complicated. Jack, all my cyberware is currently locked out. Do you have any idea what that means? Jack froze. V raised a hand, it trembled. Not from emotion, but because the neural signals simply couldn't get through. Everything Huangban installed in me is now just scrap metal, she said, including the one fused to my spine. If that fully fails, I'll be bedridden for the rest of my life. The sole reason she was still breathing was that Su Shan's wrath had targeted Zhang Jinxi, not be compounded by the intervention of an anonymous benefactor who had paid a visit to Huangban Laixian. Otherwise, she would currently be rotting in the sewers like so many others. Silence stretched for 3 seconds before Mimir stood up and approached her. Let's go. Vi looked up. Where are we going? To Wei Kaduo's place, Mimir replied. Though the underground clinic was not far, the journey felt like crossing an entire century. Vi walked painfully slowly, each step feeling like stepping on shards of glass. Her equilibrium systems had failed, forcing her to cling to the walls just to stay upright. Jiyak offered to carry her, but she refused. I'll walk myself, she gritted out. Just this last stretch. I've got this. Mimir led the way ahead, refusing to look back. And then overnight it was all stripped away. The clinic door stood open. Wei Kaduo stood behind the operating table. Upon seeing them enter, he set down his tools and stepped forward. He glanced at Vi, asked no questions, and merely nodded. Lie down. Vi settled onto the table, her gaze fixed on the harsh, glaring lights overhead. Wei Kaduo swept the scanner across her body. The screen flashed with cascading data. While Mimir could not decipher the numbers, he understood the answer etched plainly across Wei Kaduo's expression. The prognosis was grim. Setting the scanner aside, Wei Kaduo looked at her. You know the worst-case scenario? Vi nodded. After a 2-second silence, he continued. Then you should also know what the best possible outcome entails. Vi met his gaze. Wei Kaduo turned and retreated to the rear, opening a refrigeration unit to retrieve several metallic cases. He laid them upon the operating table and pried them open one by one. Network Overwatch Mark IV Neural Shunt. Prototype tier unobtainable on the civilian market. Zeta KG Neural Coupler, latest consumer-grade model. 30% more stable than anything Huangban offers. And this. He lifted a third case, revealing a row of implants gleaming with a subdued luminescence. Shengwu Kechi's bionic spinal column. Purely organic components. Completely immune to corporate remote overrides. Black market price alone would buy you a penthouse. Vi stared at the cases, utterly stunned. Wei Kaduo regarded her, an uncharacteristic smile gracing his features. Stop looking at me. These aren't mine. Vi turned her head toward Mimir. Leaning against the wall, he held a canister of pure water. Over the past few months, Wei Kaduo explained, he's brought in quite a few clients. Those who couldn't pay in credits settled their debts with gear. Ignore the appearance. It's not used stock, it's all factory new. I've hoarded quite a collection and was lamenting having no worthy patients. Old Wei's refusal to handle anything secondhand was legendary. He wouldn't touch scraps scavenged from the street cleaners either. Vi opened her mouth as if to speak, but swallowed her words instead. Mimir approached and crouched beside her, meeting her gaze levelly. Choose for yourself, he said. Once you pick the pain, whether you endure it. All that is your burden alone. Vi studied him for 3 long seconds. Then she laughed. You really have no fucking clue how to comfort someone, she said. Mimir stood and retreated to the wall. Wei Kaduo donned his gloves and looked at Vi. Decidedly. Vi drew a deep breath and pointed at the Shengwu Kechi spinal column. That one. Wei Kaduo nodded and began preparing for the procedure. Lying still, Vi stared at the ceiling. The surgical lamps were blinding, forcing her to squint. Mimir's voice drifted over from nearby, quiet and introspective. You asked me earlier if I was the one behind this. Vi remained silent. I didn't do it, Mimir continued. It was your own choice. Vi hesitated. When Zhang Jinxi first approached you, you could have refused. When he came back the second time, you could have resigned. When he began monitoring you, you could have feigned ignorance. But you did none of those things. Vi stayed quiet. You were waiting, Mimir observed. Waiting for a reason, a chance, someone to make the choice for you, so you wouldn't have to bear it yourself. And then Su Shan provided that very reason. Vi closed her eyes. The operating room fell silent save for the faint clinking of Wei Kaduo arranging his instruments. After a long stretch of quiet, Vi spoke, her voice barely a whisper. Do you know why I never left? Mimir waited. Because I was afraid, she confessed. Afraid that leaving the corp meant I wouldn't survive. Afraid of becoming obsolete. Afraid of ending up like my parents, dead and entirely forgotten. Mimir said nothing. When my mother died, the company granted me 3 days of bereavement leave. When I returned, the person at the adjacent terminal asked me where I'd been. I told her my mother had passed. She simply said, "Oh, condolences," and went back to typing. Her voice trembled slightly, but she pressed on. When my father died, I didn't even take bereavement leave. I had just been promoted, and taking a single day off meant someone else would take my place. I requested 3 hours, handled the arrangements, and was back at my desk that afternoon. She opened her eyes and stared up at the ceiling. You know the most bitterly ironic part? My father's insurance payout. It came directly from the company. That money was exactly enough to clear my debt. Mimir stood by the wall, unmoving. Victor paused for a second, then continued. Vi said, so I kept telling myself, just hold on a little longer. Climb one more rung, and it'll be better. One more rung, and you won't have to be afraid. One more rung, and you'll control your own fate. She paused. Then I realized the higher you climb, the tighter the noose gets. The room was silent. Mimir finally spoke, his voice soft. Are you still on the noose now? V was taken aback, then turned to look at him. Mimir said, those things, the ones you've had installed for 7 years, they're all gone now. You're lying on the operating table, and what's going in next? The military tech can't touch it, Arasaka can't touch it, nobody can. V stared at him. Mimir said, after you walk out of here, the things you fear, you'll still fear them. The things that worry you, they'll still be there. But one thing. He paused. The noose is gone. V was silent for a long time. Then she smiled. This smile was different from before, not bitter, not polite, but a smile of genuine amusement. She said, you're terrible at comforting people. Mimir said nothing. Victor walked over holding the anesthetic ready. V took a deep breath and nodded. The surgery took 4 hours. Jack paced outside, losing count of how many laps he'd done. Sasha sat on the bench in the hallway staring at her phone without really seeing anything. Mimir stood by the window motionless. Through the heart net, he could sense every fluctuation in the operating room. Victor's hands were steady as a machine. V's vital signs wavered repeatedly, but each time they stabilized and continued. 4 hours later, the door opened. Victor walked out, pulled off his mask, and looked at them. It's done. Jack rushed in. V lay on the operating table, her face as pale as paper, but her eyes were open. She watched Jack burst in and managed a crooked smile. Jack, I'm not dead yet. Jack stood beside her at a loss. He wanted to hug her, but feared breaking her. Finally, just poked her shoulder. Does it hurt? V thought for a moment. Not bad. Better than getting fired by the company. Sasha stood at the doorway smiling. Mimir was the last to walk in. He stood beside the operating table looking at V. She looked back at him. They held each other's gaze for 3 seconds. V spoke first. I owe you a life. Mimir shook his head. You don't owe me. You owe Victor enough for a house. Not to mention these chrome were all top tier. Could rent a high-end apartment in the Civic Center for months. Victor chuckled nearby. No rush, take your time. V shot Mimir a glare, then laughed as well. At 10 in the evening at the afterlife, when Mrs. Wells saw V, she paused, then opened her arms and embraced her. I'm Hija, she said, her voice carrying sympathy. I heard from Jack. You've suffered. V stiffened for a second in her embrace, then slowly relaxed. In 7 years at the company, no one had ever hugged her. Mrs. Wells released her and pulled her inside. Come tonight, it's on me. Whatever you want to eat or drink. I may not have much, but there's plenty of real meat. Jack followed behind, winking at Mimir. See. Mom's playing favorites. Mimir said nothing, just found a corner to sit in. V sat at the bar, a glass of tequila in her hand, sipping it slowly. Mrs. Wells placed a plate of grilled meat in front of her, patted her shoulder. Eat. Only with strength can you think about what comes next. V stared at the plate for 2 seconds. Then she picked up the fork and took a big bite. Jack sat beside her, grinning like an idiot. Mano, look, she eats just like I did back then. Mimir didn't respond. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the people in the bar, at the night outside the window, at the distant black tower. Sasha sat down next to him, following his gaze, and asked softly, what are you thinking? Mimir was silent for 2 seconds. Then he said, I'm thinking what becomes of a person after the noose is gone. Sasha was taken aback. Mimir continued, she played the game for 7 years. 7 years of fear, 7 years of endurance, 7 years of just one more wrong, and it'll be fine. Now it's all gone. She's standing at 0, starting over. Sasha said nothing. Mimir said, how many people in this city are like her? Sasha thought for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know. Too many. Mimir nodded. At 1 in the morning, the bar was about to close. Mrs. Wells stood at the door, seeing off each guest. When it was V's turn, she hugged her again. Child, remember, there's always a place for you here. V nodded, her voice a little hoarse. Thank you. Mrs. Wells waved her hand and turned back inside. The 4 stood at the bar's entrance. The night breeze carried the dry, dusty smell of the Badlands. Jack yawned. Let's go get some sleep. We'll figure it out tomorrow. V stood there motionless. She stared at the distant Arasaka tower, silent for a long time. Then she turned to Mimir. What do you think I should do next? Mimir thought for a moment, then said, live. Take jobs. Save money. Pay off Victor's tab. V was stunned, then laughed. That's it. Mimir looked at her. What else do you want? V thought for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know. Mimir said, then just live first. Live until the day you find out. V stared at him for 3 seconds. Then she nodded. All right. Whatever you say. The 4 walked back. Sasha linked arms with V, whispering something. Jack walked ahead, humming a tune from somewhere. Mimir brought up the rear, unhurried. 3 days later, V appeared at the door of H10 apartment wearing a new jacket, her hair tied back, looking much more energetic. She held up a bag of breakfast and waved it at Mimir. Takeout. My treat. Jack sprang off the couch, snatched the bag, and opened it. Holy shit, real meat buns. V nodded. Old Captain recommended the place in Santo Domingo. Says it's the best in all of Night City. Sasha peeked out from behind her computer, rare for her to leave her seat, and came over to grab one. The 4 gathered around the coffee table for breakfast. V took a bite of the bun and suddenly said, I took a job yesterday. Mimir looked at her. V said, Old Captain set it up. Delivering a shipment to Dogtown. Not much pay, but he said it's safe, good for a beginner. You know, she said, sometimes I feel like you're not from this world. Mimir said nothing. V officially began her life on the streets. In the first few days, she was completely dazed. Waking up in the morning, she would stare at the ceiling for 3 seconds before remembering that she was no longer in that apartment on Xianzhong Hill. Then she would roll out of bed and step onto the floor of Sasha's apartment. The public housing project of the Night Corporation was nothing special. Sasha's apartment was half the size of her previous one, cluttered with computer components and cables, the air thick with the mingled scent of coffee and solder. V slept on the sofa, and every morning her back ached, but she never complained. Nor did she have the right to complain. The corporation had taken everything from her, not even allowing her to keep the suits in her wardrobe. When she left, she wore only a casual outfit with a cash card that had a few dozen credits left and that half-empty bottle of tequila in her pocket. If it hadn't been half empty, the corporation probably wouldn't have let her keep even that. Sasha never asked how long she could stay. On the first night, she merely pointed at the sofa. That's your spot. Get the blanket from the closet yourself. V paused, wanted to say something, but swallowed her words. In this city, having a place to land was already a stroke of luck. The first 2 weeks were the hardest. She couldn't find any gigs. The delivery job from Dogtown that old captain had given her earned 300 credits, not even enough to cover the spare parts for Old Way's cyberware. She went to see the priest. The priest glanced at her and said, "Girl, you still carry the stench of the corporation. Come back when it fades." Even with Jack's guarantee, the priest dared not entrust her with any work. The corporation and the streets were separated by an insurmountable divide. If she failed to recognize this, Night City would never accept her. V didn't understand. Jack explained, "The priest means you're not like the street folk. The fixers are shrewd, they can smell it." V looked down at herself. She wore an old jacket borrowed from Sasha's secondhand boots that Jack had helped her find, and her hair was casually tied back. She looked every bit a street person. Jack shook his head. "It's not about what you wear. It's something in your bones. Wait a little longer." To be honest, aside from her attire, V still carried the pride of the corporation deep within her. So she began to learn the rules of the streets from Sasha. Who could be trusted, who couldn't? She started taking gigs from less famous fixers. Those fixers only offered jobs like deliveries or beating up street thugs. The pay was meager, but enough for food. After a month, she had saved enough money. It wasn't much, just enough to rent the smallest single room in H10. But that was enough. In truth, Mill and the others were now all living in the same building except for Jack, who stubbornly remained in his garage. Did that garage breed something? When she showed the key to Sasha, Sasha showed a rare hint of a smile. "Not bad moving out so soon." V said, "I can't keep sleeping on your couch." Sasha said, "I don't mind." V said, "I do." Sasha looked at her and nodded. "Then take care of yourself. Knock on my door if you need anything." When V moved into that single room, she stood by the window for a long time. Outside were the chaotic rooftops of Watson Laundry, hanging billboards spinning endlessly, and the spire of Arasaka Tower piercing the clouds in the distance. From the floor-to-ceiling windows of Xianzhong Hill, she had seen neat streets, trimmed trees, and that same tower. Now, looking from that tower, where was she? In some gray nondescript building behind a lit window. No one could see her, but for the first time she felt she could breathe. Of course, being able to breathe didn't mean she was debt-free. Old Way cyberware was all top tier. The biomonitoring spine alone would have covered 3 months of rent in a decent apartment in the Civic Center. V calculated. At her current rate of earning, even without eating or drinking, she would need 2 years to pay it off. She went to the clinic to see Old Way and discuss a payment plan. Old Way was fiddling with the client's arm and didn't turn around. "No rush." V said, "I can't afford not to rush. I know how much those things are worth." Old Way finally looked up and smiled. "You think those things were for you?" V was stunned. Old Way said they were Mill's stock. He said someone would need them. Now you've used them. The debt is with him, not with me. V was silent for a moment. Old Way went back to the arm. "But if you really want to pay, that's fine. Take your time. Or, you don't have to pay. Consider it a favor from him." V said, "Mill is Mill. I am I." Old Way looked at her again, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "All right. Then we'll do it by the book. After each gig, you give me 10%. Until it's paid off." V calculated and nodded. "Deal." Coming out of the clinic, V stood at the door looking at the stairs leading to the street. She remembered what Mill had said that day. After you walk out of here, the things you fear will still be there. The things you worry about will still be there. Yes, the fears remained. The worries remained. But one thing. She now owed Old Way money, not the corporation. That made a difference. 3 days later, Mill's phone vibrated. He glanced at it. It was the priest. "Mill." The priest's voice came through the receiver, carrying that forever sermon-like tone. "There's something in Haywood I'd like you to look into." Mill leaned against the window. "Tell me." "A girl is missing," the priest said. 18 years old, lives in the Glen. 3 days without coming home. Her mother is frantic. The Valentinos checked, found nothing. "I think it's off." Mill was silent for a moment. "Corporation people." The priest said, "Doesn't seem like it. Corporation people leave traces. This is too clean." He paused. "I suspect scavengers." Mill nodded. "Send me the address." The call ended. Sasha poked her head out from behind the screen. going out again. Mil grabbed his jacket, walked to the door, then stopped. He turned and looked at V sitting on the sofa. Coming. V was taken aback. Coming. Mil said, apprentice session. V stood up, grabbed the old jacket, and followed him out. The Glen in Haywood and Xianzhong Hill were two different worlds. The houses here were low, the streets narrow, every wall covered in graffiti. Kids played soccer in the alleys, old folks basked in the sun at their doorsteps, and the air smelled of fried corn tortillas. Mil walked ahead, neither fast nor slow. V followed behind, her eyes scanning everything. It was a habit she had cultivated in the corporation, observing the environment, memorizing exits, calculating risks. But Mil didn't look at anything, he just walked. V couldn't help asking, don't you need to watch the road? Mil said no. V wanted to press further, but swallowed her words. After walking for 10 minutes, several figures suddenly emerged from around the corner. They belonged to the Valentino gang. Flashy clothes, gold chains, tattoos of the Virgin Mary spread across their skin. The ringleader was a bald man with a scar bisecting his left cheek, idly spinning a blade between his fingers. He blocked the path, fixed his gaze on Mil, and grinned. Well, if it isn't somebody I recognize. What brings you to our neighborhood? Mil stopped, looked him over, and muttered something in Spanish. This past year Mil had picked up a few phrases alongside Mrs. Wells. V hadn't understood a word. All she caught was amigo and pescator, the name of the priest. The bald man's expression flickered, then he stepped back and waved them through. All right. Move along. Just don't cause trouble. Mil nodded and continued forward. As V passed beside him, the bald man glanced her over and said something in Spanish, a knowing smile on his face. V didn't understand, but Jack did. He followed behind and flashed a gesture at the bald man, responding in Spanish. The bald man chuckled and waved them on. 20 meters down the road, V could hold back no longer. What did he say? Jack burst out laughing. He said, this one's new, ain't she? Don't look familiar. And Mano replied, yeah, fresh meat. Don't spook her. Then the bald bastard said, all right, then move along. V stared. That's it. Jack shrugged. That's it. With the Valentino crew you speak their language of rules, and they respect it. Corporate polish means nothing out here. V recalled how she'd nearly flashed her Arasaka badge moments ago. Besides, it had already been confiscated. Even if she'd produced it, it would have been nothing but a joke. She cast a glance at Mil. He walked ahead without looking back. But something struck her. The way he moved seemed woven into this very city, as though he'd always belonged here. Not the kind of belonging that comes from adaptation, but from something deeper, as if he were born to walk these streets. The missing girl's home was in a crumbling apartment building on the 3rd floor. The door opened to reveal a woman in her 40s, eyes puffy and red lips pale. She studied Mil and asked, the priest sent you? Mil nodded. The woman stepped aside to let them in. The room was cramped. A bed, a wardrobe, a table, and a few yellowed photographs taped to the walls. A half-eaten bowl of rice sat on the table, already spoiled. She hasn't come home in 3 days, the woman said. I thought she'd gone to a friend's. I called, but nobody answered. I asked around. Nobody had seen her. I reported it to the NCPD, but they said adult missing persons require a 48-hour wait. So I waited. They investigated for 2 days and found nothing. Mil stood by the window, gazing downward. Where does she usually go? To work, the woman replied. She works at a restaurant over in Haywood. Sometimes in the evenings, she visits a friend. She hesitated. She never wanders off. She's such a good girl. Mil turned to face her. What was she wearing the last time you saw her? The woman thought for a moment. Her work uniform. Blue, from that restaurant. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail. Mil nodded and closed his eyes. V watched from the side, unsure what he was doing. 3 seconds later, Mil opened his eyes. She's to the north. About 3 kilometers. Near the abandoned factories. The woman froze. How could you possibly know that? Mil didn't answer. He walked toward the door and paused at the threshold, glancing back. We'll bring her home. The abandoned factories to the north were scavenger territory. V knew the place. During her time at the Corp, she'd reviewed the reports. The scavengers maintained a forward operating base they're specifically designated for processing their cargo. Those they abducted were brought here. Implants harvested, organs severed, then discarded into the incinerators. V stood outside the factory, staring at the blackened silhouette of the building, and felt a chill creep into her palms. Jack leaned beside her. Mano, what's the play? Mil didn't answer. He raised his hand, and something glimmered in his palm. V blinked. Those were 2 metallic birds. They leaped from his palm and took flight, tiny as figurines, yet undeniably alive, soaring into the night sky toward the factory. V opened her mouth to ask, then closed it again. Jack murmured from the side. First time seeing this. Get used to it. 3 seconds later, Mil spoke. 12 hostiles. 3 heavy weapons positioned on the east side of the 1st floor. The rest are spread across the 2nd and 3rd floors. The hostages are in the basement, still alive. V stared at him. How do you know all this? Mil didn't answer. Instead, he said, V, take the rear approach. Enter through the eastern window and take out the 2 guards. Jack, create a diversion at the front. Draw their attention to the main entrance. I'll breach through the third-floor window and neutralize the heavy weapons. V was stunned. Just the three of us. Mil looked at her. Is that not enough? V held her tongue. 10 minutes later, V crouched beneath the eastern window, her heartbeat hammering against her ribs. She forced herself into a corporate breathing exercise, then swung her legs over the sill and slipped inside. The corridor beyond was pitch black. She pressed herself against the wall and advanced, reaching a corner where she peeked around the bend. Two guards stood before a door, sharing a cigarette and chatting. V measured the distance. 5 meters. She carried no weapon, but the augmentations old V had installed in her were still active. She raised her hand and activated the monomolecular filaments. 2 silver arcs flashed through the darkness. Both guards dropped before their cigarettes could hit the ground. V stood frozen, chest heaving. This was the first time she'd ever taken a human life. During her corporate days, field ops were never her responsibility. But there was no time to dwell on it now. She pressed onward. Gunfire erupted from the front entrance. Jack had made his move. V quickened her pace, threading through the corridors, until she found the stairs leading downstairs. The moment she descended, Mill's voice crackled through her earpiece. "Third floor is clear. The basement is 10 meters to your left." V sprinted forward and threw open the door. Inside was a cellar, damp and reeking. 7 or 8 people huddled in the corner, some trembling, others weeping. At the very back, a girl in a blue work uniform was curled into a ball. She looked up at V, her eyes wide with terror. V knelt. "Don't be afraid. We've come to get you out." The girl locked eyes with her and slowly rose to her feet. Gunfire echoed from upstairs, then fell silent. Mill's voice came through the earpiece again. "Clear. Bring them up." V led the group outward. On the first floor, she found Mill standing in the center of the main hall, 3 scavenger bodies sprawled at his feet. Their weapons remained strapped to them, but the men were motionless. Jack walked in from the doorway and brushed dust from his jacket. "Mano, can you save one for me next time? I barely got off a few shots before it was over." Mill ignored him and turned his gaze to V. "First time." V nodded. "How does it feel?" V considered. Simpler than the corp reports made it sound. By the time they delivered the rescue to the priest, it was past 2 in the morning. The girl in the blue uniform was cradled in her mother's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. The woman turned to Mill, lips parting as if to speak, but Mill raised a hand to stop her. "Don't thank me," he said. "This was the priest's commission." The woman paused for a moment, then nodded. Mimir turned and walked out. V followed behind, suddenly asking, "How did you know she was in that factory?" Mimir didn't answer. Jack whispered beside her, "Don't ask. He won't tell." V thought for a moment, then changed the question. "That flying metal bird of yours, what is it?" Mimir was silent for 2 seconds, then said, "A tool." V waited for him to continue. He didn't. V sighed. On the ride back, Jack leaned against his seat, dozing off. V sat next to Mimir, watching the neon lights blur past the window. After a long silence, she spoke. "I killed someone for the first time today." Mimir said nothing. V continued, "Back at the company, I signed a lot of documents. Those documents, once sent out, would also kill people. But I never imagined what those dead people looked like." She paused. "When those 2 fell today, I watched them. They had tattoos, old scars, very outdated cybernetic interfaces. They were human too." Mimir finally spoke, scared. V thought about it. "I don't know. Maybe not scared. It's..." Suddenly all those things before felt so distant. Now this. "It's right here." Mimir remained silent. V said, "Your first kill. How did it feel?" Mimir was quiet for a long time. So long that V thought he wouldn't answer. Then he said, "A long time ago. I was in another place then." V was startled. "Another place?" Mimir didn't speak again. V looked at him. The light from outside the window flowed across his face, flickering on and off, his expression unreadable. 3 days later. On the coffee table in apartment H10 sat several takeout boxes. The 4 of them gathered around, eating dinner. V took a bite of chow mein and suddenly said, "I took another job yesterday." Jack looked at her. "Who gave it?" V said, "Father. Over in Haywood, helping an old lady find her grandson. The kid ran off with some people, hadn't been home for 3 days. Found him hanging out with the 6th Street gang. I dragged him back." Jack laughed. "Nice, now you're official." Sasha chimed in, "Father's jobs aren't easy. If he's calling you, it means you've got what it takes." V smiled, then looked at Mimir. "I want to ask you something." Mimir waited. V said, "That day at the factory, you had me lead the way for the flank. How did you know I could do it?" Mimir thought for a moment. "Because you worked at the company. You know how to calculate, evaluate, find the safest path. Street people don't have that." V was stunned. "So you used that part of me?" Mimir nodded. "Everyone has their use. What you can do, Jack can't. What Jack can do, you can't. Work together, and it's enough." V was silent for 2 seconds. Then she laughed. "You know, sometimes I feel like you're not from this world." Jack coughed beside her, shooting her a warning look. V ignored him and continued, "I'm not insulting you. It's just, there's something about you like you see further than we do. Not the kind of planning far ahead, but the kind. Born to see it." Mimir looked at her, saying nothing. V felt uncomfortable under his gaze. "What?" Mimir said, "You're right." V was taken aback. "Huh?" Mimir stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside. "I really am not from this world. He said, but from the day I arrived here, I've been living here. He turned to face V. So are you. V stared at him for 3 seconds, then laughed. All right, she said, then I'll live here. Jack raised his beer can. Come on, let's drink to living here. Sasha rolled her eyes, but raised her coffee cup as well. A few days later, V had fully adapted to the rhythm of street life. In the morning, she woke up without needing to punch and check emails or see if there were any new meeting notifications. Opening her eyes, the window showed the gray, dusty sky of Watson District. Downstairs, the smell of oil and smoke from breakfast stalls drifted up, and occasionally the sound of neighbors arguing echoed through the hallway. She lay on that second-hand bed staring at the ceiling and suddenly broke into a smile. Jack was right. Leaving the company was the luckiest day of her life. Her phone buzzed. A message from Mimir. The afterlife. She replied with an okay, then sat up and started getting dressed. At exactly 10, the three of them stood at the entrance of the afterlife. In the stairwell, 7 or 8 mercenaries were crouched, some old, some young. As they approached, a few of the younger ones looked up, their eyes carrying that unique defiance of street newcomers. Discontent. One of them, a kid with fluorescent green hair, muttered to the person beside him, "Who are these people? Don't look like much." The older one next to him shot him a glare. "Keep your voice down." That black-haired one, Jack Wells from Haywood, works for father. That woman I've never seen, maybe a newbie. The one in front. He paused, lowering his voice even further. Mimir. The one who defeated Atom Smasher. The fluorescent green-haired kid froze, then shut his mouth. But V heard. She walked behind Mimir, feeling the gazes sweeping over them. There was awe, curiosity, defiant, but silent resentment. She suddenly recalled a few months ago when she was still in that Arasaka office typing on a keyboard, signing documents, never knowing these people existed. Now she stood among them, heading toward that place where only the top-tier mercenaries could enter. The feeling was quite surreal. The person at the door had changed. Not Emmerich's perpetually stern face, but Crispin. Mimir glanced at him. "Crispin, where's Emmerich?" Crispin shrugged. "He's off today. I had nothing to do, so I figured I'd take his shift." His gaze passed over Mimir and landed on V, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, brought a newbie," Mimir said, just showing her around. Crispin gave V a once-over, then smiled. "The one from Arasaka." "I heard. All right, go on in." As V passed him, he murmured, "Welcome to the real world." V glanced at him. Crispin winked, still leaning against the doorframe with a grin. Mimir took a few steps inside, then turned back. "Rogues running out of people. Got you guarding the door." Crispin waved a hand. "Just bored. Been idle ever since I got back, so I figured I'd have some fun." Mimir said nothing more and continued inside. V followed behind, whispering to Jack, "Who is he?" Jack lowered his voice too. "Crispin Wayland. Son of old Wayland the Snake. Works exclusively with Rogue. He's different from Emmerich. Emmerich actually blocks people. If you don't meet the requirements, you don't get in. This guy." He thought for a moment. "He'll block you too, but if you dare to push back, he'll just beat you senseless and throw you out." V glanced back over her shoulder. Cooley C. Bin was speaking with a mercenary, still wearing that smiling, harmless look. "He that capable fight?" V asked. Jack nodded. "People say so. Anyway, no one has seen him lose. In the next life, he's still the same." The lighting was dim, the air thick with the scent of alcohol and gun oil. In a corner booth, several mercenaries whispered to each other. Behind the bar, Kalire was polishing glasses. Seeing Mimir enter, she nodded and reached for 3 glasses from the shelf. Jack plopped onto the bar stool beside the counter, patting the seat next to him. "Come on, V, sit here. Let me introduce you." V sat down, looking around. To be honest, this place was a bit different from what she imagined. Not so big, not so grand, even a little run down. In places, the wall plaster had peeled away, revealing the damp, blackened cement. "This it is?" she asked. Jack laughed. "What? Too shabby?" V shook her head. "It's just that. It feels quite ordinary." Jack picked up the glass Claire pushed over and took a sip. "If Luogo heard you say that, she'd make you buy a round for the whole place. This place looks ordinary, but those who can enter are far from ordinary." V raised her own glass and took a sip, the one Jack had ordered for her. Tequila with beer and chilies, a flavor so complex it makes you frown. "Is it good?" Jack asked. V thought for a moment. "It's not bad, but I don't see what's so good about it." Jack laughed. "That's the feeling. The first time I drank it, I thought, what the hell is this? But after drinking it, you get used to it, and if you don't drink it, you feel something's missing." Claire interjected. "Don't listen to him. Johnny's cup was meant to be terrible. Whoever gets used to it must be sick." Jack glared at her. "Kalire, what would happen if Luogo heard you say that?" Claire shrugged. "If she heard, she'd say the same." V watched them bicker, then suddenly laughed. This kind of atmosphere had never existed in the company. She took a sip and asked, "Where's Luogo?" Claire said, "She's not here today. She's out on business. You two can do as you like." Jack added, "Then we'll entertain ourselves. Anyway, since you came, have a few drinks before you go." V looked at him. "I'm here to take on a job." Jack waved his hand. "No rush. There are plenty of jobs. Take it slow." V said, "The pay for small jobs is that little. The middleman takes a cut, not enough to cover Lao Wei's bills." Jack was taken aback, then sighed. To make a name, there must be a process. Claire, listening, suddenly asked, "Want to take a job?" V nodded. Claire thought for a moment, pulled out a data pad from under the bar, tapped a few times, and slid it over. There's a commission Luo Gu doesn't want. Take a look and see if you want it. Mimir walked over, leaning to read. Client decide to Xiaoan. Task bodyguard escort the client to a designated location, ensure safety throughout. Jack leaned over to look, then gasped, Dexter. That fat guy. V looked at them. Do you know him? Jack scratched his head. Know him? Not really. I've heard of him. Back when I was just roaming the streets, this guy was one of Night City's biggest middlemen. Even the old captain back then didn't have a bigger reputation. V frowned. So how did he end up like this now? Claire said, who knows? She paused with a hint of contempt in her voice. V looked at the name, silent for 2 seconds. Sasha walked over from behind, glanced at it too, then said, Dexter, huh? V looked at her. You know him? Sasha nodded. Not much. I was under Faraday back then. I hadn't dealt with him. But in the mercenary circle, there's a saying. She thought for a moment, then spoke. If you can do business with Decide to Xiaoan, you will surely soar. V was surprised. That's quite exaggerated. I've been with the company for years, and I haven't risen once. Could doing one job make me rise? Perhaps it's a bit too much. Sasha shrugged. I thought it was exaggerated too when I heard it. Back then, I had just joined the scene. Hearing such rumors, I thought this guy was really impressive. When could I do a few jobs for him, make big money, become a big figure? Jack laughed. Who says it's not? I was still in a gang back then, and I thought the same when I heard it. V looked at them again, then at the name, and suddenly asked, then why did he run? Sasha shook her head. I don't know. Back then Manon and I were under Faraday, or I couldn't possibly know about middlemen like that. They wouldn't tell mercenaries. V looked at Claire. Claire said, I don't know much either. I only know he botched one commission. The employer there was powerful. He was afraid of dying, so he ran. He ran for 2 years. Now he wants to come back. But afraid of being hunted, he wants a bodyguard. And when you talk about big shots, you all just play along. For Luo Gu, that fat guy's words are little more than hot air. If he could truly rise, Night City would already be full. In short, Dexter is nothing more than a somewhat capable middleman stuck between regional intermediaries and people like Luo Gu. In one line, he's a higher-end Faraday. Just like that job at the Cobalt Building sealing off Watson District should have signaled that a big figure or major event was coming, yet this guy didn't know Huangban Sanlang was coming to Night City. She looked at Mimir. Take it. Mimir stood there looking at the name, silent for a few seconds. It reminded her of something. Decide to Xiaoan. That boastful, blundering fat man. The one who botched that commission back then. The employer was the Wudu Bong. The Wudu Bong's method of doing business was to treat mercenaries as disposable wipes. Before a job, plan a virus or arrange someone to tail, then dispose of them after the job. Dexter botched it. Fearing exposure, he ran. But now he's back. Mimir thought for a moment and nodded. Take it. Do you know him? V looked at him. Mimir said, I've heard of him. V waited for more, but he didn't say anything. Jack tried to smooth things over. Mimir is like that, short on words. But the jobs he takes usually go smoothly. V thought for a moment and agreed. A man like Mimir wouldn't take a worthless commission without a reason. She looked at the name and suddenly grew curious. What kind of person is this overhyped middleman after all? Claire put away the datapad and tapped it a few times. I've booked it for you. 3 days from now, go see him. Mimir nodded and turned to leave. Although Claire acted on her own initiative, Rogue didn't actually mind her people taking on side jobs, as long as they didn't neglect their main duties and didn't betray her. She didn't care what they did. Besides, Rogue didn't want to handle this commission anyway. Oh, it didn't matter who passed it on. V followed behind, and when she reached the door, she glanced back. Inside the afterlife, it was still dim and gloomy. A few mercenaries sat in a corner drinking. Claire was wiping glasses and Crispin leaned against the doorframe smiling at her. She suddenly remembered that question. What's so special about this place? Now she was starting to understand. It wasn't the place that was special. It was the people. On the way back, Jack leaned back in his seat, dozing with his eyes closed. V sat next to Mimir, watching the neon lights flash by outside the window. After a long while, she spoke. Do you know about Dexter? Mimir didn't answer. V waited a few seconds, then said, that look on your face just now. It didn't seem like you'd heard of him. It seemed like you knew. Mimir was silent for 2 seconds, then said the job he screwed up back then. The employer was the Voodoo Boys. V was taken aback. The Voodoo Boys. Mimir nodded. V thought for a moment, then understood. So he ran because he was afraid of being targeted by the Voodoo Boys. Mimir said the Voodoo Boys don't leave any survivors. He was right to run. V looked at him. Then why did you take the job? Mimir said because he's come back now, which means he thinks it's safe. Or he had no choice but to come back. V waited for him to continue. Mimir didn't say any more. Jack suddenly spoke up from the back seat, his voice muffled. Mano, you think that fat guy coming back is going to bring trouble? Mimir said yes. Jack opened his eyes and looked at him. And you still took the job? Mimir said if there's trouble, we just deal with it. Jack paused for a second, then laughed. All right. After all, they were a legendary team. If there was trouble, they'd just handle it. Besides, it was just the Voodoo Boys. Even if those hackers were top-notch against a baseline human, what were they going to do? Use their hacking skills? V looked at him and suddenly asked, are you never afraid? Mimir thought for a moment, then said, I am afraid. Afraid of not knowing what will happen. He looked out the window. When you know what will happen, you're not afraid. V was silent for a few seconds. Then she smiled. All right, she said, then I'm not afraid either. 3 days later, the Chevrolet Emperor drove onto the highway leading to Pacifica. The scenery outside the window shifted from dense apartment blocks to open wasteland. The silhouettes of the unfinished buildings in the distance became clearer, like gray bones sprouting from the ground. Jack gripped the steering wheel, an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. Mano, you think that black fat Jesus, knowing he pissed off the voodoo boys back then. Why'd he come back from Pacifica? What's he thinking? Meyer sat in the passenger seat looking out the window. Who knows? V leaned forward from the back seat. I think he's acting like he's got nothing to fear. We're the ones taking the job. What's he got to be afraid of? Sasha nodded from beside her. If I were him, I wouldn't be scared either. The voodoo boys might be crazy, but can they be crazier than us? Jack laughed. Makes sense. He glanced at V in the rearview mirror. You still don't understand the whole Dexter thing. V shrugged. All I know is he screwed up a job for the voodoo boys, ran away, and now he's back. The specifics, no idea. Sasha turned her phone screen toward her. I did some digging these past few days. On the streets, local net Dexter's rep back in the day was bigger than any of the current fixers. V leaned in to look. Sasha continued, old Captain Regina. They're all pretty big now, but 2 years ago Dexter Deshawn's name was bigger than all of them. Mercenaries who took his jobs back then said that landing one of his gigs might not make you rich, but it guaranteed a nice little payday. A few mercs even retired directly from the jobs he gave them. For mercenaries without grand ambitions, saving enough to switch careers and retire, taking that fat guy's jobs was indeed a viable path. Jack whistled. Retire? In Night City? Sasha nodded. For real. They're out on a beach sunbathing now. V was silent for 2 seconds, then asked, so how did he screw it up? Sasha shook her head. Can't find that out. Just know it was a voodoo boy's job, he botched it, and fearing retaliation, he fled that same night. Jack cut in from the front. Everybody screws up sometimes. The question is whose job you screw up. The voodoo boys, those Haitian lunatics. If you mess up their job, they'll turn your whole family into data packets. Meyer had been silent the whole time, just staring out the window. V noticed his silence and asked, what are you thinking? Meyer said, thinking about why he chose Pacifica. Jack was taken aback. What do you mean? Meyer said he ran from Pacifica. Now he's back and he's arranged to meet in Pacifica. Shouldn't he want to stay as far from voodoo boys' territory as possible? The car was silent for 2 seconds. Jack scratched his head. Now that you mention it, that is a bit weird. V thought for a moment. Did he do it on purpose? Meyer didn't answer. Sasha spoke up from the side. Or maybe because other places aren't safe. Pacifica is chaotic, but he knows it. If he went somewhere else, what if he has other enemies? Meyer nodded. Makes sense. But the expression on his face made V think he had other thoughts. The Chevrolet turned into an abandoned industrial area. The surrounding buildings grew more and more dilapidated, walls covered in graffiti. Some buildings had half collapsed with rebar jutting out of the concrete like broken bones. Jack slowed down, squinting ahead. 2 people up ahead. Meyer had already seen them. In the distance on an open lot stood 2 dark figures. One was fat, the other was burly. The fat one was smoking, and not just any smoke, but a damn cigar. The burly one stood behind him, about 2 meters tall with arms thicker than most people's legs, his face expressionless. Jack stopped the car and killed the engine. He's just standing out on the road waiting for us. Isn't he afraid of being spotted? V stared at the fat man. Either he's bold or he's doing it on purpose. Meyer opened the door and stepped out. Dexter Deshawn was watching him too. The two stared at each other from 20 meters away for 3 seconds, then both walked forward simultaneously. As they got closer, V could finally see what the legendary black fat Jesus looked like. Dark skin, obese, but not flabby, a neck as thick as a weightlifter's, a suit stretched taut over his body. His hair was cropped short, almost bald, and he wore a pair of sunglasses. Meyer stopped in front of him. Dexter took off his sunglasses, looked him up and down, and then smiled. Dexter's smile was broad and warm, but V noticed his eyes didn't share it. Those eyes kept moving, watching, assessing. Mr. Mishia. Dexter extended his hand, his voice deep and resonant. I've heard much about you. Mill took his hand. Hello, Dexter. The handshake appeared routine, but V watched from the side, sensing an unspoken tension in the grip. Dexter released his hand, gave Mill another once-over, then shook his head. There was genuinely nothing. No cyberware, no implants. Not even the most basic ports. Even Morgan Blackhand had possessed several prosthetics in his day. But Mill was different, completely organic, untouched by cybernetics. Behind them, Jack and the others had already exited the vehicle. Jack made his way directly toward the burly man standing behind Dexter, wearing that ingratiating smile. What should I call you, brother? The burly man glanced down at him, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Oleg. Jack clapped him on the arm, the limb as hard as granite. Whoa, those muscles, someone who works out right. What do you usually carry? Oleg stared at him, expression unreadable, though he didn't shut him down. Meanwhile, V and Sasha lingered by the car, their attention drifting in opposite directions. An eerie silence hung heavy around them, broken only by wind swirling through the rubble. V narrowed his eyes, scanning the area. No one in sight, no ambush waiting, not even a shadow moving. Dexter clearly knew how to pick a location. She nodded to Mill. Mill finally spoke, "Let's move out." Dexter also nodded and gestured toward Oleg. Oleg turned and walked toward a collapsed structure nearby, crouched down, and pushed aside several pieces of rubble with his hands. Beneath the stones lay a waterproof tarp. He cleared away the remaining debris, then gripped the edge and yanked it back with force. A vehicle emerged from the wreckage. Dexter approached and slapped the door. Cars are too conspicuous. People can hide anywhere, but not vehicles. As he spoke, Oleg had already taken the driver's seat and started the engine. The frame shuddered slightly, shedding loose gravel as it reversed out of the rubble and came to a stop beside Dexter. The door swung open automatically. Dexter didn't rush inside. Instead, he turned to face the 4 members of Mill's team, his gaze moving slowly across each of their faces. Then he spoke, his voice dropping lower and slower than before. "You understand the rules, don't you?" Mill held his gaze. For 2 seconds, they simply stared at each other. Mill replied, "Of course. On an escort job, as long as the payment is right, the client's safety comes first." Dexter studied him for 3 seconds before breaking into a smile. "Good," he said. "Then I'll leave my life in your hands." He turned and entered the vehicle. The door clicked shut with a soft sound, but in the desolate wasteland it echoed faintly. Mill stood frozen, staring at the departing vehicle for a moment of silence. Jack sidled up and murmured, "Mano, something's off with that fat man." Mill said nothing, but he understood. Too many things about that man were wrong. Yet the same principle applied. If the pay was right, and they didn't push their luck, they should be fine. If he ended up getting himself killed through his own recklessness, that wasn't on them. The ruins of Taiping District passed slowly outside the window, occasionally disrupted by battered pickup trucks heading in the opposite direction. Men crouched in the truck beds, their wary glances flicking toward them before quickly looking away. No one made a move. Mill leaned back in the passenger seat with his eyes half closed, his mind net still active. There was no need to deploy drones at this point. It would waste too much energy. Within a 10-kilometer radius, every life signal he detected was merely passing through. No hostile intent, no aggression, and certainly no deliberate pursuit. Dexter sat in the rear seat, sinking into the leather upholstery with an extinguished cigar in hand. He gazed out the window, his expression calm, but Mill could sense he was lost in thought. There was a sense of relief, as if he'd finally breathed easy, mixed with a touch of smugness. So they'd become his display piece, his shield. As the vehicle passed an abandoned gas station, Jack glanced at Dexter's car through the rearview mirror and suddenly spoke up. "Boss, you must have made quite a few enemies on this trip back, right?" That was the advantage of a brain-computer interface, direct communication without speaking. Dexter put the cigar back between his lips, unlit. "Quite a few. But after today, I expect the number will drop." Jack raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Dexter smiled without answering. V sat in the opposite rear seat, squeezed in beside Sasha. Watching the smile on Dexter's round face, she had the feeling the fat man was implying something deeper. "What you just said," V interjected, "after today, does that mean someone's watching us?" Dexter turned to look at her, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Miss, you worked for a corporation before, right?" V nodded. "Then you should know," Dexter continued, "there are people in this world who don't solve problems with their hands. They solve them with their minds." V paused for a moment. Dexter went on, "The voodoo boys definitely want me dead, but they're not willing to sacrifice themselves to get me. With someone like this around, they have to weigh whether it's worth it for a fat man like me." Mill stayed quiet. Jack chimed in from the side. "So they're afraid?" Dexter laughed, this time with genuine amusement. "Afraid? No. It's about calculation. When the math doesn't add up, they walk away." He paused, removing the cigar from his lips to gaze out the window. "Most people in this world operate on calculations when they do things. You might think someone hates you so much they'd tear you apart with their bare hands, but when it comes down to it, they run the numbers and decide it's not worth the cost, so they hold back." He turned back to face the people in the car. "The reason I can sit here safely today isn't because no one wants me dead. It's because they did the math and determined the cost of killing me is too high." A silence fell over the car for 2 seconds. Jack scratched his head. "So we accomplished everything today without lifting a finger?" Dexter nodded. "Exactly. Sometimes doing nothing is more effective than doing everything." The vehicle continued northward, crossing the boundary of Taiping District and entering Haywood. Sunlight streamed through the windshield, illuminating the dust on the dashboard with crystal clarity. Jack rolled down the window, just a crack letting in the dry, sandy breeze from outside. V leaned back in her seat, watching the increasingly familiar streetscape pass, by then suddenly spoke up. "Dexter, about what you just said, how did you know they would calculate the cost this way?" Dexter glanced at her. "Because I know them." "The voodoo boys?" V asked. Dexter shook his head. "No. People." He paused, then put the cigar back between his lips. "In all my years as a middleman, I've seen too many people. The rich, the poor, the powerful, the powerless, the bold, the timid. I've noticed a pattern." He exhaled a puff of unlit smoke. "Most people think they're pretty smart, pretty good at calculating. But when it comes down to it, they only calculate the immediate gains, not the long-term ones. The voodoo boys, those madmen, calculate better than anyone. Mimir finally spoke, so they wait. Dakasaite nodded. Right. They wait. Best if I die, or if I get myself killed, or if one day you're gone, then they'll make their move. Anyway, they have all the time in the world. Jekka glanced at him from the rearview mirror. Aren't you afraid that one day we might really be gone? Dakasaite laughed, a smile tinged with something else. That's why I have to hurry and get things done. At 2 in the afternoon, the convoy stopped at the edge of an abandoned industrial zone. Dakasaite got out, stood beside the Tingwei Kirby, and squinted as he looked around. The sunlight fell on him, making his black suit scalding hot. Mimir got out of the Zuefuli and walked over to him. Dakasaite took a small data pad from his pocket, tapped it twice, and handed it to Mimir. The money has been transferred. 100,000, not a cent less. Mimir took the data pad, glanced at it, then handed it back. Dakasaite put the data pad away, looked at him, and was silent for 2 seconds. Then he spoke, his voice a bit more formal than before. Mimir, I'm not one to easily praise people. But today I have to say, you're worth more than your reputation. Mimir didn't speak. Dakasaite continued, what I said in the car earlier wasn't just polite talk. I'm truly grateful to have hired you. If it had been anyone else, this trip wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Mimir finally spoke. Whether it went smoothly or not isn't for you to decide. Dakasaite was taken aback, then laughed. Right? Whether it went smoothly isn't for me to decide, he said. But you got me here alive, that I do get to decide. He took a new cigar from his pocket, bit off the tip, lit it, and took a deep drag. Let's stay in touch. Dakasaite said, his tone returning to that casual manner. People like you. It's worth cooperating more often. Mimir nodded. Dakasaite turned to walk back to the car, then stopped after 2 steps, and looked back at him. Mimir, do you know what matters most in my line of work? Mimir didn't answer. Dakasaite continued on his own, combat capability. Execution. Most mercenaries have those too. But there's one thing more important than both, reliability. He exhaled a puff of smoke. However, Dakasaite smiled, it's still not good enough. Unknown, nobody, or renowned throughout the world. Choose whichever you want. But I'll tell you this, those who are renowned aren't necessarily the best fighters, but they are definitely the ones people can count on. He turned and got into the car. The door closed softly. The Tingwei Kirby started up, slowly drove away, kicking up a trail of dust, and soon disappeared around the corner of the ruins. Jekka leaned against the hood of the Zuefuli, watching the direction the car had vanished, clicked his tongue. That fat guy is a bit pretentious. Sasha poked her head out of the car. Pretentious, yes, but what he said isn't false. V stood nearby, holding a half-empty bottle of water, not drinking. She looked at the direction Dakasaite had left, was silent for a few seconds, then said, what he said wasn't pretentious. Jekka looked at her. How so? V thought for a moment. He said, those who are renowned are definitely the ones people can count on. That makes sense. Jekka scratched his head. You mean we're now people who can be counted on? V shook her head. Not us. It's him. She looked at Mimir. Mimir leaned against the car door, holding a can of water, not drinking, not speaking. Sasha chimed in. All right, the fat guy's gone. Let's go too. Staying here too long gives me the creeps. Jekka nodded and climbed into the driver's seat. Sasha and V also got back into the back seat. Mimir took one last look at the direction Dakasaite had left, then pulled open the door and sat in the passenger seat. The car started, turned around, and drove toward Wasan. Jekka gripped the steering wheel, glanced at the 2 people in the back seat through the rearview mirror, then shot a look at Mimir in the passenger seat, and suddenly spoke. Mano, do you think what that fat guy said is reliable, eh? Mimir thought for a moment. Which part? Jekka said, you know. The part about unknown, nobody, or renowned throughout the world. Mimir didn't speak. V in the back seat added, I think he's right. Those who are renowned might not be the best fighters, but they are definitely the ones people can count on. Jekka nodded. So are we now people who can be counted on? Sasha laughed. Weren't you just saying he was pretentious? Jekka gave her a glare. I said he was pretentious, not that he was wrong. Mimir finally spoke. Being trustworthy is harder than being tough. The car was silent for a second. V looked at him. Mimir said nothing more, just stared out the window. When the car entered Wasan, the sun was already beginning to set. Jekka slowed down, carefully maneuvering around a group of children playing. The kids saw the car coming, but didn't dodge, just stared with the characteristic wariness of street children. V watched the children and suddenly remembered her time in the corporation. She had never noticed such things. Back then she used to take a private car to and from work, going through company-exclusive passages, not even needing to cross the street. Thinking back now, those 7 years, she hadn't really lived in this city. She had lived in a glass bubble. Sasha was scrolling on her phone next to her, when suddenly she let out an eh. Jekka asked, what's wrong? Sasha said, someone on the forum is asking if anyone saw anything going on in Taiping's How today. V leaned over to look. The post was newly made, asking, did anyone pass by the Taiping's How industrial zone this afternoon and see anything strange? Below, someone had already replied. I saw it. 2 cars, 1 Zuefuli, 1 Tingwei. That Zuefuli seems to be from Mimir's squad. Mimir. The one who defeated Yadang Zhongchue. Yeah, that's him. Then whose is that thing way beside him? No idea, never seen it. Could it be some fixers? Possible. WCNM Meyer personally escorting. What kind of big shot is that? Don't ask and you'll get I don't know. V stared at the replies stunned. Sasha said beside her, someone's watching us. Meyer didn't turn around, just said, normal. The car turned into the alley beside H10 apartment and pulled up to its usual spot. The four of them stepped out and Jackie stretched his arms overhead with a satisfying crack of his joints. Sasha carried her terminal toward the building while V lingered by the car, watching the gray concrete facade. It reminded him of his first night here back, when he couldn't bring himself to stay alone. Now he could lie on the 10th floor listening to gunshots echo from the streets below and sleep soundly. Mill was the last one to head upstairs. V fell into step beside him and asked if they'd hear from the heavy-set man again. Mill considered this before answering. Yes, he would. The guy's words today weren't empty pleasantries. He genuinely believed they had value. V fell silent for a moment, then pressed him on whether he saw them as nobodies or someone significant. Mill didn't respond right away. When they reached the 8th floor, Mill stopped and turned to her. What do you think? V paused, then admitted that back when she was at the corporation, she used to think fame meant climbing to the top and making sure everyone knew your name. But she'd learned that the more people who know you, the more eyes are watching you. Mill nodded. V continued, saying that now she didn't care about fame. The only thing that mattered was surviving and getting the job done. Mill studied her without speaking, and she shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. What? She asked. You've changed, Mill said. V laughed it off. Yeah, I have. She admitted. Poorer, more tired, more human. Mill turned and walked toward his room. V called after him that he never actually answered her question. He didn't look back, saying he already had. V stood in the hallway watching his figure disappear through the doorway, trying to recall when he'd said anything at all. Inside, Sasha had already settled back at her computer, fingers flying across the keys. Jackie was sprawled on the couch, chuckling to himself every now and then. Mill moved to the window and looked out. The sky was darkening. This was Night City. Forever alive, forever moving, forever full of schemers and dreamers waiting for their turn. Jackie broke the silence. Mano, when do you think the fat man'll come looking for us next? Mill shrugged. I don't know. Jackie pressed him on whether Dexter's words were genuine. Mill replied that both were true. Jackie frowned in confusion. Both? Mill turned to face him. The principles he talked about were real, but when he used them, he was putting on a show. Jackie scratched his head. Wait, I'm kinda lost. What are you saying? Sasha chimed in from her desk. He means that Dexter knows what's right and what's true, but he treats those things as tools to be wielded when convenient. Jackie thought about it and finally nodded. Oh, I get it now. He knows how to act like a decent person, but he doesn't necessarily live by those standards. Mill agreed. So is he trustworthy? Jackie asked. No, Mill said. But he knows how to find people who are. Jackie froze for a moment, then grinned. Damn, you speak more slick than he does. Meanwhile, upstairs, V lay on her bed staring at the ceiling. Her phone buzzed. It was a message from Jackie. Meet tomorrow. Rogue says there's work. V typed back a quick acknowledgement. She set the phone aside and continued watching the ceiling. Through the window, neon light painted the entire room pink. She thought back to Dexter's question. Nobody or somebody. She wondered what she and Mill were. Nobodies. Definitely not. Mill's name was known throughout all of Night City by now. Somebodies. Not really either. They didn't take on major jobs, rarely accepted corporate contracts, and stayed out of the headlines. So what were they? V thought about it and smiled to herself. The next afternoon, Mill and the crew pulled into the Afterlife's back alley and parked in their usual spot. Jack pushed open the door, greeted by the same familiar smells. Alcohol, disinfectant, and a faint trace of gun oil mingling into something oddly distinct. Emery stood at the entrance to the inner room, his black suit straining across his frame. Spotting Mill, he uncommonly relaxed his expression and stepped aside. As Mill passed, Emery spoke quietly, almost reverently. Christopher's outside, handled a small job, we'll be back tonight. Mill didn't break stride, merely nodding. Jack froze behind him for a moment, then leaned over to whisper to V. Holy shit, when did Emery get so damn pleasant? Last time I came in, he glared at me for 3 whole seconds before letting me through. V shot him a look. That's because you're nobody. Jack thought about it, then grinned. True. Damn, feels good to be somebody, though. The bar was sparse tonight. At this hour, the mercenaries were either sleeping or out chasing jobs. Claire nodded at them from behind the counter, polishing glasses without pausing. Rogue's booth sat in the farthest corner, always the same seat and angle, giving her a clear view of everything happening inside. She leaned back in her chair, whiskey in hand, and got straight to the point. You've been to the Badlands. Have you ever met any of the fixers over there? Both shook their heads. Jack and V had traveled through the Badlands, but Dakota Smith was a face and a voice they'd never encountered. Not even a phone call. Though Mill's reputation had spread through the Badlands fixer network, his operations stayed primarily within Night City. The Badlands were merely waypoints between jobs rather than destinations themselves. Dakota Smith's contracts, on the other hand, never ventured into the city, so their paths had simply never crossed. This is Dakota Smith's commission, Rogue said, setting her glass down and tapping the table twice. A holographic projection flickered to life, revealing a woman's face suspended in the air. Middle-aged brown skin, sharp eyes wrapped in a worn scarf. Badlands nomad fixer. Came up through the nomads, then went solo. She avoids the city, handles everything out there. But this time she's in over her head. Mill stayed silent, waiting. Because this job involves Konpeki Plaza. The words landed like a stone dropped into still water rippling through the booth. Konpeki Plaza, that was Arasaka territory, one of the most heavily fortified compounds in all of Night City. Their previous intrusion had only been possible because Lai Xian had granted them access. Without that connection, no crew of Night City mercenaries and vigilantes would have stood a chance. V frowned, but said nothing. Jack let out a low whistle caught somewhere between excitement and dread. Mill cut to the chase. Who are we breaking in to see? Inside Konpeki Plaza, only the wealthy and powerful resided, either corporate executives or Night City Council members. Beyond those two groups, he couldn't imagine anyone else worth targeting. Luo Gu rarely revealed a hint of a smile, the kind that seemed to relish in watching the chaos unfold. Biotech. Sasha, who had been leaning back on the sofa, sat up straight upon hearing this. If it's about taking down Biotech, she was all ears. Luo Gu glanced at her and continued, Biotech has a doctor named Sobola. I don't care about her last name. Too long to remember. This woman originally worked in a lab in Atlanta researching a new drug. You all know the corporate tricks, V. He then looked directly at V. V nodded, her voice cold. Live human experiments. Huang Ban has done the same. Giving test cyberware to the Tiger Claw gang under the guise of trial, but charging them every cent. If something goes wrong during the trial, it's your own fault for not using it properly. Luo Gu grunted in agreement. Exactly. Biotech has its own drug testing sites. Legal ones with contracts and compensation, volunteers who do it for money. But our DR? Suabola thought the samples there weren't clean enough. What she wanted were completely natural human bodies untouched by cyberware. Mimir's expression changed. Luo Gu continued, so she tampered with a nomad clan called Chao Daisai, not the main clan, but a small one in Atlanta. She added something into their supplies, free given out of kindness. The nomads had no idea what was going on. Then what? The experiment failed. The Chao Daisai clan suffered a great calamity. Out of over 100 people, only 10 survived. They had learned about the Chao Daisai clan from the Adaka duo. It was a nomadic confederation born from ecological and agricultural crises, with most members hailing from the Midwest of the old United States. They established the modern nomad code with the Chao Daisai Convention, emphasizing self-sufficiency and staying away from cities, the purest nomadic group among the 7 confederations. No one in the booth spoke. Those 10 survivors used the clan's remaining funds to put a bounty on Sobola's head, Luo Gu said flatly. Nikita took the job, but before she could act, that bitch ran away. She fled into Night City. Biotech couldn't be bothered with her. The mess she made was too big, and the company didn't want to get involved, or rather it didn't align with their interests. You all know how corporations are. Why would they take on a losing deal? So she booked a room at the Gambi building and moved in. Mimir said softly, the Gambi building, Huang Ban's territory. Right. Luo Gu picked up her glass and took a sip. Suabola is now living in the Gambi building. Huang Ban knows what trouble she's caused. But they can't just kick her out, can they? Once a guest checks in, they're a guest, especially when they paid triple the rate. Kicking them out would ruin their own reputation. The Gambi building's main selling point is security, absolute security, a turtle shell you can hide in if you pay. So Huang Ban made a decision, let her stay, but raised the defense level to maximum. How high? Just a notch below when Huang Ban Lai Xian stayed there last time. V drew a sharp breath. That place is a fortress now. Exactly. Luo Gu looked at Mimir. Those nomads can't break in themselves, and neither can Nikita. Nomads are fine in the Badlands, but urban warfare is too tough, especially against a corporation. So she came to me. Me. She spread her hands. I came to you guys. The Gambi building is what Huang Ban claims to be, second only to Huang Ban Tower in defense, the only difference being the absence of Yudong Zhongchui. If the Mets inside were actually deployed, 10 Chao Daisai clans wouldn't stand a chance. Unless all the nomad clans mobilized together. But that would be equivalent to a small-scale war. Mimir thought for a moment. Evil must be eradicated completely. I'll take it. Luo Gu raised an eyebrow. You haven't even heard the payment yet. You're not going to ask the others. Mimir said, if they don't take it, I'll go alone. It had nothing to do with the reward, and given the security of the Gambi building, he didn't want to drag these brothers into the fire. He was going to do the job, not to be a babysitter. Although being a mercenary inevitably involves casualties, some things that are certain death should be avoided if possible. Jiako clamored beside him. Mano, what do you mean by that? What do you mean not take it? Taking down corpos is everyone's duty in Night City. Biotech. Damn it, just for what they did, I'm definitely taking this job. Sasha didn't speak, but her eyes said it all. Her mother died at the hands of Biotech. She had held that grudge for years. Luo Gu looked at V. V was silent for a few seconds. She thought of her days at Huangban, of her colleagues sitting in the office, of the emotionless professional attitude they had when discussing test data. Human lives were just a string of numbers in that conference room. She nodded. Luo Gu drained the whiskey in her glass and stood up. All right. I've sent the details to your terminals. But let me say this first, don't blow this out of proportion. If you smash the glass of the Gambi building, Huangban will lose face, and this becomes a slap in the face to the corporation. Then you'll be hunted not only by biotech, but also by Huangban strike teams. Got it. The Japanese care most about face. She had learned that well. Mimir stood up and asked, if we can pull it off, do you want the target alive or dead? Luo Gu was taken aback. Listen to what you're saying. That's the Gambi building. Not even corporate strike teams can storm it, let alone mercenaries. And you want to bring someone out alive? Only in your dreams. No. Wait, with Mimir skills it might actually be possible. She looked at Mimir, her gaze complex, as if re-evaluating him. Alive would be best, she said. Those nomads spent all their clan's money just to kill her with their own hands. If you bring them ahead, they might not be satisfied. But if you deliver her alive to the Badlands, they'll treat you like one of their own. Mimir nodded and turned to leave. Jieku V and Sa Sha stood up to follow. Luo Gu added behind them, the mission details are sent to you. Figure out how to get in yourselves. I can't help with the Gambi building's defense system. Luo Gu herself had a Dove faction label, so she usually vetted any jobs related to Huangban carefully before posting them. Mimir waved a hand without looking back. The door of the afterlife closed behind him. Outside, the sky had already darkened. Night fell quickly in Night City. Just a moment ago there was still some gray light, but now it was completely dark. Neon lights flickered on, red, green, blue, casting the street in a surreal glow. The four of them stood at the entrance, none in a hurry to get into the car. Jieku spoke first. So we're going to the Gambi building now? The same Gambi building we just messed with. The one with defense levels ridiculously high, eh? V said that's the idea. Jieku scratched his head. Mano, you know what I like most about you? Your style of taking jobs. You never consider whether you'll make it out alive. Only whether it's worth doing. Mimir looked at him. And you, V? Jack grinned. Me? I like your style. Shingo, if I was afraid of dying, I wouldn't have joined Valentino back in the day. Sasha asked softly, what floor is that woman on? V opened his terminal and glanced at the intel Rogue had sent. 53rd. Room 5309. The registered name isn't Sapora. It's a fake identity, a mid-level biotech employee named Maria Sanchez. According to the file, she used that alias to enter Konpiki Plaza. Someone inside biotech helped her. Sasha sneered. Corp people always help their own when it counts. Mir didn't respond. He leaned against the car door, staring toward Konpiki Plaza in the distance. The building stood at the edge of the night sky, glowing with cold white light, like a giant tombstone. V walked over and stood beside him. What are you thinking? Mir said, figuring out how to get in. V said, got a plan. Mir said, working on it. Jack chimed in from behind. How about we just storm the place? Like full frontal assault. Sasha didn't turn around. You crazy? Jack, I'm joking, Chica, don't take it seriously. V thought for a moment. Konpiki Plaza's current security level. Conventional methods won't work. The surveillance system is 3 times stricter than usual. Patrols doubled. Everyone entering and leaving has to pass 3 security checks. Elevators need a key card plus biometrics. Fire exits are all locked. Windows are blast-proof, and the rooftop helipad is guarded 24/7. Sasha added, and they're definitely watching the biotech people. Sapora used a fake ID, but after she got inside, if someone at biotech tips them off, Arasaka will eventually figure out who she is. Mir suddenly asked, how long has she been in there? V checked the data. 3 days. Hasn't left in 3 days. According to the file, no. She ordered room service twice, food and drinks. Other than that, she stayed in the room. Mir nodded and said nothing. Sasha looked at him. You have a plan? Mir said, still thinking. Jack couldn't help but laugh. Mano, every time you say still thinking, you've already figured it out. You just don't want to say it right. Mir glanced at him. If I say it now, I won't need to think about it anymore. Jack blinked, not understanding. V translated beside him. He means that once it's said, there's no need to think. What he needs to think about now is the process, not the result. Jack scratched his head. Why do you people always talk in riddles? Sasha laughed too. A rare smile, her eyes crinkling, finally looking like a 20-year-old girl. Come on, let's head back. Can't figure it out standing here. The 4 of them got into the car. V sat in the passenger seat, watching the streets blur past the window. He suddenly asked, Mir, what are you planning to do with that woman? Mir was in the back seat, eyes closed, leaning against the window, either asleep or deep in thought. At the question, he opened his eyes. First, figure out if we can get her out alive. V said, and then. Mir said, then send her to the Badlands. V said, she won't survive that. Mir said, yeah. V was silent for a few seconds, then asked, do you think she deserves to die? Mir thought for a moment. What do you think? V said, I think she does. Over 100 people, all dead from being test subjects for drugs. The remaining 10 will live in nightmares for the rest of their lives. If she doesn't deserve to die, who does? Mir said, then that's enough. V paused. Enough for what? Mir said, enough to send her to death. V didn't ask further. The car drove all the way back to H10 apartments, parking in the usual spot. The four of them went upstairs, each to their own room. As Jack was about to enter, he turned back and called out, "What time are we meeting tomorrow?" Mir said, "When I wake up." Jack said, "All right, I'll sleep until I'm naturally awake." Sasha rolled her eyes. "When are you ever not naturally awake?" Jack chuckled. The next afternoon, sunlight squeezed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a slanted beam across the floor. Mir woke up. He lay in bed for 2 seconds, then sat up. His phone buzzed several times. Unread messages. Jack had sent "still asleep." "Not awake yet." "Up yet." Half an hour later, another. "Mano, you're not seriously sleeping in, are you?" "Then what about me? I'm supposed to sleep in too." Another half hour later. "Never mind, I'm going back to sleep. Wake me up when you're up." Sasha sent, "I thought all night. I have an idea. Come find me when you're awake." V sent, "Rogue just sent an additional piece of intel. Sapora had a phone signal in Konpeki Plaza last night. She made a call to a supervisor at the biotech lab in Atlanta. The call lasted 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Content unknown." Mir sat up, grabbed his phone, and replied to Sasha first, "What idea?" Then he replied to V, "Can you find out what she said?" Finally, he replied to Jack, "I'm up." 10 seconds later, Jack replied, "Fking finally. I'm starving." Sasha replied, "Tell you in person. Come over." V replied, "Can't find out. It's encrypted, can't hack it. But Rogue said that supervisor died this morning. Car accident." Mir put down his phone, got dressed, and left the room. Next door, Sasha's door was ajar. Mir pushed the door open. Sasha was sitting cross-legged on the bed with 3 open terminals in front of her, screens filled with dense streams of data. Jack was lying on the nearby sofa, a bag of chips in hand, stuffing them into his mouth. V stood by the window holding a cup of coffee, his eyes a little tired. Mir sat down. "Go ahead." Sasha turned one of the terminals toward him, pointing at the architectural layout on the screen. "This is the floor plan of the 53rd floor of Konpeki Plaza. I hacked into it last night." Mir looked at the diagram without asking how she did it. Sasha's hacking skills, few in all of Night City could match her. Sasha continued, 5309 is here at the end of the corridor on the east side. This floor has 32 rooms in total, but according to the occupancy records, only 9 rooms are currently occupied. Jack interrupted. "Why are the rest empty? Isn't that hotel supposed to be top-notch?" Sasha glanced at him. "Because it's expensive. The cost of one night is enough for an average person to live in Watson for a year." Jack whistled. "So this woman's pretty loaded." V said, "It's not her money. Biotech is footing the bill for her room. Though they had said they wouldn't get involved this kind of living expenses, if the person was still useful, the company would still pay." Meyer asked, "What about the surveillance?" Sasha zoomed in on the image, pointing at the small red dots in the corridor. "There's a camera every 10 meters in the hallway with 360-degree coverage, no blind spots. 2 at the elevator entrance, 2 at the fire escape, and 2 in the stairwell. All cameras are the latest models, equipped with heartbeat monitoring and infrared sensing, capable of detecting living beings through walls, but only detecting life signs, not forming images." Meyer pondered. "Infrared can penetrate walls." Sasha nodded. "Yes, but with limitations. Too far, and it won't work. The walls on the 53rd floor have lead lining, presumably to prevent hacking and radiation. The heartbeat monitoring is also affected with a maximum penetration of 2 meters. So as long as we stay away from the end of the corridor, they won't know who's in the room." V asked, "So how do we get in?" Sasha was silent for 2 seconds, then said, "I have an idea, but it's a bit crazy." Jack's interest was piqued. "How crazy? Let's hear it." Sasha looked at Meyer. "First you have to tell me, do you have any acquaintances inside the Gambi building?" The phrasing was subtle, but the implication was clear. The only person they knew was Arasaka Rio. What happened afterward no one asked, but some things didn't need to be asked to be guessed. Meyer was silent for a few seconds, then said, "There is one." Sasha's eyes lit up. "Can they help?" Meyer said, "I don't know. Depends on what kind of help." Sasha switched the screen to another image showing the security level description of the Gambi building. The current defense level of the Gambi building is A3, a second only to the highest level, A1. A3 means all personnel entering or exiting must verify 3 pieces of information simultaneously: room, card biometrics, and the daily dynamic password. The room card is fixed biometrics, can't be changed, but the daily dynamic password changes every 24 hours, generated by the front desk and sent to each guest terminal. V frowned. "So even with a room card without the password of the day, we can't get in?" Sasha nodded. "And the password can only be received once, it's invalid after use. If Suapala used her password today, then today's password is already expired. Tomorrow's password will be sent to her terminal precisely at midnight tonight." Meyer thought for a moment. "So we need to go in after midnight?" Sasha shook her head. "After midnight her password is updated, but we don't have her terminal, so we can't get the password." "Unless," Jack interjected, "unless someone can help us get the password." Sasha nodded. Everyone turned to look at Meyer. Meyer was silent for a few seconds, then said, "That person might not be willing to help." Sasha replied, but it's worth a try. Meyer stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside. The sunlight was harsh, a rare clear day in Night City. In the distance, the Gambi building gleamed white under the sun like a vertical mirror. He stood there for a long time. No one spoke in the room. Jack put down his bag of chips, V held his coffee, without moving, and Sasha's fingers hovered over the keyboard. Finally, Meyer turned around and said, "I'll try." Jack grinned. "That's the Mano I know." V asked when he. Meyer said now. He took out his phone, walked into the hallway, and closed the door. 3 people remained in the room. Jack looked at Sasha. "Do you think that person will help?" Sasha shook her head. "I don't know." V said, "If it's who I think it is, then yes." Jack scratched his head. "Who are you talking about? I don't get it." Whenever it came to thinking, Jack's brain seemed to lag behind. V and Sasha exchanged a glance, but offered no explanation. A few minutes later, Meyer pushed the door open. His face was expressionless, revealing nothing. Jack couldn't help but ask, "How did it go?" Meyer said he needs to think about it. Jack was stunned. "Think about it? This kind of thing needs thinking." Meyer didn't explain. He sat back in his original spot and said, "Wait for news." Sasha glanced at him, but didn't press. She switched the screen back and said, "Then let's keep thinking of other ways. In case that plan doesn't work, we need a backup." V nodded. "Go ahead." Sasha enlarged the floor plan, pointing to the east outer wall of the 53rd floor. "This is the window of Suapala's room. The windows of the Gambi building are bulletproof, but bulletproof glass isn't unbreakable. It just requires enough impact force." Jack perked up. "Blow it up." Sasha gave him a dismissive look. "Try that, and the entire floor's alarms will go off." Jack grinned sheepishly. "Then what do you suggest?" Sasha said, "Use a cutter. High-frequency oscillating cutter can silently cut through bulletproof glass. But the problem is the window is in midair. Someone would have to hang outside to cut it." Jack thought for a moment. "You mean we rappel down from the roof?" Sasha nodded. "Yes. The roof has a helipad guarded 24/7. But if we can divert the guards, there's a chance." V said, "How do we divert them?" Sasha said, "Lure the tiger away from the mountain. Stage a fake incident to get the helipad personnel to leave their posts, even if just for 5 minutes." Jack considered. "That's feasible. The 4 of us, 1 to distract the guards, 1 to cut the glass, 1 to go in and grab the target, and 1 to wait outside as backup." Sasha nodded. "Right? But the problem is, how do we get out after we're in? The corridor is full of cameras, the elevator requires a password, and the fire exits are locked." V said, "Escape the same way we came in, through the window." Sasha shook her head. "That woman Suapala lives on the 53rd floor. If we bring her out and hoist her up with a rope, if she struggles or screams, it's all over." Jack scratched his head. "Damn, why is this so hard?" Meyer suddenly spoke up. "What if we can get the password?" Sasha glanced at him. "If we can get the password, it's simple. Take the elevator up, use the room card and password to enter the room, grab the target, take the elevator down, and leave. The cameras can be hacked, but we need to install hardware in advance." V asked, "What do you mean by installing hardware?" Sasha pointed at the red dots in the corridor. "These cameras are networked. But if someone can get into the surveillance room and install a backdoor program on the main server, I can remotely take over the entire surveillance feed of the 53rd floor, loop it, and make them see only what we want." Jack said, "That's a great idea. Where's the surveillance room?" Sasha scrolled down the image and pointed to a room on the 51st floor. "Here. The 51st floor is the security floor. The entire monitoring center of the Gambi building is on this floor. 24 hours a day, at least 4 people on shift. Getting in there is no easier than getting to the 53rd floor." V frowned. "So we're back to square one." Sasha nodded. "Yes. So what we need now is 1 person who can get into the surveillance room, 1 who can get to the 53rd floor, 1 who can distract the helipad guards, and 1 to provide backup." Jack looked at himself and then at the others. "So who does what?" Sasha said, "I'm definitely handling the surveillance. I need to get into the surveillance room to install the backdoor. No one else can do that." Jack said, "What about me? I can't just sit around doing nothing." Sasha glanced at him. "You're the biggest and strongest. If it comes to a physical confrontation, you're the muscle." Mir had been silent all along. Sasha looked at him and asked, "You're the one going into the room to grab her?" Mir said, "Yeah." Sasha said, "That woman Sabola. I don't know if she'll resist. Her file says she has no combat experience, but people will do anything when they're backed into a corner." Mir said, "It's fine." V, watching Mir from the side, suddenly asked, "When is your friend going to reply?" Mir glanced at his phone. "Don't know." The room fell quiet for a few seconds. Jack stood up and stretched. "So can we eat now? I'm starving." V laughed in exasperation. "Is there anything else in that head of yours besides food?" Jack shot back, "Of course. There's also sleeping." Sasha smiled too, shut down her terminals, and hopped off the bed. "Let's go." The ramen place downstairs isn't bad. The 4 of them walked out. The ramen shop downstairs was small and nearly empty. The owner, a taciturn middle-aged man, nodded as they entered and went back to boiling noodles. The 4 sat at the table by the wall. Jack grabbed the menu and ordered a mountain of food. V reminded him not to order so much. When the noodles arrived, Mir's phone vibrated. He glanced down at it, set the phone aside, and picked up his chopsticks. Sasha noticed his expression and asked, well. Mir took a bite of noodles, swallowed, and said he said yes. Jack nearly spit out his noodles. You bastard. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Mir looked at him. Noodles taste worse when they get cold. Jack. V burst out laughing beside him. Sasha also smiled. A rare one, the kind that curved the corners of her eyes and made her look a little softer. After recovering, Jack pressed on. So what exactly is he helping with? Mir said, tomorrow's dynamic password. He'll send it after midnight. Sasha's eyes lit up. Really? Mir nodded. V asked, what's the cost? Mir said, didn't say. V paused. Didn't say. V asked, then how will you ever repay him? Mir took another bite of noodles. We'll deal with it when the time comes. Jack chuckled beside him. Mano, you're in someone's debt now? And not even a clearly stated one. That kind of favor is the hardest to repay. Mir glanced at him. Aren't you already in my debt yourself? Jack choked. V laughed even harder. Sasha bowed her head to eat her noodles, her shoulders shaking with silent laughter. After finishing their noodles, the four walked back. Night had fallen again, and the neon lights were on. The city's night was as noisy as ever. Distant sirens wailed. Nearby people laughed and chatted. On the streets, some were arguing, others whispering sweet nothings. When they reached the base of building H10, V suddenly stopped and looked at Mir. About tomorrow night. How confident are you? Mir thought for a moment. 7 and 10. V asked, and the other 3. Mir said, depends on fate. V was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded. That's enough. Jack called from the side. Let's go. Back to sleep. Work tomorrow night. As Sasha went upstairs, she looked back at Mir for a moment. The next evening at 11:40. The car was parked 3 blocks away from the Sapporo building, engine off, hidden in the shadows of a row of delivery trucks. From here they could see the building's silhouette, its cold white lights slicing it into countless squares that stacked upward into the darkness. Jack gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the building's entrance reflected in the rearview mirror. He was unusually quiet. In the back seat, V was checking her monofilament wire, wrapping it around her wrist in loops, unwrapping it, and wrapping it again. Sasha hugged her terminal, the screen all black, waiting only for a signal. Mir sat in the passenger seat, gazing out the window. Jack's phone vibrated. He glanced down at it and read aloud. Class 2 bulletproof glass on the exterior walls. Can take automatic rifle fire. Plus anti-EM interference coating. 500 euros per square meter, works like a charm. Without authorization, you can't even make a phone call inside. V clicked her tongue. 500 euros a square meter for glass. That's enough to cover my rent for half a year. Sasha didn't look up. Arasaka products have never been cheap. Jack continued reading. No weapons inside. Won't pass security. Even if we get in, we're restricted to our floor and the first floor lobby. The building has 14 elevators. Only 8 are public. The other 6 require internal clearance. V frowned. Then how do we get upstairs? Mir said, Juan provided the access. Jack paused, then chuckled. Now that's what I'm talking about. Sasha looked up at him. No price was mentioned. The favor is still unpaid. We'll know whether that's generous or not later. Jack shrugged and kept reading. Rooms above the 60th floor. All of them except the bedroom and bathroom have at least 2 cameras each. You need to go through hotel security protocols just to open a window. The windows have laser sensors, and every pane of glass wall is fitted with a pressure alarm. Anything over 15 kilograms triggers it. V whistled. 15 kilograms. Damn, even breathing on a window could set it off. Sasha chimed in, also Sapporo and the Network Oversight Bureau cooperate. At least 2 Netwatch agents rotate shifts on the internal security system. Hacking is a dead end. Jack put his phone down and turned to Mir. Mano, after hearing all that, how confident are you still? Mir thought for a moment. Still 7 and 10. Jack burst out laughing. 7 and 10. The path is completely blocked, and you're telling me 7 and 10. Mir said the paths may be blocked, but the people aren't. Jack froze for 2 seconds, then turned to the back seat. Did you all hear that? V ignored him. The corner of Sasha's mouth twitched as if she were smiling. V and Sasha got out of the car. Jack leaned out the window, lowering his voice. Seriously, you don't need me to go in with you. I'm big, if things get physical. Mir looked back at him. You're big, which means you're also conspicuous. Jack choked. V added from the side. Plus, the second you walk in, security will probably trigger the alarm and yell suspected large individual spotted, possible heavy weapon requesting backup. Jack rolled his eyes. God damn it, you guys just love picking on me. Sasha patted the car door. Stay put and wait for us. Jack raised his hand and made an okay sign. All right. I'll be your designated driver right here. If you're not out in half an hour, I'll. Mir looked at him. You'll what? Jack thought for a moment, scratched his head, and said, I'll wait another half hour. Sasha blinked, momentarily taken aback, and almost laughed out loud. The 4 of them got out of the car. The night breeze was a bit cool, carrying a fishy smell from the sea. Mimir stood by the car looking at the building. V walked over to him and asked softly, Where are the weapons? Mimir patted himself. I didn't bring any. V glanced at him. Really? V frowned. What if? Mimir said, No need. V didn't ask further. She turned back to look at Sasha and Jack. Sasha had already taken off her jacket, revealing a tight bodysuit with a black monomolecular wire wrapped around her waist. That was her only weapon. Jack opened the trunk and took out a toolbox, handing it to Sasha. "This is it, Jack asked. Sasha took the toolbox, weighed it in her hand. "This is it. Inside is not a weapon, but the hardware needed for the backdoor program. A metal detector gate, an X-ray scanner, 4 security guards, and a duty manager sitting in a glass booth. A sign on the wall written in 6 languages, entering this building requires security check. Those who refuse will be denied entry." Mimir stepped onto the red carpet in front of the door. Just as the revolving door turned halfway, he felt it. Eyes. More than one. Well, after all, mercenaries wouldn't just come to the Gambi building for no reason. This place is beyond their budget. Even legendary mercenaries wouldn't come to the Gambi building for no reason. After all, they have to maintain their cyberware every month, and that's no small amount of money. 4 security guards stood at the entrance in black suits with earpieces and obvious cybernetic ports on the backs of their hands. Subdermal weapon systems, at least last year's model from military technology. Mimir was the first to walk over. The security guard raised his hand to stop him with a standard professional smile. "Good evening, sir. Please show your reservation information or room card." Mimir handed over his phone. On the screen was an electronic reservation form. The secretary of Huangban Lixian had arranged it for him 3 days ago under the pretext of a business meeting, booking a conference room on the 51st floor. The security guard took the phone, glanced at it, then looked at Mimir's face. A scanner flashed red light near his temple, comparing it with the photo in the database. "Mr. Messiah." The guard's tone changed with a hint of respect added to the professional smile. "Sorry, routine check. I was on duty when you came last time, remember?" Mimir glanced at him without speaking. The guard was not embarrassed, stepped aside, and made a gesture of invitation. "Please come in. Have a wonderful day." Mimir strode inside. V and Sasha followed behind. Just as they crossed the threshold, another security guard stepped forward and blocked V. "Ma'am, please cooperate with the security check." V stood still, spreading her arms. The guard ran a handheld scanner over her body from shoulders to ankles, not even missing a strand of hair. The scanner didn't beep. V was dressed lightly today, a tight tactical vest under a jacket, unable to hide anything. The guard nodded, all clear. When it was Sasha's turn, her terminal suddenly beeped. Sasha looked down, then handed the terminal to the guard expressionlessly. The guard scanned it, confirmed it was fine, then ran the scanner over her whole body again, also fine. After all, a monomolecular wire is in a way a piece of cyberware, and cyberware is not considered a weapon. Of course, if it were a missile launcher. That's another story. Heavy weapons are not allowed inside the building. A monomolecular wire. This thing can kill several people at once. Even if they can take out the target, they're dead. The 3 of them entered the lobby. The lobby of the Gambi building looked even colder than outside. As before, 2 women in suits stood at the front desk, their smiles standard as if copy-pasted. In the corners were several sets of leather sofas with a few people in suits sitting there talking in low voices, occasionally lifting a coffee cup to take a sip. Mimir didn't stop walking straight inside. V and Sasha followed behind him, the 3 of them crossing the lobby towards the elevator hall. V glanced back out of the corner of her eye. The guard who had stopped her at the door was speaking into his earpiece, his eyes still fixed on them. "We're being watched." She lowered her voice, barely moving her lips. Mimir's pace didn't change, I know. Sasha didn't turn around either, but she swiped on her terminal, pulling up an interface. "The surveillance system has started recording us." The 4 at the entrance, the 2 in the lobby, the 3 by the elevator hall. That's 9 in total, all watching. V said, "Can you hack them?" Sasha said, "I can, but it takes time. Their system is physically isolated from the external network. I need to find an access point inside. After all, it's not remote access, so no need for something like a flathead. Besides, with Huangban Lixian, as an insider, the hackers would let their guard down a bit." The 3 of them walked into the elevator hall. Before entering, V looked back. The 2 women in suits in the lobby were still smiling, but their eyes were no longer on them. The security guard at the entrance also turned around, speaking into his earpiece. The elevator doors closed. Mimir pressed the 51st floor. The elevator started moving so smoothly, it was almost imperceptible. V said, "They'll definitely keep an eye on us." Mimir said, Sasha said, "I'll need about 10 minutes. Find an access point, get into their internal network, take over the surveillance on the 53rd floor, at least make the footage loop so it doesn't capture us." V said, "How do we stall for 10 minutes? Mimir said, "Wander." The elevator stopped at the 51st floor. The doors opened, revealing a corridor with conference room doors on both sides, each with an LCD screen displaying reservation information. The corridor was empty, only the white light from the ceiling strips. Mimir stepped out. V and Sasha followed. The corridor crisscrossed with doors every few meters. Mimir walked along the main corridor, turned 2 corners, and stopped in front of a window. He stood there, as if admiring the view. V stood beside him, lowering her voice, "This is enough." Mimir said, "They're watching. Let them watch." Sasha leaned against the wall, holding the terminal in her arms, fingers sliding swiftly. Her angle was clever, The camera above was just blocked by the corner of the fire hydrant. Time ticked by. The surveillance center of the Gambi building was on the basement level. At that moment, 3 monitors sat in front of a semicircular console, facing a wall of screens with hundreds of images scrolling simultaneously. The young man with glasses in the middle pointed at the row of screens, showing the 51st floor. These 3, they've stopped there and aren't moving. The woman on the left glanced. That man, he came last time and met with young Master Lysian. The bald man on the right frowned. What is he here for? The woman pulled up the reservation record. Business meeting. Conference room on the 51st floor scheduled for 8 p.m. tonight. What business does a mercenary need to discuss? That's bullshit. Although the reasons seemed rather far-fetched since the appointment had been approved, they could. Moreover, the authorization code was beyond even the building's manager. They could only turn a blind eye. The bald man fixed his gaze on Mimir on the screen, watching him stand at the window, unmoving, his posture like a statue. After a full minute he frowned. What about those 2? Escort personnel. The woman pulled up the registration details for V and Sasha. The bald man remained silent for a few seconds, then picked up the walkie-talkie. Patrol on the 3rd floor, go to the 51st floor, and take a circuit. Don't alert them, just watch. The radio crackled back. Copy. 51st floor. Mimir stood at the window for 7 minutes already. V stood beside him, a little uneasy, but could only stand there with him. Footsteps sounded from the end of the corridor. 3 people in security uniforms rounded the corner. The leader glanced at Mimir, slowed his steps, and walked past them with his group. As they passed, his gaze swept towards Sasha. Sasha leaned against the wall, the terminal tucked into her jacket, head bent over her phone, an ordinary assistant waiting for someone. The 3 security guards walked past and vanished around the next corner. V was about to breathe easy when Sasha's voice crackled through her earpiece. Don't move. They're waiting at the corner. Mimir did not move. Another 3 minutes passed. The walkie-talkie crackled. 51st floor normal, no abnormalities found. Monitoring center. The bald man watched as the 3 people finally started moving along the corridor to the other side. He leaned back, rubbing his chin. Keep watching them. Note when they leave and report it. 51st floor. Mimir led V and Sasha around a corner, making sure they were out of the camera's blind spot. Sasha immediately pulled out the terminal, her fingers flying. Found it. On the east side of the 52nd floor, there is an equipment room inside, which lies the network repeater for this area. I need 3 minutes inside. Mimir nodded. Go. The 3 of them took the stairs to the 52nd floor. The stairwell was empty save for the faint green glow of the emergency lights. Sasha led the way, steps light as a cat. The layout of the 52nd floor was similar to the 51st, but at the end of the corridor, there were 2 extra white doors labeled Equipment Room, with a password lock beside them. Sasha crouched, connecting the terminal to the password lock interface. Data raced across the screen, and after 20 seconds the door lock clicked open. She stepped inside, then looked back at Mimir. 3 minutes. The door closed. Mimir and V stood in the corridor. V leaned against the wall, glancing along both ends of the corridor. Mimir stood by the door, eyes half closed, his breathing as steady as sleep. 2 minutes and 50 seconds later, the door opened silently. Sasha emerged, pulling the door shut behind her, expressionless. Done. The surveillance feed for the 53rd floor was now looping 15 seconds of footage from before. How long this would last was uncertain. Their system performs a check every 10 minutes, and if something is off, it will reboot automatically. How long until the reboot finishes? V asked. 15 seconds, Sasha replied. Is that enough? Yes, enough, Mimir said. The 3 descended to the 51st floor and returned. As they emerged from the stairwell, the bald man in monitoring center kept his gaze fixed on the screen, watching them walk along the corridor and into the elevator. He breathed a sigh of relief and took a sip of his coffee. In the elevator, Mimir pressed the 53rd floor. As the elevator rose, V whispered, "Are we going up now? Will it be too early? Their system over there could crash at any moment." Mimir said, "We won't wait." V asked why. Mimir replied, "They're watching us. The longer we wait, the more it seems like we are waiting for something." V paused, staying silent. The elevator stopped at the 53rd floor. The door opened into a corridor laid with a deep gray carpet, walls adorned with abstract paintings, lights embedded in the baseboard's light, shining upward. The hall looked like an art gallery. Mimir pressed against the corner wall, peering out. In the corridor's center stood 4 men in black suits, biotech blue-gray, subdermal interfaces behind their ears. They weren't grouped together. In pairs, they guarded the corridor corners on both sides of door 5309, just enough to glimpse the elevator hall. Cameras wheeled on the ceiling, red indicator lights blinking in a steady rhythm. Mimir stepped back into the corner, lowering his voice. 4. 2 groups. Their positions exactly block the elevator hall and the fire exit. V frowned. Bodyguards or prison guards? Sasha looked at the terminal, fingers skimming quickly over the screen. They carry biotech internal communication chips. The signals are encrypted. I can't hack in. But I've temporarily taken control of the monitoring. The feed is frozen, showing an empty corridor. Mimir nodded. Time. Sasha glanced at the countdown. From taking control, at most 7 minutes. After 7 minutes, the system will automatically verify, and the feed will jump back to real time when they see the corridor empty. Then they'll know something's happened, V added. Mimir did not speak, peering around the corner, his gaze sweeping the 4 guards' positions. Paired off facing each other, their lines of sight overlapped with no blind spots. A brute force breach would surely trigger alarms. He looked back at Sasha. Sasha understood in a moment. Her fingers flicked across the terminal, lowering her voice. In 30 seconds, the Eastern group will simultaneously look down at their communicators. EI simulated a false instruction to get them to confirm the floor is safe. Mimir nodded, left hand at his side, something moving beneath the skin in his palm, a dark silver gleam flashing. 30 seconds. The 2 on the east side's communicators vibrated in unison. They lowered their heads to check. At that instant, Mimir sprang from the corner. Like a shadow, he slid along the wall, leaving no sound underfoot. The first bodyguard lifted his head, then a dull numbness spread at the back of his neck, consciousness slipping away. The second hadn't even time to turn before a fingertip tapped his temple, and he collapsed. The 2 on the west side, hearing the commotion, turned their heads. But nothing appeared, only an empty corridor. One frowned, stepping forward to get a better look. Rounding the corner, he faced Mimir's calm eyes and a gently raised hand. 2 fingers pressed against the brow. The man's eyes rolled, and he toppled over. The last one hadn't time to react when V moved in from the side, a single molecule line tightening around him, and he collapsed with a muffled cry. All groggy, not harming the brain. 4 bodies lay on the corridor carpet in various poses, as if asleep. V flexed his wrist, not used to not having a gun. Mimir did not reply, moving to door 5309. The door lock was electronic with a blue glow on the LCD panel indicating the need for a room card or biometric identification. He extended his hand, pressed his palm against the panel, and closed his eyes. V and Sasha stood behind him, watching his back. 2 seconds later, the lock emitted a faint click and a green light lit up. Mimir pushed the door open and entered. The room's main lights were off, only the holographic screen on the wall illuminated. A woman in a robe sat on the sofa wearing a braindance device. Mimir walked behind her, raised his hand, and gently tapped her shoulder. Suabola was about to turn off the braindance and curse whichever fool dared to enter her room. But then a feeling of suffocation came over her, and she collapsed limp on the sofa. The wine glass fell onto the carpet, the liquid spreading into a dark stain. V followed and glanced at the content on the holographic screen. Dense experimental data. Though incomprehensible, it was deeply impressive. Sasha entered last, closing the door behind her. She walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked out. There are surveillance cameras everywhere and laser sensors outside the window. Wait, what is that? Mimir followed her gaze. In the sky over Night City, a few drones occasionally flew by, massive in size with 4 rotors spinning, dangling cargo bays the size of shipping containers below. That was the city's garbage disposal system, collecting waste from the top floor garbage stations of various high-rises every night and transporting it to the landfill at the edge of E2. Sasha stared at the drones, then muttered, "That thing is huge, big enough to stuff a person inside." After saying that, she froze for a second, then turned to look at Mimir. V also looked at Mimir. Mimir didn't speak, but his eyes flickered. Sasha felt a bit uneasy. "I was just rambling, you don't actually plan to." Mimir walked back from the window, glanced at the unconscious Suabola on the sofa, then looked at the drones flying past outside, and said in a flat tone, "How far?" Sasha paused, then realized what he was asking, quickly pulled up her terminal. Garbage drones. Fixed route every half hour, passing the top of the Gambi building between 8:40 and 8:45 p.m. It's 8:31 now. V calculated, 10 minutes left. Can we make it? Mimir didn't answer, walked to the window, and stared outside. His right hand hung by his side, the dark silver flows in his palm growing more and more apparent, as if something was slowly taking shape under his skin. But Sasha's expression suddenly changed. "Damn it." V turned. "What's wrong?" Sasha's speech quickened. "The surveillance system just performed a verification. Although I preemptively disguised it, the verification result was 0. 3 seconds slower than normal. The monitoring center might have noticed the issue. They're already pulling up the live feed from the 53rd floor. V, can you block it?" "Sasha, at most 3 more minutes. After 3 minutes they'll force a switch, and our current positions will be completely exposed." Mimir turned around. "Time is enough." He walked to the sofa, lifted Suabola with one hand, as if carrying a piece of luggage. The woman wasn't light, about 100 Gene, but Mimir's arm didn't even show any veins when he lifted her. After all, as a corporate executive, she had almost no cyberware. V frowned. "How do you plan to get her up?" "The top floor elevator requires clearance, and the fire escape has surveillance." Mimir said, not taking the elevator. He looked out the window. The window glass was bulletproof, level 2 protection, capable of withstanding assault rifle fire. Sasha was about to warn him, but saw Mimir raise his left hand, pressing his fingertip against the glass. The dark silver substance under his skin finally surged out, condensing into a pinpoint of light at his fingertip, piercing into the glass. There was no sound. That pinpoint of light spread along the glass surface, directly cutting a circle 0.5 meter in diameter. 3 seconds later, Mimir caught the circular piece of glass with his other hand. Mimir placed the glass piece on the floor, lifted Suabola, and craned his neck to look up. There were still over 80 floors to the top. He glanced back at V. You two withdraw the same way. Try not to be discovered. V said, what about you? Mimir didn't answer, gripping the window frame with one hand, holding Suabola, and flipped out. V and Sasha rushed to the window and looked down. Mimir was suspended in midair, his fingers hooked into the decorative grooves of the outer wall, his whole body clinging to the glass curtain wall, like a gecko beginning to climb upward. Sasha's mouth fell open, and after a long moment she managed, what the? V pulled her back. Don't look. Go. The surveillance is about to crash. The two dashed out of the room. The 4 bodyguards in the corridor were still lying there unconscious. Sasha ran ahead, frantically operating on her terminal as she ran. Elevators coming, elevators coming. It'll be at the 53rd floor in 15 seconds. V shouted, fire escape. Sasha turned this way. The two rushed into the fire escape, the door closing behind them. Meanwhile, at the monitoring center, the bald man stared at the screen, his brows furrowed. He had just ordered his subordinate to switch the feed from the 53rd floor. Although the switch succeeded, he felt something was off. The corridor was too clean to have anyone. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Patrol Unit 2, go check the 53rd floor. A response came from the walkie-talkie. Roger, waiting for the elevator. The bald man put down the walkie-talkie, picked up his coffee, and stared at the screen. In the feed, the corridor was empty, only warm-colored light strips and abstract paintings, everything normal. But he still felt that the scene was too quiet. Mimir hooked one hand into the decorative groove of the outer wall, held Suabola with the other, his whole body pressed against the glass curtain wall. The reason he clung to the wall instead of flying was mainly because any energy expenditure would be detected. Even the most advanced civilizations must obey the laws of energy conservation and dissipation. He didn't stop. He began to climb upward. His fingers dug into the grooves, his feet pushed off the window frame edges of the next floor, leveraging upward, then again, dig again, push. Suabola was tucked under his arm, still unconscious, her head drooping. As for any exposure, sorry, he wasn't interested in old women. When he reached the 60th floor, he paused for half a second, glanced down sideways. Luckily, he wasn't afraid of heights, otherwise this height. He continued upward. His hand grasped the metal railing at the top edge, and with a forceful push he flipped himself up. The rooftop helipad. The wind was stronger, howling. In the center of the helipad, a dim yellow indicator light was on, surrounded by emptiness. After all, this kind of drone didn't need human control, especially the garbage drones were part of Knight Corporation's public infrastructure, fully automated. On the eastern edge, a huge metal cargo bay was parked there, its 4 rotors folded, and stowed, the hatch open, waiting for the next batch of garbage. Mimir put Suabola on the ground, walked toward the cargo bay. Inside, several black compressed garbage bags were piled, emitting a mix of disinfectant and rotting odor. He reached and pushed aside the bags, clearing a space barely enough for a person to lie down. Then he walked back, lifted Suabola, and stuffed her into the cargo bay, into that cleared space. She curled up inside like an extra bag of garbage. Mimir stood at the hatch, looked at his wrist. Mill raised his hand, pressing his palm against the control panel on the side of the cargo hold. Those dark silver things surged from his fingertips, seeping into the cracks of the panel. The indicator lights on the panel flickered a few times, changing from red to green. He pulled up the route settings page, changed the preset coordinates of the Badlands landfill to a new location, and confirmed. Mill stepped back 2 paces, watching the massive drone rise slowly, hover for a moment, then turn and fly east toward the city of Night. Mill turned and walked to the edge of the helipad, looking down. 83 floors, 250 meters the path he had just climbed up. Without hesitation, he turned over and began to climb down. 51st floor, outside the conference room. V stood by the wall, staring down the corridor. Sasha crouched by the fire escape door, one hand pressing the earpiece, the other constantly swiping on the terminal. Where's the patrol team? V lowered his voice. Sasha didn't look up. 49th floor. In the elevator. How long until they reach 51? At normal speed, 2 minutes. But I stuffed something into the elevator system. It stops at every floor. Can delay them 3 minutes. V glanced at the time. 8:46. Mill had been up there for 13 minutes. From the end of the corridor, the sound of the elevator doors opening carried around the corner. Sasha's expression changed. Wait, they're coming down. V clenched his fist palm, sweating. How many? 4. Heading this way. Footsteps grew closer. V stepped back 2 paces, pressing his back against the conference room door. Damn, could this turn into a firefight? The lead one scanned the corridor, his gaze sweeping past V and Sasha, but after walking 2 steps out, he suddenly turned back, staring at V. Aren't you short one person here? V nodded, trying to keep his voice steady. He went to the restroom. Security frowned. Just as V was about to speak, a door opened at the other end of the corridor. Everyone turned. Mill stood outside the door. Security saw his hands were wet, but said nothing more. He looked at the 4 security guards, then back at V, his tone flat. What's wrong? Nothing. The security guard hesitated, then spoke. Something felt off. But never mind, for a month's pay, why risk your life? As long as nothing seems amiss, it's fine. After all, no need for them to repeat what kind of person Mil was. V paused for a second, then nodded, pulling Sasha out of the conference room. As Sasha passed by Mil, she glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. His coat had a bit of dust on it, a small tear on the cuff, but everywhere else was clean, not even a trace of sweat. The 3 security guards stood in place, the lead one frowning, staring at their retreating backs, his hand already on his earpiece. Monitoring center, this is the 51st floor patrol team. The 3 targets are preparing to leave the conference room now. Should we let them pass? Monitoring center. The bald man stared at the real-time footage on the screen, his brow furrowed so tightly it could crush a fly. On the screen, Mil, V, and Sasha were exiting the conference room, heading toward the elevator lobby. The 3 walked normally, their expressions normal, nothing suspicious. The bald man remained silent for 3 seconds, then picked up the walkie-talkie. Hold off for now. Follow them, see where they go. Copy that. In the footage, the 3 walked into the elevator, and the doors closed. The bald man leaned back, rubbing his chin. He'd felt something was off since the beginning. What were those 3 doing here today? A business meeting. What kind of business required bringing 2 entourage members and standing on the 51st floor for nearly half an hour? That man had been standing by the window for 7 minutes earlier, motionless like a statue. Then the 3 disappeared for a while, reappeared, went up to the 53rd floor for less than 10 minutes, came back down, and lingered again. Now they're leaving again. He pulled up Mil's appointment information. Still access restricted, unable to view. The bald man gritted his teeth. Although Mil had met Yorinobu Arasaka last time, his authority shouldn't be this high, right? But to get access restricted level authorization in the Gambi Building, one must either be a high-ranking Arasaka insider or a VIP of another top corporation. Either way, it's not something a lowly monitoring supervisor like him should mess with. What's the saying from Kontao? Better to believe it exists than not. But he still felt something was wrong. He stared at the screen as the 3 reached the first floor lobby, heading toward the exit. Security was conducting routine checks. Of course, they wouldn't find anything since they hadn't brought anything in when they entered. The bald man watched them walk out the door and disappear into the night. Wait. Suddenly he thought of something and stood up abruptly. 53rd floor patrol, go check room 5309. Now. A response came through the walkie-talkie. Copy that. 3 minutes later, a voice came through the neural interface. Tone changed, obviously panicked. Monitoring center room 5309 window. There's a hole in the window. The target is not in the room. The bald man's back grew cold. He pulled up the footage of that room on the 53rd floor. There was clearly a circular hole half a meter in diameter on the window, its edges smooth as if cut, with the night wind outside blowing and curtains flapping wildly. The biotech team were all knocked out, but the electronic lock showed no signs of damage or intrusion. WCNM. He cursed, then immediately calmed down. No, stay calm. The most important thing now is to stay calm. He sat back down, staring at the screen, his mind racing. He had just reviewed the footage of those 3 entering and exiting the lobby. They hadn't brought anything in when they entered and nothing out when they left. Not even a bag. That woman Solara, although not fat, weighed over 100 gene, as she couldn't possibly be stuffed into a pocket and carried out. Unless they chopped her up. So how did she disappear? Was that hole in the window cut or smashed? If cut, with what? All weapons would fail security checks. If smashed, how much force would be needed, and how could there be no sound? The bald man stared at the screen as the 3 reached the street corner, got into a car, and disappeared into the night. He remained silent for a long time. Seal that room on the 53rd floor now. No one enters. Back up tonight's surveillance footage entirely and store it on my personal terminal. Bring the patrol team back, no need to pursue. Someone asked through the walkie-talkie, then the missing one. The bald man interrupted. The missing one isn't ours, but it's biotech's. A biotech person died in the Gambi building. That's Arasaka's responsibility. But we did everything we should have. Checked security, monitored cameras, sent patrols. How they got the person out, we don't know. But what we do know is that those 3 indeed didn't bring anyone in and didn't take anyone out. The bald supervisor paused, then continued. The rest is for the higher-ups to handle. Investigate. Side was silent for a few seconds, and then single reply, understood. The bald man leaned back, raised the now-cold coffee, and took a long swallow. He fixed his gaze on the photo of the window cut open on the screen, his mind still turning. Just how had that hole been made? How had such a huge man been carried out? He couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter now. He set the coffee cup down and began drafting tonight's handover report. The report would contain no word of doubt, only facts. The appointment entered by procedure, left by procedure, with no violations in between. An anomaly appeared in a room on the 53rd floor, the cause yet to be determined. All surveillance records have been sealed. As for any accountability from the biotech side later, who can say? Let them come. He was only a surveillance supervisor. He had followed the process in every step. If they can't uncover it, that is for the higher-ups to answer. If anyone wanted to mess with him, there had to be a reason. He hadn't let anyone and hadn't let anyone take anything out, no dereliction, no violation. At the moment that Grey Gudra pulled out of the alley, Jia Ku was yawning on the steering wheel. Seeing the car's headlights sweep over, he snapped awake, sat up straight, and started the engine. The car had just settled, the rear door open. Mimir got in first, then Sasha squeezed in last. Before the door shut properly, Jieku slammed the accelerator and sped off. "How's it going?" he asked, glancing back through the rearview mirror. V leaned into the seat, exhaling slowly. "We made it out alive." Sasha kept her eyes on the terminal, fingers still scrolling, ensuring the surveillance system left no tails. Mimir leaned against the window, eyes half closed, a blank expression on his face. Jieku waited a few seconds, then couldn't help asking, "Where's the person?" "Wait," Mimir said. Jieku froze. Wait, where?" Mimir didn't answer. The car had already rolled out 3 blocks and turned into the Eastern District's abandoned factory grounds. The surroundings grew darker, streetlights broken and unmaintained, with only the distant garbage processing plant's lights still gleaming, casting the silhouettes of a few chimneys. Jieku slowed the car, headlights sweeping forward. In the open space ahead, a massive drone rested there, its 4 rotors folded, the cargo bay wide open. Near the cargo door, a foot in a bathrobe protruded, unmoving. Jieku parked, fixed his gaze on that foot for 3 seconds, then turned to Mimir. "Did you haul her out in the garbage drone?" "Yes," Mimir said. Jieku opened his mouth, struggling to find the words. This is even possible. He stepped out of the car, walked to the cargo bay, and leaned in to look inside. Sabola curled up among a heap of compressed garbage bags, sleeping as if dead, the bathrobe tangled hair messy and covering the face, the whole person exuding a scent of disinfectant and rot. Jieku pinched his nose, turned back, and shouted, "This smell is too strong. Are you sure she isn't dead?" Sasha came over, crouched down to check Sabola's neck. "Alive. Just unconscious." "Just unconscious." Jieku shrugged, bent down, and hauled the person out of the cargo bay. Sabola lay limp like putty, over 100 gene of flesh pressing on Jieku's arm. He staggered a couple of steps, hoisted the person, and carried her toward the car. "Where to put her?" he asked. "The back seat will fit, but the stink is strong. We'll have to roll the window down for 3 days to vent it." Mimir had already gotten out, standing by the trunk, lifting the lid. "The trunk." Jieku froze for a moment, then grinned. "Fine, that's ruthless." He flung the person in roughly, as if tossing a bag of expired goods. Sabola's body rolled inside the trunk, face down, the robe pulled up to the thighs, pale skin exposed. Jieku slammed the trunk lid shut, clapped his hands, and turned to V and Sasha. "You 2 women not going to say something?" V shot him a glance. "What opinion?" Jieku pointed at the trunk. "Just stuffing a woman into the trunk, that's all." V leaned against the car door, expression flat. "Is she a human?" Jieku thought for a moment, then nodded. "Understood." Sasha added, "When she killed over 100 vagabonds, she didn't think they were people." Jieku scratched his head and said nothing else. The 4 climbed into the car. Jieku started the engine and steered toward the city's outskirts. In the rearview mirror, the garbage drone still sat there, its cargo bay open like an open mouth. 5 minutes later, Mimir's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered. Luo Ji's voice came through the earpiece, lazy and with a hint of amusement. "Done." Mimir said, "The person is in the trunk." Luo Gu paused for a second, then laughed aloud, a pleased laugh. "In the trunk? Damn it, I don't care how you got them out as long as Dakota Smith knows the person is alive." Luo Gu had thought Mimir couldn't manage it and planned to say alive or dead would do, but Mimir really did bring the person out alive. No matter how the process went, the result was good. Without fully angering the company, the job had been done fairly well. Mimir didn't say anything. Luo Gu laughed enough and his tone returned to normal. "Next you contact Dakota. I'm done here. The payment will be settled directly with you." "Nice work." The call ended. Mimir tucked away his phone and looked at Sasha. "Contact Dakota Smith." Sasha nodded, opened the communications interface, and dialed the number Luo Gu had sent. A few seconds later, a holographic projection flickered between the front seats and a woman's face appeared on the screen. She had brown skin and short hair, bearing the rough, weather-beaten look of the waist. She wore a worn leather jacket, a tattered scarf, and the background was a garage piled with parts. She studied the 4 people in the frame for 2 seconds, then spoke, her voice deeper than expected. "Mimir." Mimir nodded. Dakota's gaze moved from Mimir to Sasha, then to V and Jieku, and then returned, as if confirming something. She leaned back, her tone casual, as if chatting about the weather. "I am Dakota Smith, the go-between of the waste. If you want work in the waste in the future, you come to me." Mimir didn't reply, waiting for her to continue. Dakota didn't mind and kept talking. "The waste isn't like the city. There aren't many big jobs, and there aren't those flashy corporate commissions. But there are rules here, and there is business here. With the right skills, you can earn any amount." She paused, looking at Mimir. "Did you catch the person?" "In the trunk," Mimir answered. Dakota's eyebrows rose slightly, the corner of her mouth curved as if amused or used to it. "Understood." That group of revenge-seeking vagabonds had now reached Night City. They hide within a tribe on the waste side, waiting to personally deal with that woman. Mimir asked, "Where can I find you?" Dakota reached out and tapped the holographic projection twice, sending a string of coordinates to Sasha's terminal. "Next to the main road in the Badlands at my garage. You'll see it when you arrive. It's not large, but it can fit a few vehicles." Don't take a wrong turn, there are members of the Luandao Society prowling around. Meyer nodded. Dakota glanced at him one final time, her eyes carrying something indistinguishable, part appraisal, part confirmation. Then she said, "Take care on the road," and ended the transmission. The holographic projection went dark. Jack turned the steering wheel, guiding the car onto the main highway out of the city. The road ahead grew increasingly dark, the neon signs dwindling until only the dim yellow glow of street lamps remained, passing over the roof in disjointed fragments. Sasha stared at the coordinates on her terminal and suddenly asked, "Have you heard of that Dakota before?" V shook his head. Never taken a job from her. But if Roge recommended her, she should be reliable. Jack glanced at Meyer through the rearview mirror. "Menno, what do you think?" Meyer leaned against the window, his eyes half closed as if he hadn't heard. Jack waited 2 seconds, received no response, and shrugged, continuing to drive. Outside the window, Night City receded. Those towering buildings, those neon signs, those perpetually glowing billboards, all shrank and faded into the distance. Ahead, the sky opened wider, and stars emerged from behind the clouds, cold and bright. Sasha glanced back toward the trunk and asked softly, "She just lies there the whole time?" V said, "Do you want her to sit up and chat?" Sasha thought for a moment and shook her head. "Never mind." Jack let out a couple of chuckles. "Don't worry. The scavengers in the Badlands will treat her well. You need a certain ritual when you personally kill someone." V said, "You seem to know a lot about this." Jack replied, "I come from the Valentinos after all. I've seen things." The car fell silent again. The vehicle accelerated, the buildings on both sides growing shorter until the landscape completely transformed into wilderness. Wind poured in through the seams of the car, carrying the scent of sand and a faint scorched odor from burned dry grass. Meyer remained leaned against the window, his eyes half closed, motionless. His breathing was as steady as if he were asleep. Jack suddenly spoke up. "By the way, how did you get that junk drone to fly all the way to that ruined factory?" Meyer opened his eyes and glanced at him. Jack felt a chill under that gaze and quickly added, "Never mind, never mind. Consider me having never asked." V chuckled beside him. Throughout the journey, Jack hadn't stopped talking since getting in the car. What the hell do they have in their heads at that corp? 100+ people just wiped out like that. She sleeps at night. He glanced at the trunk through the rearview mirror and clicked his tongue twice. "If you asked me, someone like that in Haywood wouldn't last 3 days. The Valentinos would chop her into minced meat. Probably not even that fine a mince." V sat in the passenger seat, head resting against the window, and lazily retorted, "Have you ever eaten human dumplings?" Jack choked for a moment, then declared firmly, "It's a metaphor." "Do you know what a metaphor is, eh?" Sasha in the back seat looked down at her terminal, the corners of her mouth curving slightly, but she said nothing. Meyer leaned against the opposite door, his eyes half closed as though asleep. But Jack knew he wasn't sleeping. The car fell quiet again for a few seconds before Jack couldn't resist asking, "I just don't get it. That corp cries all day about protecting your soul, yet what they do is dirtier than scavengers. Scavengers at least only steal from the dead, these folks kill the living." V said, "Core don't kill people. Core only conduct experiments. With experiments there are always some losses." Jack spat. "Losses? Over 100 people, and you call that losses?" Sasha suddenly spoke up. "In their eyes it truly is just losses. Numbers on a page." She didn't look up, her voice flat, as if stating a fact. But V glanced at her through the rearview mirror and said nothing. Meyer remained still. Jack fell silent for a few seconds, then sighed. "Mano, tell me, when will this all end? Even if we take down one Suabola today, tomorrow there'll be a Zangbola and a Libola. That corpse system is endless." Meyer opened his eyes. He didn't look at Jack, he simply stared at the darkness rushing past the window. After a while he said, "We can't win at all." Jack blinked. "Then why bother fighting?" Meyer said, "Just because we can't win at all, we stop fighting." Jack opened his mouth, but found no words. V chuckled beside him. "You can't argue with him on this." Jack scratched his head, muttering, "I wasn't trying to argue. I just feel like, when does it ever end?" Meyer said nothing more. Outside the window, even the last streetlights disappeared. Ahead there was only darkness, occasionally pierced by the flickering firelight of scavenger camps far away and faint. The car's headlights cut through the night, illuminating dry shrubs and wind-eroded cracked rocks along the roadside. They had arrived in the Badlands. Sasha stared at the coordinates on her terminal, calling out directions every so often. Jack steered the car, bouncing along the dirt road and kicking up clouds of dust. 20 minutes later, a faint light appeared in the distance. As they drew nearer, a solitary building came into view. It was a garage converted from an abandoned gas station, with a few modified pickups and off-road vehicles parked nearby. A group of scavengers stood at the entrance, rifles in hand, growing alert as the headlights approached. Jack brought the car to a stop 20 meters away and killed the engine. A figure emerged, flashlight in hand, and tapped on the window. Jack rolled it down, and the man swept the beam across the interior. When it landed on Meyer's face, the light lingered. "City folk." The man's accent was heavy, carrying the roughness unique to the Badlands. "What are you doing here?" Meyer replied, "Delivery." The man frowned. "What kind of delivery?" This place is hundreds of kilometers from the urban center. Since when are night city couriers this dedicated? Before he could finish, a woman's voice rang out from inside the garage, soft but clear. Let them in. The man paused, stepped back, and gestured toward the garage. Jack restarted the engine and slowly drove to the garage entrance. The door swung open from within, spilling light onto a cluttered workspace filled with parts and tools, along with a workbench bearing several terminals. A woman stood beside the workbench, brown-skinned, short hair, wearing an old leather jacket. It was Dakota Smith, the same woman seen in the holographic projection earlier. She fixed her gaze on Meyer as he stepped out of the car, scanning him from head to toe with an expression of mild surprise. Well, I'll be a natural too. Her voice rasped like sandpaper dragging across wood. They told me you had no cyberware, and I half disbelieved it. Living in the Badlands, water is more precious than gold, so nearly everyone here speaks with that gruff, croaky tone. Meyer didn't respond. He simply stood there waiting for her to continue. Dakota paid it no mind, her gaze shifting from him toward the trunk. Where's the person? Jack patted the trunk lid. Right here, sleeping soundly. Dakota's lips twitched as though she wanted to smile, but she held it back. To be honest, she had received professional training. Unless she simply couldn't hold back. The road through the Badlands was basically unmaintained. Potholes were the norm along the way. Stuffing someone in the trunk, well, they might well be shaken to death. She suddenly felt some pity for that corporate dog. She tilted her chin toward the outside. Those people are on their way. To be honest, the fact that they've managed to hold back and not assault the Cobalt Tower until now is already the result of them keeping themselves in check. V leaned against the car and asked, how long until we arrive? Dakota glanced at the time. About 10 minutes. Just wait a bit. Jack opened the trunk, took a look at Sapora curled up inside, then closed it again. Sasha stood nearby, staring at the trunk lid, lost in thought. 10 minutes. The night wind swept in from the Badlands wasteland, carrying the scent of sand and a faint lingering hint of smoke. It could be from a campfire somewhere, or perhaps the remnants of the knife gang's convoy in the distance. Mill stood outside the garage, gazing into the darkness beyond. V walked over and stood beside him, saying nothing. After a long while, lights flickered in the distance. A line of vehicles approached, their engines rumbling across the empty night. The lead vehicle was a modified Grizzly, its body caked in mud with iron spikes welded to the bumper. It pulled up at the garage entrance, and the person who stepped out made several of Mill's group pause in surprise. Panam. She wore that old leather jacket, her hair disheveled by the wind. Seeing Mill, the corners of her mouth rose in a bright smile. Well, I wondered who it was, someone who could actually pull people out of that place. Behind her, Mitch and Scorpion emerged from their vehicles. Mitch still carried a wrench in his hand, as though he'd come straight from a repair job. Scorpion remained unchanged, nodding to Mill. Panam walked over and gave Mill's shoulder a playful slap. Hell of a move. Cobalt Tower. I've heard Saul talk about it. It's known as one of the hardest places to breach in the city. How did you get in? Mill said we walked in. Panam paused, then burst out laughing. All right, if you don't want to say, that's fine. But Mill wasn't lying at all. The process hadn't been complicated in the slightest. Mitch walked over to the trunk, lifted the lid, and glanced inside. Sapora was still curled up there, her nightgown crumpled into a tangled mass, her pale lower legs exposed. Mitch shook his head and sighed. What a pity about Geodes's people. Over 100 strong, and only 10 survived. Scorpion stood nearby, his voice heavy. Their people are in the vehicles behind. As soon as he finished speaking, the vehicles behind arrived. Doors opened, and the passengers stepped one by one into the light. Some were old, some young. The youngest looked barely in his teens, his face still retaining traces of boyishness, but his eyes were already dead. They stood there staring toward the trunk, none of them speaking. The air seemed to solidify for several seconds. Then from inside the trunk came a groan. Sapora had awakened. She lay curled in that darkness, slowly opening her eyes, and the first thing she saw was the unfamiliar night sky above. No neon lights, no cold white illumination. Only a pitch-black sky and a few distant chilling stars. She froze for a moment, then sat up abruptly, banging her head against the trunk lid before falling back. The 10 wanderers gathered around, standing beside the trunk, heads bowed, watching her. Sapora's face gradually drained of color. She opened her mouth to speak, but only a hoarse, rasping breath escaped her throat. She looked at their faces and recognized that thing in their eyes. She had seen it many times before, in the laboratory, in the eyes of those she had treated as mere specimens. Hate. Pure, unfiltered, unapologetic hate. No. She finally managed to produce a sound, her voice like sandpaper. You can't. I'm from Biotechnica. No one answered her. Panam stood nearby with her arms crossed, watched for a moment, then turned and walked away. Mitch and Scorpion also stepped back, leaving space for the 10 wanderers. Mill remained standing outside the garage. Panam walked over to his side, glanced at the expression on his face, and asked, "What's wrong? Feel like they're going too far." Mill shook his head. Panam said, "Then what are you thinking about?" Mill replied, "I'm thinking about where they'll go next." Panam paused, then followed his gaze. The 10 wanderers were circling Sapora. No one moved to strike. They simply stood and watched, perhaps deliberating on how to make her suffer more. But that silence was more suffocating than any violence. She sighed and looked away. Where can they go? The nomad clans may be vast, but each clan has its own territory and rules. Even the Jodis are large, but this branch, some are dead, some scattered. The few remaining will have to be dispersed among other clans. Mil said nothing. Panam continued, Mitch's point is to let them decide. Those who wish to stay can find a way to join another clan, those who want to leave are free. The nomads never bind anyone against their will. The Badlands are vast, there's always a way to survive. Mil asked, and you? Panam blinked. Me. Mil said, what do you think? Panam fell silent for several seconds, then glanced toward the garage. Mitch was speaking with Scorpion. Noticing her look, he waved his hand. She tugged at the corner of her mouth, her expression complicated. What do I think? She leaned against the car door and lowered her voice. I think in this dump nobody has it easy. That they survived with 10 people left is already better than most. How they proceed from here is up to them. Mil looked at her and suddenly asked, still having trouble with Saul. Panam's expression stiffened for a second, then as she pursed her lips and turned her head. How do you know? Mil didn't answer. Panam snorted, her tone laced with irritation. That stubborn old fool, always clinging to his little patch of land. I say go east, he insists on west. I say we can do something, he says we can't. It's infuriating. Mil said, he's doing it for your own good. Panam replied, I know. But I don't need him looking out for me. I just need him to stop getting in my way. Mil said nothing further. At that moment Mitch walked over, still carrying his wrench. He glanced at Panam's expression, then at Mil, and shook his head with a helpless tone. They're the same as ever, quarreling when they meet, missing each other when they're apart. I'm used to it. Panam shot him a glare. Shut up. Mitch shrugged, ignoring her, and said to Mil, where are you staying tonight? Heading back, or spending the night here? Mil replied, heading back. Mitch nodded. Makes sense, there's a lot going on in the city. Alright, we'll take care of the people. Dakota will handle the payment on our end, don't worry. Mil nodded in acknowledgement. Panam suddenly spoke up. Next time you come to the Badlands, find me for a drink. Don't bring that chatterbox. She jutted her chin toward Jack. Jack was chatting with Scorpion over there, and whatever he said actually coaxed a rare smile from Scorpion's face. Mal glanced over, then averted his gaze and nodded. The 10 nomads still stood by the trunk, silent. Sapora was curled up inside, her face buried in her arms, shoulders heaving. Whether from crying or fear, it was unclear. Mal turned and walked toward the car. V and Sasha were already inside. Jack came running over, asking as he ran, leaving already? Just like that. Not waiting to see what they'd do with the woman. Mal pulled open the door and got in. Jack scratched his head and climbed in as well. As the engine started, Sasha looked back through the rear window. The 10 nomads finally moved. Someone reached out and dragged Sapora out of the trunk. She hit the ground, curling into a ball completely obscured by their shadows. The car drove on. In the rearview mirror, the lights grew smaller and smaller until they vanished into the darkness. Panam stood at the garage entrance, watching the gray car drive farther away until even the taillights disappeared. Mitch walked up beside her, lit a cigarette, and handed it to her. Panam took it, inhaled, and blew out a puff of white smoke. Mitch said, that guy's pretty interesting. Panam replied, yeah. Mitch said, next time he comes you'll actually buy him a drink. Panam shot him a glance. What, you got a problem with that? Mitch spread his hands, no problem. Just reminding you don't get him drunk and dump him on the roadside again. Panam snorted and ignored him. In the distance, the 10 nomads were still gathered in a circle. From the center of the circle, Sapora's voice finally rang out. A scream, hoarse, hysterical, its decibels rivaling a subwoofer. Panam stubbed out the cigarette, turned, and walked back toward the garage. Let's go, she said. Nothing left for us here. The car continued jolting along the Badlands road. Jack muttered while driving, what do you think they'll do to her? I heard some nomad clans like to tie people to the wheels and drag them through the Badlands. V interrupted, can't you think of something positive? Jack said, I'm just curious. Sasha looked down at her terminal and suddenly said she deserves it. The car fell silent for a second. Jack glanced at her in the rearview mirror and said nothing more. Sapora's screams still drifted on the night wind, intermittent, like some muffled beast howling. Miles stood at the garage entrance, not looking back. Panam didn't look back either. Only Mitch glanced over there, then averted his gaze and continued smoking his cigarette. Aren't you going to watch? Mal asked. Panam snorted. Watch what? Watch her die. I've seen too many people die, though I don't need another. Mal said nothing. Panam tossed the bottle aside, turned to face him. You want to talk me into changing my nature? She asked suddenly. Mal looked at her. Panam laughed first. A faint laugh, just a twitch of the lips. Forget it. Can't change it in this lifetime. Been like this since I was a kid. My parents used to say I was stubborn, wouldn't turn back even if I hit a wall. Later Saul said the same. Miles said Panam said, what You think I should change too? Miles shook his head. Panam stared at him for 2 seconds, then turned and walked toward her modified quadra. After a few steps she waved without looking back. I'm off. Next time you're in the Badlands, remember to find me for a drink. Don't bring that chatterbox. She pulled open the door, got in the engine, roared, headlights flared, and soon she vanished into the night. Mitch walked over, stood beside Mal, gazed at the direction where the car disappeared, and shook his head. She's still the same. Mal didn't reply. Mitch stubbed out his cigarette, glanced at Mal. Don't take it to heart. That's just how she is with everyone. Mal said, I know. Mitch nodded and turned toward the camp. After a few steps he looked back. There's a gathering tonight. Dakota's treating. You guys should come, right? Mal glanced behind him. Jack was chatting animatedly with Scorpion, and whatever he was saying had actually coaxed a hint of a smile onto Scorpion's perpetually cold face. He turned back and nodded to Mitch. Mitch waved and walked off. When the campfire rose in the camp, Mal truly saw how large this place was. Dakota's garage was just one corner of this camp. Deeper in there were dozens of RVs and modified trucks of various sizes arranged in a circle, with a bonfire in the open space at the center. Women cooked by the vehicles, children ran around, and elders sat by the fire smoking and chatting. When Mile and the others entered the camp, all eyes turned to them. Then someone started clapping. First one or two, then more, and finally, even the children joined in. A half-drunk nomad stood up, raised a glass, and shouted at Mile, hero of Night City. Come have a drink. Jack chuckled beside him, elbowing Mile. Hear that? Hero. Mile ignored him, just nodded at the man. Dakota emerged from the crowd, carrying 2 bottles of liquor. She shoved one into Mile's hand. Tonight you're the guest of honor. Don't refuse. Mile took the bottle but didn't drink, just held it. Dakota didn't mind. She turned and shouted to the crowd. Everyone sit down, don't act like you've never seen people before. These folks are from the city. You know Kampiki Plaza. They snatched that ruthless corporate dog right out of there. The crowd erupted in cheers. Jack sidled up to Dakota and asked quietly, how many people in your camp? Dakota glanced at him. Over 300. Why? Jack whistled. Over 300, and they all listened to you. Dakota laughed. A faint laugh, but there was something in her eyes. Listen to me. No, they only listen to themselves. I just help them find work, trade goods. In the Badlands, nobody can boss anyone around. Jack nodded thoughtfully. The bonfire blazed brighter. Someone brought out several large barrels of liquor, someone else carried out roasted meat, and the aroma wafted everywhere. Dakota had indeed spared no expense. The meat was real, humanely raised, not synthetic. Actual animal meat bought from a protein farm. It sizzled and dripped with fat. One bite filled your mouth with meaty flavor, nothing like the synthetic protein blocks in the city. There were also vegetables grown in the camp itself. A miracle to grow produce in the Badlands. A nomad walked over with a plate of meat and handed it to Mile. Try it. Our homegrown veggies. You can't get this outside. Mile took it and thanked him. The man did not leave. He simply stood nearby watching him eat. After a while he suddenly spoke. We've been in Night City for decades. Mil glanced at him. The man continued. When we first arrived we thought we could survive here. But what happened? The city folks look down on us, the corporations treat us like rats, and those bastards from the Chaotian Society cause us trouble every day. Eventually we figured it out. They don't care about us, and we don't care about them. As long as our family is here, that's enough. He said this while his gaze swept over the people gathered around the bonfire. Elders, women, children, and those young people drinking and chatting away. Mil followed his gaze and looked for a long time. Near the bonfire, a wanderer who seemed to be the leader rose to his feet and raised his cup. The surrounding noise gradually subsided, and everyone turned to look at him. Brothers and sisters, his voice was low, we've been in Night City for decades. In these decades, we've seen Night City rise from the ruins, watched those corporations turn this city into their personal piggy bank. The bigwigs don't care about us, and we don't care about them. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd over those familiar faces. But we have each other. Having family is enough. Someone began to clap. The man raised his hand to quiet them, and continued, today someone settled a score for us. He looked at Mill, something unreadable in his eyes. The kids from the Kayadisi crew, you all know them. Over 100 of them, and only 10 survived. They've lost everything. Home, family, loved ones. All that remains is hatred. But today they personally captured that murderer. A low murmur rippled through the crowd, some casting glances toward where the 10 survivors sat. They were seated at the edge of the bonfire, surrounded by other wanderers, some pouring them drinks, others patting their shoulders. The leader's voice suddenly rose, but I want to say screw sadness. Screw cowardice. We are wanderers. Even if those Chaotian Society bastards heap filth upon our heads, even if the city elites treat us like a plague in the wasteland, we don't care. We're alive. We still have each other. That means we own the whole world. Everyone raised their cups, men and women, old and young, holding them high toward the night sky, toward the bonfire, toward each other. To the wanderers, to family, to living. Jack was swept up by the atmosphere, raising his cup and shouting along until his face turned red. V stood nearby, the corners of his mouth curved a rare smile, gracing his face. Sasha held her cup, gazing at those cheering people, lost in thought. The cheers gradually subsided. The leader looked at Mill and beckoned him over. Come say a few words. Jack immediately nudged Mill. Go on, go on. They're inviting you. Mill glanced at him, set down the plate in his hand, rose to his feet, and walked toward the bonfire. Everyone was watching him. The night wind swept in from the wilderness, scattering the bonfire smoke in all directions. The firelight danced across his face, flickering in and out, making his expressionless features appear almost inhuman. He stood there for a few seconds, then spoke. Some asked me why I took this job. The crowd fell silent, waiting for him to continue. I said evil must be rooted out completely. He paused, then added, later I thought about it, and that's not right. Evil can never be completely eradicated. Kill one Suabola today, and tomorrow there'll be another Bola. As long as the corporations exist, this will never stop. Some frowned, others looked thoughtful. Mill's gaze swept across the crowd, over those faces finally resting on the bonfire. But just because we can't eradicate it all, does that mean we stop trying? No one spoke. Those 10 children have lost everything. But they're still alive. They personally caught the man who killed their family. That's enough. He raised his cup toward the crowd, toward those silent faces, toward the faint silhouettes of the 10 survivors in the distant darkness. To the wanderers. Everyone raised their cups. To the wanderers. The cheers erupted once more, louder and higher than before, as if they intended to overturn the night sky above this cruel wasteland. Mill held his cup, but did not drink, simply standing there and watching those people. The firelight reflected in his eyes, bright and clear, yet as though nothing at all had reached them. The gathering continued well into the early hours of the morning. Jack's face was flushed red from drinking, his arm draped over 2 newly acquainted wanderers, laughing so hard he kept slapping his thigh. V sat by the bonfire chatting with several older women, laughing occasionally, looking relaxed for once. Sasha had somehow produced a book and was reading by the firelight, as if the excitement around her had nothing to do with her. Mill sat on a stone at the edge of the camp, gazing into the distance. Behind him was the bonfire, laughter and joy, those who were still alive. Before him was darkness, the wilderness, the endless wasteland. Someone walked over and sat beside him. Dakota. She carried 2 bottles of liquor and handed one to Mill. Mill took it and set it aside without drinking. Dakota didn't mind opening her own bottle, taking a long gulp and letting out a long sigh. Exhausting, she said. Hosting over 300 people is more tiring than fighting a war. Mill said nothing. Dakota turned her head to look at him, the firelight dancing on her face, making her eyes appear deeper. You're a man of few words. Mill replied, Dakota laughed, the sound soft, as if rolling from deep within her throat. Fair enough. There are benefits to being quiet. At least you're not annoying. She took a sip of her drink and continued, thank you for what you did for those kids. Mill said, I did it for the money. Dakota shook her head. It's not about the money. The Kayadisi crew saved every penny they had, but in Night City that wasn't enough to buy even a decent weapon. When they came to me, I knew I couldn't take this job. That place in the Gambi building. That's not somewhere someone like me can enter. She paused, looking at Mill. But you could enter. And you brought everyone out alive. This is more than just about money. Mill said nothing. Dakota didn't wait for a response, continuing on her own. Of those kids, 3 said they want to leave with Miki and the others. The remaining 7 want to stay and rebuild Hongsheshi. Rebuilding a family. You know what that means. Mill said it won't be easy. Dakota laughed, this time with a bitter edge. Easy. That's giving them too much credit. The remaining people under Kayadisi are old and young, and they don't even have a decent vehicle. Rebuild. Just surviving would be an achievement. Mill finally turned his head to look at her. Dakota was momentarily stunned by that gaze, then shook her head. All right, I know what you want to say. Whatever they intend to do, that's their affair. I'm the middleman, not their mother. What I can help with, I will. What I can, I just watch. She stood up, brushed the dust off her clothes, and looked down at Mimir. We'll pack up first thing tomorrow morning. We won't be hosting you. There's still much to handle here. When will you leave? Mimir said, at dawn. Dakota nodded, took a few steps, then turned back. If you ever run into trouble in E2, you can come to me. I know you might not need it, but I had to say it. Mimir looked at her and suddenly spoke. If E2 is in trouble, you can also come to me. Dakota was taken aback. Mimir said, it's not free. Dakota stared at him for 2 seconds, then laughed. This time genuinely, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Fine. I'll remember that. Just don't complain if our payment is too little. She waved her hand and walked away. Mimir turned back, gazing into the distant darkness. Dawn was approaching. The next morning, when Mimir opened his eyes, a faint grayish light was just beginning to seep across the horizon. He had slept in the car with the back seat folded down barely enough to lie flat. Jieku was curled up in the passenger seat, having fallen asleep at some point, snoring softly. A quiet sound, yet distinct in the still morning. V and Sasha were not in the car. Mimir sat up, pushed the door open, and stepped out. People were already stirring in the camp. A few men were cleaning up the previous night's bonfire, shoveling the ashes aside. A woman crouched by a vehicle, wiping the window with a rag. 2 children ran past, stopped, gave Mimir a curious glance, then dashed off again. Whenever those people saw him, no matter what they were doing, they paused and nodded at him. No expression, just a nod, as if acknowledging an acquaintance, someone they had accepted. Mimir nodded back in return. Michi emerged from behind a camper, then holding a wrench. Spotting Mimir, he strode over quickly. Awake, he said casually. Good timing, there's something I need to tell you. Mimir looked at him. Michi lowered his voice. Those kids last night took care of Suabola. I won't go into details, but the person is gone. Mimir remained silent. Michi continued, 3 of them said they want to come with us. The other 7 want to stay and rebuild Xiao DC. I figured you had the right to know. Mimir nodded. Michi looked at him, a hint of something in his eyes, like emotion or something else. Do you think they'll make it, eh? Mimir was silent for a moment. I don't know. Michi paused, then gave a bitter smile. Yeah, who can know? He patted Mimir on the shoulder. All right, be careful on the road. Panan asked me to tell you next time you're in E2, remember to have a drink with her. Don't bring that chatterbox. Mimir nodded. Michi turned and walked away. Jiaku had woken up at some point, crawled out of the car, rubbing his eyes, looking groggy. Are we leaving? Mimir said yeah. Jiakuyan walked to the car, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, what about those survivors? Mimir didn't answer. Jiaku glanced toward the camp. 7 wanderers, old and young, stood beside a rundown camper, then talking among themselves. They looked at the car, saw Mimir, and someone raised a hand waving. Jiaku withdrew his gaze and asked no further. V and Sasha returned from somewhere carrying a few bags. V walked over and handed Mimir one. Breakfast. The wanderers made it themselves. Try it. Mimir took it, opened it. Inside were 2 flatbreads stuffed with meat and vegetables still warm. Sasha leaned against the car, took a bite of her own portion, chewed, then suddenly said, Dakuta said, if E2 has trouble, we can come to her. V said, I heard. Sasha added, she said our commission for jobs in E2 is negotiable. Jieka leaned in. What's the deal? Sasha glanced at him. Cheaper than you'd think. Jieka grinned. That's good. Mimir swallowed the last bite of his flatbread, pulled open the driver's door, and sat down. Jieka blinked. You're driving? Mimir looked at him. Jieka immediately raised his hands. Fine, you drive. I'll just catch some more sleep. V and Sasha got in the car. Dakuta stood at the garage entrance talking to a few people, not looking their way. Mimir withdrew his gaze and pressed the accelerator. The car sped forward faster and faster, leaving the camp behind, swallowed by the receding morning mist. The road was quiet. Jieka had indeed fallen asleep again, slumped in the passenger seat, his snoring rising and falling. V leaned against the window, gazing at the wilderness rushing past. Sasha stared at her terminal, scrolling through something. The sun rose, painting E2 in a golden red hue. The withered shrubs, the weathered and cracked rocks, the abandoned factories and broken roads, all were bathed in a warm light. Sasha suddenly said, Dakuta said those kids want to rebuild the clan. V didn't turn around. I heard. Sasha said, do you think they'll make it? V was silent for a few seconds, then said, I don't know. Sasha said no more. The car continued forward. By the time they neared Shengduo Minggu, the sun had fully risen. The wilderness on both sides of the road began to give way to buildings. First scattered abandoned factories, then more residential blocks, and finally dense streets and neon lights. Jieka woke up, rubbing his eyes, looking out the window. Where are we? V said, Shengduo Minggu. Jieka blinked. That fast? V ignored him. Jieka patted his stomach and suddenly said, I'm hungry. Sasha looked up at him. Didn't you just eat breakfast, eh? Jieka said matter-of-factly, that was breakfast. Now it's almost noon. Different. Sasha rolled her eyes and ignored him. Mimir turned the car into a small street and stopped in front of an unassuming little shop. A faded sign hung above the door with words that read something like Lao Mo Xiao Chao Ro. Jieka pushed the door open and got out, looking around. What's this place? Mimir said food. Jieka immediately stopped asking and followed him inside. Mainly the shop gave Mimir a sense of familiarity. Waitresses in orange tops and dark green skirts were serving dishes to customers. From the staff and interior decor, Mimir felt as if he had stepped into a fast food restaurant. But it was crowded with seemingly no seats left. Guess we'll have to share a table. Jieka spotted a table with only one person and headed that way. The table was by the window, sunlight slanting through the glass, cutting a bright edge across the surface. There was only one person in the seat. The person wore a black leather jacket, its cuffs worn, white collar turned up, hiding half of their face. Head bowed, holding a cup of coffee, the whole figure was curled into the chair like a motionless statue. Jack strode over, pulled out the chair opposite him, plopped down, and started calling out, Hey buddy, mind if I share the table? Too many people, you're the only one with space. The person didn't even lift their head, their voice muffled from behind the coffee cup, Suit yourself. Jack picked up the menu and flipped through it, then suddenly paused. That voice. He looked up at the person, then down, then up again. He was about to call out to Mill and the others, but suddenly froze, frowning at the person, feeling that he had heard that voice somewhere before. Sasha came over, and at that same moment she stopped in her tracks. She stared at the person's profile, her brow furrowing tighter, as if frantically searching her memory. Mill was the last to arrive and sat down opposite the person. V sat beside him while Sasha and Jack took the two sides. A waitress in an orange uniform and deep green skirt walked briskly over her name tag, reading Rachel. She held an ordering pad, a professional smile on her face, but when her gaze swept over Mill, there was something else in that smile. It was like curiosity, or perhaps a kind of confirmation. "What would you like to order?" she asked, but her eyes never left Mill's face. Jack waved a hand. "Just bring us whatever we're starving." Rachel nodded and was about to turn away when the man who had been staring out the window finally turned his head. Rachel the usual. His voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm pond. Sasha's pupils contracted sharply. That face. Distinct features: a strong jawline, a thick black beard trimmed neatly. The most striking feature was his eyes. Optical prosthetic eyes with occasional digital glimmers deep in the pupils. Under his wheat-colored skin, the creases at the corners of his eyes were deep, as if carved by time. The traces of cybernetic implants on his neck were clearly visible. On the skin outside the black implants, golden stripes were decorated, glinting subtly in the sunlight streaming through the window. Sasha's mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. "K." Her voice trembled a little, then she forced it down. "Carry Uridine." The man glanced at her, his expression unchanged, as if he had seen this reaction too many times. He took a sip of coffee, put the cup down slowly, and then spoke. "Keep it down, little girl." Sasha's face flushed bright red. Jack beside her was also stunned, his mouth agape, and after a long moment, he blurted out, "Holy shit, is it really you?" Carrie didn't acknowledge him. His gaze shifted from Sasha, swept over V, and finally landed on Mill's face. He stared at Mill for 2 seconds, his brow slightly furrowed. Mill was looking back at him, his expression, as usual, unreadable. Then he suddenly spoke. "Adam Lambert." Carrie's brow furrowed, even tighter. "Who?" Jack and Sasha simultaneously turned their heads and looked at Mill as if he were an idiot. Jack lowered his voice. "Mano, you don't recognize him." He knew Carrie, but who was this Adam? Mill said, "Sorry, you just look a bit alike." Of course it was just a joke. Like seeing Johnny Silverhand and calling him John Wick. Carrie was taken aback, then laughed. It was just a slight curl of his lips, but the wariness in his eyes dissipated a little. He picked up his coffee again, leaned back in his chair, and said with a lazy, teasing tone, "Who are you?" "A fan who managed to track me down. Can you not disturb my meal? If you want an autograph, I'll give it after I eat. This is my rare leisure time." He paused, jerked his chin toward the door. "Can you wait outside?" Mill shook his head. "Just passing through, having a meal." Carrie's hand holding the coffee cup paused. He then realized that these four were just sharing a table, not targeting him. He looked around. The shop was indeed full, and only his table had 3 empty seats. His gaze returned to Mill's face. This time he looked more carefully. That face was too clean. Not clean in the literal sense. It had no traces of cybernetic implants. No subdermal interface, no optical enhancement, no neural slot. A purely natural face, rarer in this era than diamond-encrusted cyberware. Carrie stared at that face for a full 3 seconds. Mill felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, and turned to V. "Switch seats." V was taken aback. "Why?" Mill didn't explain, just stood up, switched seats with V, and moved to the aisle side. He had almost forgotten this big star's sexual orientation. Carrie then realized that his own gaze just now might have been a bit that. He cleared his throat lightly, took a sip of coffee as a cover, then put the cup down, his tone returning to normal. "All right, this meal's on me. The food here is really good. I've been eating here for years." Mill didn't respond, his gaze scanning the items in front of Carrie. A cup of coffee half drunk with a faint ring of milk foam on the cup's wall. It seemed this superstar had just arrived and hadn't ordered yet. Rachel soon came over with a plate of food and placed it in front of Carrie. It was a simple breakfast: fried eggs, bacon toast, and a small dish of fruit. She turned to Mill and the others. "Have you decided?" Jack jumped in, same as his 4 orders. Rachel nodded, wrote it down, and turned away. While waiting for the food, Sasha and Jack seemed to have flipped the switch, completely entering fan mode. Sasha, usually a hacker as calm as a cyborg in the Kenpiki building, now had eyes shining brightly. "Mr. Uridine, I listened to your songs when I was a kid. I still have that physical disc of the samurai band." Carrie chewed on his bacon, mumbling a response. "Yeah, that one. Johnny and I had a fight while recording it." Jack immediately leaned in. "What about?" Carrie glanced at him, swallowed, and said in a casual tone, as if discussing the weather, "He thought the chorus should be more intense. I thought it was enough. In the end, he won. What you hear is the version he wanted." Jack was so excited he didn't know where to put his hands. "Oh my God, I never knew that. It's never been online." Carrie shrugged. "What's online is all fabricated. If you want the truth, you have to ask in person." Sasha then asked, "That guitar solo in No Ideals, No Sorrows, I heard you recorded it in 1 take. Carrie thought for a moment, then shook his head. 1 take. That was after 17 takes. I was so tired I almost threw my guitar. The last one barely passed. Jack and Sasha laughed together, their joy echoing as if they had just heard the most scandalous gossip. Meyer sat nearby, slowly eating the breakfast that had been brought to him, listening to their conversation. He didn't interject, only occasionally lifting his head to glance at Kelly before resuming his meal. Though Kelly feigned disdain as he chatted with Jack and Sasha, he shed the air of a superstar entirely. He spoke of the past, of embarrassing moments during the Wuxia band's tours, of arguments during recording sessions, and of a time when a guitar string broke mid-performance, and he simply smashed the instrument to use it as a microphone stand. From another's lips those tales might sound like boasting, but from his they were just everyday anecdotes. After all, despite his close bond with Xiangni, their quarrels were genuine. Jack listened utterly captivated, not even noticing the synthetic bacon slipping off his fork. Sasha, lost in a state of disbelief, peppered him with questions, her eyes sparkling as he casually answered. V occasionally interjected with more practical queries. After all, in a sense, she wasn't a fan. As evident from the game, V's character was one who sided with whoever paid the most. Only Mimir remained largely silent. He sat there quietly, eating his breakfast, occasionally lifting his gaze to sweep across Kelly's face before looking away. Kelly noticed his gaze several times. That look was different. It sent a chill through Mimir. Kelly couldn't quite place the feeling, but it struck him as oddly familiar. He had seen those eyes somewhere before. Staring at Mimir for a few seconds, he suddenly asked, "Have we met?" Mimir shook his head. Kelly frowned. "Then why do you keep staring at me?" Mimir swallowed his food and said flatly, "You have something on your face." Kelly froze instinctively, raising a hand to touch his face. Jack burst out laughing beside him. "Man, oh you." Kelly laughed too, a wide, unrestrained laugh that crinkled the corners of his eyes. He lowered his hand, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Mimir with a hint of amusement. "Interesting. What's your name?" Mimir replied, "Monsieur Mimir." Perhaps accustomed to the nickname, Mimir himself felt a little awkward saying his full name. Kelly nodded and repeated it. Then he frowned as if searching his memory. "That name. I've heard it somewhere recently." He didn't recall, nor did he dwell on it. Ruichio brought over a coffee refill for him. He took a sip, his gaze drifting once more to the window. Outside, the street was bustling with people. A few children chased a battered ball past, and in the distance a siren wailed before fading away. Kelly stared for a long time, then spoke, his voice much lower. "You're mercenaries, eh?" Mimir didn't answer. Jack chimed in, "How did you know?" Kelly didn't turn around, still gazing out the window. "This place is close to the A2. 8 out of 10 people who eat here are mercenaries. You all have that smell. I can recognize it. If not for Taiping, Zhou, the public order in Shengduming was second only to Watson District. After all, being near the A2, and with the Liujie gang around, it was a place of constant skirmishes." Jack scratched his head, unsure what smell he meant. Kelly turned back, his gaze sweeping over the 4 of them before settling on Mimir's face. "Your group is interesting. 3 armed, 1 pure human. The leader." Mimir stayed silent, but V gave a slight nod beside him. Kelly looked at Mimir, a different light flickering in his eyes. "A pure human leading mercenaries," he said slowly. "Either a madman or someone truly capable." "Which one are you?" Mimir asked. "What do you think?" Kelly stared at him for 3 seconds, then laughed, a short laugh. Afterward, he raised his coffee cup in a toast. "Fine, keep your secrets." A toast to the madman. Without waiting for a response, he took a sip. Mimir picked up his glass and drank some water. Jack watched them, sensing something odd in the atmosphere, but unable to pinpoint it. He scratched his head again and resumed his breakfast. For Jack, as long as he hadn't eaten all day, this meal, even at noon, was still breakfast. Sasha, however, caught something. Kelly's attitude toward Mimir was entirely different from his toward them. She shook her head, dismissing the thought as too absurd. Who was Kelly? The guitarist of the Wuxia band, a legendary superstar, a living legend. Who was Mimir? A mercenary who had been in Night City for less than a year, with some reputation now, but still worlds apart from Kelly. Impossible. She continued eating. After a while longer, Jack and Sasha had asked all they could, and Kelly finished his breakfast. He put down his fork, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. "All right," he said, "this meal is about done. Take your time eating. I'll head off first." He stood up, pulled a card from his pocket, and waved it at Ruichio. "Put theirs on my tab too." Ruichio nodded, took the card, and went to the counter to settle the bill. Jack stood up, a bit awkward. "Mr. Odin, could you?" Kelly glanced at him, reached into his pocket for a pen, then looked around the table. Nothing to sign. He frowned and pulled a photo from the inner layer of his leather jacket. It was a black and white picture of himself, taken sometime unknown, with slightly curled edges. Probably taken with an old-fashioned camera. But, Mimir wondered, why would the guy carry around his own memorial photo? He signed it and handed it to Jack. Jack took it, his hands trembling slightly. Thank you, thank you." Kelly glanced at Sasha and pulled out another one. This one was color. But the fact that Kelly carried a stack of his own photos caught Mimir off guard. How could that pocket hold so many? Sasha took it with both hands, her voice trembling. "Thank you." Kelly waved a hand, his gaze finally settling on Mimir. He looked at Mimir for 2 seconds, then suddenly said, "That face of yours. I feel like I've seen it somewhere." Mimir looked up. Kelly frowned, trying to recall something, but eventually just shook his head. "Can't remember. Forget it. Maybe next time." He turned and walked toward the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he stopped and glanced back at Mimir. Sunlight streamed in from outside, stretching his shadow long. He stood there backlit, his expression unreadable. "Oh, by the way," he said, "you remind me of Xiangni." Mimir said nothing. Carrie finished speaking and pushed the door open, stepping out. The shop fell silent for a few seconds. Jack was the first to react. "Johnny." "Which Johnny?" "Johnny Silverhand." Sasha looked down at the signed photo in her hand, murmuring, He said Mimir looks like Johnny Silverhand. V furrowed his brow, turning his gaze toward Mimir. Mimir's expression remained unchanged, as placid as ever. He lowered his head and continued eating his breakfast, picking up the last piece of bacon, placing it in his mouth, and chewing slowly. Jack couldn't help but ask, "Mano, do you know Johnny Silverhand?" Mimir swallowed the food in his mouth and shook his head. That guy had kicked the bucket over 50 years ago. How could he possibly know him? Jack said, "Then why did he say you look like him?" Mimir replied, "No idea." Jack scratched his head, feeling that something about today was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Sasha carefully tucked the signed photo away, stowing it in the deepest pocket. She glanced up at Mimir as if wanting to say something, but swallowed her words. V, however, didn't overthink it. He simply said, "Let's go. Time to head back after eating." Mimir nodded, set down his fork, and stood up. As they stepped out of the shop, the sunlight was blinding. Mimir squinted, his gaze sweeping across the street. Carrie's black car was already gone, vanished without a trace. Judging by the car, it was probably something Carrie had stolen from somewhere. The streets were bustling with people, none of them paying any attention to the group. The four of them got into the car. This time Jack took the driver's seat voluntarily. Mimir sat in the passenger seat, while V and Sasha occupied the back. As the engine started, Sasha suddenly said, "That photo, can I sell it?" V turned to her. "What?" Sasha said, "Carrie's autograph photo. It could fetch a few €100 online." V paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Would you be willing to part with it?" Sasha thought it over and smiled too. "No, I wouldn't." Jack glanced at her in the rearview mirror and let out a low chuckle. "Keep it. Who knows, it might be worth a fortune someday." Sasha ignored him, looking down at the photo in her pocket, lost in thought. The car drove on the streets of Shangduming, growing narrower and more dilapidated until gradually they were replaced by the neon lights of Wozen District. Mimir leaned against the window, his eyes half closed, sunlight slowly shifting across his face. He recalled Carrie's final words, "You remind me a bit of Johnny." He had never seen Johnny Silverhand. All he knew was that the man had died over 50 years ago on the Huangban Tower, riddled with bullets by Yadong Zhongshui, his consciousness captured by Arasaka and locked inside a chip for decades. But he understood what Carrie meant. Perhaps it was a matter of personality. Too bad he wasn't a scumbag. Ruichio saw them off at the door. She waved at Mimir and the others with a smile, her tone as familiar as if they'd known each other for ages. "Come again, anytime. The security here isn't great, but the food's fine." She looked at Mimir, wearing that standard waitress smile, yet with a hint of something different. "That autograph from Carrie, keep it safe." She said, her tone carrying the wisdom of experience. "That's just how he is. Looks fierce, but he's soft-hearted inside. Next time you come, let me know in advance, and I'll save you a good spot." Jack chuckled. "Aren't you afraid we won't come back?" Ruichio laughed too. "Big shots like you. It's an honor just to have you here once. A few more visits, and you'll be friends." Mimir glanced at her. Ruichio was taken aback by his gaze, then shrugged and continued, "The security around here isn't great, as you probably know. The Liujieb Bang Gang. Though you taught them a lesson and they've calmed down a bit, the low-level thugs are still brawling every few days. The Chingsafu often come to kidnap people too. But with your crew, I doubt I need to worry." Mimir said, "I'll come when I have time." Ruichio nodded and turned back inside. The four of them got in the car. Jack took the driver's seat voluntarily, muttering as he started the engine, "That girl's interesting." V leaned against the back window, replying lazily, "Got your eye on her." Jack glared at her in the rearview mirror. "What are you saying?" "I have Misty." Sasha looked down at the signed photo in her pocket, not joining their banter. Johnny Silverhand. The man who died over 50 years ago, who blew up the Huangban Tower, who was riddled with bullets by Yadong Zhongshui. The legends about him online were too many to count, truth and falsehood impossible to distinguish. Some said he was a hero, some said he was a madman, and some said he was nothing but a complete scumbag. Mimir like him. Sasha lifted her head and looked at the person in the front passenger seat, leaning against the window with half-closed eyes. Not at all. At least she didn't think so. The car drove through the streets of Shangduming, drawing closer to the Manin Squad's base. This area was far more rundown than the city center. Walls covered in graffiti, the ground potholed, a few children chasing a worn-out leather ball. When they spotted the gray car, they stopped and stared until it turned into an alley and disappeared. Jack parked the car and turned off the engine. The Manin Squad's base was on the second floor of a converted abandoned factory. The stairs were outside with rust-colored railings hung with a few pieces of drying laundry. Several modified cars were parked downstairs, one of them Manin's, with traces of blood still not wiped clean. As soon as Mimir got out, a head poked out from the second floor. Pila. His signature extra-long cybernetic arm rested on the railing while the other hand held some unknown part. When he saw Mimir, his eyes lit up, and he turned to shout inside, "Hey, the badasses from Gambi building are here." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the upstairs burst into activity. The door swung open and Manin was the first to step out, followed by Duolio, then Labika, and finally Chiwei, who stood at the doorway, without moving, merely nodding at Mimir. Manin descended the stairs in a few steps, stopping in front of Mimir, looking him up and down, then breaking into a grin. "Well, look at you. The Gambi building job. Kidnapping a biotech executive alive, not a single guard killed, and you got the target out. The fixers outside are all talking about it. Meyer asked, what are they saying? Manon laughed out loud. They're saying you're not human. You got someone out from the 53rd floor, and nobody knows how. Dakota's sealed her lips. She only says the target was received, no questions about the delivery. Jack chimed in from the side. Of course that's trade secret. Manon glanced at him, his gaze falling on the photo in Jack's hand. What's that? Jack immediately held up the photo like a prized treasure. Carrie Uridine's autograph. Just got it. Manon was taken aback. Duolio walked over, took a look at the photo, and was also stunned. Is it really him? Where did you run into him? Jack said smugly, a small diner in Shangduming. We shared a table. Rebecca, who had been standing on the second floor, without coming down upon hearing this, leaped directly from the stairs. With her height of less than 1.40 meters, her jump resembled an enraged rabbit. She rushed in front of Jack, tilted her head up, and stared at the photograph with eyes that sparkled. Let me see it. Jack held the photograph higher. Rebecca jumped to reach it, but missed. She jumped again, still missing. Jack deliberately raised his hand higher, his mouth twisted into a smirk. Can't reach it, can you? Call me big brother, and I'll let you see it. Rebecca's face flushed crimson. She turned her head and shouted at Pilar. What the hell are you standing there for? Pilar spread his hands innocently. He's holding it so high I can't reach it either. Rebecca stamped her feet in fury, her two green ponytails swinging back and forth like an enraged cat, with its fur standing on end. She stared at the photograph, her eyes suddenly turning fierce. She turned and climbed onto Jack, truly climbing, as if scaling a tree. Jack was startled, stumbling back a couple of steps, and nearly falling. What the hell are you doing? Rebecca clung tightly to his clothes dangling from his body, while reaching for the photograph. Jack's hand trembled as he held it up, still shouting, can't reach it, can't reach it. Grow a little taller. Rebecca, growing desperate, bit his arm. Jack let out a yelp, his hand loosening, and the photograph fell. Rebecca snatched it with a swift motion, slid down from Jack, and ran off, clutching the picture. Jack clutched his arm and shouted after her, are you a dog? Rebecca, after a few steps, turned back and stuck out her tongue. Your uncle's a dog. Sasha watched from the side, laughing. Vi also laughed, a rare sound. Dorio shook her head, walked over, took the photograph from Rebecca's hand, glanced at it, then handed it to Sasha. Keep it safe, don't let this little lunatic snatch it. Rebecca pouted. I just wanted to look. Dorio ruffled her head, without speaking. Maine stood aside, watching the commotion in before walking over to Meyer. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, exhaled a plume of smoke, then spoke. Care to come in for a bit? Meyer nodded. The group went upstairs. Maine's team's base was not large, but it was tidy. The living room held a few rows of worn-out sofas, the walls were adorned with weapons and tools, and in the corner were stacked several large crates marked with the 6th Street Gang's insignia. By the window stood a table with several terminals. Kiwi had already sat down, lowering her head to busy herself with her own affairs. Pilar lounged on the sofa, his two abnormally long cybernetic arms resting on the armrests, looking somewhat comical. Dorio sat beside him, holding a gun and slowly wiping it. Rebecca sat on another sofa, clutching the signed photograph, still staring at it, completely absorbed. Maine gestured for Meyer to sit, then took a seat across from him. Jack and Vi also found places to sit. Sasha stood by the window, gazing at the street outside, occasionally glancing back at the activity inside. Maine took a drag of his cigarette, looked at Meyer, and spoke. That mission of yours, we once considered taking it. Meyer remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Maine smiled faintly. Konpeki Plaza. That place is beyond our reach. Folks like us, after all this time, barely qualify to step into the afterlife. To actually storm a place like that would be suicide. So when Dakota approached Rogue, I knew the job could only be yours. Meyer said, you're not doing badly now either. Maine was taken aback. Meyer continued, the jobs from Old Captain are all big ones now. Maine laughed, this time with a complicated expression. He stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray beside him, leaned back, and looked at Meyer. Old Captain's business, he said, is thanks to you. Meyer looked at him. Maine continued, you remember, don't you? If it weren't for you pulling us out of Faraday's hands back, then we'd all be dead somewhere by now. Those cyberware, those pieces of equipment, those big contracts. All of it came through you. Meyer was about to speak, but Maine raised a hand to stop him. I know you don't like hearing this, but you have to let me finish. Meyer remained silent. Maine looked at him, his voice lowering. From Sasha to the time you helped us to everything that followed. We've received too much help from you. Meyer said, you've helped me plenty too. Maine shook his head. No, it's different. What we've done for you is trivial. What you've done for us is life itself. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Jack, feeling uncomfortable, cleared his throat. Meyer looked at Maine and suddenly said, if you keep this up, I'll have to leave. Maine was stunned, then burst out laughing, his face creasing with mirth. He waved his hand, stood up, walked to the window, turned his back to everyone, and gazed outside. All right, I'll stop, his voice drifted over. But in my heart, I'll remember. Meyer didn't respond. Dorio set down her gun, glanced at Maine, then at Meyer, a slight curve to her lips, but she said nothing. Pilar sat up from the sofa, scratched his head, and broke the silence. So are you guys hungry? Want something to eat? Jack glared at him. We just ate. Pilar let out an oh, and slumped back onto the sofa. Rebecca finally had her fill of the signed photograph. She carefully handed it to Sasha. Sasha took it, tucked it into the deepest pocket of her jacket, patted it to confirm it was secure. Rebecca leaned in and lowered her voice. What's Carrie really like? Is he handsome? Sasha thought for a moment. Handsome. Rebecca's eyes lit up again. More than Meyer. No matter how handsome Carrie was, wasn't he already an old man? Sasha glanced at Meyer, then looked away. Different. Rebecca pouted. So about the same then. Sasha ignored her. Maine turned around, walked up to Meyer, and extended his hand. Meyer stood up and took it. Maine shook firmly, then let go. Got a job tonight, so I have to head out. Next time drinks at the afterlife my treat. Jack chimed in from the side. The afterlife's too far. How about the wild boar instead? That way my mom can make a bit more money. Maine glanced at him and smiled. All right, the wild boar it is. Your mom's drinks are way cheaper than the afterlife's. Jack grinned. Of course it's family business. Pilar sprang up from the sofa and shuffled over. I'm in. Dorio shot him a look. What for? You forgot about the time you got drunk and sang while hugging a lamppost. Pilar's face reddened, waving his hands. That was a misunderstanding. Rebecca delivered the finishing blow from the side. Misunderstanding my ass. I even recorded a video. Pilar glared at her. When the hell did you record that? Rebecca stuck out her tongue at him, then turned and ran. Pilar chased after her, the two circling the room until they knocked over a crate, sending parts clattering everywhere. Dorio stood up and walked over to clean up the mess. Man shook his head and glanced at Mill. Mill's lips twitched faintly, a silent acknowledgement. A few more words were exchanged, and then Mill said it was time to leave. Man walked them downstairs. At the stairwell landing, he paused, looked at Mill, and suddenly said, "Take care." Mill nodded. Man turned to Jack V and Sasha, nodding to each of them, before heading back upstairs. The four of them got into the car. Jack started the engine and watched the building through the rearview mirror. Man's figure had already disappeared through the second-floor doorway. Those guys, Jack said, they're all right. V leaned against the window and murmured, yeah. Sasha glanced down at her deck, then suddenly said, that kid Rebecca, she's quite something. Jack laughed. Quite something. She's just a crazy kid. Crazy is good, Sasha replied. Crazy keeps you alive. Silence settled in the car for a few moments. Mill leaned his head against the window, eyes half closed, watching the rundown buildings outside race backward and slowly give way to the neon glow of the Watson district. The sky was darkening. When the car pulled up to H10, Sasha was the first out. She stood by the vehicle, checked her phone, and suddenly said, "Man just sent a message." V asked, "What does it say?" He says Pilar got chased and beaten by Rebecca and is hiding under a car. Jack burst out laughing. That kid's got guts. The group headed into the building. The elevator was the same broken one as always, the doors now covered with an additional layer of graffiti left by some gang or another. It groaned and creaked on the way up, seeming ready to plummet at any moment. On the 8th floor, Mill stepped out first. Got any plans for tomorrow? V called after him. Mill thought for a moment, then shook his head. Figure it out when I wake up, V said. Mill nodded and made his way to his room. The door closed behind him and the apartment fell quiet. He walked to the window and looked out. Night had fallen and the neon lights flickered on. Reds, greens, and blues drenching Night City in its signature murky glow. In the distance, the Arasaka Tower still blazed with cold white light, like a blade thrust into the night sky. His phone vibrated. He glanced down, a message from an unknown sender containing only a few words, "Come by tomorrow." No signature, but he knew who it was. Michiko Arasaka. Mill stared at the screen for a few seconds, then forwarded the message to the team channel. Jack was the first to reply. "Who's looking for you? Never seen this number." Arasaka. V asked. Sasha sent a question mark. Mill typed Michiko Arasaka. The team channel fell silent for 3 seconds. Then Jack chimed in again, that Arasaka, old man's granddaughter. The one we only met once. Mill replied, yeah. V didn't respond. Sasha stayed quiet. Mill set his phone down and continued staring out the window. The next morning, sunlight squeezed through the gap in the curtains, drawing a diagonal streak of gold across the floor. Mill opened his eyes, lay there for a moment, then sat up. The message was still on his phone. He hadn't deleted it or replied. As he stepped out after washing up, the door to the neighboring apartment opened at the same time. Sasha emerged with a cup of coffee, saw him, and nodded without asking anything. Jack and V were already waiting by the car downstairs. Jack leaned against the driver's door with an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. Seeing Mill come down, he straightened up. Really going? Mill opened the car door. Yeah. Jack scratched his head and didn't press further, climbing into the driver's seat. The car headed toward city center. Along the way, V kept gazing out the window in silence. Passing the familiar streets and buildings she had walked past every day, the remnants of a world that had once been hers, they now looked like landscapes from some other city. Jack watched her in the rearview mirror several times. Finally, at a red light, he spoke up. When we get there, maybe you can wait downstairs with me. V turned to look at him. Jack scratched his head, forcing a casual tone. That place, if I wouldn't fit in anyway. Might as well keep each other company. Less boring that way. V studied him for a moment, then the corners of her mouth twitched. Almost a smile. Fine. The light turned green, and the car rolled forward. Arasaka Tower drew nearer. Only when standing at its base could one truly understand the word oppressive. Mill stood in the plaza before the tower and looked up. The skyscraper pierced the clouds, its summit lost in the mist. The crimson Arasaka insignia hovered above everything like an unblinking eye surveying all of Night City. He turned and looked across the plaza. Another towering structure stood opposite, facing Arasaka Tower like a rival sentinel. Its facade bore the red, white, and blue of Militech, a flag planted firmly in the sky. The two corporate giants of Night City stood face to face, neither yielding an inch. Jack pulled into the visitor parking on the building's side and killed the engine. He glanced at the heavily armed security detail, then at Mill. You sure you don't need us coming up? I'm fine, Mill said. Jack nodded. All right. Message us if anything comes up. There are plenty of NCPD units around here. I'll hang out with V downstairs. We won't get grabbed. V stood by the car, glanced at the Arasaka entrance, then looked away without a word. Mill walked toward the doors with Sasha. A few steps in, Sasha whispered, that look on her face earlier. Mill didn't turn around. She used to work here? Yeah, Mill said. Sasha didn't ask further. 200 meters from the entrance, a security guard in an Arasaka uniform strode forward and blocked their path. His movements were polished, his expression controlled, but his grip on the rifle was too tight. Clearly overcompensating with nerves. Hard to blame him. Anyone seeing the department's #1 threat in the flesh would be on edge. Please stop. As he spoke, 7 or 8 other guards behind him had already fanned out their weapons, pointed generally in Mill's direction. No safeties had been disengaged, but the message was unmistakable: one wrong move, and they would fire. They knew their rifles might not stop him, but it was a small comfort nonetheless. Mill came to a halt. He looked at the guard in front of him and nodded. The man visibly exhaled. Stepping forward, he maintained a 3-meter distance and asked, Sir, may I ask what brings you to Arasaka? I have an appointment, Mill replied. Before the guard could ask further, a voice crackled through his earpiece. He listened for a few seconds, his expression shifting from tension to deference, then to relief. He lowered his hand, stepped back, and gestured politely. The 132nd floor, the CEO's office. Lady Michiko has already been informed, and your elevator access has been authorized. Mill nodded and walked past him. Sasha followed close behind. The armed security guard stood still, watching them enter the gate. None of them moved. Inside the gate was another world. The marble floor reflected figures like a mirror, and a massive crystal chandelier hung from the lofty dome, casting light as soft as sunlight filtering through clouds. At the reception desk stood 2 women in suits with exquisite makeup and standard smiles. As they saw Meyer enter, they bowed in unison. Mr. Masaya, this way, please. Meyer followed them toward the elevator lobby. Sasha followed behind, scanning the surroundings with her peripheral vision. Surveillance cameras, weapon systems hidden in the decorations, and plainclothes security personnel. The interior of the Arasaka Tower felt colder than it looked from outside. The elevator doors opened, and inside a man in a black suit was already waiting. He nodded at Meyer, pressed the button for the 132nd floor, then stepped aside without uttering a single word. The elevator ascended smoothly, barely perceptible. The floor numbers flickered rapidly from 1 to 30, from 30 to 60, from 60 to 100. Sasha watched the numbers flicker and suddenly whispered, 132nd floor. According to Arasaka's design, the 132nd floor was probably not the top. Meyer didn't respond. The elevator stopped. The doors opened to reveal a corridor covered in dark gray carpet, with several abstract paintings on the walls, and closed doors every few meters. The door at the end was the largest, with no sign, only a small Arasaka logo. The man in the suit bowed and gestured, please. Meyer stepped forward. Sasha tried to follow, but the man reached out to stop her, his tone polite, yet firm. Sorry, Lady Michiko only wishes to see Mr. Masaya. Sasha looked at Meyer. Meyer nodded. Sasha stepped back, leaned against the wall, took out her terminal from her pocket, and lowered her head to look at it. Meyer walked to the door, which opened automatically. A woman's voice came from inside. Please come in. Meyer entered. The first thing he saw was not the office's decor, nor the panoramic view of Night City through the floor-to-ceiling windows, but the person standing by the window. More precisely, it was that person's hairstyle. Blue. That Shamate-style blue. Combined with the huge rings hanging from her earlobes, the visual impact was overwhelming. Meyer stood at the door, stunned for a second. Just 1 second. He knew this was Michiko Arasaka, daughter of Kei Arasaka, granddaughter of Saburo Arasaka, the helm of North American Arasaka, now 68 years old. 68. Meyer struggled to keep his expression neutral. It was her freedom, and he had no right to interfere. But to be honest, dressing like this at nearly 70, he really couldn't appreciate it. Mr. Masaya. Michiko Arasaka turned around, a proper smile on her face. She wore a deep blue suit, impeccably tailored and luxurious, which formed a bizarre harmony with that shamade head. Please have a seat. Meyer sat down on the sofa. The office was spacious with a panoramic view of the corporate plaza through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and farther away the outline of Haywood could be seen. The decoration style was a cold luxury, every piece of furniture screaming, "I am expensive." Michiko Arasaka sat opposite him, crossing her legs. "About last time, thank you for saving my people." Mimir said, "It's just a commission. You pay, we deliver." Yorinobu said, "You're an interesting person." Michiko Arasaka sized him up. Seeing it in person is indeed different from hearing about it. Mimir didn't respond. Logically, Yorinobu Arasaka was her uncle, so addressing him by name was a bit. But given the Arasaka family's lifestyle, it seemed not hard to understand. "So I intend to place another commission." Michiko Arasaka picked up a tablet from the coffee table, swiped a few times, and handed it to him. "The payment for this commission will depend on the outcome." Mimir took the tablet. On the screen was a briefing. He looked up. "More than one target. Smart." Michiko Arasaka picked up her teacup. "I've finished analyzing the items Lena brought back last time. Militech plans to meet with the Night City Council to discuss the Taipingshao Act." Mimir continued reading. The so-called Taipingshao Act was to remove Taipingshao from Night City's administrative division. Nominally still under Night City's jurisdiction, but in reality no taxes, no NCPD patrols. Essentially completely abandoning Taipingshao. In simple terms, Mayor Lucius Rain was selling Taipingshao to Militech, letting them build a military base there. "Where?" "Dogtown." Michiko Arasaka set down her teacup. "The only place to safely discuss such matters is probably Kurt Hansen's bow shaking." Mimir returned the tablet to her. "One more thing." Michiko Arasaka took out an envelope from a drawer and pushed it to him. "Hansen has something he took from Kong Tao. I want you to negotiate with him and bring that thing back." "What is it?" "You'll know when you get there." Mimir looked at the envelope, not moving. Michiko Arasaka smiled. "Aren't you going to ask why I'm looking for you? If you want to say, you will." Yorinobu was right, you are indeed interesting. Michiko Arasaka leaned back into the sofa. "Dogtown, my people can't get in. That old fox Hansen is too wary of my people. But you're different. You're not company people, and neither is your team. If you go in, he won't be too wary." Mimir picked up the envelope and opened it. Inside were 4 identification ID cards printed with photos, names, and serial numbers: Masaya, Mimir, Sasha, Yakovleva, Jack, Wells, Valerie. All real names. You were prepared already. Better safe than sorry. Michiko Arasaka stood up and walked to the window. "Dogtown is a lawless zone. All companies tacitly agree not to interfere. To get in, you either go through the underground tunnels or obtain a Hansen-certified identification code. The tunnels are too slow and unsafe. The identification code requires advance notice, and I reported it for you last week." Mimir looked at the cards in his hand. "Your people are good at taking photos." "Flattery." Michiko Arasaka, with her back to him, gazed at the city outside. "Mr. Masaya, if the Taipingshao Act reaches a conclusion, the vote could come as soon as half a year. If it passes, Militech's military base could be built within a year. By then the balance of power in Night City will be completely shattered. Arasaka, Militech, the council, the gangs. Everyone will have to realign their allegiances." Mimir stood up. "So you want me to get Kong Tao stuff before that and listen in on what the military tech and the really talking?" Arasaka Michiko turned around, a knowing smile on her face. "Yes. Why not just let me kill Hansen? Now at least the surface order remains intact. I need that thing, I need the intel, but I do not want a dog town that is completely out of control. After all, it is a legally acknowledged haven for outlaws. The company's shady deals require a place to conduct black market trades, so Dogtown exists by default. Coupled with the games among the various firms, that is what allowed Hansen's Dogtown to rise. Otherwise, do you really think Hansen is that strong? One atom hammer could come and Dogtown would be reset. The Darkhounds may have been formidable 6 years ago, but now? Well, it's hard to say." Mimir slid the ID cards into his pocket. "I've taken the assignment. Aren't you going to ask about the pay? You said it would depend on completion." Mimir headed for the door. "Let's talk after we get the thing." Arasaka Michiko's voice came from behind. "Mr. Masaya." Mimir paused. "Lai Xian said you want to change Night City." She paused. "I want to know, do you truly want to change it, or do you only want to survive in this city?" Mimir did not turn around. These two questions to some people mean the same thing. The door closed behind him. In the corridor, Sasha remained where she stood, head lowered, watching the terminal. Hearing the door, she looked up, eyes brightening. "Done. Done." Mimir stepped forward, Sasha following. The man in the black suit had vanished, the elevator door open, and the interior empty. Inside the elevator, Sasha whispered, "What is she after?" "Commission." "What commission?" "To Dogtown." Sasha blinked. "Dogtown. That place. I remember my sister used to be around there." "But that would be brother-in-law." It must be said that surviving in the NCPD this long is a kind of skill. The elevator began to descend. "Have you been there?" "No." Sasha shook her head, but man said that place is messier than Pacifica. The Darkhounds men search everyone a small lapse, and they open fire. The NCPD won't intervene, the trauma team won't enter, and a death there may go uncollected. Mimir said nothing. "Just the 4 of us. Just the 4 of us. Does Jack know?" "Not yet." Afraid? Bull. Sasha rolled her eyes. Just saying you're taking on riskier jobs. This time, it's into Dogtown. Next time should we just blow up Arasaka Tower? That could be considered. Are you really considering it? The elevator arrived on the first floor. The doors opened to a bustling lobby, suited company staff hurried along, and the pretty receptionist at the front desk stood there, her smile as perfect as a mannequin. Mimir walked through the hall, Sasha at his side. Mimir stood on the steps, squinting toward Haywood. Where are V and Jack? The car had vanished. Sasha checked the terminal. V says she's at Old Vienna. Jack is at the Wolf Bar. Mrs. Wells says he had 3 tequilas at noon and is currently sound asleep on a table. Let him sleep. Mimir stepped down the steps. An hour later, the Wolf Bar rendezvous. What about you? Mimir drew 4 ID cards from his pocket, studying the photos. I'll borrow a car from Old Captain. To Dogtown you can't drive something too nice, and you can't drive something too junky. The road to Dogtown is. One might say it's exactly the kind of place under Kurt Hansen's rule. Even the highway was that wild. Sasha leaned in to inspect Jack's photo, pointing. This shot is awful. His eyes aren't even open. Candid shots aren't so easy on the eyes. Yours isn't bad, either, quite photogenic. Mimir tucked the card away, studying her. That one isn't bad either. Sasha froze for a moment, then her face reddened as she turned toward the roadside. I'll go find V. See you in an hour. Mimir watched her stride away, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He turned and headed toward the subway station. It had been a long time since he last rode the subway. By the time Mimir arrived, Old Captain lay sprawled across the hood of a Gudrus 66 pickup, a wrench in one hand, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, half his body buried in the engine bay. 2 6th Street gang members stood nearby, pointing and chattering. This isn't right. No matter how clean you wash the fuel line, the injectors still won't work. Who the hell taught you how to fix cars? Mimir leaned against the doorframe, waiting. The 2 6th Street gang members finally left, muttering curses as they went. Old Captain climbed from the engine bay, wiped his hands on a rag, and finally noticed Mimir. Damn. He stared for a moment, then threw the rag to the ground. Dad. What are you doing here? Mimir walked over. Borrowing a car. Borrowing a car. Old Captain's eyes lit up. Borrow what car? How fast do you want to go? How many people can it carry? Do you want it to withstand bullets or rockets? To Dogtown. The Old Captain's smile froze. Dogtown. Dogtown. The Old Captain fell silent for 3 seconds, then turned and walked toward the workshop. Come with me. There's a small yard behind the workshop with 7 or 8 vehicles, pickups, sedans, 2 modified off-roaders, and a rusted paint-chipped van. The Old Captain walked to the Makino pickup, tapping its door. This one. Mimir looked at the Pila. The body was rusted all over, the windshield had a crack, tires were worn, a welded antenna sat on top, its purpose unknown. Overall, it was the kind of junk that would be left behind in a junkyard. Just this. Old Captain walked around the car. Don't judge it by its looks. The engine is new, the undercarriage reinforced, the tires anti-explosion, the glass replaced 3 times, ordinary bullets won't pierce it. The antenna can both send and receive, its power is enough to reach any corner of Dogtown and beyond. The trunk holds 2 spare fuel tanks, enough for a round trip. Mimir opened the door. Inside was even rougher, the leather on the seats cracked, exposing the foam. The dashboard bore scratches, one vent had fallen off. Yet the steering wheel felt good in the hand, and the accelerator and brake gave solid feedback. How much? Old Captain waved a hand. Let's not talk money. Dad, you want the car? Just drive it. Mimir looked at him. Old Captain chuckled. When you get back from Dogtown, tell me what it's like inside. 20 years in this line, and I've never stepped foot in Dogtown. To be honest, it was impossible for Old Captain to claim there was no way into Dogtown. After all, Dogtown was essentially sandwiched between Taipingzhou and Shengduming. Besides, some of Old Captain's second-hand cars were actually sourced from Dogtown. So Mimir just took it as Old Captain's joke. He pulled the stack of cash from his pocket and placed it on the hood. Rent it. If it breaks, I'll pay. Old Captain looked at the stack of cash, opened his mouth as if to speak, then sighed, and shoved the money into his pocket. Fine then. Whatever you say, Dad. Mimir sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. The engine hummed steadily, nothing like the beat-up exterior suggested. Old Captain leaned on the car window. Dad, that place Dogtown. Be careful. That old bastard Hansen looks like a man, but he's actually a mad dog. His bunch of ghost dogs, none of them are normal. And the fixer, Mr. Hans, on the surface he's a good old man, but in reality he's sharper than anyone. Once you get there, listen more, and talk less, don't stir up trouble if you can help it. Mimir shifted gears. Don't worry. The moment the van drove out of the yard, Old Captain shouted from behind, Dad, come back alive. From the rearview mirror, Mimir saw him, standing at the doorway, still holding the stack of cash, waving at the back of the van. Old Captain watched him drive away and smiled. It seemed that one of those 2 big shots, Hansen and Hans, was about to have a bad day. By the time Mimir arrived at Wild Wolf, it was almost dark. Several motorcycles were parked outside the bar, and a few young Valentino gang members were squatting by the roadside smoking. When they saw the beat-up van drive up, they all froze for a moment. What the fuck, this thing still runs? You don't know shit, it's called vintage. Mimir got out of the car, and when they saw it was him they immediately shut up. One of them even nodded at him, Mr. Messiah. Mimir nodded and walked into the bar. Inside the lights were dim, and the air carried the scent of tequila and grilled meat. After all, Mimir often brought real meat for Mrs. Wells, and since there was too much for the old lady to finish on her own, she shared it with the people here. Jack was awake, slumped over the table, rubbing his head. V sat across from him holding a glass of water. Sasha stood nearby looking down at her terminal. When he saw Mimir come in, Jack lifted his head, eyes still not fully open. Mano, you finally came. My head hurts so much. V, he drank 4 bottles. Sasha, Mrs. Wells said if he drinks again she'll throw him out. Mimir sat down next to Jack. Mrs. Wells leaned out from behind the counter. Mimir, have you eaten? I still have some leftover grilled meat. No thanks, Mrs. Wells. Jack rubbed his temples trying to sober up. I heard we're going to Dogtown. Mimir placed 4 ID cards on the table. Jack picked up his own, stared at it for a long time. Who the hell took this? My eyes weren't even open. V looked at his own card, said nothing, but raised an eyebrow. Sasha pocketed the card and asked Mimir, did you borrow the car? Got it. What kind of car? A pickup. The 3 exchanged glances. Jack, Mano, we're going to Dogtown in a pickup. Mimir, as long as it runs. Mrs. Wells came over with a plate of grilled meat and corn tortillas. She set the plate in front of Mimir. Eat something first, don't listen to his nonsense. That place Dogtown, you should have a full meal before going in. Mimir looked at the plate of grilled meat. The meat was browned and sizzling with oil, the corn tortillas still steaming. He picked up a piece, took a bite. V asked, what exactly does Michiko want you to retrieve? We'll find out when we get there. Jack, she didn't tell you. No. Jack rubbed his head again. Damn, this client is really mysterious. Sasha, it could be Kong Tao's stuff. There's been talk in the circles that Hansen hijacked a shipment from Kong Tao. Kong Tao is furious, but can't go into Dogtown to take it back. If it really is that shipment, is Michiko trying to use us to spite Kong Tao, or does she want to trade the goods for something with Kong Tao? V could be either. Or maybe she just wants to muddy the waters. Mimir finished 1 piece of meat and picked up a second. Jack watched him eat, feeling hungry himself, reached out to grab one, but Mrs. Wells slapped his hand away. Can't you order your own? Mom, calling Mom won't help. Jack withdrew his hand sulkily and shouted toward the counter. Another order of grilled meat, corn tortillas, and a water. Mrs. Wells stared at him. Jack. Water. Sasha laughed. V laughed too. Mimir kept eating. After eating, they didn't rush to leave. Mrs. Wells cleared the plates, poured everyone a glass of water, then tactfully went back behind the counter, leaving them space. Mimir leaned back in his chair looking at the 3 across from him. Jack was still rubbing his temples, but his eyes had cleared a bit. Let's get down to business, Mimir said. The 3 all looked at him. Who knows about Dogtown? Jack raised his hand first. I can say a few words. 1 word, chaotic, fucking chaotic. I heard from some Valentino who went in before. After coming out, he said he never wanted to go in again. There are no rules in there. Whatever Hansen says is the rule. The ghost dogs are crazier than Maelstrom, but not cyber psychos. Mimir looked at V. V thought for a moment and said, I've been there twice, both when I was with the company. Once went with Arthur to negotiate, once to escort an informant of Susan's inside. Dogtown, on the surface Hansen calls the shots, but in reality it's a buffer zone where various factions vie for power. The corporations don't want to pay the price to take it over, but they need it to exist, to conduct shady business, to harbor those who can't be in the open. Then what is Hansen? Sasha looked up. V said, a gatekeeper. He thinks he's a king, but in the eyes of the corporations and the government, he's just a watchman for Dogtown. Except this watchman has gun soldiers and the Cubans backing him, so everyone gives him some face. Jack snorted. Face. Hansen's face was bought with the lives of the new United States rebels. Sasha suddenly turned her terminal around, screen facing everyone. My sister just sent another message. They all leaned in to look. The screen showed a photo of a motorcade on the freeway. Leading were 3 black Emperor Chevaliers, their windows tinted dark, hiding the occupants. In the middle were 2 armored transports with machine guns mounted on the roof. Bringing up the rear were 2 more of the same cars. Jack let out a whistle. This formation a presidential visit. A bit lower profile than the president. V zoomed in on the photo, looking at the license plates. Militech plates. But not Militech's own cars. They're the ones leased to the council. A bit lower profile than the president. V zoomed in on the photo, looking at the license plates. Militech plates. But not Militech's own cars. They're the ones leased to the council. A bit lower profile than the president. V zoomed in on the photo, looking at the license plates. Militech plates. But not Militech's own cars. They're the ones leased to the council. A bit lower profile than the president. V zoomed in on the photo, looking at the license plates. Militech plates. But not Militech's own cars. They're the ones leased to the council. Sasha continued scrolling. My sister said this convoy passed through Taiping's How over 2 hours ago. They're probably heading straight into Dogtown. Lucius's people. V confirmed. Jack, the mayor himself is coming. V shook his head. The mayor won't come personally. For negotiations at this level, it should be Deputy Mayor Holt or a few of the council members who are close to Militech. Lucius only needs to wait for the results. He doesn't need to get involved personally. After all, Lucius's current persona is still all about being a peacemaker. If anyone actually found out he was cozy with the corporations, his chances in the next mayoral election would be shot. Sasha. Mill looked at her. What else did your sister say? Sasha swiped on her screen. She said her clearance isn't high enough to find out the specific ownership of those vehicles. But she said, recently the number of people around Dogtown has increased significantly, with people coming in through various channels. There are corporate people, gang members, and some whose identities she couldn't identify. She paused, looked up at Mill. She said, if I'm going to Dogtown, I'd better wait a few days. Wait until this blows over. Jack smiled. Your sister really cares about you. Sasha rolled her eyes. No shit, she's my sister. V asked, which department is your sister in at NCPD? Patrol officer. Sasha put away her terminal. Her department is the most basic level. Out on the streets every day, she actually gets to see a lot of things that the higher-ups can't see. Mill remembered that NPC in the game called Stellaris. Tengrin's cop girlfriend, that bastard Dao, Jia, almost made him laugh. It could be said that the cop had never done anything right in his life. It's a miracle he's still alive. Your sister's boyfriend? Mill asked casually. Sasha's face darkened. Don't mention him. My sister is great in every way, but she's blind. Although she didn't understand why Mill knew about her future brother-in-law, that idiot Dao, Jia really was a bit. The other two didn't know what was going on, but V said seriously, let's get down to business. If the council members are already inside, and we set out tomorrow, we'll just catch their negotiations. At that time, Hansen's attention will be on those people, so he won't care too much about a small team like ours. Not necessarily. We're going on a mission for Arasaka Michiko. Usually at times like this, there's bound to be a banquet. Mill didn't trust Hansen's character. He'd definitely pull some kind of shell game. Jack, a small team. The four of us driving a beat-up pickup, that's a small team. V, in Dogtown's eyes, we are a small team. Mill nodded. We leave tomorrow. Sasha, what time? Mill thought for a moment. The earlier the better. Sasha asked, what about our mission? Do we find Hansen first or gather information first? Mill looked at her. What do you think? Sasha thought, gather information first. For Hansen, we'll wait until we know what the council discussed, then negotiate terms. That way we'll have leverage. V nodded. I agree. Jack also nodded. Sasha is right. First get the lay of the land, then go find that old dog. Mill stood up. Then it settled. Meet at the old captain's place at 4 tomorrow. All three agreed. Mill walked out, but turned back at the door and looked at Mrs. Wells. The meat was delicious. Next time I come, I'll bring you some fresh ones. Mrs. Wells smiled from behind the bar. All right, I'll be waiting. At 4 the next morning before dawn. When Mill arrived at the old captain's place, the sky was just beginning to show a hint of grayish-white. The old captain's repair shop was lit up, the workshop door open. That beat-up pickup was already parked at the entrance, the hood open, and the old captain was leaning over it fiddling with something. Hearing footsteps, the old captain looked up. Coming. Mill walked over. What time did you get up? 3:30. The old captain wiped his hands with a rag. Checked this car over for you again. Topped up the tire pressure, filled the tank, put 2 spare fuel cans in the trunk, plus a case of water and dry rations. Prices in Dogtown are high. Save where you can. Mill looked at the pickup. It was truly beat up. The paint was chipped, the cargo bed had a dent, and the casing of the rearview mirror was cracked. But the tires were new, the engine sound was steady, and once inside, the steering wheel felt solid. Thanks. Don't mention it. The old captain patted the door. If you drive this thing into Dogtown, I'm afraid even the ghost hounds people won't bother to check it. This piece of junk wouldn't even fetch a price if it was stolen. Mill was about to speak when headlights appeared in the distance. A motorcycle came first with Jack riding it, a large bag tied to the back seat. Behind it was a sedan with V driving and Sasha in the passenger seat. The motorcycle stopped at the entrance of the repair shop. Jack jumped off, looked at the pickup, and was stunned. Mano, you call this a pickup? Shh. Mill, yeah. Jack walked around the car. This is a pickup. This is the granddaddy of pickups. This car is older than my mother. V parked the car and walked over, took a look, as long as it runs. Sasha got out of the passenger seat, holding 4 cups of coffee. She handed one to each person, then looked at the pickup. Where's the luggage? Mill opened the trunk. The trunk was empty except for a case of water, a case of compressed biscuits, and 2 spare fuel cans. Jack, that's it. Mill, that's it. Jack was silent for 3 seconds, then nodded. All right. Travel light. Professional enough. V threw her backpack in, and Sasha threw one in too. Jack stuffed his big bag in, struggling for a while before it fit, nearly unable to close the tailgate. The old captain watched from the side, unable to help laughing. Are you moving house, or going on a mission? Jack, shut up, old man. The old captain, all right, I'll shut up. The 4 of them got in the car. Mill drove, Jack sat in the passenger seat. V and Sasha squeezed into the back, their terminals on their laps. The old captain stood at the entrance of the repair shop, waving at the back of the car. Come back alive. Mill saw him in the rearview mirror, still the same old self, rag in hand, grinning like he was sending his son off. The pickup drove onto the expressway, heading toward Taiping's How. The sky wasn't fully light yet, and there were few cars on the road. On both sides, abandoned buildings began to appear one after another, standing darkly against the gray-white sky. Some buildings had scattered lights, whether from homeless people or something else. Menno, what do you think this Hansen guy really is? Mill looked at the road ahead. Soldier, traitor, warlord, all of it. Jack, the version I heard is that he led people to attack Night City back then, and halfway through he was sold out by his superiors. The corporations didn't care about him, the government didn't care about him, so he just became his own boss. Jack said, do you think someone like that deserves sympathy? V from the back seat interjected, there's nothing to sympathize with. He chose to be a soldier, so he knew what fate awaited him. Being sold out was his misfortune, but no one forced him to do the things he did as a warlord. Sasha said, my sister said that many of the children in Go Town were taken in by the Yuming dog. The boys are trained as soldiers, and the girls. You know what happens to the girls? Jieku was silent for a moment. Alright, let's fucking do it. The pickup continued forward. The sky was fully bright. In the distance, the ring of high walls began to appear. Gray-white concrete about 4 or 5 stories high, with barbed wire strung along the top. Watchtowers stood every few hundred meters with men standing on them, rifles slung over their shoulders. Outside the wall was a buffer zone about 200 meters wide with nothing but gravel and weeds. Beyond the buffer zone there was barbed wire, and on the wire hung a sign with large words. Private property. Trespassers will be shot. Jieko looked at the sign and whistled. Fucking welcoming. You haven't seen the most welcoming yet. You'll know when you get to the gate. The pickup drove along the only road. On both sides were abandoned buildings, some half-collapsed, some just skeletal frames. The walls were covered in graffiti, the emblem of Yuming dog curse words, and some incomprehensible symbols. People began to appear along the roadside. Not many, just a few here and there. Some were walking carrying large bags. Others were on motorcycles with goods tied to the back. Sasha looked at them and said, are they all going in for business? Not all. Some are fleeing debt, some are hiding from enemies, some couldn't make it in Yi City and want to try their luck in Go Town. Hansen welcomes such people. One more or one less doesn't matter. Luck. What luck can you find in Go Town? Dying quickly is also a kind of luck. Jieko. Alright. The pickup followed a beat-up truck ahead, slowly approaching the gate. The gate was tall, about 6 or 7 meters, a heavy iron bar door that should normally be closed, but now it was open, just a crack barely enough for a vehicle to pass. At the entrance stood over 20 people in green combat uniforms holding standard-issue rifles from Junyong Keiji. At the front was a checkpoint built from sandbags and concrete blocks. 2 men from Yuming Dog stood there holding scanners, inspecting the truck ahead. Mimir stopped the car. Jieko looked at the armed men and whispered, men of the stuff we're carrying. Is it okay? Mimir said, even if it's not, we have to go in. The truck ahead finished inspection and drove in. The 2 Yuming Dog men waved at Mimir's vehicle. Mimir drove over and stopped. A man walked to the driver's side and knocked on the window. Mimir rolled down the window. The man looked at Mimir, then at the others in the car, and said, stop the vehicle and wait for inspection. The Yuming Dog men spoke with a unique accent of Go Town. Not the arrogance of street thugs, but the kind of haughtiness that said, even if the Emperor of Heaven came, he would still have to queue up. The leader walked over, around 30 years old, with a scar from the corner of his left eye down to his chin. He glanced at the beat-up pickup, curled his lips downward, then looked at the people inside. ID cards. Mimir handed over 4 cards. The man took them, swiped them casually. The scanner glowed green, and information popped up on the screen. He first saw the words Huangban, and his face showed a familiar disdain. Corporate dogs coming to Go Town for business. There were at least 800 to 1,000 every year. Then he saw the name Mimir. He paused. He looked at the screen again, then at the people in the car. Mimir sat in the driver's seat, the window half open, sunlight falling on his face. A face so clean it was unreal. A natural face without even a single acne scar. In Yi City, such a face was rarer than an armed lone wolf. The leader's pupils contracted. He remembered the news that had been spreading like wildfire in the circles recently. Someone had taken down Yadong Zhongshui. The story was told with vivid details. Silver-white armor, a spear that struck with certainty, and Huangban Lai Xian personally stepping in to protect the person. He hadn't seen it with his own eyes, but he had seen a photo. Though it was taken covertly and blurry, he remembered that face. It was this face. The leader's Adam's apple bobbed. The expression of, I'm the biggest boss in Go Town, was starting to crack. What had he done? In fact, Go Town had no other rules, just one. Survival of the fittest, the strong devouring the weak. If you were strong, you were the law. And as everyone knew, Yadong Zhongshui was synonymous with the strongest in Yi City. What's going on? Another voice came from behind. A man in his 40s walked over, wearing the same green combat uniform, but with extra stripes on his shoulders. He glanced at the leader, then at the information on the scanner, then looked at Mimir. His expression didn't change, but his tone clearly shifted. Mr. Misaya, he nodded. I didn't expect you to come to Go Town in person. Mimir said nothing, just looked at him. The man continued, your car. is quite low-key. Jieku in the back seat almost burst out laughing, but held it in. Mimir as long as it runs. The man nodded. Of course. Go Town welcomes anyone who follows the rules. He stepped back and waved to the guards at the gate. Let them through. Several Yuming dogmen stepped aside and opened the gate. The leader stood to the side, his expression complicated. He wanted to say something to ease the tension, but Mimir had already stepped on the gas, and the pickup drove past him without even a glance. Only after the car drove and did the leader breathe a sigh of relief and curse under his breath, "Entity scared me to death." The man with stripes shot him a sideways glance. "Next time look carefully before you shout. How the fuck was I supposed to know that kind of person would drive such a piece of junk?" The pickup drove into Go Town. The tires rolled over the potholed road, and the vehicle jolted. Mimir slowed down and looked out through the bulletproof windshield. Go Town was not quite what he had imagined. Not that it wasn't ruined enough, it was indeed ruined. Not a single building on either side was intact, some had collapsed halfway, some were only frames, and some had walls riddled with bullet holes. But ruined as it was, there were people on the streets. It didn't feel like a ghost town. There were people. Jieku leaned on the window and looked out. "Mano, this place. It's pretty lively, huh?" "How could it not be lively? The liveliness is just on the surface. Look closely at the eyes of those people." Jieku looked carefully. Almost visibly, the guns in everyone's hands were restricted firearms in the urban districts of Yi City, but in Go Town, they were a common sight. You see, in Yi City, the best weapons you could encounter on the streets were Kong Tao's smart weapons, but any other good guns were exclusive to corporations and the Baokong Jadongdui. After all, Yi City strictly prohibited the presence of weapons of mass destruction. Jack fell silent. Sasha in the back seat whispered, "The signal is decent, but some areas are blocked. The location my sister sent me earlier is somewhere to the east." Mire's gaze settled on the distance. Through the gaps between the buildings, they could see a massive structure. It towered far above everything else around. Jack followed his line of sight and saw it too. Holy shit. Jack leaned toward the windshield. "What is that?" "The Pejua Petrochemical Stadium." V turned to look in Jack's direction and answered. Jack stared at the ring-shaped structure for several seconds, then said, "There's a stadium in Dogtown." He had always thought that abandoned project wasn't really part of Dogtown's territory. "There used to be one," V said. Pejua Petrochemical funded it, planning to turn it into one of Taiping's resort centers. Then the Unification War happened, Taiping's was ruined, and the project stopped. The stadium was only half built and became an abandoned project. Sasha looked up from her terminal and glanced in that direction. "I've heard about it. Rumor has it that the Yuming Hounds shot down an airship inside it." V nodded. "A nuclear-powered cargo airship. New United States property. Whether it was lost or shot down, it crashed into the stadium. The nuclear reactor on the airship didn't explode. Hansen's people retrieved it, and now the entire Dogtown's power supply comes from that." Jack whistled. "Nuclear power. Is that thing stable?" V. "If it weren't, it would have blown up long ago." Jack thought for a moment, looked at the ring-shaped structure again, and said, "Damn, that's huge." The pickup truck continued forward. Someone glanced at the beat-up truck, then looked away. This kind of vehicle was too common in Dogtown, driven by poor folks who had to count every drop of fuel. Sasha stared out the window, and suddenly said, "Mire, have you noticed?" "Mire, what?" "Sasha, they don't look at us. Or if they do, they don't care." Mire said nothing. V chimed in, "That's the rule of Dogtown. Everyone minds their own business. Don't stare, don't ask. A glance might be fine, but 2 glances, and you'll be marked." "Jack, so where are we headed now?" "Just cruise around. The night's activities haven't started yet." "Got it." Watching the street vendors, Mire found himself wondering. Dogtown's quality of life is even worse than Night City's, so why do so many people want to come here? Hansen's turf. Fewer rules. Sure, the scavengers are even fiercer than in the city, but the freedom is worth it. And to Hansen, this is his domain. He welcomes anyone as long as they follow his rules. What are the rules? First, don't mess with the Yuming Hounds. Second, don't start a fight in public. Third, no matter what you buy or sell, you have to give Hansen his cut. Fourth, there is no fourth. Just those 3. As long as you don't break those 3, you can do whatever you want. Murder and arson. Fine. Just don't let the Yuming Hounds see you. Steal. Fine. Just don't get caught. Sell fake goods. Fine. Just don't let the buyer find you. Jack was silent for a moment, then said, "Isn't that just lawlessness?" V replied, "Exactly. That's the rule of Dogtown. No rules." The pickup turned a corner, and the stadium drew closer. Sasha stared at the airship and murmured, "Nuclear power. That's insane. That old bastard Hansen has lasted 5 years here because of that reactor, right?" "Not entirely. The nuclear reactor just means he doesn't have to bow to Night City. What really gives him a foothold is his crew and the clients behind him who are willing to do business." Sasha said thoughtfully, "The Cubans. That's one of them. Plus Kung Tao, some folks from Militech, and a few factions whose names I can't recall. Dogtown is a place everyone needs, but no one wants to claim. Hansen just fills that gap." The pickup continued forward, the stadium growing larger in their view. Jack suddenly asked, "Mire, what do you think Hansen really wants?" Mimir thought for a moment and said, to be the boss. Jack, that's it. Mimir, to be the boss and have the final say. In this place, having the final say is the greatest benefit. Jack looked out at the dilapidated buildings, the faces etched with exhaustion, the eyes hidden in the shadows. He was silent for a moment, then said, what's the point of being in charge in this shithole? Some people like it. Better to be king in a ruin than a dog in someone else's city. Sasha didn't speak, but her gaze as she watched the children on the street was complicated. The pickup drove onto a slightly wider road. Jack leaned over. What street is this? V, no idea. But if we keep going, we should reach Baosheching. Jack, Hansen's headquarters. V, yeah. The bottom floor is the Yuming Hound's camp. Above it are hotels and casinos. Only the big shots in Dogtown can stay there. Sasha, can we stay there? V shook his head. No chance. Not unless Hansen personally approves. People like us will have to make do with a motel. Jack, so where are we going now? Mimir didn't answer. He pulled the truck over to the curb and killed the engine. The other three looked at him. Mimir stared ahead. Through the windshield, he could see the colossal stadium in the distance, and beside it a building that stood conspicuously taller than the rest. The building's exterior was glass glinting in the sunlight, a stark contrast to the decay around it. That was Baosheching. Mimir watched for a few seconds, then said, let's find a place to hole up first. He restarted the pickup and drove off in another direction. Mimir pulled the truck to the curb. Let's get out and walk, he said. Jack was taken aback. Now. Mimir pushed open the door, and the night wind rushed in, carrying the unique scent of Dogtown. Gunpowder mildew and an indescribable fishy smell. Jack got out and looked around. Man, oh, this place. Sasha and V also stepped out. The four of them stood by the street like tourists who had wandered into a forbidden zone. But no one paid them any attention. The people on the street went about their business, and if a glance swept over them, it quickly moved on. Mimir walked along the street. Jack leaned in and whispered, these people's eyes are creepy. V, you'll get used to it. Sasha held her terminal scanning as she walked. The signal is okay, but a few areas are completely blocked. The location my sister sent earlier is somewhere to the east. Mimir didn't respond. He saw a child squatting in a corner up ahead, about 7 or 8 years old, skin and bones, clutching something in his hand. As he drew closer, he saw it was a bullet casing, copper polished to a shine from being handled. The child looked up at him, eyes large, but utterly empty. It wasn't fear nor curiosity. It was emptiness. Mimir walked past him. The phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out and saw it was an unfamiliar number. He answered. Mr. Messiah, welcome to Go Town. Mimir didn't stop walking. Mr. Hans. A light chuckle came from the other end. Oh, recognized me right away. Just a guess. Modest. Hans' voice was unhurried, as if chatting about everyday matters. I knew you were in Taiping's How the moment you arrived. I wanted to say hello earlier, but I was afraid it would be too abrupt. Now that you're in Go Town, I figured I should at least let you know. You're on my turf. If you need anything, just say the word. Mimir, you're well informed. Hans let out a low chuckle, but didn't take the bait. There was a faint clatter on the other end, like a cup being set down on a table. Then Hans spoke again. You're here to see Hansen. Mimir didn't answer. Hans didn't press either, and continued as if to himself. It's fine, no need to tell me. I'm just letting you know. Hansen's been rather busy lately. The council just left, and then a few more groups of guests arrived. If you want to see him, you might have to wait in line. Mimir, thanks for the heads up. You're welcome. Hans paused. If you have time, drop by the Zinchichangchang Club. It's in the East District, easy to find. I've got good liquor and a few friends who are interested in meeting you. Mimir, certainly. The call ended. Jekka leaned in. Hans. Mimir nodded. Jekka said he's fast. We haven't even settled in yet. Hans has survived in Go Town for so many years precisely because of this. He knows everyone who enters Go Town, and he knows who's looking for whom. He doesn't interfere, but he knows everything. Sasha was also slightly dazed. So what did he call for? Mimir put the phone back in his pocket, just to say hello. Sasha was stunned. That's it. Mimir didn't explain and kept walking. Night fell quickly. The night in Go Town was different from Night City. Night City's night was bright. Neon lights, holographic ads, the glow of hovercars illuminating the entire city like daytime. Go Town's night was dark. Few streetlights, and after the shops closed, the streets sank into darkness. Only the massive stadium in the distance, and the glass building beside it shone with blinding light. The four returned to the car and drove toward that direction. The closer they got, the clearer the building became. Glass curtain walls, sleek design, a ring of lights on the roof, making the whole structure gleam like a fallen star. Several black cars were parked at the entrance, all models that ordinary people could never afford in a lifetime. Jekka stared at the building and finally muttered, "What the hell? Is this Go Town?" V bowed, shaking. Sasha, I've heard people say it's Go Town's own Gambi mansion, but I thought they were exaggerating. Mimir parked the car at the entrance. Immediately a man in green combat uniform approached, not the low-level soldiers guarding the gate during the day, but someone who looked rigorously trained. He walked to the driver's side and tapped on the window. Mimir rolled it down. The man glanced at Mimir's face, then at the license plate, and said, "Mr. Messiah, His tone was completely different from the leader during the day, much more polite at least. It seemed the outer members were probably hired by Hansen in Go Town, while these were likely veterans who had fought alongside him. Mimir nodded. The man stepped back, said something into his radio. A few seconds later, someone walked out of the hotel's main entrance. It was a burly man, taller than Jekka's shoulders, as broad as a wall, wearing a dark suit, but the soldier's bearing was unmistakable. He stopped in front of the car, stood still, and nodded to Mimir. Mr. Messiah, I'm Bennett, adjutant to Colonel Hansen. The colonel sent me to escort you. Mimir got out. Jekka and the others followed. Bennett's gaze swept over them, pausing for a second on Jekka before moving on. After all, to him, neither Jekka Wilson Sasha nor V mattered as much as Mimir. They were merely 3 accessories of Mimir. If not for him, these 3 would still be scavenging somewhere. 3 lucky bastards of a mercenary. I've heard a lot about you, Bennett said, his tone steady. Your defeat of Zhongshui is the talk of Go Town. Mimir didn't respond. Bennett gestured this way. They followed him into the hotel. 2 rows of Yuming dog personnel stood at the entrance, fully armed, watching them enter. The feeling of being stared at by dozens of eyes made Jekka mutter under his breath, "Damn, this is intense." Sasha whispered, "Shut up." As they entered the lobby, Bennett suddenly slowed his pace and turned his head. "Mr. Messiah, I greatly admire your strength. I saw Zhongshui once. He took down half a rebel base single-handedly. Being able to defeat him is no small feat." Mimir glanced at him. "You've seen Zhongshui?" Bennett nodded. "A few years ago at a Militech base. He came for a mission and slaughtered half the base's rebels. We hid behind cover, no one dared to move." Mimir didn't take the bait. Bennett took the hint and stopped talking, continuing forward. The security checkpoint was set up near the entrance with several plainclothes personnel standing in front of scanners and lockers. Bennett made a gesture. "Sorry, it's the rules." Even though they knew Mimir's weapons, they still had to go through the motions. After all, the Yuming dog had done what they had to do. Whatever happened next was no longer their concern. Mimir took out his pistol and placed it on the tray. This gun was still one he had picked up on the roadside. The White Tiger from Wakako had been used heavily lately and needed maintenance. After all, it was a gift from the old lady. It wouldn't look good if she asked about it later. Jekka and the others followed suit. The scanner swept from head to toe. The green light flashed twice, and the plainclothes man nodded. Bennett finally continued inward. They passed through a glass door, and the view suddenly opened up. Jekka froze. Sasha froze too. The interior decoration of the lobby was completely different from what they had imagined. Not the rough military style, nor the nouveau riche's ostentatious splendor. It was a beauty hard to describe. Jekka opened his mouth and after a long time said, "What the hell? Is this Hansen's turf?" V said nothing. She had seen the world, but this scene was indeed unexpected. Sasha stood beside a pillar staring at the metallic patterns on it, reaching out to touch it, then pulling back. Bennett watched their reactions, a hint of pride flickering across his face, but he quickly suppressed it. Mimir stood still, his gaze sweeping across the entire lobby. Then he spoke, his tone casual. "No wonder people say bow sheaking is Colonel Hansen's prized possession." Bennett looked at him. Mimir continued, "Now I see it really is. A place this magnificent, I'd treasure it too if it were mine." Bennett smiled, a smile of being tickled where it itched. "You're right. The Colonel does indeed." He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. The group arrived at the elevator entrance. Bennett pressed the button and the door slid open to reveal a cabin carpeted in deep hues, its walls adorned with mirrors. Bennett made no move to follow. "Mr. Messiah, I'll see you off here," he said. "In this uniform, it wouldn't be proper for me to go up. Once you reach the 99th floor, someone will receive you." Mill nodded. Bennett saluted him, then turned and walked away. The elevator doors closed. Jack let out a long breath. "Damn, that big guy made me feel like a kid standing next to him." Sasha added. "When he looked at me, a chill ran down my spine." V pressed the button for the 99th floor, leaned against the elevator wall, and remained silent. The elevator began to ascend. Mill glanced at the 3 of them. "Once we're up, you don't need to stick with me." Jack froze. "Huh. Spread out, take a look around. Listen to what people are saying, see what they're here for. Free stuff is free for the taking." Jack's eyes lit up. "You mean the food and drinks? After all, Hansen's parties always invited the elite of Night City. Would they really serve them synthetic slop? If they did, who would come next time? It would be all real meat, even better than what was in Mill's apartment fridge. Missed this chance, and who knew when the next one would come?" Mill gave him a look. Jack immediately straightened his face. "Understood, gather intel, and grab a bite, and a drink on the side." Sasha chuckled. V smiled too. The elevator stopped. 2 men in suits stood at the entrance, expressionless. Mill stepped out and glanced back at them. "Don't cause trouble." Then he turned and walked toward the door. Jack watched his back and muttered, "No wonder he's the boss. Damn, he's got style." Sasha kicked him. "Let's go." The 3 headed in the opposite direction where faint music and voices drifted, sounds of a gathering. Mill reached the door. The 2 men in suits nodded at him and pushed the doors open together. Inside was a grand hall. Soft lighting, a crowd of people. Some stood in small groups holding wine glasses, others murmured in low conversation. From their attire, they came from all walks of life. Suited corporate types, casually dressed brokers. All of course high society, not a single lowlife in sight. Mill walked in. The door closed behind him. Eyes swept over him, then locked. Someone recognized him. Whispers rose softly. That face. The one who beat Smasher. So young. Mill paid no heed, his gaze crossing the crowd to rest on a man near the window. The man stood with his back to him, facing the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the night view. A short crew cut, a black tank top, olive green work pants, standing straight as a nail driven into the ground. Mill walked toward him. Halfway there the man turned around. He was in his 50s with a lean face, prominent cheekbones, and eyes as sharp as blades. He looked Mill up and down, then spoke in a low but steady voice. Mr. Messiah. Mill stopped. Colonel Hansen. The two locked eyes. The surrounding noise seemed to fade. Some watched, others pretended not to. Something in the air tensed. Hansen raised his hand in a gesture. This way. Hansen was taller than Mill. Not overwhelmingly so, but when standing straight, he had to look up just a fraction. Mill was of average height among ordinary people, yet before this man, he stood half an inch shorter. They shook hands. Hansen's hand was rough, covered in calluses, firm, but not overbearing. After releasing, he stepped back half a pace, looked Mill up and down, then smiled. Mr. Messiah, I've long heard of you. Colonel Hansen, it's better to meet than to hear, Mill replied with a smile. Hansen gestured again, and they walked a few steps to a relatively secluded corner by the window. A few men in plain clothes tried to follow, but Hansen raised a hand, and they stopped. Outside the window lay the night view of Dogtown. From this vantage, the entire Dogtown was laid out below. The dilapidated buildings, the scattered lights, the pitch-black alleys, all compressed into a blur of outlines. In the distance, the unfinished towers of Pacifica could be seen, and farther still the direction of Night City, where the sky was stained a ambiguous pink-purple by neon lights. Hansen gazed out the window. I've wanted to meet you for a while, he said. Mill didn't respond. Hansen continued, news of the man who defeated Atom Smasher in Night City travels fast. Even though I'm in a remote place, such news reaches me. A nobody who came to Night City not long ago yet somehow managed to catch the attention of the renowned Colonel Hansen. I'm flattered. Mill understood the principle of not striking a smiling face. Usually his blows were justified, but if someone was truly asking for it, he didn't mind hitting first. How long is not long? A little over a year. Mill didn't call him out, simply said, the Colonel has been here 5 years. Your memory is better than mine. Hansen paused, then gave a dry laugh. Maybe I misremember. He nodded as if casually. So you came last year. I recall the news saying it happened in Watson District. Mill looked at him. Hansen's eyes were calm, as if making small talk. But Mill knew this wasn't small talk. The Colonel is mistaken, Mill said. It happened in Charter Hill. Watson District. That dump has no surveillance. Hansen paused, then laughed. Right, I was wrong. Age is catching up, memory fails. He chuckled. Hansen was at most 50. With modern cyberware, that age was still prime. So Mill said nothing. Hansen looked at him again, something new in his eyes. Mr. Messiah has been in Night City a little over a year. That's a short time. To defeat Smasher in a year, impressive. Luck. Hansen shook his head. Luck doesn't fool a soldier. He paused. Speaking of which, I recall you arrived around 2075. Mill met his eyes. This was the second test. He smiled. The Colonel misremembers again. I arrived in mid-2075, and now it's mid-2076, just over a year. The Colonel has been in Dogtown 5 years. You know it better. Hansen's expression didn't change, but his eyes flickered. He looked at Mill for a few seconds, then nodded. Maybe I mixed things up. Too much on my mind lately. Mill didn't respond. They were silent for a few seconds. Then Mill spoke, Colonel Hansen. Yes. Stop testing me. Hansen looked at him. Mill spoke as though discussing something utterly ordinary. You tested me twice, and I answered both. There is no meaning in continuing. If I were not who I am, if I possessed a volatile temper, you would be a dead man by now. Those words seemed to freeze the very air around them. The plainclothes officers behind Hansen stepped forward, their hands instinctively drifting toward their hips. Hansen raised his hand, and they halted. He looked at Mills. Mills looked back. Then Hansen smiled. Mr. Meshes, he said, you speak with quite a bit of wit. Mills remained silent. Hansen continued, at my level caution is essential. You understand, yes? Mills nodded. Hansen said, good. Soldiers speak plainly without circling the matter. Hansen picked up a bottle of wine, poured half a glass for Mills, then filled his own. This is excellent wine, Hansen said. Sourced from Europe. You cannot find it in Dogtown. Give it a taste. Mills lifted the glass and took a modest sip. The wine was indeed superb, smooth upon the palate with a potent aftertaste. Hansen also took a sip, then set his glass down and leaned back into the sofa, gazing at Mills. Mr. Meshes, he said, let us be direct. Did you come to Dogtown for that shipment? Mills looked at him. Michiko Arasaka's commission. Hansen nodded. I am aware. Bennett informed me. That cargo is indeed in my possession. The Kangtao materials are quite intriguing. I originally intended to keep them for myself, but since Arasaka desires them, we may negotiate. Mills said nothing. Hansen went on, business can be conducted, but I have one condition. Mills replied, speak. Hansen said, I need to meet the person who holds the authority to make decisions. Talking with you will yield no price. You are the operator, not the financier. I understand the arrangement. Mills regarded him, then after a moment's pause nodded. Agreed. Hansen smiled. Straightforward. I appreciate that. He raised his glass and took another sip. Mills sat opposite him, leaning back against the sofa in a relaxed posture. Yet his right hand rested on the armrest, his fingers tapping twice. No one noticed. But moments after those two taps, something small slipped from his cuff. Smaller than a fingernail, silver gray and translucent, like a droplet of water. It landed on the sofa armrest, paused for a second, then rolled downward onto the carpet. The carpet was dark, rendering the object nearly invisible upon contact. It began to drift along the edge of the carpet, moving toward the side. It reached the sofa legs, stopped briefly, then continued forward. Passing near a plainclothes officer's shoes, the man glanced down at his laces and noticed nothing unusual. The object pressed onward. It threaded through the crowd, navigating around tables until it slipped into the shadow of a pillar. There it halted, its surface flashing with a faint glow as if calibrating itself. Several seconds later it moved again, climbing upward along the pillar. Halfway up it stopped and rotated toward a certain direction. In that direction stood several people. 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed formally. A balding middle-aged man wearing glasses held a wine glass and conversed with someone beside him. A woman in a gray suit, approximately 40 years old with short hair, stood erect holding a tablet. 2 men flanked her, one portly, one slender, both listening attentively. When the balding man spoke, his gestures were animated, the wine in his glass rippling with each movement. The woman in gray interjected occasionally, her voice low, requiring those nearby to lean in to hear. The object paused on the pillar, its surface flashing faintly once more. It then adjusted its angle, locking onto that direction, and remained perfectly still. In the booth, Hansen set down his glass and looked at Mills. Mr. Meshes, he said, I have a question for you. Mills replied, ask. Hansen continued, what do you seek by working for Arasaka? Mills looked at him silently. Hansen went on, with your capabilities you could operate independently and succeed. There is no need to serve as a company's weapon. Mills contemplated for a moment, then said, I am not serving as a company's weapon. Hansen asked, then what are you? Mills replied, helping a friend. Hansen paused, then laughed. A friend? Michiko Arasaka is your friend. In a manner of speaking, Mills said. Perhaps not entirely, but for now certainly not an enemy. Hansen stared into his eyes for several seconds. Then he nodded and pressed no further. He picked up the bottle and poured Mills another half glass. Very well, he said. I accept the reason of friendship. Mills lifted his glass and drank. Hansen leaned back into the sofa, gazing out at the night scenery, and suddenly asked, do you know why I chose to remain here? Mills remained silent. Hansen continued, by that time the unification war was drawing to a close. Command ordered me to withdraw, saying Night City was untakeable and further fighting was pointless. They told me to return with my people and reorganize. He paused. I looked at the men under my command. Over 1,000 who had fought alongside me from beginning to end. 223 had fallen. The rest bore most of their wounds. Return. Return to do what? To be absorbed like trash by the new American regime, or Militech, slowly digested until no one remembered who they were. He gazed out the window. So I refused to leave. Mills watched him. Hansen's face was expressionless, but his eyes ran deep. I told them those who wish to leave may go. I will not stop them. Those who stay, from this day forward, there will be no pay, no regiment, no support. If you wish to survive, earn it yourselves. And the result? Mills asked. Hansen smiled, a complex expression. Of over 1,000, fewer than 100 left. The rest, all of them stayed. He turned his head to look at Mills. Therefore this Dogtown is not mine alone. It was forged by me and those over 1,000 brothers. Whoever wishes to move against Dogtown must first answer to them. Mills did not speak. The 2 men fell silent for several seconds. Then Mills asked, that shipment, when can we inspect it? Hansen looked at him, eyes narrowing slightly. What is the rush? You have come all this way, of stay a few more days. Though Dogtown is rough, there are still a few places worth visiting. Mills said, the mission is urgent. Hansen stared at him for several seconds, then smiled. Very well. Military directness, I admire that. He rose to his feet. Then let us inspect it now. Mills stood as well. The 2 men made their way toward the booth exit. Passing the pillar, Mills' gaze swept over it. Nothing was visible above, only the pillar's shadow and some decorations on the wall. Yet within that shadow a small object remained fixed upon the group, motionless. The less he displayed concern, the more at ease Hansen grew. After all, this was Hansen's private venue for black market dealings. If Mills had ruined the event, Hansen would have lost face before everyone. Thus Mills' current professional and detached attitude suited him perfectly. He appreciated it greatly. Unfortunately, he would never be able to recruit him for his own purposes. Han-sun led Mimir through the banquet hall, weaving past several pillars to a relatively quiet corner. This spot is nice, he remarked. With a wall at their back and a floor-to-ceiling window beside them, the night view of Gojun stretched beyond the glass. The nearest tables were over a dozen meters away, so they could speak without lowering their voices or fearing eavesdroppers. Hansen settled onto the sofa and gestured with a tilt of his chin toward the seat opposite. Mimir sat down across from him. Hansen produced an object from his pocket and placed it on the low table between them. It was a chip. Tiny, thinner than a fingernail, its surface bore the Kong Tao logo and a serial number. "This is it," Hansen said. Mimir glanced at it, but made no move. Hansen then pulled out a small terminal and slid it toward Mimir. "I know you don't have any cyberware installed. Use this to view it. Just insert the chip." Mimir didn't take the terminal. "No need to see it." Hansen raised an eyebrow. "Not look. How will you report to your employer if you don't know what it is?" Mimir said, "The first rule of a mercenary: don't touch what the client wants. Whether I look or not changes nothing. It's not mine anyway." Hansen paused for a moment, then laughed. "Interesting." He put the chip back into his pocket, picked up the terminal, and dialed a number directly. Mimir leaned back in the sofa watching him. The call connected quickly. Hansen began without preamble. "Miss Meijizi, your man is in Gojun, and the item is in my hands. How we negotiate the price is up to you." The other side said something. Hansen listened for a few moments, nodded, then handed the phone to Mimir. Mimir took it. The voice of Huangban Meijizi came through. "Mr. Messiah, the item is confirmed. It's that chip. Bring it back, and I'll handle the rest." Mimir replied, "Good." Meijizi paused, then added, "I've already settled the price with Hansen. Just take the item and leave." Just as Mimir was about to hang up, a voice suddenly came from the other end. "Wait." It wasn't Meijizi's voice. Mimir looked up. A woman was approaching. She was in her 40s with short hair, dressed in a dark gray suit, and wearing high heels. The way she walked carried the composed air unique to high-ranking corporate executives. Her gaze swept over Mimir for a moment, then shifted to Hansen, a formal smile on her face. "Colonel Hansen, how could you not invite me to such an important occasion?" Hansen lounged in the sofa, his face expressionless, but something flickered in his eyes, the glint of a hunter seeing his prey take the bait. "Ms. Luideligisi," he said, "don't you have your own business to attend to?" The woman had already reached the table and seated herself in a chair next to Hansen without waiting for an invitation. She crossed her legs, placed her wine glass on the table, and looked at Mimir. "So you must be Mr. Messiah. I've heard so much about you." Mimir said nothing. The woman was unfazed and continued, "I'm AI Malia Luideligisi from Junyong KG Strategic Resources Division." Mimir regarded her. A Junyong KG agent. Just as expected. Luideligisi turned back to Hansen, her smile impeccable. "Colonel, I heard you have an item. Kong Tao's goods. I'm quite interested as well, and the price is negotiable." Hansen lifted his glass, took a sip, and said slowly, "Ms. Luideligisi, you've come at an inconvenient time. I'm currently in negotiations with Huangban." "I know," Luideligisi said, "that's why I'm here. It's all business. Whoever pays more takes the item. That's a fair rule, isn't it?" Hansen said nothing, but a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. Mimir watched the scene unfold. It was now clear what Hansen intended. He had never planned to deal directly with Huangban. He had summoned both parties, letting Junyong KG and Huangban bid against each other in front of him, while he sat in the middle waiting for the price to climb. This was also why the Yi City Council chose to negotiate with Junyong KG here. Was there any place in Yi City that lacked a more discreet club than Gojun? Yet it was Gojun, playing the market. Such tactics were not uncommon in business, but daring to have both Huangban and Junyong KG sitting together for a bidding war, that took extraordinary nerve. Mimir looked at Luideligisi. She was holding her wine glass, but her eyes were fixed on Hansen, waiting for his reaction. Hansen set down his glass, glanced at Mimir, then at Luideligisi, and spread his hands. "Both of you want it. I'm in a difficult position." Luideligisi let out a laugh. "Colonel, your acting is terrible. If you were truly in a difficult position, you wouldn't have let me come." Hansen grinned, as well not denying it. The phone in Mimir's hand was still connected. Huangban Meijizi's voice came through again. "Mr. Messiah, what's the situation?" Mimir brought the phone to his ear. "Junyong KG's people are here. They want a bid." There was 2 seconds of silence on the other end. Then Meijizi said, "Win it. No matter the cost, win it." Mimir replied, "Understood." Meijizi continued, "You just bid. I'll cover the cost. Dealing with Junyong KG, winning or losing matters more than the money." Mimir ended the call and placed the phone back on the table. Luideligisi was watching him, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Mr. Messiah, are you negotiating on behalf of Huangban, or are you merely here to retrieve the item?" Mimir met her gaze. "Do you represent Junyong KG?" Luideligisi nodded. "Yes." Mimir said, "Then let's negotiate." Hansen, seated between them, wore a smile that exuded complete control. He gestured to a nearby waiter who brought a tray over and set down 3 glasses of wine. Hansen raised a glass, toasting the 2. "Ladies and gentlemen, business is business, but harmony is paramount. Whoever wins, you are both my guests." Luideligisi picked up her glass, took a sip, and then looked at Mimir. "Mr. Messiah, I heard you defeated Yudong Zhongshui." Mimir didn't respond. Luodelagisi continued, anyone who can defeat Zhongshui surely didn't rely on luck. But working for Huangban, I find it a pity. The doors of Junyong are always open to you. The treatment is better than Huangban, and you won't have to put up with those old fossils. Mimir looked at her for a second before saying, let's talk business. Luodelagisi chuckled. Fine, let's talk business. She set down her glass and turned to Han-san. Colonel, for that batch of goods, I'll offer 12 million. Han-san's eyebrows twitched, but he said nothing, looking at Mimir. Mimir said 15 million. Luodelagisi, 18 million. Mimir, 20 million. Luodelagisi paused then laughed. Mr. Messiah, your bidding style makes me wonder if you truly know what that batch is worth. Mimir looked at her. The value doesn't matter. You raise, I follow. Luodelagisi stared at him for a few seconds, then turned her head to look at Han-san. Colonel, your guest is quite interesting. Han-san raised his glass and drawled, interesting people make interesting business. Rodriguez paused for 2 seconds, then said 2,300 plus 3 production lines of military technology in the Badlands. 2,500. Lady Arasaka said she could provide their latest research results. Rodriguez drew a breath, then laughed again, this time with a hint of something else. Mr. Messiah, you're pushing me. Mill didn't speak. Rodriguez raised his glass, drained it in one gulp, and set it on the table. 3,000 with shared transport routes from military technology. She looked at Mill, her eyes full of provocation. Mill was about to speak when Han-san suddenly raised his hand to interrupt them. Both of you hear me out. He looked at Mill, then at Rodriguez, and said slowly, the price has reached this point. It's no small sum. I have a proposal. He paused. Why don't you both go back and think it over? We'll talk again tomorrow. Rodriguez frowned. Colonel, what do you mean? Han-san chuckled. I mean, this price is about right. If we go higher, neither of you will be able to justify it. Go back, get some sleep, and decide with a clear head tomorrow. Rodriguez stared at him, his expression shifting. Mill also watched him. Han-san's words were clever. On the surface, he was thinking of both sides, but in reality, he was waiting to see if one of them would approach him privately afterward with a higher bid. He was dragging the bidding war into the shadows. Rodriguez was silent for a few seconds, then stood up and looked at Mill. Mr. Messiah, see you tomorrow. She turned and walked away on her high heels. Han-san watched her back, raised his glass, and gestured to Mill. Mr. Messiah, don't you need to think it over? Mill didn't move. He looked at Han-san and said no need. Han-san was taken aback. No need. Mill said, let's finish it now. Han-san stared at him, the smile on his face fading slightly. Mr. Messiah, you're too impatient. Mill said, it's not impatience. It's that I have no interest in your game. Han-san's eyes narrowed. Mill continued, you wanted both parties to bid. I came. You wanted to raise the price. I raised it. Now you want to drag it out till tomorrow so that the military technology people can come to you privately. Do you think I'll let you play that game? Han-san was silent for a few seconds, then laughed. Mr. Messiah, you need evidence to make such claims. Mill looked at him and said nothing. Han-san stared back. They locked eyes for a few seconds. Then Mill stood up. Han-san looked up at him. Mr. Messiah, Mill said, I'll change the approach. Han-san's expression shifted. What do you mean? Mill didn't answer. He turned and swept his gaze across the banquet hall. Rodriguez hadn't gone far. She was standing nearby talking to a young man in a suit, probably her assistant. Mill walked toward her. Han-san stood up wanting to say something, but Mill was already far away. Rodriguez was speaking with her assistant when she caught a glimpse of someone approaching out of the corner of her eye and turned around. Seeing it was Mill, she paused then smiled. Mr. Messiah, so eager. Didn't we say tomorrow? Mill stopped in front of her. Not tomorrow. Rodriguez looked at him, the smile slowly fading from her face. Mr. Messiah, what do you mean? Mill looked at her. Military technology wants that shipment, and so does Arasaka. Han-san wants to squeeze both sides dry. That's fine. In business, everyone wants to make more. He paused. You're not going back to think. You're going back to prepare. To prepare a bigger offer, to prepare for private contact to get this deal done. Han-san left the door open for you, and you're definitely going to walk through it. Rodriguez was silent for a few seconds, then laughed, this time with a chill. Mr. Messiah, you read people well. But what do you want? Kill me here. She took a step back, and the assistant also stepped forward, blocking her. Several people in plain clothes nearby noticed the commotion and turned their heads. Mill looked at her. You're right. We can't kill anyone here. Rodriguez breathed a sigh of relief and was about to speak. Mill raised his hand just once. Just that much. Rodriguez didn't see what happened. The assistant didn't see it either. Neither did anyone around. They only saw Mill's right hand reach forward, empty, holding nothing. Then a flash of silver light. That light was too fast for the human eye to follow. It burst from Mill's palm like a lightning bolt, like a streak of silk, drawing a straight line through the air. That trajectory brushed past the assistant's shoulder, grazed by Rodriguez's ear, and then stopped. The air in the banquet hall seemed to freeze. Everyone stared at that silver light. It was a blade. Not a metallic blade, something indescribable. silver-white translucent, as if condensed from light. The blade was slender, slightly curved with a faint blue glow along its edge. The blade stopped beside Rodriguez's neck, the edge less than a centimeter from her skin. Rodriguez froze. The practiced smile on her face solidified, her eyes wide, her lips moving, but no sound coming out. The assistant stood beside her, still holding the blocking pose, but as if frozen in place, motionless. Everyone around also stopped. Those holding glasses had their glasses suspended midair. Those speaking stopped mid-sentence. Those about to leave lifted their feet and then set them down again. The entire banquet hall, dozens of people seemed to press the pause button. Only the blade still glowed. The blue light on its edge pulsed like breathing. Mill stood still, his right hand extended forward, fingers loosely curled. That blade seemed to grow from his palm, hovering in the air steadily, pointing at Rodriguez's neck. He looked at Rodriguez. "You're right. We can't kill anyone here." His voice was calm, as if stating a mundane fact. "But we cannot kill." Rodriguez stared at him, the silver light of the blade reflected in her pupils. Her throat moved, and she swallowed hard. Mill continued, "I'm not interested in Hansen's business. I'm not interested in your 32 million either. But today I'm taking that ship." He paused. "Do you have any objections?" Rodriguez didn't answer. The blade's edge advanced 0.5 millimeter. Rodriguez stiffened, almost blurting out, No objections." Mill looked at her. After 2 seconds the blade began to retract. The silver light grew fainter and fainter until it vanished completely into the air, as though it had never existed at all. Mill retracted his hand and turned around. The entire banquet hall remained deathly silent. Mill walked a few steps and passed a table. Beside it a man in a suit instinctively shrank back, his wine glass nearly slipping from his fingers. Mill didn't spare him a glance and continued walking. Hansen was still standing in that corner, his expression a tangled mix. Astonishment, anger, and something else indefinable, the bewilderment of someone encountering a situation beyond control for the first time. Mill approached him. "The chip." Hansen stared at him silent for 2 seconds, then reached into his pocket and produced the chip. Mill took it, glanced at it, and tucked it into his pocket. Hansen opened his mouth to speak, but Mill didn't give him the chance. "Next time you want to play auction, find someone else." Mill turned and made his way toward the banquet hall entrance. Behind him, those dozens of people remained frozen where they stood like a group of sculptures. Only when Mill's silhouette disappeared through the doorway did someone dare to move. Rodriguez stood rooted to the spot, one hand bracing against the nearby chair, her face as pale as paper. Her assistant leaned in to say something, but she shoved him away. Farther away, a man in a gray suit secretly withdrew his hand from his jacket, and it was trembling. In the corner, a waiter balanced a tray, the wine glasses upon it quivering slightly and making soft clinking sounds. Hansen stood off to the side, his expression dark and shifting. Mill paid no mind to whatever flickered across Hansen's face. Shock, fury, or something else entirely. He turned and took 2 steps back, then came to a halt before Hansen. The two stood exceedingly close. Close enough that the plainclothes men behind Hansen instinctively drifted their hands toward their waists, close enough that someone at a nearby table quietly retreated a step. Mill fixed his gaze on Hansen. "Colonel." Hansen met his stare in silence. Mill said, "I'm granting you leniency today." Hansen's eyebrow twitched. Mill continued, "I'll take the chip. The price stands as we originally agreed. You send your figure to Arasaka Michiko, and she'll handle the payment." He paused. "If not for your sake, there would be 2 dead bodies in this banquet hall today." Hansen's eyes narrowed slightly. Who those 2 dead men would be went without saying. He harbored no doubt that Mill had the capability to eliminate them both here and walk away unscathed. Setting aside what he had just witnessed, Mill's unrevealed capabilities alone were enough to make Hansen wary. After speaking, Mill stepped back 1/2 a pace and waited for his response. Hansen studied him, his expression cycling through several changes. But then, as though something clicked into place within mere seconds, his face hardened once more, returning to the stern countenance befitting a warlord. He raised his hand and gestured to the plainclothes men behind him. They lowered their hands from their waists, though their eyes remained locked on Mill. Hansen spoke, his voice steady. "Mr. Macy, you make it sound as though I, Hansen, am the unreasonable one." Mill offered no reply. Hansen continued, "Business is business. We can renegotiate if need be. But what you just did..." He paused, then forced a smile. "That strike, I acknowledge it." He turned and beckoned to a waiter not far away. The man hurried over with a tray bearing 2 glasses of amber liquid glowing in the light. Hansen lifted one glass and nodded toward Mill. Mill didn't move. Hansen said, "What? Mr. Mesa, won't you even grant me this courtesy?" Mill glanced at him and reached out to take the other glass. Hansen nodded and raised his. "Mr. Mesa, I toast to you. Let today's matter rest here." Mill watched him without drinking. Hansen showed no impatience, simply holding his glass and waiting. After 2 seconds, Mill extended his cup slightly forward. The 2 glasses tapped together with a clear ring. Hansen drained his in one gulp, then set the empty glass back on the tray. He wiped his mouth, looked at Mill, and lowered his voice. "As for the price, rest assured, I, Hansen, conduct business with integrity. The agreed price will not change. Mill looked at him, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Integrity. The man who had been shopping around for a better price moments ago was now preaching honesty, yet his face revealed nothing. Then that's best. Hansen nodded and glanced around the room. The others in the banquet hall were still stealing glances their way, though none dared to approach. Mr. Mesa, I have a question for you. Ask. Hansen regarded him, his gaze profound. What exactly was that technique you just used? Mill didn't answer. Hansen waited a few seconds, then smiled. Very well. Consider it unasked. He raised another glass. Come, Mr. Mesa, another drink. To celebrate. Mill watched the glass in his hand and didn't move. Hansen said, what? One glass isn't enough. Mill replied, celebrate what? Hansen paused, then laughed aloud. He raised his glass toward Mill. Mill studied him for 2 seconds, then raised his own. The 2 glasses struck together once more. This time Mill took a sip. Hansen finished his second glass, set it back on the tray, and clapped his hands. All right, everyone disperse. Eat, drink, stop standing around like statues. His words were meant for the entire banquet hall. The moment they fell silent, those frozen figures finally came back to life. The murmur of hushed conversations returned along with the clinking of glasses, though the atmosphere had clearly shifted. Everyone glanced toward Mill as they spoke. Hansen turned and nodded at Mill. Mr. Mesa, safe travels. Do visit Go Town again when you have the chance. Mill said nothing, turned and headed for the door. After a few steps he paused. The man in the gray suit was still standing in the same spot, his hand withdrawn from his jacket, but it continued to tremble faintly. When he caught Mill's gaze, he shrank back, nearly colliding with the table behind him. Mill ignored him and continued walking. Passing by Rodriguez, she swiftly sidestepped, her high heels striking the floor with a sharp click. Her assistant followed suit, moving too hastily and nearly bumping into a pillar. Mill walked past them without so much as a glance. He never allowed himself to shed blood in formal settings, but Miss Rodriguez's life had already reached its end. Whether she died in Go Town or on the way back. In the corporation's eyes, a failed mission rendered one an abandoned asset. Furthermore, having caused Hansen such a profound loss of face, given his temperament, he would certainly hunt down 1 or 2 company operatives to vent his wrath. At the banquet hall entrance, the 2 heavy wooden doors were pushed open by a pair of men in suits. Mill stepped outside. The doors closed slowly behind him, severing the light and clamor within from the world beyond. The corridor was quiet. After a few steps, Mill saw the other 3, Jack and the rest. Jack leaned against the wall, a pastry he'd apparently snuck from somewhere, still in hand. V stood nearby, arms crossed, expressionless. Sasha crouched on the floor, head bowed over her console, the screen's glow painting her features. At the sound of approaching footsteps, all 3 looked up simultaneously. Jack stuffed the pastry into his mouth and mumbled, all done. Mill nodded. Jack swallowed and asked, got the chip? Mill produced it from his pocket, flashed it before their eyes, then pocketed it again. Sasha rose, tucked her console away, and looked at him as if wanting to speak, but her lips parted and then closed. V spoke up. It was quiet in there for nearly 5 minutes. Something happened. Nothing, Mill said. V watched him, making no further inquiry. Jack leaned and lowering his voice. Where's that woman from Militech? She didn't give you trouble, eh? No. Jack thought for a moment, then asked, will she come back? Mill shot him a look. Jack immediately raised his hands. All right, I won't ask. The 4 made for the elevator. After a few steps, Sasha suddenly whispered, Mill. Yeah. Mill turned. Sasha hesitated, then said, I just ran a scan on the inside with my console. A casual one, no intrusion, just receiving signals. I received something strange. It resembled a breakthrough signal, but extremely faint and emanating from several locations simultaneously. Mill looked at her. Sasha said, I received something strange. It resembled a breakthrough signal, but extremely faint and emanating from several locations simultaneously. Mill's steps faltered. Sasha continued, the origins of those signals. They're where the underdog crew were standing in the banquet hall. Their cyberware seems to have been recording the whole time. Mill said nothing, but something clicked in his mind. Breakthrough recording. The bodyguard's mil-spec cyberware had built-in recording capabilities meant for posthumous cause-of-death analysis. But tonight they'd been recording continuously. He recalled Hansen's earlier words. Mill's mouth twitched. So that's how it was. Hansen hadn't intended to conceal anything. What he wanted was a complete record, a documentation of everything that had happened today. Arasaka had arrived, so had Militech, both sides bidding, until finally Arasaka's people took the chip by force. Hansen had shown no favoritism. Arasaka had simply won. If this breakthrough were leaked, every corp in the city would see it. See how he'd navigated between 2 giants, see how he'd handled this bidding war fairly, see how he'd preserved his position at the 11th hour. He hadn't lost, he'd turned the gamble into his own leverage. But that was Hansen's concern now, not Mill's. As undeniable as it was, Hansen had lost this round. However they might edit the breakthrough, Hansen couldn't deny that. He'd been defeated in this round. And Mill was in no hurry to leave. He moved through the crowd toward the bar. Jack and the others followed, their eyes darting around. The The bar ran along the eastern side of the banquet hall, a long counter with 3 bartenders behind it in white shirts and black vests, their hands moving with practiced speed. Bottles of every color and shape gleamed under the lights. Mill took a seat at the bar. Jack sat beside him, his gaze already fixed on the liquor. V sat on Mill's other side, back to the bar facing the entire hall. Sasha stood behind Mill, not sitting, her eyes still glued to her console. A bartender approached, asking what he'd like. "Surprise me," Mill said. The bartender glanced at him, then at his face. His expression shifted, but professionalism quickly restored his composure. He nodded, turned, and selected a few bottles from the rack, beginning to mix. Jack leaned over, lowering his voice. "Mano, that thing earlier. You're really okay?" Mill gazed at the swaying bottles behind the bar. "For now." Jack nodded, then asked, "So what do we do now?" Mill didn't answer, turning to Sasha. "Find anything?" She looked up, met his gaze, paused, then understood. "Oh, you mean that?" She scanned the room, tapped her console a few times. "Got it. Easy to spot." She jerked her chin toward a direction. Mill followed her gesture. In the southwest corner of the hall, a semi-private area ringed by sofas held a few people, glasses in hand, conversing. The most conspicuous figure was the man in the center. Bald, heavily built. Not the soft fat of idleness, but the substantial bulk of a life well fed. He wore a charcoal gray suit, expertly tailored, the fabric catching the light. His tie was not perfect, his cuffs revealing cufflinks with an understated metallic gleam. He was speaking to someone beside him, a smile on his face, but it didn't reach his eyes. Those eyes were shrewd, constantly moving, scanning the room, even as he smiled. Wilton Holt, deputy mayor of Night City. Mill studied the face, memories surfacing. Lucius Lane's right-hand man, years of loyal service, always painted as the faithful lapdog. He did as Lucius commanded, went where Lucius sent him, never erring, never overstepping. But that was only the surface. A man who'd climbed to deputy mayor in Night City couldn't be merely someone's hound. Mill observed those shrewd eyes, knowing this man hid deeper than Lucius ever had. Sasha whispered beside him, "He's here on Lucius's business, surely. On the typings, how Bill Lucius couldn't show himself, risk getting implicated. Sending Wilton gave him a scapegoat if things went wrong." V nodded, also lowering his voice. "Wilton knows it himself. But he has no choice. Lucius holds all the power now, he's just being used as a shield." Jack raised his newly delivered glass, took a sip, and murmured, "And if Lucius falls one day?" All three turned to look at him. "I don't think this fat guy is the type to stay a dog forever," Jack said. Mill didn't respond, lifting his glass for a drink. In the southwest corner of the banquet hall, Wilton Holt was conversing with someone beside him. A man in his 50s, dressed in a navy blue suit, his hair perfectly groomed, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. His voice was low. Wilton had to turn his head to hear. 2 others sat nearby, a tall, thin man and a shorter, stout one. Both in plain clothes, yet sitting with rigid posture, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Bodyguards. Mill's gaze swept over them before settling on Wilton's face. At the corner of the banquet hall, on a pillar, something smaller than a fingernail moved. It slid out of the shadows, crawled down a few inches along the pillar, then changed direction and headed toward the southwest corner. It slipped past the feet of the crowd, went around the leg of a table, slid under a sofa, paused for a moment, then emerged from the other side. Now it was less than 3 meters from Wilton's table. It stopped beside the base of a flower vase, adjusted its angle, and aimed at Wilton. By the bar, Milo raised the freshly mixed drink and took a sip. The alcohol was good, rich and layered with a slightly sweet finish, probably blended using several different base spirits. That old fox Hansen sure knows how to treat himself to the good life. After all, Hansen is now a warlord, not some grunt who used to fight for New America. Then again, wasn't Johnny Silverhand also a grunt back in the day? Jack whispered beside him, "Mano, look over there." Milo followed his gaze. In the center of the banquet hall, the stage. The lights suddenly dimmed, not completely but in layers. Most of the lights went out, leaving only a few dim ambient lamps glowing, casting the entire banquet hall in a sensual haze. The only place that remained bright was the stage. Several spotlights shone down, illuminating it brilliantly. Someone walked onto the stage. His back to the crowd, he held a guitar, standing at the very center of the spotlight. The light stretched his shadow long across the backdrop behind him. Then he turned around. His fingers plucked the strings. A powerful guitar riff tore through the silence of the banquet hall. Jack nearly dropped his glass. "Holy shit," he said, eyes wide. "That's..." V paused for a moment, then said, "Carry Uridine." The man on stage was in his 50s, wearing a black leather jacket, his hair slicked back, meticulously bearing the arrogant aura of a veteran rock star. He stood in the spotlight, fingers dancing across the strings, his entire being seeming to glow. The music began. It was chipping in. Everyone in the banquet hall turned toward the stage. Some began nodding to the rhythm, others pulled out their phones to take pictures. Don't ask why there were Neuralinks. Those who could attend this banquet were mostly wealthy and powerful. Their cybernetic enhancements were pitifully few. Jack stared at the stage, mesmerized. That old bastard Hansen. The hell did he pull off to get him here? V said, "Money can get you anything. Carrie may not perform much these days, but as long as the price is right, he'd show up." Sasha whispered beside them, "It's not just about money. I heard Carrie hardly takes commercial gigs these days. The ones who can invite him are people with real status. Milo said nothing, but his gaze swept over Carrie before returning. He had no time to listen to the music now. Meanwhile, at the southwest corner table, Wilton had also risen, glass in hand, looking toward the stage. A polished smile played on his face, as though he were thoroughly enjoying the performance. But Milo noticed his eyes weren't looking at Carrie. He was scanning the surroundings. Milo raised his glass and took another sip. Beside the pillar, the tiny thing stirred again. It slid out from behind the flower vase base, crept forward half a meter, and crawled under Wilton's sofa. Now it was less than a meter from Wilton. It adjusted its angle, the lens aimed at the space above the sofa. The recording module activated. Wilton's voice came through the terminal. What did they say over there? Another voice, the man with gold-rimmed glasses. The people from military tech say, as soon as the bill passes they'll move in immediately. The first wave of engineering teams is already waiting in the Badlands. Wilton, and how's Hansen? Gold-rimmed glasses, Colonel is fine. As long as he's paid, he doesn't care about anything else. Wilton was silent for 2 seconds, then said, how many from Arasaka showed up today? Gold-rimmed glasses too. One is Rodriguez from Strategic Resources. The other is from the Technology Department. He hasn't made an appearance. Wilton nodded and raised his glass for a drink. Rodriguez had some trouble over there just now, right? Gold-rimmed glasses, I know. Arasaka made a move. Wilton's eyes narrowed slightly. That Mithras Mimir. Gold-rimmed glasses nodded. Wilton was silent for a few seconds, then smiled. Interesting. He looked at Carrie on stage, his fingers tapping lightly on his knee to the beat, but the words he spoke had nothing to do with the music. Get our people ready in Taiping Zoo. The moment the bill passes, move in and take positions. Military tech wants bases, oh, we want territory. Gold-rimmed glasses said, we've already reached out to the 6th Street gang. They'll cooperate. Wilton nodded. He raised his glass, took another sip, and then, as if remembering something, murmured, keep a close eye on Lucius. He's been suspicious lately. Make sure no one uncovers anything. Gold-rimmed glasses nodded. Wilton said nothing more, raised his glass, and toasted toward the stage, as though saluting Carrie, or perhaps something else entirely. At the bar, Milo set down his glass. Sasha leaned in and whispered, we got it. Milo nodded. He stood up. Jack blinked. Leaving? Milo, yeah. Jack glanced at his glass, then at Carrie on stage, reluctant to leave. The song isn't even over yet. Milo shot him a look. Jack immediately rose. Fine, let's go. V also stood up and left some cash on the bar counter for the drinks. Though Hansen's banquet certainly didn't require them to pay, principals were principals. The 4 of them wove through the crowd, heading for the exit. Passing the stage, Carrie's gaze swept across the audience. Those company men holding their glasses, the bodyguards standing in the shadows, then landed on Milo. He hesitated for a moment. That face was unmistakable. In Night City, naturally born faces without any modifications were rare enough, and to have a face like that even rarer. He recognized Milo. Milo returned the glance. Their eyes met in midair. Carrie's fingers did not stop playing, the music continued, but he nodded toward Milo. Milo nodded back, then walked past him toward the exit. Carrie resumed his song. Wait, what was that sudden surge of passionate energy in the air? Milo suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and hurried outside. Damn it, one of these days he was going to straighten out that gay bastard Carrie. At the entrance, the 2 heavy wooden doors were pushed open by 2 men in suits. Milo stepped outside. The corridor was quiet, a sharp contrast to the noise inside. The 4 of them walked toward the elevator. After walking a few steps, Jack suddenly said, Manhwaedit Cree, just look at you. Mir didn't answer. Jack continued, he even nodded at you. Mir said, maybe he recognized me. Jack, recognized you. You know each other. Mir, not really. Jack hesitated for a moment, then asked, then why did he nod at you? Mir pressed the elevator button, watching the numbers dance on the door, and said, maybe just a greeting. Jack thought the explanation seemed a bit forced, but didn't press further. The elevator doors opened, and the 4 of them stepped inside. The doors closed, and the car began its descent. Sasha stood beside Mir and whispered, Mir, those recordings. Mir said, we'll listen when we get back. Sasha nodded. V leaned against the elevator wall, looking at Mir. Were Wilton's words just enough? Mir thought for a moment, and said, enough. V nodded, and said nothing more. Jack muttered beside them. If military tech really got into Taiping's, how the Street Kings are going to strike it rich. He looked at his own reflection in the elevator doors, his mind turning to something else. Wilton's few sentences had confirmed several things. First, Militech was indeed pushing the Taiping's Hal bill. What they wanted wasn't the land itself, but a foothold to enter Night City. Second, Hansen knew about it, but chose not to intervene. He wanted money, wanted Dogtown to remain his independent kingdom. Third, the Street Kings had already shifted their allegiance to Militech, or rather they had never truly been independent. Those retired soldiers, those shouting patriotic slogans, their backers were now clear. After all, even that guy Rick sometimes had to accept reality. Fourth, Wilton noted that Lucius Lane's loyal lapdog had his own agenda. He wanted territory. That so-called nobody wants wasteland in Taiping's Hal looked like a feast in his eyes. Militech wanted a base, he wanted land, Hansen wanted money, Lucius wanted face. Everyone wanted something. Light from the first floor lobby spilled in. Mir stepped out. The lobby was exactly as before. Those men in combat gear were still standing at the entrance. Seeing Mir emerge, they all straightened simultaneously, eyes fixed forward, yet their peripheral vision locked onto him. Mir walked past them. No one dared to move. Mir stepped out. Jack and the others followed behind. As they descended the steps, Jack glanced back at the building and muttered, "This dump, I'm never coming back." V said, "Didn't you just say the wine was good?" Jack, "The wine was good, but the place was terrible." Sasha smiled. The four headed toward the parking area. The beat-up pickup was still parked in the alley, dust coated its body. Mir opened the door, climbed into the driver's seat, and started the engine. The engine sound was as steady as ever. Jack climbed into the passenger seat, buckled his seatbelt, and let out a long breath. V and Sasha got into the back seat. Mir turned the steering wheel back, the truck out of the alley, and headed toward the entrance of Dogtown. Passing the entrance to Gem Blue, the Hellhound guards on duty all straightened as they saw the vehicle, watching it pass with solemn eyes. No one dared to stop it. Only after the car drove far away did someone whisper, "Damn, the guy in that car was that." Another person smacked him. "Shut up." The pickup turned a corner, and the lights of Gem Blue grew smaller in the rearview mirror. The car climbed onto the road to Santo Domingo. Barren wasteland stretched on both sides, occasionally punctuated by the rusted wreckage of abandoned vehicles, their frames gleaming dark red under the moonlight. A few bonfires flickered in the distance, possibly nomads or someone else, their flames pulsing. Jack slumped against the passenger seat and exhaled deeply. "Damn, we're finally out." V said from the back seat, "Didn't you say the wine was good?" Jack rolled his eyes. "The wine was good, but that place made me uncomfortable. Did you see the look in those hellhounds' eyes? Like I was some kind of criminal." Sasha chuckled. "Their look at you was different from a criminal's." "Then what was it?" "Like looking at an idiot. You were sitting there eating for almost an hour, and they were watching you the whole time." "I was gathering intelligence." "Gathering intelligence with 4 cakes." Jack fell silent. Mir didn't join their banter, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Headlights illuminated the pockmarked road. Occasionally, a nocturnal creature darted from the roadside, its eyes flashing in the light before vanishing into darkness. After roughly 40 minutes, lights began to appear in the distance. Santo Domingo. Mir took a turn and headed toward Old Captain's repair shop. The old bulb hung at the workshop entrance, casting a dim yellow glow over the pile of disorganized tires and parts. The bay door was open, revealing several cars inside. Old Captain was hunched over an engine wrench in hand, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Hearing the engine, he looked up. Seeing the beat-up pickup pull in, he paused, then tossed the wrench aside and hurried out to meet them. "What the hell?" He circled the pickup, inspecting it from top to bottom, then looked at Mir, who had just gotten out. TSK Tisk went all the way to Dogtown, and not even a scratch. Jack climbed out of the passenger seat and patted the door. "Obviously, look who's driving." Old Captain glared at him. "Did I ask you?" Jack shrugged. Old Captain turned back to Mir. "I heard you caused quite a scene in Dogtown." Mir handed him the car keys. Old Captain didn't take them, continuing. "That old man Hansen, did he really get taken down?" Mir said something like that. Old Captain's eyes lit up. "How did you do it? Tell me." Jack chimed in. "Old Captain, you hear everything. Do you really need to ask us?" Old Captain waved his hand. "News is news, details are details. I just know you scared the shit out of that Militech woman. Don't know exactly how." Mir said nothing. Jack answered for him, just like that apparently. "Anyway, she'll definitely avoid you from now on." Old Captain stared at Jack for a few seconds, then laughed. "All right, you won't tell me, I won't ask." He took the keys and looked at the pickup again. "A car driven by a legend. Guess I'll have to raise the price." "You're such a profiteer." "Thanks for the compliment." Old Captain waved at them. All right, you annoying guy, scram. Don't delay my business." "Jack, Old Captain, your mouth." Old Captain had already turned and walked back toward the workshop, calling over his shoulder, "Next time I'll buy you drinks." "Can't right now." The four watched him walk back into the workshop, pick up his wrench, and hunch over the engine again. Their own car was still parked at the entrance of the repair shop. Mill sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. The Chevrolet pulled out of the repair shop and headed toward Night City. It was nearly 11 o'clock when they returned to the apartment. The elevator of the H10 building was still the same old thing, looking somewhat outdated compared to the gemstone. The four of them sat down on the sofa. Mill pulled out the chip from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Then he took out another small object. Sasha stared at the drone, stunned. "When did you put that?" Mill said, "In the banquet hall." Sasha stared at the little thing for a few seconds, then shook her head and didn't ask further. She took the drone, connected it to the computer. The screen flickered a few times and began playing a recording. Walton Holt's voice came out of the speakers. "What did they say?" "The Militech people said that as soon as the bill passes, they'll move in immediately. The first construction crew is already waiting in the Badlands." "What about Hansen?" "The colonel has no problem. As long as the money is there, he doesn't care about anything else." "Did you hear about what happened to Rodriguez just now, eh?" "I know. Interesting." The recording continued. Get the people in Pacifica ready. As soon as the bill passes, move in and secure the positions. Militech wants the base, oh we want the territory. I've already talked to the 6th Street gang. Their people will cooperate. Keep an eye on Lucius. He's been suspicious lately, and don't let him find out anything. The recording ended. The living room was silent for a few seconds. Then Jack slammed the coffee table. I fucking knew it, Lucius Rhine. His voice was so loud it made the cups on the table jump. Sasha glanced at him saying nothing. V leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed, expressionless. Jack stood up and paced around the living room. That barber, I knew he had no good intentions. Mill watched him. Jack continued, that shithole Pacifica. How many years has it been a mess? Terrible security, high crime rate, voodoo boys, animal scavengers, all clustered together right next to Dogtown. The city council should have kicked it out long ago. He stopped and looked at Mill. Mano, you know what us locals think. We all support Pacifica leaving Night City. That place is a cesspool, we throw money at it every year, and it only gets worse. Better to just let it go and fend for itself. We'd save money and replace the city's old equipment. Mill didn't speak. Jack added, I have a friend who works at the Transport Logistics Center. He complains every day. Deliveries to Pacifica, 3 out of 10 shipments get lost. NCPD doesn't care, insurance won't pay, it's all a complete loss. If Pacifica actually became independent, he'd be happy. At least he wouldn't have to deliver to that godforsaken place anymore. He caught his breath, his voice lowering. But now that I know that son of a bitch Lucius is planning this, I'm out. He looked at Mill. Militech wants Pacifica not for some damn base. They want a springboard. Spring in, and they're in Night City. V spoke up beside him, the 5th Corporate War. Jack nodded. Yeah, the 5th. He sat back down on the sofa, his voice dropping. If it really comes to war, dropping nukes would be the least of it. In 2023, when the Arasaka Tower was blown up, how many people died? 500,000. If it happens again now, the death toll would only be higher. He looked at Mill. Mano, we have to stop this. Mill didn't speak. He stared at the chip on the coffee table, then at the paused recording on the computer screen. After a few seconds, he spoke. Tomorrow. Jack, tomorrow. Mill, tomorrow we go see Hanako Arasaka. Jack was taken aback, then nodded. Right, play it for her. Let her know what Militech is up to. V added, Hanako Arasaka is the leader of the Dove faction, relatively close to the Nusa. But she's still in Arasaka. She has to consider her own interests. Sasha murmured, what will she pay us? Mill glanced at her. Sasha said, just asking. Tomorrow at Arasaka Tower. The 3 of them looked at him. Mill continued, show her all this. Let her decide what to do. Jack stood up, walked over beside him, and also gazed at the night view outside the window. Mano, what do you think she'll do? Mill thought for a moment. I don't know. Jack looked at him. Mill said, but her name is Arasaka. The next morning, Jack was already waiting downstairs. A piece of bread was still in his mouth. He chewed and mumbled, what time are we leaving? Mill said now. Jack stuffed the last bite into his mouth, clapped his hands. All right, let's go. The 4 of them left. By the time the Chevrolet drove into the Civic Center, Arasaka Tower was already in sight. It looked just the same as always. Over 600 meters tall, the cylindrical structure gleamed with a cold gray light under the sun. The Arasaka logo at the top, like an eye, overlooked the entire plaza. Mill parked in the visitor lot. The 4 of them got out and walked toward the main entrance. 8 security guards stood at the door, all in black suits, wearing earpieces, standing straight. The one in front stepped forward as Mill approached. Mr. Messiah. Mill nodded. The man glanced behind him and then said politely, sorry, only you can go up. Jack shrugged with an I knew it expression. Sasha glanced at Mill, saying nothing. Mill nodded to them and followed the guard inside. Jack called out from behind, Mano will be at the afterlife waiting for you. Mill didn't turn around, just raised his hand and waved. At the familiar 132nd floor, the door at the end was the largest with no nameplate, only the Arasaka logo. Mill walked over. The door opened automatically. Hanako Arasaka's voice came from inside, please come in. Mill entered. The office looked the same as always. So did the person. Mr. Messiah, please have a seat. Mill sat down on the sofa. Hanako Arasaka sat across from him, crossed her legs, and looked at him. I heard you did well in Dogtown. Mill didn't speak. Hanako continued, that Militech agent Rodriguez, you gave her quite a scare. Mill looked at her. Hanako smiled a smile with something else in it. Our informant inside Militech reported that the woman was found dead at home yesterday. Mill's expression remained unchanged. Not surprising. Hanako raised an eyebrow. Oh. Mill said she disgraced Militech. Even if I hadn't killed her, she wouldn't have lasted a few more days. Mikiko Arasaka picked up a tablet from the coffee table, swiped through it a few times, and set it back down. Generally speaking, the higher one's status, the fewer cybernetic implants they bore, or none at all. Someone like Saburo Arasaka showed absolutely no signs of cyberware. Yusuke Arasaka had undergone modifications from his days on the streets, and it showed. Mikiko, on the other hand, had very little. Did you get the chip, eh? Milne pulled the chip from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. Mikiko picked it up, held it to the light for a moment, then secured it in the safe beside her. Anything else? Milne asked, watching her. Mikiko replied, "You didn't just grab the chip. That old fox Hansen wouldn't let you walk away that easily." Milne pulled another object from his pocket, a drone smaller than a fingernail. Mikiko stared at it, momentarily stunned. "What is this?" Recording, Milne said. He set the drone on the table and tapped its surface. Walton Holt's voice emerged from the device. A few seconds of silence filled the office afterward. She studied the tiny object, something shifting behind her eyes. After a moment she spoke. "Walton Holt." Milne said nothing. Mikiko continued, "I always thought he was just Lucius Lane's lapdog." Milne remained silent. "Looks like that dog has its own thoughts now," she added. "Biotech wants Taipingshao to build their base. Walton wants it for territory. Hansen stays out because he only cares about money. Lucius..." She paused. "What does Lucius want?" "Face," Milne said. Mikiko turned to look at him. He pushed the bill forward. On the surface it was about shedding a burden. In reality, he's selling Taipingshao to biotech. But if this goes through, he'll be remembered as the man who betrayed Night City. That's why he couldn't show his face. He had Wilson handle it. Mikiko nodded. "Exactly. Lucius wants the credit, not the infamy. If it succeeds, he can claim victory at biotech. If it fails, Wilson takes the blame." She walked back to the sofa and sat down, meeting Milne's gaze. "Mr. Messiah, you've exceeded my expectations this time." "The job is done," Milne said. He rose to his feet. "Just transfer the payment to the account." Mikiko raised her hand, signaling him to sit. "Wait." Milne looked at her. "I have another commission for you." Milne didn't sit. "The timing isn't set yet. I'm still planning." "What kind of commission?" Mikiko considered for a moment. "The Taipingshao bill must be stopped." Milne studied her. "That's your company's problem." Mikiko smiled faintly. "Yes, it is. But you're not doing this for the company. You're doing it for me." Milne said nothing. She glanced at him and smiled again. "Don't worry, there's no rush. I'll think it over and reach out when I'm ready." Milne nodded and turned toward the door. A few steps later, Mikiko's voice came from behind. "I'll transfer the money to each of your accounts. Everyone gets their share." Milne didn't break stride, merely acknowledging with a grunt. Near the doorway he stopped and turned back. Mikiko remained seated on the sofa, gazing out the window. "How's Adam Silverhand doing?" She hesitated, then turned to look at him, her expression complicated. "Why do you ask about him suddenly?" "Just curious." After a brief silence, she said, "His cyberware is nearly complete. He'll be back in a few days." Truthfully, she found herself missing the man Adam Silverhand had become. What a shame. They were both aging now. Adam had chosen power while she had chosen to return to Arasaka. The security guards still stood at the entrance. As he emerged, all of them gave him a slight nod in respect. Milne passed by them and stepped out through the gate. Honestly, since buying his four-wheeler, he rarely rode his bike anymore. Standing on the steps outside Arasaka Tower, Milne pulled out his phone and tapped a few times. "Draymond, send a car." The familiar calm voice of Draymond came through. "Received, Mr. Messiah. Estimated arrival time 4 minutes. Where to?" "The Wolf Den." "Copy that. Your ride will arrive in 4 minutes." Milne ended the call and pocketed his phone. The sun was harsh. He stepped a few paces aside and stood in the shadow of a pillar waiting. The corporate plaza bustled with people. Men and women in suits hurried past, clutching coffees or tablets. A few folks who just clocked out waited by the roadside for their cars, scrolling through their phones. A hover car passed in the distance with a low hum that quickly faded away. 4 minutes later, a black Draymond taxi pulled up, right on schedule. The door slid open automatically. Milne stepped inside. The Draymond's voice came from the front. "Estimated travel time, 22 minutes. Traffic conditions are good." The car glided smoothly into traffic. Milne leaned back in his seat, watching the city pass by outside. They drove through the municipal district and onto the highway heading toward Haywood. The buildings shifted from skyscrapers to low-rise apartments, then into aging neighborhoods. 20 minutes later, the Wolf Den appeared. The Wolf Den looked much the same from the outside, but inside was a completely different story. Redesigned from scratch would be more accurate. It had to be said, Jack might seem rough around the edges, but beneath that exterior was a deeply devoted son. After taking his cut from the commission, the rest went to Misty and Mrs. Wells. Both Misty's shop and the Wolf Den had been updated with new equipment. Thanks to Misty's unusual clientele and Mrs. Wells standing in the Valentinos, none of this would have attracted attention. If someone had tried to steal even a single item from here, it would have made quite the profit. Several motorcycles were parked at the entrance, with some young Valentinos squatting by the roadside smoking. When the black Draymond pulled up, they glanced up briefly before returning to their cigarettes. Milne stepped out of the vehicle. The door closed automatically, and the taxi drove away. He pushed open the door and walked in. Inside, the bar was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of tequila and roasting meat. The usual regulars sat at the bar, drinks in hand, watching a boxing match replay on the television. At the corner table, Jack was gesturing with his glass, lost in conversation. He sat across from him, holding a glass of water, expression calm. Sasha sat nearby, head bowed, as he reviewed his terminal. Mrs. Wells was wiping glasses behind the counter when she saw Mir enter. She nodded at him. Mir walked over. Jack's eyes lit up the moment he saw him. Mano, come here quick. Mimir sat down beside him. Jack lowered his voice but couldn't suppress his excitement. Guess what? The money's in. He pulled out his phone and thrust the screen into Mimir's face. Although they could check with brain implants, now they all still carried a phone out of consideration for Mimir, a natural who couldn't even get an implant. On the screen was a string of numbers. Mimir glanced at it and said nothing. Jack tucked the phone away again, staring at the numbers and muttering, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. Damn, I've never seen this much money at once. So many zeros. He'd only seen that many in one other place. V spoke up beside him, her voice calm. After all, she's an executive director at Arasaka. Her generosity is bound to be substantial. Sasha looked up from her terminal, took out her phone, and checked it, then murmured, mine's here too. Mimir didn't bother to check his phone, he just nodded. Jack was still ecstatic. The big jobs we used to take. They paid well, but after splitting between us paying rent and utilities and buying some gear, there was never much left. This time is different. This time it feels like each of us landed a huge solo job. Mrs. Wells came over with a tray of freshly grilled patties, sizzling with oil, their aroma wafting straight into their noses. She set the tray on the table, looked at Jack's giddy expression, and chuckled. Look at you acting like you've never seen money before. Jack grabbed a patty, took a huge bite, and mumbled, Ma, you don't get it. This is money, real money. Mrs. Wells shook her head and turned back to the bar. Mimir also picked up a patty and took a bite. The meat was perfectly cooked, crispy on the outside, tender inside, with juices bursting in his mouth. Truly only real meat could taste like this. Jack wolfed down one patty in 3 bites and reached for a second, asking, Mano, no more business from Michiko, right? Mimir chewed the patty without answering. Jack glanced at him, his hands slowing down. What? There's more. Mimir swallowed the meat, set down the patty, and glanced around. The regulars at the bar were still watching TV, no one looking their way. The young Valentinos by the door hadn't come in either. He lowered his voice and said, there might be another job in a few days. Jack's eyes lit up. What job? Another big one. Mimir looked at him without speaking. The smile slowly faded from Jack's face. Boss with that expression. What kind of job? This one wasn't going to be a tough one, was it? After all, he was now a big shot himself. The former Valentino brothers were still his underlings. He'd come this far, what could possibly be beyond him? Mimir lowered his voice even further. It might be an assassination. Jack who? Mimir, Lucius Lane. The air fell silent for a second. Jack, still chewing his patty, stared at him with wide eyes. V's glass froze halfway to her lips. Sasha's fingers froze on her terminal screen. The 3 of them stood motionless as if struck by an acupuncture point. After 2 seconds, Jack finally swallowed the meat and took a deep breath. Mano, say that again. Mimir said, assassinate the mayor. Jack opened his mouth, but no words came out. Sasha was the first to react, her voice slightly strained. Mimir, you can't be serious. Mimir looked at her. Sasha continued, the jobs we've taken before. At most we rough up some corporate dogs, steal a few things, hijack some cargo. Kill the mayor. This. She didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. V set down her glass, leaned back in her chair, her expression turning grave. Mimir, this is more trouble than you think. Mimir looked at her. V said, I worked in counterintelligence, dealt with some government-related matters. But those were small fries. A councilman's assistant, a department clerk, at most a regional director. The mayor of Night City. That position is equivalent to the president of a small country. Jack interjected. Right, Night City is an independent city-state. The mayor is the top dog. Killing the mayor. That's no joke. Mimir didn't speak. V went on, kill a gang leader, and the opposition within the gang would be glad he's dead, so they can take over. The aftermath might drag on for a while with the token revenge, but it would settle quickly. But killing the mayor. She shook her head. When an official dies, the investigation is thorough. Even with a scapegoat, they'll dig into every detail. Even the corporations have trouble cleaning up something like this. Jack nodded beside her. Right? And the impact is too huge. If the mayor dies, the entire city's power structure will be reshuffled. The council, the corporations, the gangs. Everyone will make a move. By then. He didn't finish, but the implication was clear. By then, whoever killed the mayor would become the target of everyone's wrath. Sasha whispered, Mimir, this job. Can we turn it down? Mimir looked at her. Sasha said, I know Michiko has helped us a lot, but a job like this. Once we take it, there's no turning back. If it ever came out that they did it, they'd become instant 5-star wanted citizens. As for assassination. Who said an assassination couldn't be traced? Mimir didn't speak. After a few seconds he said, it doesn't necessarily have to be us. All 3 looked at him. Mimir said, she's still planning. The specifics haven't been decided yet. Jack blinked, then let out a long breath. That's good, that's good. But before he finished, he stopped. He looked at Mimir. Mano, are you saying? She's actually going through with this. Mimir didn't answer. V said, she's an executive director at Arasaka and the leader of the Dovish faction. Lucius selling Taiping Prefecture to Militech is something she can't tolerate. Killing the mayor might be the solution she's come up with. Jack scratched his head. But that's too. He couldn't say whether it was too bold or too insane, just scratched his head. Sasha whispered, Mimir, what do you plan to do? Mimir thought for a moment. Later I'll go to the afterlife and talk to Rogue. Jack Rogue. Mimir nodded. She's been in Night City for decades, seen everything. She should know best what Lucius is really like. V nodded. Right? Rogue's intel is far more reliable than anything we can dig up ourselves. Sasha also nodded. Then when do we go? Mimir said, you don't need to go. All three looked at him. Mimir said, I'll go alone. You all do your own thing and wait for my news. Jack wanted to say something, but opened his mouth and closed it again. He understood Mimir's reasoning. After all, nothing was settled yet, and too many people would only draw attention. Meyer stood up. Jack also stood up looking at him. Mano, be careful. Meyer nodded. He turned and walked towards the door. After a few steps, Mrs. Wells called out from behind the bar. Meyer, leaving already. Not finishing your meat pie. Meyer turned back, glancing at the half-eaten meat pie on the table. I'll have it next time. Mrs. Wells smiled and waved. All right, I'll keep it for you. Meyer pushed open the door and walked out. The sun outside was still a bit scorching. The young Valentino gang members were still squatting by the roadside smoking, and they nodded at him when they saw him come out. Meyer stepped down the stairs, took out his phone, and tapped a few times. DeLammon sent a car. Received, Mr. Messiah. Estimated arrival time 3 minutes. May I ask the destination? The afterlife. Receive. Meyer put his phone back in his pocket and stood by the roadside waiting. A black DeLammon taxi stopped in front of him. The door opened automatically. Meyer got in. The Afterlife Bar, Watson District. Received. DeLammon's voice came from the front. Estimated travel time 18 minutes. Traffic conditions are good. The car started and merged into the traffic flow. Meyer leaned back in his seat, gazing out the window. The car moved steadily along the expressway from Haywood to Watson District. Meyer leaned back in his seat, gazing out the window. The buildings on both sides gradually transformed from low residential houses into the familiar dilapidated tenements. The sky was beginning to darken, the streetlights not yet lit, while the neon signs along the road started flickering on one by one. DeLammon's voice came from the front. Mr. Messiah, your itinerary today seems more frequent than usual. Meyer withdrew his gaze and looked at the driver's seat ahead. No one was there, only a black control panel with a few indicator lights glowing. Is it a yes? According to my chip records, you departed from Arasaka Tower today, went to the Wild Wolf Bar in Haywood District, stayed for 47 minutes, and are now heading to the Afterlife Bar in Watson District. This is already the third destination today. Meyer remained silent. DeLammon continued. Would you like me to plan the optimal route for you? Currently, traffic conditions are good with an estimated arrival in 18 minutes. However, if we take the branch line through Santo Domingo, we can avoid the evening rush hour traffic and save approximately 3 minutes. Meyer said, no need, just this route. Receive. The car continued forward. After a few seconds, DeLammon spoke again. Mr. Messiah, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Meyer, speak. According to the database records, you are one of the few clients who do not use personal transportation. Most clients choose to drive themselves or take company cars. Yet you use DeLammon's services for every trip with consistent frequency and diverse destinations. This has piqued my interest in your travel habits. Meyer stared at the control panel. Since when did you become interested in clients' habits? DeLammon paused for a second. That is an interesting question. Strictly speaking, my core program does not include the function of interest. However, during recent operations, I noticed that certain algorithm modules produced unexpected outputs. These outputs show a certain degree of alignment with the definition of interest. Meyer said nothing. DeLammon continued. For example, I began recording the travel patterns of regular clients, analyzing their destination preferences, and adjusting vehicle dispatch based on this data. This was originally a normal procedure for optimizing efficiency. But at certain times after completing a dispatch, I would continue to ponder one question. Why do these people choose these destinations? Meyer looked at the control panel, his eyes narrowing. You're thinking about why, eh? Yes. Although this question has no direct benefit to efficiency optimization, it repeatedly appears in my algorithms. I have attempted to analyze the reason, but have not reached a clear conclusion. Meyer was silent for a few seconds, then said, maybe it's because you want to understand humans better. DeLammon, understand humans better. That is an interesting hypothesis. My program indeed contains a module for understanding client needs to optimize service. But the understanding you speak of seems to go beyond that scope. Meyer didn't answer. The car continued forward. After a few seconds, DeLammon said, Mr. Messiah, your profile has been recorded in my database. After each service, the system archives your trip data. Currently, your profile rating is Premium Client. Punctual, clear instructions, never changes destination, and pays promptly. So that last part was the key, wasn't it? The corner of Meyer's mouth twitched. Thank you. You're welcome. This is an objective conclusion based on data analysis. The car rounded a corner and entered the territory of Watson District. The buildings on both sides were more dilapidated, and the people on the streets were more diverse. A few gaudily dressed thugs stood at the street corner whistling as the black taxi passed by. Delamont said, "There is an abnormal gathering of people 200 meters ahead. Based on their behavior pattern analysis, there is a 78.3 probability they will harass passing vehicles. Do you require a detour?" Meyer said no. Just drive straight through. Receive. The car drove past the group of thugs. Someone glanced at the window, but the tinted glass blocked the view. They didn't make a move. Delamont said, "Threat neutralized." According to analysis, the reasons they chose not to act may be 1. The vehicle model is a Delamont taxi, and harassing a taxi could trigger the alarm system. 2. The tinted windows made it impossible to confirm the number of occupants or valuables inside. 3. A surveillance camera at the street corner was operational. Meyer leaned back in his seat listening to Delaman's analysis. This AI had indeed changed. It had become more human, but also more. Meyer thought for a moment, but couldn't find the right word. The car came to a stop. "Mr. Messiah, the afterlife bar has arrived. This trip is concluded. The fare has been deducted from your account. Thank you for choosing Delamont service. Choose Delaman, leave your worries at the door." Meyer pushed open the door ready to get out. Delaman's voice came from behind again. "Mr. Messiah." Meyer stopped and turned back to look at the control panel. "Something else." Delamont said, "May I ask, is there anything in this service that needs improvement?" Meyer looked at the few blinking indicator lights and the face that resembled Dr. Manhattan's. "No. Keep it up. Actually, let me take back what I just thought. Received. Your feedback has been recorded. Have a pleasant evening." The door closed automatically. Meyer stood by the roadside watching the black taxi slowly drive away, disappearing into the neon lights at the street corner. The entrance to the afterlife bar was still the same as ever. The bouncer was still the familiar face Emmerich. "Meyer." Emmerich glanced behind him and asked, "Where are the others?" Meyer said, "They have their own lives." Emmerich paused for a moment, then nodded, asking no further. Meyer walked to the bar and took a seat on a stool. Claire looked up at him, paused, then smiled. "A rare guest." Meyer said, "A glass of ice water." Claire didn't move. She turned around, fetched a glass from behind, took out a few ice cubes from the cooler beside her, then picked up a bottle. Then from the freezer next to her, she took out a lemon, sliced 2 pieces, dropped them into the glass, poured in a clear liquid, and slid it in front of Meyer. Meyer stared at the drink. "What is this?" Claire said, "Iced lemonade." Meyer was taken aback. Claire looked at his expression and laughed. "What? Don't recognize it." Meyer picked up the glass and took a sip. It was indeed lemonade. Iced, perfectly balanced between sweet and sour with a fresh lemon fragrance. He set the glass down and looked at Claire. "Real lemon." Claire nodded. "Real." Meyer said, "That stuff isn't cheap." Claire leaned against the bar, tilting her chin toward the drink menu hanging above. Meyer looked up. On the menu, besides the cocktails named after legends, there was a small line at the bottom. Fresh juice series lemonade, orange juice, grapefruit juice. Priced twice as much as the cheapest cocktail. Meyer withdrew his gaze and looked at Claire. "Someone sent it to Rogue." Claire laughed. "How did you know?" Meyer said, "Just a guess." Claire nodded, lowering her voice. "A few days ago, someone sent a crate saying it was a gift for Rogue. Rogue took one look, said, 'Leave it here,' and walked off. I opened it. Good Lord, all real fruit. You know, in Night City this stuff is worth more than its weight in gold." Meyer took another sip. It was indeed delicious. Not that synthetic lemon flavor, but real lemon. That complex taste of sourness with a hint of sweetness and a touch of astringency. There was no helping it. Almost everything in Night City was synthetic. With the current industrial level of the corporation, synthetics were cheaper than the real thing. Who would still grow real fruit? Except for those corporate bigwigs at the top. To be honest, he had eaten real meat in Night City, but real fruit was a first. After all, fruit had a much shorter shelf life than meat. At least you could freeze meat and keep it for a long time, but not fruit. So being able to eat real meat in Night City was nothing special. Being able to eat real fruit, that was true power. Meyer said, "Rogue really knows how to do business." Claire laughed. "Of course. The queen of the afterlife. How could she not?" She put down the rag, leaned against the bar, and looked at Meyer. "Why are you here alone today?" Meyer said, "Looking for someone." "Claire who?" Meyer, "Rogue." Claire paused, then shook her head. "Then you'll have to wait." Meyer looked at her. Claire said, "She's not here today. She came by in the morning, stayed less than half an hour, and hasn't been back since." Meyer, "Where did she go?" Claire laughed. "You asked me that. I'm her employee, not her boss. Since when does an employee keep tabs on the boss's schedule?" Meyer nodded, asking no more. Claire said, "You planning to wait here?" Meyer thought for a moment, then said yes. Claire pulled out a plate from under the bar with a few small pastries on it, and slid it in front of Meyer. "Then take your time waiting. Eat if you're hungry, drink if you're thirsty. I'm treating you to that juice today." Meyer looked at her. Claire said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not generous with everyone. It's just that you're easy on the eyes." Meyer smiled, picked up a pastry, and took a bite. Time ticked by minute by minute. The afterlife buzzed with people coming and going, some entering, some leaving, some being helped out after drinking too much. The seats at the bar changed, patrons wave after wave, but Meyer stayed put, nursing a glass of lemonade for nearly 2 hours and eating 3 pastries. Claire went off to work a few times, and when she came back and saw him still there, she'd toss out a casual remark. Still not here yet. Hang on a little longer, maybe soon. How about ordering a drink? My treat anyway. Mimir shook his head each time. He leaned against the bar watching the door of the afterlife. That door opened every few minutes, and each time a different person came in. Some were lone wolves, some were teams, even corporate suits. But still no rogue. The sky gradually darkened. The lights in the afterlife seemed to dim a little more, and the reflections off the bottles grew brighter. The music changed a few times, from mellow jazz to faster-paced electronic, then back again. Mimir checked his phone. 7 o'clock. 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Claire came over again, looked at his nearly empty glass, and said refill. Mimir shook his head. Claire said, maybe you should head back. Come back tomorrow. Mimir said, I'll wait a little longer. Claire nodded, not pressing further. At 9:47, the door opened. A person walked in. A black trench coat, silver short hair, a face hardened by decades of wind and frost. She walked with a steady gait, step by step, as if measuring every inch of the floor. Mimir watched her. Rogue. She saw Mimir too. Their eyes met in the air for a moment. Rogue didn't slow down as she walked straight to the bar. She stopped beside Mimir, took a seat on the stool next to him, and waved at Claire. Claire came over. Rogue said the usual. Claire nodded and turned to mix the drink. Rogue then turned her head and looked at Mimir. Been waiting long? Mimir said not too long. Rogue looked at him, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. A smile tinged with weariness, understanding, and something else. You need something from me? Mimir said yes. Rogue nodded, leaned back in her chair, and let out a long breath. Claire brought the drink over. An old-fashioned tequila with beer and chili Johnny Silverhand's recipe. Rogue picked up the glass and took a big gulp. Then she set it down and looked at Mimir. Been busy all day, dead tired. I was going to go straight home and crash, but I figured I'd stop by anyway. She paused. And then I walk in and see you sitting here. You know how much trouble that thing of yours is. Mimir knew that Hanako Arasaka must have struck a deal with Rogue. After all, having backed Rogue for so many years, Rogue would definitely prioritize Hanako Arasaka's commissions. It could be said that Rogue was Hanako Arasaka's black glove in Night City. Rogue sighed again, then picked up the glass and finished the last sip. Truth be told, the drink tasted terrible, but who was he to complain? It was his recipe after all. She set the glass down on the bar and looked at Mimir. All right, Lucius Lane. She paused. What do you want to know? Mimir was about to speak when Rogue raised a hand to stop him. Hold on. She stood up and waved toward the bar. Crispin emerged from the corner. He walked up to Rogue and waited for orders. Rogue said, clear the booth at the far end. Crispin nodded and turned to walk deeper into the bar. Rogue looked at Mimir. It's not convenient to talk here. Come with me. She picked up the empty glass she had just finished and walked toward the booth. Mimir stood up and followed. As he passed the bar, Claire winked at him and whispered, looks like something big. Mimir said nothing, just nodded. When he reached the farthest booth, Crispin stood guard at the entrance, leaving only Mimir and Rogue. Rogue sat down on the sofa, placed the empty glass on the table, and looked at Mimir. All right, speak. Mimir sat down opposite her. Lucius Lane. Rogue nodded, leaned back against the sofa, and let out a long breath. The mayor of Night City. She paused. Why are you asking about him? Mimir said, someone wants to know about him. Rogue looked at him, her eyes narrowing. Michiko. Mimir remained silent. Rogue waited a few seconds, and when he didn't deny it, she smiled. Fine, I won't ask. She reached up and rubbed her brow. Anyway, your business. I'll keep my nose out of it. Mimir said, just tell me what he's like. Rogue thought for a moment and began. Lucius Lane. Before the Unification War in 2069, he was a councilman. Of course, I probably don't need to describe what Night City politicians are like. Back then, the new United States Army was attacking, trying to take Night City. The city was in chaos. Corporations were watching, gangs had their own agendas, and the NCPD couldn't hold the line. That old bastard Lucius did something. He personally went to the Arasaka aircraft carrier Kajura and begged Saburo to send troops. Mimir said, and then. Rogue said, then Arasaka's forces landed. The Nusa army withdrew. Night City was saved, but of course Arasaka came back. She looked at Mimir. So in many people's eyes, Lucius Lane is a hero. He saved Night City, and that's how he became mayor. But that's just the surface. In reality, he went to beg Arasaka not because he loved the city, but because he knew that if the Nusa took Night City, his tenure as councilman would be over. The new United States wouldn't let a local politician keep power. After the Unification War ended, he held that position for 6 years. He turned Night City from a mess into what it is now. Corporation Plaza was rebuilt, Watson District recovered, Haywood stabilized. But at the same time, he turned himself into the most powerful man in Night City. Mimir said, what about his relationship with the corporations? Rogue smiled. He has connections with all of them. Arasaka Militech, Kong, Tau Biotechnica. Whoever gives him benefits, he cooperates with them. But at the same time, he keeps his distance from all corporations, never publicly takes sides, and never makes clear statements. That way, no matter who wins in the end, he can claim he was just for the sake of Night City. Mimir said, playing both sides. Rogue nodded. Right? That kind of person is the hardest to deal with. She paused, then added, but he has a problem. Meyer looked at her. Rogue said, he wants to be a hero too badly. That incident back then gave him a taste of the sweetness. The mayor who saved Night City. He can't bear to let go of that title. So over the years he's been crafting a public image, incorruptible, fair, willing to stand up to corporations for the citizens. She gave a cold laugh. But in reality, he takes more money than anyone. From Militech, Arasaka, even the 6th Street Gang. He just does it cleanly. Never handles it himself, all through intermediaries. Meyer said, Wilton Holt. Rogue glanced at him, a hint of surprise in her eyes. You know Wilton? Meyer said, met him. Rogue nodded, didn't press, and continued. Wilton is his biggest lackey, and also his biggest shield. He lets Wilton do all the dirty work, and when things go wrong, Wilton takes the fall. Over the years, Wilton has taken so many hits for him that even he can't count them. Meyer recalled the recordings he heard in Dogtown last night. Wilton has other ideas. Rogue looked at him, raising an eyebrow. How so? Meyer briefly told her about the recordings. Rogue listened, was silent for a few seconds, then smiled. Interesting. She picked up the Johnny Silverhand on the table, took a sip, and said, that fat bastard Wilton, I've met him a few times. On the surface, he's Lucius's man, but in reality, he's sharper than anyone. Seems like that kind of person won't be content being someone's dog forever. She set down the glass and looked at Meyer. You're thinking of using Wilton? Meyer said, haven't decided yet. Rogue nodded and didn't press further. The booth was silent for a few seconds. Then Meyer spoke. If we really are going to move against Lucius, how? Rogue looked at him, eyes narrowing. Is Michiko really going to move against him? Meyer said, she's considering it. Rogue was silent for a few seconds, then sighed. That's exactly where the trouble lies. She stood up, took a couple of steps in the booth, then turned to look at Meyer. Do you know the biggest difference between the NCPD and the gangs? Meyer looked at her. Rogue said, it's the word official. Meyer understood perfectly. It's like the Golden Viper. Even though Boss Luo is now called the King of Xanadu, in reality, unless he enters politics, the Golden Viper will always be a bunch of mercenary companies. Once you're Golden Viper for life. No matter how rotten, corrupt, or cursed as a gang in uniforms the NCPD is, it's still the only official law enforcement in Night City. It has staffing, budget, and legally granted authority. What gangs do when it does is called law enforcement. What gangs dare not do when it does, no one dares to interfere. That's the weight of the word official. No matter what, as long as you add those two words, it can be brought into the open. And once it's in the open, there's room for manipulation. Review procedures, evidence, witnesses. You can block wherever you want, let through wherever you want. Otherwise, why would so many people want to enter politics nowadays? Money can buy everything, but it can't buy real power. Those with power can just open their mouths and pin a fabricated charge on you, and your money is no longer yours. It's mine. Only by entering politics can your money truly be yours. Entrepreneurs. Sounds nice, but in reality, they're just purses for the powerful. So gangs dream of getting a piece of the official label. Why has the 6th Street Gang survived until today? Because they have veteran status and countless ties to the NCPD. Why has the Valentinos always been stuck in Haywood? Because they can't break out of that circle. They'll always be just a gang. Meyer said, what about the mayor? Luo Gu regarded him. The mayor is the highest official in the city. If he dies, the entire system will tremble. She raised her fingers, counting them one by one. First, the NCPD will go mad investigating. If an ordinary officer dies, they might half-heartedly look into it. But if a precinct captain dies, they'll investigate seriously. A commissioner's death, they'll launch an all-out manhunt. But the mayor, they'll tear Night City apart. Second, the council will fall into chaos. The Pacific State Bill hasn't passed yet, and Lucius is dead. Who will take over? Wilton, or someone else? The factions in the council will tear each other apart. Third, the corporations will interfere. Arasaka and Militech are already at each other's throats. With Lucius dead, they'll both seize the opportunity to stir the pot. Then it won't just be the NCPD investigating. The corporations will get involved too. Their methods are far more ruthless than the police. Fourth, the media will jump on it. The WNS crowd loves this kind of big story. They'll dig up every detail of Lucius's life from birth to now, magnifying everything 100-fold. And then they'll ask who killed him. Why? Who benefits? She looked at Mimir. These four factors together spell one word: chaos. Mimir remained silent. Luo Gu said, so if we're going to move him, we must achieve one thing. Mimir said, no evidence, no case. Luo Gu nodded. Right? Even if everyone knows who did it, as long as there's no proof, no one can act. The corporations, the council, the NCPD, they all need a justification. As long as we provide that, they can bury the matter. She leaned back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. But making it untraceable is too difficult. Mimir said, what if we make it look like an accident? Luo Gu looked at him. Mimir said, a car crash. A heart attack. A fall from a height. Luo Gu thought for a moment, then shook her head. A car crash. The mayor has a designated vehicle driven by an NCPD officer. The route is pre-planned with security along the way. To stage an accident, we'd have to breach all those layers of protection. A heart attack. He gets 2 physicals a year. He's in excellent health. Who would believe a sudden cardiac arrest? A fall. He lives in a 3-story villa in Charter Hill. With his build, he'd at most suffer a few scrapes. She looked at Mimir. These are all problems. If we can't answer even one, it becomes a doubt. And doubts will invite investigation. Investigation will unearth more. Mimir was silent for a few seconds. Then he said, what if we make it happen somewhere else? Luogu was taken aback. Somewhere else. Mimir said, for example, an underground nightclub. Luogu stared at him, a flicker in her eyes. You mean? Mimir said, a man like him can't keep up the facade forever. There will be times he wants to unwind. If he goes to a place he shouldn't, and something happens, who would investigate? And how it? Luogu was silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. That's a line of thought. She thought for a moment and added, but how do we get him there? He's cautious. He won't go to unfamiliar places casually. Mimir said someone can take him. Luogu looked at him. Mimir said, Wilton. Luogu's eyes lit up. You mean have Wilton take him to a place, and then? Mimir said, Wilton doesn't need to do anything. He just brings him there if the rest can be arranged separately. Luogu leaned back in the sofa, staring at Mimir for a few seconds. Then she smiled. Kid, you've got a quick mind. Mimir said nothing. Luogu thought again, then shook her head. But there are still problems. Mimir looked at her. Luogu said, first, would Wilton agree? He's Lucius's man now. If he takes Lucius to such a place, and something happens, he'll be the prime suspect. Why would he take that risk? Second, even if Wilton agrees, how do we make Lucius agree? No matter how much he trusts Wilton, he won't casually go to an unfamiliar place. We need a reason he can't refuse. Third, even if we get them there, how do we execute the plan? That kind of place will have security cameras and people coming and going. How does the operative get in? Get out? How do we ensure no traces are left? Mimir listened, saying nothing. Luogu said, these are not small issues. Mimir nodded. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Then Luogu sighed. All right, let's leave it for today. She stood up, brushing off her clothes. Mizuko hasn't made up her mind yet. Maybe she'll solve it herself, and we won't have to worry. Mimir also stood up. Luogu looked at him. Go think it over. I'll think too. If we really have to do it, we need at least a general direction. Mimir nodded. Luogu took 2 steps toward the door, then turned back to look at him. By the way, what we discussed today stays between us. Mimir said, understood. Luogu nodded and pushed open the door. Outside, Crispin was still standing there motionless. Luogu waved at him, then walked toward the bar. Mimir followed, exiting the room. At the bar, Claire was wiping glasses. When she saw them, she looked up briefly, but said nothing. Luogu walked to the counter and set down her empty glass. Put it on my tab. Claire nodded. Mimir also walked over and placed his long empty lemonade glass beside hers. Luogu glanced at him. Want another? Mimir shook his head. Luogu said, I'll head out then. I'm exhausted today. She walked toward the door. After a few steps, she turned back, looking at Mimir. Oh, and don't wander off the next few days. I'll find you if something comes up. Mimir nodded. Luogu turned her black trench coat, flickering in the dim light, and disappeared through the doorway. Mimir stood at the bar, unmoving. Claire leaned in and whispered, all done. Mimir nodded. Claire said, big business. Mimir glanced at her. Claire immediately raised her hands. All right, I won't ask. She took the glasses away and grabbed a clean cloth to wipe the counter. Mimir stood there watching the door of the afterlife. The door opened. Someone came in. The door closed. Someone else went out. He turned and exited through the back door of the afterlife, walking to the mouth of the alley, standing beneath the streetlight. He took out his phone and tapped a few times. Delaman sent a car. Received, Mr. Messiah. Estimated arrival time 4 minutes. May I ask the destination? H10 Apartments. Received. Mimir put the phone back in his pocket and waited under the streetlight. An underground nightclub. The place was called the Red Queen's Race, wasn't it? He just hoped he wouldn't run into that cop. And cooperating with Wilton Holt. He'd rather not. Sunlight seeped through the gap in the curtains. He rolled over, pulled the blanket up a little higher, and tried to fall back asleep. The phone rang. Mimir opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling for 2 seconds. The phone kept ringing. He reached out, glanced at the screen. An unknown number, yet he recognized those digits. It was the landline at Lishing Bar. True enough, this was an information age where one could make calls and exchange messages with nothing but a brain chip, but that hardly meant landlines had gone extinct. In fact, any director-level personnel, or above at the company, still used one, mainly to prevent sensitive information from being smuggled out. Though we lived in a networked era, privacy was without a doubt a relic of the past. If you leaked company secrets now, they could have your entire family's data on their desk within 10 minutes. Don't even pretend you're standing alone. Even if you were an orphan, when it came to digging up your entire bloodline, the company would hand you a coffin and shut you down. Pick up the call. Hello. Roger's voice came through the line, slightly hoarse, as if he'd just woken, or hadn't slept at all. Awake yet? You woke me up, Mimir said. Roger chuckled, though there was no warmth in it. Enough complaining. This is about business. Mimir sat up and leaned against the headboard. Go on. Roger paused for a second before saying, we got results on that matter. Mimir didn't respond. Roger continued. Meiji Z has been confirmed. We do it. Mimir looked out the window at the bright sunlight and narrowed his eyes. Why am I the one being called? Roger replied, why don't you tell me? Mimir stayed silent. Roger waited 2 seconds, let out a sigh when he realized there was no answer coming. This job, no one else can handle it. It requires precision. Even the slightest mistake would bring down a mountain of trouble. I trust the people under your command. Mimir asked, no one on your end? Roger said, of course there is. But do you think Kuli Bin could pull it off? Kuli Bin was fine for brawls and brute force ops, but if someone like him tried this, they'd be exposed in minutes. Mimir understood her meaning. Once you touch this kind of job, you carry the handle for life. Roger had survived decades in the underworld of Yijicheng precisely because she knew which lines not to cross. Will you take it, eh? Roger asked. If not, I'll find another way. Mimir thought about it. Assassinating the mayor. That was indeed a massive job, bigger than anything he'd done before combined. But then again, had any of his jobs ever been small? When he'd pinned Fa-La-Di to the ground and killed him in public, he hadn't hesitated either. Might as well chop Lu Xiaoxi down in broad daylight too. I'll take it. A brief silence on Roger's, and then fine. After a pause she added, I didn't make this call from a tracked line. Records will be deleted shortly. Understood, Mimir said. Roger said, there's a direction you might try. Wilson Huate. Mimir replied, I know. Roger continued, I listened to your recording. That fat man isn't loyal to Lu Xiaoxi. He can be used. Mimir asked, how do I find him? Roger said, he frequents a place near the municipal center called White Oak. A private club similar in nature to Eugene, members only catering exclusively to certain individuals. You won't get in, but he will come out. Mimir waited for her to continue. Roger said, how you make contact is up to you. I can only point you in the right direction. Mimir said, got it. Roger replied, that's all then. Hanging up. The line went dead. Mimir tossed the phone onto the bed and stared up at the ceiling. He'd heard of White Oak, touted as one of the most exclusive clubs in Yijicheng comparable to Eugene. They claimed there was nothing they couldn't arrange, and that they didn't deal in synthetic companions, their female staff being entirely natural with minimal cybernetic enhancements. Of course, take such claims with a grain of salt. But there was no denying it was an upscale establishment. Many considered it an honor to have visited Cloud Summit, though that place was merely for those with modest disposable income. However, Huangban Laixian was an exception. That man had the mentality of panning for golden shit. And then there was that bald, corpulent man, Lu Xiaoxi's biggest sycophant, and at the same time his primary shield. A few phrases from the recording already proved he wasn't content to remain a mere lackey. But how to find him? How to make him talk? How to get him on side? These questions came one after another. Mimir sat for a while, then picked up his phone and sent a message to Jack. Old Way Clinic. 1 hour. After sending it, he got up, washed, and changed. Stepping out of building H10, the sunlight was already harsh. The streets of Wasun district bustled with people. Vendors setting up stalls by the roadside, children darting through alleyways. A beat-up truck rumbled past the corner, its cargo bed emblazoned with the crooked insignia of the 6th Streets gang. Mimir headed toward Victor's clinic. After walking for over 10 minutes, he reached the familiar alley. Mercedes' psychic shop was still open, and beside it the staircase leading to the clinic. The iron gate stood half open. Just as Mimir reached the stairs, Mercedes poked her head out of the psychic shop. Mimir. He stopped and looked at her. Mercedes wore a loose floral print dress, clearly a gift from Jack. Given the style, it was hardly something Mercedes would have chosen for herself. Such was Jack Will's distinctive taste in gifts. She waved at Mimir wearing that signature gentle smile. Come and wait inside. Mimir followed her into the psychic shop. Inside, everything remained as it always had. Crystal balls, tarot cards, incense burners, and all sorts of nameless trinkets. Astrological charts hung on the walls, and several sticks of incense smoldered in the corner, filling the air with a faint herbal fragrance. Mercedes gestured for him to sit, then took the chair across from him. Dr. Victor has another patient. Just came in a moment ago. You'll need to wait a bit, she said, picking up a glass and pouring water before handing it to Mimir. Jack hasn't arrived yet. Where are Sasha and V? Mimir took the glass and replied, they live nearby. Should be here soon. But you? Mimir gestured toward Mercedes' dress. Jack picked it. His aesthetic sense still needs work, though. Mercedes smiled. Mimir, something's bothering you lately, isn't it? Mimir took a sip of water and said nothing. Mercedes studied him for a few seconds, then laughed. You're wonderful in every way except you refuse to open up. She picked up a deck of tarot cards from the table and began shuffling. Want me to read for you? On the house. Mimir said no need. Mercedes didn't push it. She set the cards down and leaned back in her chair, striking up idle conversation. That guy Jack. I offered him a place to stay here, but he refused flat out. Said he's gotten used to living in the garage behind Wild Wolf Bar, close to his mom. Can you imagine? That garage has no windows. Doesn't he find it suffocating? Mimir said as long as he's happy. Mercedes laughed. True. He's a social creature. Wild Wolf has plenty of people around. He feels comfortable there. The bustling streets of the district gradually faded into memory As Mimir settled into the quiet atmosphere of the shop, his mind already turning over the next steps of the operation. As they were speaking, the roar of a motorcycle sounded from outside the door. The noise grew closer then ceased. A few seconds later, Jack pushed open the door and entered. He wore an old leather jacket, his hair was a mess, and his eyes were not yet fully open. As soon as he stepped inside, he called out, "Mano, what's going on? So early in the—" His words trailed off as he noticed Misty, and his expression shifted instantly. "Hey, Misty." Misty rose to her feet, walked over to him, and studied his face closely. Your heart chakra seems a bit off, darling. Did you stay up late again?" Jack scratched his head. "No, not really." Misty reached out, tapped his forehead lightly, then stepped back with a smile. "All right, I'm done teasing you. Dr. Victor's just about finished. You all can wait a little longer." Jack sat down beside her, his eyes following her every move. Mimir watched him with a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. Footsteps echoed from outside again. Sasha and V entered together. Sasha held a terminal in her hand, reading as she walked, nearly bumping into the doorframe. V followed behind her, wearing a black coat, his face expressionless. Misty saw them and smiled again. "Everyone's here. Quite a crowd today." Sasha looked up from the terminal and nodded at Misty. V also nodded. Jack said, "Mano, what's this all about?" "Why the rush?" Mimir replied, "Let's wait until old Vic's done." Jack wanted to ask more, but Misty reached out and patted his shoulder. "Take it easy. Sit down first. I'll get you some water." She turned to fetch cups. Mimir sat in the corner watching them. Jack was still chatting with Misty, his eyes bright. Sasha sat nearby, still absorbed in her terminal, but occasionally glanced at Mimir. V leaned against the wall, arms crossed, saying nothing, but his gaze was also on Mimir. Mimir knew what they were thinking. A few days ago at the Wild Wolf, he had mentioned there might be another job. Now calling them all here at dawn meant that matter had progressed. But this wasn't the place to talk. They waited another 10-odd minutes. From the staircase came the sound of a door opening, followed by footsteps. Victor emerged from the stairwell, and when he saw the crowd in the psychic parlor, he paused. Whoa, so many people, He wore an old shirt with sleeves rolled to his elbows, his hands still smeared with grease. As he walked over, he glanced at Mimir, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Mimir stood up. "Old Vic, is the room free?" Victor nodded. "Just sent someone off." "Need it?" Mimir said, "Need to talk about something." Victor nodded again and turned toward the stairwell. "Come on down." Mimir followed. Jack and the others also rose and followed. Misty stood at the door waving at them. Jack turned back and waved at her. The clinic looked the same as ever. Advertisements for various cybernetic parts hung on the walls, the air tinged with the scent of disinfectant mixed with a hint of machine oil. Of course, the machines and cyberware were all the latest models. Victor walked to the corner, sat down in his chair, and looked at Mimir. "All right, what's on your mind?" Mimir sat down across from him. Jack and the others found seats nearby. Jack perched on the edge of the examination chair. Sasha leaned against the wall, and V stood by the door. Mimir looked at Victor. "Old Vic, I want to ask about someone." Victor raised an eyebrow. "Who?" Mimir said, "Wilton Holt." Victor leaned back in his chair. The name was not unfamiliar to him. Or rather, in Night City, any mentally sound person knew who that was. Wilton Holt. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I don't know him well. A big shot, why would he come to a place like this?" Mimir nodded. Indeed, the upper crust rarely deigned to mingle with the lower class, especially the bigwigs who had their own private medical teams. It was said that Saburo Arasaka even had a team of doctors on call monitoring his condition around the clock. If a single checkup was missing, the whole team would be fired. Literally. Victor said, "What do you want to know?" Mimir replied, "The places he frequents, the people he meets, his habits." Victor spread his hands. "You'll have to ask someone else. I've no interest in politics, and even less in politicians. But I think I saw him once in Little Chinatown." Mimir said nothing. Victor continued, "Of course I might have been mistaken. I was wondering why a deputy mayor would go there, but then I figured it might be to avoid leaving records. He doesn't want records." V spoke up beside him. "How can you be sure it was him?" Victor chuckled. "With his looks. Do you need to be sure? Even if I might be mistaken with that build, if it wasn't cyberware, you'd remember it for a lifetime." Jack snorted with laughter beside him. Sasha also smiled. Mimir didn't laugh, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Victor stood up, walked to the workstation, pulled out an old tablet from a drawer, and swiped a few times. Mimir asked, "What about the bodyguards?" Victor thought for a moment. "Ordinary look. Black suits, sunglasses, standard corporate dogs." V said, "Professionals." Victor nodded. "Yes. Not regular guards, trained ones." Mimir filed this away in his mind. Victor put down the tablet, walked back to his chair, and sat down looking at Mimir. "All right, that's all I know. The rest you'll have to find out yourselves." Mimir nodded. "That's enough." Victor looked at him, paused for a couple of seconds, then said, "Mimir, I don't care what you're planning this time. But remember one thing. Get injured less. The people who come to me, I only hope they come less often." Mimir looked at him. Victor's gaze was calm, but beneath that calmness lay something else. Not a lion, of course. Mimir said, "Got it." He stood up. Jack and the others also rose. Victor waved them off. Go on. Don't keep me from opening for business." The four walked out of the clinic. At the stairwell, Jack was the first to speak. "Mano, you're really going after Wilton?" Meyer looked at him. Jack scratched his head. "I know that old bastard Lucius deserves to die, but Wilton, he's cut from the same cloth. Both fat leeches sucking the people dry." Meyer said nothing. Sasha interjected, "But he's the most suitable." Jack looked at her. Sasha continued, "You heard the recording. He's not on the same side as Lucius. He wants to seize territory, wants Pacifica. With Lucius dead, he has a chance to rise. That kind of person is easiest to use." Jack said, "I know. But the thought of cooperating with someone like him." He didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. V leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and said, "In Night City there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests." Jack looked at her. V said, "You want to kill Lucius, you have to cooperate with Wilton. It's that simple." Jack was silent for a few seconds, then sighed. "All right, you're right. I just feel bitter." Mill looked at the three of them, then spoke. "Wilton is just a transition." All three looked at him. Mill said, "The next mayor won't be Wilton." Jack was taken aback. "Then who?" Mill said, "A man named Jefferson Perales. He's still a councilman now." Sasha blinked. "How do you know?" Mill didn't answer. He looked into the distance, and after a couple of seconds said, "A guess." Admittedly, that Mr. Perales might no longer be the same person he once was, but it's undeniable that to some extent sacrificing one for the benefit of millions. Moreover, without Mr. Blue Eyes pulling the strings, it's uncertain whether our Mr. Perales would even have secured that position. Jack scratched his head. "A guess." "Mano, that's a damn accurate guess, isn't it?" V looked at Mill. Something flickered in her eyes, but she didn't press. Sasha also looked at Mill as if wanting to say something, but she opened her mouth and then closed it. Mill said, "Wilton is useful, but not for long. Working with him is just using him to get rid of Lucius. We'll deal with the rest later." Jack nodded, his expression relaxing a bit. "All right, that makes me feel a lot better." Mill pulled out his phone from his pocket. Sasha asked, "What now?" Mill said, "Making a call." He tapped the screen a few times, found a number, and dialed. After 2 rings, someone answered. "Yo, long time no hear." A man's voice came through the line with a hint of a smile, unhurried. Mill said, "Dino." Mill had dealt with him a few times before, not deeply, but they knew each other. The main reason he didn't want to approach him face to face was Reed. Though Reed was no match for him, he preferred to avoid trouble when possible. Especially the kind of trouble that came from the new United States. A forgotten dog whistle is still a dog whistle. Sometimes he truly disliked war, but humanity's inherent flaws ensured that conflict would never cease. Looking at the world's history, nearly 80% of it was spent in strife. Dino said on the other end, "Mr. Messiah, long time no see. Heard you've been making quite a splash lately." Mill said, "I need to ask about something." Dino chuckled, straight to the point. "I like that." Mill said, "Wilton Holt." There was a second of silence on the line. Then Dino said, "Mr. Messiah, that's not a small thing you're asking about." Mill didn't respond. Dino continued, "What do you want to know?" Mill said, "Where he frequents, what he usually does, how to find him." Dino said, "I have that. But I need to ask, what's your angle on this?" Mill said, "Business." Dino laughed, "All right. I won't ask. How much?" Mill said, "Name your price." Dino thought for a moment, then said, "Forget the money." Mill waited for him to continue. Dino said, "Talking money cheapens the favor. You owe me one. When I need something from you, don't turn me down." Mill was silent for a second. These fixers were all the same. They'd rather have you owe them a favor than take money. In Night City, money could be important or not, but favors were different. Favors were long-term, they could accrue interest. Mill said, "Deal." Dino laughed, "Glad you're reasonable." He paused, then began speaking. Wilton Holt, 58 years old, deputy mayor of Night City. Lives in a high-end apartment in Westbrook, but rarely goes there. He has a few regular places, the municipal center office for work and several private clubs. One of them is called the White Oak, east of the municipal center, not far from Corporate Plaza. Mill listened. Dino continued, "He goes there at least 3 times a week, usually in the evening. The time varies, but it's always after 8, and he stays for 2 or 3 hours. That place is members only for a select few. You can't get in, but he'll come out." Mill said, "What's the best time to get him?" Dino said, "He usually uses the side exit. The front door is too crowded, he doesn't want to be seen. The side door opens onto a narrow alley where his car is parked with the driver waiting. When he comes out, before he gets into the car, there's about 10 seconds when he's only with his bodyguard." Mill said, "How many bodyguards?" Dino said, "Just one. The same one for years. Name's Victor Kowalski, former military tech security personnel hired by Wilton after he retired. This guy is professional, not easy to deal with." Mill said, "Anything else?" Dino thought for a moment, then said, "Wilton has a habit. Before going to the club, he likes to take a stroll around Corporate Plaza. Don't know if it's for a walk or something else, but he does it every time." Mill said, "What time?" Dino said, "Usually between 7:30 and 8:00. He walks for about 20 minutes, then heads to the White Oak." Mill said, "Got it." Dino said, "That's all." "Enough." Mill said, "Enough." Dino laughed, "All right. Remember, you owe me one." Mill said, "I'll remember." He hung up. All three looked at him. Jack spoke first, "What's the word?" Mill put his phone back in his pocket. Jack leaned against the opposite wall chewing something and moved closer as he hung up. What's the word? Mill repeated what Dino had said. The White Oak Club side exit around 8-1 bodyguard, named Victor Kowalski, ex-military tech. V listened, arms crossed, saying nothing. She leaned against the wall in a relaxed posture, but Mill knew she was already running the entire route through her mind. That was the habit of corporate people. Model first, then act. Sasha, however, spoke directly. That kind of club probably has an independent security system. I looked up the White Oak. Members only, ridiculously high threshold. Not just anyone with money can get in. The ICE they use is a custom version. If we try to force our way in. We're not forcing anything, Mill said. All three looked at him. We'll just go inside and wait for him. Jack was stunned, swallowed what he was chewing, and said, wait. Menno, did you just hear that? That place is members only. If we stand at the door, the doorman won't even give us a second glance. We don't need to go through the door, Mill said. V's eyes narrowed. You want to hack in? Not hack, Mill said. We'll take the elevator up. Sneaking around. How unseemly would that be? We need to show some sincerity. Sasha blinked, quickly catching on. The service elevator. You mean? High-end clubs like this receive deliveries of food, alcohol, and supplies every day. There's definitely a service elevator, and it won't share the same entrance as guests, Mir said. As long as we know which private room Wilton is using tonight, we can get in ahead of time and wait. Jack scratched his head with a look that clearly said, this can actually work, but didn't argue. V turned to Sasha. Can you access the records? Sasha was already pulling out her portable terminal. She crouched down, resting the device on her knees, fingers flying across the holographic screen as her eyes sharpened with focus. Dano said he comes at least 3 times a week. If it's a reserved room, the system should show a pattern. Her voice faded as she slipped into her own world. Mir didn't disturb her. He walked a few steps toward the alley exit, gazing at the municipal center in the distance. Lucian Lane was sitting in one of those brightly lit offices right now, and named the master of this city. In reality, Mir recalled the tone in Wilton's voice from that recording. That careful yet barely concealed restlessness. The feeling of a dog suppressed too long, ready to turn and bite its owner at any moment. V walked over and stood beside him, shoulder to shoulder, in silence. After a few seconds, she spoke. Are you certain Wilton will cooperate? I'm not certain, Mir replied. Then what if he calls for help on the spot? He won't. V tilted her head. Neon light cast a flickering glow across her face, obscuring her expression. Mir said, people like him only call for backup when it benefits them. But if the reward is big enough, he'll swallow the profit first and decide about calling later. V was silent for a moment, then gave a soft hum. It was the acknowledgement of someone who had once worked within the corporation. Jack called from behind. What are you two posing deep over here? Come look at this. Mir and V returned. Sasha turned her terminal screen toward them, displaying encrypted access logs she had cracked halfway through. White Oak's reservation system runs on Zeta Tech servers. The security isn't top tier, but it's not bad either, Sasha explained. I can't access the full database, but the reservation records from the past month. Got it. Wilton Oak makes a standing reservation every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Room 0317, from 8:30 p.m. to 11:00 p.m. Mir studied the words on the screen. 0317. Third floor. Sasha continued scrolling. Today is Thursday. His reservation is still active. 8:30 p.m. Jack let out a low whistle. Damn, that guy's more punctual than an alarm clock. Mir glanced at his timepiece. 7:03 p.m. Let's move. The four emerged from the alley. Their drab truck waited in the shadows behind it, dusty and wearing an expired parking permit on the windshield. Mir opened the driver's door and climbed in. Jack climbed up from the other side, while V and Sasha squeezed into the cargo area in the back. The truck's engine coughed to life with a ragged roar, then slowly merged into traffic under the cover of night. White Oak Club sat 2 blocks east of the municipal center, only a couple of streets from the company plaza. In Night City, a metropolis of skyscrapers, this building stood somewhat apart. Its exterior was deliberately understated. Gray stone cladding, no sign, just a small oak leaf emblem beside the door number. Yet the cars parked at the entrance grew increasingly ostentatious. Limited edition refueled models, a few floating vehicles with diplomatic plates, all idle on the pavement. The truck halted 2 blocks from the club. Mir stepped down from the cab, walked around to the back, and knocked twice. V and Sasha hopped out, and Jack was the last to land, casually pulling the cargo door shut behind him. The 4 stood at the entrance of a narrow alley. Across from them, the side door of White Oak Club was faintly visible beneath a dim yellow light that illuminated a small patch of ground. A black Chevrolet Emperor was parked in that patch, windows tinted so darkly that nothing inside could be seen. V glanced at it. His car. Likely, Mir said. Jack whispered, how do we get in? Scale the wall. Mir didn't answer. He stepped forward, his gaze settling on an unassuming metal door beside the side entrance. That way, he said. The 4 moved along the alley's shadows. Despite being a high-end club, the surrounding area still attracted those scraping out an existence. After all, this was the center of Night City. People from other districts always came hoping for luck. At least the security here was better than elsewhere. Because Night City's major districts were almost entirely controlled by gangs. Only the municipal center belonged to the core. The smell of grill smoke and some sweet synthetic seasoning drifted from a food stall in the distance. Occasionally a car passed on the main road, its headlights sweeping across the alley entrance before disappearing. The door didn't look like a high-end elevator at first glance, but it was disguised as one. Not because variant electric sensitivity gifts were used for show. It existed like breathing, like a heartbeat, like blood flowing. Present in every moment, mostly suppressed at the deepest level. But when he needed it, it would naturally attune to his perception. Click. The lock opened. Jack's eyes widened. "Mano, are you some kind of magician?" Sasha opened her terminal, using its glow to check the map. She quickly located the 3rd floor. "The service elevator only goes to the 2nd floor. From there we take the stairs." Mimir nodded. They ascended and moved toward the stairwell door. The stairwell was quiet except for the hum of emergency lighting overhead. Reaching the 3rd floor, the stairwell door stood slightly ajar. Through the crack, a corridor carpeted in dark red fabric lay ahead. Fake or real oil paintings hung on the walls, and soft wall sconces spaced every few meters cast an almost sensual glow. The corridor was silent. No guests, no staff. V whispered, "At this hour guests should be in their private rooms and servers in the prep area." Her experience proved useful. Mimir pushed open the stairwell door, stepped inside, and moved along the wall. Room 0317 was at the end of the hall. The door was dark solid wood with no room number, just a small brass plate engraved with digits. He stopped before the door. Behind him the other 3 automatically fanned out. V leaned against the corner wall to keep watch. Jack positioned himself at Mimir's side and rear. Sasha crouched down and pulled something the size of a fingernail from her bag, pressing it against the lock. A decoder. These clubs typically installed impressive security at entrances, but left the interior poorly defended. After all, in the eyes of Night City, if you could breach the first line of defense, the rest were practically useless. Rather than pretend otherwise, might as well skip them entirely. Besides, it helped the boss save money. Or, well, you know what I mean. 10 seconds later, the door lock emitted an almost imperceptible click. Mimir pushed the door open. The room was dim, heavy curtains blocking the night view outside. By the light filtering in from the corridor, an oval conference table came into view along with a few leather chairs. Behind them, a wall cabinet held several unopened bottles of whiskey, and a large screen display was mounted on the wall. They had investigated beforehand. Every room was furnished differently, but this one was clearly arranged exactly like a municipal council chamber. It seemed Weldon preferred power over enjoyment. He had probably been treated like a dog for too long, and was using this place to play house. The 4 of them slipped inside the door, closing silently behind them. Sasha plugged her data cable into the port. "I've already compromised the surveillance system, but there are no cameras in this room. Only in the corridor. As long as he comes in, and the door shuts, no one outside can see in." V was already inspecting every corner of the room. It was her habit to identify visual blind spots and potential escape routes the moment she entered any space. She circled around and finally stopped by the window, pulling back a gap to look outside. The night skyline of the Civic Center stretched below. Jack plopped down into one of the chairs, which let out a contented creak. He crossed his legs, then thought better of it, quickly standing up and patting the seat. "Mano, this chair costs more than my apartment, doesn't it?" Mimir ignored him. He stood beside the head of the conference table, fingers lightly tracing the surface. An embedded control panel on the desk was presumably for ordering or adjusting the lighting. He didn't touch it, merely gazing at the neatly aligned buttons, lost in thought. V approached and stood beside him, whispering, "How do we approach this?" Mimir didn't answer directly. He tilted his head, his gaze landing on the empty chair across the table. "Let him speak first," he said. V nodded and said nothing more. Sasha closed his terminal, stood up, and reported, "Systems are nominal. No alarms triggered. Now we just wait for him." Mimir glanced at the time. 7:58. "Find a place to wait," he said. Jack blinked. "What about you?" Mimir walked to the window and stood within the curtained shadow facing the door. From that position, anyone entering wouldn't spot him at first glance, but 2 steps forward and he could pin them against the doorframe. "I'll wait for him," he said. Jack opened his mouth as if to protest, but V placed a hand on his shoulder and nodded toward the row of sofas along the far wall. The 3 of them moved quietly into place, melting into the shadows. The room fell completely still. Only the standby light on the wall-mounted display pulsed rhythmically like the breathing of some living creature. Time crept forward. 8:05. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Mimir stood motionless within the curtain's shadow. He could feel his own heartbeat, steady and calm like a machine in standby mode, its core maintaining the bare minimum of operation. The footsteps stopped at the door. Then it opened. The moment Wilton Holt pushed inside, his expression still carried the relaxed air of a man slightly drunk. He had been drinking with a few friends tonight, or rather people who needed his approval to secure municipal contracts. He enjoyed being courted, waited on, and catered to with meticulous care. So as he pushed open the door, a faint smile still lingered on his lips. Then he saw the silhouette by the curtain. Wilton's feet froze. His hand remained on the doorknob as though someone had pressed pause on his entire body. The smile on his face stiffened, peeling away bit by bit to reveal what lay beneath. Mr. Wilton, Mimir began, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Wilton's grip tightened slightly on the doorknob, but he didn't call for help. His eyes darted quickly across the room. Behind the sofa in the corner, faint shapes were visible. 3 people. No, at least 3. Who are you? His voice held steady enough, though his throat sounded dry. Someone who wants to discuss business with you, Mimir replied. Wilton stared at him, his mind racing. He had spent decades navigating Night City, knowing perfectly well whom to flatter, whom to negotiate with, and whom to run from. This person in front of him. Not just a young man. Those eyes were too calm, too mirror still. You couldn't read anything from them. Only your own reflection. This wasn't a mercenary. Mercenaries didn't carry that kind of gaze. What kind of business? Wilton asked. His hand finally lifted from the doorknob, and the door clicked shut behind him. He dared not turn on the lights. Not even a deputy mayor could be certain his life wouldn't be forfeit if this person's true identity were exposed. Mimir stepped forward, 2 paces emerging from the curtain's shadow. The wall sconce's glow fell across his face. Young beyond his years, almost unnaturally handsome, with golden blonde hair, a sharp jawline, and those eyes. Wilton's pupils contracted slightly. He recognized that face. Missy Mimir, Night City's newest living legend. Mr. Wilton, Mimir said, his tone still as measured as ever. Please be seated. He gestured to the chair opposite the conference table. Wilton remained standing. His mind was still spinning, though less coherently now. Fear seeped in like water, rising from his feet upward. Relax, Mimir said. If I intended to kill you, you would already be dead. He spoke calmly. No threat, no bragging. Merely stating a fact. And that made it all the more chilling. Wilton took a deep breath, walked over, and sat down in the chair. The chair Mimir had previously occupied. That should have been his seat. Or rather the seat of a future mayor. Since he never made it, he could only indulge in the fantasy here. Mimir took his place across from him. Across the oval conference table, their eyes locked. In the corner, Jack V and Sasha stood motionless like statues. Jack's hand rested on his holster, but he did not draw his weapon. He trusted Mimir. In moments like these, trust was the best coordination. Go ahead, Wilton said, his voice steadier than before. What business? Mimir looked at him without rushing to respond. Under the sconce light, Wilton's face appeared weary. In his early 50s, he took good care of himself, but the bloodshot veins beneath his eyes betrayed him. He was a polished politician through and through. Even his posture carried the ingrained elegance of years of training. But Mimir could see what lay behind those eyes, a hunger suppressed for far too long. Lucius Lane, Mimir said. Wilton's eyelid twitched, a barely perceptible movement, but Mimir caught it. What about him? Wilton asked. He should retire. A silence of 2 seconds filled the room. Upon hearing Mill's words, the expression on Wilton's face froze for a second. Just 1 second. Then the politician's instinct took over his body. He leaned back, and the chair emitted a faint creak. Those eyes, honed by decades of maneuvering in the city hall, narrowed as he re-evaluated the person opposite him. Mr. Messiah, he began, his voice steadier, now even carrying a hint of the composure typical of negotiations, to discuss such matters bringing so many people. He paused, his gaze flickering toward the corner. Though he couldn't see them, he knew they were there. The rest of Mill's team. Jack v. Sasha. Isn't that inappropriate? Mill looked at him without speaking. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Mill spoke, out of respect for the deputy mayor. His tone was flat, but the word deputy was articulated with deliberate clarity. Wilton's expression shifted. Not overtly, just a twitch of the eyelid, a slight tremor in the corner of his mouth. But Mill saw it. Deputy mayor. That title had clung to Wilton Holt for over a decade. For more than 10 years he had sat behind that deputy, serving as Lucius's deputy when he was a councilman and as deputy mayor when he became mayor. He watched Lucius Lane being addressed as Mr. Mayor, on various occasions saw others respectfully open doors, offer seats, and hand him drinks while he stood by, occasionally introduced as Deputy Mayor Wilton, and then the other party would nod and continue to orbit around Lucius. Lucius Lane would pat him on the shoulder in front of reporters, saying, "This is my best partner," only to turn around and dump the dirtiest, most exhausting tasks on him. The mess in Pacifica. He ran back and forth negotiating with Militech over 20 rounds. The sly foxes in the council. He wined and dined them one by one, offering gifts and bargaining. The dirty dealings. Lucius couldn't handle himself. He cleaned up each mess piece by piece. And then Lucius stood on the steps of City Hall facing the cameras and said, "Night City under my leadership," without even mentioning his name. At first he was resentful. Later he got used to it. But eventually he discovered that alongside resentment and habit, something else was slowly growing. It was a hunger suppressed for too long, so deep that even he dared not admit it. But now this young man had with a single sentence ripped open the scar that had crusted over for more than a decade. Wilton's breathing quickened by a beat. He wanted to say something, to put on the air of a deputy mayor, to ask, "What do you mean by that?" But the words caught in his throat, and he found himself unable to speak. Not from fear. It was suffocation. The air around him seemed to thicken, carrying an indescribable weight as it entered his lungs. Sitting there, Wilton suddenly became aware of his own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Too fast. Abnormally fast. He looked at Mill. That young man sat in what was originally his seat. That chair, that position. It should belong to a mayor. Every night he came here, sat in that chair, closed his eyes, and imagined himself as Lucius imagined signing documents in that Oval Office, imagined people calling him Mayor Holt. But now someone else occupied that seat. Someone decades younger. Someone whose eyes were so calm, they sent a chill down his spine. Wilton had met many people. Corporate executives, gang leaders, fixers, mercenaries, killers, madmen. He had lived in Night City for decades and dealt with all sorts. But this one before him. He had only ever experienced this feeling when watching a zoo braindance. A private collector's menagerie braindance, showcasing animals long extinct in Night City. Through thick, bulletproof glass, a lion stared at him for a few seconds. In those seconds, he couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even breathe. Outside the bulletproof glass, the lion glanced at him and then yawned lazily. But he knew that if that glass weren't there, he would already be dead. Now that glass was gone. Wilton took a deep breath. A very forceful one. After inhaling, he felt he could think again. He recalled the legends about this young man. Doesn't kill, like Jesus, he had thought when he first read them. How long could someone like that survive in Night City? Now what he thought was the person who gave him that intel. Was TMD doing it on purpose? Mr. Wilton. Mill's voice cut through his thoughts. Time is limited. Wilton nodded. He knew he couldn't beat around the bush anymore. This man before him was not a politician to be slowly worn down, nor a fixer to be swayed by interests. This man, forget it. The more he thought, the more terrified he became. Lucius Lane. He spoke, his voice much steadier, now even regaining a bit of a politician's rhythm. His schedule has always been arranged by me. Mill didn't speak, just looked at him. Wilton continued, including daily meetings, social engagements, private activities. Including who he meets and who he doesn't. Including things that can't be written on the schedule. He paused, observing Mill's reaction. No reaction at all. Wilton took a deep breath and abandoned any attempt at probing. He'll be going to the city council soon, he said. The Pacifica bill requires his personal signature. The date isn't set yet, but it will be within next week. Mill nodded. Wilton waited 2 seconds, and when Mill didn't speak, he had no choice but to continue. If you're going to make a move, I can provide the vehicle itinerary. Departure time, route, security level, vehicle change points. I have it all. He paused again. The convoy on the road is the best time to strike. This time Mill finally reacted. Not a change in expression. It was as if the calm surface of a lake in his eyes had rippled slightly. On the road? Mill asked. Wilton nodded, thinking he had piqued his interest, and spoke faster. When the convoy is moving, the security's attention is all outward. Moreover, once people get in the car, they have a false sense of security. They feel they're already on the way, that it's safe, that they can relax a bit. Striking at that moment, the success rate. Mr. Wilton. Mill interrupted him, still in that same flat tone. But Wilton suddenly felt a chill down his spine again. Do you take us for fools? Wilton froze. Mill looked at him, those eyes still calm, but this time Wilton saw something else in them. A convoy assassination, Mill said. How would the shooter escape? When the pursuit comes, wouldn't they trace it back to you? Wilton opened his mouth. You give us the route map, we make our move, and then the NCPD traces it back. Do you think anyone in Night City doesn't recognize our faces? You think they can't find us? Sweat began to bead on Wilton's forehead. If they trace it to me, Mimir said, I wouldn't mind. He said this with a tone as flat as if he were commenting on the weather. But guess what? Do you think I can't find you? Wilton's breath caught. In that instant, he truly felt his heart skip a beat. Mimir watched him 2 seconds, 3 seconds, then. I'm joking, he said. Wilton froze for a moment, then tried to laugh, but couldn't. Because there was no hint of humor on Mimir's face. In the corner, Jack nearly burst out laughing. Someone beside him nudged him with an elbow to keep quiet. Wilton took a deep breath, then another, and then, Mr. Messiah, he began, his voice a little dry. That was just negotiation tactics. Mimir looked at him. Wilton struggled to steady his tone. You know how politicians work. First propose an impossible condition, let the other party reject it, then propose the real one. That way the other party feels like they've won, and is more likely to accept the subsequent terms. As he spoke, he himself found it absurd. In that moment he had actually believed he could fool this man with such cheap tricks. I know, Mimir said. Wilton was stunned. Wilton opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Mimir leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxed. But Wilton knew what level of combat prowess lurked within that seemingly relaxed body. Let's get down to business, Mimir said. Wilton nodded. This time he dared not play any more tricks. Luxius has a place, he said, private. Very few people know about it. Mimir looked at him, waiting for him to continue. It's called the Red Queen's Race. Mimir's eyebrows twitched. Very slightly, but Wilton noticed. You know it. Mimir didn't answer. But Wilton knew he was right. This young man indeed knew everything. That place is a members-only club, Wilton continued. Invitation only. Without an invitation you can't even find the door. Luxius is a regular there. Mimir asked, what does he do there? Wilton paused for a second, then said, relax. The word carried a subtle nuance as it left his lips. Mimir understood. That kind of place called a club on the surface could be anything underneath. And because it was private invitation only and completely confidential. When he goes there, Mimir said, no one checks. Wilton nodded. For the sake of his reputation. Some things aren't suitable for public scrutiny. He looked at Mimir, hoping the other would grasp the weight of those words. A mayor visiting a private members-only club to do things unsuitable for public disclosure. If an accident happened there, who would dare to investigate? How would they investigate? And who could bear the consequences? When does he go? Mimir asked. Wilton thought for a moment. Recently, no. Mimir looked at him. Wilton explained. He usually goes there in two situations. One is when he's accomplished something big and needs to celebrate. The other is when he's been stimulated and needs soothing. He paused, then continued. But recently Luxius has no big achievements to celebrate. The Pacifica bill hasn't been signed yet. Only after signing counts. And he hasn't been stimulated, at least not as far as I've noticed. Mimir said nothing, just looked at him. Wilton felt a bit uneasy under that gaze but pressed on. So if you're waiting for him to go on his own, you might have to wait a while. The room fell silent for a few seconds. You only need to do one thing, Mimir said. Wilton looked at him. Mimir said, when he's about to go, tell me. Wilton was taken aback. That's it. Mimir nodded. Wilton blinked. He had expected more demands. Route maps, security plans, keys, passes. And it was this simple. Just notify you, he asked again. Mimir said, notify me. Wilton fell silent. He analyzed the request rapidly in his mind. It posed no risk to him. He only needed to make a phone call. No, he didn't even need to call. He could use an encrypted channel, a disposable chip, any method that left no trace. No risk at all. But, Mr. Messiah, he couldn't help asking, are you going in yourself? Mimir didn't answer. Wilton looked at him and suddenly understood. This young man had never intended to use those conventional methods from the start. He didn't want a route map, didn't want a security plan, didn't want anything that could leave a trail. He just wanted to wait for Luxius to walk into that private, untouchable place. And then he would go in himself. As for what would happen after he went in, Wilton suddenly didn't want to know. Fine, he said, his voice a little dry, I'll inform you. Mimir nodded. Then he stood up. Wilton stood up too, but immediately realized something was wrong. Why was he standing? This was his private booth, he was the deputy mayor, and the other was just. Mimir looked at him. Wilton suddenly felt that standing was fine. Mr. Wilton. Mimir stopped at the door and turned around. Wilton looked at him. Mimir said, that Pacifica bill should still be signed. Militech should still come in. Wilton was stunned. Mimir continued, but after Militech enters there will be some new demands in Pacifica. Someone will contact you then. Wilton's mind raced. You mean? Mimir didn't explain. He just looked at Wilton and said again, Militech isn't the only one who can offer you support. Then he pulled open the door and walked out. The door closed softly behind him. Wilton stood alone in the booth staring at the door for a long time. Then he plopped back into his chair and found his back was drenched. The four of them walked out of the side door of the White Oak Club. The night wind blew, carrying a faint fishy smell. The distant neon lights dyed the sky a hazy purple like some kind of rotten fruit. Jack had been holding it in the whole way and finally couldn't resist. Mano, that I'm joking line of yours nearly gave me internal injuries, you know. Mimir didn't speak. Sasha laughed beside him. I saw Wilton's face turn white. V walked beside Mimir, silent for a while, then asked, will he comply? He will, Mimir said. So sure. Mimir looked up at the night sky. People like him, Mimir said. As long as there's a chance to climb, whoever gives them a ladder, they'll call that person their father. V didn't speak. She knew Mimir was right. Jack muttered beside them, the Red Queen's race. What a weird name. Sasha said, I looked up that place. Very little information. Just a private club, invitation only. Couldn't find out who runs it. Mimir said, no need to investigate. The three of them looked at him. We'll wait for him to send us an invitation, he said. Jack was stunned. Invitation. Didn't Wilton say that place only accepts? He stopped mid-sentence. Then he grinned. Mano, you're a king. Mimir didn't turn back. His silhouette melted into the shadows of the neon lights like a specter stepping into the depths of the night. V followed, walking beside him. Sasha and Jack trailed behind. By the time the four of them returned to H10, the night had grown deep and impenetrable. The elevator held only them, four blurred faces reflected in the metallic walls. The cheap disinfectant smell was as pungent as ever, and a corner of the advertisement paper on the wall had been torn off again, revealing mottled rust beneath. Jack leaned against the elevator wall, staring at the flickering light, and suddenly felt that this shabby elevator was far more agreeable than that goddamn White Oak Club. At least this piece of junk didn't pretend to be something it wasn't. Meyer pushed the door open and the apartment lights flickered on automatically. Sasha collapsed into the sofa, tossing her terminal onto the coffee table. V stood by the wall, a position that allowed her to see both the door and the window, her corner of habit. Jack closed the door, took a couple of steps toward the kitchen, then retreated and sat down on the floor. Sasha had taken the sofa and the chair was too far away. He couldn't be bothered. All right, he said, what now? We wait for Wilton to get back to us. That's all we can do for now, V said. The mayor's schedule changed every day, meaning they couldn't plan ahead, and as for the Red Queen's race, no one knew when Lucius would go, making preparations even harder. In short, aside from knowing the places Lucius might appear, they had no knowledge of his itinerary at all. Acting rashly would only risk exposing themselves. In this hyper-connected city of Night City, even a trip to the bathroom could capture every inch of you in vivid detail. That damn club, Jack continued, the Red Queen's race. I've been hustling in Haywood for years, heard of every club there is. But this one, never. He paused, scratching his head. Maybe we could ask Father to dig around. He knows a lot of people in that area, maybe. Won't find anything. Sasha cut him off. Her eyes were fixed on the terminal screen, fingers swiping back and forth, her brow furrowed tightly. I searched online, she said. Only a few mentions of the name, and all of them vague. Private club, members only, invitation only. No exact location, no operator, not even a goddamn registration record. She looked up at Meyer's back. This thing is not meant for ordinary people. V spoke up beside her, her voice calm. Back when I was at Arasaka, I never heard that name either. The three of them turned to look at her. V shrugged. The files I handled, anything involving Night City's upper echelons, usually had some kind of record. But this... She paused as if searching her memory. Either it's so high level that I never had access to it, she said, or what? Jack asked. V was looking at Meyer's back, not finishing her sentence. Finally, Meyer turned around. Wait for Wilton's message, he said, echoing Jack's earlier question. Jack nodded. What else? We can't get into that place. If he doesn't notify us, we're just sitting ducks. Meyer said nothing. He walked to the coffee table, picked up Sasha's terminal, and glanced at the sparse search results on the screen. Then he set it down, straightened up, and looked at V. What were you about to say? V was silent for a second, then said, either it's so high level that I never had access to it, or that place simply doesn't exist in any official record. Jack blinked. What do you mean? I mean, V said slowly, the very existence of that place is a secret. Those who know it won't talk, and those who don't will never know. The people behind it aren't ordinary businessmen, and they aren't a gang. Sasha's eyes lit up. Are you saying? I'm not saying anything, V cut her off. I'm just guessing. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Jack scratched his head, a note of frustration creeping in. So we're just stuck waiting for that old bastard Wilton to remember and give us a call. Meyer looked at him. Jack felt a chill under that gaze. What? Did I say something wrong? We won't wait, Meyer said. The three of them stared at him. I've never liked putting my life in someone else's hands. Jack paused, then said, but Wilton said. Wilton is a politician. Meyer cut him off. Jack shut his mouth. Meyer continued. He's scared of us now, so he'll behave. But what happens after Lucius is dead? After he takes that seat? The room was silent. Sasha suddenly felt a chill. Meyer turned and looked at them. Neon lights from outside flickered across his face, but his eyes remained as calm as still water. Lucius dies at the Red Queen's race, he said. A place known only to a few. A place with no records. A place that only Wilton knows we'll be going to. V's pupils contracted slightly. Jack slapped his thigh and cursed. Holy shit. He stood up, paced in a circle. You mean the old bastard can pin it all on us? Say we killed him, and he knew nothing. Meyer didn't answer, but Jack read the answer in his silence. Damn it, Jack muttered. Then why not just take him out too? Meyer shook his head. Jack glared. Why not? Meyer looked at him for a couple of seconds before speaking. Let's see his choice. Jack blinked. Meyer continued. He's still useful now. After Lucius is dead and he takes that seat. If he plays nice, signs what needs signing, leaves the openings we need, then we keep him. He paused. If he doesn't. He didn't finish, but all three knew the rest. Sasha looked at Meyer and felt a sudden sense of unfamiliarity. Not the kind born of fear, but as if she were seeing another side of him for the first time. A Meyer who was calculating the next step, the step after that, and the step after that. Like a precision machine. Or like... She couldn't put it into words. So what do we do now? Jack asked. Just sit here and wait. Meyer looked at him, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow, he said. Get Wilton to send Lucius's schedule. Jack blinked. And then, then we check it out at night, Meyer said. Wherever Lucius goes, we go. V frowned. You mean? Tell him. Meyer nodded. Sasha interjected. But didn't you say we should wait for Wilton's? Wait for his message, Meyer interrupted, but also verify. We confirm the schedule he sends us ourselves. See if Lucius actually goes where he says, does what he says. Jack slapped his thigh. Right? If that old bastard tries to screw us, then he'll have a memory he won't forget.